before the old man before him, Bai Chen felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Why was it not Tao Ge who awakened his martial soul? Without Tao Ge, how could he possess innate, full soul power? How could he have dual martial souls? Without innate, full soul power and dual martial souls, how could he boast about his prowess? The test is concluded. Bai Chen, your martial soul is the Gale Demon Wolf, with an innate soul power of level 5. Bai Chen exclaimed, damn. Ding. The martial soul evolution system has been bound. Name, Bai Chen. Level 5. Martial soul, Gale Demon Wolf. Martial soul quality, intermediate. In the Tiando Empire, within the sub-hall of the Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City, a somewhat greasy old man was conducting martial soul awakenings for a group of children. Next, Bai Chen. Upon hearing his name, Bai Chen cast a sorrowful glance at the old man, feeling quite displeased. Having traversed Douluo continent 6 years ago, he had eagerly awaited the day of martial soul awakening. 6 years. That day had finally arrived. Yet why was it not Tao Ge who awakened him? Without Tao Ge, how could he have innate full soul power? How could he possess dual martial souls? Without these, how could he impress others? How could he attract girls? It was infuriating. His joy had been snatched away. What are you dawdling for? Come here. The old man said impatiently, having tested over 10 children that day, all of whom had innate zero soul power. He couldn't help but think that testing these commoners was a waste of time. Out of hundreds, not a single soul master emerged. Even when one did, it was either a useless martial soul or possessed too low innate soul power, which only added to his annoyance. Incoming. Bai Chen replied quickly. Upon seeing Bai Chen, the old man was somewhat taken aback. This child was unlike the others. His clothing was more exquisite, and he appeared exceptionally clean and adorable, exhibiting an air of refinement that endeared him to the old man. With this thought, the old man's tone softened a bit. Place your hand on the crystal ball, relax, and do not think of anything else. Okay, thank you, Grandpa, Bai Chen replied. The old man felt slightly uplifted by Bai Chen's polite demeanor. Such well-behaved children always had the power to brighten one's mood. If he could entertain such children every day, perhaps his temper wouldn't be so foul. Soon, a faint glow appeared on the crystal ball, and 2 white wolf ears sprouted from Bai Chen's head, along with a green mark on his forehead. Seeing this, the old man nodded and said with a smile, Child, you are quite remarkable. Your innate soul power is level 5, and your martial soul is the Gale Demon Wolf. Bai Chen smiled back, saying, Thank you, Grandpa. However, internally he thought, damn, I knew it wouldn't be a good result without Tao Ge. This old man is quite unreliable in testing. The old man patted Bai Chen's wolf ears and said, All right, child, you may return now. Okay, goodbye, Grandpa, Bai Chen said, and after leaving, he sighed. Yet soon he perked up. Truth be told, an innate soul power of level 5 was not too shabby. It was certainly better than having none at all. With soul power, he could still cultivate. At worst, he could lead a carefree life. With some effort, becoming a soul king shouldn't be a problem. Perhaps even a soul emperor was within reach. Who knows, maybe a soul sage. As he pondered, a smile crept onto Bai Chen's face. As long as he worked hard, he could achieve something in the future. If he didn't have any special advantages from his traversing, it might be best to refrain from mingling with the protagonist group and instead live a simple life as a carefree soul. Just as Bai Chen was lost in his daydreams, a voice pulled him back to reality. Chainer, how the test turn out? Hearing that familiar voice, Bai Chen raised his head to see a middle-aged couple standing before him. These were his parents in this life, Douluo and Milan. It's the Gale Demon Wolf, with an innate soul power of level 5, Bai Chen said. Douluo ruffled his hair and remarked, Not bad, kid. Your old man only had an innate soul power of level 3 back in the day. Level 5 is quite impressive. Bai Chen nodded. Let's celebrate. We'll go to your favorite restaurant, the Falling Flower Pavilion, Douluo suggested. Bai Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of it. All right. With that, the family of 3 set off. The Falling Flower Pavilion was a relatively upscale restaurant in Tiando City, known for its exquisite cuisine despite its steep prices. Bai Chen particularly loved dining there. Moreover, since Douluo had reached level 46 and held a minor noble title in the Tiando Empire, the family's income was reasonable, making such outings quite manageable. Upon arriving at the Falling Flower Pavilion, a waiter immediately spotted them and exclaimed, Young Master Bai Chen has arrived. Everyone prepare. At this, a beautiful lady descended from the upper floor, greeting them. Douluo, Milan, and little Bai Chen welcome. Bai Chen quickly replied, Hello, Aunt Moxin. Hello, little Bai Chen. Did you awaken your martial soul today? Can you share the results with Andy? She inquired. Yes, Annie, my martial soul is the Gale Demon Wolf, with an innate soul power of level 5, Bai Chen replied. Ah, is that so? Just like your father's martial soul. Chainer, you're amazing. This meal is on me, order whatever you like, she said. Really? Bai Chen asked, eyes wide with excitement. Absolutely, she confirmed. With that, Bai Chen eagerly began to order. Perhaps it was due to his current childlike state, but he felt an overwhelming urge to indulge in delicious food. Moxn, the owner of the Falling Flower Pavilion, was an old acquaintance of Bai Chen's parents, which made him feel quite close to her. Bai Luo remarked, isn't that a bit excessive? Moxin replied, what's wrong with that? Chainer has awakened his martial soul. It's only right for me, as his aunt, to treat him to a meal. Hearing her words, Bai Luo nodded, choosing not to argue further. Soon, Moxn linked arms with her good friend Milan and led the way inside, with Bai Luo following behind. At the dining table, the family watched Bai Chen happily savoring his food, smiles adorning their faces. In truth, Bai Chen had been incredibly fortunate since arriving in Douluo continent. He had not faced any form of discrimination, nor had he experienced a fiancé breaking off an engagement or been burdened with a useless martial soul. From the moment he was born, he was the most cherished treasure of the Bai family. As the youngest child in both the Bai and Mi families, he was the sole male heir capable of inheriting the family legacy. They had a slight preference for males over females. Thus, he was greatly valued by both families, never having to endure hardship and generally getting whatever he desired. Had Bai Chen not been a traveler, he might have been spoiled by now. Fortunately, being a traveler meant that despite enjoying such privileges, he had not developed a spoiled character. He was well-mannered, handsome, and adored by his family. Thus, after awakening his martial soul, Bai Chen was able to quickly adjust his mindset. After all, he had no enemies. It was much better to live a joyful, carefree life. Chapter 2. System Binding. Main Quest 1. While halfway through a meal, Bai Luo suddenly remarked, Chener, I have already sent someone to pre-register you at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. You should go for a test tomorrow, and if you pass, you can start attending school. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Bai Chen's eyes lit up. He had long desired to attend the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, for he often felt that the methods employed by Shrek were inadequate, mere running and fighting in arenas, with the only exceptional aspect being the Master's teachings on controlling soul power. Nevertheless, Bai Chen believed that the Tiando Royal Junior Academy would undoubtedly offer instruction in the control of soul power as well. The Shrek 7 monsters rose to prominence primarily due to the celestial herbs from Douluo's garden, their innate talents, and subsequent legacies. Of course, Tang Xin might not have relied on these, given that he possessed a century-old soul bone. Thus, Bai Chen harbored no intentions of attending Shrek Academy. It was not suited for him, nor did he wish to forge connections with Tang San and his companions. After all, he did not desire to oppose the Spirit Hall. And prior to his transmigration, the anime of Douluo continent had already been released. After encountering the Pope, he had made his decision. If he had to join a faction, he would choose to defect. Long live the Spirit Hall. Indeed, that was his resolution. Seeing Bai Chen's beaming face, Bai Luo affectionately ruffled his hair. After finishing their meal and returning home, Bai Chen eagerly commenced his cultivation. However, as he had just begun, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The Soul Spirit Evolution System has been bound. Startled by the voice, Bai Chen took a moment to ascertain that what he heard was not a mere figment of his imagination. With a sharp intake of breath, he marveled at the terrifying reality of being a transmigrator. Was this the fabled system? Could it be that he was indeed the protagonist? Contemplating this, Bai Chen attempted to call out, System, are you there? After a brief silence without a response, he concluded that this system lacked artificial intelligence. Subsequently, he experimented with controlling it through his thoughts, and soon, a character interface materialized before him. Success. Bai Chen swiftly began to examine the character interface. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 6 innate soul power, level 5 cultivation aptitude. 5 generally, innate full soul power is 30. Meaning 1 day of cultivation equals 30 days for someone with level 1 innate soul power. Martial spirit, Gale Demon Wolf martial spirit quality, intermediate soul rings, none points, none special skill. Appraisal technique. Enables the examination of the compatibility and age of soul beast with oneself, as well as the levels of other soul masters. After reviewing his character panel, Bai Chen nodded. It was a rather ordinary interface, lacking comprehensive attributes, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. The only truly useful aspect seemed to be the points in the appraisal technique. However, as he currently had no points, he surmised that they could be used to purchase items in the shop. The appraisal technique, on the other hand, appeared to be quite beneficial. allowing him to assess the compatibility of soul beasts and their ages, as well as the levels of soul masters. Exiting the character interface, Bai Chen noticed additional options, a shop interface and a quest interface, the latter displaying a golden exclamation mark. Having spent years engrossed in various games, Bai Chen instantly grasped its significance. Upon opening the quest interface, he found the task listed. Main Quest 1. Reach level 10 and acquire the first soul ring. Reward, Beginner's Gift Pack. Muttering to himself, Bai Chen pondered, reach level 10? That seems manageable. Or so I thought. According to his father Douluo, his innate soul power was only level 3, which indicated a rather poor talent. He had taken 4 years to reach level 10 due to his mischievous nature. When Bai Chen first learned this from Douluo, he was quite taken aback. He had never expected that merely reaching level 10 would take his father such a long time. However, upon further reflection, he found this quite normal. After all, prodigies like the Shrek 7 monsters and the Golden Generation were exceedingly rare. His father's experience was more representative of an ordinary person. Yet, he seemed to share a similar lack of talent, with only level 5 innate soul power. Sighing at this thought, Bai Chen felt a surge of curiosity regarding the contents of the beginner's gift pack. He then exited the quest interface and opened the shop interface. Upon entering the shop, Bai Chen discovered only 2 items. The first was a double-speed cultivation card priced at 100 points, and the second was an attribute pill costing 200 points. The double-speed cultivation card was straightforward, doubling the cultivation speed for 3 days. The attribute pill, meanwhile, provided a 10 boost to all attributes for 1 hour, with a limit of 1 per day, irrespective of level. After reviewing the attributes of the 2 items, Bai Chen nodded. Although the shop's offerings were few, they were still quite useful. At this stage, the double-speed cultivation card was undoubtedly more advantageous, as he needed to complete the task of reaching level 10 to claim his reward. In contrast, the attribute pill held little value for him at present. A 10 increase would not significantly impact his low attributes. However, once his level rose, a 10 increase across the board would be formidable, and by then, 200 points would likely not seem exorbitant. After contemplating for a moment, he shook his head, deciding that it was more prudent to take action rather than dwell on hypothetical scenarios. Thus, Bai Chen promptly resumed his cultivation, striving to elevate his level to 10 as swiftly as possible. The following day, Milan arrived at Bai Chen's room early in the morning. Observing Bai Chen still nestled in bed, she shook her head and remarked, "This child, he has a test at the Tiando Academy today, yet remains so lazy. Xiao Chun, it's time to wake up." Gently nudging Bai Chen, she called out to him. Bai Chen, still groggy, opened his eyes. He had not stayed up all night cultivating. It was not laziness, merely that at 6 years old, he was still in a growth phase. Having just begun his cultivation journey and not yet fully accustomed to it, cultivation could not wholly replace sleep. Sensing someone calling him, Bai Chen squinted at Milan and, burying his head in the covers, replied, 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. Seeing his demeanor, Milan sighed, "Just remember to get up in 5 minutes. All right." Bai Chen responded. 5 minutes later, Bai Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide and, with a swift motion, leaped out of bed. Bai Chen was a man of his word. If he said 5 minutes, then it would be 5 minutes. Chapter 3. Side Quest. Passing the Academy Test upon waking. Bai Chen performed a brief morning routine before approaching the dining table. Upon seeing Douluo and Milan seated, he momentarily froze. "What's wrong, Chen'er? Still not fully awake?" Milan inquired. Nodding in acknowledgement, Bai Chen rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken before joining them at the table. In his line of sight, he noticed the numbers 46 and 43 hovering above Douluo and Milan and Apos, as heads, representing their soul power levels. Instantly, he recalled the identification skill he possessed. This must be its function. After enjoying breakfast, he accompanied Douluo towards the direction of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. As his family was of a minor noble status with some wealth, Douluo summoned a carriage. Interestingly, the horse pulling the carriage also displayed some numbers above its head. Age, 7 years, compatibility, 5. Upon witnessing this, Bai Chen grasped the utility of the identification skill. It was indeed quite practical. Once aboard, Douluo handed him a pouch. "Little Chen, this is for you. If you pass the assessment, you will need to reside on campus. It's your living expenses for the month." Bai Chen's eyes brightened at the prospect, eagerly opening the pouch to reveal 30 gold coins within. Overjoyed, he realized this amount could sustain an average family for an entire year. No wonder his father was affluent. "Remember to return each month for more money," Douluo reminded him. "Of course," Bai Chen replied enthusiastically. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the imposing gates. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Side quest activated. Passed the assessment to successfully join the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Quest rewards. Increase in cultivation aptitude in 100 points. Startled by the announcement, Bai Chen felt a rush of exhilaration. A side quest with significant rewards. And it seemed there were no penalties for failure. Although there were no consequences for not completing it, Bai Chen resolved to succeed in this quest. The rewards promised to expedite his cultivation to level 10 significantly. Upon entering the academy, they were greeted by a somewhat stern-looking young man, whose level was marked as 39, alongside a few children of similar age to Bai Chen. After their arrival, Bai Luo approached the young man and stated, "Bai Chen is here to report." The young man nodded in acknowledgement and handed Bai Chen a placard labeled 31. Subsequently, Bai Chen joined the group of children, likely to report alongside them. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Chen noted that the children's levels ranged approximately from 3 to 7. He felt reasonably competent, though not exceptional. After a brief wait, as more than 10 parents brought their children to report, the young man counted the attendees and declared, "We will now begin the testing. Please follow me." As they followed him, Bai Chen was surprised by the children's behavior. He had expected chaos with so many gathered, yet they were remarkably well-behaved, suggesting they had received proper upbringing, unlike the unruly children of his past life. Arriving at what resembled a playground, the young man addressed them, "Hello everyone. I am your mentor for the next 6 years, Chen Yi, a level 39 Agility Attack System Battle Spirit Master. We will now commence the entrance test. There are 40 of you here, and you will draw lots to compete in pairs. The 20 victors will remain, while the remaining 20 will undergo another assessment. Those who pass may enroll, those who do not will return next year." Bai Chen shook his head, having expected a more rigorous entrance examination for the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Was this truly all? However, he wondered about the fate of auxiliary spirit food masters. He decided it was not his concern, as those masters likely had different testing methods. Despite being 6 years old, most of the children appeared delicate and unaccustomed to physical exertion. Bai Chen, however, was different. Although he was also a child, he maintained a routine of regular exercise. Additionally, due to his parents' agility attack spirit abilities, he possessed some agility and basic stealth techniques. Unless these children had past life memories or experiences as ancient spirit beasts, they would not be his match. Soon, Chen Yi brought forth a wooden box for them to draw lots. Bai Chen drew number 31, discovering a small ball marked with the number 2. He wondered who his opponent would be. Minutes later, the drawing concluded, and Chen Yi announced, "The student who drew number 1, please step forward." 2 chubby boys strolled up to the stage. Bai Chen blinked in surprise. Was it mere coincidence that one boy was level 3 and the other 7, representing the weakest and strongest among them? "Begin," Chen Yi commanded. The 2 boys quickly engaged in a scuffle. Although neither seemed particularly adept at fighting, the level 7 boy easily overpowered his counterpart, leading to a swift conclusion in his favor. Next, it was Bai Chen's turn to step up, facing an opponent of level 3. He sensed that his earlier suspicions were not unfounded. The drawing did not appear random but rather orchestrated by Chen Yi to eliminate those with inherently lower soul power. Anger surged within Bai Chen, his body trembling in frustration. If such underhandedness existed in the preliminary soul power tests, when would the less fortunate spirit masters ever have a chance to rise? After cooling down, Bai Chen assumed his stance. While he felt a moment of empathy for the children, he acknowledged that Chen Ye's actions were not entirely unjustified. In the world of Douluo continent, survival of the fittest prevailed. Why waste resources on those with lesser talents? Furthermore, Chen Yi had provided them with an opportunity. Victory was within their grasp. As Bai Chen prepared himself, his opponent, a little girl, was taken aback by his serious demeanor. Initially, she had been delighted to see Bai Chen, finding him quite adorable. But his stern expression now intimidated her. Chapter 4. Completing Side Quests, Level 6, Commence. With a commanding shout from Chen Yi, Bai Chen swiftly charged towards the girl, executing a knee strike that impacted her abdomen, thereby concluding the bout. As he observed the girl crumpled on the ground, Bai Chen refrained from offering assistance. He had not employed excessive force, merely managing to topple her. He held no belief that a boy ought to concede to a girl. After all, they were both soul masters, embodying the principle of gender equality. Witnessing Bai Chen's precise and efficient movements, Chen Yi was taken aback. Initially, upon seeing Bai Chen's slender frame, he had anticipated a prolonged encounter, yet the outcome was remarkably decisive. He circled Bai Chen's name in his notes, acknowledging his combat foundation. Chen Yi declared, "Zhou Yu has lost combat ability. Bai Chen is victorious." At the same moment, a notification sound resonated in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the side quest and passing the academy assessment. Reward, 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Zhou Yu. Reward, points 5. With that, His points tally surged to 105, and his cultivation aptitude elevated from 5 to 6. Bai Chen was somewhat astonished. He had presumed that only specific tasks yielded rewards. The notion that merely defeating a girl could confer points was unexpected. If so, his accumulation of points could accelerate significantly. Subsequently, the girl staggered to her feet, casting an irate glance at Bai Chen. She had not been prepared when he struck, and the more she pondered, the angrier she became. Ultimately, with a huff, she departed. Bai Chen, however, paid no heed to Zhou Yu's demeanor at that moment. He had already purchased a double-speed cultivation card. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return and test it out. After approximately half a day, the assessment finally concluded. As Bai Chen had surmised, Chen Yi had indeed manipulated the draw, ensuring each match was a contest between a strong and a weak opponent. The final 20 participants all possessed innate soul power of level 4 or above. Observing the remaining individuals, Chen Yi instructed, "Follow me. I will lead you to your dormitory." "Yes," responded the group, albeit listlessly. Upon hearing the response, Chen Yi frowned. "Louder. I can hardly hear you. You wish to learn about soul beasts in such a whisper?" Again, "Yes," they echoed, this time with more vigor. "Good. Much more spirited. Follow me." With that, Chen Yi guided Bai Chen and the others to the dormitory area. Upon entering, Bai Chen meticulously surveyed the surroundings, ultimately nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed fitting for the Tiando Royal Academy. The dormitories were all single occupancy. Each room was spacious. Approximately 60 square meters, lavishly decorated, and adorned with the emblem of the Tiando Empire's royal martial soul, the White Swan. Moreover, there were dedicated staff members who attended to students' laundry and sanitation, allowing them to focus entirely on their cultivation. This was a stark contrast to the modest accommodations in the Shrek Academy village. Naturally, such amenities came at a steep price, however. His father had never broached the subject of tuition, presumably to spare him concern. It was likely that their family could afford it, given his father's status as a baron. Albeit without a personal territory, yet still owning a shop, suggesting some financial stability. Casting aside these miscellaneous thoughts, Bai Chen was eager to utilize the double-speed cultivation card. Yet he restrained himself to explore the academy first, lest he find himself lost on the first day of classes. After 2 hours of wandering the campus, he purchased some food and promptly returned to his cultivation. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of disappointment after his exploration. The Tiando Royal Academy lacked a simulated training ground, a feature seemingly exclusive to the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. It appeared he would need to diligently study and strive for advancement, Bai Chen mused. He then activated the double-speed cultivation card, preparing to commence his training. However, he soon realized that the cultivation time had not diminished by a second. Yet, once he began to cultivate, time commenced its reduction. This revelation sparked excitement in Bai Chen. It meant that if he refrained from cultivating, the time allotted by the double-speed cultivation card would remain intact. He could cultivate for a maximum of 8 hours a day, implying that a single double-speed cultivation card could effectively extend his training time over 9 days. This card was indeed quite exceptional. Upon discovering this, Bai Chen immersed himself in his cultivation once more. This time, he could distinctly feel a marked improvement in the smoothness of his training compared to before. The surrounding soul power flowed into his body at an astounding rate, and in no time, he astonishingly broke through to level 6. The sudden breakthrough took Bai Chen by surprise. He recalled experiencing a sense of stagnation during his training the previous day. He believed a significant effort was required to advance from level 5 to 6. Yet, the instant he utilized the double-speed cultivation card, he achieved his breakthrough. It seemed that the card's benefits extended beyond merely accelerating training speed. It also facilitated overcoming bottlenecks and lessening the difficulty of breakthroughs. Opening his eyes, Bai Chen glanced outside, startled to find that night had enveloped the sky without his notice. He had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he lost track of time. After consuming a light meal, Bai Chen retired for the night. The following day, bright and early, Bai Chen awoke and, recalling the previous day's events, made his way to the classroom. He soon realized that aside from the instructor, he was the only one who had arrived late. Such diligence from these young ones. He mused. Spotting an empty seat in the corner, he walked over and settled in. Simultaneously, his entrance caught the attention of 3 individuals, all of whom had attained innate soul power of level 7. They had observed Bai Chen's performance in the bout yesterday and were eager to recruit him into their team. Prior to their arrival, their parents had warned them about the fierce competition at the Tiando Royal Academy, where individual and team battles were held each semester. Victors in these contests would receive rewards from the academy, while those who fell short faced the consequence of remedial classes during their holidays. Truly a harsh reality. Bai Chen was well aware of this, which fueled his desire to form a team. After all, he was the protagonist, How could he possibly join another's team? Chapter 5. Class. Not long after, Chinyi entered the classroom and, after taking attendance, announced, "Let us commence the lesson." He then proceeded to deliver his lecture, which for the morning comprised 2 cultural classes focused on the fundamentals of soul masters and soul beasts. Frankly speaking, despite Chun Ye's earnest demeanor and seemingly impressive facade, his teaching left much to be desired. Apart from Bai Chen, the other students were on the verge of dozing off. Finally, the tedious morning came to an end. Though it was rather dull, Bai Chen nonetheless gleaned a wealth of valuable knowledge. After enjoying lunch and a brief respite, the afternoon classes commenced. Unlike the morning's curriculum, the afternoon was dedicated entirely to training. Accompanying Chunyi to the training ground, Bai Chen was quite curious about the unique training regimen at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Once the majority had gathered, Chinyu spoke, "From today onward, except on weekends, you are all required to attend physical training here every afternoon, along with a weekly practical test. I will be calculating your performance points for both training and practical courses. The student who ranks first in performance points each week will earn the opportunity to train at the Tiando Royal Senior Academy's simulated training ground over the weekend." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chatter, not in excitement for the simulated training ground, but in discontent over the prospect of having classes on weekends. Bai Chen, however, was the exception. The mention of the simulated training ground filled him with exhilaration. If he could train there, he might just catch up to those with innate full soul power. Shinyi continued, "Today is the first day, so the physical training will be relatively simple. Everyone will run 3 laps around the field. The faster you complete it, the more performance points you will earn. Now, gather at the starting line." At Chinya's command, all the students promptly assembled at the starting point. The training ground was quite expansive, measuring a full kilometer per lap. Completing 3 laps meant running a total of 3 kilometers, a feat nearly impossible for a 6-year-old child in the Blue Star realm. However, in the Douluo continent, while still a daunting task for these young children, it was not insurmountable, especially since they had awakened their martial spirits, significantly enhancing their physical attributes. Meanwhile, Bai Chen received a notification from the system in his mind. Daily task activated. Each time a training competition of this sort occurs, this task can be triggered. Task requirements are as follows. Achieve first place for 30 points, second place for 20 points, third place for 10 points. Any placement below third results in task failure, with no points awarded. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's spirits soared. He had already intended to secure first place, but now he had an even more compelling reason to do so. 30 points. Ready. Begin. With Chinye's command, all 20 students immediately activated their martial spirits and surged forward. Although they were reluctant to train on the weekends, their competitive spirit remained intact. Children, after all, are concerned about their image. Soon, the group of 20 began to stratify into 4 tiers. The first tier comprised Bai Chen and a trio at level 7. The second tier included 4 individuals with innate soul power at level 6 and 2 level 5 agile attack soul masters, while the remaining level 5 and level 4 soul masters formed the last 2 tiers. Chinyi was somewhat surprised to see Bai Chen in the first tier. This child, with innate soul power of only level 5, had impressed him on the first day, managing to keep pace with the leading group despite being 2 levels behind. However, Chinyi refrained from categorizing Bai Chen as a focused student just yet. After all, Bai Chen might merely be putting on a brave front. He needed to assess Bai Chen's overall physical capabilities before deciding whether to fully include him among the priority students. Approximately 8 minutes later, those in the first tier had completed 2 laps. A time of 4 minutes per kilometer was hardly impressive, yet these were still children. And even with their martial spirit enhancements, they could not surpass adults in speed. Gradually, the pace began to lag. Bai Chen, however, maintained his rhythm and slowly surged to the front of the pack. Having been reborn with memories intact, he had consciously engaged in appropriate exercise since he could move. Running 3 kilometers was but a trifle for him. Even 5 kilometers would pose no challenge. Observing Bai Chen sprinting ahead with his short legs, Chinyi found himself increasingly intrigued by the boy. 3 minutes and 30 seconds later, Bai Chen crossed the finish line first. Instantly, a notification indicating task completion echoed in his mind, and his score swiftly rose from 5 to 35 points. Chinyi made a note in his ledger, awarding Bai Chen an additional point. Shortly thereafter, the second-place finisher approached. Bai Chen recognized the cute girl before him, and her name, Yu Tianyu, surfaced in his mind. She was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Like Yu Tianheng, this girl was also enrolled at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, boasting an impressive initial level of 7. However, she seemed rather ordinary, or else her absence from the original text would be inexplicable. Still, Bai Chen regarded her with a measure of respect. She was likely the strongest in their class aside from him. If he could recruit her into his team along with a couple of others, they would almost certainly secure first place in class competitions. After finishing, Yu Tianyu approached Bai Chen and said, "Bai Chen, you are quite impressive. I would like to invite you to join my team. Would that be agreeable?" Taken aback by her proposition, Bai Chen promptly replied, "I'm sorry, but I must decline." He was determined to be the captain. Joining another S team was out of the question, especially since the captain received additional rewards. Yu Tianyu, surprised by his refusal, inquired, "Why not?" Bai Chen responded, "I aspire to be the captain. If possible, I would like you to join my team." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianyu looked at him incredulously, thinking that Bai Chen's words were rather presumptuous given that he possessed only level 5 innate soul power, while she was at level 7. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "How about this? Bai Chen, during the combat class on Friday, I will challenge you. If I win, you will join my team. If you win, I will join yours." Chapter 6. Chain Quest. Dominance over the academy. Upon hearing Yu Tianyu's words, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. This method could indeed be considered a viable strategy. After all, this is the Douluo continent, a realm where strength reigns supreme, and subduing opponents is the most effective approach. Ding. Chain Quest activated. Dominance over the academy. Quest objective: defeat the strongest members of the class, including Yu Tianyu, to become the class leader. Rewards: Cultivation Aptitude 1. Points 500. Time limit: 1 year. Bai Chen paused, taken aback by the voice echoing in his mind. A chain quest? This could be interesting. A year's time, unexpectedly simple. So far, this martial soul evolution system seems rather commendable. No particularly outrageous tasks have emerged, and the objectives are fairly straightforward. Truly a commendable system. Noticing Bai Chen lost in thought, Yu Tianyu felt a flicker of annoyance. After all, she considered herself a budding genius. Bai Chen's dismissive attitude seemed rather impolite. She resolved to teach him a lesson come Friday. Gradually, everyone finished their run, aligning with Bai Chen's expectations. Essentially, those with greater soul power finished first, as everyone's stamina was lacking. After recording the last student's results, Chunyi gained a clearer understanding of the students' capabilities, realizing what level of training intensity would suit them best. "Everyone assemble," he commanded. Afterward, the recently finished students gathered lazily. Chunyi, observing their demeanor, chose not to comment, stating, "That will be all for today. We shall commence formal training tomorrow." Dismissed. With that, the group dispersed, and Bai Chen gazed at his classmates, who had just moments ago appeared utterly exhausted, with a bemused expression. Truly, they were but children. Back in the dormitory, Bai Chen immediately began his routine cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Tianyu belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, a prestigious martial soul, while his own Wind Demon Wolf was merely a mid-tier martial soul. During the run, he had indeed felt the influence of his classmates' superior martial souls, particularly Yu Tianyu's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Otherwise, he could have completed the day's test at a much faster pace. Thus, he needed to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming battle on Friday. Soon, the night passed swiftly. Although the double-speed cultivation card had enhanced his soul power significantly, he had only recently broken through to level 6, making it impossible to advance to level 7 in such a short time. On the way to class, Bai Chen unexpectedly encountered several upperclassmen. Typically, he would be rushing to class, having practiced late into the night, thus rarely encountering anyone at this hour. If they had been ordinary passers-by, he might have simply walked past them, but one individual stood out with 3 conspicuous characters hovering above her head: Tao Ge. Bai Chen was puzzled. Unlike others, her name appeared above her head. Could it be because she was a supporting character with a name in the Douluo continent? Observing the green lettering, he thought it quite possible that interacting with her might trigger some side quest. Tao Ge, meanwhile, noticed the adorable younger boy secretly observing her, but chose not to confront Bai Chen. After all, children often harbor innocent fantasies about attractive older girls. Moreover, her purpose for being at the academy was to visit a teacher. She likely wouldn't see this little boy again, so showing him a bit of kindness was harmless. Following her to the classroom, Bai Chen finally diverted his gaze from Tao Ge, noticing she headed toward the teacher's office. Although unaware of her precise intentions for being at the school, he found himself intrigued by her, especially given her grandfather's extensive medicinal herb garden. If he could obtain even one herb, his growth would certainly accelerate. With that thought, Bai Chen stepped into the classroom. After a considerable wait, Chunyi had yet to arrive for class. Bai Chen furrowed his brow. What was going on with Chunyi? Was it typical for teachers at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy to be so lax? Was he not concerned about being late? Approximately 15 minutes into class, Chunyi finally entered. The moment he stepped in, Bai Chen sensed a distinct difference in his demeanor. The usually stern-faced Chunyi was now beaming with a wide smile. Something must have happened to brighten his day. Upon entering the classroom and seeing the students, Chen Yi cleared his throat and announced, "Class. Today I would like to introduce a new student. I hope everyone will get along well with her." The students exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who had arrived to elicit such joy from Chen Yi. "Princess Shueka, please come in," he continued. At this, a girl resembling a delicate jade figure stepped through the doorway. Bai Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Chen Yi was so cheerful. A princess had joined their class. Notably, Shueka bore the number 8 above her head, indicating her current level, although it was said that the White Swan martial soul was merely ornamental. Bai Chen found it hard to believe. After all, it was a royal martial soul, surely possessing some combat potential. Even disregarding that, her soul power alone was significantly superior to that of her classmates. "Hello everyone, I am Shueka," she introduced herself sweetly. Instantly, several boys in the class became shy. Unable to meet her gaze, Bai Chen remained unfazed. For some reason, he felt no particular attraction to such a young girl. He merely thought her cute and would be content to ruffle her hair without harboring any peculiar thoughts. After Shueka finished her introduction, she chose a seat without sitting beside Bai Chen, as often depicted in light novels or anime. Bai Chen felt no sense of loss. He was there to study, not to pursue romance. After these minor interludes, Bai Chen swiftly returned to his routine, and despite Shueka's presence in class, the afternoon training session proceeded as usual, with Bai Chen emerging victorious once more. Finally, Friday afternoon arrived, a day unlike any other, as it marked the commencement of practical combat tests. This was also the day when Bai Chen and Yu Tianyu's wager would be put to the test. Observing Yu Tianyu, who was eagerly preparing for the upcoming challenge, Bai Chen shook his head, hoping to encounter all participants, including Shueka, during today's testing. If fortune favored him, he might just complete the chain quest. Chapter 7. Mysterious Drops. Qing Yonggong. Bai Chen glanced over at Yu Tianyu, only to find her gaze fixed firmly on him. Their eyes met, and she made a gesture across her throat. Bai Chen shook his head, amused by her confidence. It was as if she was certain she could triumph over him. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was among the most formidable spirit beasts in the Douluo continent. In contrast, Bai Chen's wind demon wolf spirit was merely an ordinary one, a far cry from the prowess of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fortunately, Bai Chen possessed a spirit evolution system. The thought sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Although he was uncertain about what rewards the system would bestow to enhance his spirit's quality, he believed that as long as he diligently completed the tasks assigned by the system, the day would come when his spirit would evolve. Before long, Chen Yu began announcing the combat roster. In the first match, Bai Chen was to face Fan Yi. Bai Chen was taken aback to hear his name and equally surprised by his opponent's identity. Fan Yi had a natural rank of 6. And Bai Chen had assumed that Chen Yi would pair combatants of varying strengths, intending to eliminate the weaker ones first. Clearly, he had overthought it. The academy was not entirely corrupt. As Bai Chen and Fan Yi stood at the center of the arena, their gazes locked. Bai Chen noted that Fan Yi's advanced spirit, the Thousand Shadow Leopard, afforded him a slight edge in terms of spirit quality. However, Fan Yi's eyes revealed a hint of nervousness. After all, Bai Chen consistently ranked first in their assessments, and he lacked absolute confidence in defeating him. As both prepared for battle, Chen Yu declared, "Begin. Magic Wolf. Manifest. Shadow Leopard. Manifest." With that, both combatants summoned their spirits and charged towards one another, each an agile attacker. Thus, this battle was destined to be a clash of assassins. In their initial exchange, Bai Chen immediately felt the disparity in speed and explosive power. Fan Yi had the upper hand, and Bai Chen found himself at a disadvantage from the outset. Observing Fan Yi's aggressive approach, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This was the advantage conferred by superior spirit quality. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried in his counterattack. Recognizing that Fan Yi appeared to be inexperienced in combat, his flailing punches left gaping openings, and soon enough, Fan Yi began to tire, panting for breath. Bai Chen seized this moment with a spark of determination in his eyes. As an assassin, seizing the opportunity for a decisive strike was paramount. At the instant Fan Yi's punch whiffed, Bai Chen executed a knee strike, propelling Fan Yi several centimeters into the air, bending his body into a U shape. Then, with both fists raised high, Bai Chen brought them crashing down onto Fan Yi's back. Bang! With a resounding thud, Fan Yi collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Chen Yi glanced at Fan Yi and announced, "Fan Yi has lost combat capability. Bai Chen is the victor." Simultaneously, Bai Chen received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Fan Yi. Rewards, 10 points, 1 mysterious drop. Chen Yi continued. Next match, Yu Tianyu versus Yukong. Bai Chen, however, was oblivious to Chen Yi's words, fixated instead on the system's announcement. Mysterious drop? What could that be? Was it possible to acquire additional items from defeating an opponent? After stepping down from the arena, Bai Chen began to examine this mysterious drop. Mysterious drop. Upon defeating an enemy, there is an extremely low probability of obtaining this item. The drop rate is doubled for the first 3 defeats. Upon using the mysterious drop, a random amount of points or an item is awarded. Upon reading the details of the mysterious drop, Bai Chen did not hesitate to activate it. Ding! Mysterious drop successfully used. Obtain Qingyang Gong 1. A cold notification echoed in his mind. Qingyang Gong? What was it? A technique akin to Xiantian Gong? Bai Chen examined Qingyang Gong. Qingyang Gong, effect. Cultivation aptitude 2, increases cultivation speed by 30%, boosts total soul power by 30%, and grants soul power permeability. Upon seeing the description of Qingyang Gong, Bai Chen's eyes lit up with fervor. This technique was undoubtedly a significant boon, capable of greatly accelerating his cultivation speed and combat prowess. Having just concluded her match, Yu Tianyu observed Bai Chen's intense gaze, startled at first. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, thinking, have you finally recognized my strength? Quite discerning. On the other side, Bai Chen utilized Qingyang Gong, and his attributes underwent a transformation. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 6 soul power, level 6 cultivation aptitude, 8, including Qingyang Gong 2, spirit, Wind Demon Wolf spirit quality, medium soul rings, none points, 135 special skills, appraisal technique. Qingyang Gong first layer. Seeing his attributes, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 135 points were accrued from consistently ranking first in daily physical tests. After reviewing his attributes, Bai Chen noted that the combat trials were already more than halfway through, with only a few matches remaining. The next contestant was the highest-ranking student in their class, Xueku. Bai Chen was quite curious about Xueku's battle. Although the White Swan was said to be a display-oriented spirit, the princess of the Tiando royal family was unlikely to perform poorly. Soon, Xueku stood opposite a male student, and both summoned their spirits. Instantly, a white swan and a python materialized upon the stage. The male student struck first, sweeping his snake tail toward Xueku, who effortlessly evaded the attack with a graceful sidestep, then flapped her wings and struck him with a palm. While the strike did not send him flying, it did push him back several steps, leaving a thin layer of frost clinging to him. Bai Chen immediately took note of this frost. What was it? A characteristic of her spirit? Xueku's combat style was dazzling. Each attack was precise yet gentle, rendering her opponent unable to land a hit. Gradually, her adversary's movement slowed. It was as if the roles had reversed. Xueku had become the venomous serpent, and her opponent was ensnared in her trap, slowly succumbing to her relentless assault. A minute later, with her opponent on the ground, Xueku emerged victorious. Bai Chen firmly committed her combat style to memory. It was essential not to engage in a protracted battle, for that would surely lead to one's own demise. Chapter 8. Soul Power Penetration and Paralysis Before Long. The first round of testing concluded after just over an hour. The 10 eliminated students each had 5 performance points deducted. Conversely, the 10 who advanced neither gained nor lost points, suggesting that only the top contenders would see an increase in their scores. Among the eliminated, there were participants of various levels, with the exception of a few 7th-level students and Xueku. They cast envious glances at Bai Chen, the victors. Qinyi glanced at his notes, hesitating for a moment before arranging a comparison chart. Next match, Zongyong versus Qiyun. Upon hearing Qinyi's announcement, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Zongyong and Qiyun were the other 2 7th-level powerhouses in their class, aside from Yu Tianyu. Their martial spirits were the black-armored crocodile and the heavy-sword tiger, both of which could be regarded as top-tier martial spirits. However, compared to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, they fell slightly short, and they were undoubtedly superior to Bai Chen's Gale Demon Wolf. Soon, the battle commenced, with the black crocodile and sword tiger appearing simultaneously in the arena. Although their soul power was unimpressive, the quality of their martial spirits exerted a slight pressure on Bai Chen and the others. However, as the fight unfolded, Bai Chen lost interest. The two were merely engaging in a monotonous exchange of blows, devoid of any technical finesse. 15 minutes later, Zongyong narrowly triumphed over Qiyun due to the formidable defense of the black-armored crocodile. Yet, despite his victory, he bore visible bruises. Not much better off than the fallen Qiyun. Bai Chen watched in astonishment. If this was the level of skill displayed by these individuals, he would easily dominate them. Was this truly the caliber expected of a 7th-level innate soul power genius? It was rather amusing. Next up was Bai Chen versus Xueku. Upon hearing his name, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. What was this? Shouldn't he be battling lesser opponents first? Wasn't this a bit excessive? Xueku, upon seeing her opponent, glanced at Bai Chen. She had witnessed his previous battle and recognized him as a formidable fighter. As they took the stage, Xueku initiated, "Hello, Bai Chen. I've observed your battles. You are quite strong. I hope you won't hold back due to my identity as a princess and will fight with all your might." After hearing her words, Bai Chen nodded, his impression of Xueku improving slightly. This princess was not overly delicate, lacking the typical disdainful demeanor often found in nobility. With the competition commencing, both activated their martial spirits. Swan. Manifest. Demon Wolf. Manifest. In that instant, Bai Chen charged towards Xueku. Thanks to the Qingyang Gong, his total soul power increased by 30%, allowing him to face Xueku without hesitation. Caught off guard by Bai Chen's sudden assault, Xueku struggled to react. Unlike his previous opponents, Bai Chen's movements were swift and decisive, displaying a level of skill far beyond what one would expect from a 6-year-old child. With a resounding clap, Bai Chen struck Xueku in the abdomen, causing her body to bend slightly. Though she had appeared graceful in her last fight, it was evident that she was not accustomed to combat. Her earlier ease had primarily stemmed from the suppression of soul power and martial spirits. Due to the effects of Qingyang Gong, a trace of soul power penetrated Xueku's body. To be honest, Bai Chen was uncertain of the purpose of this soul power penetration. However, after the strike, Xueku's expression changed dramatically. He had not exerted significant force, suggesting that the penetration effect was at play. Subsequently, Bai Chen unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Xueku. Each strike lacked overwhelming power. Yet the angles of his attacks were exceptionally clever. Despite being the highest-ranked student in class, Xueku found herself utterly unable to mount any resistance against Bai Chen. Minutes later, Xueku stumbled backward, feeling an overwhelming sensation of numbness coursing through her body. For reasons unknown, the areas Bai Chen had struck began to tingle painfully, making even the slightest movement a torment. Consequently, she remained under Bai Chen's relentless assault. Chen Yi observed the battle's outcome in disbelief. He had assumed that while Bai Chen was indeed powerful, he should not have been able to overpower Xueku. With Xueku incapacitated, Bai Chen emerged victorious. Chen Yi promptly had Xueku assisted off the stage and included Bai Chen on the list of students for focused training. Yu Tianyu's gaze towards Bai Chen grew noticeably more serious. Meanwhile, Bai Chen received a reward of 20 points from the system. Was there no mysterious drop item? Seeing the points awarded, Bai Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, it was still a commendable achievement if he could defeat Yu Tianyu today and secure first place. He would likely accomplish the first phase of his campus domination mission. After all, following Xueku's addition to their class, his task had updated, changing the target from Yu Tianyu and his companions to Xueku, alongside the requirement for victory in practical testing. After a brief intermission, Xueku approached Bai Chen and inquired, "What did you do to me? Why did my body feel numb when you attacked?" Bai Chen paused, realizing that the soul power penetration had indeed caused Xueku to experience numbness. No wonder she had refrained from retaliating. He had thought it was merely his striking good looks that made her hesitant to engage. Bai Chen replied, "A secret." Naturally, he could not divulge the mysteries of Qingyang Gong. With Bai Chen's silence, Xueku had no means to compel him, while she could leverage her status to pressure him. She preferred not to resort to such tactics. Once Xueku departed, the second round of battles swiftly concluded. The remaining 5 contestants were Bai Chen, Zhong Yong, Yu Tianyu, and 2 other students, both possessing innate soul power at level 5. After a 15-minute break, Chen Yi gathered everyone for the third and final round, termed the challenge match. The remaining 5 competitors were ranked based on their performance points, designated from 1st to 5th. Those ranked lower would challenge those ranked higher, and success would allow them to claim the opponent's position. Each contestant had 2 opportunities to challenge, while any individual could be challenged a maximum of 2 times. The top 3 victors would gain access to the simulated training arena at the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. Based on performance points, Bai Chen currently held the first position, with Yu Tianyu in 2nd and Zhong Yong in 3rd, while the other 2 were ranked 4th and 5th. Upon comprehending the rules, Bai Chen sighed. It seemed he would inevitably face challenges from both Zhong Yong and Yu Tianyu in succession. As expected, a moment later, Yu Tianyu declared, "Teacher, I challenge Bai Chen." Chapter 9. Seizing victory and proceeding to the mimicry training grounds. Upon hearing Yu Tianyu's challenge, Bai Chen was hardly taken aback, for it was evident that the girl's initial aim was to confront him. The 2 ascended the stage, and Bai Chen gazed at Yu Tianyu, remarking, "I did not expect you to dare challenge me after witnessing the previous battle. Yu Tianyu, it appears you possess commendable spirit." Yu Tianyu retorted, "You just fought against numerous skilled opponents. I find it hard to believe you still have ample stamina left to contend with me." Bai Chen replied, "That is not a certainty. Individual physiques vary greatly. There was a time I sprinted 10,000 meters in a fit of extreme rage without a hint of fatigue. These recent skirmishes are of little consequence to me." Yu Tianyu, "Chen Yi, are you ready?" Ready? Begin. Spirit of the Demon Wolf. Manifest. Spirit of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Manifest. As both summoned their spirits simultaneously, Yu Tianyu took the initiative to strike. After observing the combat between Xue Ku and Bai Chen, she understood that against Bai Chen, she must be proactive. Otherwise, she might not even have the chance to retaliate. Noticing Yu Tianyu's assault, Bai Chen opted not to counter directly. He detected a faint arc of electricity emanating from her. If he was not mistaken, even without the enhancement of soul rings, her attacks were imbued with electrical properties. Although the intensity would not be particularly high, Bai Chen preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Evading was the wiser choice. After successfully dodging several of Yu Tianyu's attacks, she furrowed her brow. Are you still a man? If you have the capability, confront me directly. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen was not one to fall for her taunts. I am a boy. How I choose to fight is my prerogative. Yu Tianyu felt exasperated by his response. This fellow before her seemed rather shameless. A minute elapsed, and still unable to land a blow, Yu Tianyu was incensed and made a critical error in her assault. Seizing the moment, Bai Chen delivered an uppercut that plunged her into darkness. With Yu Tianyu incapacitated, Bai Chen emerged victorious. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind, indicating a reward of 15 points. Xue Ku, at level 8, earned 20 points, while Yu Tianyu, at level 7, received 15 points, which seemed exceedingly rational. Witnessing Bai Chen's effortless victory over both Yu Tianyu and Xue Ku, Zhong Yong cast a conflicted glance before ultimately deciding against challenging Bai Chen. Instead, he turned his attention to the fatigued Yu Tianyu and declared, Yu Tianyu, I challenge you. Bai Chen, having just taken a sip of water offstage, glanced at the seemingly innocent-looking chubby boy and thought, this fellow appears to be rather unscrupulous. Chen Yi was equally astonished. He had never encountered someone so brazen, challenging a fatigued opponent without a hint of shame. Zongyong, are you certain you wish to challenge Yu Tianyu? Chen Yi inquired, noticing the gazes of those around him. Zongyong displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he assertively stated, Teacher, I am certain. Please do not worry about me. Although Yu Tianyu possesses the blue electric Tyrannosaurus spirit, I am confident in my ability to defeat her. Chen Ye's lips twitched. Had Zongyong not been his student, he would have slapped him for such audacity. Very well. The challenge between Yu Tianyu and Zongyong will commence in 15 minutes. Zongyong, discontent with Chen Ye's decree of allowing Yu Tianyu a quarter hour to recuperate, pondered how he would contend with her should she regain her strength. However, upon glancing at Chen Yi, he noticed the disdainful look directed at him and realized he could not push his luck too far, lest he incur the teacher's wrath. Soon, the allotted time passed, and Zongyong managed to triumph over Yu Tianyu. It could be said that the black-armored crocodile spirit held a certain advantage over women, particularly those who were injured, truly shameless. As Yu Tianyu faced defeat, she cast a resentful glance at Zongyong, her animosity towards him now surpassing that towards Bai Chen. If she had been in her prime, she was certain she could have bested him. How infuriating! Bai Chen, on the other hand, found himself intrigued by Zongyong. This fellow was sufficiently despicable, yet possessed undeniable strength. Before long, the day's assessments concluded, and the class members gained a clearer understanding of each other's capabilities. Nearby, in another class on the playground, a small boy observed them, murmuring, to achieve first place with the spirit of the Gale Wolf? This person is rather interesting. Ding. Congratulations. Post, on completing the chain task 1. Reward, training aptitude 1, points 500. Upon receiving the reward in his mind, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Points in training aptitude were finally secured. With this, his training aptitude reached 9, enhancing his double-speed training card and Qingyang Gong. And he pondered whether he could match the training speed of those endowed with innate full soul power during tomorrow's mimicry training session. Lost in thought, Bai Chen made his way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, at Nodding Academy, a rather ordinary-looking child arrived with an elderly man. A night passed without incident. The following day, Bai Chen awoke early, clutching the white card Chun Yi had given him the previous day. He soon found himself at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. A vigilant guard spotted Bai Chen and inquired, Young one, are you here for the mimicry training grounds? Recognizing Bai Chen's attire as that of a student from the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, he quickly deduced the boy's purpose. Yes, sir. Could you guide me there? Bai Chen tilted his head innocently, adorably pleading. Certainly, follow me. Although it was outside the guard's official duties, Bai Chen's seemingly obedient demeanor endeared him, prompting the guard to assist him. Besides, with other guards stationed at the entrance, and being the head of the guard unit, he felt free to leave without fear of reprimand. Thank you, sir. Bai Chen followed the somewhat stern-looking guard. On the way, the guard asked, Young one, may I see your access card? I need to know which venue you intend to visit. Of course. Bai Chen handed over his card. Oh, you're headed to the juncture of the wind and grass venues? It's just ahead. Handing the card back, the guard cautioned, make sure to exit before sunset. Understood. With that, they quickly arrived at the mimicry training grounds. Bai Chen bid farewell to the guard, showed his entry card to the gatekeeper, and proceeded inside. Chapter 10. The Illusory Training Ground. Level 10. Upon entering the Illusory Training Ground, Bai Chen gazed at the gently swaying grassland, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. The moment he stepped into this realm, he could sense his martial soul stirring within him, as if he had always belonged here. Looking around, Bai Chen noticed only a handful of individuals engaged in training. It was surprising that in such a vast institution as the Tiando Royal Academy, there were so few practitioners present. These noble scions were indeed quite indolent. Bai Chen sighed to himself. He placed his small satchel aside and settled down to commence his training. Thanks to his practice of the Qingyang technique, his soul power now operated automatically along its prescribed trajectory during meditation, simultaneously enhancing his proficiency with the technique. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, the Qingyang technique would evolve. To his knowledge, the technique comprised 3 tiers. Attaining the 3rd tier would seemingly double his training speed. Subsequently, Bai Chen activated a double speed training card, and soon his cultivation speed surged from a mere 9 to over 20. With the support of the Qingyang technique, the illusory training ground, and the double speed card, his training pace had become remarkably swift. Bai Chen felt akin to a river on the verge of desiccation, suddenly blessed with refreshing rain, bringing him immense joy. However, as is often the case, such bliss is fleeting. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In this brief period, Bai Chen managed to break through to level 7, leaving only 3 more levels to reach the coveted level 10. Yet, upon exiting the illusory training ground, Bai Chen's progress slowed somewhat. Although he was considerably faster than before, he still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, transitioning from simplicity to luxury is effortless, while the reverse is far more challenging. Bai Chen longed for every day to feel like a weekend. Yet he knew such wishes were futile. Monday awaited him, and he would dutifully attend his classes. Thus, Bai Chen settled into a tranquil routine. 4 months later, Bai Chen slowly opened his eyes, level 10. He had never anticipated achieving such a milestone so swiftly. Upon leaving the illusory training ground, Bai Chen requested a leave of absence from Qin Yi. Upon learning the reason for Bai Chen's absence, Qin Yi was taken aback. He had never expected that Bai Chen would be the first among his students to reach level 10. Given that Bai Chen's innate soul power was only level 5, he should have progressed at a much slower pace. Historical records indicated that such a breakthrough typically required at least 1 to 2 years. Yet, Bai Chen accomplished this in less than 5 months, which struck Qin Yi as remarkable. Even though Bai Chen was undoubtedly the most diligent student in class, this rapid advancement intrigued him, leaving him eager to uncover the secrets behind Bai Chen's extraordinary progress. At this moment, Bai Chen remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of his homeroom teacher. Upon returning home, Bai Chen knocked on the door. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Hearing the call, Milan quickly set down her kitchen knife and opened the door, revealing Bai Chen standing at the threshold. "Mom, I'm home." "That is wonderful. Dinner is almost ready. Come in and eat." "All right." Once inside, Bai Chen comfortably reclined on the sofa and picked up a novel he had purchased outside, while Milan placed a box of snack-like treats on the coffee table. Enjoying the combination of reading and snacking, Bai Chen relished the comforts of home, where he could do as he pleased. Before long, Milan finished preparing the meal, and Bai Luo coincidentally returned at that moment. Seeing Bai Chen lounging on the sofa, Bai Luo was somewhat surprised. If memory served him right, today was not supposed to be Bai Chen's return day. "Chen'er, why are you back today? Is something the matter?" Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Bai Chen replied, "Dad, I've reached level 10. Can you help me acquire my first soul ring?" Initially, Bai Luo was momentarily taken aback. However, upon confirming the news, a look of pleasant surprise crossed his face. After all, as an adult male, he could not display too extreme a reaction. "Very well. Though it's getting late today, let us rest and set out for the Sunset Forest tomorrow." "Okay." The following day, early in the morning, Bai Chen boarded Bai Luo's carriage, embarking towards the Sunset Forest. The distance from Tiando City to the forest was considerable, taking 3 full days for Bai Chen and Bai Luo to finally reach the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Upon arriving, Bai Luo secured the carriage in a designated area and turned to Bai Chen, saying, "Chen'er, once we enter the forest, you must stick closely to my side and not wander off. The dangers within the forest are manifold. A moment's distraction could spell disaster for us. Do you understand?" Bai Chen nodded solemnly, fully aware of the perils that lay within the Sunset Forest. He would never risk his life recklessly. Observing Bai Chen's earnest response, Bai Luo felt a sense of relief. Bai Chen had always been obedient, and he trusted that his son would not act unwisely. With that, the two approached the entrance of the sunset forest where the dense foliage loomed ahead. Bai Chen felt a flutter of nervousness. They were finally about to enter the forest. "Let us go," Bai Luo urged. Yes. Once inside the forest, Bai Chen's keen perception, enhanced by his identification skills, allowed him to spot numerous small creatures hidden among the trees, their age and compatibility with him clearly marked. Bamboo rats, 13 years old, compatibility 11%. Luring wolves, 15 years old, compatibility 35%. Songfing weasels, 44 years old, compatibility 23%. As Bai Chen examined each creature, he noted that most were merely 10-year soul beasts, and none seemed particularly suitable for him, as their compatibility ratings were rather low. However, he did not feel disheartened. After all, they had only just entered the outskirts of the sunset forest. Encountering a compatible soul beast so quickly would indeed be miraculous. As he pondered, Bai Chen continued to follow Bai Luo, keeping an eye out for any exceptionally suitable soul beasts. By noon, Bai Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite his good stamina, he was still just a child. Having walked for such an extended period, he was beginning to feel fatigued. Bai Luo noticed the perspiration on Bai Chen's brow and suggested, "Let us take a break for a while. This afternoon, we want to continue searching. It's wiser to find a safe spot to spend the night." All right. Bai Chen did not feel the need to push himself. He was indeed somewhat tired, and being reckless in the soul beast forest would yield no favorable outcome. Chapter 11. The Setting Sun Forest. The 100-year-old assault wolves. The process unfolded seamlessly. The two individuals swiftly located a relatively safe spot to set up camp. Throughout this period, Bai Chen utilized his identification technique to assess the surrounding environment but found few suitable soul beasts. Occasionally, he encountered a few that might be appropriate, but their soul ring ages were too low for his consideration. After a brief rest as dusk descended, Bai Luo inspected their surroundings while sprinkling some special powder around the campsite. "You should rest. I will keep watch," he instructed. "All right," Bai Chen replied, not wanting to seem overly sentimental. Given his current strength, should any entity attempt a surprise attack, he would likely be unable to react in time. So it was wiser to remain cautious. As night fell, Bai Chen lay in the tent, struggling to sleep. Although Bai Luo had suggested he rest, the overwhelming atmosphere made it nearly impossible to find slumber. Around midnight, Bai Chen suddenly heard a commotion outside. He quickly opened his eyes and exited the tent, discovering a few phrases not far from their location. Assault wolf, 221 years, compatibility 89%. Assault wolf, 321 years, compatibility 94%. Assault wolf, 420 years, compatibility 96%. Upon reading these lines, Bai Chen glanced down and noticed several nearly undetectable red eyes fixated on them. Strangely, Bai Luo seemed unaware of the lurking assault wolves. Seeing Bai Chen's alarm, Bai Luo paused and inquired, "What is it, Chener? Why are you up?" "Father, I heard some noise from that direction." Bai Chen pointed toward the assault wolves. Upon hearing his son, Bai Luo instinctively looked over and immediately spotted the crimson eyes. "Chener, come to me," he urged. Bai Chen nodded and obediently moved behind Bai Luo. The assault wolves, realizing they had been detected, emerged from the underbrush without pretense. Observing the three large assault wolves, Bai Luo's expression brightened. "Assault wolves, still within the 100-year range. These three are perfect for you, Chener." Bai Luo was not intimidated by the three creatures. After all, as a level 46 soul master, he could manage a few soul beasts under 500 years with caution. However, he refrained from launching a preemptive strike. With three assault wolves present, he needed to ensure that if he attacked, he could still protect Bai Chen from any potential ambush. Fortunately, the assault wolves seemed oblivious to Bai Chen's presence behind Bai Luo and charged toward him. "Come on." A glint of determination flashed in Bai Luo's eyes as he summoned his martial spirit, revealing 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Shortly thereafter, the third soul ring illuminated. Third soul skill, Demon Wolf Possession. Instantly, Bai Luo's physique expanded, radiating an intimidating aura as he struck the foremost 420-year-old assault wolf, sending it flying. Though the creature sustained no severe injuries, it now regarded Bai Luo with a hint of ferocity. The remaining 2 assault wolves halted, surprised by the sudden turn of events, as the one they had just witnessed being struck was their strongest member. After confirming that their comrade was unharmed, the 3 wolves resumed their assault, this time with greater caution. Observing their tactical shift, Bai Luo remained composed, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Chen. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Bai Luo, the assault wolves hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon their target. However, just as their leader's gaze fell upon Bai Chen, Bai Luo felt an uncontainable fury welling within him. Seeking death, he declared, activating his 4th soul skill, Demon Wolf Shadow Kill. In an instant, a surge of purple light enveloped him, transforming him into a shadow. Before the three assault wolves could comprehend the situation, Douluo had incapacitated them, leaving the 420-year-old assault wolf with severed limbs. Exhausted after using such a formidable technique, Douluo reverted from his martial spirit form, feeling drained. He had not intended to employ this skill, but the wolf's gaze had pushed him to his limits. From his chest, Douluo retrieved a finely crafted dagger, his voice weakened. "Chinner, eliminate the largest assault wolf. It is the most suitable for your soul ring." Noticing his father's frailty, Bai Chen expressed concern. "Dad, you seem quite weak. Are you alright?" "Don't worry, brat. I'm fine. I just need a moment to recover." "Quickly, absorb the soul ring. I will guard you," Douluo insisted. "Understood," Bai Chen responded, moving toward the nearly lifeless assault wolf. As Bai Chen approached, the creature's pupils dilated in a desperate attempt to escape. However, with its limbs severed and numerous wounds, it was left gasping for breath. Completely devoid of the capacity to resist, allowing Bai Chen to do as he wished. Staring at the massive wolf before him, Bai Chen felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, he was not accustomed to taking lives. In his previous life, he had scarcely killed a chicken. The thought of slaying such a large beast was unsettling. However, as he gazed at the dying assault wolf, Bai Chen shook his head, realizing his hesitations were unwarranted. This was the Douluo continent, where one could not afford to shy away from slaying soul beasts if they hoped to make a name for themselves. With that resolve, Bai Chen raised his dagger and, with determination, plunged it downward. A spray of blood splattered upon him, inducing a sense of discomfort, yet he completed the kill. Douluo observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He had struggled with this decision for quite some time. Before long, a yellow soul ring materialized above the fallen assault wolf's head. Chapter 12, Beginner's Gift Pack. Woohoo! Evolution. Upon confirming the demise of the fierce assault wolf, a notification resonated within Bai Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the 420-year-old soul beast, fierce assault wolf. You have been awarded 150 points. Startled by the voice echoing in his mind, Bai Chen pondered the notion of receiving rewards for slaying soul beasts. He glanced over at the remaining two fierce assault wolves, noticing that they each bore 2 yellow soul rings above their heads. It seemed that these two were relatively weaker. Without Bai Chen delivering the final blow, they would inevitably succumb. With no other option, Bai Chen settled down to absorb the soul ring. Initially, he anticipated the process to be fraught with challenges, akin to how Tang San had experienced when absorbing his own soul rings. However, the reality was that the absorption proceeded remarkably smoothly. In merely half an hour, Bai Chen had completely absorbed the soul ring. As Bai Chen opened his eyes, Douluo exhaled in relief and approached him, asking, "How do you feel, Chinner? Any discomfort?" Shaking his head, Bai Chen replied, "No, father, I feel great. And my soul power has seen a breakthrough. I believe I have reached level 12. Is that so? Excellent. Truly, my son. By the way, what skill did you acquire?" "The skill I obtained is called Frenzied Strike, which allows my next attack to wield double the power. After this strike concludes, my attack power, strength, speed, and physique will all increase by 40%. Douluo gasped at Bai Chen's words. The skill he had acquired was astonishingly formidable. Such an effect from merely the first soul skill was unprecedented, and Douluo's own second soul skill lacked such enhancements. "All right, Chinner, we shall depart this forest tomorrow morning. Inform your mother so she is aware." Bai Chen obediently responded. Afterward, Bai Chen returned to the tent to rest, while Douluo remained outside, gradually recovering his soul power. Inside the tent, Bai Chen accessed the beginner's gift pack in his backpack. Having just completed a task, he finally realized the rewards from his first main quest. Upon finishing the first main quest, the subsequent task appeared before him, which required him to elevate his level beyond 20. The reward for this task was a level 20 gift pack. Bai Chen felt somewhat exasperated, as the system bore a striking resemblance to a certain frustrating domestic fantasy game. The reason for his frustration was that the newly acquired beginner's gift pack required points for activation. Indeed, it required a substantial 1,000 points. After accumulating the recently earned 150 points, Bai Chen found himself with only 100 points. He had never expected that merely opening a beginner's gift pack would deplete his hard-earned points. Reluctantly, but understanding that points were meant to be utilized, he spent 1,000 points to activate the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the points gift pack. You have received the Soul Guidance Device, Songlong Ring X1, Woohoo and Evolution Potion X1, and Training Aptitude Enhancement Pill X3. Hearing the voice within his mind, Bai Chen finally felt relieved. The beginner's gift pack seemed promising, with all the items appearing quite valuable. He then examined each item in turn. Songlong Ring Function contains 2 storage spaces, one for inanimate objects and the other for living beings. each possessing a storage capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. The space will expand alongside the host strength. Upon reading the function of the Zonglong ring, Bai Chen's expression brightened, regardless of anything else. The ring itself was worth the expenditure. It was indeed impressive for something acquired with 1,000 points. Next, Bai Chen scrutinized the other items. Wuhuan Evolution Potion, function, enhances the quality of the Wuhuan. Training Aptitude Enhancement Pill, function, increases training aptitude by a small degree. After reviewing the functions of these two items, Bai Chen could hardly contain his joy. Both were exceptionally beneficial and would greatly aid him. That expenditure of 1,000 points was indeed worthwhile. Without hesitation, Bai Chen consumed both items. Instantly, he felt a chilling sensation radiating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Initially, the cold was bearable, merely a slight discomfort. However, minutes later, the chill intensified, nearly rendering him immobile. This extreme cold was an experience Bai Chen had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes, and he found it increasingly difficult to endure. The most despairing aspect was that the frigid air rendered him unable to move. Meanwhile, outside, Douluo sensed an unusual chill and enveloped himself in soul power for warmth. Glancing towards Bai Chen's tent, he thought, Chen'er should be warm enough inside. With that, he refrained from entering, wishing not to disturb Bai Chen's rest. On the other hand, Bai Chen was on the verge of losing consciousness due to the cold. It was not until half an hour later that he finally heard the words, "Congratulations, host, Wuhuan evolution successful." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen immediately fainted. The next morning, Douluo entered the tent, pulling back the flap to find Bai Chen still sound asleep. Sighing, he noted, "This child can sleep so soundly even in the sunset forest." "Chen'er, wake up." Hearing someone call him, Bai Chen finally stirred from his slumber. Upon seeing Douluo before him and recalling the events of the previous night, he felt a wave of apprehension. That experience was something he never wished to relive. "Chen'er, it's time to go. We must set off home." Okay." As he spoke, Bai Chen rose and glanced at his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 6 soul power, level 12 training aptitude, 12, including Qingyang Gong 2, Wuhuan. Songfeng Demon Wolf Wuhuan quality, high soul rings, 1 points, 100 special skills, appraisal technique. Qingyang Gong, first layer. Seeing his attributes, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Compared to before, his attributes had significantly improved. If he continued to train diligently, he might surpass the growth rate of the main cast. Chapter 13. Return to the academy. Re-engaging with Xueku a few days later, Bai Chen returned to the academy. The moment he entered the classroom, he was met with the eager gazes of his classmates. After all, he was now the first in the class to possess a soul ring, and curiosity was only natural. However, due to Bai Chen's formidable strength, most of the students dared not approach him for inquiries, as they had all experienced his overwhelming prowess in battle. Only his teammates, Yu Tianyu and Zhong Yong, gathered the courage to approach him. "Zhong Yong, boss, what is your soul skill? May we have a glimpse?" "Bai Chen, patience, my friends. Today happens to be Friday. During the training assessment later, you will witness my soul skill." "Oh." Casting a glance around the classroom, Bai Chen inquired, "Where is Xueku? Where has she gone?" Hearing his question, Yu Tianyu replied, "Chun, Princess Xueku also broke through to level 10 yesterday, so she took a day off to select her soul beast. She should still be in the process." Nodding in acknowledgement, Bai Chen returned to his seat and settled into the class. In truth, he felt a twinge of envy towards the royal privilege that Xueku enjoyed, being able to select her desired soul beast without the need to hunt. Seeing that Bai Chen remained silent, the eager onlookers in the class returned to their seats. Knowing that the afternoon would bring the practical combat class where Bai Chen would undoubtedly reveal his strength, the morning's academic lessons soon passed, with only Bai Chen and a handful of others truly engaged. In the afternoon, as Bai Chen arrived at the training ground, he spotted a familiar figure. He approached her and greeted, "Xueku, it has been a while." Turning at the sound of his voice, Xueku responded, "Chun, it has indeed been a while. Congratulations on acquiring your first soul ring. I eagerly anticipate our duel later." Bai Chen replied, "Very well, but do take care, Princess Xueku. I shall not hold back." Nodding in agreement, Xueku stated, "Naturally, I shall give it my all." A sudden cough from Chun Yi drew their attention, prompting both Bai Chen and Xueku to quiet down. "All right, let us commence the assessment. I will call the first pair to the stage. First up, Bai Chen and Zhong Yong." Upon hearing Chun Yi's announcement, Bai Chen approached the stage with an impassive expression, while Zhong Yong wore an anxious countenance. Never having anticipated that his first opponent would be Bai Chen. Trembling as he stood before Bai Chen, Zhong Yong implored, "Brother Chen, please go easy on me." Bai Chen responded succinctly, "Not possible." Zhong Yong felt a wave of despair wash over him. The assessment was meant to evaluate their strengths, and surrender was not an option. As Chen Yi noted that they were prepared, he called out, "Begin." Black Armored Crocodile. Possession. Magic Wolf. Possession. Both combatants activated their martial souls simultaneously. But Bai Chen exhibited some changes compared to before. His wolf ears and tail remained white. Yet the mark on his forehead had transformed from green to a crescent-shaped white emblem. Additionally, those with heightened perception could sense an invisible breeze swirling around him, seemingly providing protection. Yet, the most striking feature was the brilliant century-old soul ring that adorned him. Zhong Yong recognized his disadvantage. If he did not strike first, he would surely fall short against Bai Chen. Thus, he swung his crocodile tail toward Bai Chen. In Bai Chen's view, Zhong Yong's movements appeared painfully slow. Even more so than before. With barely a motion, he could effortlessly evade Zhong Yong's assault. However, this time, Bai Chen chose a different course of action, raising his hand to block the incoming attack. Previously, Bai Chen had refrained from directly confronting Zhong Yong's strikes, as the black armored crocodile's martial soul was no trivial matter. Possessing immense power, engaging with his intermediate martial soul would have been tantamount to courting disaster. Now, though, while accepting Zhong Yong's attack still bore some risk, he felt confident that defeat was out of the question. He was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. Bang! The collision of wolf claws and crocodile tail sent Bai Chen back a mere step. Zhong Yong's expression shifted dramatically. The black armored crocodile and Oppo's most notable traits were its power and defense. Previously, he could barely hold his ground against Bai Chen due to these attributes. But now Bai Chen's strength was nearly on par with his own, and with the addition of a soul skill, Zhong Yong contemplated conceding. Bai Chen glanced at Zhong Yong, then seized Zhong Yong's tail, yanking him towards himself. Seizing the moment when Zhong Yong was off guard, Bai Chen unleashed 3 rapid strikes to his abdomen, chin, and chest, rendering Zhong Yong unconscious. Staring at the fallen Zhong Yong, Bai Chen examined his wolf claws in disbelief. Was this the might of an advanced martial soul? Astonishing. He had defeated Zhong Yong in just 3 strikes. On the sidelines, Shueike watched Bai Chen with a grave expression. Initially, she had believed that after acquiring her first soul ring, she could easily defeat him, considering her royal lineage and the superior soul beast resources at her disposal. However, witnessing this battle made her realize how mistaken she was. Bai Chen had grown too powerful, far exceeding her expectations. Soon, it was Shueike's turn to battle, and her opponent was none other than Yu Tianyu, a formidable adversary in her own right. Unlike Bai Chen, Shueike took longer to defeat Yu Tianyu, yet she refrained from utilizing her soul skill. Throughout the subsequent duels, the two never crossed paths until only 5 contenders remained. Taking a deep breath, Shueike addressed Bai Chen. "Chen, I wish to challenge you." Nodding in agreement, Bai Chen was equally eager to witness Shueike's soul skill. As they stood in the center of the training ground, both announced in unison, "Martial soul." Possession. Instantly, Shueike's first soul skill illuminated the arena. First soul skill. Extreme Ice Arrow. With that, a translucent arrow hurtled towards Bai Chen with remarkable speed, leaving him little time to evade. He could only raise his wolf claws to shield himself. Bang! The arrow struck his arms, an intense chill enveloping him. Shueike's Extreme Ice Arrow not only unleashed thrice the power and velocity of the user, but also inflicted a frost effect that reduced the target's speed by 20%. A debilitating effect that could stack with further attacks. Chapter 14. Chain Mission 2. Immediately, Shueike advanced, offering Bai Chen no time to react. Sensing the shift in his body, Bai Chen resolved not to remain passive. First soul skill. Frenzy. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, colliding with Shueike's fist, forcing her back. Subsequently, the enhancement from Frenzy completely negated the adverse effects of the Extreme Ice Arrow, allowing Bai Chen to press the attack on Shueike. To onlookers, the skills exhibited by Shueike and Bai Chen seemed trivial, merely an ice arrow and a punch with doubled force, yet they remained oblivious to the profound status effects brought about by these attacks. Only Chen Yu recognized the true potency of their soul skills. After exchanging 3 blows with Bai Chen, Shueike felt an intense pain radiating from her arm, as though it might snap, and her mind began to blur. At that moment, the negative impact of the Extreme Ice Arrow had faded, but the enhancement from Frenzy lingered. Shueike, witnessing Bai Chen charging towards her, stood frozen, failing to retaliate. Noticing her unusual state, Bai Chen promptly tempered his strength, halting his fist just before her. Though the force behind it was considerable, a metallic taste surged in his throat upon seeing the fist that had suddenly stopped. Shueike finally came to her senses and admitted, "I concede." Chen Yi, who had been poised to intervene, sighed in relief at Bai Chen's timely restraint. Otherwise, Shueike might have faced grave danger. Bai Chen triumphs. Moments later, a system notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Xue Ku. Points increased by 30. Note: the maximum number of defeats against Xue Ku has been reached. Future victories will yield no additional points. Suppressing the discomfort in his throat, Bai Chen sighed, realizing that Xue Ku had also reached her limit. It seemed he would need to engage in battles with others in the future. As the lesson concluded, Bai Chen hurriedly sought an isolated corner, feeling increasingly unwell. Xue Ku, perceiving his urgency, quickly followed. Being a sensible girl, she understood that had Bai Chen not held back, she might have been injured. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Bai Chen suddenly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. After this release, he felt a wave of relief. It was clear he could not continue to endure such discomfort, as it was detrimental to his health. Xue Ku, who had caught up just in time, was taken aback by the sight of Bai Chen's spitting blood. The answer to her unspoken question was painfully evident. His sudden restraint during their duel had caused this reaction. To spare her feelings, he had likely kept it hidden until now. Recognizing her presence, Bai Chen and Xue Ku fell into an awkward silence. Eventually, she broke the tension. Are you alright? I'm fine, he replied. By the way, I have some Tiando pills from our palace, which are quite effective for treating injuries. Here. She produced a small vial of pills and offered it to him. Hesitating for a moment, Bai Chen ultimately accepted. Recalling that the Tiando pills were exclusive to the royal family and were also used by certain noble families. Such a healing remedy was exceedingly rare, and using it for his minor injury felt excessive. However, he surmised that refusing would leave Xue Ku feeling guilty for an extended period, so he resolved to accept it. Seeing Bai Chen accept her healing remedy, Xue Ku's eyes sparkled with joy. He poured out a single pill and swallowed it, instantly feeling a wave of comfort as the earlier discomfort in his throat dissipated. Afterward, he returned the remaining pills to her. Oh, you needn't return it. Consider it a gift from me, she insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chen nodded. Then, he retrieved a crystal from his storage ring and said, "This is for you." The sapphire was a treasure he had obtained from a century-old crystal beast in the Sunset Forest. He had intended to avoid conflict with the creature, but it had approached him aggressively, prompting him to retaliate and claim the most valuable crystal from its forehead. Given Bai Chen's future needs as a soul master, he decided to gift it to Xue Ku. He recalled his father's advice to give such a crystal to a girl, as it might win her heart. While he had never intended to use it for that purpose, he was surprised that it would indeed be given to a girl. Upon seeing the crystal, Xue Ku was astonished. Crystal beasts were exceedingly rare, and their crystals were immensely valuable. The thought that Bai Chen would part with such a treasure for her sake made her wonder if he harbored feelings for her. "Thank you." Xue Ku accepted the crystal, and seeing her take it, Bai Chen felt a sense of relief, believing it to be of equal worth to the Tiando pills. Thus, he felt he owed her nothing. "Is there anything else?" Bai Chen inquired. Yes, she exclaimed. "In 2 weeks, we will have our final exams. The 7 students with the highest performance in each class will form a combat team to compete in a school-wide tournament, with rankings and rewards to follow. I would like to invite you to practice for the ranking battles." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Chen and Appo's mind was flooded with a system notification. "Congratulations, host, for triggering a chain mission. Dominate the campus too. Lead your team to secure first place in the ranking battles. Mission rewards, training aptitude X3, 1,000 points." Nodding at the voice in his head, Bai Chen replied, "Alright, when do we start?" "Let's say tomorrow. After class, we can begin training," Xue Ku suggested. "Sounds good." With that, Bai Chen departed. The following day, he returned to the simulated training ground, where his training speed had significantly improved, surpassing that of many innate, full soul power prodigies. Chapter 15. Team Battle Practice. However, unlike usual, Bai Chen only practiced until noon today before leaving the simulated training ground. The guard at the gate observed this unexpected departure. "What's wrong, Xiao Chen? Why are you leaving so early today?" "Uncle, I have a date with friends, so I'll be heading out now," Bai Chen replied. The guard was momentarily taken aback. He never imagined that Bai Chen, the naive little cultivator, could actually make friends. For some reason, this realization brought him a sense of comfort, much like a father witnessing his child grow up. "Then I want to be bringing you lunch today." "Alright, thank you." Indeed, Bai Chen's charming demeanor and maturity, coupled with his lack of the typical arrogance exhibited by noble children, endeared him to the kindly guards who often brought him snacks during his training sessions, truly cherishing him. Upon arriving at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, Bai Chen discovered that Xue Ku, along with Zhong Yong and the others, was already waiting for him at the entrance. He hurried over. Seeing Bai Chen, Xue Ku waved joyfully. As he approached, Bai Chen immediately noticed the crystal necklace adorning her neck. If he was mistaken, the central crystal was the very one he had gifted her the previous day. He was pleasantly surprised by how quickly she had transformed it into a necklace. Her efficiency was commendable. Shueka noticed Bai Chen's gaze and playfully twirled around, puffing out her little chest, asking, "Is it pretty?" Bai Chen nodded affirmatively. "It's beautiful." Upon hearing his compliment, Shueka's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "Thank you." Bai Chen then inquired, "So, how are we going to practice team battles?" "I've arranged for the second class to spar with us. We just need to battle them. By the way, Bai Chen, do you know how to command?" Bai Chen shook his head. While he had decent combat awareness, he lacked the experience to lead. After all, he had merely been an ordinary person in his past life. Shueka consoled him, "That's all right. Our team consists of you and one other agility-type soul master. The rest are all power-type soul masters. We'll just bulldoze through them." Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, as first-year students, it was wiser not to involve control or support-type soul masters, especially since none in their class had even broken through to the first ring. Bringing them along would only serve as a decoration. In simpler terms, it was just a brawl, and he was quite familiar with that. Meanwhile, a notification sound echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a daily quest. Lead the third-class students to defeat the second-class students in the practice match. Requirement: at least 3 of the 7 opponents must be defeated by you. Quest rewards will be determined by the host's performance. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's announcement. He hadn't expected to trigger a daily quest. And this time, the rewards were contingent upon his performance. The more opponents he defeated, the greater his rewards would be. With this thought, Bai Chen resolved to perform exceptionally well. "Let us go. They should already be at the playground," Shueka said, taking hold of Bai Chen's hand. Suddenly grasped by her hand, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? What does this mean? Is this love?" He quickly shook his head. "Impossible. Shueko is just a 6-year-old girl, and a princess at that. I'm merely the son of a minor noble. The disparity in our statuses is too great." She likely regarded him as a good friend. He shouldn't overthink it. Meanwhile, Shueko, noticing Bai Chen's lack of resistance, felt a surge of joy. He hadn't guessed incorrectly. Shueko indeed liked him, though it wasn't love at first sight. Initially, when she first met Bai Chen, she merely thought he was a fair-skinned boy with adorable wolf ears. When his martial spirit manifested, he was polite, and her impression of him was favorable. But it hadn't yet reached the level of affection. Gradually, through practical battles and cultural tests, she became more familiar with him. Bai Chen was a remarkable boy. Despite having only 5 levels of innate soul power and an unremarkable family background, he consistently achieved top scores in practical and cultural assessments. Even she couldn't compete with him. Curiosity about him grew, and she even sent someone to follow him. She discovered that Bai Chen's life was surprisingly monotonous, attending classes punctually, returning home to study and train, dedicating weekends to learning and practice, and only spending 1 day a month at home, with the exception of a 2-week period for obtaining soul rings. She had never encountered someone like him. The other children, including herself, were not particularly fond of studying or training. After reading romantic fairy tales like Princess Tiando and the Black Girl, she began to yearn for love. And having a quality peer like Bai Chen naturally stirred such feelings within her. However, she wasn't infatuated with him. She simply liked him and was just beginning to experience the flutterings of young love, knowing that she wanted to spend more time with him. Lost in thought, Shueka felt her temperature rise, and her palms grew sweaty. Noticing the dampness in her hand, Bai Chen asked, "What's wrong? Is it hot?" "Ah, no. It's nothing," Shueka quickly replied. "Oh." Meanwhile, Zhong Yong, Yu Tianyu, and Shi Yun watched the hand-holding pair with displeasure, feeling inexplicably insulted despite the simple act of holding hands. Upon reaching the playground, Bai Chen spotted several children around their age engaged in conversation. Their soul power levels were displayed above their heads: 12, 11, 9, 9, 8, 8, 8. Are they weaker than us? Bai Chen thought, surprised by the opponent's strength. It seemed this task would be quite easy to accomplish. Upon noticing Bai Chen and his companions, the other group waved. "Let us go," Shueku urged. After the teams made contact, a leading boy from the opposing team said, "Princess Shueku, we are ready. Shall we begin now?" Shueku nodded. "Let us start right away." "Great." With that, both teams quickly adjusted their formations. On Bai Chen's side, Zhong Yong and Qi Yun took the lead, while Shueku and 2 other power-type soul masters positioned themselves slightly behind. Bai Chen stood alongside another agility-type soul master on the flanks. Chapter 16. Victory in Team Battle. The opposing team's formation was arranged in a straight line. On the way over, Shueku had already briefed Bai Chen about their adversaries. Their lineup was even more extreme than theirs, consisting entirely of 7 powerful assault-type soul masters. Given this arrangement, it seemed manageable. One of Shueku's guards, noticing that both sides were prepared, proclaimed, "Begin. Martial spirits. Activate." In an instant, as both teams activated their martial spirits, everyone charged forward and engaged in combat. Due to the distance from the battlefield, Bai Chen shook his head. It truly was a chaotic brawl. It appeared that the children had not devised any strategies, and he mused that perhaps his own leadership might yield better results. Although both sides possessed similar levels of soul power, Bai Chen's team boasted superior quality in their martial spirits. Zhong Yong and Shi Yun, with their tough physiques, managed to hold off 2 opponents each. However, they lacked any real counterattack capabilities. Observing this scene, Bai Chen's eyes brightened. This meant he could exploit the greatest advantage of an agile attack-type soul master: ambush. He could target the weakest adversaries, and with his striking power, he could eliminate them with a single, well-placed blow. This strategy should earn him a commendable evaluation for the mission. Soon, Bai Chen identified his first target, a soul master with a giant python spirit whose innate soul power was only at level 8, and who was being thoroughly suppressed in this melee. Yukong threw a punch forward, sensing that his opponent was slightly weaker, and believed he would soon secure victory. However, before he could land his blow, a pale fist suddenly collided with his opponent's face, sending him flying. The assailant was none other than Bai Chen. As Yukong stood dazed, Bai Chen instructed, "Go assist Qi Yun." Bai Chen then set his sights on the next target. Yukong quickly regained his composure and followed Bai Chen's advice, helping Qi Yun manage an opponent. Meanwhile, Bai Chen noticed that Shueke's battlefield had seemingly fallen into disarray. A glance at her adversary revealed a soul master with level 12 soul power, wielding a sword-toothed dragon spirit, a top-tier martial spirit, and he was naturally overpowering Shueke. Shueke was struggling, taken aback by the strength of the second-class team. The boy before her was able to maintain a firm upper hand. Just as his fist was about to strike her abdomen, she felt fatigued, unable to mount a proper defense. Frenzy attack. Suddenly, a voice called from beside her, prompting the boy to react hastily. First soul skill. Sword thrust. Bang. Their attacks collided, causing the sword-toothed dragon soul master to stagger back, while Bai Chen, due to the element of surprise, remained unyielding. Although Bai Chen's martial spirit had enhanced, it still fell short compared to the top-tier sword-toothed dragon spirit. Furthermore, despite his youth, the opponent's strength was evidently superior to his peers. "Are you all right?" Bai Chen inquired of Shueke. "I'm fine. You deal with the others. I'll handle him," she replied resolutely. Bai Chen nodded, and Shueke retreated. The boy, having been knocked back by Bai Chen's punch, shot him a glare before charging forward, attempting to strike Bai Chen with his sword thrust. Bai Chen evaded skillfully, countering intermittently. Seeing Bai Chen under pressure, another agile attack-type soul master, Fan Yi, rushed to provide support. Bang! Due to Bai Chen's formidable strength, the opponent was unable to counter effectively and was caught off guard by Fan Yi's claw strike to his back. Though he sustained no significant injury, he stumbled from the impact. Bai Chen's eyes lit up at this moment, while the young adversary inwardly cursed, "This is bad." Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen delivered a knee strike to the opponent's abdomen, lifting him off the ground by several centimeters. The immense pain caused the boy's stomach to churn. Bai Chen then brought both fists down onto the opponent's back with tremendous force. Bang! The strike incapacitated him entirely. After defeating his adversary, Bai Chen patted Fan Yi's shoulder and praised, "Well done." Taken aback by Bai Chen's words, Fan Yi replied with confidence, "Of course. I'm exceptionally strong." Unbeknownst to them, Bai Chen had already moved on to seek another target. With their strongest fighter defeated, Bai Chen's team emerged victorious, with Bai Chen himself accounting for the defeat of 6 out of 7 opponents. 2 voices echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Your team has won the battle, earning you 70 points. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task with a performance score of 90, rewarding you with 300 gold soul coins and 400 points." Upon hearing these voices, Bai Chen quickly realized that the first message was akin to the usual rewards for defeating an opponent, while the second was the reward for completing a task. Not bad. This reward is quite generous, including gold soul coins. With this, I have another avenue for earning points in the future. After the victory, the sword-toothed dragon soul master approached Bai Chen and said, "You are quite strong. I am Gong Cheng. Let us get acquainted." Bai Chen, he replied simply, "All right, Bai Chen, I'll remember your name. I hope we can face each other in the ranking battles." Bai Chen nodded in agreement. "We definitely will." With that, they parted ways, and Bai Chen prepared to leave. Just as he was about to depart, Shueke caught up to him and said, "Bai Chen, thank you for saving me earlier." Bai Chen shook his head, replying, "We are teammates. It was the least I could do. No need for thanks." "Of course, I must express my gratitude," Shueke insisted firmly. Bai Chen was taken aback, unsure how to respond to her unwavering insistence. It seemed she, like him, could not owe anyone a debt of gratitude. "What do you wish for, then?" he asked. Bai Chen, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to invite you somewhere," Shueke said softly, considering his training plans for the following day. Bai Chen hesitated but eventually nodded. Sure. That is wonderful. Let us meet at the school gate in the morning. See you tomorrow. Shueku exclaimed, visibly excited. All right. See you tomorrow, Bai Chen responded, watching as she walked away. Reflecting on her retreating figure, he pondered, it seems Shueku might genuinely have feelings for me. Perhaps my earlier impressions were not mere illusions. Chapter 17. Moon Pavilion. Side quest. The following day, following Shueku's instructions, Bai Chen arrived at the academy gates at dawn. He presumed he had arrived quite early, only to discover that Shueku was already there, which took him by surprise. Good morning, Bai Chen greeted. Good morning. Shueku replied sweetly. Why are you here so early? We still have at least 15 minutes before our agreed time. You must have been waiting for a while. Bai Chen remarked, observing her demeanor. I just happened to wake up early today and arrived just now, she explained. Oh, where are we going today? Bai Chen was genuinely curious about the purpose of Shueku's invitation. I want to take you somewhere, she said. Where? Just follow me, she urged. With that, Shueku took his hand, leading him away from the academy entrance. Bai Chen felt a peculiar sensation at the touch of her delicate hand, but dismissed his thoughts and decided to follow her. Before long, they arrived at the Moon Pavilion. Bai Chen was astonished that Shueku had brought him to the legendary Moon Pavilion. However, he was puzzled as to why she would bring him here, as he believed it was a place for learning etiquette. Surely, she wouldn't expect him to study here. His training already consumed a significant amount of time, and further studies would be quite a waste. While he pondered this, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the side quest, Moon Pavilion. Quest 1. Meet Tang Yuehua. Reward. 100 points. Introductory knowledge of music theory. Bai Chen was taken aback. He could actually trigger side quests? This was quite intriguing. Chen, let's go inside. I want you to meet someone, Shueku said. All right, he replied, and as they approached the entrance, the guards quickly stepped aside. Princess Shueku. The pavilion master is awaiting you, one of the guards announced. Yes, I understand. Let us go, Chen, she said, pulling him inside. Bai Chen was genuinely surprised that Shueku already knew Tang Yuehua, and their relationship seemed quite amiable. However, Shueku had her reasons for bringing Bai Chen here. She had come to realize her feelings for him, but felt that due to their differing statuses, he was not worthy of her. Yet, she believed that with his current progress, Bai Chen would undoubtedly become formidable in the future, potentially surpassing her suitors in strength, beyond strength. He also needed connections and status to match. By introducing him to Teacher Yuehua, perhaps she could facilitate connections that would enhance his reputation. Additionally, at the Moon Pavilion, Bai Chen could learn the etiquette befitting nobility, which might enable him to be worthy of her in the future. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, if he had been aware of Shueku's intentions, he would have been astonished by her clever schemes. Soon, they entered the Moon Pavilion, and Bai Chen couldn't help but admire the elegant decor and the soothing atmosphere, which was undeniably inviting. Inside, a few noble youths were conversing, upon noticing Shueku's entrance. Their eyes lit up. Princess Shueku frequently visited the Moon Pavilion, and they were eager to build rapport with her. They speculated that Bai Chen, who appeared to possess a refined demeanor, must be from a prominent family as well. Given their youthful appearances, they anticipated it would be easy to approach them. Despite their intentions, they refrained from acting immediately, as the pavilion master had stipulated that no one was to disturb Princess Shueku. Otherwise, they would be asked to leave the premises. Therefore, they decided to wait until she exited the pavilion before attempting to engage her. Shortly thereafter, Bai Chen followed Shueku into a room adorned with understated elegance. He surveyed the interior and soon noticed a finely dressed woman in the center, delicately playing the organ. Above her head was inscribed the name Tang Yuehua alongside the number 9. In all honesty, Bai Chen was not very familiar with Tang Yuehua. He had skipped over the chapter on etiquette in the book he read, so he knew little about her character, only that she was the aunt of Tang San. Ku and Apos. You've arrived. A cultured voice resonated from the front. Teacher Yuehua, I'm here. By the way, I brought along the friend I mentioned last time, Shueku said. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua looked up and smiled at the bewildered Bai Chen beside Shueku. As she lifted her gaze, Bai Chen finally beheld her face, and he was momentarily stunned. Tang Yuehua did not resemble a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. Instead, she appeared to be a refined young lady in her 20s. Her every gesture exuding grace that evoked admiration. Kur, bring your friend over here so I can have a look, she requested. All right, teacher, Shueku replied obediently, taking Bai Chen's hand and leading him forward. Teacher, this is Bai Chen, whom I previously introduced to you. After a careful appraisal of Bai Chen, Tang Yuehua acknowledged his striking appearance, but was not particularly dazzled, having interacted with numerous noble figures daily, many of whom surpassed him in looks. Nevertheless, Bai Chen possessed a unique charm. His bright eyes conveyed sincerity, drawing attention effortlessly. Your name is Bai Chen, correct? I am Tang Yuehua, You may call me Aunt Yuehua, she said with a warm smile. Yes, Aunt Yuehua. Bai Chen hesitated before responding. Noticing his unease, Tang Yuehua inquired, Is something the matter, Bai Chen? Your tone seems a bit unusual. Do you have any questions for me? Bai Chen nodded, saying, Yes. What is it that you wish to discuss? Chapter 18. The Evolvable Soul Bone? Why should I call Aunt Yuehua? My mother said that young girls should be addressed as and Appos, sister, and Appos, Shuden and Appos. Tib calling her sister Yuehua instead? Bai Chen feigned ignorance regarding Tang Yuehua's true age, subtly paying her a compliment. After all, it seemed that the side quest involving Imo Xian would require frequent interactions with Tang Yuehua. So it was wise to forge a good relationship with this formidable figure in advance. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua chuckled softly. Clearly, Bai Chen's flattery was well received. Regardless of age, women invariably appreciate compliments about their appearance. She gently patted Bai Chen's little head and said, Little Bai Chen knows how to speak well. However, I must clarify that I am indeed an aunt. But if you wish to learn about etiquette with me, you may also call me Teacher Yuehua. Would you like to learn with me, little Bai Chen? As she finished speaking, a notification chimed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the Imo Xian side quest 1, meet Tang Yuehua. Reward, 100 points, introductory music theory knowledge. Ding. Triggered Imo Xian side quest 2, follow Tang Yuehua to learn etiquette. Task reward, 300 points. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, could Bai Chen possibly refuse? Well, he could refuse, as the tasks were not mandatory. Moreover, he genuinely wanted to learn some etiquette. After all, he was a noble, and it would be quite embarrassing to attend high society events without any knowledge of decorum. Here at Imo Xian, the lessons in etiquette might be the finest across the Douluo continent. Though Bai Chen possessed a system and felt he should be the protagonist, he never thought of acting recklessly once he attained a certain level of strength. Overall, he remained a modest individual, reluctant to stir up trouble without cause. Of course, Teacher Yuehua. However, I still have school, so I might not be able to come often. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Tang Yuehua patted his head and replied, That's all right. In the future, little Bai Chen can come to learn for an hour after class each day, just like Kur. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. The school day typically ended early, so setting aside an hour each day was quite manageable. Ding. Congratulations, host. Imo Xian side quest 2 completed. Reward, 300 points. Bai Chen's spirits lifted considerably upon hearing the notification. He had effortlessly earned 400 points today, which felt quite delightful. Are you both free now? Shall we begin our lesson? Tang Yuehua suggested. Both Shueku and Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Bai Chen's acquiescence was motivated by the possibility of triggering another task, while Shueku simply felt joy at being together with Bai Chen. As expected, the notification for a new task soon echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering side quest 3, achieve a perfect score in Tang Yuehua's etiquette test at the end of the year. Reward, 1,000 points, 1 evolvable soul bone. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. An evolvable soul bone? What did that mean? Not all soul bones could evolve, could they? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. There was still ample time before the end of the year, and he certainly could not complete the task in the short term. Soon after, Bai Chen and Tang Yuehua entered a classroom, which was empty since it was not class time. Bai Chen glanced around and noticed the room was filled with organs. Was Tang Yuehua going to teach him something related to the organ? Thanks to his newly acquired introductory music theory knowledge, Bai Chen was no longer entirely ignorant of the subject. Tang Yuehua brought over a music score and said, Little Bai Chen probably hasn't studied this before. Let's start with the basics today. I will teach you the sheet music first. An hour later, Tang Yuehua looked at Bai Chen with astonishment. This was her first time encountering such an intelligent child. After just one lesson, Bai Chen had managed to grasp the essentials, albeit somewhat clumsily during performance. Still, he was far superior to the average person. Seeing Tang Yuehua's surprised expression, Shueku smiled and remarked, Teacher Yuehua, I told you, Chen is incredibly smart. He can remember everything the teacher says in class after just one explanation. Is that so? Tang Yuehua replied, somewhat taken aback. If Bai Chen was indeed as Shueku described, his learning process would likely be much easier than that of his peers. After bidding farewell to Tang Yuehua, Shueku hurriedly left Imo Xian at lightning speed to avoid being pursued by those noble families. 2 weeks later, in the classroom of the first-year third class at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, a group of students was furrowing their brows as they faced their exam papers. Yes, at Tiando Royal Junior Academy, in addition to practical assessments, there was a cultural test at the end of the term. Even if one passed the practical assessment, failing the cultural test would mean staying behind for remedial classes during the summer break. Bai Chen looked at the exam paper and smiled. The questions were exceedingly easy for him, as he had been attentive in class. 3 hours later, The exam concluded, and Bai Chen, Shueku, and Zhong Yong gathered to chat. Zhong Yong exclaimed, "This exam was a breeze. I felt as if I had divine assistance while answering. Not only will I pass, but I might even score 70. Bai Chen, Shueku, and Qi Yun all responded in unison, "Impressive. By the way, how did you all do?" Zhong Yong inquired. "Qi Yun, what about you?" Qi Yun replied, "Not bad, but I think I performed slightly worse than usual." "What a pity. Is that so?" "No worries. You'll do better next time." "And what about Princess Shueku?" Shueku sighed, "Don't mention it. I performed poorly this time. It's so frustrating." "Don't worry. Just do well next time." "And what about our leader?" Bai Chen let out a deep sigh. Zhong Yong exclaimed, "Did our leader not do well either?" Bai Chen replied, Zhong Yong encouraged, "No problem, as long as you pass. Let's all work hard next time." In the afternoon, the results were announced. The Tiando Royal Junior Academy graded papers swiftly. Zhong Yong glanced at his paper and saw he had scored 47 points. "Damn." The group reconvened. Zhong Yong lamented, "Brothers, I bombed the exam with only 47 points, but everyone else must have struggled too, right?" "Qi Yun, tell me I'm not alone." Qi Yun responded, "I got 80. Zhong Yong was taken aback. "What?" He then turned to Shueku. Shueku sighed, "I only scored 95. Zhong Yong was even more shocked. "What?" Finally, he turned to Bai Chen. Noticing the hopeful gleam in Zhong Yong's eyes, Bai Chen let out a deep sigh. Zhong Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Chen quietly produced a paper showing a perfect score of 100. Zhong Yong laughed, "Haha, I'm such a fool." At the same time, a notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving first place in the final cultural test. Reward, 500 points, 1 cultivation aptitude." Chapter 19. The draw in summary. Zhong Yong has decided to stay at school for remedial classes during the summer vacation. Following the conclusion of the cultural examination, tomorrow marks the Soul Master assessment, and the day after, the holiday will commence. During the break, students who are interested can form teams to participate in the school's organized ranking battles, with the ultimate victors receiving rewards from the academy. Currently, Bai Chen's team has finalized its members: Captain Bai Chen, Vice Captain Shueku, and team members Yu Tianyu, Zhong Yong, Qi Yun, Fan Yi, and Yu Kang. The composition boasts 5 assault types and 2 agility types, creating an ultimate bronze-centric lineup. At this moment, Bai Chun is seeking Chun Yi to register. Observing the list presented by Bai Chun, Chun Yi inquired, "Are these the confirmed individuals? There will be no additions, correct?" "Yes, teacher, these are the team members." Bai Chen affirmed. "Very well, I shall proceed with the registration. You may return now," Chun Yi responded gently. As Bai Chen exited the classroom, Chun Yi's expression shifted instantly upon Bai Chen's departure. After much contemplation, Chun Yi arrived at a conclusion regarding Bai Chen's rapid strength development. Soul bones. He speculated that Bai Chen must have acquired a soul bone. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to defeat talents like Shueku and Yu Tianyu with only a 5th level innate soul power, or to have ascended to level 10 in such a brief time. With this realization, Chun Yi's gaze ignited with fervor. A soul bone, if he could obtain it, his strength would soar exponentially. Moreover, who would suspect that it was his own student who had facilitated this? He mused that, at worst, he could eliminate Bai Chen and then leave the Tiando Empire. Bai Chen's parents were not of significant nobility, and once he departed, they would have no means of pursuing him. Silently, Chun Yi plotted his scheme to murder and seize the bone, believing that the risk was worth the reward. After Bai Chen's departure, he cast a lingering glance back at the classroom. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chun Yi had recently been regarding him with an intense longing that left him with an unsettling feeling. Yet, he refrained from confronting Chun Yi, unaware that his expression had already betrayed him in front of Bai Chen. Resolving to avoid solitary ventures in the future, Bai Chen silently concluded that it was wiser to have a companion. The following day, the Soul Master strength assessment commenced. Early in the morning, everyone gathered at the playground, where the assessment consisted of 3 straightforward components: soul power level testing, practical combat testing, and physical fitness testing. Students at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy were required to increase their levels by at least 1 each semester. Failure to do so would result in relegation to the remedial class, and not achieving any advancement within a year would lead to expulsion. Upon arriving at the playground, Chun Yi awaited them with a crystal ball capable of testing soul power. Bai Chen lined up silently behind his classmates, and soon it was his turn. As he stepped forward, all eyes turned to him. Bai Chen was the strongest in their class, and they were curious about his current level. Placing his hand on the crystal ball, Bai Chen infused it with his soul power, and in an instant, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling light. White dust. Level 13. Chun Yi announced upon witnessing the spectacle. Bai Chen had no intention of concealing his level, At the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, one must demonstrate exceptional performance to garner the most resources. If his achievements captured the attention of the academy's higher-ups, he might gain access to the simulated training grounds at any time. The results of Bai Chen's soul power test astounded the onlookers. An elevation of 8 levels in a single semester was nothing short of extraordinary and nearly impossible. All right, next, Chen Yi stated, his gaze toward Bai Chen now more fervent than before. It was evident to him that Bai Chen possessed a soul bone. Otherwise, such a remarkable increase would not be feasible. Subsequently, the testing results for Zhong Yong and the others were revealed, showing no significant changes from before. Following this, Bai Chen and his team underwent the practical combat and physical fitness tests, where he unsurprisingly secured the top position. Unfortunately, the system did not issue any tasks for him to earn rewards. That night, the principal of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy reviewed several papers before him and remarked, "Today, we have identified a few promising talents, particularly this Bai Chen, who has advanced 8 levels in a year. Perhaps I should arrange for a promotion examination for him." Hearing this, the vice principal suggested, "Let us wait a while longer. If he surpasses 25 levels within these 6 years, we shall arrange for him to enter the Tiando Royal Senior Academy. It may be too early for such a decision now." Indeed, that is a valid point. Little did Bai Chen know that he had already caught the attention of the Academy's 2 prominent figures. The next day, the ranking battles officially commenced, and Bai Chen and his team arrived at the Academy early. This year, 8 classes participated in the first-year ranking battles, translating to 8 teams. As long as Bai Chen led his class to victory among these 8, they would receive special rewards from the Academy. Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings, noting that the levels among the participants were relatively similar, with each class having 1 or 2 who had broken through level 10. However, none had reached level 13. Before long, the homeroom teachers organized their respective teams. The principal then took to the stage, announcing, "I declare the 49th ranking battle officially open. I hope all participants will give their utmost effort to achieve commendable standings," he continued with a lengthy speech. And only when the audience seemed on the verge of slumber did he conclude. Upon sensing the principal's pause, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed looking forward to the ranking battles. The principal continued, "Next is the drawing ceremony, where the initial matchups for each class will be determined by lot." As he produced a box labeled First-Year Drawing Box, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone yearned for favorable matchups, making a good draw particularly significant. As the principal plunged his hand into the drawing box, all hearts were suspended in anticipation. The first match, Class 3 versus Class 5. Upon hearing his class's name, Bai Chen instinctively glanced at Class 5, assessing their levels. He shook his head in disbelief. Class 5 was lacking, aside from one impressive level 11 student. There was not even a level 9 among them. It seemed they would be easily overwhelmed. Chapter 20. The ranking battle. Upon learning of their opponent for the match, the students of Class 5 nearly fainted from despair. Previous rankings had already established that Class 3 was the strongest among all classes, and to their dismay, they had drawn Class 3 as their first adversary. Zhong Yong, upon seeing the opponent, scoffed derisively, saying, "Is this it? This is our first opponent? How utterly laughable." With 2 formidable individuals in their ranks, both exceeding level 10, Zhong Yong unleashed a wave of merciless mockery upon Class 5, his voice unabashedly loud, drawing the attention of those nearby. Bai Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead, pondering whether Zhong Yong was truly a local of Douluo continent. As his taunts flowed with such finesse, after a prolonged half-hour, all the lots had been drawn, and teams from various grades were escorted to their respective competition venues. The principal, aware of the students' desire for an early holiday, initiated the matches that day, with the quarterfinals scheduled for the following day, the semifinals the day after, and the finals the day after that, culminating in an award ceremony. The aim was to complete the events swiftly to allow students to return home sooner. Regarding the tightly arranged schedule and whether the contestants would have adequate recovery time, the principal dismissed concerns, noting that there were few first-year students who had surpassed level 10, and thus their soul power was minimal. They could easily recover overnight, making the tight scheduling entirely feasible. As for fairness, since only the first place would receive rewards, this arrangement would effectively identify the strongest contender. Upon arriving at the venue, Bai Chen and his companions began warming up. While the members of Class 5 trembled in apprehension as they observed Bai Chen and his team, the captain of Class 5 lamented, "We're doomed. We've drawn Class 3. There's no need to compete. Everyone, wash up and go to sleep. I suggest we surrender. What do you all think?" The vice captain agreed, and the team echoed in support. "I concur. I concur." 1. Seeing his students so despondent before the match even began, the Class 5 homeroom teacher wore a look of exasperation. What nonsense was this? Did they not even want to fight? However, he could not chastise them at this moment. They were already so hopeless that further discouragement might indeed compel them to surrender without a fight. Resolving to take action, he stepped forward, cleared his throat. And the students immediately turned their attention to him. Everyone, he began, though our opponents are exceptionally formidable, we are not without merit. Remember, you are all students of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. You are all extraordinary talents, selected from among the best. Why should we assume defeat? I believe that with effort and by tapping into your true potential, you have a chance to overcome them. After delivering an impassioned speech, the homeroom teacher felt a surge of confidence, convinced that his words would reinvigorate his students. However, the members of Class 5 merely stared at him in bewilderment. Suddenly, the vice captain declared, "We are finished. The teacher just said that even if we perform at our best, we may only have a chance to win. Let us surrender." The chorus of agreement followed. Ultimately, surrender was not an option, as they were required to compete at least once, and the principal was eager to witness their abilities. After both teams had completed their warm-ups, they took to the arena. Once on the field, the atmosphere for Class 5 shifted dramatically. Although they had previously clamored for surrender, it was merely banter. They understood that they were no match for Bai Chen and his team, but were keen to observe the extent of the disparity between the two sides. With both teams in formation, the referee noted their readiness and called out, "Begin." Wuhuan. Possession. In an instant, 14 figures surged forward simultaneously. Bai Chen and Fan Yi employed the same strategy as before, with 5 powerful attack-type Soul Masters leading the charge, while Bai Chen and Fan Yi, the agility-type Soul Masters, prepared to capitalize on the chaos. However, unlike their previous match against Class 2, Bai Chen and Fan Yi had yet to make a move, as Xue Ku and her teammates managed to subdue the 7 opponents without assistance. Initially surprised, Bai Chen soon recognized that this was to be expected. Aside from their disadvantage in soul power, Class 5's martial spirits were of lesser quality compared to their own, who boasted superior martial spirits across the board. Nearby, the principal observed the battlefield and remarked to the young man beside him, "Qinghe, over there is your sister's class." Acknowledging the principal's words with a nod, Xue Qinghe shifted his gaze. It was well known that he was particularly fond of his sister, Xue Ku, so it was only natural for him to pay attention to her match. While the principal had heard of Class 3's formidable reputation and anticipated their strength, he was astonished to see them dominate with just 5 individuals against 7 of their opponents. He found himself unable to look away, eager to witness the unfolding contest. Though Bai Chen believed victory was assured without his intervention, he decided to engage, as the points awarded for team battles appeared to be contingent upon individual performance. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen charged forward. "Frenzied assault," he declared, swiftly dispatching 2 adversaries with 2 punches. Zhong Yang, who had been under duress from 2 opponents, was momentarily bewildered when they vanished. Upon noticing Bai Chen wreaking havoc, he realized his task was complete and opted to spectate, akin to a passive observer merely shouting encouragement. With each of Bai Chen's strikes, an opponent fell, and soon only the captain of Class 5 remained, facing the 7 who stood before him largely unscathed. He forced a bitter smile, recognizing the overwhelming disparity in strength. Turning to Bai Chen, he conceded, "We have lost, but I refuse to yield without a fight. Bai Chen, I have heard your name long before today. Might I request a chance for a one-on-one battle? Your teammates need not leave the arena, and regardless of the outcome, our class will accept defeat." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was not an unreasonable request. After consulting with his teammates, he consented. Chapter 21. The soul-extinguishing talisman. The other 6 individuals withdrew to the side, leaving the arena to Bai Chen and the captain of Class 5. Nonetheless, they did not exit the stage. After all, should Bai Chen falter, the referee would immediately declare their defeat. Although such a scenario was nearly inconceivable, prudence was still advisable. Observing Bai Chen's position, the captain of Class 5 remained silent, recognizing the unfamiliarity that made it implausible for the members of Class 3 to have faith in him immediately. On the stage, Xue Qinghe and the principal exchanged glances, surprised by the unfolding scene. Were they truly intending to engage in a one-on-one duel? Were they seeking to toy with their opponent, or was this a challenge posed by the adversary? Although the thoughts of Bai Chen and his companions remained a mystery, Xue Ku had always held Bai Chen in high regard. She was eager to discover what qualities rendered him so captivating in her eyes. In the arena, the captain of Class 5 lunged toward Bai Chen. Like Bai Chen, his martial spirit was that of a wolf, albeit of a different attribute. His was of the ice variety. First soul skill, Ice Wolf Armor. With that declaration, a thin layer of frost enveloped the captain. Observing his opponent's actions, Bai Chen pondered silently. So, his attribute is ice? If I strike him, I may face a slowing effect. His brow furrowed slightly. Indeed. This opponent possessed a counter to his own abilities. A strong assault against a quick attacker would be challenging. And perhaps the adversary was not as easily dealt with as he had initially presumed. First soul skill, Frenzied Assault. At the moment of their collision, Bai Chen unleashed his first soul skill. With a powerful punch, he cracked the Ice Wolf armor encasing the captain, and he felt a chilling sensation seep into his body. Just as he had suspected, his movements seemed somewhat delayed. However, it mattered little. The subsequent enhancements of his Frenzied Assault compensated for the icy chill, even providing a slight increase in speed. With no obstructions around them, the two engaged in a straightforward brawl, exchanging blows in the center of the arena. Despite the simplicity of their chosen combat style, it was undeniably captivating, each strike resonating with palpable force. Bang! After several punches, Bai Chen shattered the captain's armor, causing the latter to spit blood. Thanks to the effects of Qingyang Gong, each of Bai Chen's strikes infused a measure of soul power into his opponent's body, accumulating damage over time. As the captain coughed up blood, Bai Chen delivered a kick to his chin, rendering him unconscious. The first battle concluded, with Class 3 emerging victorious. The spectators were not surprised by this outcome. It had been evident from the start that Class 5 was no match for Class 3. However, they had not anticipated Bai Chen's one-on-one duel with the captain, nor the thorough beating he administered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the team battle. Reward, 50 points, Mysterious Drop Item 1. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Chen's eyes brightened. To his astonishment, he had received another mysterious drop item. Was it not said that such occurrences were exceedingly rare? His luck seemed remarkably favorable. If he possessed a luck attribute, he felt it would be around 10 points. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, the probability of obtaining a mysterious drop item was significantly heightened during the first 3 solo battles and team battles. A typical person might have received a drop in their very first fight. His late acquisition could be deemed rather unfortunate. After securing victory, Bai Chen intended to return immediately. However, Shuek suddenly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Bai Chen, my elder brother has arrived. Let me introduce you." Bai Chen paused, realizing that Shuek's elder brother was none other than Xue Qinghe. As the heir to the angel god, the prospect of meeting such a prominent figure filled him with excitement. Ding! Side quest triggered, Qianrenxue. Please familiarize yourself with Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue, for a reward of 100 points. Taken aback by this revelation, Bai Chen considered the implications. It appeared that significant supporting characters from the original narrative could indeed trigger quests. All right, Bai Chen acquiesced. Seeing his agreement, Shuek cheerfully led him to Xue Qinghe. At that moment, Xue Qinghe, disguised as Qianrenxue, was preparing to leave after observing their match. However, upon noticing Shuek approaching Bai Chen, he paused. "Brother Qinghe, you came to watch my match." Shuek chirped sweetly. In response, Xue Qinghe affectionately ruffled Shuek's hair, replying, "After all, this was a promise I made to you. And this young man beside you is the Bai Chen you often mention, correct?" "Yes, that's right. Bai Chen, this is my elder brother, Xue Qinghe. You may introduce yourself." Shuek affirmed. Bai Chen nodded, saying, "Greetings, Prince Qinghe." Xue Qinghe, in turn, patted Bai Chen's head, stating, "Little Bai Chen, like Shueku. You may simply call me Brother Qinghe. There is no need for such formality." After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen replied, Very well, Brother Qinghe." Once they were acquainted, Shueku interjected, "Brother Qinghe, I would like to invite Bai Chen to the ball in 2 days. Is that permissible?" "Of course. But have you consulted Bai Chen regarding this matter?" Xue Qinghe inquired. At his words, Shueku turned to glance at Bai Chen. Noticing her hopeful expression, Bai Chen promptly nodded. He had no objections to attending. As for potential ridicule at the ball, he was not particularly concerned. Who would take the time to mock a mere child, especially one brought along by Shueku? After agreeing to attend the ball, Bai Chen returned to his dormitory, eagerly utilizing the mysterious drop item he had just obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a consumable item, the soul-extinguishing talisman. Upon reviewing the item's effects, Bai Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Soul-extinguishing talisman, a consumable item that can unleash a single strike equivalent to the full power of a rank 91 assault-type title Douluo. Wow! Bai Chen exclaimed in disbelief. The power of this talisman could potentially obliterate a soul Douluo in an instant. Regrettably, this item could only be used once. Bai Chen stored it in his Zonglong ring, recognizing its potential to save his life in a critical moment. It was best preserved with care. Chapter 22. The Royal Palace of Tiando. After a silent night, the dawn of the next day arrived swiftly. The previous day had witnessed 4 matches, with the advancing teams being Class 2, Class 3, Class 6, and Class 8. Bai Chen meticulously observed the surrounding teams, ultimately focusing his gaze on Class 8. Unlike the other classes, Class 8 boasted 4 members with levels reaching 11, making them the strongest team in the entire first year. Even Bai Chen did not possess absolute confidence in defeating Class 8. However, relief washed over Bai Chen as the draw results were announced. Their opponent for the day was none other than their familiar rivals, Class 2. Upon seeing the draw, Class 2's captain, Gong Cheng, cast a glance at Bai Chen, perceiving him as his foremost adversary. Throughout the training matches in recent weeks, they had not once triumphed over Class 3. Routinely bested by Class 3, Gong Cheng, being a tenacious individual, was particularly eager to secure a victory against Bai Chen. As both teams entered the arena, Gong Cheng remarked to Bai Chen, "Be cautious. Today, I am not the same as usual. I will surely emerge victorious." Bai Chen felt somewhat exasperated by Gong Cheng's words, as he had uttered the same before each encounter. Yet, it was true that Gong Cheng's strength seemed to incrementally improve with each match. He might have even reached level 12 this time. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that he could contend with Bai Chen, the sole level 13 in the arena. Once the referee confirmed that both teams were ready, he promptly announced the commencement of the match. Bai Chen's team executed their established strategy, with 5 assault-type soul masters charging forward while Bai Chen and Fan Yi stood ready to provide support. To Bai Chen's surprise, Gong Cheng's team employed a similar tactic, positioning 5 members at the forefront, with Gong Cheng and another teammate closely monitoring Bai Chen and Fan Yi. Noticing the unexpected look in Bai Chen's eyes, Gong Cheng smirked. This strategy had been meticulously devised by their 7 members, stemming from their analysis of why they consistently fell short against Class 3. Their chaotic assaults had been countered by Class 3's organized approach, which often exploited their weakest points, leading to a 7 versus 6 scenario. Hence, they believed that by restraining Bai Chen and Fan Yi's attempts, they could seize victory. Seeing Gong Cheng's confident demeanor, Bai Chen shook his head. It was implausible for them to defeat his team with their own strategy. As anticipated, with the match's onset, Class 2 swiftly found themselves in dire straits. The average strength of Class 3 surpassed that of Class 2, allowing them to barely withstand the assaults of 7 foes. Now, with a 5-on-5 situation, Class 3 dominated, particularly with Qi Yun and Zhong Yong, who typically handled 2 opponents each due to their robust physiques. With only one adversary before them, they seized the opportunity to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Gong Cheng was left dumbfounded at this turn of events as it diverged from his expectations. While he hadn't anticipated a complete rout, he had hoped for a more evenly matched contest. However, the reality proved that sometimes, without effort, one remains oblivious to the depths of despair. Bai Chen's team's strategy was not one that could be universally employed. This time, Gong Cheng's team succumbed at an unprecedented rapid pace. In no time, the match concluded, and Bai Chen received a reward of 60 points. Gong Cheng approached Bai Chen to inquire, "Why is it that when we employed your strategy, you appeared unfazed, as if you had foreseen our intentions? Was this part of your plan?" Bai Chen replied, "Gong Cheng, it seems you still do not grasp the essence. Each team possesses its unique characteristics. Our tactics can only be effectively executed by us. Others will naturally fail to achieve the same results. Is that so?" Gong Cheng mused. "Indeed," Bai Chen assured, patting Gong Cheng on the shoulder to dismiss him. After the match, Bai Chen intended to return to his dormitory promptly, but he was intercepted by Shueku. Puzzled, he inquired, "What is it, Shueku? Is there something you require?" "Of course, Chen. Do you possess formal attire for the banquet?" Taken aback, Bai Chen responded, "I seem to lack such a thing." Shueku's expression conveyed her anticipation. "I have prepared an outfit for you. Come and try it on to see if it fits." "Oh," Bai Chen replied, somewhat dazed. Although he was reluctant to accept Shueku's generosity without cause, attending the royal banquet in shabby attire would be quite unbecoming. He resolved to repay her for the dress at a later date. As Shueku led Bai Chen towards the palace, Yu Tianyu, Zhong Yong, and others watched the pair with contemplative expressions. Zhong Yong remarked, "I'm full now. Thank you for the hospitality." Yu Tianyu added, "May all lovers become siblings." Qi Yun interjected, "It's impossible for them to become siblings. Princess Shueku is of royal lineage. Could the royalty truly mistake their own child?" Yu Tianyu exclaimed, "I do not care. They flaunt their affection daily, and I am but a child. How can they treat me this way?" Fan Yi consoled, "You'll get used to it. It will get better." Meanwhile, Bai Chen followed Shueku into the Tiando Empire's royal palace. Feeling nervous on his first visit, he was greeted at the entrance by guards who promptly allowed them entry upon recognizing Shueku. Upon entering the palace, Bai Chen was reminded not to gawk like a country bumpkin, yet he could not resist glancing around. It was his first time in such a place. While his own family was noble and their residence uniquely adorned, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the palace before him. Though Bai Chen was not well versed in matters of decor, the royal architecture exuded an air of tranquility and sanctity, making even a stroll through the grounds feel remarkably pleasant. Shueika noticed Bai Chun's discreet observations, her eyes curving into crescent shapes as she beheld Bai Chun's adorable expression. After an hour of walking, they finally arrived at Shueiku's quarters. Bai Chen found himself questioning the distance. Was her palace truly situated so far from the palace entrance? Did she traverse this distance daily for school? Unbeknownst to him, Shueika had deliberately chosen the longest route to extend their time together. Chapter 23. Confrontation with Class 8. Entering Shueika's boudoir, Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Unlike a typical maiden's chamber, Shueika's room mirrored the palace's decor, possessing an undeniable aesthetic appeal. Have a seat while I fetch the attire, Shueika proposed. All right, Bai Chen responded. Shueika returned, bearing an exquisitely wrapped gift box. You can change in there. Do try it on. Bai Chen replied. Accepting the box from Shueika, Bai Chen felt a twinge of being a kept man. I'll go change then, he announced. Yes, go ahead, Shueika urged. Bai Chen entered the lavatory and donned the formal attire Shueika had provided. The spacious bathroom featured a full-length mirror, allowing Bai Chen to scrutinize his appearance. Adorned in the garment, Bai Chen assessed himself. It was decent, perhaps reminiscent of a child actor, but nothing more. At the tender age of 6, it was challenging to exude an aura of captivating elegance in such formal attire. Emerging from the bathroom, Bai Chen was met by Shueika, who was awaiting his arrival. Her eyes lit up at the sight of him, though Bai Chen remained unimpressed. Shueika perceived a significant transformation. His current ensemble far surpassed his previous attire. Splendid. Remember to wear this to the gathering in a few days, Shueika instructed. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. A verbal expression of gratitude seemed superfluous, given their familiarity. Subsequently, Shueika arranged for a carriage to transport Bai Chen home. Bai Chen initially attempted to decline, but Shueika's remark, a young lad must safeguard himself when venturing out, quelled his objections. Upon returning home, Bai Chen removed the formal attire and carefully stowed it away in his wardrobe, reserving it for the impending banquet. As Bai Chen entered his room, Chen Yi cast a venomous glance towards his abode. For days, Bai Chen had remained elusive, never affording him the opportunity to assassinate him and seize his soul bone. Chen Yi found this peculiar. Could he have anticipated his intentions and prepared accordingly? He pondered. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. Bai Chen, despite his intelligence, was merely a 6-year-old child. Nevertheless, prudence was paramount. Should Bai Chen genuinely discern his objectives, he would be in peril. Consequently, Chen Yi resolved to cease his passive stance. Bai Chen's strength was rapidly escalating. The higher his level, the lower his chances of a successful ambush. He needed to proceed with utmost caution. Therefore, Chen Yi determined to act without further delay, lest his window of opportunity close. He then departed. Unbeknownst to Chen Yi, Bai Chen was observing his every move through the peephole in his door. Witnessing Chen Yi's departure, Bai Chen's expression grew somber. If he had previously merely suspected Chen Yi's malevolent intentions, he was now certain. However, Chen Yi's motives remained elusive. To his recollection, he had never offended Chen Yi. Moreover, his class would receive a bonus for producing such an exceptional student. Could it be envy? Observing Chen Yi's demeanor, Bai Chen couldn't rule out the possibility. For now, he could only attribute it to Chen Yi's animosity. As he contemplated, he caressed the Songlong ring. If he found himself in dire straits, he would resort to the soul extinction talisman, instantly obliterating Chen Yi's arrogance. The night passed uneventfully, ushering in the third day of the points battle. Today marked the culmination of the first-year students' points battle. Victory in this contest would grant them the school's coveted reward. Upon arriving at the training field, Bai Chen discovered that Shueika and her comrades had already assembled. Morning, boss. Zhong Yong greeted. Morning, Bai Chen responded. Today's adversary is Class 8. Do you feel confident? Shueika inquired. Bai Chen shook his head. I cannot guarantee a flawless victory. I shall strive to the best of my ability. Shueika acknowledged. Despite his words, Bai Chen was determined to vanquish Class 8. Failure would jeopardize his secondary quest to dominate the campus, potentially disrupting subsequent missions. As for tactics, Bai Chen had pondered extensively the previous day, yet no strategy materialized. Not due to a lack of intellect, but rather the composition of their team offered limited options. Devoid of control or support systems, brute force was the most viable approach. After a brief warm-up, Class 3 and Class 8 ascended to the arena. The headmaster, Xue Qinghe, and even Xue Bong, a student at the Advanced Heavenly Do Royal Academy, had come to witness the contest. Given that it was Shueika's final match, such attention was to be expected. Moments before the commencement, Bai Chen addressed his team. Endure for as long as you can. Once I defeat my opponent, I will immediately provide support. Yes, boss, they affirmed. Class 8, however, exuded a different aura. Swiftly defeat them and demonstrate that Class 8 strength is unparalleled. Observing the two teams below, the headmaster remarked to Xue Qinghe, Crown Prince Qinghe, which team do you deem superior? Class 3, Xue Qinghe replied without hesitation. Oh, Class 8 boasts 4 individuals who have surpassed level 10. Are you certain you believe Class 3 is stronger? The headmaster inquired. Indeed, Xue Qinghe affirmed. With that, Xue Qinghe ceased speaking, focusing solely on the impending match. The headmaster, observing Xue Qinghe's demeanor, refrained from further questioning. In his heart, he favored Class 8. The referee, ensuring both sides were prepared, declared, begin. Martial Soul, awaken. 14 simultaneously, both sides charged towards their adversaries. Bai Chen found himself facing the captain of Class 8, an 11-level soul master wielding the Lion Martial Soul, while Bai Chen had considered engaging the lowest-level opponent to quickly eliminate a combatant. Such a strategy would expose a teammate to a higher-level foe. It was conceivable that his own side would crumble first. Therefore, it was preferable to confront an opponent of comparable strength. Witnessing Bai Chen's advance, the captain of Class 8 roared, First Soul Skill. Beast Transformation. His body swelled in size. Bai Chen retaliated with equal fervor, First Soul Skill. Assault. A resounding thud echoed as the two collided, followed by a chaotic melee. The scene was one of utter pandemonium. Chapter 24. Engaged in a bitter struggle as the skirmishes unfolded, Bai Chen faced a distinctive opponent in the captain of Class 8, Yi Zicheng, who exhibited remarkable composure. It was Bai Chen's first encounter with such a challenger. It seemed as though each of his attacks was anticipated, rendering him unable to defeat Yi Zicheng within a short span. Should he fail to overcome his adversary now, and if his teammates were to succumb beforehand, their mission would undoubtedly end in failure, necessitating a wait of an entire semester before the next opportunity for a points battle. With this in mind, Bai Chen felt a surge of anxiety, causing his attacks to become somewhat erratic. Observing Bai Chen's distress, Yi Zicheng smirked, confident in his team's superior overall strength compared to Class 3. As long as he could hold Bai Chen at bay, it was only a matter of time before Class 3 would meet their defeat. Xue Qinghe, witnessing the unfolding scene, expressed surprise, inquiring, Principal, who is the student engaged with Bai Chen? The principal promptly responded, that is Yi Zicheng, the son of General Uxin. Realizing this, Xue Qinghe remarked, no wonder his attack patterns seem so familiar. He must be employing the unique boxing style of the Yi family. Indeed, Your Highness, the principal confirmed. With the principal's affirmation, Xue Qinghe sighed. In that case, Class 3 is likely doomed to lose. Although the Yi family's boxing style does not enhance their soul power, it is exceptionally sophisticated, a highly refined combat technique. Despite Yi Zicheng having only grasped the basics, it is more than sufficient to contend with Bai Chen and his forceful but simplistic approaches. The principal nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Bai Chen possessed a higher level and greater strength, victories among soul masters often hinged on more than mere soul power. Minutes passed, and rather than prevailing over Yi Zicheng, Bai Chen found himself at a disadvantage. Typically, Bai Chen relied on his extraordinary agility to exploit opponents' weaknesses swiftly. However, today was different. Inexplicably, Yi Zicheng, despite not being a speed-oriented soul master, consistently managed to defend against Bai Chen's assaults and occasionally countered. Moreover, it appeared that due to Yi Zicheng's beastly physique, Bai Chen's soul power was hindered from penetrating, leaving him at an impasse. It seemed as though Yi Zicheng possessed a unique technique that left Bai Chen feeling powerless. Bai Chen could hardly believe that such prowess was self-taught at Yi Zicheng's young age. It was far more likely that his parentage played a significant role in his skill development. With this realization, Bai Chen felt a growing desire for such combat techniques himself, pondering whether the system might reward him with a special skill upon completing his tasks. Otherwise, relying solely on brute force seemed rather inadequate. As time progressed without any advancements on Bai Chen's part, Class 3 slipped further into disadvantage. If this continued, their defeat was inevitable. Sighing, Bai Chen concluded that it was time to resort to a different strategy. Suddenly, his attack slowed, prompting Yi Zicheng to wonder if Bai Chen had tired. This seemed unlikely. Given his earlier vigor, was it a ruse to lure him into an attack, only to exploit his weaknesses? Humph, clever as you are, Bai Chen, I shall not fall for your trick. I only need to keep you occupied, Yi Zicheng thought silently. However, Bai Chen was simultaneously engaged in combat, while purchasing items in the system's shop. Ding. Congratulations, host. Purchase of attribute pills successful. Points reduced by 200. Ding. Attribute pill used successfully. All attributes increased by 10%. After consuming the attribute pill, Bai Chen felt an unmistakable surge in all his attributes, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Meanwhile, Yi Zicheng's expression abruptly changed, as Bai Chen's opponent, He recognized the shift in Bai Chen's capabilities even more acutely. Suddenly, Bai Chen's speed and strength intensified, catching Yi Ziqing off guard and nearly overwhelming his defenses. Additionally, Bai Chen's hands became unexpectedly firm upon impact, causing Yi Ziqing to feel a tingling in his arm. What has happened? It feels as though he has consumed some sort of enhancement. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, the attribute Pill and Appos' 10% boost had proven exceptionally effective, even enhancing the potency of his soul techniques. First soul technique, Rampage. With determination, Bai Chen unleashed another assault. Bang! Due to the sudden increase in speed, Yi Ziqing was unable to defend in time, receiving a direct blow to his abdomen. A pained groan escaped Yi Ziqing's lips. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen launched a series of combination punches, concluding with a knee strike that sent Yi Ziqing tumbling out of the ring. With Yi Ziqing eliminated, Fan Yi and Yu Kong were simultaneously knocked out as well. The tide of the match shifted dramatically, catching both the principal and Xue Qinghe by surprise. Ziqing has been eliminated so swiftly. This increases Bai Chen's team's chances of victory significantly. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement, despite Bai Chen's team having lost 2 level 8 members, resulting in a 6-5 situation. However, they did not believe that the addition of 2 level 9 students could effectively restrain Bai Chen, especially considering his rapid elimination of Yi Ziqing. As anticipated, the 2 level 9 students fell within minutes to Bai Chen. Simultaneously, Qi Yun and Zhong Yong were also eliminated. At this moment, Bai Chen's mind was flooded with confusion. What was happening? Had his teammates truly treated him as a mere beast of burden? He was human too, with finite stamina. Engaging in a direct confrontation as an agility-based soul master against power-based opponents was already challenging. Facing 2 at once was becoming increasingly difficult. Yet, glancing at the battered forms of Zhong Yong and Qi Yun below the platform, he could hardly blame them. After all, it was indeed a tall order to expect them to contend with 11th level soul masters. Chapter 25, Chain Quest 3. At this moment, Zhong Yong and Qi Yun were sprawled on the ground, exerting every ounce of strength to shout, "Keep going, keep going," in a deep tone, before they lost consciousness. They truly fought with all their might in this battle. However, their opponents were overwhelmingly powerful. The fact that they managed to hold on until now before being defeated was indeed a remarkable feat. Bang! Simultaneously, Yu Tianyu, wielding his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, triumphed over a fellow level 9 assault-type soul master. Upon witnessing Yu Tianyu's victory, Bai Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the numbers were still equal. Truly a testament to the prowess of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit. Bai Chen and Yu Tianyu found themselves pitted against the 2 level 11 soul masters who had bested Qi Yun and Zhong Yong. However, this time, Bai Chen was not facing an assault-type soul master, but rather another agility-type soul master like himself. The opponent's face brightened upon realizing his adversary was Bai Chen. Although they had little interaction previously, Bai Chen had garnered a degree of fame at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. This reputation was not due to his ranking as the strongest among his peers, but rather because of his close association with Xue Ku, frequently seen together, which contributed to his prominence among the same grade students. Gradually, others began to recognize Bai Chen's strength, and unbeknownst to them, he had become the most formidable among the first-year students. Now, after enduring a prolonged battle with Yi Ziqing, he estimated that Bai Chen's stamina must be nearly depleted, making it his moment to defeat Bai Chen and achieve fame. Driven by impatience, he charged forward recklessly, perceiving his opponent as rife with vulnerabilities. Initially, Bai Chen suspected a cunning strategy at play, only to discover that his adversary was merely a brute. Frenzied assault, Bai Chen exclaimed, slashing down with a claw that struck directly at the opponent's chest. The level 11 student felt as if a hammer had smashed into his chest, causing his body to weaken immediately. Xue Qinghe and the principal gasped at this sight, astonished by the ferocity of the young man, who seemed to disregard martial ethics. Below, Yi Ziqing nearly spat blood, having anticipated that his opponent could hold on a little longer, allowing his teammates to gain an advantage. The fact that Bai Chen had defeated his opponent in a single strike was utterly bewildering. After Bai Chen vanquished his foe, the dynamics of the arena shifted dramatically to 5 versus 4, a scenario Bai Chen excelled in. Yi Ziqing felt a wave of despair. As long as someone could stall their opponents, Bai Chen would undoubtedly harvest all their teammates as he had done before. Indeed, as Yi Ziqing had foreseen, once they fell into a situation of being outnumbered, Class 8 quickly succumbed to Class 3. Upon witnessing the outcome, the referee promptly announced, "Class 8 has lost all combat capability. This battle is won by Class 3. The moment the referee declared the result, Bai Chen received a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the chain quest. Dominate the campus 2, leading your team to secure first place in the ranking battle. Task rewards. Cultivation Aptitude X3. 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for leading your team to victory in the team battle, rewarded with 130 points. Congratulations, player, for triggering the chain quest. Dominate the campus 3. Task requirements. Become the academy's top student. Task rewards. Cultivation Aptitude X5. 3,000 points. 1 Soul Spirit Evolution Potion. Hearing the voice resonate in his mind, Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had finally completed this task and triggered Chain Quest 3. Should he succeed in this system task, his martial spirit could evolve into a top-tier one. Bai Chen glanced at his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 6 Soul Power. Level 13 Cultivation Aptitude, 16, including Qingyang Skill 2. Martial Spirit. Gale Demon Wolf Martial Spirit Quality. High Soul Rings, 1 points. 1750 Special Skills. Appraisal Technique. Qingyang Skill, First Layer. Now, his cultivation aptitude had risen to 16, and with the double-speed cultivation card in Qingyang Skill, he was progressing much faster than the average innate full soul power prodigy. Not to mention he had 2 days each week to train at the simulated training ground. After the victory, Bai Chen and his companions prepared to hold a celebratory feast, planning to collect their rewards the next day. Half an hour later, Zhong Yong, with a bandaged head, turned to Bai Chen and asked, "Boss, where's that place you mentioned? When will we arrive? I'm starving." Almost there, Bai Chen replied, leading them to the entrance of the Falling Flower Pavilion, where Moxin was already waiting. Seeing Bai Chen and the others arrive, Moxin waved eagerly. Bai Chen hurried over, saying, "Hello," and Moxin. Moxin affectionately ruffled Bai Chen's hair and said, "Little Bai Chen, I heard your academy won the ranking battle." "That's fantastic. I've already prepared a feast for you. Hurry and bring your friends over." "Thank you," and Moxin, Bai Chen replied. As Bai Chen spoke, Shueke and the others also arrived at the Falling Flower Pavilion, and Moxin smiled. "You must be little Bai Chen's classmates." "Hello. You can call me and Moxin." "Hello, and Moxin." They chorused. Seeing their reaction, Bai Chen felt a sense of relief. These mischievous kids were surprisingly obedient in the presence of an elder. Were these truly his teammates? They wouldn't dare act up in front of an elder, would they? Meanwhile, Zhong Yong and the others were far more astonished than Bai Chen. Typically, Bai Chen maintained a cool demeanor, leading them to believe he was always composed. Yet, they were shocked to see him act so endearingly in front of an elder. In truth, Zhong Yong and the others were intimidated by Bai Chen, causing goosebumps to rise at his unexpected behavior. Upon entering the private room, the sight of a table laden with dishes ignited everyone's appetite. Moxin said, "You all take your time eating. I won't disturb you." "Okay, thank you," and Moxin. "Goodbye," Bai Chen sweetly replied. Seeing Bai Chen's demeanor, Zhong Yong felt a shiver run down his spine. What he had just witnessed was unreal. His boss was not like that. However, out of respect for Bai Chen's prowess, he dared not voice his thoughts. Soon, the table was filled with joyous laughter as they began to eat. Being children, they couldn't drink alcohol. Yet for some unknown reason, Zhong Yong and Qi Yun suddenly found themselves in a dispute. However, given the setting, they refrained from resorting to physical confrontation, ultimately deciding to settle the matter by seeing who could eat more. Upon hearing their suggestion, Bai Chen was speechless. It was his first time witnessing a competition of eating during a celebration. In the end, the results surprised everyone. Qi Yun, the slender one, narrowly defeated Zhong Yong, the heaviest in the class, by half a bowl of rice. Chapter 26, A Night Stay. After dinner, everyone returned home. While Bai Chen took a leisurely stroll with Shueke, Moxin sat in the attic, her face adorned with a knowing smile as she watched Bai Chen and Shueke depart hand in hand, pondering whether Milan and the others were aware of this development. Meanwhile, Bai Chen and Shueke walked along the path, their demeanor quite natural. Shueke, being bold and unreserved, made Bai Chen feel remarkably at ease. He mused that spending time with Shueke was indeed pleasant. They walked in silence until they reached the palace, at which point Shueke said, "All right, I've arrived. Chen, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." After saying this, Bai Chen watched as Shueke entered. As she turned back briefly, catching him still gazing at her, her cheeks flushed, and she hurried inside. Observing her reaction, Bai Chen chuckled softly. She was undeniably charming. Only when Shueke had disappeared from his view did he turn to leave. However, the moment he turned, his expression darkened. Not far away stood an oddly dressed figure, whose head bore the number 39. If his assumptions were correct, this individual was Chun Yi. Glancing at the dimming sky, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. It was late, and the streets were nearly deserted. If he left now, Chun Yi might take the opportunity to strike. Although he possessed a soul-extinguishing talisman, using it against a soul sovereign of level 39 would be a gross waste. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Chen addressed the guard. Excuse me, could you kindly summon Princess Shueko? I just remembered an important matter I forgot to discuss with her. The guard paused, momentarily surprised, then hesitantly asked, is it of great importance? Must it be addressed today? Bai Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is of utmost importance. Convinced by Bai Chen's earnestness, the guard decided to relay the message, recognizing the close bond between the young boy and their princess, and not wishing to incur her wrath. Before long, Shueka came running, exclaiming, Chen, what's wrong? Do you have something to tell me? Her excitement was palpable. As she wondered if Bai Chen was about to confess his feelings, this was her first experience with love. Surveying their surroundings, Bai Chen replied, this isn't the best place to talk. May I come inside? Of course, Shueko exclaimed, leading him into the palace and then into a garden. Chenyi, observing this scene from a distance, felt his face flush with anger. What was happening? Why was that brat allowed inside? Did he realize my presence? However, after a moment's contemplation, Chenyi dismissed the thought. It was improbable. Bai Chen likely had some matter to discuss, and he could afford to wait a little longer for a piece of soul bone. In the secluded garden, Bai Chen adopted a serious tone and said to Shueko, Shueko, every word I am about to utter is the truth. You may find it hard to believe, but I assure you, I have no intention of deceiving you. Hearing his words, Shueko's face turned beet red. You. Go ahead, I believe you. With anticipation sparkling in her eyes, she awaited his revelation. All right, here it is, Bai Chen began. Shueko, I am being pursued. The person after me is currently outside the palace, and I cannot leave. Would you permit me to stay here for the night? Shueko's expression shifted dramatically. What? Chen, someone wants to kill you? Who is it? I will have him captured. She was infuriated that anyone would dare to threaten someone she cared for. Bai Chen was taken aback by her immediate belief. Please, don't be alarmed. Confronting him might not be wise. Why not? Chen, who is he? Shueko pressed. That person is Chenyi. Shueko froze momentarily. Chenyi? Are you being serious? He is a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. He wouldn't do such a thing, would he? That is merely my suspicion. However, he has been shadowing me, waiting for a chance to strike when I am alone. I have been careful to always travel in groups, but just moments ago, I noticed him lurking not far from the palace, likely waiting for me to leave unaccompanied. While Shueka found it hard to believe, she hesitated before saying, Uncle Hey, did you hear Chen's words? Can you investigate the area around the palace? At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, startling Bai Chen. However, he could not discern the man's rank, as a question mark hovered above his head. Bai Chen speculated that perhaps the individual S level was too high, leading to this peculiar phenomenon. Yes, Your Highness, the man affirmed before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Seeing Bai Chen's bewildered expression, Shueka chuckled. Chen, were you startled? Don't worry, that's my bodyguard, Uncle Hey. He is quite formidable. Bai Chen nodded, refraining from inquiring further about the man's level. A few minutes later, Uncle Hey returned. Your Highness, what Bai Chen said is indeed true. With this revelation, Shueko could no longer doubt. Chen, would you like me to help you apprehend him? Being a young girl raised under royal protection, she had not considered the possibility of killing Chenyi. Bai Chen shook his head. No need. I just need to be cautious. After all, we have no evidence. Suddenly capturing him would not be prudent. Shueko vigorously disagreed. But that is far too dangerous. How about I arrange for a bodyguard for you? In response, Bai Chen earnestly stated, really, that won't be necessary, Shueko. Trust me, I will be perfectly fine. Seeing his resolve, Shueko reluctantly agreed, but decided to discreetly ensure some protection for Bai Chen's safety. Then, you shall stay here tonight, she declared. All right, Bai Chen replied, a hint of bashfulness evident in his tone. Chapter 20 Evan Grandfather, Bai Yi, Shueko asked. What do you think, Chen? Would you like to sleep in my room tonight? No, thank you. Bai Chen quickly shook his head in response. Why not? You were startled today. It would be so much better to have someone to sleep with, and we could play for a while before bed. Despite Shueko's words, Bai Chen remained resolute in his refusal. He was convinced that the mysterious figure, the so-called Black Uncle, was still watching from the shadows. If he consented to Shueko's proposal, and that person reported their sleeping arrangement to Shui Yi, it would spell trouble for him. Are you really not coming? Really not. Very well then, Shueko replied, a hint of regret in her voice. The next day, early in the morning, Bai Chen and Shueko rose to set off together to the academy for their awards. In contrast, Chenyi had spent the entire night waiting at the gate, hoping to catch Bai Chen as he emerged. As a carriage rolled out from the palace, he hesitated before deciding to leave. It was now daylight. Not the ideal time to act, and there was a strong possibility that Bai Chen had departed through another entrance. After all, the palace was not limited to just one exit. On their way to the school, Bai Chen lifted the carriage curtain to peek outside, noticing Chenyi turning to leave. He breathed a sigh of relief. thankful that he had not returned home the previous night, for being stalked by that fellow would have been perilous. Upon arriving at the academy, Bai Chen and Shui could dismounted leisurely and made their way toward the playground. The time was still early, and the award ceremony had not yet commenced. Approximately 15 minutes later, Qiyun and the others began to arrive. Noticing the weary expressions on Zhong Yong and Qiyun, Bai Chen shook his head in disbelief. How much had they consumed the previous day to feel this drained? Good morning, boss, Zhong Yong and Qiyun greeted, their spirits low. Good morning, Bai Chen replied. Once everyone had gathered, the time for the awards drew near. The principal understood that these children were quite vain, so he had arranged this ceremony to appease their egos. Before long, Bai Chen and his companions ascended the stage, where the principal presented them with their well-deserved rewards. Given that this was merely a first-year competition among students, even at a prestigious academy, the prizes could not be overly extravagant. Each member of Class 3 received 500 gold coins, while Bai Chen, as the captain, was awarded 1,000 gold coins. Additionally, they all gained access to the simulated training grounds for their practice. Upon receiving the rewards, Bai Chen felt no disappointment. After all, this was not a grand competition. With the newfound wealth, he could purchase many items he had previously desired but could not afford. After collecting their prizes, Bai Chen bid farewell to Shueko and the others. Although students at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy could choose to remain, Bai Chen intended to return home for a visit. His house was not far from the academy, and it would not take much effort to check in on his parents. Moreover, when he had recently reached level 10, his father had insisted that he return home at least once. An hour later, Bai Chen leaped from the carriage arranged by the school to transport students home and walked toward his house. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a familiar figure. Grandfather. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Bai Yi turned and immediately recognized Bai Chen, who was rushing towards him. Bai Yi squatted down, arms outstretched in a welcoming gesture. With a joyful leap, Bai Chen jumped into Bai Ye's embrace. Though he personally found such childish antics quite silly, Bai Yi delighted in them. After all, making the elderly happy was worth a bit of immaturity. Little Bai Chen, have you missed your grandfather? Yes, Bai Chen nodded eagerly. At that moment, he noticed a large number, 68, hovering above Bai Ye's head, indicating his rank. Indeed, his grandfather was a Soul Emperor, and it was not impossible for him to break through to Soul Sage in his lifetime, given that he was only in his 60s. However, seeing Bai Ye's rank made Bai Chen more wary of the black uncle beside Shueku, as it suggested that the latter might be at least level 70. By the way, grandfather, what brings you here today? Of course, I came to see you. By the way, Chener, do you have any plans for this summer? At Bai Ye's inquiry, Bai Chen shook his head. No, grandfather. Is there something you need? Nothing urgent. Then that's good. This month, I plan to take you somewhere special. A special place? Where? You'll find out soon enough. It's a wonderful location. Without providing a clear answer, Bai Yi led him into the house. Although Bai Chen was still puzzled, he knew that his grandfather enjoyed maintaining an air of mystery. Upon returning home, Milan prepared a grand feast for him. And after resting for a while, the next morning arrived. Early that day, Bai Chen intended to rise for exercise, but upon glancing out the window, he noticed a carriage gathering at the entrance, which appeared to be his grandfather's Viscount's carriage. Stepping outside, Bai Chen curiously asked, Grandfather, are you leaving? Hearing Bai Chen's question, Bai Yi chuckled, I'm not leaving. We are leaving. We? Am I going with you? Yes, Chener, today I shall take you to a special place. Once you've had breakfast, we will set off. All right, Bai Chen readily agreed. Although his grandfather had not specified their destination, he trusted that he would not lead him astray. Douluo and Milan also noticed the carriage at the entrance. Douluo expressed surprise, Dad, it hasn't even been a few days. And little Chun is already going to that place. Wouldn't it be better for him to rest a little during the vacation? In response to Douluo's words, Bai Yi lowered his gaze to Bai Chen and said, Little Chun, the place I'm taking you is home to many formidable soul masters. You may even have the opportunity to meet title Douluo. Learning from them would be immensely beneficial for you. Do you wish to accompany me? At Bai Ye's words, Bai Chen's eyes lit up. I want to go. I definitely want to go. Haha. Bai Yi smiled at Bai Chen's enthusiastic response, pleased that his grandson was so ambitious. Observing Bai Chen's eagerness, Douluo shook his head. Since Bai Chen had expressed his desire to go, he would not hinder him. He would allow Bai Chen to pursue his own path. Chapter 28. The Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. After finishing breakfast, Bai Chen set off with Bai Yi. Grandfather, is the place we are going to close to Heavendo City? Indeed, it is quite near. We shall arrive shortly, Bai Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. The proximity to Heavendo City, known for its gathering of formidable soul masters, including the potential to encounter a title Douluo, sparked a revelation in his mind. Grandfather, Is the place you intend to take me a sect? Bai Yi paused in surprise at Bai Chen's insight. Little Bai Chen, how did you know that? Well, it seems that the only sect that fits your description is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. However, the latter is not particularly welcoming to outside soul masters, leaving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as the only viable option. Grandfather, why are you taking me there? We are not members of the sect. Bai Yi chuckled. Ah, my dear Chinner, that remains to be seen. You will understand when we arrive. Another tease. Humph. Bai Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. Half a day later, they arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As they disembarked from the carriage, Bai Chen noticed several other carriages nearby, from which many children of similar age were emerging. This sight ignited a flurry of thoughts in Bai Chen's mind. What day could it be that so many peers had come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Surely, it was not a celestial gate of sorts. Could they be recruiting external disciples? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, external disciples. If his memories served him right. Major sects often recruited soul masters of different martial spirits as external disciples, particularly for a supportive sect like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They would enroll numerous battle soul masters to serve as external disciples to protect the sect. Moreover, being an external disciple at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seemingly offered the chance to marry a soul master with a direct lineage spirit of the sect. The marrying one would mean joining the sect, and any offspring would also belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his hypothesis. Instantly, Bai Chen contemplated turning back. After all, he was the man who had sparked a romantic connection with Xueku, setting aside her royal status and innate talent. Her gentle and unpretentious nature was already incredibly captivating, and her beauty was beyond compare. Without this system, Bai Chen would have never dared to approach a girl of such caliber. Of course, even with the system, he wouldn't have initiated anything. Xueku had approached him first. Just as Bai Chen was lost in thought, Bai Yi interjected, Chinner, today marks the annual selection at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where they will choose exceptionally gifted children for training. Those selected will have the opportunity to learn at the sect during school breaks. Based on their progress, the sect may consider allowing them to join as external disciples. Chinner, if you become a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, your future will truly be smooth sailing. Even if you do not become an external disciple, participating in this training will be immensely beneficial, allowing you to acquire invaluable knowledge. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Chen hesitated. Indeed, merely participating in the training posed no risk to him and could offer substantial learning opportunities. However, just as he was wavering, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Boss. Instinctively, Bai Chen turned towards the voice and was astonished to see Zhong Yong, Qiyun, and their companions nearby. As he contemplated this, the group rushed over. Boss, are you here for the selection as well? Zhong Yong inquired eagerly. Yes, Bai Chen responded absently. That is fantastic. Let us go together. All right, he agreed. Before he could finish, Zhong Yong noticed Bai Yi beside him. Boss, who is this? Oh, this is my grandfather, Bai Yi. Hello. Bai Chen and Appo's grandfather. Hello, young friend, Bai Yi replied warmly, showing courtesy to Bai Chen and Appo's companions. The others, including Zhong Yong, were accompanied by a middle-aged steward, around 40. Rather than family. Thus, Bai Chen was led into the registration area. An elderly man awaited them there. Name? Bai Chen. Gender? Male. Age? 6.5. Martial spirit? Songfeng Demon Wolf. Level? 13th. Upon hearing the level, the elder paused momentarily. Extend your hand. All right. Bai Chen complied without objection. The elder examined his hand and remarked. Not bad, indeed 6.5. Now, place your hand on the crystal ball. Following the elder's instructions, Bai Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball, which instantly emitted a dazzling light. After confirming the results, the elder announced, Young friend, you possess great talent. There is no need for an assessment. You pass directly. Bai Chen smiled in gratitude and departed. Upon learning the news, Bai Yi praised him, as expected of my grandson. All right, Chinner, take this money. I will come to pick you up after the holidays. Okay, goodbye, grandfather. With that, Bai Yi departed. Subsequently, Bai Chen was escorted by a youth who appeared to be in his 20s to his dormitory. Youth, this is your dormitory. It is a double room, so you will have a roommate. I hope you will find it comfortable. Bai Chen shook his head in response, no problem, I quite like double rooms. That's great. Today, there will be assessments, so you have the day free to explore the sect. Thank you. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Oh, I am Gong Yin. You may call me Brother Gong Yin. Upon hearing the name, Bai Chen vaguely recalled someone, pondering if he could be that person's brother. All right, Brother Gong Yin. Thank you. You're welcome. With that, Gong Yin left. Watching him depart, Bai Chen promptly began to organize his belongings. Chapter 29. The first encounter with Ning Rongrong. Soon, Bai Chen had organized all his belongings. He then decided to explore the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Strolling through this unfamiliar territory would not only help him acclimate but might also lead him to encounter Ning Rongrong or Ning Fingxi, potentially triggering a side quest. With that thought, Bai Chen stepped out of his dormitory and began to wander. His current residence was conveniently located near the main entrance, and the dining hall was not far either, seemingly established specifically for the participants of the assessment. Meanwhile, a little girl, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, was stealthily lurking around the examination area for an unknown purpose. As Bai Chen continued walking, he noticed the girl observing from the shadows, her head adorned with the number 11 and the name Ning Rongrong. Surprised by this unexpected encounter, Bai Chen was greeted by the system's prompt in his mind. Ding. Side quest activated. Meet Ning Rongrong. Reward, 300 points. Taken aback by the announcement, Bai Chen mused on the significance of the reward. It seemed that the importance of the characters influenced the points awarded by the system. He wondered what unique rewards could be obtained by cultivating a good relationship with Ning Rongrong. With that in mind, Bai Chen approached her. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was still oblivious to what she was spying on. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Chen inquired. Startled by his sudden voice, Ning Rongrong let out a piercing scream that would be difficult for anyone to withstand. Bai Chen momentarily lost his composure. After a brief pause, Ning Rongrong glared at him and retorted, What are you doing? Do you realize that startling someone like that could be dangerous? Oh, Bai Chen replied instinctively, still recovering from her earlier scream. Seeing his dazed expression, Ning Rongrong sighed in exasperation. Hey, what's your name? Why did you suddenly scare me? I am Bai Chen, a candidate for this year's assessment. I haven't asked you yet. What are you sneaking around for? Are you planning something nefarious? Nefarious? I'll have you know that Ning Rongrong began, only to trail off awkwardly. Feigning ignorance, Bai Chen pressed. But what? Who are you? Speak up, or I'll report you. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong declared, I am a member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If you offend me, you shall regret it. As she spoke, she revealed her martial spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Feigning confusion, Bai Chen asked, a member of the school? Then why are you sneaking around? Is that any of your business? I can do as I please. Ning Rongrong retorted indignantly. By the way, you haven't explained why you're here. If you're a candidate, shouldn't you be taking the assessment? Bai Chen remained calm as he answered, I'm not sure myself. The old man at the entrance asked about my level and age, then let me pass directly. Pass directly? No assessment required? Yeah, I see. That implies your talent is noteworthy. I'll give you a chance to be my subordinate. With that, Ning Rongrong puffed out her non-existent chest like a proud little hen, as if Bai Chen would undoubtedly agree. I refuse. Well, since you agree. Ning Rongrong's voice abruptly cut off. What did you just say? You didn't hear me? I said I refuse. You're quite strange. Besides, you look younger than me. Why would I want to be a subordinate to a child like you? After confirming Bai Chen's words, Ning Rongrong took a deep breath. You're the child here. Are you a fool? In the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school, countless people wish to be my subordinate, yet you think you can just refuse? Have you lost your mind? Ning Rongrong unleashed her best insults. But to Bai Chen, they were trivial. The vocabulary of this little girl was still quite limited, and her attempts at insults lacked any real punch. After a while, observing Ning Rongrong's flushed face, Bai Chen coldly remarked, Rebound. You. Though it was merely 2 simple words. Ning Rongrong was nearly speechless with anger. However, her fury stemmed not just from those words, but also from Bai Chen's indifferent demeanor. It was the first time in her life that someone had shown such disregard for her. What do you mean by what? If you wish to make acquaintances, you must start as friends. Who approaches someone demanding to be their leader right away? Bai Chen did not intend to provoke Ning Rongrong too much, as it seemed she could issue numerous quests, and it was best not to sour their relationship. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Ning Rongrong's anger dissipated slightly. It seemed this fellow was not intentionally trying to irritate her. Despite her tirade, he merely responded with a remark about rebounding. Her father had often advised her to think from another's perspective. All right, I want to be angry. I am Ning Rongrong. We can start as friends. But I must warn you, one day I will make you my subordinate. With those words, Bai Chen's mind was once again filled with the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the Ning Rongrong side quest. Reward, 300 points. However, the system did not immediately provide further rewards. Instead, a voice emerged. Ding. Due to the host's total accumulated points exceeding 3,000 and successfully unlocking a character from the main protagonist group, the system store is undergoing an update. Estimated time, 1 hour. Bai Chen paused. 1 hour? The system is remarkably efficient. Ning Rongrong, could you show me around the 7-treasure glazed tile school? I'm not very familiar with the place. Sure, Ning Rongrong readily agreed. With her response, Bai Chen gleaned insights into her character. It appeared that she was not as spoiled as she would become upon entering Shrek Academy. This little girl was not inherently bad, she was merely a bit mischievous. And he felt confident that they could get along well. Subsequently, Bai Chen casually glanced at the nearby bushes, where 2 crimson question marks hovered above. He speculated that these might be Chen Xin and Gu Rong, though this remained merely a conjecture. After all, Chen Xin and Gu Rong were Ning Fingji's personal bodyguards and could very well be other Soul Douluo. Chapter 30, Dusty Heart and Ancient Banyan Dusty Heart. That little fellow seems to have noticed us. Upon hearing Ancient Banyan's words, Dusty Heart nodded. Although Bai Chen had merely glanced in their direction by chance, his level of strength allowed him to detect even the slightest anomaly. When Bai Chen's gaze lingered on them for a moment, he found it perplexing that a mere child of such low rank could discern their presence. Could it truly be a mere illusion? Meanwhile, as Bai Chen strolled with Ning Rongrong, he suddenly inquired, "Are those 2 individuals hiding in the bushes your protectors?" "Individuals in the bushes? What are you talking about?" Ning Rongrong responded, visibly confused. Bai Chen's assertion stemmed from his lack of complacency. He understood that if those 2 were indeed Ancient Banyan and Dusty Heart, they would have already realized he had spotted them. After all, they were titled Douluos, and he had resolved that when confronting such formidable figures, honesty was paramount. Lies are easily seen through. "There are indeed 2 individuals. I can sense their presence trailing you," Bai Chen declared. Upon hearing this, not only was Ning Rongrong astonished, but Dusty Heart and Ancient Banyan were equally taken aback. This young boy had truly discerned their presence and accurately identified them as 2 individuals. He was indeed remarkable. Having been discovered, they no longer felt the need to remain concealed, and the 2 stepped out into the open. Upon their arrival, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, what are you doing here?" "Ah, well, Rongrong, we just happened to pass by," Ancient Banyan quickly explained, not wishing for their little princess to know that the 2 old men had been following her, fearing it would upset her. "Bai Chen, they've been hiding in that bush all along." Dusty Heart and Ancient Banyan were taken aback by this revelation. Ning Rongrong was about to speak when Ancient Banyan interjected, "Rongrong, we actually came to find this little fellow. We have matters to discuss, so we must take our leave." With that, Ancient Banyan and Dusty Heart swiftly grabbed Bai Chen and fled, leaving Ning Rongrong bewildered in their wake. A few minutes later, Bai Chen was brought to a secluded corner by Ancient Banyan and Dusty Heart. Before they could utter a word, Bai Chen spoke up. "Aren't you supposed to be protecting Ning Rongrong? Why can't you let her know you were safeguarding her?" Just as they were about to question Bai Chen about how he had discovered them, Ancient Banyan and Dusty Heart paused, then quickly regained their composure. "You little rascal. This is none of your concern. Tell me, how did you sense our presence?" Ancient Banyan inquired, while Dusty Heart regarded him with curiosity. "It's quite simple. It's innate. As long as someone enters a certain range around me, I can detect them." "I noticed you from the very beginning," Bai Chen replied. At his words, Ancient Banyan and Dusty Heart's minds immediately conjured a term, innate domain. The child before them had articulated something akin to an innate domain, yet it seemed he was unaware of its significance. Observing their astonished expressions, Bai Chen felt he had successfully piqued their interest. While domain abilities were exceedingly rare, typically only inherited from predecessors or acquired through fortuitous circumstances, with a mere 1 in 10 chance of manifesting during the ascension to title Douluo, the possibility still existed, particularly in cases of martial soul mutation. Bai Chen's martial soul, the Azure Wind Demon Wolf, was indeed a mutated soul, hence he had prepared his explanations well. No matter how Dusty Heart and Ancient Banyan probed, he would be able to respond. After the initial shock, Ancient Banyan continued, "Young friend, do your elders possess such abilities, or is it solely you?" Bai Chen shook his head, replying, "Only I possess it." "What is your martial soul?" Ancient Banyan inquired. "Azure Wind Demon Wolf." "A mutated martial soul? No wonder there is a minuscule chance of a domain appearing," Ancient Banyan murmured. Subsequently, Ancient Banyan exchanged a knowing glance with Dusty Heart, leading to a decision. With a shift in demeanor, Ancient Banyan suddenly smiled warmly, asking, "Little friend, are you an outer disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Or are you here for the selection? Have you passed? You heard everything I discussed with Rongrong just now, didn't you? Honestly, and also, uncle, could you speak less nauseatingly? Can't you talk like before?" Bai Chen replied, "Nauseating, uncle?" Upon hearing these words, Ancient Banyan's smile froze. Yet as a distinguished title Douluo, he would not retaliate against a mere child, especially a gifted one. He could only respond, "Little friend, oh no, you are Bai Chen, correct? You certainly do not hold back in your words. All right, uncle, what exactly do you wish to discuss with me?" Bai Chen inquired. After he spoke, Ancient Banyan glanced at Dusty Heart, who hesitated before stating, "Little friend, would you like to join our Seven Treasures glazed tile school?" Upon hearing Dusty Heart's proposition, Bai Chen shook his head no. Rather than displaying anger at Bai Chen's refusal, Dusty Heart continued, "Why not? You came to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school selection to become an outer disciple, with the intention of seeking an inner disciple as your partner, did you not?" Bai Chen replied, "That applies to others. I am here for training, and besides, I already have a girlfriend." Upon his declaration, both men were taken aback. This young boy could not be more than 6 years old and already had a girlfriend. "Uncle, you both aren't single, are you? If so, you need to step up your game. At your age, finding a partner is quite challenging. If you delay any longer, you'll end up alone for life," Bai Chen remarked, his words piercing like daggers into Dusty Heart and Ancient Banyan's hearts. Indeed, Bai Chen spoke the truth, both were still single. But their dedication to cultivation was the reason for their solitude. They could have countless women vying for their affection if they chose. Observing their expressions, Bai Chen concluded, "It seems I was right." Crack. Dusty Heart felt as though the sword's heart he hadn't wielded in decades was affected. This child truly knew how to strike where it hurt. Having toyed enough with Ancient Banyan and Dusty Heart, Bai Chen decided it was time to depart. He hoped he had left a lasting impression on these two formidable figures. "Uncle, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell." However, just as Bai Chen intended to exit, Ancient Banyan grasped him firmly. Chapter 31. Mall Update, Mysterious Lottery. Gu Rong. Little one, my name is Gu Rong. And this is Chen Xian. Should you change your mind and wish to join our Seven Treasures glazed sect, feel free to bring this jade and seek us out. With that, Gu Rong produced an ancient jade inscribed with a Seven Treasures glazed pagoda and handed it to Bai Chen. "I understand," Bai Chen replied, his mind registering the 200 points awarded for meeting Gu Rong and Chen Xian, as indicated by the task that was issued upon their arrival. "All right, little one. You may proceed with your business. Goodbye, uncle." With that, Bai Chen departed. Gu Rong and Chen Xian observed Bai Chen's retreating figure, feeling no particular regret. They were confident that one day, if Bai Chen were to discover their true identities, he would undoubtedly choose to join their sect. Talents with innate capabilities like his were exceedingly rare, and they would not easily let him slip away. Meanwhile, Bai Chen noticed that Ning Rongrong was still waiting for him, a smile breaking across his face. "You're still here?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, Ning Rongrong turned around and said, "Who is waiting for you?" "I merely wish to know what Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu said to you. Isn't that tantamount to waiting for me?" Although he thought this, Bai Chen refrained from saying it aloud. "Let me around a bit. I'll share what they told me as we walk." Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right then." Thus, the two strolled and conversed. "Your two grandfathers brought me over mainly to persuade me to join your Seven Treasures glazed sect." Bai Chen felt no need to conceal the truth from Ning Rongrong. After a while, a notification sound resonated in Bai Chen and Appo's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The system mall has been successfully updated. Please check it at your convenience." Though he heard the prompt, Bai Chen maintained a calm exterior. After some time, Ning Rongrong had shown him around all the available areas of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. "Thank you, Ning Rongrong. I'll treat you to a meal next time." "No need for thanks. It's my duty as the leader." "Then farewell." "Farewell?" Ning Rongrong glanced at the sun still high in the sky, realizing it was barely afternoon. Was it time to part already? However, she possessed enough pride not to voice a desire to prolong their time together. "Goodbye," she said curtly. She is upset," Bai Chen thought, somewhat bewildered. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen immediately began to investigate the updates in the system mall. After entering, he shook his head, finding that there were not many new items, just a low-level experience-enhancing pill, a low-level soul ring lifespan-enhancing pill, and a mysterious lottery button. He examined the effects of each item. Low-level experience-enhancing pill, effect, for soul masters below level 30, consuming one elevates them by 1 level. With a limit of 3 per person. Price, 5,000 points. Low-level soul ring lifespan-enhancing pill, effect, extends the lifespan of the first 3 soul rings by 100 years with unlimited usage. Price, 3,000 points. Mysterious lottery, effect, can yield a mysterious item. Price, 1,000 points. After reviewing these items, Bai Chen hesitated, glancing at his remaining points. Remaining points, 3,050. These points were rewards from various daily tasks he had completed recently. He realized that purchasing the low-level experience-enhancing pill was beyond his means, and he was reluctant to buy the low-level soul ring lifespan-enhancing pill, as he currently possessed only 1 soul ring. Thus, the mysterious lottery remained his only option. Bai Chen felt a twinge of unease regarding the lottery, given his past experiences with such games. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to proceed with the lottery. deciding to draw twice and save 1,000 points for a double-speed training card. Without delay, he initiated the first mysterious lottery, his points dwindling by 1,000. Ding. Congratulations. Host. You have successfully used the mysterious lottery and obtained a mysterious medicinal bath recipe. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a recipe appeared in Bai Chen's hands. Mysterious recipe. Effect. Following the recipe to prepare the medicine for a bath can swiftly heal injuries and recover from training-related damage. Prolonged use can enhance one's talent and physique. Note. For initial use, continuous application for 1 month will significantly improve talent and physique. Upon seeing the recipe, Bai Chen's pupils dilated. This was an excellent item. It could enhance talent, and more importantly, he recognized all the medicinal ingredients listed. Though they were expensive in Douluo continent, his current financial means allowed him to procure some without consuming points. Feeling quite pleased with his first lottery draw, Bai Chen promptly proceeded with the second draw. Ding. Congratulations. Host. The mysterious lottery was successful, and you have obtained the body refining technique, Heavenly Demon Body. Heavenly Demon Body effect. By practicing the methods recorded in the Heavenly Demon Body, one can significantly enhance their physique and clear their meridians. Achieving mastery allows one's body to rival that of a heavenly demon. Note. This body refining technique is extremely difficult to master. The host should proceed with caution. Reading the description of the Heavenly Demon Body, Bai Chen nearly burst into laughter at his fortune. Should he master this technique, no title Douluo in this world could pose a threat to him. However, after checking the requirements for the Heavenly Demon Body, he promptly closed the information. It required a minimum level of 20, which he currently could not fulfill. After the lottery concluded, Bai Chen, as was his custom, immediately began his training. Despite the system and Oppo's assistance, to reach the pinnacle of the continent without restrictions, Bai Chen understood that he must exert considerable effort. Being a child, he lacked other recreational activities. He could hardly engage in childish games with peers or indulge in nefarious activities with adults. Thus, diligent training remained his best course of action. The following day, early morning, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was still conducting its selection process, which was originally scheduled to conclude yesterday. However, due to a higher number of participants this year, the selection was extended by a day. Additionally, Bai Chen and Oppo's roommate had yet to arrive, leaving him alone in the dormitory. As he stepped out of his room, Bai Chen spotted Ning Rongrong a short distance away. The young girl was crouched there, glancing around intermittently, as if awaiting someone. Seeing the scene, Bai Chen paused. Could she be waiting for him? They had only just met. What merit did he possess to warrant Ning Rongrong, the daughter of a wealthy family, to wait for him? Could it be due to his distinct demeanor yesterday? Chapter 32 Sui Yi Hei, Ning Rongrong. Were you waiting for me? Bai Chen suddenly spoke up, causing Ning Rongrong to shudder, clearly startled once more. After taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, You insufferable Bai Chen. Are you trying to frighten me to death? Could you refrain from speaking so suddenly every time? Oh, my apologies, Bai Chen replied. You still haven't answered my question. Were you waiting for me? Humph. Of course not. I would never wait here for you. I merely wanted to see if there are any interesting individuals among this year's candidates. Would you care to accompany me to buy something? Sure. Her prompt agreement belied her earlier claim of not waiting for him. Though Bai Chen thought it, he chose not to voice it. Ning Rongrong. Does the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have any shops that sell medicinal herbs? Upon hearing Bai Chen's inquiry, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and replied, Could you please stop calling me by my full name? Just call me Rongrong or Sister Rongrong. Do you understand? It feels strange to hear Ning Rongrong all the time. All right, Rongrong, Bai Chen said, not intending to provoke her, especially since he needed her assistance. He had not seen any apothecary the previous day. Ning Rongrong seemed satisfied with his response. Although there is a clinic within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for healing disciples, they do not sell herbs to outsiders. Fortunately, you encountered me. I can take you to the nearest apothecary. You should be grateful. Thank you. For some reason, Ning Rongrong felt somewhat deflated upon hearing Bai Chen's response. This peculiar fellow, despite her status as the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, remained so indifferent. Do you always speak this way? Bai Chen shook his head in response to Ning Rongrong's question. Not with elders. Oh, how do you speak with elders? Do tell. Bai Chen recalled the tone he used when speaking to his parents, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. You really wouldn't want to know. Let's hurry to the apothecary. All right. However, as they walked halfway, an array of peculiar sounds reached their ears. Bai Chen glanced in that direction and shook his head in resignation. Not far away, several children surrounded a golden-haired boy, striking him with fists and kicks, while a cute girl nearby observed the scene with dispassionate eyes. Bullying? Quite common, indeed. It seemed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not exempt from such occurrences. Nevertheless, Bai Chen had no intention of intervening this time, for with Ning Rongrong, the young lady, by his side, it was not his place to intervene. Surely, she would come to the boy's aid. To his surprise, Ning Rongrong did not even glance in that direction and continued walking ahead with Bai Chen. Hey, aren't you going to do something? Bai Chen called out. Ning Rongrong paused briefly and replied, Do what? Bai Chen, puzzled by her lack of awareness, pointed towards the boy. Over there. Upon hearing him, Ning Rongrong looked over with some confusion before turning away. What is there to manage? Do I know him well? Besides, his mother is a trader of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. Why should I intervene? Bai Chen quickly grasped the key words in her statement. Mother? Trader? What does that mean? Just as Bai Chen contemplated whether to take action, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a chain side quest. Rescue Sui. Reward, 100 points. Surprised, Bai Chen realized that the boy's name was Sui. He had intended to rescue him regardless, for though he was not a do-gooder, he possessed a sound modern mindset and could not simply turn a blind eye when he had the means to help. Moreover, the system had issued a quest. At that moment, Sui was curled up, hands clutching his head, enduring the blows from those around him. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong. Ever since he could remember, he had been labeled a bastard, the son of a traitor. He had done nothing wrong. Why must he endure such suffering? Come save me, Sui silently pleaded. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby, and Sui felt the hands that had been beating him vanish. Dazed, he looked up to see a boy of similar age, dressed in attire that clearly marked him as a noble, had driven away his assailants. Who are you? Why are you hitting us? One of the boys asked. Bai Chen did not respond. Instead, he delivered an uppercut that struck the jaw of the speaking boy, rendering him unconscious. The others were momentarily stunned by this turn of events. They abandoned their fallen comrade and fled. While the girl who had been watching coldly cast a deep glance at Bai Chen, as if to remember him. Bai Chen shook his head. These people truly lack any sense of loyalty. They don't even care about their friend's well-being. Sui stared blankly at the scene, and Bai Chen approached him. Hey, are you all right? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Sui dazedly shook his head. Thank you. I'm fine. Bai Chen examined the bruises on Sui's arms. Don't pretend to be strong. I'm on my way to the apothecary. Come with me. Sui quickly shook his head. Thank you for saving me. But you should leave quickly. They will call for help soon, and if you stay with me, you'll become a target as well. Bai Chen was taken aback. This child was surprisingly mature. It's all right. I'm not afraid of them. Come with me, he said, taking Sui's hand and leading him toward Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong offered no comment. Many had previously helped Sui, but those who did soon found themselves victims of the same bullying. Eventually, they could no longer endure it and distanced themselves from Sui, with some even joining in the harassment. As for her, she had no desire to involve herself in such matters. They held no relevance for her. Bai Chen, observing Ning Rongrong's indifferent expression, felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, he understood he could not impose his expectations on others, yet Ning Rongrong's image in his mind had diminished further. Chapter 33. The new roommate Sui immediately recognized Ning Rongrong, and a wave of nervousness washed over him. He stammered, Hello, Miss Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong disregarded his greeting, merely tilting her head disdainfully and huffing in response. Observing her reaction, Bai Chen sighed. According to Ning Rongrong's earlier assertions, only her mother had betrayed their sect, which had no bearing on Sui himself. Yet, the prejudices of those around him were suffocating this innocent boy who had committed no wrongdoing. Let us proceed to the apothecary, Bai Chen suggested. All right, Sui replied, his voice trembling. Despite his fear of Ning Rongrong, he felt no such apprehension towards Bai Chen. Rather, he was filled with gratitude. He vowed to repay Bai Chen's kindness tenfold in the future. However, he was reluctant to linger here any longer. Typically, he would gather herbs from the ground and apply them to his wounds. Bai Chen had rescued him and even incurred expenses on his behalf, which made Sui feel uneasy. As they walked, Bai Chen observed the expressions of Ning Rongrong and Sui. Ning Rongrong did not regard Sui with animosity. It seemed she truly did not care much for him, as she had claimed. Soon, they arrived at the apothecary Ning Rongrong had mentioned. You two go ahead. If I enter, the proprietor will surely try to ingratiate himself with me, and it's quite bothersome, she stated. Very well, Bai Chen responded, then led the still timid Sui inside the shop. The apothecary's owner, noticing the two children, did not treat them with disdain. Hello, little ones. What can I assist you with today? He asked in a patronizing tone. Bai Chen, undeterred, replied, Sir, I would like these herbs, in 2 quantities, and please add a set of ointment for external wounds. Of course. The owner took the prescription from Bai Chen's hand. Upon examining the list of requested herbs, he paused and said, Young man, some of these ingredients are rather expensive. Do you have enough money? How much for 2 sets? Bai Chen inquired. 1 set cost 150 gold coins, the owner replied. Nodding, Bai Chen produced a pouch of coins. The owner's eyes brightened upon seeing the money, and he said, please hold on a moment. Before long, the owner had prepared the requested herbs and handed them over along with an extra set of ointment. Young man, you need only pay for the 2 sets of herbs. Consider the ointment a gift from me. Thank you very much, Bai Chen said, taking the ointment in hand without placing it in the Songlong ring, as he was wary of revealing its existence given his limited strength. This is for you. Prepare the medicine, and it should heal you shortly. Thank you, Sui stammered, overwhelmed with gratitude. By the way, have you eaten? If not, let us go have a meal together, Bai Chen suggested, pulling Sui along before he could respond. Seeing Ning Rongrong at the entrance, Bai Chen called out, let us go. Didn't I say I would treat you to a meal last time? Today is the day, so choose a place. Suddenly invited by Bai Chen, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Is that so? Well, prepare for a hefty bill then. Bai Chen sensed an ominous feeling from her peculiar smile but nodded nonetheless, thinking that if he had to spend, he could always earn more later. Before long, Ning Rongrong led Bai Chen to a quaint and elegant restaurant. Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not taken him to an extravagant place. Let us go in, she said. Right, Bai Chen replied, quickly ushering Sui inside as well. Noticing Sui's anxious demeanor, Bai Chen reassured him. There's no need to be so nervous. Your tension is making me anxious too. Oh, I'm sorry, Sui mumbled. There's no need to apologize. You haven't done anything wrong, Bai Chen replied. Sui, unsure how to respond, remained silent, as his lack of social interaction left him at a loss for words. After they were seated, a charming young waitress approached them with a warm smile. Hello, little ones. What would you like to order? Miss, please give the menu to her. She will place the order, Bai Chen instructed. Certainly, the waitress replied. Ning Rongrong glanced at the menu and began to order, quickly selecting over 10 dishes in one breath. Once she finished, Bai Chen glanced at the prices and felt relieved. The dishes were reasonably priced, and this meal would surely not exceed 20 gold coins. The food arrived promptly, and Bai Chen sampled a dish, nodding in approval. It was not inferior to that served at the Falling Flower Pavilion. Meanwhile, Sui hesitated, only daring to take from the dishes before him. Bai Chen chose not to interfere this time. He had already done enough, and he wanted to allow Sui to enjoy the meal at his own pace. After the meal, Bai Chen bid farewell to Sui. I reside in the dormitory area of the selection. If anyone bullies you, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Sui replied gratefully. Although Bai Chen's actions might seem meddlesome, he could not simply stand by when he was capable of helping. You have helped him. You may attract a lot of trouble, Ning Rongrong warned. I am untroubled by that, Bai Chen replied. Is that so? I hope that when we meet again, you will still be so composed, Ning Rongrong remarked. With that, Bai Chen returned to his dormitory, carrying the herbs he had purchased. Upon entering, Bai Chen discovered an unexpected presence. It appeared he had a new roommate. Just as he prepared to introduce himself, the other person abruptly spoke. Name your price. Bai Chen was taken aback. What? Noticing Bai Chen's stunned expression, Lu Mu frowned and asserted, I'll give you 500 gold coins to vacate. I want this room to myself. Understanding Lu Mu's intent, Bai Chen ignored him and lay down on his bed. Lu Mu's face darkened at Bai Chen's indifference. Hey, did you not hear what I said? Lu Mu shouted. Bai Chen continued to disregard him, having no desire to converse with someone so self-absorbed. Lu Mu and Appo's frustration mounted as Bai Chen remained nonchalant. In a fit of rage, he seized a chair and hurled it towards Bai Chen. Chapter 34, Medicinal Bath. Seizing the chair thrown at him, Bai Chen's expression darkened. This little rascal before him was due for a lesson. You dare to obstruct me? Who gave you the audacity? Lu Mu declared with an air of entitlement. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen realized that the extent of this brat's mischief had surpassed his expectations. A sharp sound echoed as Bai Chen slapped Lu Mu's face. The sudden sting left Lu Mu in disbelief. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a searing pain struck his abdomen. Bai Chen had kicked him. Subsequently, Bai Chen unleashed a merciless barrage upon the still dazed Lu Mu. To deal with someone like Lu Mu, instilling genuine fear in him through sheer force was the only way to prevent future troubles. 15 minutes later, observing Lu Mu groaning on the ground, Bai Chen paid him no mind and began his own cultivation. The thought of indulging in a medicinal bath later filled him with excitement. Meanwhile, after a spell of groaning, Lu Mu and Appo's gaze towards Bai Chen transformed into one of trepidation. It was the first time someone had treated him in such a manner. Contemplating this, he gathered his belongings and departed the dormitory. Once Lu Mu left, Bai Chen glanced at the door. He's gone? Excellent. Living alone is quite liberating. I hope the Seven Treasures Glazed sect refrains from assigning me any roommates. With that thought, Bai Chen retrieved the medicinal herbs he had purchased that day. Each set of herbs could be used 5 times, and with 2 sets in hand, he had enough for 10 applications. Following the prescription, Bai Chen boiled a large vat of water and proceeded to add the herbs one by one. Half an hour later, he observed the concoction in the wooden tub had turned black, just as described in the instructions. He quickly extracted the juice from a herb called blackwood grass and applied it evenly across his body. According to the prescription, this medicinal bath possessed potent effects. Applying the juice from the blackwood grass would effectively protect his body while neutralizing the bath's properties, allowing for better absorption of its medicinal essence. After completing the application, Bai Chen dipped one leg into the medicinal bath, instantly overwhelmed by an exhilarating sensation. If he were to describe this feeling, it was akin to taking a bite of mint candy on a winter's day, followed by a breath of frosty air. Yet, rather than a chill, he experienced warmth. Having barely submerged one leg, Bai Chen felt as though he might perish. Resolutely, he decided to plunge fully into the bath. Immediately, a wave of heat surged towards his head, prompting him to circulate his soul power for protection. A quarter of an hour later, he felt every cell in his body awaken, pulsing with vitality. It was a sensation that was both agonizing and pleasurable, a peculiar dichotomy that Bai Chen found difficult to articulate. On the other side, Shuai Ke listened to Black Uncle's report with a scowl. Are you saying Bai Chen has gone to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for the selection? Upon receiving Black Uncle's affirmative nod, her expression darkened further. She understood all too well the nature of this selection. It was merely a guise for arranging child marriages. Black Uncle, gather our things. We are heading to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Yes, Your Highness. With a sigh, Black Uncle acknowledged her command, knowing well the strength of Shuai Ke's possessiveness. Bai Chen's actions would surely leave her feeling distressed. The following day, Bai Chen awoke to find the medicinal water beside him had lightened in color. Nodding in approval, he realized that, with the aid of the medicinal bath, he had unexpectedly broken through to the 14th level, and he could distinctly feel changes in his body. After rinsing off with fresh water, he approached the mirror, curious to see the purported effects of the wash on his physique. Standing before the mirror, Bai Chen scrutinized his reflection and nodded. Indeed, he appeared somewhat more handsome than before, with skin that was fair and radiant, exuding health. If he continued this regimen, his attractiveness would likely soar. Although Bai Chen was a male, he still cared about his appearance, as first impressions are often based on looks. This truth held for both genders. Those who are aesthetically pleasing often enjoy various advantages. After indulging in a moment of vanity, Bai Chen donned the attire provided by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and ventured out for breakfast. It was still early, and classes had yet to commence, allowing him ample time to enjoy his meal before attending. Soon after finishing breakfast, Bai Chen arrived at the designated location for class at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Rongrong had been waiting eagerly for students to arrive, curious to see if any intriguing individuals would show up. She was taken aback when the first person to enter was none other than Bai Chen. After a moment of surprise, she scrutinized him closely. Has he become slightly more handsome than yesterday? She mused. No, it must be the sect and Oppo's attire enhancing his appearance. Before long, others began to trickle into the classroom. Some familiar faces among them, including Zhong Yong and Qi Yun, along with Lu Mu, who bore the remnants of his previous beating. Frankly, Bai Chen was more interested in acquiring combat skills than cultural knowledge at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. As the last student entered the classroom, Bai Chen was astonished to see Shuai Ke. Initially stunned, Shuai Ke quickly regained her composure, emitting a huff as she took a seat beside Zhong Yong. Observing her demeanor, Bai Chen understood her irritation. After all, most participants in the selection were there to form unions with disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. No wonder she was upset, especially since she likely knew he had come for the selection. Zhong Yong was equally surprised to find Shuai Ke sitting next to him. Bai Chen approached Zhong Yong, declaring, "Move aside, right away." Zhong Yong hastily complied, not daring to provoke Bai Chen's ire. Bai Chen, Shuai Ke began, "You might not believe it, but I am only here for training and do not intend to marry a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Please do not be upset." Hearing this, Shuai Ke was taken aback. She hadn't expected Bai Chen to recognize her annoyance so swiftly. A flicker of happiness crossed her face. Watching from a distance, Black Uncle shook his head at the unfolding scene. What was wrong with his princess? She had already forgiven him without needing to be appeased. Chapter 35, the inaugural training session. Shuai Ke, how do you propose to substantiate your claim? Upon hearing Shuai Ke's inquiry, Bai Chen paused momentarily before retorting. What manner of proof do you seek? Shuai Ke hesitated, then extended her right hand, stating, "Let us make a pact. Should you harbor any affections for the female disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, may you be condemned to swallow 1,000 needles." Bai Chen audibly gulped upon hearing Shui Ke's words. Such a virulent curse. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. Subsequently, they solemnized the oath of 1,000 needles. Bai Chen, well, does this assuage your doubts? Shui Ke, yes, I shall provisionally trust you. Do not renege on your promise, or you shall face the consequence of consuming 1,000 needles. Indeed, Ning Rongrong, observing this scene, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This fellow, engaging in the selection process while already betrothed. What a cad. Before long, their instructor approached. The procedure mirrored that of previous occasions, with the instructor initiating introductions. Bai Chen found the introductions to be generally acceptable until he encountered individuals whose spirit was a steel fork and another whose spirit was a badger. Good heavens. Even Run 2 and the badger have emerged. Subsequently, amidst a plethora of eccentric names such as Yushi, Audi, and Enta, Bai Chen verged on laughter. Shui Ke, seated beside Bai Chen, perceived his peculiar demeanor and inquired, "What is amiss? Why are you trembling incessantly? Is there a malady afflicting you?" Abruptly, the instructor on stage declared. "Very well, now that everyone has assembled, let us proceed to the training grounds. I presume your purpose here is not to delve into academic pursuits. Prepare yourselves and join me at the training grounds." Upon hearing the instructor's words, Bai Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's training regimen. I wonder if it possesses any unique attributes compared to the Heaven Do Royal Academy's preliminary curriculum. Upon arriving at the training grounds, the instructor produced weighted vests, stating, "Each of you shall procure a weighted vest. For Power Attack System Soul Masters, 15 kilograms. For Agility Attack System and Control System Soul Masters, 12 kilograms. And for Auxiliary System Soul Masters, 10 kilograms each." Upon hearing the instructor's directives, Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Despite being Soul Masters, they are still mere children. Such a burden is reasonably justifiable, considering that the weight shall gradually increase over time. Subsequently, the instructor continued. After a period of standard training, once your stamina has reached a certain threshold, I shall impart to you a set of hand-to-hand combat techniques unique to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What he presently lacks most is a repertoire of hand-to-hand combat techniques. Without the use of soul skills, he is relegated to employing haphazard attacks akin to those of ordinary soul masters. Lacking a formalized set of combat techniques, he cannot ascertain the correct posture for exerting force, thereby impeding his ability to unleash his full potential. However, now that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will impart such techniques, and purportedly techniques unique to the school, they should prove to be of considerable value. As Bai Chen contemplated this prospect, the instructor announced, "Very well, now each of you shall retrieve your respective weighted vests." Soon, the distribution of the weighted vest was complete. The instructor persisted, "Today's test is exceedingly simple. Wearing the weighted vests, you shall circumnavigate the training grounds 10 times without utilizing soul power. Do not fret if you are unable to complete the circuit. Today's primary objective is to assess your stamina." Upon hearing the instructor's directives, Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Each lap of this training ground spans at least 500 meters, totaling 5 kilometers for 10 laps. Given the added weight, few among those present will be capable of completing the distance. Indeed, today's exercise serves to gauge their stamina, thereby facilitating the determination of appropriate cultivation methods. Ning Rongrong glanced at the weighted vest before her and furrowed her brow. She harbored an aversion to such physical training. While stamina is of paramount importance for an auxiliary system soul master, she, as the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, has been accustomed to indulgence since childhood and has no inclination to engage in rigorous training. With this thought, she promptly departed. The instructor, noticing Ning Rongrong's departure, paid her no heed, as if accustomed to such behavior. "Chen, let us vie to see who is faster," Shui Ke suddenly proposed. "Very well," Bai Chen replied. "The loser shall treat the winner to a meal." Agreed. As they spoke, the instructor beside them announced, "Begin." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 50 figures immediately surged forward, resulting in a chaotic scene. Bai Chen refrained from rushing to the forefront, opting instead to maintain his customary pace, eschewing any momentary impulse for ostentation. Observing the scores of figures ahead of him, Bai Chen harbored no disdain for them. They are merely children, and the manifestation of vanity is natural. Moreover, they may genuinely sustain their pace until the finish line. Shui Ke, like Bai Chen, occupied a relatively advanced position within the ranks, refraining from any significant acceleration. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, only one individual remained ahead of him, and that individual's breathing had become erratic, indicative of exhaustion. Bai Chen, on the other hand, maintained a remarkably steady respiratory rate, with only a smattering of perspiration adorning his brow. The disparity in their conditions was readily apparent. The instructor, observing from the sidelines, surreptitiously placed a checkmark beside Bai Chen's name. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Bai Chen should be capable of completing the circuit. Lu Mu, positioned at the rear of the ranks, glared venomously at Bai Chen, who was poised to seize the lead, harboring a fervent desire to supplant him. The youth at the vanguard of the pack, sensing Bai Chen's approach from behind, realized that he was on the verge of being overtaken. This realization fueled his resentment. Since childhood, he had always been the foremost, excelling in every endeavor he pursued. No one could surpass him, provided he applied himself diligently. With this conviction, his previously leaden legs mustered the strength for another burst of acceleration. This development elicited surprise from both Bai Chen and the instructor. This youth possesses an indomitable will. If he can sustain such tenacity, he is destined for greatness. With this in mind, the instructor discreetly placed a checkmark beside the name of the youth, Jiang Chan, designating him as an individual warranting close observation. Although Jiang Chan had accelerated, Bai Chen refrained from any deliberate pursuit. With 7 laps remaining, there is ample time. He need not exert himself prematurely. Gradually, a number of soul masters at the rear of the ranks relinquished their efforts. They were still mere children. And with no explicit mandate to complete the circuit, perseverance proved exceedingly challenging. The first instance of abandonment was soon followed by a second, and before long. As Bai Chen commenced his 9th lap, the majority had given up. Most of them trailed Bai Chen by a full lap. Despite their abandonment, they felt no particular remorse. After all, others had capitulated even sooner. The prevailing sentiment among most was, "At least I am not the worst." Chapter 36. Hidden Mission. 2 minutes had elapsed when Jiang Chan and Bai Chen finally arrived at the 10th circle. At the very moment the 10th circle commenced, Bai Chen transformed his earlier demeanor, suddenly accelerating like an untamed stallion, unstoppable in his fervor. In an instant, he surpassed the preceding Jiang Chan, and shortly thereafter, Shui Ke, who also began the 10th circle, mirrored Bai Chen's sudden burst of speed. Overwhelmed by the rapid succession of events, Jiang Chan found himself unable to comprehend the situation. He yearned to pursue them, but his legs betrayed him, and despite his efforts, he could not muster the strength to accelerate further. He could only watch despairingly as the gap between him and the advancing Bai Chen and Shui Ke widened. With a swish, Bai Chen crossed the finish line. Glancing back at Shui Ke, who trailed just a step behind him. "Aha, I won." Upon completing her run, Shui Ke leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. "You won. Dinner is on me." Unlike many girls, Shui Ke did not sulk over her defeat to Bai Chen. She was a remarkably rational individual. Had Bai Chen intentionally allowed her to win, she would have been incensed. Thud. As Bai Chen and Shui Ke chatted, Jiang Chan finally burst through the finish line. However, upon crossing, he could no longer support himself and collapsed. In his dazed state, Jiang Chan caught a glimpse of the boy who had finished first approaching him. The teacher addressed Bai Chen, "Quickly take him to the infirmary to rest." "Yes, teacher," Bai Chen replied. Subsequently, Bai Chen carried Jiang Chan on his back, while he and Shui Ke engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way towards the infirmary. "Shui, what are your thoughts on this person?" Bai Chen inquired, gesturing to the Jiang Chan he was carrying. "Quite impressive. His willpower is formidable. If nothing unexpected occurs, he is destined for greatness, though I'm uncertain about his innate talent." Shui Ke replied. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen nodded, his mind already formulating a plan. He aspired to establish a sect and elevate it to the status of one of the 7 major sections. In doing so, he would be worthy of Shui Ke's esteemed position as the sect leader. As for why he did not choose to become a noble, Bai Chen simply wished to avoid constraints. Ultimately, he sought the freedom to be his own master. Establishing a sect meant he could not afford to overlook talents like Jiang Chan. As if sensing Bai Chen's thoughts, a notification sound echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Establish a sect and elevate it to one of the 7 major sections. The criteria include at least 3 titled Douluos, 10 soul Douluos, and no fewer than 500 disciples. Rewards: cultivation aptitude x10 and a second martial soul, with no time limit." Bai Chen was taken aback. If he had not misheard, it seemed the reward included a second martial soul. Was it truly possible to receive a martial soul as a reward? Upon confirming he had not misread, Bai Chen's desire for strength intensified. However, the mission's requirements were daunting. If he were to fulfill these conditions, he could contend with the top 3 sections. Nevertheless, the allure of a second martial soul was too tempting, even if the rewarded martial soul were of inferior quality. Bai Chen was confident he could evolve it into a divine-level martial soul. After all, the system provided evolution potions for martial souls. He would surely complete some side missions to earn that coveted potion. Not long after, Jiang Chan regained consciousness. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was the mahogany ceiling. "Where am I?" "You're awake. This is the infirmary. Are you all right?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, Jiang Chan instinctively turned to him and realized that the two figures before him were indeed the ones who had just defeated him. Did you bring me here? Yes. Thank you. Although he had lost to Bai Chen and Xue Ku, Jiang Chan felt no anger. He acknowledged his inferiority and resolved to train harder to surpass them in the future. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Chen asked, "Have you eaten? Would you like to join us for a meal?" Jiang Chan paused before replying, "Is that all right?" Of course, Xue Ku chimed in. She could see that Bai Chen wished to befriend Jiang Chan, and she was willing to assist him. Jiang Chan hesitated again before saying, "Thank you." To be honest, this was the first time someone had invited Jiang Chan to dine with them. Ever since his enrollment, he had been the top student, regarded as a prodigy by his peers. Coupled with his generally reserved nature, he had yet to make any friends. This was indeed a novel experience for him. Though his expression remained composed, Jiang Chan felt a sense of happiness within. Bai Chen led Xue Ku and Jiang Chan to the restaurant where Ning Rongrong had taken him the previous day. He had enjoyed the food there and found it quite delightful. Xue Ku surveyed the surroundings and appeared pleased as well. Before long, they had ordered their dishes. And while waiting for the food to arrive, Bai Chen struck up a conversation with Jiang Chan. "Your name is Jiang Chan, right? I am Bai Chen. Do you also reside in Heaven-Do City?" Jiang Chan shook his head and replied, "I come from the Barak Kingdom." Bai Chen paused momentarily upon hearing this. Barak Kingdom sounded somewhat familiar. Wasn't it where Shrek Academy was located? Reflecting on his memories, Bai Chen could not be certain. But it seemed that Barak Kingdom indeed corresponded to Shrek's location. "So, it must be quite a distance for you to reach Heaven-Do City," Bai Chen remarked. "It's not a problem. If I can become an outer disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would be worth it," Jiang Chan replied. Bai Chen nodded. Indeed, for someone of modest means, joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be akin to ascending to great heights. Soon after, their dishes arrived. As Bai Chen dined with Jiang Chan, he sought to deepen their connection. He learned that Jiang Chan possessed an innate spirit power of 8, which was quite talented. According to the system, the cultivation aptitude corresponded as follows. For innate spirit power of 1 to 5, the cultivation aptitude ranged from 1 to 5. From 6 onward, significant changes occurred. Innate spirit power of 6 corresponded to a cultivation aptitude of 6 to 8, 7 corresponded to 9 to 13, 8 to 14 to 19, 9 to 20 to 29, and 10 indicated a cultivation aptitude exceeding 30. An innate spirit power of 8 was already quite impressive, and Bai Chen envisioned inviting Jiang Chan to join his sect in the future. Thus, it was only natural to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Of course, Bai Chen did not neglect Xue Ku. He spent much of his time engaging in intimate interactions with her, for he knew he must not forget his partner amidst the camaraderie. Upon parting, Jiang Chan and Bai Chen exchanged dormitory numbers, promising to visit each other. Meanwhile, Bai Chen initiated his plan to recruit talented individuals. Chapter 37, The Test Competition. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Chen discovered that the Qibao Liuli sect had yet to assign him a new roommate. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. He spent the evening cultivating, followed by preparing a medicinal bath, thus peacefully concluding his day. The following morning, as Bai Chen made his way to the dining hall, he pondered ways to earn some money. Although his grandfather had left him a sum, he currently possessed only 1,800 gold coins. However, this amount was hardly sufficient. Each medicinal prescription cost 150 gold coins and could only be utilized 5 times, totaling 900 gold coins per month. In 2 months, he would be out of funds just as school commenced. After the semester started, he would have no time to earn money. He certainly couldn't ask his parents for such a large sum, especially if Bai Luo inquired about his need for it. How could he possibly explain? Upon arriving at the dining hall, Bai Chen had yet to devise a solution, primarily due to his young age, which limited his job opportunities. With this thought, he bit into the bun in his hand, transforming his frustration into appetite. "Hey, have you heard? It seems the sect is organizing a competition for those who participated in the preliminary selection. This competition will comprehensively test the abilities of those disciples, and the top 100 will receive rewards," one nearby individual remarked. "Indeed, even the 100th place offers a reward of 500 gold coins," replied another. Upon overhearing their conversation, Bai Chen perked up. A testing competition presented a golden opportunity to earn money. He wondered when it would take place, speculating it would likely occur before the end of the holiday. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side mission. Achieve a top 10 ranking in the testing competition held by the Qibao Liuli sect. Specific rewards will be determined based on your performance. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. Financial worries were alleviated, and he might even accumulate some valuable points. This competition from the Qibao Liuli sect came at an opportune moment. After breakfast, Bai Chen attended class. As before, the morning consisted of extensive physical training. Following the training, The instructor called Bai Chen and Jiang Chan aside and stated, "From this afternoon onward, you two will join me in learning combat techniques." Bai Chen's eyes lit up at this announcement, responding promptly, "Yes, teacher." As for why the instructor had only summoned the two of them and not Xueku, it was simple. As a princess, Xueku undoubtedly possessed her own combat techniques, likely superior to what they would be taught. After the lunch break, Bai Chen quickly made his way to the training grounds. The instructor, noticing their punctuality, nodded approvingly, appreciating those who were timely. "Now that you are both here, let us commence your lessons in combat techniques," he declared. Bai Chen and Jiang Chan nodded eagerly. Observing their enthusiasm, the instructor began. "The combat technique we practice at the Qibao Yili sect is known as the Qibao Fist. Although the name sounds gentle, it was actually created by a powerful assault-type Douluo, and its might is formidable, particularly suited for assault-type soul masters." Bai Chen felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Was it truly only suitable for assault-type practitioners? As a nimble attack-type soul master, he had hoped to learn something that emphasized a decisive strike. Nonetheless, it was better than having nothing, so he resolved to learn. Noticing Bai Chen's expression, the instructor reassured him, "Rest assured, Bai Chen, many agile attack-type soul masters are also exceptionally suited for this technique." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's demeanor brightened. The instructor, witnessing this shift, smiled, recognizing the child's emotions were plainly written on his face. He favored such students, as their straightforwardness often led to rapid progress. "Now, Bai Chen and Jiang Chan, do you have any foundational knowledge of fist techniques? If not, we shall start from the basics." Jiang Chan nodded, while Bai Chen shook his head. The instructor was slightly surprised, given their previous testing. He had assumed Bai Chen possessed some foundational skills, only to find Jiang Chan had the advantage. "Very well, Jiang Chan, I will teach you the Qibao Fist. Bai Chen, you shall begin with the fundamentals," the instructor instructed. Bai Chen had no objections. Starting with the basics was indeed prudent. Thus, on that afternoon in the training grounds, Bai Chen diligently practiced the foundational fist techniques, having been informed of the key points and methods of exertion. While it appeared as mere punching to an outsider, it was immensely beneficial for Bai Chen. Half an hour later, 776, 777, 778. Bai Chen diligently executed every punch as instructed. Observing Bai Chen's remarkable focus, Ning Zhen, who was teaching Jiang Chan the Qibao Fist, was left speechless. Bai Chen's dedication was astonishing. He had never witnessed a child so engrossed in training, visibly progressing at an astonishing pace. Initially, Bai Chen had seemed like a novice, yet in just half an hour, he was already mastering the technique. Of course, it was not overly difficult. If others possessed his level of focus and perseverance, they too could achieve similar results. Before long, the afternoon flew by. "All right. That concludes today's training. You may return to rest," Ning Zhen announced. "Yes, teacher," they responded in unison before departing. Ning Zhen watched Bai Chen and Jiang Chan's retreating figures, nodding thoughtfully. With time, these two youngsters were destined to excel, particularly Bai Chen, who had the potential to reach the title of a Douluo, provided he did not falter along the way. As for Jiang Chan, while she lacked some of Bai Chen's flair, she was nonetheless a rare talent. Dragging his weary body to the dining hall for a dinner, Bai Chen stumbled back to his dormitory, utterly fatigued from the day's rigorous training, which had surpassed any earlier sessions. His eagerness to master the Qibao Fist had driven him to exceed the tasks assigned by Ning Zhen. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Chen removed his clothes, which were drenched in sweat, resembling a towel saturated with water. He tossed them into the laundry basket, knowing someone would collect them later that evening. He promptly prepared a medicinal bath, given the intensity of his training and the absence of protein powder for recovery. It was wise to indulge in a soak before the morrow, lest he find himself unable to rise. Soon, the medicinal bath was ready, and he applied the essence of blackwood grass all over his body before plunging into the soothing waters with a splash. Chapter 38. Oh my! This young man. Hiss. Upon descending, Bai Chen inhaled sharply, perhaps due to the exhausting training he had undergone during the day. The stimulation from this medicinal bath was even more intense than the first. If one were to describe it, it felt akin to inadvertently plunging into a tub filled with boiling water. Indeed, he had metaphorically immersed himself in such a scenario. Every cell within his body experienced an unprecedented surge of stimulation, and he could distinctly feel his body undergoing a process of restoration. The following morning, Bai Chen awoke early. Glancing at the medicinal bath beside him, which resembled clear water, and felt quite satisfied. This marked the first time he had fully absorbed the medicinal properties. Previously, he had never managed to do so completely. After cleansing himself, Bai Chen looked into the mirror, somewhat astonished at his own reflection. Thinking to himself how remarkably handsome he had become, If he were to market the medicinal bath to those aesthetically inclined noblewomen, he wondered how much profit could be made, as women certainly valued beauty more than he did. However, Bai Chen chose not to pursue such a venture, for in the Douluo continent, one could not apply for a patent. If he were to sell it, the masters of pharmacology might decipher his secret in no time. Frankly, Bai Chen preferred to keep his secret to himself. After all, isn't it more delightful to enjoy the fruits of one's own labor? After a remarkably swift breakfast, Bai Chen promptly headed to the classroom. Perhaps due to the previous day's rigorous training, he had risen later than usual, leaving him with a sense of urgency. Nevertheless, upon arriving punctually, he was met with a look of disbelief from Ning Zhen. Given the intensity of yesterday's training, Ning Zhen had anticipated that Bai Chen would struggle to rise today, yet he appeared completely unfazed, shattering Ning Zhen's understanding of common sense. However, he refrained from inquiring about the reason, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Perhaps Bai Chen possessed a unique remedy that facilitated his recovery. Yet, there was one peculiar observation that lingered in Ning Zhen's mind. Bai Chen seemed to grow increasingly handsome. Pondering this, Ning Zhen shook his head, attributing it to his own delusion. Perhaps after several days of training, he had simply grown fonder of Bai Chen, resulting in a more favorable perception of him. Thus, after a week of continuous training in the afternoon, Ning Zhen suddenly addressed Bai Chen. From today onwards, you may join us in learning the 7 treasures fist. Initially puzzled as to why Ning Zhen had summoned him, Bai Chen's face lit up upon hearing the announcement. He had recently felt that he was nearing the limit of his foundational boxing techniques, and further practice would require considerable time to break through. Learning the 7 treasures fist at this juncture was indeed fortuitous. Afterward, Ning Zhen instructed Jiang Chan to practice on the side and began teaching Bai Chen the 7 treasures fist. Bai Chen, observe closely. I shall demonstrate the 7 treasures fist for you first. After watching, practice on your own today. I will assess your comprehension, and should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. Upon hearing Ning Zhen's words, Bai Chen nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, Ning Zhen was a reasonable teacher, unlike those who merely demonstrate once. In fact, Bai Chen had always detested such teachers while watching novels and television, those who declared, observe closely, I shall only demonstrate once. Who could possibly master a skill with such scant instruction? Teaching in the manner of Ning Zhen was undoubtedly the right approach. Subsequently, adhering to Ning Zhen's instructions, he began to focus intently as the demonstration commenced. Ah! Ning Zhen shouted, officially beginning his display. The sudden exclamation nearly startled Bai Chen. Yet the boxing technique that followed captivated his undivided attention. As Ning Zhen had described, the 7 treasures fist was expansive and powerful, exhibiting astonishing lethality, making it particularly suited for soul masters with high explosive strength. Bai Chen quickly grasped the essence of the 7 treasures fist. Typically, while executing a punch, the alignment of the body and the force generated by the legs are indeed crucial, yet the emphasis remains on the punching technique itself. However, the 7 treasures fist prioritizes the power of the legs and the rotation of the body, channeling physical strength to deliver force that surpasses one's natural capabilities. Thus, the stronger the individual, the more formidable the technique. A quarter of an hour later, as Ning Zhen concluded his demonstration, Bai Chen finally emerged from his trance. Did you observe my demonstration? Ning Zhen inquired. Bai Chen quickly nodded, affirming, I saw it clearly. Indeed, he had comprehended it well. Ning Zhen appeared somewhat skeptical. The 7 treasures fist was significantly more intricate than the foundational techniques, and Bai Chen's assertion left him doubtful. He had encountered numerous students who feigned understanding, only to falter in their practice, wasting valuable time. Then demonstrate it for me. All right. Without hesitation, Bai Chen began to practice the 7 treasures fist as Ning Zhen had shown him. A few minutes later, Ning Zhen nodded approvingly. Though Bai Chen appeared somewhat clumsy while punching, he exhibited no major flaws overall. It seemed he had genuinely retained Ning Zhen's demonstration. After another quarter of an hour, as Bai Chen grew increasingly adept, Ning Zhen's expression gradually shifted. Ultimately, Bai Chen executed his final punch, which bore a resemblance of about 50% to Ning Zhen's demonstration. Wow, this young man is rather impressive. Despite feeling a surge of admiration internally, Ning Zhen restrained himself from making any sarcastic remarks in order to maintain his image as a strict instructor. Once Bai Chen finished, he looked at Ning Zhen with an expression of anxiety. Frankly, he felt unsatisfied with his performance, aside from the last punch, which had some merit. The preceding attempts were rather lackluster. Bai Chen had not anticipated this outcome. It diverged significantly from his mental expectations. Although he understood the technique clearly in his mind, his limbs seemed uncooperative when it came to execution. Very good, Ning Zhen suddenly remarked. Bai Chen was taken aback. Could he truly receive praise for such a performance? Was Ning Zhen perhaps being overly lenient? After all, his execution had been far from perfect. Yet, Ning Zhan's demeanor suggested sincerity. Contemplating this, Bai Chen discreetly glanced toward Jiang Chan, and upon doing so, he was momentarily stunned. Good heavens, what on earth was she practicing? He could execute the technique better with his feet. She had been training for a week, yet her performance was lacking. Noticing Bai Chen's downward gaze, Ning Zhan said, Bai Chen, I am not being dismissive. Achieving this level of proficiency on your first attempt is truly commendable. The Seven Treasures Fist demands a high degree of bodily coordination, and you have grasped the fundamentals. With diligent practice, you shall improve further. Hearing Ning Zhan's words, Bai Chen nodded and replied, I understand, Teacher Ning. Chapter 39, Rumors. Subsequently, Ning Zhan shared with Bai Chen some crucial details to consider while practicing the Seven Treasures Fist, before allowing him to commence his training. Bai Chen spent the entire afternoon immersed in his martial arts practice. Compared to the foundational techniques he had previously mastered, the training for the Seven Treasures Fist proved to be considerably more physically demanding. By the time he finished, the ground he had traversed bore the marks of a recent downpour. Observing Bai Chen's weary figure, Ning Zhan pondered whether he was pushing himself too hard. Such relentless effort might jeopardize his health. After some contemplation, he resolved to assess Bai Chen's condition the following day. If Bai Chen appeared vigorous and full of life, he decided it would be best to remain silent. Xue Ku, witnessing Bai Chen's disheveled state post-training, felt a pang of sympathy. There were moments when she wished he would forego his relentless pursuit of cultivation, yet Bai Chen remained steadfast, engrossed in his practice daily. His classmates had even dubbed him the martial arts enthusiast and martial demon. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, several of Bai Chen's classmates were engaged in discussions about him, including Lu Mu. A chubby boy remarked, Do you think Bai Chen is trying too hard? At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if he became a title Douluo in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu frowned and retorted, Title Douluo? I believe he is merely trying to impress the female disciples of the Seven Treasures, Gale's Tile School. If he manages to win one over, I doubt he would continue to exert himself so. The others momentarily paused before nodding in agreement. To be honest, they too perceived Bai Chen's efforts as somewhat performative. Given Lu Mu's affluent background and esteemed family status, they felt inclined to align with his views. Pleased with their responses, Lu Mu nodded and declared, Let us devise a plan to expose him. Although reluctant, the others acquiesced, recognizing Lu Mu's influence. Days later, as Bai Chen savored his breakfast, his thoughts drifted towards the impending test competition set to commence the following week. He had reviewed the competition rules yesterday, noting that it differed significantly from standard contests, as it would not solely assess combat prowess. The test would begin with a multifunctional obstacle race, with the top 100 advancing. These 100 would then engage in a free-for-all battle, with each group of 10 featuring only one combatant. Ultimately, a points-based ranking system would determine the final 10. To ensure ample rest between rounds, the competition would span an entire month. After reviewing the rules, Bai Chen felt a surge of anticipation. Eager to see how he would rank among the competitors, he harbored no illusions about claiming the championship, as he was among the youngest participants, with the eldest already reaching the age of 9. Thus, he lacked complete confidence in fulfilling the task assigned by the system. On the eve of the competition, having just completed his training, Bai Chen was approached by Ning Zhan. Observing Bai Chen drenched in sweat, Ning Zhan hesitated. Bai Chen, are you finished with your training? Yes. Teacher, I am done, Bai Chen replied. Since the competition is tomorrow, would you like to come to my place today for a massage to help rejuvenate your energy? Ning Zhan offered. Bai Chen shook his head, saying, No need, teacher. I'll just rest at home tonight. Goodbye for now. With that, he departed, intending to head to the cafeteria. As Ning Zhan watched Bai Chen's retreating figure, he sighed, having heard some troubling rumors that day. He hoped Bai Chen would remain oblivious to them while at the cafeteria. However, as soon as Bai Chen exited the training grounds, he encountered Xue Ku, who had been waiting for him. Chen, look over here. Let us go eat at that place outside. Under normal circumstances, Bai Chen would have eagerly agreed. But with the competition looming, he decided it prudent to return home early for a medicinal bath. No, Xue Ku, I'll just have something at the cafeteria. Absolutely not. Xue Ku exclaimed, her fervor catching Bai Chen off guard. Something felt amiss, not only with her, but also with Ning Zhan and Appo's earlier demeanor. What's wrong? Xue Ku, is there something on your mind? He inquired. Nothing, she stammered in response. Bai Chen and Appo's curiosity was piqued. He sensed that both Xue Ku and Ning Zhan were concealing something from him. Are you sure there's nothing? You really don't want to join me? I really don't. I'm headed to the cafeteria, he insisted, striding purposefully in that direction. If Xue Ku was so adamant against him going there, he suspected answers awaited him inside. Seeing Bai Chen's determination, Shueke grew anxious and hurried to follow him. But no sooner had they stepped outside than Bai Chen overheard a group nearby discussing him. Look, that's Bai Chen, the one trying to climb the ranks by associating with the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, hoping for a quick rise. So, he asked the one from the rumors. He seems somewhat presentable, another remarked. Presentable, perhaps, but his actions are questionable. Someone who resorts to underhanded means instead of diligently cultivating will inevitably have their true nature revealed. They spoke openly, and Bai Chen heard their words clearly. He now understood why Shueke had discouraged him from frequenting crowded areas like the cafeteria. Shueke, too, caught wind of their conversation and felt her complexion shift. She quickly turned her gaze towards Bai Chen. Just as she did, she felt him lean closer, whispering in her ear, "Thank you, Shueke. But fret not for me. I will prove to them that I am not the person they think I am." Shueke, initially concerned for Bai Chen, was taken aback by his words, her cheeks flushing crimson as she struggled to respond. "Who said I was worried about you? I certainly wasn't." Seeing her flustered denial, Bai Chen smiled, feeling fortunate to have Shueke by his side. "As you suggested, let us dine outside today," he said softly. "All right, let us go," she replied. "Don't rush off just yet. I'm not the type to let insults slide without a response," Bai Chen asserted, releasing Shueke and striding towards the gossiping group. Chapter 40. The test match commences as Bai Chen approached. The few boys who had been gossiping did not flee. They were all around 7 or 8 years old, slightly older than Bai Chen, which granted them a year or two more of training experience. Naturally, they were not intimidated by him. When Bai Chen arrived before them, the leader among them stepped forward and said, "What is the matter? Do you have an issue with us?" Hearing the taunt, Bai Chen replied, "You all are participating in the test match as well, right? Tomorrow, I will demonstrate the prowess of the so-called pretty boy you speak of." With that, Bai Chen turned on his heel and departed, not out of fear, but rather due to the exhaustion that had overwhelmed him after a day of rigorous training. He was uncertain if he could contend with them in his current state. He was not the kind of reckless brute to lose his composure over mere words. "Let us go, Shueke," he said before leaving. The boys, watching Bai Chen's retreating figure, scoffed, "Huh? A pretty boy relying on women, unaware of his own arrogance." As they walked, Shueke cast a worried glance at Bai Chen and asked, "Chen, are you not angry? What is there to be angry about? They are merely children. I am not inclined to waste my temper on them." "Oh," Shueke thought to herself, "aren't you also a child?" However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, acknowledging that Bai Chen often exhibited a maturity beyond that of his peers. After dinner, Bai Chen returned to soak in a medicinal bath. Despite the arduous training, he had not yet achieved a breakthrough to level 15 and remained at level 14. The next day, Bai Chen followed his usual routine, washing up before breakfast, and then proceeded to the classroom. Unaware of the location of the competition venue, the students were guided there by their teacher. Due to the high number of participants, the preliminary matches were divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, with the top 25 from each group advancing. Bai Chen was assigned to Group A, while the other groups would compete over the subsequent 3 days. Seeing Bai Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Ningxuan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Bai Chen was still oblivious to the rumors surrounding him. Of course, it was also possible that he had heard them but simply did not care. Regardless, Ningxuan felt reassured, for he had observed Bai Chen's training and understood that he was not the opportunist that the outside world portrayed him to be. Moreover, even if he were seeking connections, was that not the intention of everyone who came here? After all, Bai Chen was merely a 6.5-year-old child. It was implausible for him to harbor such ulterior motives. The rumors were merely the product of jealousy and malice. For now, it was enough that Bai Chen was unharmed. After a while, once all the students in Group A had gathered, Ningxuan announced, "All right, everyone is here, we can set off." With that, he led Bai Chen and the others on their way. However, many onlookers cast peculiar glances at Bai Chen as they traveled. The classmates accompanying him felt indignant at this behavior. They understood Bai Chen far better than those who judged him from a distance. Meanwhile, in the stands at the competition venue, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fingji were watching the proceedings. Each year, Ning Fingji attended to observe the children in the preliminary rounds, seeking those with exceptional talents to recruit into the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the head of the sect, he was acutely aware of the importance of infusing fresh blood into the organization. Observing the composed expression of Ning Fingji beside him, Gu Rong and Chen Xian understood the anticipation brewing within their sect leader's heart. "Uncle Gu, Sword Uncle, do you think there will be any outstanding young talents this year?" Ning Fingji inquired. In response to his question, both Gu Rong and Chen Xian nodded in agreement. "Master," Gu Rong remarked, "Chen Xian and I have high hopes for a boy named Bai Chen." Surprised by Gu Rong's words, both Ning Fingji and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances. Ning Rongrong had heard the recent rumors circulating within the sect, but she could not believe that Bai Chen was that kind of person. After all, every time they met, he had been nothing but disdainful towards her. It was hard to reconcile that with the notion of him seeking connections. Yet, she was taken aback to hear Bai Chen's name mentioned by Gu Rong. Ning Fengji was similarly intrigued. He had been closely following news from the sect and did not anticipate that esteemed figures like Gu Rong and Chen Xin would endorse Bai Chen. This indicated that Bai Chen's talent must be extraordinary. It seemed possible that the rumors were born from jealousy, aimed at undermining Bai Chen's standing. As he contemplated this, Gu Rong suddenly pointed out, "Master, the child behind Ningzhen is Bai Chen." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji turned his head and nodded. This Bai Chen possesses quite an aura. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing Bai Chen, was momentarily taken aback. It had only been a short while since they last met. Yet he seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation, almost as if he were a different person altogether. Once Bai Chen and the others entered the arena, Ning Fengji personally explained the rules of the competition. In Group A, there were a total of 100 students. All participants would set off simultaneously, facing various traps set by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, as well as potential ambushes from one another. The only restriction was that competitors were not permitted to severely injure or kill their opponents. Ultimately, the first 25 to reach the finish line would advance. After hearing the rules, Bai Chen shook his head, realizing that it was merely a free-for-all. However, he acknowledged that such rules favored agile and offensive soul masters, as typically. Competitors would refrain from sabotaging each other at the outset. After all, attacking others would also hinder their own progress. It was usually only after some time had passed, when participants realized they could not reach the top 25 without resorting to tactics, that they would begin to employ underhanded methods. Agile soul masters inherently had a speed advantage, allowing them to escape the fray initially, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they could generally secure a place in the top 25. Nevertheless, Bai Chen remained vigilant. For Ning Fengji had mentioned that there would be traps along the way, which could potentially hinder agile soul masters and allow others to catch up. Lost in thought, Ning Fengji suddenly called out, "Begin." With that, all competitors activated their martial spirits, a multitude of white and yellow soul rings materializing as everyone surged forward. Thanks to the martial spirit activation, Bai Chen's speed increased significantly, propelling him into the top 5. Chapter 41. Gravity Trap. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Fengji's gaze briefly lingered on Bai Chen. He had just perused Bai Chen's profile. 6 years old, level 14, a mutated martial soul, suspected of possessing a gifted domain, and exhibiting a level of diligence and training that far surpassed his peers. While these credentials appeared impressive, Ning Fengji remained uncertain about Bai Chen's combat prowess. However, it was evident that Bai Chen and Appo's explosive potential was formidable, positioning him among the top 5 contenders amidst a plethora of talented youths. For someone of Bai Chen and Appo's tender age, he truly stood out as exceptional. This child is promising, Ning Fengji contemplated silently. His age is appropriate. He could be considered as a candidate for Rongrong's future fiancée. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was also fixated on Bai Chen, silently cheering him on. "Bai Chen, you can do it. Show those fellows that you did not join the 7 treasure glazed tile school to merely bask in its glory." Although she fervently supported Bai Chen in her heart, she refrained from vocalizing it with her father nearby. The impetus behind her sudden encouragement for Bai Chen, aside from their acquaintance, stemmed from her astonishment upon his entrance. Unlike others who gradually became accustomed to their changing appearances, Bai Chen's transformation was striking. He had become extraordinarily handsome in a brief span, capturing Ning Rongrong's attention completely. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Chen had already been placed on Ning Fengji's shortlist of potential sons-in-law. Of course, this was merely a preliminary consideration. Ning Fengji evaluated potential sons-in-law based on 3 criteria. First, their innate talent and strength. Second, their character and integrity. And finally, whether Ning Rongrong held any affection for them. The latter was of utmost importance. Despite being the head of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he prided himself on being an open-minded father, prioritizing his daughter's wishes above all else. Meanwhile, Shueku, who was also observing the competition, harbored no such reservations. She had not participated in the test, but had come specifically to support Bai Chen. "Bai Chen, go for it. Bai Chen, you can do it." Shueku unabashedly cheered for him, her exuberance overpowering the murmurs of those around her and drawing many curious gazes. Yet, she paid no mind to the attention, solely focused on uplifting Bai Chen. As Bai Chen ran, he felt an inexplicable itch in his nose, a strong urge to sneeze, but he suppressed it. Turning to glance at Shueku in the audience, a sweet warmth blossoming in his heart. Minutes later, Bai Chen maintained his position within the top 5 as they approached the first assessment point. Surveying the testing ground before him, he discerned no apparent issues. It appeared to be an ordinary pathway, yet he remained cautious. Soon, As the agile attack-type Soul Masters entered the testing area, Bai Chen instantly understood the nature of the first evaluation, gravity. The moment he stepped onto this segment, he felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. His speed diminished significantly. As an agile attack-type Soul Master, his physical resilience paled in comparison to that of sturdy attack or defense-type Soul Masters. Nevertheless, within the realm of agile attack-type practitioners, Bai Chen excelled, catapulting him to the forefront. However, it would not be long before the robust attack-type Soul Masters surged into this segment, casting doubt on Bai Chen's ability to maintain his lead. After 2 minutes, the first formidable attack-type Soul Master, an 8-year-old at level 16 with the martial soul of an ironclad bear, entered the segment. Unlike Bai Chen and the other agile attack-type Soul Masters, his speed showed little decline, swiftly surpassing several competitors ahead. As Bai Chen struggled to advance, he remained unaware of the segment's length, but it was evident that he would eventually be overtaken. A minute later, the powerful attack-type Soul Master exceeded him. 3 minutes later, Bai Chen found himself in 13th place, but at last, they exited the gravity segment, entering a stretch devoid of traps, allowing the competitors a brief respite. Ning Fengji observed this unfolding scene from the stands, nodding in approval. For an agile attack-type Soul Master to retain such a high rank after the initial challenge was indeed commendable. In contrast, the group of Soul Masters behind him had begun to engage in ambushes, recognizing their slim chances of breaking into the top 25. They resorted to sabotaging others in an attempt to elevate their own standings. Unperturbed by the chaos behind him, Bai Chen's singular focus lay in securing a place within the top 25. The ordinary nature of the path played to his advantage, allowing him to overtake several opponents. The current leader, Lu Yin, noticed Bai Chen gaining ground and felt a flicker of unease. This is the same fellow who trounced Xiao Mu, he thought. As Bai Chen closed in on the first place, an unsettling premonition washed over him. His instincts had always proven accurate. Instinctively, he veered aside, just as a bare paw descended in the space he had occupied. Witnessing this unfold, Bai Chen's expression darkened. Though permitted by the rules, being ambushed was an unwelcome experience. He glared at Lu Yin, etching the boy's face firmly into his memory. Soon after, they transitioned into the second segment, where Bai Chen still held second place. Upon entering the second segment, Bai Chen immediately glanced backward, only to see a small stone land where he had just been standing. The second trial was a mechanical trap. However, in the context of Douluo continent, the concept of hidden weapons was foreign. They referred to this challenge simply as a mechanical trap. This trial favored defense-type Soul Masters, whose formidable protection rendered them nearly impervious to danger, while both strong and agile attack-type Soul Masters faced similar challenges. Control-type Soul Masters, however, found themselves in a dire predicament. Chapter 42. The first outing. The physical prowess of assault-type Soul Masters is considerably superior. If evasion proves impossible, enduring the blow is an option, albeit at the expense of speed. Conversely, agility-type Soul Masters must maintain acute concentration to evade each attack, as their physical capabilities are only marginally stronger than those of control-type Soul Masters. A hit could severely impact them, unlike their assault counterparts who may merely experience a slight setback. After deftly dodging several flying stones, Bai Chen cast a piercing glance at Lu Yin, who was struggling to evade nearby. It was time to settle the score. Due to his own lack of agility, Lu Yin was wholly focused on dodging the projectiles and remained oblivious to Bai Chen and Appo's gradual approach. Moments later, Bai Chen and Appo's first soul ring flared to life. First soul skill, Frenzied Assault. With that, he struck Lu Yin's leg with a powerful punch, intending to incapacitate him and diminish his performance in the subsequent rounds. As Lu Yin dodged the flying stones, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf, causing his right leg to buckle involuntarily and distorting his movements. Several stones struck him in rapid succession, and in a fit of rage, he turned his head, only to see a massive leg looming in front of him. Bang! Lu Yin felt momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen swiftly departed, continuing onward. On the spectator's stand, Ning Fengji observed the scene with a smile, thinking to himself that this young lad was quite astute, having effectively eliminated his opponent. Although Bai Chen's methods were ruthless, Ning Fengji admired such decisiveness. Once an adversary was confirmed, it was best to eliminate them without granting any chance of retaliation. Lu Yin's failure to press the attack after his initial ambush had afforded Bai Chen this opportunity. As Lu Yin lay defeated, passers-by were unsympathetic, each deliberately stepping on him as they passed, exacerbating his injuries and forcing him to endure the relentless onslaught of flying stones. In the audience, Lu Mu's expression contorted with rage upon witnessing this. "What a useless fool Lu Yin is!" he exclaimed, his disdain palpable. "Lu Mu, Having been favored since birth due to his innate soul power of 8, had grown accustomed to having others cover for him, fostering an arrogant disposition. He harbored little affection for his family. Despite Luin being his elder brother, Lumu only feigned respect, secretly loathing him, calling him brother only when in need of assistance. After successfully evading Luin, Bai Chen pressed on with methodical determination. Despite being in the territory of defensive soul masters, the distance between them and Bai Chen was still considerable. Upon leaving the trap, Bai Chen retained his leading position, if his instincts were correct. Further ahead lay arenas suited for control-type and agility-type soul masters, and if all went as anticipated, victory was within reach. After traversing a lengthy stretch devoid of traps, Bai Chen recalled that the competition spanned 10 kilometers, which was quite taxing even with the aid of soul skills, especially since they were still children. The added hazards meant that few would likely endure to the finish, particularly while remaining vigilant against one another. With this in mind, Bai Chen slightly reduced his pace, content to maintain his lead without overexerting himself. Approximately 5 minutes later, he arrived at the third trap. Upon entering the area, an odd sensation washed over him. It resembled the gravitational force from the first round but was distinctly different. It felt as though an unseen force impeded his progress. Observing the barren surroundings, Bai Chen was skeptical that this area was suitable for agility-type soul masters. If he was not mistaken, it appeared more aligned with the capabilities of control-type soul masters. However, the emptiness left him pondering. What could a control-type soul master manipulate here? Was it perhaps soul power? The thought struck Bai Chen as plausible. He began to gradually channel his soul power to his surface, seeking to counteract the resistance that hindered his movement. To his surprise, it worked. However, he quickly realized he had expended too much soul power on his exterior. If he continued in this manner, he would exhaust himself before managing to exit this area. With determination, Bai Chen attempted to carefully reduce the output of his soul power, ensuring it remained sufficient to counter the peculiar resistance. If his deductions were accurate, this stage tested a soul master's mastery over their soul power. Yet, was it reasonable to expect control-type soul masters of their age to excel in this? It seemed unlikely, as few had even reached level 10 and had yet to begin learning how to wield their soul power effectively. From the outset, control-type soul masters seemed destined to be the greatest losers in this competition. This manipulation of soul power was particularly challenging. Bai Chen had yet to master it, and thus his pace was less than ideal. Fortunately, he maintained a significant lead over the second-place competitor, who would require at least another 10 seconds to reach this point. As long as he remained steadfast, victory appeared attainable. Gradually, others began to arrive at this juncture, and unlike Bai Chen, they had not conceived of using their soul power to mitigate the resistance. As they gathered, the gap between them and Bai Chen widened further. About 15 minutes later, Bai Chen finally emerged from the obstructive area, exhaling a sigh of relief, though uncertain of what awaited him in the next trap. He was confident he had established a substantial lead. Continuing forward, he pressed on towards the finish line. 5 minutes later, as Bai Chen crossed the finish line, he stood in stunned silence. Was that it? Only 3 traps? What are the arena designed for agility-type soul masters? Momentarily bewildered, Bai Chen quickly realized that the lengthy stretch devoid of traps indeed favored agility-type soul masters significantly. Meanwhile, the spectators, witnessing Bai Chen's triumph, were left in shock. Just the day prior, they had dismissed him as a mere opportunist, yet here he was, claiming first place in the A group, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Chapter 43. Ning Fengji. At this moment, no one was discussing Bai Chen anymore. During the earlier competition, there had been much chatter about him, but he had chosen to ignore it. Regardless, their opinions held little sway over him. After advancing, Shueke hurried over to congratulate Bai Chen. In the stands, Ning Rongrong glanced at Shueke beside Bai Chen, her expression darkening. It had only been a short while, yet Bai Chen had already gained the company of a girl whose beauty rivaled her own. How infuriating. Ning Fengji was also quite pleased with Bai Chen's performance. Zhongju. This young fellow nearly broke the record for the first round of the sect's preliminary competition, Gu Rong remarked. Ning Fengji was taken aback by Gu Rong's words. After all, the highest record had been held by a prodigious soul master who had reached level 24 at the age of 10. Bai Chen, now only at level 14, was on the verge of breaking that record. The difference was merely 11 seconds. This young lad is astute. He quickly deduced that he could use soul power to counteract resistance in the final round, thus saving a considerable amount of time. What do you think, Zhongju? Shall we meet this child? Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Very well, let us meet this child. Meanwhile, after securing first place, Bai Chen went to collect the reward bestowed by the sect. Each group's first place winner received an additional 1,000 gold soul coins. After receiving the coins, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. At this rate, he would not be lacking in funds. Let us go. Today I'll treat you, Bai Chen declared. Upon hearing this, Shui Ke eagerly hugged his arm and replied, all right. Bai Chen's face flushed slightly at such an intimate gesture, particularly given the gaze of the entire audience upon them. Yet, he understood that if he had a girlfriend, any rumors suggesting he was merely seeking connections would be quashed. Shui Ke was helping him in this regard. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, Sui was quietly observing them from the crowd, wanting to extend his congratulations but deterred by the throngs of people surrounding him. As Bai Chen approached the entrance of the sect, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Rong, what are you doing here? Well, this is my home. I could be anywhere within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she replied. Ah, true enough. But I mustn't linger. I'm off to dinner with the Shui. Until next time. With that, Bai Chen turned to leave. Shui Ke sighed in relief. When she first saw Ning Rong, she had been taken aback, awed by such an angelic girl, and startled that Bai Chen knew her. Thankfully, it appeared Bai Chen held no romantic interest in her. Ning Rong, however, inquired Bai Chen, who is this girl to you? Initially in good spirits, her mood soured upon seeing Shui Ke. Who she is to me is none of your concern. Bai Chen replied coolly. Is she your girlfriend? Shui Ke gazed at Bai Chen with anticipation, but he merely shook his head. Seeing his reaction, Shui Ke's expression dimmed. It seemed she had not yet reached the status of a girlfriend in Bai Chen's eyes. Ning Rong's face lit up. Perhaps she still had a chance. She is not my girlfriend. She is my fiancée. To prevent any misunderstandings, Bai Chen opted for clarity. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rong trembled with indignation and the sweltering heat. Shui Ke stood there, stunned, her cheeks flushing with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Chen, what are you saying? Bai Chen responded, what's wrong? Are you unwilling? I want to talk to you anymore. Witnessing their playful banter, Ning Rong's voice quivered as she remarked, you truly are something else. In less than 10 days, you've acquired a fiancé, Bai Chen countered. Shui Ke and I have known each other for over half a year, not just 10 days. Ning Rong found herself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath before saying, regardless, congratulations on your advancement. And I was merely surprised at your rapid engagement. Please don't be upset. After regaining her composure, Ning Rong decided against further confrontation, realizing that sparring with Bai Chen would only lead to her frustration. Seeing her demeanor, Bai Chen nodded in understanding. Recognizing that it was unlikely for a young lady of Ning Rong's stature to suddenly develop feelings for him, he had merely been overthinking. Come, I'll take you both to a delightful place for dinner, and you can meet my father. The purpose of my visit was for him to meet you after watching your recent match. Bai Chen then asked, may I bring Shui Ke along? He did not refuse. As it was an invitation from Ning Fingxi, Ning Rong responded nonchalantly, do as you wish. Though she projected indifference, her heart simmered with frustration. With that, Bai Chen took Shui Ke's hand and followed Ning Rong to the guest hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Inside, Bai Chen found Ning Fingxi had indeed prepared a meal, awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Bai Chen and Shui Ke, Ning Fingxi paused, exclaiming, Princess Shui Ke? Ning Rong stood dumbfounded. Had she misheard? It seemed her father had just referred to Shui Ke as a princess. Long time no see, Uncle Ning, Shui Ke greeted. Yes, indeed, long time no see, little Ke. What brings you together with Bai Chen? After a moment of hesitation, Shui Ke replied, Bai Chen and I are in a relationship. Ning Fingxi was taken aback, looking at the two youngsters before him, who barely reached his thigh in height. Were children nowadays truly so precocious? Oh, I see. I must have overthought that. After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Fingxi turned to Bai Chen. You must be Bai Chen. I watched your match. You performed admirably. Thank you, Zhongzhu. Now, let us not stand idly. I have prepared some food. Let us eat while we converse. All right. Bai Chen picked up a piece of rice cake and took a bite. His eyes lighting up. Perhaps due to Bai Chen's youth, the dishes prepared by Ning Fingxi were favorably tailored to a child's palate. Chapter 44. The draw for the second round of the test match. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Ning Fingxi couldn't help but smile. Bai Chen was wholly engrossed in his meal, his eyes seemingly fixated solely on the food before him. The dishes on the table were primarily snacks, catering to a child's palate, which Bai Chen, to be frank, thoroughly enjoyed. Since his previous life, he had always preferred the flavors suited for children, particularly pastries and similar delights. Ning Fingxi chose not to rush into conversation but instead waited patiently for Bai Chen to finish eating. He discerned that Bai Chen was rather carefree, embodying a certain innocence. However, Ning Fingxi remained somewhat skeptical of Bai Chen's apparent simplicity. For many individuals who seemed unguarded often possess profound depths. After a quarter of an hour, as Bai Chen neared the conclusion of his meal, Ning Fingxi broke the silence. Bai Chen, I've heard that Gu Rong and Chen Xin invited you to join the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, but you declined. May I inquire as to your reasons? Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the esteemed leader would confront him regarding his refusal to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Regardless of how he responded, it seemed unfavorable. If he expressed a desire to join, it would appear hypocritical, suggesting he was motivated solely by Ning Fengji's influence rather than his own volition. Conversely, if he insisted on not joining, it would raise questions about his participation in the current selection process, as if he sought to exploit the resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School without commitment. After a brief hesitation, Bai Chen resolved to speak candidly. Actually, I came here for the trials. Trials? What do you mean? Ning Fengji inquired, intrigued. Leader Ning, my grandfather informed me that there are titled Douluo and many formidable soul masters here who could guide me in my cultivation. I have some free time during my vacation, so I decided to come. Ning Fengji was momentarily stunned. It was evident that Bai Chen was speaking truthfully, yet the honesty was almost startling. He was indeed seeking to benefit from the resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School without any formal commitment. However, observing Bai Chen's earnestness, Ning Fengji felt a mix of amusement and resignation. It was not wise for him to rebuke someone so genuine. As the leader of a prestigious school, he could hardly be stingy with resources. After some contemplation, Ning Fengji decided it would be prudent to cultivate a relationship with this promising talent. After all, Bai Chen had ties to Shueku, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School maintained a favorable rapport with the royal family. Establishing a connection with someone like Bai Chen would be advantageous. Is that so? Little Chen, you truly are diligent. May I call you Little Chen? Feel free, Leader Ning. Let us not stand on ceremony. You may call me Uncle Ning. If only Rong Rong were as industrious as you, I would have no concerns about her reaching level 70 in the future. Father, what are you saying? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, visibly irate at her father's remarks. Am I mistaken? Ning Fengji retorted. Wrong, you should truly learn from Little Chen. Ning Fengji's paternal authority momentarily intimidated Ning Rongrong, leaving her momentarily speechless. Turning to Bai Chen, Ning Fengji continued, Little Chen, if you have time, could you take Rongrong along for your training sessions? Bai Chen nodded eagerly, finding it a trivial matter to agree, as long as Ning Fengji refrained from further questioning him. I shall not disturb you any longer. Rongrong, please see our guest out. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied, leading Bai Chen and Shueku away. Ning Fengji cast a lingering glance at Bai Chen's retreating figure, sighing inwardly. It would be ideal if such a talent were to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Once outside, Bai Chen turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Ashwell. Rongrong, I will head back now. Let us meet again next time. Before Ning Rongrong could respond, Shueku interjected, Yes, you must be tired after today's competition. Go rest. Indeed, farewell. After saying this, Ning Rongrong paused, sensing the disparity between herself and Shueku. She had intended to mention how her father had just suggested that Shueku accompany her for training, yet Bai Chen had opted to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Shueku had prioritized Bai Chen's well-being, which explained their close bond. Oblivious to Ning Rongrong's expression, Bai Chen felt utterly fatigued and was eager to return for a medicinal bath. After parting ways, Ning Rongrong returned to her room, reflecting on her behavior and actions over time. Meanwhile, back in his room, Bai Chen initiated his routine medicinal bath. 3 days later, the first round of competitions had concluded, and the second round of chaotic battles was set to commence. This round was crucial. If Bai Chen could advance, it would signify the completion of his mission, as making it through this stage would place him among the top 10. Currently, the draw was underway, and to Bai Chen's surprise, it was Ning Rongrong conducting the draw. He was taken aback by the sight of the young girl, for he was indeed astonished by how conspicuous he had become amidst the crowd. An hour later, the draw concluded. Bai Chen squeezed through to check his group assignment. Bai Chen, your group is the 7th. Other members include Zhong Yong and Jiang Chan. Bai Chen was surprised to find himself grouped with familiar faces. Zhong Yong, upon seeing his grouping, wore a distressed expression. Realizing that with Bai Chen in the same group, his chances of advancing were slim. Boss, during the match, could you please go easy on me? Zhong Yong implored, recalling previous encounters where he had been soundly defeated by Bai Chen. Yet Bai Chen resolutely shook his head. A competition was a competition, and he would not show leniency. Soon, Jiang Chan approached, saying, Brother Chen, we meet again in battle. This time, I shall emerge victorious. Oh, I shall await your challenge, Bai Chen replied. With that, Bai Chen quickly returned to continue his training in the Seven Treasures Fist. He had no intention of pushing himself to reach level 15 within a few days. Rather, he aimed to complete his daily tasks and earn a few points. Once his points exceeded 2,000, he would partake in another lottery. Having been quite pleased with the rewards from his previous 2 draws, the day before the competition, Bai Chen furrowed his brow at the sight of Luyin. What do you want? Don't block my way. I'm heading to the cafeteria. Lu Yin's expression darkened at Bai Chen's words. You wish to go to the cafeteria? Very well, defeat me, and you may pass. Chapter 45. The Lottery and Vision Potion. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Bai Chen's expression darkened, clearly indicating that trouble was brewing. Although Bai Chen had no desire to provoke conflict, it did not imply that he would shy away from it. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a daily task. Teach Lu Yin a lesson. Task details. Discipline the one who has provoked you, Lu Yin. Task reward, 200 points. The sudden notification brightened Bai Chen's demeanor. Points were being offered. Coupled with his previous accumulation, defeating this individual would elevate his points to 2001. This would allow him to participate in another lottery while reserving 1,100 points for future use. Let us proceed to the duel arena. It is unwise to fight here, Bai Chen suggested. Lu Yin paused momentarily, then his expression shifted to one of delight. It was common knowledge that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School forbade private conflicts among its disciples, and being caught would lead to punishment. Lu Yin had prepared himself for the consequences when approaching Bai Chen, but now, with Bai Chen's proposal to move to the duel arena, he saw a perfect opportunity to teach Bai Chen a lesson without facing repercussions. Of course, let us go to the duel arena, he replied. Bai Chen stretched his neck. He had been practicing the Seven Treasure Fist for quite some time and had yet to test its prowess on anyone. Once they arrived at the duel arena, it seemed that due to a lack of recent duels, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Despite the throngs of onlookers, neither Bai Chen nor Lu Yin felt particularly anxious. Once on the stage, neither chose to launch a surprise attack. Lu Yin, confident in his superiority, saw no need for such tactics. Bai Chen, on the other hand, refrained from making the first move to maintain his persona, aware that Gu Rong and his companions might be observing. In unison, they declared, Martial Spirit. Manifest. A formidable iron-armored bear and a Something Demon Wolf materialized between them. As the martial spirits were unleashed, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Yin's spirit. The iron-armored bear ranked among the top-tier martial spirits, while Bai Chen's Something Demon Wolf, though a variant, was merely of high-tier caliber. Thus, it was natural for Bai Chen to feel suppressed. Noticing this, a smirk graced Lu Yin's lips. First soul skill, Iron Armor. Upon uttering this, a metallic sheen enveloped Lu Yin, transforming into an energy armor that enhanced his defense by 100% and his strength by 40%, albeit at the cost of a 20% reduction in speed. First soul skill, Rampage. The two unleashed their first soul skills, their fists colliding with tremendous force. In that instant, Bai Chen felt as though he had struck solid iron, his hand reverberating with pain. Lu Yin grinned, extending his other hand towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen deftly sidestepped, delivering 3 consecutive punches to Lu Yin's abdomen. Lu Yin felt only a slight discomfort. No significant harm was done. Is this your strength? You lack power and still dare challenge me? Bai Chen, undeterred by Lu Yin's taunts, quickly seized upon a flaw in his defense and unleashed 5 more punches at the same spot. Thanks to his practice with the Seven Treasure Fist, Bai Chen was now capable of exerting 100% of his strength with each blow. He soon noticed that although Lu Yin surpassed him in defense and strength, his speed was surprisingly slow, far from what one would expect from a level 16 Soul Master. With careful observation, Bai Chen could almost effortlessly evade Lu Yin's attacks. With a resounding thud, Bai Chen struck Lu Yin's abdomen once again, causing him to bend slightly at the waist. Seizing the moment, Bai Chen launched a flurry of punches at Lu Yin's face, leaving it swollen. The spectators watching the duel were taken aback. Goodness, this agile attack-type Soul Master is formidable. After initially taking a hit, he retaliated with over 50 strikes without being touched. Indeed, and have you noticed? He consistently targets the same area. Not even a pure defense-type Soul Master could withstand that. On stage, Lu Yin's spirit began to wane. Ah! Lu Yin roared, throwing a punch forward. Bai Chen bent low, evading the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he landed a powerful blow to Lu Yin and Appo's abdomen. With a dull thud, Lu Yin's eyes rolled back, and darkness enveloped him as he crumpled to the ground. Bai Chen, observing Lu Yin's condition, refrained from pursuing further. He had already exerted 200% of his strength in that final blow, likely causing minor fractures in Lu Yin's ribs. Continuing would risk serious injury. His objective of teaching Lu Yin a lesson had been accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the daily task of teaching Lu Yin a lesson. Reward, 200 points. Upon hearing the system notification, Bai Chen exhaled in relief, finally having completed the task. He descended from the stage and made his way towards the dining hall, his stomach reminding him that he had yet to eat. As Bai Chen approached, the crowd parted for him, having witnessed his impressive display of skill. The young boy before them was far from the feeble figure he initially appeared to be. After satisfying his hunger in the dining hall, Bai Chen promptly returned to his dormitory, eager to partake in another lottery. Without hesitation, he accessed the shop and purchased a chance for a mysterious draw, diminishing his point balance by 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a mysterious lottery chance and received a reward, Vision Potion. Taken aback by the announcement, Bai Chen pondered, Vision Potion? What could that be? He promptly checked the attributes of the Vision Potion. Vision Potion effect permanently enhances the user's eyesight upon consumption. The description of the Vision Potion was succinct, yet its effects were evidently significant. Enhancing one's vision sounded impressive, but its true value would only be revealed upon consumption. With that thought, Bai Chen swallowed the Vision Potion in one swift motion. Instantly, he felt a sharp discomfort in his eyes, causing him to collapse. Chapter 46. The second round begins when Bai Chen awoke. It was already midnight. In that instant, he sensed that the world before his eyes seemed markedly different from before. Gazing out of the window, he could even observe the subtle movements of mosquitoes flapping their wings outside. This revelation left Bai Chen momentarily stunned. The eyesight-enhancing potion appeared to be far more potent than he had anticipated. However, contemplating this was not his priority. It was already quite late. He promptly prepared a medicinal bath and immersed himself in it, for he needed to be in peak condition for the competition the following day. The next day, Bai Chen awoke early from the wooden tub, glancing at the still murky medicinal water with a sigh. Indeed, such a brief period was insufficient to fully absorb the potion's essence. After cleansing himself, he stood before the mirror and noticed a transformation in his eyes. Previously, they bore a hint of brown amidst the black. Now, they were entirely black, resembling black pearls, captivating enough to draw one in with a mere glance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he averted his gaze, reasoning that an enhancement in appearance was quite natural. Upon entering the dining hall, Bai Chen occasionally surveyed his surroundings. He could not help but marvel at how his enhanced vision rendered the world around him remarkably vivid. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. He could even discern the movements of the furthest students' lips, interpreting their words through the subtle shifts of their mouth. As he entered, he attracted the attention of many, predominantly the gaze of several girls. Bai Chen and Appo's appearance had become strikingly noticeable, making it difficult for anyone to overlook him. After enjoying the view for a while, he finished his breakfast and proceeded to the competition venue. Upon arrival, Bai Chen was the 8th contestant to reach the arena, neither early nor late. Hey, boss, you've arrived, exclaimed Zhong Yong. Bai Chen nodded silently. After a brief wait, the referee approached and announced, Are you all ready? The competition is about to commence. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and the 10 competitors simultaneously entered the arena. Inside, Bai Chen clearly saw Zhong Yong, Jiang Chan, and several unfamiliar faces directing their focus towards him, indicating that they intended to target him first. Frowning at the realization, Bai Chen acknowledged that even he would find it challenging to contend with 4 or 5 opponents simultaneously. Begin. With the referee's command, the 10 competitors instantaneously summoned their martial spirits. Among them, 8 were strength-oriented spirit masters, while 2 were agility-oriented spirit masters. Without a doubt, the agility masters held an advantage in such combat, given their speed and flexibility, allowing them to swiftly exit the main battlefield and seize opportunities. However, as the match commenced, without any warning, 5 individuals charged directly at Bai Chen. He quickly retreated, escaping the encirclement formed by Zhong Yong and his companions. The remaining 4 engaged in fierce combat among themselves. Jiang Chan, noticing the actions of those around her, suddenly halted. She sought a fair one-on-one duel with Bai Chen and did not wish to join others in ambushing him. Consequently, she decisively shifted her target to alleviate one of Bai Chen's opponents. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 charged relentlessly towards Bai Chen, particularly Zhong Yong, who seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against him. Observing Zhong Yong and Appo's fervor, Bai Chen felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. True to form, Zhong Yong displayed a complete lack of brotherly loyalty in the face of victory. In the audience, Shueike watched this scene unfold with a look of concern. However, Bai Chen remained unfazed. Truthfully, the prowess of these 3 was rather unimpressive. Despite Zhong Yong's recent advancement to level 10, his strength was still quite ordinary. Bai Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the 3, missing none of their movements. Minutes passed. Yet Zhong Yong and his companions failed to land a single blow on Bai Chen. They stared at him in disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost. It seemed as though Bai Chen was aware of their every move, evading their attacks with uncanny precision, an almost impossible feat under normal circumstances. In a moment of distraction from the trio, Bai Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination as he delivered a punch to Zhong Yong. While attacking Zhong Yong was not the most strategic choice, Bai Chen and Appo's irritation at this individual compelled him to act. With a fierce strike, bang! Due to the disparity in their strengths, coupled with Bai Chen's punch landing squarely on Zhong Yong's head, the latter felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, leaving him dazed. It would take him several seconds to recover from such a blow. Witnessing this, Bai Chen grinned, while the other two spirit masters sensed an ominous foreboding. What followed was a remarkable spectacle. Bai Chen, an agility-oriented spirit master, unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the two strength-oriented masters. Having mastered the Seven Treasures Fist, Bai Chen and Appo's strikes were as relentless as a tempest, overwhelming for any average student to withstand. Below, Qiyun and Shueku were left in a state of astonishment. Shueku, is that the Seven Treasures Fist that our boss is using? Qiyun inquired. Indeed, Shueku confirmed. Upon receiving affirmation, Qiyun swallowed hard. They had only begun training in the Seven Treasures Fist for less than half a month, and he still struggled to execute the complete set. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had seamlessly integrated it into actual combat, highlighting the vast chasm between their abilities. In a mere 10 seconds, Bai Chen unleashed over 20 punches, with one of the strength-oriented masters collapsing after being struck 10 times in rapid succession. The other was not faring much better. Zhong Yong, having finally regained consciousness, was greeted by the sight of Bai Chen sending one of the spirit masters flying with a kick. Slowly, Bai Chen turned to face Zhong Yong, and in his gaze, it seemed as though his eyes had transformed a shade of crimson. Zhong Yong, Bai Chen called out suddenly. Yes, boss. Did you enjoy your little escapade with him just now? And no, I was merely. Zhong Yong's mind raced through countless words, yet none could extricate him from his predicament. With a resounding crash, Zhong Yong's head met the ground, and he fell. Chapter 47. Victorious and attending the banquet. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan had also eliminated his opponent. As he did so, he cast a glance at Bai Chen. At last, they could engage in a fair contest. Although Jiang Chan was aware that he might not be a match for Bai Chen, he understood that if he refrained from attempting simply because he lacked confidence, he would forever remain inferior. Consequently, Jiang Chan took the initiative and charged toward Bai Chen, employing the same Seven Treasures Fist technique. However, in comparison to Bai Chen's mastery, Jiang Chan's execution was noticeably less polished. Upon their first clash, Jiang Chan found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, unlike his previous encounter with Zhong Yang, Bai Chen chose to hold back slightly, ultimately eliminating Jiang Chan with a degree of restraint. With Jiang Chan's defeat, only 3 individuals remained in the arena, including Bai Chen. The other 2 competitors exchanged glances and simultaneously advanced toward him. Observing this scenario, Bai Chen shook his head, reflecting on how one must not be too ostentatious. After all, securing first place in the A group should not render him a target for nearly everyone. Fortunately, in his group, there were hardly any formidable opponents. Aside from himself, no one exceeded the 13th level. Otherwise, he suspected he might not have even made it this far. In the end, Bai Chen navigated through the challenges with ease, defeating both remaining contenders and successfully securing a place in the top 10. After the competition concluded, Bai Chen descended from the stage, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace by Shueku. "Chen, you were incredible," she exclaimed, hearing her praise. Bai Chen smiled and replied, "Let us go. Today, I'll treat you." With his task fully accomplished, Bai Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Shueku replied, "Today?" Noticing the uncertainty in her tone, Bai Chen inquired, "Is something the matter? Do you have plans for today?" "Well, actually, today is my birthday, and I need to return to the palace. Come with me, and we can celebrate tomorrow instead," she explained. Just as Bai Chen was about to respond, Shueku interjected, "You better not bail on me. Last time I invited you, you promised, but didn't he show up?" Bai Chen felt momentarily flustered. Indeed, he had forgotten to attend Shueku's birthday celebration the last time. It would be rather inconsiderate to decline this time. "All right, I'll head back to prepare. And then we can go together," he agreed. Seeing Bai Chen's acceptance, Shueku beamed. "Great. I'll wait for you here." Bai Chen promptly returned to freshen up, donning the elegant attire Shueku had gifted him on a previous occasion before stepping outside. At that moment, Shueku's carriage had arrived at his dormitory. She leaned out of the window, her eyes brightening as she spotted Bai Chen. "Bai Chen, over here. Hurry up." Feeling a bit self-conscious due to the royal insignia of a swan emblazoned on the carriage, which had drawn a crowd, Bai Chen approached her, his fame making him the center of attention. "Is that Bai Chen?" someone murmured. "Yes. They were saying he was just riding on the coattails of the Seven Treasures Glass sect, but now it seems he has close ties to the royal family. Does he even need to rely on them?" Another chimed in. "Did you see his recent match? He almost single-handedly defeated 5 opponents." As the crowd buzzed with gossip, Bai Chen felt somewhat helpless. It was not as though he could shout for silence. Finally boarding the carriage, he was met with Shueku's cheerful demeanor. A subtle frown appeared on his forehead. She must have done this intentionally. However, he was not one to hold a grudge, and his annoyance dissipated within a minute. Noticing Bai Chen's expression, Shueku grinned and asked, "Chen, do you know who spread the previous rumors?" It must have been one of those two, Lumu or Luin, he replied confidently. Shweka paused, caught off guard. How did you know? Quite simple. In this academy, my only conflicts were with them. The rumors surfaced before the competition, and while I didn't know Luin then, I was acquainted with Lumu. It's highly likely he is the culprit. Shweku was astonished. She had gone out of her way to investigate the perpetrator, and he had already deduced it himself. Thank you, Shwe, Bai Chen said appreciatively. Oh, it's nothing, she replied. By the way, happy birthday. Thanks, he said. And the carriage fell into an awkward silence as they both struggled to find words. After a while, they unexpectedly began to practice their techniques in the carriage. The royal carriage was swift yet remarkably stable, allowing them to train without disruption. 2 hours later, they arrived at the palace gates. Bai Chen and Shweka disembarked. And as he gazed at the familiar palace, Bai Chen felt no apprehension. Having visited once before, he was now at ease. Shweka reassured him today. Everyone here is around our age or slightly older, no elderly nobles, so you need to be nervous. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. With that, they ventured inside. Shweku guiding Bai Chen to the banquet venue. The moment they entered, they captured the attention of everyone present. True to Shweku's words, the attendees were mainly peers, with the eldest seemingly being Shwe Qinghe. Bai Chen also recognized a few familiar faces, such as Yu Tianheng and Du Guyin. As everyone greeted Shweku, they couldn't help but notice the striking figure beside her, Bai Chen. However, since no one was acquainted with him, it was Shwe Qinghe who approached first, playfully pinching Bai Chen's cheek. Little Bai Chen, you've become quite handsome since we last met. Desperately escaping Shwe Qinghe's playful grip, Bai Chen protested, Qinghe, could you be a bit gentler? As they conversed, others began to realize Bai Chen's identity. So this was the rumored boyfriend of Shweku. However, many, including Yu Tianheng and Du Guyin, remained indifferent, recognizing that Shweku's connection to Bai Chen was merely acquaintance. Their presence at the banquet was primarily for the sake of royal esteem. Yet, upon discovering Bai Chen's identity, not everyone could maintain such a casual demeanor. A slightly older boy with a cool demeanor approached, declaring, I am Jaka, son of Duke Galat. May I inquire about your father's title? Chapter 48. The Stirring of Snow Qinghe, Qianren Xue. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Bai Chen was at a loss for words. Who is this person, and does he harbor feelings for Shweku? What a nuisance. Nevertheless, he replied, I am the son of Baron Douluo. At the mention of the title Baron, a look of disdain immediately replaced Jaka's expression. A Baron? Just that? What gives you the right to associate with Princess Shweku? Finally, Bai Chen had encountered a self-important noble's second generation. He regarded Jaka with an expression of contempt and said, So what? At least I am far superior to you. The type of person I despise the most is one like you, who relies solely on familial connections and possesses nothing of worth. You are, at best, a mere soul master, and perhaps not even that, just a soul servant, one whose level has not exceeded 10. What gives you the audacity to mock me? Do you really think you can defeat me? Let me assure you, I could easily pin you to the ground with just one hand. After being verbally assailed by Bai Chen, it took Jaka a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. The onlookers surrounded him, their eyes glimmering with amusement. Although they were somewhat surprised to learn that Bai Chen's father was merely a baron, they held no particular disdain, for this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Given Bai Chen's current demeanor, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become at least a soul Douluo in the future. In contrast, Jaka was well known in noble circles as a waste, a man who thrived on his family's power, and the crowd had long harbored discontent towards him. Now, witnessing Bai Chen reprimand him, many nobles who had previously suffered under Jaka's tyranny felt a sense of vindication. Why don't you say that again? Do you believe I won't make your father's life in Tiando City unbearable? Before Jaka could finish, Shweka stepped forward and declared, Jaka, this is the princess's residence, not your duke's manor. You have displeased me. Please leave and do not seek me out again. Jaka was momentarily taken aback by her words, incredulously asking, Princess, are you truly sending me away for this guy? His tone bore a hint of incredulity, as if Shweku had uttered something utterly absurd. Upon hearing him, Shweku's expression darkened. Guards, throw him out. With that command, Jaka was unceremoniously ejected by 2 guards. As he left, he shot an angry glare at Bai Chen. Once Jaka had departed, the atmosphere gradually improved. Chen, that guy has a strong desire for revenge. You should stick with me from now on, Shweku suggested. Bai Chen shook his head in response, saying, Thank you, but I can manage. He refrained from showing bravado. After all, his father was indeed just a baron. If the Duke Galat truly pursued his father, there would be little he could do. At his tender age, even with the system's support, it was impossible for him to instantly elevate his rank to that of a titled Douluo. For now, patience was the better course of action. Later, Douluo approached Bai Chen and said, "Junior, we meet again." Surprised, Bai Chen asked, "Senior, do you know me?" "Of course. Were you not secretly following me that day?" She teased. "By the way, it's been a while since we last met, and you've become quite handsome." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bai Chen realized he had been discovered. Thank you for the compliment. Don't be so tense. You can come visit me at the Tiando Royal Intermediate Academy sometime. Just mention my name when you arrive," Douluo said, and Bai Chen nodded in agreement. "I will certainly do so." Afterward, as Bai Chen exchanged pleasantries with several nobles nearby, Xueqing took him aside, pinching his cheek as she said, "Little Bai Chen, if Jaka ever does anything to you, be sure to come to the palace for help. Do not face it alone." "I understand. Now please let go of me," Bai Chen replied, struggling to escape her grasp. With a hint of complaint, he added, "Qinghe, please stop pinching my face. It hurts." "Haha, my apologies. It's just that little Bai Chen is too adorable." She chuckled. Despite Bai Chen's irritation, he couldn't help but notice that Xueqing genuinely seemed to have affection for him. No, it should be Qianrenxue. She must have been overtaken by her. With a huff, Bai Chen turned to seek out Xueku. Seeing his retreating figure, Xueqing couldn't help but smile, thinking, "What a delightful child, though it's a pity he is with little Xueku." After finishing his conversations with others, Bai Chen approached the dining table and took a piece of cake, eating it in small bites. Xueqing beamed at the sight, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. However, the other attendees paid little mind, assuming Xueqing's joy stemmed from Xueku. Only Xueku noticed that Xueqing's gaze towards Bai Chen was somewhat different. But being a male, she didn't dwell on it. The banquet soon concluded, yielding little more than having offended a duke's son and meeting a host of nobles. Due to the late hour, Bai Chen decided to spend the night in the palace. Lying in the room arranged for him by Xueku, Bai Chen gazed out at the crescent moon. Sleep eluded him. For some reason, since the banquet commenced, he felt as though someone was watching him. Initially, he dismissed it as a mere illusion, yet the sensation persisted, leaving him quite uncomfortable. This could not continue. After some hesitation, Bai Chen resolved to practice for a while. As he began to cultivate, Xueqing stealthily approached him. She gazed at his face, momentarily entranced. The instant she laid eyes on him today, she felt an inexplicable attraction. She couldn't fathom why, as he was just a child and they had only met a few times. She hadn't felt this way last time. Why now? Placing her hand over her heart, she sensed a more vigorous heartbeat than usual. Why was this happening? It felt so strange. For the first time, she loathed her undercover identity. Why did it force her to meet Bai Chen in such a manner? She stepped closer, whispering, "I never thought there would be someone in this world who could steal my heart upon first meeting." As she spoke, Bai Chen's eyelashes fluttered, and in an instant, Xueqing vanished from his room. Bai Chen opened his eyes, glancing at the spot where she had just stood, puzzled. Who was that? Someone had definitely come by and uttered something. It was highly likely that this was the person who had been watching him. Who could it be? This thought left Bai Chen in deep distress. Chapter 49. Points matched. The following day, Bai Chen rose early. After indulging in a royal-grade breakfast, he returned with Xueku. On their way back, Xueqing hurried over to bid them farewell. While playfully pinching Bai Chen's face, he exclaimed, "Goodbye, little Bai Chen. Do come to play again when you have the time." Hearing Xueqing's words, Bai Chen rolled his eyes, having entirely surrendered to the whims of his companion. Whatever Xueqing wished to do was of no concern to him any longer. Ah, this cheeky brat. Feeling quite pleased with himself, ISN and Oppos. Teehee? Xueqing teased, applying more pressure. "I'm sorry, I was wrong," he added, finally releasing his grip. Bai Chen rubbed his reddened cheek, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. This woman truly had a fierce grip. "Farewell, little Bai Chen." Xueqing waved, and despite his displeasure, Bai Chen politely replied, "Goodbye, Qinghe. Next time, please refrain from pinching my face." "Sure thing." With that, they officially set off on their return journey. Upon arriving at the academy, Bai Chen resumed his daily training. The second round of competition was still ongoing, with only 7 participants having emerged thus far. Glancing at the groups ahead, he noted that nearly every contender had a level exceeding 16, with the highest reaching 21. After witnessing their levels, Bai Chen had nearly relinquished his hopes of claiming the championship. Given the current circumstances, mere effort would not suffice to turn the tide. The disparity in levels was far too significant, especially against the formidable Assault-type Soul Masters. It was essential to understand that Assault-type Soul Masters were akin to warriors, robust and capable of inflicting substantial damage. In contrast, Agility-type Soul Masters resembled ADCs, capable of delivering lethal strikes after a brief engagement. Fortunately, compared to other Agility-type Soul Masters, Bai Chen possessed a degree of resilience, preventing him from being easily overwhelmed. 3 days later, all 10 contestants finally appeared. The final round would adopt a points system, where each participant faced a different opponent each day. A victory earned 1 point, while a defeat garnered none. Over the course of 9 days, they would compete against various adversaries, with final rankings determined by their accumulated points. Soon, the draw results were revealed, and Bai Chen's opponent for the day was a 17-level assault-type soul master named Lu Chen. Upon learning of his opponent, Bai Chen let out a sigh of relief. Lu Chen was merely average among the 10, and Bai Chen still had a chance to prevail. In contrast, Lu Chen celebrated as if he had drawn the best lot, oblivious to Bai Chen and Appos as presents. Others looked on enviously at Lu Chen, lamenting why they could not face Bai Chen. The first victory was crucial. With a sigh, Bai Chen returned to training, conscious of the disadvantage posed by competing against those a few years his senior. After a day of rigorous training, the next day arrived. Upon reaching the competition venue and surveying his opponent, who towered over him, Bai Chen cracked his neck. Lu Chen, noticing his demeanor, chuckled, "Little brother, don't worry. I'll go easy on you." Bai Chen bristled at the condescending term little brother, but refrained from retorting, acknowledging the truth of his youth. Instead, he glared fiercely at Lu Chen, who found Bai Chen's expression endearing. Perhaps I should take it easy on him, Lu Chen thought to himself. The match commenced. Martial Soul. Manifest. Bai Chen instantly summoned his martial soul and charged at Lu Chen. Caught off guard, Lu Chen was unprepared until Bai Chen was upon him. Martial Soul. Manifest. Bang. Although Lu Chen successfully activated his martial soul, he was simultaneously struck by Bai Chen and Appos' attack, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen launched a relentless barrage of strikes. Lu Chen, feeling the impacts of Bai Chen's fists, regretted underestimating the youngest and lowest level contestant. However, it was too late for regret. Bai Chen's seemingly chaotic strikes were relentless, leaving Lu Chen breathless. Watching from the sidelines, Ningzhen could not contain his excitement upon witnessing Bai Chen's performance. In such a brief time, Bai Chen had remarkably honed his Seven Treasures fist to this level. Bai Chen was employing the heavy pressure fist from the Seven Treasures fist, a technique that could be sustained as long as one possessed sufficient stamina. Once an advantage was gained, this technique could effectively subdue an opponent. In battles among lower-level soul masters, achieving an advantage with this move often guaranteed victory, yet its difficulty was immense, making it challenging for most to master. Bai Chen, however, had managed to learn it in such a short period, astonishing Ningzhen. With a final, resounding punch landing on Lu Chen's face, Lu Chen fell unconscious. The battle concluded. Bai Chen emerged victorious, earning 1 point. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Lu Chen, awarding 90 points. Bai Chen was taken aback by the notification in his mind. Indeed, the points for defeating a higher-level opponent were substantial. Upon descending the platform, his devoted admirer, Zhong Yong, exclaimed, "Boss, you were incredible. That 17-level guy was no match for you at all. All right, enough with the flattery. Today's victory was merely due to him underestimating me. The upcoming matches will be far more challenging. Is that so? I believe they are no match for you, boss. Enough chatter. Let us go eat." Understood. For days later, as Bai Chen had predicted, he did not achieve a flawless record, ending with 2 victories and 2 defeats, one of which was against the 21-level Soul Master, where he was thoroughly dominated. However, he had still garnered 3 points, ensuring that even if he lost all remaining matches, he would secure 7th place, which was commendable. On the 6th day, Bai Chen returned to the arena, where the atmosphere felt different. The audience seats were nearly filled to capacity. The reason for this was primarily due to Bai Chen and his opponent, Gohan, as both were exceptionally attractive young nobles, garnering a fan following. Thus, the crowd's overwhelming presence was entirely expected. Chapter 50. The competition concludes. Gohan gazed at the figure before him, Bai Chen, who stood a half head shorter, and greeted. "Hello, Bai Chen. I have long admired your reputation." "Greetings, Senior Gohan," Bai Chen replied politely. This individual was among the few renowned figures Bai Chen had heard of, as he often overheard conversations among the girls in the cafeteria discussing Gohan. With a formidable level of 18, Gohan's prowess far surpassed Bai Chen's, creating a significant gap that, combined with their age difference, made this competition seem particularly daunting. Begin. Martial Spirit Manifestation. As both unleashed their martial spirits, Bai Chen seized the initiative, realizing that as the weaker party, he could not afford to adopt a defensive stance. Doing so would render him utterly hopeless. Frenzied Assault. Bai Chen launched his first soul skill with fervor. In contrast, Gohan remained calm and collected, prepared to defend himself. He was a meticulous individual who did not underestimate Bai Chen, having observed Bai Chen's previous matches. He recognized that his opponent's strength exceeded the capabilities expected of a mere level 14 Soul Master. Any lapse in caution could lead to his downfall, just as it had for Bai Chen's former opponents. In the instant they clashed, Bai Chen sensed that Gohan was unlike any adversary he had previously encountered. Although he was an offensive soul master, his defense was as impenetrable as that of a defensive soul master, leaving no apparent vulnerabilities. However, Bai Chen was not to be underestimated. As long as he maintained the pressure, Gohan would struggle to retaliate, transforming the battle into a war of attrition. Bai Chen was confident in his stamina. Half an hour later, both combatants panted heavily, scrutinizing one another. Bai Chen had never anticipated that this seemingly unimpressive, or rather remarkably striking, individual could possess such strength. Despite their fatigued appearances, Bai Chen understood that he had already lost this match. Throughout the contest, Gohan had not employed a single soul skill due to Bai Chen's relentless assaults, resulting in the offensive party exhausting more energy than the defensive one. If Bai Chen ceased his onslaught, he would inevitably face Gohan's counterattack. Yet, Gohan's stamina was only marginally greater than his own. Bai Chen was determined not to lose, and in that moment, an ingenious strategy dawned upon him. However, as he contemplated its execution, Bai Chen hesitated. Although this tactic could turn the tide in his favor, it felt somewhat underhanded. The plan involved purchasing an attribute pill that would enhance all his attributes by 10% for an hour, a boon sufficient to overpower Gohan. Nevertheless, observing the weary yet resolute Gohan made Bai Chen reluctant to proceed with the scheme. This individual had left a favorable impression on him, and employing such a tactic to secure victory felt rather unscrupulous. Come on, Chen, you can do it. Ding. The attribute pill was successfully purchased. Ding. The attribute pill was successfully activated, enhancing all attributes by 10% for 1 hour. Instantly, Bai Chen felt a significant surge in his state. Frenzied assault. Bai Chen delivered a powerful blow to Gohan's abdomen. Due to the sudden increase in Bai Chen's speed and strength, even Gohan's ironclad defense faltered, creating a momentary gap. Following up with several rapid strikes, Bai Chen sent Gohan crashing to the ground. With the match concluded, Gohan was rendered unable to continue, resulting in Bai Chen's victory. Upon the announcement of the results, the spectators were taken aback. The unexpected victor was Bai Chen. They had all anticipated Gohan's triumph and felt a sense of folly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning this match, earning 105 points. Hearing the system's notification, Bai Chen sighed, realizing that the attribute pill had cost him 200 points, a regrettable expense. However, the loss of 90 points was worth it, as his ranking had improved, and the reward for completing tasks would likely increase accordingly. After the competition, Gohan approached Bai Chen and said, "Bai Chen, you are impressive. I accept my defeat this time and hope to face you again in the future." Feeling somewhat bashful, Bai Chen acknowledged Gohan's words, aware that his victory had relied on the attribute pill, which felt akin to cheating. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to reply, "Yes. I also look forward to our next encounter." Following the conclusion of the battle, Bai Chen rested for an entire night. Ultimately, he achieved a commendable record of 2 wins and 1 loss in the last 3 matches. In total, Bai Chen's record stood at 6 wins and 3 losses, with a total score of 6, ranking him 4th. He was genuinely astonished by this outcome. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest of achieving a top 10 finish in the test matches. In light of the host and Oppo's performance, the reward is 3,000 points, 1 chance for a mysterious draw, and 1 venomous dagger. Surprised by the bountiful rewards, Bai Chen marveled at the abundance. He had completed numerous daily tasks recently, and even after spending some points on double-speed training cards and attribute pills, his balance still stood at 1,700. Adding the 3,000 points brought him to a total of 4,700. With such a sum, he could afford low-level attribute enhancement pills, though he intended to hold off for the more promising mysterious draw instead. Bai Chen did not immediately inspect the attributes of these items, as he still had to claim his prize. For reasons unclear, the presentation of awards was entrusted to Ning Fengji. He began by commending the participants before distributing rewards, starting from the 10th place. Before long, he stood before Bai Chen and remarked, "Little Bai Chen, you performed admirably. Here is your reward." As he spoke, he produced 5,000 gold coins along with a vial of pills. The sight of the vial stirred excitement within Bai Chen. If he was not mistaken, the pills contained within were the renowned 7 treasures glazed tile sect and Oppo's unique 7 treasure pills, valued at 1,000 gold coins each. With a vial potentially housing over 10 pills, these would significantly aid a soul master's cultivation. Soon, Ning Fengji concluded the distribution and announced to the crowd, "All 10 participants in today's competition are eligible to apply for admission as external disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. The sect guarantees that if you join, we will devote our full efforts to your training." Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the others, except for Bai Chen, were filled with excitement. Joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was precisely their goal, and the promise of dedicated cultivation was an opportunity they eagerly sought. Had Bai Chen not read the original story, he might have accepted the offer. However, he was aware that in a decade or so, the Spirit Hall would launch an attack on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, resulting in significant losses. Thus, Bai Chen found himself in a state of deep inner conflict. Chapter 51. Level 20. Fortunately, Ning Fingji did not exert pressure on them. They had ample time to contemplate their next steps. Once off the stage, Zhong Yong and the others hurried over, exclaiming, "Boss, the sect master himself has made a personal promise. You are truly on the brink of great success this time." Hearing Zhong Yong's words, Bai Chen shook his head and replied, "Let us discuss it later. For now, let us return and celebrate." With that, they held a modest celebratory feast before returning to their respective rooms. Once back, Bai Chen immediately began to inspect the rewards he had garnered from the tournament. Deadly Dagger, Effect. A dagger of extreme toxicity. Any wound inflicted by this dagger will lead to severe poisoning. Soul Masters below level 30 will perish within an hour. Those between levels 31 and 60 will generally succumb within 3 to 10 days without timely treatment. And those between levels 61 and 70 will face death within a month if untreated. The dagger poses no lethal threat to Soul Masters above level 70. During the poisoning period, all attributes of the Soul Master experience a reduction ranging from 10 to 90%. Upon examining the properties of this dagger, Bai Chen gasped in awe. Such terrifying effects. If used against Qinye, it could prove quite effective. Curious about the rewards from the mysterious lottery, Bai Chen immediately utilized his prize from earlier. He wished to see what he might draw. Should the outcome be favorable, he would consider additional attempts. But if the results were lackluster, he would refrain from further participation. Ding! The mysterious lottery was successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 points. Bai Chen thought to himself, well, that's enough. It seems the mysterious lottery does not guarantee valuable rewards every time. I shall save these points for future use. A month later, the intensive training at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School came to an end, and Bai Chen prepared to bid farewell to the institution. As he departed, he gazed at Ning Rongrong before him. Goodbye, Rongrong. I shall return during the next holiday. All right. Although reluctant to part, Ning Rongrong recognized the necessity of his departure. You must come back. Indeed. As Bai Chen's carriage arrived, Bai Yu nearly failed to recognize the transformed Bai Chen, who had undergone a remarkable change in appearance over the past 2 months. Is that you, Chenner? It is I, grandfather. Surely you cannot fail to recognize me? Well, your transformation is quite significant. What on earth have you experienced? Nothing much, grandfather. Let us return. I will share my recent experiences along the way. Very well. Let us proceed. With that, Bai Chen embarked on his journey home. As he watched Bai Chen's carriage fade into the distance, Ning Rongrong called out, Bai Chen, I will visit you in Heaven-Do City when I can. I understand. And with that, they parted ways completely. Upon his return to Heaven-Do City, Bai Chen's appearance startled Bai Luo and the others. Having grown accustomed to such reactions, Bai Chen spent 2 days at home before resuming his studies. Life at school remained unchanged. Bai Chen continued his daily training and returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School during holidays, repeating this cycle. 1.5 years later, 3 days after Bai Chen's 8th birthday, he opened his eyes while immersed in a medicinal bath. Level 20, he had finally achieved this milestone. At just over 8 years old, he was likely the fastest to break through level 20 in the Heaven-Do Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Perhaps even faster than Tang San and his companions from the original story. With these thoughts, Bai Chen resumed his cultivation, fully absorbing the medicinal properties of the bath before emerging. After cleansing himself, he examined his reflection in the mirror. The youth before him stood approximately 1.40 meters. Quite tall for an 8-year-old. His hair shone with a lustrous sheen, reminiscent of black jade, while his skin resembled exquisite mutton-fat jade, evoking an irresistible desire to touch it. Most astonishing were his features. Anyone who beheld him would surely be captivated. Thanks to his daily medicinal baths, Bai Chen had effectively purged most impurities from his body. Moreover, his attributes had significantly improved as a result of these baths. In summary, Bai Chen was exceedingly pleased with his current appearance. If the world of Douluo continent truly valued looks, he had little to worry about in his next life. Next, he checked his attributes: name, Bai Chen age, 8 soul power, level 20 cultivation aptitude, 23, including Qingyong Gong 2, martial soul, Songfeng Demon Wolf martial soul quality, superior soul rings, 1 points, 19. 800 special skills, appraisal technique, Qingyong Gong, first layer, items, deadly dagger, martial soul evolution potion X2. During this period, Bai Chen had completed numerous side and daily tasks, earning him a wealth of points and 2 bottles of martial soul evolution potion. Initially, He had thought that upgrading a high-level martial soul to a top-level martial soul would require only one potion, as before. However, Bai Chen soon realized he was mistaken. It required 3 potions instead. Upon learning this, he had felt quite disheartened, but he had since grown accustomed to it. Once he completed the 3rd chain task, he could evolve his martial soul once again. Gradually, the dawn broke outside. Bai Chen stepped out to grab a bite to eat before heading towards the teacher's office. Upon arrival, 2 teachers, including Xinyi, were already present. Seeing Bai Chen at the door surprised Xinyi, who asked, "What is going on, Bai Chen? Is there something you need?" In response, Bai Chen announced, "Teacher, I have reached level 20. I am here to request a leave of absence." For a moment, Xinyi was taken aback, as was the other teacher beside him. What did you say?" Xinyi responded, incredulous. "Teacher, I have broken through to level 20, and I wish to take leave to acquire a soul ring." After confirming Bai Chen's statement, Xinyi's expression grew complex. Bai Chen's rapid growth was indeed astonishing. At this rate, opportunities to act against him were dwindling. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, "That is splendid. I shall accompany you to the Soul Beast Forest to obtain your soul ring, if you wish." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen shook his head. "No need, teacher. My grandfather is here to pick me up. He just broke through to level 72 months ago, so it's unnecessary to trouble you." Bai Chen feigned familiarity with Xinyi as he spoke. Chapter 52. Grandfather. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Xinyi reluctantly agreed. Although he had indeed achieved a breakthrough to the soul sect this past year, it was inconceivable for him to eliminate Bai Chen right under the watchful eyes of a soul saint and then escape unscathed. Contemplating this, Xinyi's expression grew somewhat obscure. "Very well, I shall not accompany you. Here is your leave request." "Thank you, teacher," Bai Chen replied, and with that, he exited the office. Watching Bai Chen's retreating figure, Xinyi's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "Congratulations, Teacher Chen. Your class has produced such a talented student," remarked another teacher in the office. Realizing the implications of the comment, Xinyi smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is my fortune to have encountered Bai Chen." As Bai Chen stepped out of the office, his demeanor turned grave. The look Xinyi had just cast upon him was unmistakably lethal. It seemed the latter was eagerly awaiting an opportunity to strike. What had he done to provoke Xinyi? With this thought, Bai Chen recognized that he could no longer remain passive. He had to take the initiative, especially now that Xinyi had advanced to the soul sect. If Xinyi were to suddenly attack, Bai Chen might not have the reflexes to defend himself, and he could easily fall before Xinyi's assault. Pondering this, Bai Chen rented a carriage and returned home. His earlier claim about Bai Yi coming to pick him up had been a ruse to mislead Xinyi. Otherwise, if Xinyi insisted on escorting him, his situation would become dire. Upon arriving home and inhaling the familiar scents, Bai Chen recalled his last visit after breaking through to level 10. "Mom, I'm back," he called out, and soon, Milan emerged to greet him. Bending down to pinch Bai Chen's cheeks, Milan asked, "Chener, why have you returned so suddenly? Is it because of insufficient funds?" Not resisting Milan's playful gesture, Bai Chen replied, "No, Mom. I have reached level 20 and wish for Dad to take me to acquire my second soul ring." Milan was momentarily stunned, then embraced Bai Chen tightly, exclaiming, "Cheners, you are wonderful, achieving level 20 so swiftly. Your father is working outside and will return shortly. Come in and rest for a bit." "All right," Bai Chen responded, following Milan into the house. Suddenly, Milan added, "By the way, Chener, this time you should visit the Sunset Forest." "Yes, is there a problem? Why not take the opportunity to see your grandfather? He resides in Nodding City, within the Barak Kingdom, and your father knows the way. It has been a long time since you last saw him." Milan's words caught Bai Chen off guard. Grandfather? He vaguely recalled meeting his grandfather once when he was very young, perhaps at the age of 1 or 2, and he had since forgotten what the man looked like. Could it be that his grandfather still lived in Nodding City? This was a perfect chance to meet Tang San. He was quite curious about the protagonist of Douluo. Before long, Bai Luo returned home, and upon learning that Bai Chen had reached level 20, his excitement surpassed even that of Milan. That evening, Milan splurged on high-quality century-old soul beast meat to prepare a lavish feast, and the family celebrated together. That night, Bai Chen, unusually foregoing his training, took out an organ from the Tsong Wolf ring and practiced quietly. With just 3 months remaining until the year's end, the Moon Pavilion would soon hold assessments. Last time, Bai Chen had shockingly failed to achieve the top score. Even missing a perfect score, it had been his first mission failure. Fortunately, the mission was reissued, with the same rewards, which relieved Bai Chen, as he would not miss the soul bone. He practiced late into the night before finally resting. The next day, Bai Chen and Bai Luo set off in a carriage bright and early, eager to obtain his second soul ring, which would also bring the main mission to completion. Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement. Moreover, he would soon begin cultivating the heavenly demon body, marking a qualitative transformation as he reached level 20. A few days later, they arrived at the Barak Kingdom. After some contemplation, Douluo decided to enlist the help of his father-in-law to accompany them to the Sunset Forest, to avoid any unforeseen incidents. As they entered Nodding City, Douluo turned to Bai Chen and said, "Chun'er, we are about to meet your grandfather. Are you nervous?" Bai Chen glanced at Douluo, whose legs were trembling, and shook his head. "Not nervous." "Oh, really? No wonder you are my son," Douluo said loudly, attempting to mask his own nervousness. Observing his father and Appo's demeanor, Bai Chen found it amusing how apprehensive he seemed about his grandfather. Upon entering Nodding City, Douluo's carriage slowly made its way toward the city center. Meanwhile, Miter was at the training grounds, overseeing the training of the clan's younger members. Suddenly, a clan member rushed over, exclaiming, "Clan leader, Lord Douluo has arrived." Miter, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly wore a grim expression. With a huff, he ordered, "Bring that man to me." "Yes, clan leader." The member hurried off, while Miter contemplated how to confront the man who had taken his daughter away. The trainees, noticing Miter and Appo's dark mood, intensified their efforts, aware that they could face repercussions if they were caught slacking off during his displeasure. Before long, a familiar voice resonated near Miter. "Father-in-law, I have arrived." As Miter prepared to turn and vent his frustration, he unexpectedly spotted Bai Chen beside Douluo. Instantly captivated by the charming child before him, Miter, puzzled, asked, "Douluo, who is this?" Hearing Miter's calm tone, Douluo relaxed. "Father-in-law, this is Little Chen, whom you have met before." In an instant, Miter recalled Bai Chen, reminiscing about how delighted he had been at the child's birth. However, Douluo had insisted on moving to Tiando City, leaving Miter, who was often busy with official duties, unable to see his precious grandson for far too long. Bai Chen quickly recognized Miter and sweetly greeted, "Hello, grandfather." Hearing Bai Chen address him as grandfather instantly brightened Miter's mood. "Wonderful, wonderful. Chun'er must be tired today. Quickly, go rest. I will have someone prepare some food for you." Chapter 53. The Mi family. As they spoke, Mite led Bai Chen to an exquisite restaurant, where he promptly ordered over 20 dishes. Had Bai Chen not intervened, even more would have been requested. The overwhelming enthusiasm of Mite left Bai Chen feeling somewhat uneasy. A glance at Mite made him ponder. It seemed that his grandfather held a fondness for him. "Chun'er," Mite exclaimed, "are you planning to stay with me for a while? Your parents must be quite busy and unable to care for you. Come stay with your grandfather. As long as you are here, I will support whatever you wish to do and provide anything you desire." After taking a calm sip of tea, Douluo believed that Bai Chen was not easily swayed, for after all, he was his son. However, upon hearing Mite's words, Bai Chen's heart fluttered. Everything could be bought? To be honest, he was about to embark on cultivating the heavenly demon body, which required various medicinal herbs for assistance. Although Bai Chen had over 10,000 gold coins saved, it was certainly insufficient. If Mite truly meant that he would buy him anything, then he would no longer need to worry about the expenses for his cultivation. After finishing his tea, Douluo noticed the twinkle in Bai Chen and Appo's eyes and felt a sense of foreboding. Surely, this boy wouldn't Appo's be tempted, would he? A few seconds later, Bai Chen replied, "No, Grandpa. I have many friends in Heavendo City, and I will come back to see you when I have the time." Mite appeared somewhat dejected and asked, "Oh, is that so? By the way, did you come to see this old man for any particular reason?" At this, Douluo immediately spoke up, "Indeed, my esteemed father-in-law. Chun'er has already broken through to level 20. Before Douluo could finish, Mite spat out his tea, splattering Douluo's face. Suddenly doused. Douluo refrained from expressing his anger, instead gazing awkwardly at Mite. What did you just say? Chen and Appo's has broken through to level 20? If I am not mistaken. He's only 8 years old, ISN and Appo's. Teehee? Wiping the water from his face, Douluo replied, "Yes, father, you heard correctly. Chen and Appo's has indeed reached level 20. We came to ask if you could arrange for someone to protect him while we venture deeper into the Sunset Forest." "Of course," Mite exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "However, I have one condition." "What condition?" "Please, go ahead. After assisting Chun'er with his breakthrough, I want him to stay with me for a while." Hearing this, Douluo hesitated and said, "Esteemed father-in-law, that may not be appropriate. I have some matters to attend to at the Commerce Guild and cannot linger for too long. I am not referring to you. I mean Chen and Appo's. You may return when you wish. I simply want to spend time with my precious grandson." Very well." After some contemplation, Douluo acquiesced. Indeed, Bai Chen had not visited in quite some time, and it would be good for him to accompany his grandfather. Turning to Bai Chen, he asked, "Chen and Appo's, would you like to stay with Grandpa for a while?" "Yes." Bai Chen responded enthusiastically. Upon hearing Bai Chen's exuberant reply, Mi-Ti's face broke into a broad smile, his wrinkles deepening with joy. Excellent. Chinner, during this time, feel free to ask for anything you desire. As long as it is within my means, I shall fulfill your wishes. Thank you, Grandpa, Bai Chen sweetly replied. The term Grandpa further lifted Mi-Ti's spirits. Seeing Mi-Ti's elation, Bai Luo sighed in relief. It seemed that whenever he visited his father-in-law, he would need to bring Bai Chen along to avoid a few scoldings. Soon, the dishes Mi-Ti had ordered arrived. Perhaps considering Bai Chen's youth, the fare consisted of delightful snacks that children particularly adore, which made Bai Chen's eyes sparkle with delight. Without hesitation, he seized a pastry and began to eat. Throughout the meal, Mi-Ti beamed at Bai Chen, who reminded him of Milan in her youth, who also had a penchant for snacks. The way Bai Chen savored his treats was strikingly reminiscent of her. However, when Mi-Ti noticed Bai Luo reaching for a pastry, his expression darkened. Had it not been for this scoundrel, he would not have waited so long to see his grandson. Bai Luo sensed an ominous atmosphere and felt his hands tremble. Observing this, Bai Chen offered a pastry to Mi-Ti, saying, "Grandpa, please eat." Hearing Bai Chen's words, Mi-Ti's mood brightened again. Very well, Grandpa will enjoy this little Chen's pastry. He took a bite, and although he generally disliked sweet foods, the fact that it was given by his grandson made it taste delightful. Bai Luo. Ultimately, the meal was harmonious. After dining, Mi-Ti said to Bai Chen, "Chenner, why don't you rest in the clan for a while today? We will venture to the Sunset Forest tomorrow." "All right, Grandpa," Bai Chen replied. With that, Mi-Ti took Bai Chen's hand and led him back to the clan. Meanwhile, within the Mi family, a buzz of excitement erupted. "Hey, have you heard? That child Bai Luo brought today seems to be the grandson of the clan leader. I heard. That child is truly adorable. And it seems the clan leader is quite fond of his grandson. Aside from Miss Milan, the clan leader has no other heirs. Perhaps this young master may inherit in the future." As the chatter among the clan members grew, Mi-Ti returned with Bai Luo and Bai Chen. Upon entering, he instructed the servant at the entrance, "Go, arrange the finest room for the young master." "Yes, clan leader," the servant replied, then approached Bai Chen. "Young master, please follow me." "Oh," Bai Chen said, following the servant as Bai Luo returned to his previous room. Once in the room, Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. The decor was exquisite, with furniture crafted from the finest spirit wood. On the walls adorned the spirit of their mother, the Black Moon Wolf. It was curious, indeed. His mother possessed a high-level spirit, while his father had a low-level spirit. Logically, he should have had a greater chance of inheriting his mother's spirit. Yet he had inherited his father's. There was nothing he could do about it. He could only lament his misfortune. After bringing Bai Chen to his quarters, the servant said, "Young master, I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, just call for me. My name is Mickey." Thank you. Chapter 54. Second Soul Skill. Black Moon, Song Wolf Kill. After the other party departed, Bai Chen first wandered around the room before pushing open the door and stepping outside. It seemed he would be residing here for some time, so it was prudent to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The moment Bai Chen exited, he noticed approximately 50 figures lurking in unseen corners. He surmised that these individuals were likely sent by MIT to safeguard him. However, he chose not to expose their presence, as explaining how he had discovered them would prove challenging. Although he could apply the same tactics he had previously used to deceive Chen Xin and Gu Rong, he preferred not to deceive his grandfather. As Bai Chen strolled along the path, he became aware that the clan members around him were discussing him. Their voices were hushed, yet their words reached his ears clearly. "Is that the young clan leader? How adorable. No wonder the clan leader dotes on him. His face is simply endearing. Indeed, if only I were the same age as the young clan leader, I would surely win his affection," remarked a youthful girl. "Come on, look at yourself. You know your own appearance, don't you? What's wrong with me? Am I unattractive?" "Not unattractive, but you're rather, let's say, distinctly unappealing. You dare call me ugly? I'll make you pay." Most of those around were engaged in discussions about his appearance and background. Hearing their words brought a smile to Bai Chen's heart, as it was gratifying to know others found him handsome. Despite the clan's considerable size, Bai Chen completed his exploration in less than half an hour. Afterward, he returned to his room to cultivate. Although he had arrived in Nanning City, he did not intend to seek out Tang San that day, as it was already quite late. After all, he would be staying here for a while. He could visit the Nanning Academy later, as he would inevitably encounter Tang San. The following day, early in the morning, MIT, after giving some instructions to the clan members, departed with Bai Luo and Bai Chen. He did not bring along any other clan members, for MIT himself held an impressive level of 74, surpassing Bai Yi in strength. They were unlikely to encounter any danger at the periphery of the Sunset Forest. After a day's journey, the trio arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, where they immediately began searching for a suitable soul beast for Bai Chen. Thanks to MIT's presence, their safety was significantly enhanced compared to their previous outing, allowing them to select soul beasts at a leisurely pace. Soon, 2 days passed, and Bai Chen stood before a 700-year-old striped tiger, exhaling a sigh. Years, 700 compatibility, 65%. This striped tiger was the highest in both age and compatibility that Bai Chen had encountered thus far. However, he remained unsatisfied and decided to continue searching. If he could not find anything better, this striped tiger would suffice. Just as Bai Chen pondered this, a massive black wolf suddenly appeared before them. Bai Chen paused, recognizing that this wolf was the martial spirit of the MIT clan, the Black Moon Wolf. He swiftly assessed the wolf, and its attributes and age appeared before him. Black Moon Wolf. Years, 731 compatibility, 91%. Upon seeing the attributes of the Black Moon Wolf, Bai Chen's satisfaction surged. MIT and Douluo were equally astonished. Chener, your soul ring has arrived, MIT declared. Indeed, Bai Chen nodded in affirmation. With that, MIT swiftly moved in front of the Black Moon Wolf. Before the wolf could react, it felt a heavy blow to its abdomen and collapsed instantly. Observing this, MIT nodded. Despite his age, his control over power remained impeccable. MIT seized the fur on the wolf's head and dragged it before Bai Chen, saying, Chener, finish it. Witnessing MIT's effortless handling of the opponent, Bai Chen felt a thrill of excitement. Indeed, he was a soul saint. With that thought, he drew a dagger and swiftly ended the life of the Black Moon Wolf. In an instant, a yellow soul ring materialized above the wolf's head, and Bai Chen promptly sat down to absorb the ring. Similar to the last time, the high compatibility of the soul ring made the process nearly effortless. Bai Chen assimilated the ring with minimal exertion. Half an hour later, Bai Chen opened his eyes. Seeing his success, MIT and Douluo exhaled in relief. Given the soul beast's advanced age, they had feared Bai Chen might inadvertently fail in the absorption process. A notification chimed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Main quest 2 completed. Reward, level 20 gift pack 1. How do you feel, Chener? Is there any discomfort? MIT inquired. Hearing MIT's concern warmed Bai Chen's heart. Rather than asking about the skills he had acquired, MIT first worried about his well-being. I am well, grandfather. I obtained a very powerful soul skill. Upon hearing Bai Chen's assurance, MIT smiled. Oh, is that so? Grandfather must see what skill you have gained. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. He then surveyed his surroundings before locking his gaze on a large stone. Second soul skill, Black Moon's Song Wolf Kill. With that, Bai Chen swung his hands, unleashing a cross-shaped wind blade that sliced through the stone before him. Crack. A cross-shaped scar instantly marred the surface of the stone. Witnessing this, both Douluo and MIT's expressions shifted with surprise. What formidable cutting ability. If a soul master of the same rank were unprepared to face this attack, they would likely be instantaneously vanquished. After executing the skill, Bai Chen eagerly exclaimed, What do you think, grandfather, father? Isn't my new soul skill impressive? Seeing Bai Chen unperturbed, MIT asked, Chener, what is the consumption of this new soul skill? Consumption? It uses about 10% of my soul power per use, Bai Chen replied. MIT inhaled sharply, astonished that it required only 10%. He had assumed that a skill with such lethality would demand at least 30% of Bai Chen's soul power. If it truly only required 10%, that was indeed remarkable. Chener, this soul skill is excellent. In the future, among your peers, few will pose a challenge to you. MIT praised, and Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they departed from the Sunset Forest. 2 days later, upon returning to Nodding City, Douluo promptly took his leave, leaving Bai Chen to remain behind. According to MIT, he would send someone to escort Bai Chen back to Heaven-Do City in half a month. Chapter 55, Level 20 Gift Package. Chener, you must be fatigued after these few days. Go back and rest for a while. Certainly, grandfather. Upon saying this, Bai Chen hurriedly dashed towards his room. He quickly checked the rewards for the second main quest, discovering that, akin to the novice package, this gift package also required points for activation, specifically 3,000 points. Additionally, the third main quest had been unveiled, which, as he anticipated, required him to elevate his level to 30, after which the system would reward him with a level 30 gift package. Although 3,000 points seemed substantial for Bai Chen, who possessed a savings of 20,000 points, it was merely a trifle. In an instant, Bai Chen's point balance decreased by 3,000, accompanied by a notification sound in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used the level 20 Soul Master package. Identification skill level has increased. Cultivation aptitude has improved by 2, and mysterious lottery attempts have increased by 2. Is that all? Upon seeing the rewards, Bai Chen sighed. He had anticipated that the level 20 Soul Master package would not be as bountiful as the Novice package. However, upon closer inspection, the rewards were quite satisfactory. In particular, the enhancement of his identification skill was beneficial, as it had resolved numerous troubles for him thus far. Reflecting on this, Bai Chen examined the upgraded identification skill. Upgraded identification skill, effect. In addition to its original functions, it now includes the ability to assess the condition of the target object. The effect of the enhanced identification skill was straightforward, yet it sparked a glimmer of excitement in Bai Chen's eyes. This was indeed an excellent feature, for it would allow him to ascertain the status of his opponents during battle. As for the other two rewards, the improvement in cultivation aptitude was undoubtedly valuable. While the mysterious lottery did not elicit much enthusiasm from Bai Chen, ever since that one fortunate lottery draw, he had not acquired anything of note. The best being merely 1,000 points, which only allowed him to break even. He held little expectation for this lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the mysterious lottery and obtained the Tranquil Heart technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the mysterious lottery and obtained 1,500 points. Taken aback by the notification, Bai Chen realized that this lottery draw was surprisingly rewarding, one martial art and an additional 1,500 points. He promptly checked the effects of the Tranquil Heart technique. Tranquil Heart technique, effect, divided into 9 levels. After cultivation, it enhances resistance to illusionary skills and simultaneously fortifies the host's mental power. With each level cultivated, the resistance and mental power augmentation increases. After reviewing the capabilities of the Tranquil Heart technique, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. This martial art was quite advantageous, effectively addressing his most pressing issue regarding mental power. Should he encounter illusionists in the future, he would no longer be defenseless. With this thought, Bai Chen began to practice according to the instructions of the Tranquil Heart technique. Half an hour later, he felt an invigorating energy swirling above his head, inducing a remarkable sense of comfort. He quickly became enamored with this sensation. It was indeed quite pleasant. An hour later, Bai Chen ceased his practice. Unlike ordinary techniques, the Tranquil Heart technique could only be cultivated for a little over an hour each day. Just as he finished, a knock sounded at his door. Young master. The clan leader requests your presence for dinner. Understood, Bai Chen replied. Soon, he was led to the dining table, where an array of delectable dishes awaited him. Bai Chen paused for a moment, astonished at the lavish spread for just one dinner. Upon seeing Bai Chen, MIT quickly waved him over, exclaiming, Chenner, come here. As he began to indulge in the feast, Bai Chen couldn't help but acknowledge the splendid cuisine of the Mi family, leaving him with a pleasantly full belly. After dining, Bai Chen turned to MIT and said, Grandfather, I wish to explore the surroundings of Notting City tomorrow. Is that permissible? Of course. I will send 2 individuals to protect you. As my grandson, you may do as you please in Notting City. Upon hearing MIT's words, Bai Chen quickly replied, No, that is not necessary. I merely wish to stroll around. Grandfather, please allow me to go alone. Are you certain you do not need protection? MIT inquired, still somewhat concerned. Yes, grandfather, truly, there is no need for worry. I assure you I will be fine. Please let me go alone. Bai Chen's tone was resolute. And although MIT outwardly acquiesced, he had already resolved to discreetly send someone to ensure Bai Chen's safety. Very well. Acknowledging MIT's decisive agreement, Bai Chen understood what was on his mind but chose not to address it directly. Thank you, grandfather. After chatting with MIT for a while, Bai Chen retreated to his room to continue his cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to be complacent in his training. The following day, Bai Chen rose early. Upon stepping outside, he noticed that several servants of the Mi family were already busy, and the sounds of morning practice emanated from the martial arts field. Just as MIT was coming to check on Bai Chen, he was surprised to see him awake so early and pondered whether it was indeed too early for Bai Chen, who typically did not rise at such an hour. When Bai Chen turned and spotted MIT, he greeted him with a smile. Good morning, grandfather. Good morning, Chun and Appos. Why are you up so early? Shouldn't you sleep a little longer? No, I'm used to it. Then let us have breakfast together. After breakfast, MIT inquired, Chen and Appos. Can you read a map? I can. Why do you ask, grandfather? This is a map of Notting City. You can use it to find your way around. MIT presented a map. Thank you, grandfather. Bai Chen expressed his delight. With this, he could locate Notting Academy much more swiftly. Afterward, Bai Chen set off. Glancing at the map, he discovered that Notting Academy was not particularly far from his home. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, he arrived at the entrance of Notting Academy. The guard at the entrance immediately barred his way, stating, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering the academy. Bai Chen frowned at the guard's words and replied, I am MIT's grandson. Are you certain you will not allow me to enter? In this critical moment, Bai Chen decided to invoke his grandfather's esteemed reputation. For in a small town like Notting City, a soul sage was regarded as a divine being. Chapter 56. The first encounter with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the gatekeeper was taken aback. A glance at Bai Chen's splendid attire led him to conclude that the boy's words were indeed credible. Weighing the pros and cons, he reasoned that since Bai Chen was merely a child, his presence in the academy would likely cause no significant disturbance. However, should he inadvertently offend the esteemed Count Mitter, the gatekeeper's position would be jeopardized. "You may enter," he finally replied. "Thank you," Bai Chen said, stepping into the academy. Once inside, he began to explore. If his memory served him right, Tang San and Xiao Wu were both work-study students responsible for maintaining the academy's cleanliness. It was quite possible they were currently engaged in sweeping the school, and thus, he might easily locate them. Before long, two small figures caught Bai Chen's attention, primarily due to the names Tang San and Xiao Wu hovering above their heads. Their levels also appeared before Bai Chen, both at level 18. Bai Chen was not surprised by their lower levels. Although he was the same age as Tang San and Xiao Wu, they were merely studying at the ordinary Notting Academy. Despite the guidance of masters, the resources available to them could not compare to those of the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Furthermore, Bai Chen had the advantage of exclusive training, indulging in medicinal baths every evening, coupled with a double-speed cultivation card. In addition, they did not have as much training time as he did. Tang San had to work at the blacksmith shop, crafting hidden weapons, while Xiao Wu was rather playful. Bai Chen, on the other hand, was singularly focused on his cultivation. Given these circumstances, it was hardly surprising that his level surpassed theirs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Become acquainted with Tang San. Quest reward, 500 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Become acquainted with Xiao Wu. Quest reward, 400 points. Upon hearing the notifications in his mind, Bai Chen promptly approached the two. Tang San and Xiao Wu noticed him immediately. And upon seeing Bai Chen, they were momentarily stunned. Accustomed to the sight of snot-nosed little brats at Notting Academy, the appearance of such a strikingly handsome and aristocratic boy was quite astonishing. Bai Chen stepped forward and gently inquired, "Hello, I am a newcomer to Notting Academy. Could you show me around?" As he spoke, he observed the two. Tang San appeared as ordinary as described in the original work, while Xiao Wu closely matched her portrayal. Her long scorpion tail braid framing her delicate features, exuding a charm that made her look exceptionally cute. Together with Tang San, they seemed an unlikely pair. Tang San hesitated at Bai Chen's request. This unfamiliar person suddenly asking them to tour the academy seemed strange. Before he could decline, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Sure, of course." Instantly captivated by Bai Chen's remarkable looks, Xiao Wu felt an urge for admiration rather than infatuation, simply wishing to behold something beautiful. Additionally, Bai Chen and Apos' demeanor did not suggest any malice, leading her to believe that agreeing would pose no risk. Seeing Xiao Wu and Apos' reaction, Tang San could only nod in resignation. Bai Chen's eyes sparkled with delight at their responses. "Thank you. I am Bai Chen. May I know your name so we can be friends?" I am Xiao Wu. You can call me Sister Xiao Wu," she replied eagerly. "Tang San," came his straightforward response. At that moment, Bai Chen received a notification in his mind indicating the completion of the tasks, earning him an additional 900 points. "Thank you, Xiao Wu," Tang San. Xiao Wu frowned slightly. "Did you not say you would call me Sister Xiao Wu?" Upon hearing this, Tang San raised an eyebrow, thinking it rather impolite for Xiao Wu to address someone they had just met in such a manner. However, Bai Chen remained unperturbed, calmly asking, "How old are you?" "I am 8 years and 3 months, Xiao Wu replied. Bai Chen was taken aback. This girl was older than him. "Sister Xiao Wu," he corrected himself. Tang San was astonished to discover that this noble boy, slightly taller than them, was indeed younger than Xiao Wu. "When shall we explore the academy?" he inquired. "Once we finish cleaning," Tang San answered. "Very well," Bai Chen said, taking a seat on a nearby bench, quietly observing them as they worked. It was the weekend, and while most students enjoyed their break, only work-study students like Tang San were required to perform the daily chores. Fortunately, they would have free time afterward. Before long, they completed their tasks. "We haven't had breakfast yet. Let me take you to our dining hall," Tang San suggested. "Sounds great. Thank you for your help. I will treat you to breakfast," Bai Chen offered. Upon hearing the word treat, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. "Really? Of course. Let's hurry," she exclaimed, taking Bai Chen's hand and leading the way, while Tang San followed with a resigned sigh. Soon, they arrived at the dining hall. Bai Chen surveyed the breakfast options. Although the first floor catered to common students, the selection was still decent, featuring items like buns. "Feel free to take whatever you want. I will cover the bill," Bai Chen encouraged. Tang San hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to take advantage of Bai Chen so soon after their introduction. Sensing his reluctance, Bai Chen inquired, "What's wrong? Do you find the food unsatisfactory? I think it could be better. Shall we eat outside instead?" Immediately, Tang San shook his head, opting for 2 meat buns and a bowl of porridge. Xiao Wu, despite her playful intentions to indulge Bai Chen, also settled for just a few buns. Bai Chen chuckled inwardly, appreciating their good nature as children, aware not to exploit others. After settling the bill, Xiao Wu looked at Bai Chen with curiosity. "Aren't you eating?" "Oh, I already had breakfast at my grandfather's house," he replied. "Oh," Xiao Wu responded, intrigued. Tang San, curious, asked, "Bai Chen, were you raised by your grandfather?" "No. I'm just visiting my grandfather for a while. Soon, I will be heading back." Chapter 57. The confrontation. Bai Chen's words immediately captured Tang San's attention. "Are you not from Nodding City?" Tang San inquired. "Indeed, I am not. I hail from Tiando City. I have come to the Sunset Forest to acquire a soul ring and to accompany my grandfather for some leisure," Bai Chen replied. Tang San was somewhat taken aback upon hearing Bai Chen's explanation. The youth before him appeared younger than Xiao Wu, and achieving a first soul ring at such an age was commendable. It seemed he also possessed a respectable family background. What could possibly bring him to their school? He wondered, as he was aware that Nodding Academy was not particularly distinguished. Despite his curiosity, Tang San refrained from voicing his questions. After the two finished breakfast, they began to tour Nodding Academy with Bai Chen. Though the academy's grounds were not insignificant, it was rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable architecture. And they completed their exploration in a short time. Feeling a bit bored, Bai Chen remarked, "This academy is rather amusing. It seems devoid of any formidable individuals. Let us venture outside for some fun." Xiao Wu, rolling her eyes, retorted, "What do you mean by devoid of formidable individuals? Standing before you is the academy's top student." "The top student? You?" Bai Chen expressed disbelief. "Do you not believe me?" Xiao Wu challenged. "Indeed, I do not." Bai Chen shook his head. "If you doubt it, let us spar," she proposed. "Very well," Bai Chen agreed, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Wu had already closed the distance between them. Realizing the imminent challenge, Bai Chen instinctively activated his martial spirit, creating space between them. He was unfamiliar with Xiao Wu's combat techniques and deemed it prudent to maintain a distance. Tang San observed the unfolding scene with surprise, while he anticipated Xiao Wu's ambush. Bai Chen's prowess astonished him. Bai Chen's level was unexpectedly above 20. He had originally assumed Bai Chen was here to acquire his first soul ring, yet he had already reached level 20. His instructor had mentioned that Tang San's cultivation speed was quite rapid across the continent, but Bai Chen seemed to surpass even that, prompting Tang San to question Bai Chen's true identity. Meanwhile, after distancing himself from Xiao Wu, Bai Chen finally had a moment to breathe. First soul skill. Rampage. First soul skill. Waist bow. To his astonishment, Bai Chen's punch was evaded by Xiao Wu, who merely brushed against him. Bai Chen sustained no significant damage. It was evident that Xiao Wu, a spirit beast with 100,000 years of experience, far surpassed Bai Chen in combat experience. However, Bai Chen was not to be underestimated. As a speed-oriented soul master, he had the advantage of swift movement, and with his exceptional vision, he could defeat Xiao Wu once he familiarized himself with her attacks. Minutes later, Bai Chen executed a hand strike to Xiao Wu's back. "Enough! Enough!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, pouting. "What is this? It feels as though you can predict my every move. Are you some sort of future seer? Have you conceded?" Bai Chen asked. "Humph. Yes, I concede. Is that sufficient?" Xiao Wu responded. As she spoke, Bai Chen received a notification from the system in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Xiao Wu for the first time. Reward, 1,000 points." Momentarily stunned by the notification, Bai Chen thought, "What a pleasant surprise to defeat a member of the main cast." He glanced at Tang San, who felt a peculiar sensation from Bai Chen's gaze. Tang San had witnessed the battle between Bai Chen and Xiao Wu clearly. It was not that Bai Chen could foresee the future, rather, he discerned Xiao Wu's next moves from her slightest gestures. Bai Chen's reactions were merely instinctual, revealing the extent of his formidable abilities. Xiao Wu approached Tang San, stating, "Three brother, avenge me." Tang San nodded, intrigued by Bai Chen and Appo's strength. It was remarkable for such a young soul master to defeat Xiao Wu in mere minutes. Although he had never utilized his full power against her, it was sufficient to demonstrate his capabilities. Tang San turned to Bai Chen, asking, "May I spar with you?" Bai Chen, "Certainly," Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Tang San promptly assumed a combat stance, unlike Xiao Wu's sudden ambush. Coincidentally, Yu Xiaojing happened upon this scene. Within the academy, there were no students capable of challenging Tang San, and he hadn't witnessed a duel from him in quite some time. Moreover, he had never encountered Bai Chen before. A child of such appearance would surely have left an impression if he had. As the battle commenced, Bai Chen initiated with his first soul skill. Rampage. Bai Chen swiftly closed the distance to Tang San, launching an attack. Tang San immediately employed his Xian Jade hand for defense, and upon their fist meeting, Bai Chen felt as though he struck something solid. Tang San, too, sensed the immense force emanating from Bai Chen's hand. Realizing he could not withstand it head-on, Tang San quickly adapted his strategy. First soul skill, Bind. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. In an instant, Tang San's figure became elusive, while Bai Chen found himself ensnared by the rapidly sprouting blue-silver grass beneath him. Yet, Bai Chen's level of 21 proved advantageous. Before the grass could inject its poison, he swiftly broke free from its grasp. Noticing this, Tang San's expression darkened slightly. The duration of the blue-silver grass's control over Bai Chen was less than he had anticipated. However, Bai Chen found himself at a disadvantage as well. Tang San's Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps were unpredictable, and Bai Chen struggled to discern any patterns. After several minutes of engagement, Bai Chen had yet to land a blow on Tang San, leaving him feeling somewhat frustrated. Second soul skill, Black Moon Howling Wolf Slash. In an instant, a cross-shaped wind blade surged toward Tang San with blinding speed, leaving him no choice but to absorb the impact. Clang. A small crack appeared on Tang San's Xian Jade hand as he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force of the Black Moon Howling Wolf Slash. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen delivered a punch to Tang San's abdomen. Chapter 58. A visit to my home. Tang San felt a sudden pang of pain in his abdomen, prompting Bai Chen to halt his assault. Tang San, you have lost, Bai Chen announced. Acknowledging his words, Tang San nodded. Bai Chen had shown mercy in their bout. Otherwise, Tang San would have been in grave danger. In an instant, a notification resonated in Bai Chen's mind, granting him an additional 1,000 points. Truth be told, despite his victory, Bai Chen did not underestimate Tang San's prowess. The latter's Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps were exceedingly elusive. Bai Chen's speed far surpassed Tang San's. Yet he could not land a hit. Had it not been for his overwhelming soul power and the formidable nature of his second soul skill, compounded by Tang San's relatively low level, Bai Chen might have faced defeat. Fortunately, Bai Chen could afford numerous mistakes, whereas Tang San could not afford a single one. After the match, Tang San remarked, "You were quite formidable. Thank you for showing mercy earlier." Hearing this, Bai Chen shook his head. "I sensed that you were not using your full strength. Had you unleashed your complete potential, the outcome of this battle might have been uncertain." Tang San was taken aback. He had not realized that he had been so easily discerned. "You are both students of the Nodding Academy, correct? What are your plans after graduation?" Bai Chen inquired. To this, Tang San and Xiao Wu shook their heads. Typically, they would progress to a mid-level Soul Master Academy before advancing to a higher-level institution. But that was still a distant prospect for them. Before Bai Chen could continue, a sudden round of applause erupted nearby. What a thrilling battle. Truly worthy of Count Mit's grandson. Bai Chen turned to see a somewhat weathered middle-aged man, alongside a figure named Yu Xiaojiang, marked by the number 29 above his head. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Bai Chen asked politely, despite his reservations about Yu Xiaojiang. "Hello, I am Yu Xiaojiang." Upon hearing the name Count Mit, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, recognizing Bai Chen's lineage as that of a formidable soul saint. "Oh, so you are the legendary master. It is an honor to meet you. I wish to invite Tang San and Xiao Wu to my home. Would you care to join us?" Bai Chen inquired. "Of course," came the response. Bai Chen then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, asking, "Would you like to visit my home?" "Absolutely," Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly, with Tang San nodding in agreement. Relieved by their responses, Bai Chen hoped to recruit the duo into the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, though he was aware that doing so could alter the original narrative. However, with the support of the system, he felt confident in his path toward divinity. He desired to establish his own sect, and allowing Tang San and Xiao Wu to flourish unchecked might pose future obstacles. Better to draw them to his side now. Unbeknownst to Tang San and Xiao Wu, Bai Chen had already set his sights on them, while they merely saw the visit as a friendly meal. Yu Xiaojiang, meanwhile, was deeply intrigued by Bai Chen. He had always believed in Tang San's invincibility among his peers, yet was astonished that he had been bested by Bai Chen, a youth who had already surpassed level 20. As they journeyed, they exchanged casual conversation. Bai Chen shared what he knew, and Yu Xiaojiang gleaned valuable insights. Soon, they arrived at the clan grounds of the Mi family, the time still early in the afternoon. The guard at the entrance greeted Bai Chen promptly. "Young master, you have returned." "Yes, I have. Please open the gate. I wish to bring a few friends inside," Bai Chen replied. "Certainly." The guard opened the gate without hesitation. Observing this exchange, Tang San nodded. Though Bai Chen was of noble birth, he had never encountered such courteous nobility, treating even a guard with such respect. Upon entering the clan grounds, Tang San immediately sensed the disparity in status. Every person they passed greeted Bai Chen with deference, and the vastness of the grounds far exceeded that of their academy. They were merely work-study students, struggling to pay tuition, and the gulf between them seemed insurmountable. Could they truly be friends? Then, a robust elderly man approached them. Bai Chen called out, "Grandfather, over here." The elder, smiling, walked over and affectionately ruffled Bai Chen's hair. "Chinner, you have returned. Are these your friends?" "Yes, grandfather. This is Tang San, and this is Xiao Wu. That gentleman is master. I would like to invite them to dine with us, if that is all right," Bai Chen requested. "Of course, as long as you are happy, my dear Bai Chen." As he spoke, the elder nodded to Yu Xiaojiang, who returned the gesture, indicating a mutual acquaintance. "Xiao Wu and Tang San, you are Bai Chen's friends. You may call me Grandfather Mit." "Hello, Grandfather Mit," they both replied, clearly obedient to his request. "Now, I shall show them around the clan," Bai Chen announced. "Very well. Go ahead," Grandfather Mit permitted. As they wandered, Bai Chen suggested, "Tang San, Xiao Wu, why not join me at the Tiando Royal Senior Academy after graduation? With your talents, I am certain the academy will welcome you." Tang San turned to Bai Chen, noticing the glimmer of excitement in his eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. I shall consider it," he finally replied. "Great," Bai Chen responded eagerly. He then turned to Xiao Wu, who found it impossible to resist his gaze. In the end, she declared, "Wherever third brother goes, I shall follow." "It is settled then." Hearing their agreement, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. He planned to discuss with Master how to secure their future enrollment. As for the fates of the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, Bai Chen was unconcerned. He was the protagonist of this tale. If opportunities arose, he would endeavor to recruit them into his fold. After some time, Bai Chen remarked, "Let us proceed to dinner." Chapter 59. The lesson subsequently, Bai Chen led the two individuals to the dining hall. Due to prior arrangements, the menu for today was more sumptuous than usual, and the surroundings were bustling with attentive servants. Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, while they had anticipated a deviation from their typical meals. They had not expected such a stark contrast. "Please, take your seats and do not stand on ceremony," Bai Chen urged promptly. Following his lead, Tang San and Xiao Wu sat down, though Tang San, typically composed, felt a twinge of nervousness in this unfamiliar setting. Observing their unease, Bai Chen discreetly signaled for the servants to withdraw. It wasn't an oppos, tea long before Master and Mi Tai joined them at the table. After a few bites, Mi Tai abruptly remarked, "I apologize, esteemed guests, but I just remembered some pressing matters I must attend to. Chinner, please ensure our guests are well taken care of." "Understood, grandfather," Bai Chen replied. With that, Mi Tai departed, aware that his presence might only amplify Tang San and Xiao Wu's anxiety. Among those present, only Xiao Wu failed to grasp Mi Tai's intentions. Once Mi Tai left, the atmosphere at the table became markedly more relaxed. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen informed Yu Xiaojiang of his invitation to Tang San and Xiao Wu to attend the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. After hearing Bai Chen and Appo's proposal, Yu Xiaojiang hesitated before responding, "I will consider it." He did not immediately accept, nor did he outright decline. Xiao Wu inquired, "Are there many formidable individuals at your academy? Are there any titled Douluo?" Upon hearing the mention of titled Douluo, Bai Chen suddenly recalled a pressing concern. If Xiao Wu were to encounter a titled Douluo, her true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast would inevitably be revealed, with dire consequences. Indeed, there are, although they are not instructors at our academy. However, they may well be present within the premises, Bai Chen replied. Xiao Wu's expression turned serious, while Tang San appeared intrigued. Then, Bai Chen added, "By the way, admission to the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy seems to require a noble's recommendation, and my family can only endorse one individual. I apologize for overlooking this detail." Tang San, a touch disappointed, responded, "Oh, I see. Then never mind." Bai Chen replied, I'm truly sorry." Tang San reassured him, "There is no need for apologies. It is not your obligation." Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their exchange, glad that she would not have to attend the academy, thereby avoiding exposure. Master listened intently to their conversation. Truth be told, he felt like a commoner now. While he could recommend using his status as a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he ultimately chose not to pursue that avenue. Overall, the meal was relatively pleasant. Bai Chen had made the acquaintance of Xiao Wu and Tang San, which he deemed a worthwhile experience. As they were leaving, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly turned to Bai Chen. "I conduct a private tutoring session for Xiao San every afternoon. Would you care to join?" "Private tutoring, you say? That sounds good." Bai Chen replied without hesitation. With half a month to spend with Mi Tai, he figured he might as well keep himself occupied. Although he wasn't particularly fond of Yu Xiaojiang, he pondered whether he might possess a particular skill in teaching. Before long, Bai Chen accompanied them back to the Nodding Academy. where he began receiving guidance from Yu Xiaojiang. Observing Bai Chun's focused demeanor, Tang Sen nodded in approval. Thus far, Bai Chun had exhibited exemplary behavior, akin to the noble elite he had encountered previously, coupled with a diligent thirst for knowledge. Tang Sen silently included Bai Chun in his list of potential close associates. Regrettably, Bai Chen remained oblivious to the growing fondness Tang Sen held for him, which had already crossed the threshold of 60 on the affection scale. Soon, Bai Chen immersed himself in Yu Xiaojiang's class. Finding the latter possessed a commendable teaching ability, Bai Chen now regarded him with newfound respect. Master, may I pose a question? Bai Chen inquired. Yu Xiaojiang paused briefly before responding. Certainly. What would you like to ask? I wish to inquire whether it is possible for a soul master to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 40th level. If so, what conditions must be met? Although Bai Chen was aware that it could be achieved, he sought a more detailed understanding. After all, when Yu Xiaojiang had previously consented to Tang Sen absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring for his fourth, Bai Chen had harbored doubts, as Tang Sen was of utmost importance to him. Yu Xiaojiang contemplated Bai Chen's question before answering. It is indeed possible, though no one has attempted it thus far. However, I believe it to be feasible. If an individual's physical and spiritual strength has reached the next level of intensity, they should be able to absorb beyond their level. Yet, this process would undoubtedly be excruciating, and most individuals would likely be unable to endure it. Furthermore, few possess methods to enhance their mental fortitude to match the strength of a 10,000-year soul ring at level 40, making it nearly impossible. That is why I have refrained from discussing this matter. Nodding in understanding, Bai Chen expressed, I see. Thank you, Master. While he acknowledged Yu Xiaojiang's insights, his mind was already formulating ideas regarding methods for mental cultivation. Recently, he had acquired a book that he hoped would assist him in testing his mental strength, particularly since his attributes did not include a mental category. As Yu Xiaojiang continued his lecture, Bai Chen gleaned much from the session. Although certain knowledge may have been limited due to Yu Xiaojiang's level, he proved to be an exceptional teacher in foundational concepts, far surpassing Qin Yi. After each class, Bai Chen felt enriched by the experience. In the days that followed, Bai Chen consistently attended Yu Xiaojiang's lessons. Naturally, he did not accept all of Yu Xiaojiang's teachings blindly. He recognized that the latter's capabilities were finite, and some information might contain inaccuracies. Nevertheless, he maintained his own critical thinking, discerning what to believe and what to question. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, Mite gazed at Bai Chen with a hint of reluctance. Chapter 60. Confrontation with Chun Yi after finishing his breakfast. Bai Chen was ready to depart. He had already bid farewell to Tang San and Xiao the previous day. Over the past fortnight, he had acquired a considerable amount of knowledge. Bai Chen glanced at his attributes. Name, Bai Chen age, 8 years soul power, level 21 cultivation aptitude, 25, including Qingyong Gong 2, martial soul, Songfeng Demon Wolf martial soul quality, high soul rings, 2 points, 20. For 100 special skills, appraisal technique, Qingyong Gong first layer, tranquil mind. Items, venomous dagger, martial soul evolution potion 2. Bai Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding his attributes. Given his current pace of cultivation, it was highly likely he would surpass level 30 before turning 11. Thus placing him significantly ahead of the main characters. MIT, his grandfather, said, Chenner, you are heading back now. Here is some pocket money for you to buy small items. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen replied, Thank you, grandfather. MIT looked at Bai Chen and added, If you ever feel wronged by your parents, you can always come to me. I will help you. This gesture filled Bai Chen's heart with warmth. Such protective affection felt wonderful. All right, grandfather, I understand. I will certainly come to visit you when I have the chance. Bai Chen assured. MIT then personally escorted Bai Chen along the path back. As they were leaving, Bai Chen suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures. He quickly dismounted the carriage and exclaimed, What is going on? Tang San, Xiaowu, what brings you here? Tang San responded, Bai Chen, before you leave, I have a gift for you. He produced an object resembling a crossbow. Bai Chen gasped, realizing it was the legendary Zhuge Divine crossbow. However, Tang San's subsequent words brought a tinge of disappointment. This crossbow is a simplified version I created based on the Zhuge Divine crossbow. By pressing this button, you can shoot 3 bolts at once, capable of injuring soul masters up to level 40. I hope you like it, Tang San explained. Bai Chen nodded and said, Thank you, Tang San. I will make good use of it. After giving them each a hug, he departed. 2 days later, MIT and Bai Chen disembarked the carriage. Gazing upon the familiar Tiando city, MIT remarked, Chenner, I must return now. Farewell. Grandfather, aren't you going to see mother? Bai Chen inquired. Not this time. There are matters within the clan that require my attention, MIT replied, choosing not to linger. Bai Chen understood. But he sensed that MIT's reluctance stemmed not only from clan affairs but also from a desire to avoid the emotional turmoil of parting from his daughter and grandchildren. A dream he had cherished for years. Soon, Bai Chen returned home. "Mother, I'm back," he called out. Milan emerged from her room, her face lighting up. But disappointment flickered in her eyes upon realizing Bai Chen was alone. With a smile, she said, "Chenner, you're back. Let me see if you've lost weight." She pinched his cheek, adding, "You're still as plump as ever." The next day, upon returning to the academy, Bai Chen once again captured the attention of his classmates. Much like when he had acquired his first soul ring. A great soul master at just 8 years old. They marveled, regarding Bai Chen as a figure of legend. Settling into his seat, Shueika beamed. "So, Chen, what new skills have you gained?" "I'll show you after class," he replied. "All right." On stage. Chen Yi wore a feigned smile as he observed the unfolding scene. Bai Chen discreetly monitored Chen Yi, having anticipated this confrontation. He was well aware that Chen Yi and Apos' gaze had grown increasingly predatory, and he believed the latter might attempt to attack him even in the presence of others. As the day's classes concluded, Bai Chen turned to Shueku and said, "Shue, I have some matters to attend to today. You can head back first. We'll return together tomorrow." Shueku pouted, clearly displeased, yet she acquiesced. "Fine, but we must return together tomorrow." "Of course," Bai Chen assured her. Once Shueku departed, Bai Chen made his way to the dormitory, fully aware that Chen Yi was persistently following him after class. Deliberately, Bai Chen chose to walk down a secluded alley. Having devised a plan should the situation escalate, he would resort to using the soul-extinguishing talisman against him. He glanced at his Kangwolf ring, which contained the Zhuge divine crossbow that Tang San had gifted him. According to Tang San, this weapon could inflict damage upon soul masters of level 40. And Bai Chen had coated the bolts with a potent toxin derived from the venomous dagger. As the distance between Chen Yi and Bai Chen diminished, Chen Yi quickened his pace, eager for the moment he had long awaited. However, as he rounded the corner, he was suddenly met with an unexpected assault. With a swift whoosh, 2 bolts pierced Chen Yi and Apos' arm and left eye, while the third missed its mark. "Ah!" Chen Yi cried out in agony. Fortunately, the alley was deserted, and no one was around to witness his distress. Before Chen Yi could comprehend the situation, Bai Chen swiftly announced, "Second soul skill, Black Moon Kangwolf Slash." With that, a cross-shaped blade of wind surged towards Chen Yu's lower body. "Ah!" Chen Yu shrieked as he felt excruciating pain. "I will kill you," he roared, but Bai Chen remained unfazed. He noticed Chen Ye's health status had shifted from healthy to severely injured and blinded. Chen Ye's face was smeared with blood, obscuring his vision. Bai Chen, maintaining his composure, stepped back to reload the crossbow. Chapter 61. The demise of Chen Yi. Even in his severely wounded state, Chen Yi was not someone Bai Chen wished to confront head-on. Considering the vast disparity in their strengths 20 levels apart, should Chen Yi retaliate with fervor, there was a significant risk that Bai Chen could be eliminated in an instant. Enduring excruciating pain, Chen Yi yanked the crossbow bolt from his arm and wiped the blood from his right eye, managing to regain a semblance of vision. His hatred for Bai Chen had reached a boiling point. Even if it meant his own demise, he was determined to take Bai Chen down with him. However, such irrational fury often made opponents easier to handle. In his rage, Chen Yi had forgotten to utilize his soul skills as he sought to tear Bai Chen apart with sheer force. Bai Chen, armed with a simplified version of the Zhuge crossbow, aimed for Chen Ye's right eye. With a swift whoosh, 1 bolt grazed Chen Ye's eye. Though it did not hit its mark directly, it nonetheless left him blind in that eye. Following this strike, Chen Ye's status shifted from blind to completely sightless. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes." Completely deprived of sight, Chen Yi flailed about like a headless fly. Bai Chen observed him coldly while reloading his crossbow and maintaining a safe distance. 4th soul skill, Ice Howl. Without his sight, Chen Yi could no longer discern Bai Chen and Apos' position. Bai Chen finally recognized Chen Yi and Apos' martial spirit, a speed-based martial spirit. The Ice Bird, which was relatively common, likely of intermediate level. Unfortunately for Chen Yi, despite the immense power of his Ice Howl, which froze everything it struck into solid ice, it failed to hit Bai Chen. If this continued, Bai Chen would undoubtedly secure victory. Yet, being in a school setting, Bai Chen was reluctant to prolong the confrontation. Aware that it could lead to unnecessary complications, Bai Chen raised his crossbow once more, this time aiming for Chen Ye's throat. Chen Yi continued to unleash his Ice Howl, and Bai Chen chose not to attack immediately, waiting for the ice storm to subside. After a tense few seconds, Chen Ye's Ice Howl finally dissipated, and Bai Chen's bolt was released, striking true at Chen Ye's throat. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating level 41 Soul Master Chen Yi. Reward, 1. 100 points and a mysterious drop item X1. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen approached Chen Ye's lifeless body. He He retrieved a bucket of oil and doused the corpse before igniting a fire starter and tossing it onto the remains. Having completed his grim task, Bai Chen hastily departed the scene. Soon after, Bai Chen returned to his room, promptly stowing his bloodied clothes in the songlong ring before immersing himself in a prepared bath, cleansing his body. Strangely calm throughout this process, he felt no fear or anxiety at having taken a life for the first time. There was no exhilaration either. Killing Chun Yi felt no different than squashing an insect. Gazing at his pristine hands, he shook his head, reflecting on his own emotional detachment. If this had occurred in his past life, he might have been well suited for a life of crime. Once clean, Bai Chen donned fresh garments, stretched his neck, and examined the mysterious drop item he had acquired. It had been some time since he last received such a reward, and he recalled that previous mysterious items had yielded quite valuable results. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the mysterious drop item. Obtained, Sharp Enchantment Book X1. Upon hearing this notification, Bai Chen was filled with curiosity. An enchantment book? Is this my world? He pondered before producing his venomous dagger, declaring, use Sharp Enchantment Book. Immediately, a cacophony of chimes echoed in his mind as a violet glow enveloped the venomous dagger. Congratulations, host. The venomous dagger has been successfully enchanted. Please check the rewards. Prompted by the notification, Bai Chen swiftly inspected the properties of the venomous dagger. Venomous dagger, effect. Enchantment. Sharp Eye, can ignore 1 to 40 of the target's armor, depending on the target type. Cannot ignore the armor of divine level targets. Satisfied with the attributes of Sharp Eye, Bai Chen nodded in approval, appreciating the quality of the reward bestowed by the mysterious drop. The following day, as classes commenced, Chen Yi was conspicuously absent, leading to murmurs of confusion among his peers, aside from Bai Chen. This is unusual. Chen Yi is never late. They had never witnessed him arriving tardily. After a quarter of an hour, Bai Chen pondered whether the location of the incident was too remote. As it seemed Chun Ye's body had yet to be discovered. Otherwise, a replacement instructor would have already been dispatched. A patrol officer happened upon Bai Chen's classroom. Noticing the absence of students and, puzzled, entered to inquire, where is teacher Chun Yi? We're not sure. He hasn't arrived yet. Bai Chen and his classmates responded. Is that so? The patrol officer expressed surprise. The Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy placed a high premium on punctuality, and tardiness incurred severe penalties unless one was engaged in critical training. Has Chen Yi perhaps achieved a breakthrough? Though curious, the officer decided to send someone to Chen Ye's residence to investigate the situation while arranging for a substitute teacher to cover Bai Chen's class. Hello everyone. My name is Qin Ming, and I will be your substitute teacher from today onward. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the introduction. It was indeed Qin Ming. Glancing at the level 55 displayed above him, Bai Chen confirmed his identity. Wasn't he supposed to be teaching at the Tiando Royal Senior Soul Master Academy? What was he doing here? Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, this was Qin Ming and Appo's first year as a teacher. To teach at the Tiando Royal Senior Soul Master Academy, one must possess a minimum level of 50 and complete a 1 to 3 year term at the Junior Academy to assess teaching capabilities. If the candidate performed well, they could typically transition to the Senior Academy within a year. Qin Ming had recently applied and was now assigned here for evaluation. Chapter 62. This is 8 years old. However, Bai Chen was merely taken aback, for this individual was a notable character in the original narrative, having earned the title of the second youngest Soul Emperor in the Douluo continent, indicating he possessed considerable talent. Soon, the class commenced, and as Bai Chen had anticipated, although it was Qin Ming's inaugural teaching session, his instruction proved to be far more straightforward and comprehensive compared to Chen Ye's, with Bai Chen's inquiries being met with precise responses. Meanwhile, due to Chen Ye's mysterious disappearance, the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy initiated an investigation, swiftly uncovering his lifeless body. Yet, even upon locating the corpse, it yielded little in the way of useful information. The principal, with a grim expression, fixated on the charred remains before him. The audacity of someone daring to commit murder within the confines of their academy was utterly unacceptable. Investigate. I demand to know who had the audacity to slay a teacher of the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Days passed, and Bai Chen faintly caught wind of rumors regarding the incident. However, despite hearing them, he remained unfazed, continuing his daily routine of attending classes, dining, and practicing, occasionally seeking Qin Ming's guidance on cultivation matters. On the other hand, Shueku was increasingly anxious, suspecting that Bai Chen might be involved in Chen Ye's demise. She feared for his safety, yet observing Bai Chen's calm demeanor made her question her suspicions. Perhaps she was overthinking it, she concluded, deciding against confronting Bai Chen about her concerns. Simultaneously, Qin Ming regarded Bai Chen with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Truth be told, When he first learned he would be assessing students at the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, he felt a twinge of discomfort, despite maintaining a facade of indifference. However, after a few days of teaching, those feelings dissipated entirely, primarily due to Bai Chen's exceptional talent. He was the first student Qin Ming had encountered with such remarkable aptitude, having already broken through to level 20 at the tender age of 8. The queries Bai Chen posed about soul power control were typically reserved for advanced students in higher academies, as most junior students were unaware of such methods. To Qin Ming's astonishment, not only was Bai Chen knowledgeable, but he also seemed to possess a deeper understanding. After sharing his insights, Qin Ming hesitated before proposing, Bai Chen, would you like to learn about soul power control methods from me? Taken aback by Qin Ming's offer, Bai Chen had initially intended to explore the subject independently. Feeling somewhat awkward about approaching Qin Ming for guidance during his leisure time, he had not anticipated that Qin Ming would extend an invitation to teach him. Is that permissible? Bai Chen inquired. Of course. Starting tomorrow, after class, you may join me for lessons, Qin Ming responded. Yes. Bai Chen eagerly agreed. A month later, the matter of Chun Ye's death gradually faded from public discourse. With little progress in the investigation, the Academy opted to assign blame to a convenient scapegoat, thereby concluding the incident. Meanwhile, Bai Chen contemplated the upcoming final assessments, believing his current strength might be sufficient to challenge for the title of Academy Champion. After all, the highest-ranked Soul Master in the Academy was only at level 23, and with his level 21 soul power, he stood a fair chance. The method to become the Academy Champion was straightforward. The top student from each class could challenge the reigning champion of the previous year, with the victor assuming their title. In Bai Chen's class, aside from himself, the next highest ranked was Xue Ku, who only held level 17. It was worth noting that Xue Ku had not benefited from Bai Chen's assistance. The items he acquired from the system were exclusively for his use and could not be shared with others. Bai Chen saw nothing wrong with this arrangement, for the system was designed to serve him, not others. On the eve of the final examinations, Bai Chen diligently practiced the methods Qin Ming had taught him. Contrary to his expectations, he discovered a lack of innate talent for controlling soul power, making his progress in this area exceedingly slow. However, Qin Ming assured him that this was normal. Most soul masters began learning such techniques around the age of 18, when their bodies had fully matured. In summary, Bai Chen was simply too young, and it would be much easier for him once he grew older. Nevertheless, Bai Chen was not one to surrender easily. After all, Tang San and his peers had begun their studies at 12, and with a bit of effort, he felt he could succeed. The following day, the final assessments commenced. The theoretical examination had been conducted the previous day, and today was reserved for practical evaluations. As customary, Bai Chen effortlessly claimed first place in all categories. After the assessments, he approached Qin Ming, stating, Teacher Qin Ming, I wish to challenge for the title of Academy Champion. Could you assist me in registering? Qin Ming nodded in agreement, confident in Bai Chen's potential for success, despite it being his first attempt. The surrounding students, having overheard the exchange, were intrigued. Zhong Yong approached and exclaimed, Impressive, Bai Chen. You're going to challenge for the Academy Champion. What could possibly stand in your way? Accustomed to such flattery, Bai Chen maintained his composed demeanor, replying, I'm merely attempting to challenge. Success is not guaranteed. Let us head back for now. Shortly thereafter, the former Academy Champion, Yu Qianqing, received word of an impending challenge. Upon reviewing the information regarding his opponent, he was momentarily taken aback. Name, Bai Chen, age, 8, level, 21. Staring at the details, he was momentarily stunned. 8 years old, level 21? After confirming Bai Chen's details, Yu Qianqing felt a wave of resignation wash over him. This is truly 8 years old. How can this be considered a mere 8 years? Subsequently, he examined Bai Chen's past performance records, his unease growing. An ominous feeling settled within him, as he sensed that his reign as the Academy Champion was nearing its end. Chapter 63. Contending for the Academy's top position the following day, Bai Chen rose early. Now a second-year student, he faced a different reality than that of his first-year counterparts. The team battles were held over a span of 5 days, during which the top student of each class would challenge the Academy's champion. Tomorrow marked the day for the second-year students to vie for the title, followed by the third and fourth years subsequently. Of course, participation in these challenges was optional. Bai Chen's upcoming challenge had captivated a significant portion of the student body. After all, his reputation had eclipsed even that of the Academy's champion. An 8-year-old at level 20 as a soul master was no ordinary feat coupled with his exceptional looks. He had garnered the attention of many young admirers, especially considering his close relationship with Xue Ku. Before taking the stage, Yu Qianqing fixed his gaze on Bai Chen, the opponent he was to face today. It was undeniable that Bai Chen's appearance possessed an enchanting allure, leaving Yu Tianqing's expression somewhat conflicted. This was his first earnest appraisal of Bai Chen. Despite being only 8 years old, Bai Chen stood at a commendable height, just half a head shorter than him. His captivating peach blossom eyes, adorned with long lashes that seemed to flutter with a life of their own, drew attention. His prominent nose added to his striking features, while his lips moved as he conversed with those nearby. Moments later, Yu Tianqing shook his head vigorously, chastising himself for his thoughts. After all, he was a boy. Yet, he couldn't help but admit that Bai Chen was rather handsome. How unfair. Why must he possess both charm and talent? He fumed, his frustration boiling over as he realized that girls were being snatched away by such insufferable rivals. Meanwhile, Bai Chen scrutinized Yu Tianqing, shaking his head after 3 seconds of observation. This fellow is rather unattractive, not fitting the high standards of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Soon, both ascended the arena. The referee, upon seeing them, inquired, "Are you both ready?" "Ready." They responded in unison. "Very well. The match begins. Martial Soul. Possession." In an instant, Yu Tianqing launched his attack. First soul skill. Gale Thunder. With that, he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, swiftly closing in on Bai Chen. In response to Yu Tianqing's assault, Bai Chen opted not to confront it head-on, retreating several steps before declaring, First soul skill. Frenzied Strike. The clash of hurricane and lightning resulted in a tremendous explosion. The two swiftly navigated the arena, bolstered by the aftermath of their skills. However, it was evident that Bai Chen's speed far surpassed that of Yu Tianqing, given his classification as a speed-oriented soul master. While his martial soul might be of a lower quality than that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, he was not to be underestimated when it came to swiftness. Yu Tianqing's speed, though commendable, was not overwhelming. His first soul ring derived from a soul beast known as the Wind Thunder Beast, an entity of draconic lineage. This soul ring significantly augmented both his speed and strength. The situation on the battlefield was now unfavorable for speed-oriented soul masters, as prolonged engagements typically favored power-oriented counterparts, who generally possessed greater stamina. Moreover, speed-oriented masters needed to maintain constant movement to evade being captured by their stronger adversaries. Nonetheless, Bai Chen remained unperturbed. With the enhancement of his Qingyong Gong, he could seep his soul power into Yu Tianqing's body during their combat, gradually wearing him down. The reason Bai Chen and Apos every attack failed to inflict substantial harm was that Yu Tianqing had not chosen to strike first. He remained oblivious to Bai Chen and Apos' soul power infiltrating him. He was simply convinced that he held the upper hand and would surely win if the match continued in this manner. Bai Chen, observing Yu Tianqing's overconfidence, sighed. The fellow was blissfully unaware that he had already fallen into Bai Chen and Apos' trap. As Bai Chen and Apos' soul power continued to permeate Yu Tianqing and Apos' body, the latter began to sense something amiss. At some point, he noticed a tingling sensation in his hand when attempting to defend himself, significantly impeding his response time. Though he could not comprehend the cause, realizing Yu Tianqing's diminishing speed, Bai Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Finally, he has taken the bait. Seconds later, seizing an opening, Bai Chen struck Yu Tianqing on the head with a claw, leaving him momentarily dazed. Second soul skill. Black Moon Song Wolf Strike. Alarmed by Bai Chen's declaration, Yu Tianqing hastily activated his second soul skill. Second soul skill. Thunder Elemental Explosion. But as Yu Tianqing's skill materialized, Bai Chen's attack landed simultaneously, resulting in a cataclysmic collision that injured Yu Tianqing, who was closest to the blast. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Chen had already approached Yu Tianqing, his hand resting on the latter's neck. Gazing into Bai Chen's cold demeanor, Yu Tianqing swallowed hard and admitted, "I concede." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Bai Chen had indeed triumphed. Zhong Yong and the others were rendered speechless by the unexpected outcome. After a moment, the referee regained his composure, announcing in disbelief, "The victor of this match is Bai Chen. Congratulations, Bai Chen, for securing the title of Academy Champion." He then addressed Bai Chen in the coming days. "You will face challenges from students of all grades. Only by defeating them all can you retain your position as Academy Champion. Do you understand?" Bai Chen nodded earnestly. "I understand." With that, he descended from the stage. He could not claim his reward just yet. He had to wait until he had vanquished all challengers. Thus, he deferred the reward for his campus dominance task until days later, when he would have triumphed over all. However, Bai Chen felt no disappointment in the delay. After all, Yu Tianqing was the sole 6th-year student. He had only 3 opponents remaining, the highest being 5th-year students, who would not pose a serious threat. Upon leaving the arena, Bai Chen decided to treat himself to a long-awaited mysterious lottery draw. Ding! Mysterious lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a double speed cultivation card 1. Darn. I knew I wouldn't draw anything good. Chapter 64. Evolution of the Martial Soul, the Rune Wolf. The following day, upon arriving at the competition venue, Bai Chen faced a formidable adversary, a level 16 assault-type Soul Master. Given the opponent's age, this level was quite impressive. However, it was evident that such a level could not possibly contend with Bai Chen. As the competition commenced and concluded, the referee found himself at a loss for words, witnessing Bai Chen's swift victory with a single strike. Truly, the youth showed no mercy. The subsequent battles over the next 2 days proceeded with remarkable ease for Bai Chen, during which Xue Qingham managed to find time to observe his final match. Upon receiving the annual reward of 5,000 gold soul coins and the medal symbolizing the Academy's top position, a familiar notification chimed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the chain task. Dominate the Campus 3. Task reward. Cultivation Aptitude 5, 3,000 points. Martial Soul Evolution Potion 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Dominate the Campus series of tasks. Reward. Special item, Spirit Hairpin. Bai Chen was taken aback by the unexpected special reward. What on earth was this Spirit Hairpin? It appeared rather peculiar. Nonetheless, after attaining the position of campus champion, he found himself cornered by the principal, who insisted on exchanging pleasantries for a while. Afterward, Bai Chen returned to his room to examine the rewards he had received. First was the medal awarded by the Academy, crafted from special materials and possessing properties that could soothe the mind and enhance one's appearance if worn long-term. Next was the Spirit Hairpin. Spirit Hairpin effect. When worn, a tuft of hair sprouts from the host's head, and the host's mental strength increases by 20%. Once worn, it cannot be removed. Upon seeing the effects of the Spirit Hairpin, Bai Chen paused in surprise. This tuft certainly offered a notable enhancement to his mental attributes. However, the binding nature of the item was somewhat disappointing. Yet, it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, it was quite normal for the protagonist to have an unusual tuft of hair. He decided to wear the Spirit Hairpin. Immediately, Bai Chen felt a refreshing sensation atop his head, invigorating him, as if his entire being had become more alert. His perceptive abilities sharpened, although he had yet to fully realize all the benefits of this mental enhancement. After donning the Spirit Hairpin, Bai Chen approached the mirror to inspect his appearance. Indeed, a rather discordant tuft of hair had sprouted from his head, leaving him with an odd impression. He placed his hand upon the tuft, giving it a tentative press, only for a new tuft to sprout elsewhere. It seemed this tuft was here to stay. No matter, he would simply attribute it to a lack of grooming that morning. Next came the main event. Bai Chen had gathered 3 bottles of Martial Soul Evolution Potion, allowing him to evolve his Martial Soul into a top-tier form. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the Martial Soul Evolution Potion. Evolution time, for hours. Please be patient. Immediately, Bai Chen felt a warm sensation enveloping him. With a pop, he instinctively activated Martial Soul Embodiment, this time not merely a half-wolf transformation, but a complete wolf transformation, his Martial Soul, the Songfeng Demon Wolf, revealing its true form. The Songfeng Demon Wolf was a soul beast of pure white, adorned with a unique mark on its forehead and intricate blue tattoos, creating a contrast that rendered it almost adorable rather than fearsome. As the evolution unfolded, the blue tattoos gradually coalesced into mysterious symbols, and the mark on its forehead became increasingly distinct, a miniature wolf's head. His muscles grew more pronounced, and his size doubled over the 4 hours. Upon completion of the evolution, Bai Chen stood before the mirror, evaluating his new appearance with satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful evolution. Please check your attributes. Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Chen examined his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 8 Soul Power, Level 21 Cultivation Aptitude, 30, including Qingyang Skill 2, Martial Soul, Rune Wolf Martial Soul Quality, Top Tier. Next stage is Super Martial Soul, requiring 25 bottles of Martial Soul Evolution Potion, Soul Rings, 2 points, 22, 800 Special Skills, Identification Technique, Qingyang Skill, First Layer, Serenity Technique. Items, Toxic Dagger, Martial Soul Evolution Potion 2. After reviewing his attributes, Bai Chen felt a sense of contentment. The Rune Wolf, it seemed, was distinctly different from the previous Songfeng Demon Wolf. Whereas the latter leaned towards wind and darkness attributes, the Rune Wolf appeared to possess a mastery over all attributes. However, the requirement of 25 evolution potions for the next upgrade seemed rather excessive, bordering on absurd. Nevertheless, this top-tier martial soul should suffice. After all, each of his evolutions had resulted in the pinnacle of that phase. For instance, the Songfeng Demon Wolf was among the strongest of the advanced martial souls, and Bai Chen speculated that his Rune Wolf could rival the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Just as he pondered this, another notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for evolving the martial soul to a top-tier level. The Martial Soul Compendium has been unlocked, allowing the host to view the martial soul levels and attributes previously encountered. Surprised by the notification, Bai Chen quickly noticed the new Martial Soul Compendium button on his interface. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on it to find categories for low-level, mid-level, high-level, top-tier, super martial souls, and divine martial souls. It appeared that the highest level of martial soul was indeed the divine martial soul, Bai Chen mused. He then selected the top-tier martial souls, revealing many he had encountered before, including his Rune Wolf, Zhong Yang's black-armored crocodile, Shueka's white swan, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, among others. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was notably absent. This omission surprised Bai Chen, considering how frequently he had encountered it. In thought, he delved into the Super Martial Souls category, soon discovering both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian Hammer listed there. Bai Chen was taken aback. The quality of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's martial soul was evidently superior to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. After a moment's contemplation, he understood. Indeed. While the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda was formidable, it had significant limitations. The highest level a Soul Master could achieve with it was only level 79. And not everyone could evolve it into the Nine Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Conversely, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon could enhance its form with each 10 levels after reaching level 30, becoming progressively stronger, a feat that made it entirely plausible for it to surpass the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Chapter 65, The Soul Spirit Illustrated Handbook. Subsequently, Bai Chen examined the attributes of the Rune Wolf, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the Haotian Hammer. Rune Wolf, Strength, B, Agility, S, Constitution, B, Growth, A, Soul Power, B. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Strength, A, Agility, A, Constitution, A, Growth, S, Soul Power, B. Haotian Hammer, Strength, S, Agility, B, Constitution, S, Growth, A, Soul Power, A. After reviewing the comparative attributes, Bai Chen found himself questioning life. The disparity in attributes was staggering, especially with the Haotian Hammer. Its attributes were simply outrageous. 2 S's, 2 A's, and 1 B. Who could withstand such a combination? However, why did his illustrated handbook include the Haotian Hammer? It seemed that during his last encounter with Tang San did not utilize the Haotian Hammer soul. Did it imply that merely coming into contact with a person could allow one to record their attributes in one's own panel? If that were the case, could he also see the attributes of the six-winged angel soul, given that he had indeed interacted with Qianren Xue? Contemplating this, Bai Chen glanced at the option for divine-grade soul spirits and calmly clicked on it. In an instant, a six-winged angel soul, radiating golden light, appeared in his illustrated handbook. Upon seeing the soul, Bai Chen swallowed hard. This was indeed a divine-grade soul. He opened the details, and the attributes of the six-winged angel materialized before him. Strength, S. Agility, S. Constitution, S. Growth, S. Soul Power, SS. Wow. Even Bai Chen couldn't help but exclaim an expletive upon witnessing the attributes of the six-winged angel. They were utterly exaggerated. With such exceptional attributes, even Qian Xuanji could be overwhelmed by Tang Hao, who had just recently broken through to title Douluo. Indeed, one cannot generalize the physical capabilities of individuals. Some, despite possessing divine-grade souls, can only struggle for survival before the formidable, while others can chase down divine-grade souls with their superior spirits. Nevertheless, were Bai Chen given a choice, he would still opt for a divine-grade soul, as the attributes were simply undeniable. Once he had reviewed the attributes, Bai Chen released the spirit possession, reverting to his original form. He harbored some concern regarding the significant changes in his soul spirit post-evolution. The differences from before were monumental, and he wondered if discerning individuals might detect something amiss. Yet, even if they did, there was little he could do, as he could not refrain from utilizing his soul spirit. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the spirit hall, in the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong was meticulously reviewing reports submitted by her subordinates. As she flipped a page, she suddenly paused, momentarily stunned. She then picked up the paper and scrutinized its contents. Name, Bai Chen Soul Spirit. Songfeng Demon Wolf Innate Soul Power. Level 5 level. 21 age. 8 origin. Tiando Empire. Currently unaffiliated with any faction, but reportedly practices annually at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, suggesting potential membership. Notably, having broken through level 20 at the tender age of 8. He is highly regarded by the Tiando royal family. Observing Bibidong's intense focus on a particular document, Yueguan and Gue Mei exchanged curious glances. Bibidong had a unique penchant for personally reviewing the emerging talents across the continent each year. Whenever she encountered someone with exceptional gifts, she would fixate on their personal information. much like her current demeanor. The last time Bibi Dong had been so engrossed was over a certain Tang San, a child with innate full soul power. However, regrettably, his soul spirit was merely blue silver grass, deemed a worthless spirit. Thus, her interest had waned after a brief perusal. This time, however, Bibi Dong's prolonged scrutiny indicated her genuine admiration for the child. Yueguan approached her, inquiring, "Your Holiness, who has captured your interest this time?" Hearing Yueguan's inquiry, Bibi Dong handed over the document. After a glance, Yueguan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Wait, this child has an innate soul power of only level 5. How could he possibly break through level 20 before the age of 8? Is there an error in this information? Was there a mistake when recording his innate soul power? Gale Mei, intrigued, also took a glance at Bai Chen's information. After reviewing it, he too found it quite astonishing. Bibi Dong responded, "No, the information is accurate. His innate soul power is indeed level 5. It merely underwent a postnatal mutation. Even so, such rapid advancement is unprecedented, nearly shattering the continent's records. We must find a way to bring this child to our spirit hall." In response to Bibi Dong's command, Yueguan and Gale Mei replied, "As you wish, Your Holiness." With that, the two departed. Once outside the hall of the Pope, Gale Mei returned, while Yueguan dispatched his subordinates to engage Bai Chen. As a titled Douluo, he could not afford to intervene personally over a mere hobby of the Pope, and after all, Bai Chen's talent, though remarkable, was still in its infancy. True genius is defined by growth, and Bai Chen had yet to fully realize his potential. The following day, the Academy's team battles commenced. Early in the morning, Bai Chen arrived at the competition venue, only to sense a peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. Instinctively, he turned toward the source and noticed an elegantly dressed elder seated in the stands, evidently affiliated with the Spirit Hall. This unexpected presence startled Bai Chen. Why was the Spirit Hall here? Were they merely spectators? Well, they were certainly entitled to attend. Today, Bai Chen's opponent was a former acquaintance from Class 8. Due to Bai Chen and Shueke's recent rise in levels, other classes had become utterly outmatched. Their participation was essentially a formality, as victory was all but assured. Leading his teammates onto the stage, the elder from the Spirit Hall fixed his gaze upon Bai Chen, tasked with observing as per Yueguan's arrangements. He dared not take it lightly. Yi Zicheng regarded Bai Chen with a grave expression. Their class had faced Bai Chen's class thrice before, each encounter resulting in defeat. Moreover, as time passed, the gap between the two sides widened. Now, not only Bai Chen but even Shueke posed an insurmountable challenge. Bai Chen addressed Yi Zicheng and the others, "Hold off for now. I wish to test my current strength." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Zhong Yong and the others nodded eagerly. After all, Bai Chen's prowess spoke for itself, and whatever he claimed was undoubtedly the truth. Chapter 66. Refusal of recruitment. As the words fell, the competition commenced. The 14 participants on the field instantly summoned their martial spirits, and 15 yellow soul rings simultaneously manifested in the arena. It was evident that all were the elite of the Royal Academy, as each possessed a century-old soul ring. Observing the 2 yellow soul rings adorning Bai Chen, the elder from the Spirit Hall was quite pleased. Indeed, as the records indicated, this young lad was truly a great soul master. Once the match began, Bai Chen surged towards the opposing team's 7 members, while his 6 teammates stood back, seemingly as if only Bai Chen was competing. Knight Zicheng and his companions wore grim expressions at this sight. What did Bai Chen mean by this? Did he look down upon them? How audacious to charge forth alone to confront them. Though they felt a surge of dissatisfaction, they found themselves at a loss. If they could manage to defeat Bai Chen first, they might still have a chance to overcome him. Form ranks. Knight Zicheng quickly commanded. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Bai Chen stood before him. Knight Zicheng, taken aback, barely registered any reaction before Bai Chen delivered a punch that sent him crashing off the stage. As the captain of Class 8, Knight Zicheng's elimination meant they had already lost half the battle, and all this transpired in less than a minute since the match began. Meanwhile, the elder from the Spirit Hall fixated intently on Bai Chen, sensing something was amiss. It was too peculiar. The records indicated that Bai Chen's martial spirit was the Tsongfeng Demon Wolf, yet the manifestation bore significant differences. The mark on his forehead and the azure inscriptions on his body were not characteristic of the Tsongfeng Demon Wolf, but rather resembled those of its superior variant, the Tsongfeng Demon Wolf King. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he was almost certain that Bai Chen and Apos' martial spirit was not the Tsongfeng Demon Wolf, but rather the legendary Tsongfeng Demon Wolf King. It was likely that there had been an error when compiling Bai Chen's information. Given that the Tsongfeng Demon Wolf King had appeared only a handful of times in history, it was understandable that one might not recognize it, as he had merely heard of such a martial spirit by chance. Instantly, the elder's gaze toward Bai Chen was filled with intense fervor. If he could recruit a soul master possessing the Songfeng Demon Wolf King's martial spirit into the spirit hall, he could only imagine the rewards that Lord Yueguan would bestow upon him. Meanwhile, Xueku and her companions were focused on a different aspect. They noticed that above Bai Chen's head was a rather upright tuft of hair. Given Bai Chen's typically stern demeanor, this tuft presented a delightful contrast. However, due to Bai Chen's formidable prowess and their desire to observe him further, none of them dared to inform Bai Chen of the tuft atop his head. When Bai Chen struck, that tuft bobbed about, capturing all of Xueku's attention. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, his remarkable performance paled in comparison to the allure of that single tuft of hair. After repelling Knight Zicheng, Bai Chen transformed into a blur, single-handedly defeating the entire Class 8 team. Although there was a significant disparity in strength, taking on 7 opponents simultaneously was no ordinary feat for a soul master. Once the battle concluded, Bai Chen panted heavily. Despite his victory, the exertion had taken a toll, and his soul power was nearly depleted. Following the referee's announcement of their victory, Bai Chen and his teammates descended from the stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the team battle. In light of the host's performance, a reward of 150 points has been granted. As they celebrated their victory, the elder from the spirit hall unexpectedly approached and patted Bai Chen on the shoulder. Bai Chen turned in confusion, startled to find the elder behind him. Young one, are you Bai Chen? Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Chen nodded and replied, Yes, I am Bai Chen. Is there something you need from me, sir? I just witnessed your match. You were impressive. I am an elder of the spirit hall. Surely you know what the spirit hall is? Yes, I do. Then, would you consider joining the spirit hall? At the elder's inquiry, Bai Chen hesitated. Although he had previously entertained the notion of joining the spirit hall, that idea had long since changed. He had no desire to join, as the restrictions were too great. Moreover, he had a mission to establish his own sect. It was best not to join the spirit hall. However, seeing the elder's rank of 79, he felt it prudent to tread carefully. Sir, if I were to join the spirit hall, would I still be able to see Xueku? Xueku? The elder glanced at Xueku beside Bai Chen and noticed the little princess of the Tiandu Empire glaring at him with indignation. He endeavored to sound amicable. Of course, joining the spirit hall does not mean you cannot return. You may come back once a year. Only once a year? What if I want to see Xueku every day? At Bai Chen and Apos' words, Xueku blushed, mortified by his openness in front of so many people. The elder paused before asking, Little Bai Chen, what is Xueku to you? Do you like her? Yes, Xueku is my girlfriend. I do not wish to be apart from her, nor do I want to be separated from my parents. Joining the spirit hall seems like it would be a long time before I could see them again, so I must decline, sir. I do not wish to join the spirit hall. The elder was taken aback by Bai Chen's refusal. You need to think this through. The spirit hall is filled with powerful individuals. If you join us, you could enjoy untold wealth and glory in the future. I have thought it through. I prefer to stay here. Very well, do not regret your decision. The elder lost interest in pretending to be amiable. He had always harbored a disdain for children, and this little one had the audacity to refuse him, which was simply intolerable. Bai Chen sensed the elder's gaze darkening with malice, and he sighed in resignation. Did refusal warrant a death threat? He was merely a child. After the elder departed, the others regarded Bai Chen with concern. Chen, don't worry. In the Tiandu Empire, I will not allow that man to harm you. Xueku reassured him. Thank you, Xueku. Bai Chen smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, his impression of the spirit hall plummeted. Regardless of how the higher-ups behaved, the attitude of this subordinate was enough to sour his feelings. Fortunately, within his Song Wolf ring lay a soul destroyer talisman. If things became dire, he could always use it to eliminate that old man and directly seek refuge with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Tiandu Empire. He believed that either of these powers would protect him. The spirit hall would likely think twice before acting against either of these formidable factions. Chapter 67, The Wolf Family. After the conclusion, Bai Chen took them to the Falling Flower Pavilion, intending to indulge in a feast. Although they had encountered an annoying individual that day, it was still a moment worth celebrating. Mo Xian, well aware of Bai Chen's arrival, had already instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a banquet for him. Bai Chen's dining here was not without cost. He was indeed paying, even though Mo Xian insisted he treat it like home. Ultimately, Mo Xian had to acquiesce and accept payment. At the dining table, Zhong Yong and the others chattered away, but Bai Chen paid little attention. There is always one person at the table who focuses solely on the meal, and Bai Chen was that person. In no time, 2 plates were already emptied. Meanwhile, Xueku watched Bai Chen with an affectionate smile, thoroughly enjoying the sight of him eating, stuffing his cheeks full like a hamster. After a while, noticing that Bai Chen had eaten quite a bit and was likely not very hungry anymore, she asked, Chen, how do you plan to handle today's matter? It was clear that Xueku was referring to the Soul Hall's attempt to recruit him. Upon hearing her, Bai Chen hesitated and replied, I'm unsure how to deal with it. I can't exactly kill him within the Heaven Do Empire, so it should be fine. Xueku, growing more concerned upon hearing Bai Chen's words, suggested after a moment of contemplation, how about this? Tomorrow, I will inform my father about our relationship, and he can grant you a title of Duke, allowing you to reside in the royal palace with a soul sage for protection. This way, you should be safe. Additionally, if you move to the palace, we can see each other anytime, sharing meals and classes together. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly urgent, a flush appearing on her cheeks. Bai Chen, noticing her embarrassment, coughed twice and reassured her, Xueku, don't worry. I am truly fine, and there is no need for such concern. I wish to earn the right to marry you through my own strength, so don't overthink it. I'm not so easily vanquished. He gently stroked her hair. Xueku's face flushed crimson at his words, and she buried her face in his chest. The others at the table, Zongyong and the rest, watched this scene with a mix of envy and dismay. Zongyong exclaimed, seriously? Do you have to be like this while we're just trying to eat? Must you torment us single folks? Qian interjected, don't pull me into this. I'm ready to confront them. He attempted to signal the others for assistance, but none paid him any mind. Bai Chen shot him a glare, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Once the celebration concluded, Bai Chen pondered the security issue as he walked along the road. Indeed, aside from being a student at the Heaven Do Royal Junior Soul Master Academy and the grandson of the Mi family clan leader, he had little other backing. The academy would not dispatch several Soul Sage level protectors for a mere student, and the Mi family was too distant from Heaven Do City. Distant water cannot quench nearby fire. He needed to seriously contemplate this matter. Days later, following the completion of the ranking battles, Bai Chen's class emerged victorious, and winter break commenced. Naturally, his first order of business was to return home. Early the next morning, he boarded a carriage back to his residence, which was conveniently located in Heaven Do City. However, upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed a distinct change. The entrance appeared newly renovated, more grand than before. 2 guards stood at the entrance, and upon seeing this, Bai Chen felt puzzled. What had happened to his home? As he approached, the guards promptly greeted him. Welcome home, young master. You know me? He inquired, astonished. Are you not Bai Chen, young master? One of them asked. Indeed, it is us. It was Madam who informed us, instructing us to welcome you upon your return. She provided a detailed description of your appearance, making it hard for us to mistake you. After hearing their words, Bai Chen's mouth twitched. He could easily imagine how his mother had described him. Though curious about the changes at home, he refrained from questioning the guards and decided to ask his mother directly. May I enter? Of course, young master, please. Upon entering, Bai Chen was taken aback by the significant alterations within the house. Besides the entrance, the interior had expanded considerably, and he even spotted his seldom-seen uncle. Uncle, he called out. Bai Yun, on his way to the conference room, turned at the sound of his name, instinctively looking towards Bai Chen. Who are you? Little Chen. It's me, uncle. What has happened to our home? Why has it changed so much? Oh, you Haven and Oppos. T received the news yet, have you? Your grandfather recently broke through to the 70th level. His lifelong dream has been to establish a family or even a sect. With his power as a Soul Emperor being insufficient to command respect, now that he has finally reached Soul Sage, he is determined to fulfill his youthful aspirations. Our family is now known as the Wolf family, having recruited over 50 disciples. As for the choice of location, it was primarily to allow your grandfather to see you more often, and the nearby houses were more affordable. Thus, this transformation occurred. But rest assured, your room is now far larger and more splendid than before, and your grandfather has arranged for several people to attend to you. Oh, I see. I need to visit grandfather now. My parents are there too. Shall we go together? Certainly. Do you want a piggyback ride? Not at all. Really? You used to love having me carry you when you were little. You've changed, little Chen, Bai Nua feigned sadness. Bai Chen shot him a glare, exasperated at the childish antics of these middle-aged men. After being glared at, Bai Nua coughed awkwardly. Unlike me, Bai Yi had 5 children, with Bai Chen's father being the 4th. Ordinarily, Bai Nua would be the heir to Bai Ye's legacy, but after the untimely passing of his first wife, he had not remarried and remained childless. Due to his own circumstances and his fondness for children, he treated his younger siblings' offspring with kindness, akin to an older friend. And children of Bai Chen's age were not afraid of him. Subsequently, Bai Nua took Bai Chen's hand, leading him towards the conference room. Chapter 68. The Wolf Clan, Part 2. As Bai Yi and his companions were engrossed in discussions, they were unexpectedly greeted by the arrival of Bai Yun and Bai Chen, prompting expressions of delight. Chenner is back, Bai Yi exclaimed. Yes, Grandpa, Father, I have returned, Bai Chen responded with a warm smile. That is wonderful to hear. Chinner, your father and I are still in the midst of negotiations. Allow me to have someone escort you to your room. By the way, your second and third uncle's children are also residing here. You may play with them outside for a while, if you wish. Of course, Bai Chen replied eagerly. Having no objections to the suggestion, Xiao Yun, please take the young master to his room, Bai Yi instructed. A graceful girl, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, stepped forward. Chinner, from now on, this girl will be your maid. If you need anything, feel free to ask her. Understood. Bai Chen was not surprised by his grandfather's arrangements for his care. He then followed the girl named Xiao Yun outside, filled with curiosity about how his room had been transformed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun occasionally stole glances at Bai Chen, pondering what kind of young master she would be serving. Would he be mischievous or spoiled? To her relief, he appeared calm and amiable, possessing an extraordinary beauty, particularly accentuated by the tuft of hair atop his head that lent him a charming familiarity. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Young master, this is your courtyard, Xiao Yun announced. A courtyard? Bai Chen exclaimed, nearly gasping at the revelation. It was astonishing that he had been granted an entire courtyard to himself. When had their family amassed such wealth? Surely, his grandfather must have exhausted his life savings for this. In just a few months, such significant changes had occurred. A testament to the remarkable efficiency of Douluo continent. Due to the influence of martial souls, the physical capabilities of individuals surpassed those of his previous life, resulting in heightened productivity among workers. Furthermore, it was conceivable that the time he had spent away had allowed for such developments. Young Master Bai Chen, please follow me. Xiaoyan beckoned. With that, she guided Bai Chen on a tour of the courtyard. Despite being modest in size, it housed numerous rooms, including a bathroom, kitchen, and study. Most impressively, there was a small training area within the courtyard, which delighted Bai Chen immensely. Eventually, they reached a room. Young Master Bai Chen, this will be your room from now on. Thank you. You may attend to your duties. I wish to explore alone, Bai Chen replied. Certainly. With that, Xiao Yun departed. Bai Chen opened the door to his room and was taken aback by its spaciousness, which was more than double that of his previous accommodations. Remarkably, the furnishings had been preserved well. This house is quite expansive, he mused. After a moment, he turned to glance out the door. Having noticed several children around his age trailing behind him, behaving rather suspiciously, as he descended, 3 small heads emerged from behind a large tree in the courtyard. The youngest girl spoke up. Yang Ge, are you certain this is the legendary Bai Chen? He seems too good-looking. I heard Bai Chen is formidable. How can someone so handsome also be so powerful? In response, the boy known as Yang Ge admonished, Xiaoyi, one must not judge by appearances. Just because he is handsome does not mean he is inexperienced. But Yang Ge, you are quite handsome as well. Yet father says you are a good-for-nothing, Xiaoyi retorted. Yang Ge fell silent. Enough, you too. Should we not introduce ourselves to Bai Chen? Another girl interjected. What brings you here? Bai Chen suddenly inquired. Startling the trio, Xiaoyi yelped in surprise. Bai Chen, when did you arrive? She stammered. I arrived as soon as you began speaking. Are you the children of my second uncle? Bai Chen asked. Yes. We are here to play with you, Xiaoyi exclaimed. Bai Chen nodded. Might I ask you to introduce yourselves? Feeling it was his duty, the eldest among them, Yang Ge, stepped forward. Bai Chen, hello. I am Bai Xing. This is Bai Yang, and this is Bai Yi. We are children of your second uncle, here to make your acquaintance, Bai Xing announced. As Bai Xing finished, Yang Ge nearly choked, having prepared his own introduction. How frustrating. Bai Chen acknowledged, I understand. I am Bai Chen. Bai Xing disregarded her brother's glare and continued. Bai Chen Gu, Grandpa Bai Yi mentioned that starting this year, we will follow you to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Would you care for us? Of course. Bai Chen replied readily. Although the levels of these 3 little ones were modest, one at level 7, another at 9, and the last at 12, he was undeterred. As long as they were obedient, he could ensure they would not be bullied at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, especially since he had already gained some notoriety there. After chatting for a while, they became more familiar with one another. Bai Chen found their personalities quite agreeable, while the trio remained exceedingly respectful in their interactions, which felt somewhat unusual to him, even from Bai Yang, who was a year older. By the way, Bai Chen Ge, our family will be holding the first external competition tomorrow. Will you come to watch? Bai Xing inquired. External competition? Bai Chen echoed, intrigued. Yes. It is a tournament for outsiders who have joined our clan. Grandpa is organizing a soul master contest, and I hear the champion will receive generous rewards. That sounds appealing. Bai Chen replied, his curiosity piqued. Also, Bai Chen Gu, our family has acquired some shops. Would you like to see them? Shops. Do you have a pharmacy? Yes, we do. Excellent. Please take me to see it. Chapter 69. Cultivating the celestial demon body upon departing from the family estate. several attendants approached, inquiring, "Miss Bai Chen, are you heading out?" "Yes, please take us to the marketplace," she replied. "Certainly, Miss Xing." As they presented a carriage, Bai Chen was taken aback by the treatment he received. He had not anticipated such a luxurious mode of transportation for his outing, reminiscent of the lavish lifestyles depicted in anime about affluent heirs. "This feels rather splendid," Bai Chen mused to himself, quite pleased with the arrangement. Once inside the carriage, he noticed that his cousins were observing him intently. "Is there something on my face?" he asked, bemused. Bai Xing interjected, "Brother Bai Chen, why is one strand of hair standing up?" "Nothing significant. Pay it no mind," he replied dismissively. Oh, a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at a bustling street. The property values evidently high in this area. "Indeed, this is an excellent location for a shop," Bai Chen remarked. "Brother Bai Chen, that is our family's apothecary," Bai Xing pointed out, indicating a store. Bai Chen followed her gaze to a shop named Bai's Apothecary. "Very well." With that, the trio made their way towards the drugstore, which appeared to be thriving, with a steady stream of customers suggesting a healthy profit margin each month. Upon their arrival, a young attendant greeted them, "Young Master Bai Yang. Miss Bai Xing, Miss Bai Yi, welcome to our establishment." Hearing this, Bai Yi wrinkled her nose and replied, "We are merely here to browse. No need for formalities. This gentleman is here to purchase some items. By the way, let me introduce my cousin, Bai Chen. You must have heard of him." At the mention of Bai Chen's name, the attendant's eyes widened in recognition. They were well acquainted with the name of the future heir of the Demon Wolf clan. "Young Master Bai Chen, I beg your pardon for not recognizing you at first. It's quite all right. I am here to acquire some medicinal herbs. Do you have the items listed here?" Bai Chen presented a list. The attendant glanced at it and nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. How many would you require?" 20 sets, please." "Here is the payment for the herbs," Bai Chen stated, producing a list of the ingredients along with a pouch of coins. The attendant responded promptly, "Young master, you need not spend so much. It has been instructed that family members receive a 20% discount. As such, your total comes to merely 600 gold coins." "Excellent." Delighted to save some money, Bai Chen was grateful. After all, he had recently attained level 20 and was ready to cultivate the celestial demon body, a practice not only arduous but also exceedingly costly. Although he possessed a substantial amount of gold, any savings were welcome. Before long, the attendant returned with the requested herbs. Bai Chen inspected them and was satisfied with the quality, anticipating that the resulting medicinal bath would yield impressive effects. Witnessing Bai Chen and Appos' expenditure of 600 gold coins, Bai Yang and the others felt a pang of envy. While they enjoyed a respectable allowance, it paled in comparison to such sums. Nevertheless, they acknowledged that Bai Chen had earned his wealth through his own endeavors, fostering admiration rather than jealousy. As night approached, Bai Chen proposed, "Allow me to treat you to a meal." "Thank you, brother Bai Chen," Bai Xing replied. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yang felt a wave of frustration. Why was it that his elder brother remained silent? Who truly was the elder brother here? His irritation simmered. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, with her small feet moving swiftly, was fixated on Bai Chen's face. Mesmerized by his striking appearance, it was her first encounter with someone so captivating. Noticing Bai Yi's fascination, Bai Chen extended his hand. "Would you like to hold hands?" "Huh." With that, Bai Yi joyfully grasped Bai Chen and Appos' hand, relishing the soft warmth. How delightful, she thought. While Bai Chen remained largely indifferent. After visiting the family shop, he was eager to return and begin his cultivation of the celestial demon body. His anticipation was palpable. Ultimately, Bai Chen treated the three of them to a meal before politely bidding them farewell. "Goodbye, brother Bai Chen. See you tomorrow." Bai Yi waved enthusiastically. Until tomorrow. Returning to his quarters, Bai Chen promptly retrieved the celestial demon body manual, prepared to commence his training. Previously, he had been unable to access the cultivation methods due to inadequate levels. Now, however, he was ready to begin. As he opened the manual, he perused the contents, discovering that the celestial demon body comprised 9 tiers, each accompanied by its corresponding cultivation technique. For instance, the first tier, which he was about to practice, although a body refinement technique, had a particularly unique method. The first tier involved a breathing technique, fundamental to cultivating the celestial demon body. While learning subsequent methods, one had to simultaneously employ this breathing technique. Mastery of this breathing method required one to maintain it continuously for 24 hours to be considered successful. With this in mind, Bai Chen meticulously studied the first tier's cultivation method and began to practice the prescribed breathing technique. In the dead of night, Bai Chen gasped for breath, acutely aware that this breathing exercise significantly enhanced his physical strength. However, it came with its drawbacks. His stamina was depleting at an alarming rate. Although he had grasped the technique well enough, he could only sustain it for about a minute. Glancing at the sky, he noted the late hour and decided to rest. First, he would visit the kitchen for a light snack before indulging in a medicinal bath perfection. As he stepped out, he moved quietly. Aware that he was not the sole occupant of the estate, Xiaoyun resided there as well, likely already asleep at this hour. Pushing open the door, he meandered into the kitchen, where he spotted a figure slumped over the table, seemingly asleep amidst a few dishes. Taken aback, Bai Chen called out, "Sister Xiaoyun, wake up." As she stirred, Xiaoyun blinked awake, and, upon seeing Bai Chen, brightened immediately. "Young master, you're awake. Are you hungry? I can heat up some dishes for you." "No need, I can manage. It's late. You should rest. There is no need to wait up for me." Chapter 70. Practicing the celestial demon body. Isn't this inappropriate? The young master hasn't yet slept. How can I, a mere servant, allow myself to doze off? It's fine. This is my domain, and things must be conducted according to my rules. I typically stay up this late, so there's no need for you to wait for me. Do you understand? Very well then. Seeing Xiaoyun so readily acquiesce, Bai Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that Xiaoyun might be particularly stubborn and insist on waiting up for him, which would be detrimental to her health. Then, young master, allow me to first reheat your meal before I return to my quarters. All right. This time, Bai Chen did not refuse. Before long, Xiaoyun had reheated all the dishes on the table. Following Bai Chen's instructions, she then took her leave to rest. Bai Chen took a bite of the reheated food and was pleasantly surprised. Despite being warmed a second time, the flavors remained intact. He had not expected Xiaoyun's culinary skills to be quite so impressive. After finishing his meal, Bai Chen promptly headed to the bathroom, filling the tub with water. Carefully controlling the amount until it was nearly full. He needed to add medicinal herbs later, and if the tub overflowed, it would be a mess. Half an hour later, the medicinal bath was ready. With a splash, Bai Chen leapt in. As his strength had increased, the dosage of herbs required for the bath had also grown. A single prescription was now insufficient for more than 5 uses, and the effects had begun to wane. He could sense that once he broke through to level 50, this formula would likely become obsolete. The next day, after rising from the tub and refreshing himself, Bai Chen ventured into the courtyard to practice. He had learned the breathing technique of the celestial demon body yesterday, but had yet to test its potency. He had a vague feeling that fighting in this breathing state would significantly enhance all his attributes. Arriving at his designated spot, Bai Chen inhaled deeply, entering the unique breathing state of the celestial demon body. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes and delivered a punch straight at the sandbag before him. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the sandbag was punctured by a fist-sized hole. After the strike, Bai Chen returned to a normal breathing state. Observing his handiwork, he felt a surge of satisfaction. That punch had unleashed nearly 1.5 times his usual strength, with speed nearly doubled. If he could maintain this breathing state for 24 hours, his power would undoubtedly soar. Of course, as his strength increased, the enhancement would gradually diminish. Yet it remained a commendable method for boosting his abilities. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun, who had just risen and was preparing breakfast, chanced upon this scene in the courtyard. Though she had heard of Bai Chen and Appo's formidable capabilities, witnessing an 8-year-old boy shatter a sandbag with a single punch was a shocking revelation. However, as a servant, she quickly stifled her astonishment and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After landing that punch, Bai Chen continued his morning exercises, opting not to attempt training the celestial demon body, as it was not particularly suited for morning practice. An hour later, after concluding his morning routine, Bai Chen enjoyed a delightful breakfast, feeling content. This was the life he had always yearned for, daily cultivation paired with indulging in his favorite foods. Yet, such tranquil moments are often fleeting. A few days later, the time had come for Bai Chen and his companions to head to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. This was their first visit, and uncertainty loomed over whether they would successfully navigate the selection process. Based on Bai Chen's past experiences, he felt that all 3 were teetering on the edge of passing. Each of them had the potential to succeed, but equally, they could all fail. Nonetheless, Bai Chen intended to refrain from intervening. If they truly exerted themselves, their combined strengths should suffice to pass the examination. Even if Bai Chen aided them, should they resort to deceit, their fates would remain unchanged in the following year. Thus, he resolved to allow them to face the test independently. Their success or failure would be their own. Upon returning to the dormitory of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, a wave of familiarity enveloped him. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong was promptly informed of Bai Chen's return. Not even a quarter of an hour had passed since Bai Chen had returned to his dormitory when he heard the doorbell. Opening the door, he was immediately greeted by Ning Rongrong and Appo's familiar figure. Though he had grown accustomed to it, each time he returned, her eagerness to seek him out was palpable. Bai Chen was not oblivious. He understood the unspoken feelings behind Ning Rongrong and Appo's actions. However, at this stage in her life, A girl like Ning Rongrong could easily be influenced by superficial factors, such as Bai Chen's appearance. It was quite possible that she was simply drawn to his looks, while deep down, she might not appreciate his character. Therefore, when he encountered her, Bai Chen did not display excessive excitement. On the other hand, at the spirit hall, Bibi Dong was taken aback upon hearing from her subordinates. Did Bai Chen truly decline our invitation to the spirit hall? Her tone remained relatively calm, yet the expressions of those around her turned grave. They knew she was on the brink of erupting. A quarter of an hour later, she exclaimed, "A bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even secure one child? If Bai Chen does not join our spirit hall during this holiday, then you have no reason to be present in this great hall." At Bibi Dong's words, none dared to respond, for they understood that individuals like Bai Chen could not be recruited by mere invitation. Such prodigious talents possessed their own confidence. Now, back at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bai Chen's situation diverged from the expectations of the spirit hall. Unlike typical obstinate youths, Bai Chen was now facing a soul master who was 5 levels above him. In a bid to win Bai Chen over, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had readily agreed to all his demands. Bai Chen requested to challenge a soul master of varying levels, 5 to 10 levels above his own, each day. The school consented without hesitation. Should Bai Chen emerge victorious from these contests, he would earn 150 points. After accumulating these points, his total would exceed 22,000. This was the goal Bai Chen had set for himself. Each time his points surpassed 20,000, he would indulge in 3 mysterious draws. After all, the items available in the shop were exceedingly limited, and this was the only way he could utilize his accrued points. Chapter 71. The Gale Wolf King. As the individual before him collapsed, Bai Chen heard the sound indicating an increase in his points echo in his mind. Beside him, Chun Xin and Gu Rong observed the scene, increasingly eager to recruit Bai Chen into their Seven Treasures Glazed sect. With such extraordinary talent, Bai Chen was almost certain to eventually break through to the titled Douluo level, and likely as a formidable one at that. The addition of a titled Douluo powerhouse is of paramount importance to any sect. Although Bai Chen had yet to attain that rank, it would still be wise to cultivate a connection with him. Stepping down from the stage, Bai Chen regarded Chun Xin and Gu Rong with a hint of exasperation. "Are you two titled Douluo experts truly so idle that you find yourselves watching me all day? No amount of staring will convince me to join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. I intend to forge my own path. Greetings, esteemed seniors. It has been a while." Bai Chen added, "Indeed, it has been quite some time, young Bai Chen. You've grown even more handsome. Have you truly given no thought to joining our Seven Treasures Glazed sect?" Gu Rong inquired. Before Bai Chen could respond, a small figure suddenly darted out from between Chun Xin and Gu Rong, throwing herself into his arms. "Chun, you are amazing. You actually defeated an opponent 7 levels above you." Caught off guard by Ning Rongrong's embrace, Bai Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He discreetly glanced at the kindly Snow Kun nearby, gulped, and quickly pushed Ning Rongrong away. "Ah, Rongrong, it's been a while." Ning Rongrong, slightly displeased by his dismissal, shot him an annoyed look, but she had no choice but to suggest, "It's been too long. Let me treat you all to a meal." Her wording, "you all rather than you," was deliberate, as she knew that if she invited Bai Chen alone, he would likely decline. Thus, she had to include her rival, Snow Kun. "All right," Bai Chen agreed. He then turned to Chun Xin and Gu Rong. "Seniors, let us discuss this another time. Farewell. See you next time." Gu Rong and Chun Xin replied as the three made their way outside. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen decided to try his luck with a mysterious draw. Though he was unlikely to obtain anything of value, he reasoned that keeping his points unused was of no benefit. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn from the mystery lottery and obtained a soul ring evolution potion X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn from the mystery lottery and received a reward of 500 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn from the mystery lottery and obtained a companion pet egg X1. Upon hearing these notifications in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. "Wow. It seems I have drawn something remarkable. A soul ring evolution potion, how is that even possible? And this companion pet egg appears to be quite formidable, though regrettably, I cannot examine them just yet." As he continued on his way, Bai Chen encountered Bai Yang and his companions, who appeared to have just passed the preliminary selection today. Alongside Bai Yang were a few unfamiliar children, presumably the offspring of his third uncle or aunt. Upon spotting Bai Chen, Bai Yang and the others hurried over to greet him. Bai Yi leapt into Bai Chen's arms. "Cousin Bai Chen, we passed the assessment." In response to Bai Yi's exclamation, Bai Chen executed the ultimate skill for winning a child's affection, the unbeatable head pat. "Well done, little Bai Yi. You were truly impressive." Bai Yi giggled. The other unfamiliar children introduced themselves to their cousin, But one individual stood aloof, disdainfully regarding Bai Chen and his companions. Just a bunch of insignificant fish clinging to power. He remarked haughtily before strutting away. His voice had not been lowered, so Bai Chen and the others clearly heard his words, leaving Bai Chen puzzled. Who was that? Bai Yi replied, cousin Bai Chen, that was Bai Yun, the son of my aunt. Although he is quite talented, he is incredibly arrogant and utterly insufferable. Quite talented, you say? Bai Xing added. Cousin Bai Chen, Bai Yun possesses a mutated martial soul, which has evolved into a top-tier martial soul, the Gale Wolf King. When his martial soul awakened, the family was utterly astonished. The Gale Wolf King? Bai Chen mused. Accessing the martial soul compendium to examine the attributes of the Gale Wolf King versus the standard Gale Magic Wolf. Gale Wolf King, top-tier martial soul, strength, B, agility, S. Constitution, B, growth, B, soul power, B. Gale Magic Wolf, intermediate martial soul, strength, C, agility, A, constitution, C, growth, C, soul power, D, goodness. Compared to the Bai family's traditional Gale Magic Wolf martial soul, the Gale Wolf King is indeed quite formidable. No wonder that young man is so arrogant. If it weren't for my system, I might not stand a chance against him. However, it matters not, compared to my Rune Wolf. The Gale Wolf King falls just short. Ning Rongrong interjected, are you all relatives of Bai Chen? Would you care to join us for a meal? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's invitation, the others eagerly nodded, particularly Bai Yang, who, having previously overlooked her, was now utterly mesmerized by her presence. Bai Chen, who is this? He stammered. Oh, this is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. And this is Snow Ke, the princess of the Heaven Do Empire. And my girlfriend. Upon hearing Bai Chen's introduction, the gathered crowd could only internally exclaim in astonishment. The presence of a sect leader's daughter and an imperial princess. Figures they had never dared to dream of encountering, now stood before them. Bai Yang quickly regained his composure upon realizing Ning Rongrong's status. Recognizing the vast disparity in their standings. Never mind, I'll just go and rest. Subsequently, the group dined together. Due to their youth, they abstained from alcohol. But the absence of entertainment at the table felt lacking. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Snow Ke maintained a fierce gaze on one another. Come on, Snow Ke challenged. Bring it on, Ning Rongrong retorted. Seeing the two of them, Bai Chen could only facepalm in resignation. Here we go again. They had truly inherited the competitive spirit of their predecessors, engaging in a game of dice at the dinner table. The loser would have to consume an entire bowl of rice without being allowed to pick any vegetables or drink water. Before long, the two began their battle, leaving Bai Yang and the others in stunned silence. An hour later, Ning Rongrong and Snow Ke were found retching in the restroom. Bai Yang and the others made their way home, while Bai Chen took the opportunity to examine the companion pet egg he had just acquired. He was quite curious about this item, sensing it held great potential. Chapter 72. Rice Cake Introduction to the Companion Pet Egg. Within it lies a spirit beast that requires the host and Oppo's blood to hatch. The description of the companion pet egg is succinct yet clear, blood recognition of the master, a task he is quite familiar with. However, this is not the appropriate setting to utilize such an egg. Should it emit golden light upon blood recognition, what should he do? Returning would be the safest option. After a considerable time, once Shui Ke and Ning Rongrong returned, Bai Chen quickly bid them farewell and returned to his dormitory. Half an hour later, Bai Chen meticulously examined the large white egg before him. This egg was unlike any he had encountered previously. Not only was it entirely snow white, but it was also adorned with golden patterns that shimmered with a faint white light, making it exceedingly beautiful. Bai Chen produced a dagger, confirming it was not a poisonous one, and made a small incision on his fingertip. A drop of vibrant red blood fell onto the egg, which immediately began to spread across its surface, gradually forming a mysterious pattern. Minutes later, a small claw broke through the shell, prompting Bai Chen to look over intently. Subsequently, a long, lizard-like creature floated out. Indeed, it appeared to be a dragon reminiscent of the mythical dragons from Chinese folklore. Upon emerging, the little creature promptly flew to Bai Chen, affectionately nuzzling his forehead. Bai Chen felt something akin to cotton candy brushing against him, a sensation that was quite pleasurable. The little creature then scampered off to consume its eggshell. Simultaneously, information about this creature began to materialize in Bai Chen's mind. Possession beast, top-tier companion beast, lifespan, 0. The higher the lifespan, the stronger the beast. Function, during combat, it can attach to the host, enhancing the host's power. Skill, possession. Upon viewing the creature's attributes, Bai Chen was intrigued. A possession beast? What could that possibly mean? It seemed promising nonetheless. Observing the little creature still indulging in its meal, Bai Chen paused and declared, given your white and elongated appearance, resembling a rice cake, I shall name you Rice Cake. Upon hearing his words, Rice Cake joyfully spun around twice, evidently pleased with the name. Bai Chen found himself charmed by the little creature's adorable antics. As the eggshell gradually disappeared, Rice Cake and Appo's body began to swell. Bai Chen observed with astonishment as Rice Cake and Appo's lifespan incrementally increased, ultimately reaching an astonishing 100 years upon finishing the eggshell. Bai Chen was left in awe, though apart from its growth, Rice Cake displayed no other noticeable changes. However, its skills had indeed expanded to include strength enhancement and speed enhancement. Contemplating, Bai Chen resolved to test Rice Cake and Appo's possession skill. Rice Cake, possess me. With a fierce roar, Rice Cake dove into Bai Chen's body. As it entered, Bai Chen distinctly felt something warm within his chest, as though something had been added. Simultaneously, Bai Chen checked his attribute panel and discovered an intriguing detail. Bai Chen, possession enhancement status enhanced attributes. All attributes increased by 10% strength enhancement. Strength increased by 10% speed enhancement. Speed increased by 10% note. Enhancement will accompany the increase in Rice Cake and Appo's lifespan. While possessed by Rice Cake, one will not be discernible by beings below the divine level. Seeing the enhanced attributes, Bai Chen's expression brightened. A 10% increase is quite significant, and it appeared that as Rice Cake's lifespan increased, so too would the overall enhancement. At certain stages, further enhancements would be unlocked. How impressive! Curiously, he removed his shirt, revealing a series of rice cake-like tattoos adorning his chest. What a sight! With silly hair and tattoos, Bai Chen felt increasingly like a protagonist. Noticing Bai Chen's gaze, Rice Cake playfully moved about his body, seemingly shy. Bai Chen chuckled at the sight. This little one was indeed adorable and powerful. He felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure, as he never expected a mysterious lottery would yield such an extraordinary companion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a companion beast. The mall will undergo an update in half an hour. Bai Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated this would trigger a mall update. He was quite curious about what this update would entail, particularly regarding items related to Rice Cake. Patiently awaiting the half hour, Bai Chen's mind finally registered the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system mall update is complete. Please check it at your convenience. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen accessed the mall and discovered numerous new items, all related to companion beasts. The first was a companion beast growth pill, which could increase a companion beast's lifespan by 10 years, priced at 500 points each. The second was a companion beast evolution pill. A specific quantity could facilitate the evolution of a companion beast, priced at 50,000 points each. The third item was a companion beast lottery, which could yield all things related to companion beasts, priced at 1,000 points per draw. Upon viewing the updated items, Bai Chen felt a pang of anxiety. His points were already scarce, and now he had this little companion to care for. It seemed the road ahead would be challenging. Nevertheless, despite the increased demands on his points, Bai Chen could not refuse the enhancements provided by Rice Cake. With that thought, Bai Chen released Rice Cake from the possession state. The possession state had a daily time limit, and given Rice Cake's current strength, it could only possess him for 1 hour. However, it was of no concern. Bai Chen's Songlong ring had 2 compartments, one for inanimate objects and one for living beings, allowing him to store Rice Cake within. Just as he was about to place Rice Cake inside, the little creature looked up at him with an adorably pitiful expression, emitting a soft whimper. Oh, you don't want to go in? You wish to stay with me? Rice Cake replied with a series of whines, indicating its desire to remain close. All right. While we are together, you may stay outside. However, when we are in public, you must enter. With a series of affirming whimpers, Rice Cake circled around Bai Chen, radiating cuteness. Truly, it was undeniably adorable. Chapter 73. A lesson for Bai Yun. Soon, evening fell. After a hearty dinner, Bai Chen, for once, felt disinclined to practice and decided to indulge in a well-deserved rest. It had been quite a while since he had last slept in a bed. As he settled in, Nian Gao emerged from within Bai Chen, gently floating into his embrace. With the year drawing to a close, the air was still somewhat chilly, however. Nian Gao felt like a warm companion, akin to a cozy heating pad. Feeling this warmth, Bai Chen affectionately ruffled Nian Gao's head. The following day, despite the winter chill in the morning air, Bai Chen gradually opened his eyes and rose from bed. Nian Gao, sensing something, groggily blinked awake and stretched, observing its antics. Bai Chen affectionately patted its head. After freshening up, he retrieved a large wind instrument from the Tsang Wolf ring, intending to practice for a while. As the assessment from Yuxian was fast approaching, Bai Chen had been contemplating Yuxian's task, which involved a soul bone, specifically, an evolvable soul bone. He had come to understand that such a bone could absorb others of the same position, enhancing its quality, a rather formidable concept, albeit with some limitations. Half an hour later, after concluding his practice, Bai Chen stored the instrument and made his way toward the dining hall. Midway, an unexpected familiar figure appeared before him, Bai Yun. To his surprise, he encountered the arrogant boy. Bai Yun noticed Bai Chen as well, but chose not to greet him, instead glaring at him with disdain. Bai Chen was bewildered. Had he incurred this person's ire? It was evident that Bai Yun had no intention of clarifying, and with a huff, he strode away. Bai Chen felt a twinge of annoyance at the boy's arrogance, yet he reminded himself that class was about to commence. And the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School did offer practical classes. If Bai Yun crossed paths with him, Bai Chen resolved to teach the arrogant child a lesson. For now. However, he decided it was best to let it go. After all, he considered himself an adult. In class, their instructor remained Ningxin. However, as soon as the lesson began, Ningxin announced that a new student would be joining their class. Bai Yun, please introduce yourself to everyone. Upon hearing Ningxin and Appo's words, Bai Chen was taken aback. Could it be that this insufferable brat was in the same class as him? Surely, they were of similar age. So why had Bai Yun only just arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School this year? When Bai Yun took the stage, he proclaimed, I am Bai Yun. Frankly, you mediocre soul masters do not deserve my attention. Were it not for my grandfather informing me of the existence of a titled Douluo here, I would not have set foot in this place. Take a good look at me. Do not provoke me in your spare time, as I have no desire to engage with you lowly fish. After his declaration, Bai Yun nonchalantly picked a seat and sat down. The classmates were left in stunned silence by Bai Yun and Appo's audacious remarks. Bai Chen could hardly believe the depth of Bai Yun and Appo's arrogance. He had suspected that the boy might be mentally unwell, but this was beyond his expectations. He wondered how a doctor might assess the situation. Beside him, Zongyong and the others could no longer tolerate such ridicule. Bang! Zongyong slammed his hand on the table and shouted, You little brat. Dare to repeat what you just said? Bai Yun simply replied, lowly fish. Zongyong retorted, I will crush you. Observing the exchange, Ningxin wore an expression of exasperation. He had heard that the new student was a troublemaker, but he hadn't anticipated such arrogance. Enough. This lesson happens to be a practical class. Any personal grievances can be settled during the session. At Ningxin's words, Zongyong managed to calm down temporarily, while Bai Chen twisted his neck, finally presented with an opportunity to teach this insufferable boy a lesson. Ding. Congratulations, host. Daily task activated. Teach Bai Yun a lesson. Reward, 300 points. A secondary task had been triggered. How delightful. Exiting the classroom, Bai Chen turned to Zongyong and said, Zongyong, this kid and Appo's strength is considerable. I shall challenge him shortly. He had distinctly seen the number 18 hovering above Bai Yun's head. Indeed, no one else in their class could match his prowess. Zongyong hesitated before responding. Boss, I wish to personally teach him a lesson. Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback by Zongyong and Appo's refusal. However, considering Zongyong and Appo's age, he understood the need for face. Having just made a bold statement in class, it would indeed be embarrassing for him to shy away from a challenge. Yet, Zongyong was only at level 15, remarkable for his age, but still somewhat lacking when compared to Bai Yun. Before long, they reached the playground. Upon arrival, Zongyong immediately challenged Bai Yun. Do you dare to fight me? Merely a lowly fish soul master. What is there to fear? Bai Yun's emotionless taunt drew a collective sigh from the classmates, and Zongyong was furious. Let the battle begin. Martial spirit. Manifest. First spirit skill. Iron armor envelopment. With that, a thick layer of iron armor enveloped Zongyong, a skill Bai Chen had witnessed before, which could enhance Zongyong's strength, attack, and defense by 70%, though at the cost of a 20% reduction in speed. After using this skill, Zongyong's already sluggish pace became even slower. Conversely, despite being all talk, Bai Yun transformed upon entering combat, as if he had become a different person. Following Zongyong's spirit skill activation, he unleashed his own. First spirit skill, Gale Wolf Shadow. Instantly, Bai Yun's form split into two, his speed nearly doubling, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Faced with two Bai Yuns charging toward him, Zongyong was momentarily stunned. What was happening? How was he to respond? Left with no choice, Zongyong could only strike at one of the targets, yet even then, he failed to land a hit. Bai Yun effortlessly evaded Zongyong's attack and delivered a punch straight to Zongyong's face. While agility-type soul masters could not compare to strength-type ones, especially when facing a stronger opponent, Bai Yun, being 3 levels above Zongyong, was able to inflict significant damage. Zongyong immediately felt blood trickle from his nose. Chapter 74, Retribution? Before Zongyong could even register what was happening, another brutal blow landed on the back of his head. What ensued was a relentless barrage of attacks from Bai Yun. A flurry of punches that quickly left Zongyong and Appo's head swollen and throbbing. Bai Chen, witnessing the spectacle, found himself genuinely incensed. While he could appreciate the posturing and bravado that often accompany youthful pride, Bai Yun's actions were nothing short of a blatant humiliation of his opponent. Zhong Yong was merely enduring the beating, and it was entirely plausible that he could sustain severe injuries if the assault continued unabated. Ning Zhan, observing the scene, interjected, "Enough. Bai Yun, cease. You have prevailed." Upon hearing Ning Zhan's command, Bai Yun's extended fist, instead of retracting, deliberately altered its trajectory, aiming directly for Zhong Yong's eyes. Had the punch connected, it could have resulted in permanent, irreversible damage to Zhong Yong and Apos' vision. Zhong Yong, watching the fist looming larger and larger before his eyes, felt a profound sense of despair wash over him. Suddenly, a delicate hand intercepted the impending blow. Bai Yun glared at Bai Chen, clearly displeased. "What do you think you're doing?" he spat. The response was a swift and decisive iron fist. Bai Chen landed a punch squarely on Bai Yun's head. The close proximity afforded Bai Yun no opportunity to evade the blow. Thud! Bai Yun felt as though his head had been struck with a sledgehammer. His vision blurred, and he nearly collapsed. Bai Chen, seemingly unfazed, unleashed a torrent of blows upon Bai Yun. Ning Zhan, startled by the sudden turn of events, hastily restrained Bai Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Reward, 300 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exceeding 70,000 total points. The system store will undergo an update, lasting 3 hours. Ignoring the notifications flooding his mind, Bai Chen, though restrained by Ning Zhan, remained undeterred. Unable to use his hands, he resorted to his legs, delivering a powerful kick that sent Bai Yun flying. The excruciating pain coursing through his body caused Bai Yun to curl up in agony. He had never experienced such torment. He felt as though he was on the brink of death. The arrogance that had previously defined him had vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he watched Bai Chen struggle to break free from Ning Zhan's grasp and continue his assault. Zhong Yong, finally regaining his senses, was deeply moved by Bai Chen's unexpected intervention. Despite the potential repercussions for violating sect rules, Bai Chen had defended him and subjected Bai Yun to a brutal beating. "Big brother, that's enough," Zhong Yong pleaded. Hearing Zhong Yong's words, Bai Chen gradually relented. He had genuinely wanted to kill Bai Yun, as he had clearly intended to blind Zhong Yong. A mere verbal dispute, initiated by Bai Yun himself, had prompted such a vicious attack. Bai Chen could not stand idly by while his brother was maimed before his very eyes. Ning Zhan, seeing that Bai Chen had ceased his attack, said, "All right. Take Bai Yun to receive healing. Bai Chen, come with me." Upon hearing Ning Zhan and Apos' words, Shui Ku and Zhong Yong exchanged worried glances with Bai Chen. Bai Chen reassured them, "I'll be fine. At worst, I'll just be barred from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Don't worry." Zhong Yong felt even more remorseful upon hearing Bai Chen's words. Had he heeded Bai Chen's advice and refrained from recklessly challenging Bai Yun, the situation would never have escalated to this point. "Big brother," Zhong Yong called out suddenly. Bai Chen turned back to look at him. "What is it?" I. Zhong Yong stammered, unsure of what to say. "It and Apos, it's really okay. I and Apos am leaving now." Ning Zhan did not rush them, but waited patiently. Once Bai Chen approached, he instructed the students to train independently for the day and then led Bai Chen away. Arriving at an open space, Bai Chen braced himself for a reprimand from Ning Zhan. However, Ning Zhan surprised him by saying, "Well done. Bai Chen, that little scoundrel deserved it." Bai Chen, taken aback, stared blankly at Ning Zhan. What was going on? Had he not been summoned for punishment? Seeing Bai Chen and Apos' bewildered expression, Ning Zhan chuckled and said, "Did you think I would punish you?" "Yes." Ning Zhan explained, "Under normal circumstances, I should indeed punish you for disregarding sect rules and severely injuring a fellow student. However, the truth is that the arrogant brat deserved a lesson. While our 7-treasure glazed tile school has its own regulations, we are not devoid of reason. In the situation that just transpired, no one would punish you." Bai Chen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher Ning Zhan." Ning Zhan replied, "It and Apos, nothing. However, I would advise you to remain in your dormitory for the next few days. I cannot allow others to believe that you have escaped punishment entirely. Pretend that you are injured as a result of the punishment and take a few days off from classes. I have noticed that your training intensity has been excessive lately. Consider this a period of rest." "Understood. Feigning injury is something I am adept at. Oh, and although your actions today were commendable, try to avoid being so impulsive in the future. Not every place is as understanding as our 7-treasure glazed tile school." "Understood." With that, Bai Chen returned to his dormitory, while Ning Zhan informed the others that Bai Chen had accepted the sect's punishment and would be absent from classes for the next few days. Upon hearing Ning Zhan's words, Zhong Yong and the others were unable to accept it. Why should Bai Chen be punished when Bai Yun was clearly at fault? Moreover, Why should he be punished because of Zhong Yong? Overwhelmed by his emotions, Zhong Yong abruptly dashed out of the classroom. Meanwhile, back in his dormitory, Bai Chen quietly retrieved his accordion and began to play, seeking solace and a means to calm his turbulent emotions. Frankly, while his actions toward Bai Yun might have appeared excessive to outsiders, potentially leaving lasting psychological scars, Bai Chen adhered to his own set of principles. When dealing with adversaries, he believed in either eliminating them entirely or instilling such fear that they would never dare to retaliate. Otherwise, Bai Yun's potential revenge could lead to countless complications. Of course, Bai Chen did not believe that Bai Yun had been completely cowed by this single incident. He intended to further intimidate Bai Yun, ensuring that the mere sight of him would inspire terror. As for the fact that Bai Yun was his aunt and Appo's son, Bai Chen disregarded it entirely. Had Bai Yun not been his aunt and Appo's son, Bai Chen might have even considered killing him. However, in truth, there was little connection between them. And his father and Appo's relationship with his aunt seemed rather strained. Lost in thought, Bai Chen began to play. Whenever he felt agitated, he found solace in playing the accordion, its melodies soothing his restless spirit. Chapter 75, Mall Update. Meanwhile, the doctor had arrived at the infirmary and was taken aback upon seeing Bai Yun lying on a stretcher. How could he have sustained such severe injuries? He wondered. Upon hearing the doctor and Appo's inquiry, one of the students carrying the stretcher replied, "He deserves it." The doctor, perplexed, quickly began treatment. After initiating the care, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the injuries appeared alarming, none were life-threatening, merely requiring a prolonged recovery period. Bai Yun was still relatively conscious, and the sight of Bai Chen's sudden attack filled him with resentment. He seethed, thinking that had it not been for the sneak attack, he might not have lost. If given another opportunity, he vowed to defeat Bai Chen decisively. 3 hours later, Bai Chen heard a system notification in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host. The system mall has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. Upon receiving this alert, Bai Chen ceased his practice. After dedicating considerable time to it, he had reached a plateau in his musical skills that could not be overcome by mere casual practice. Upon entering the system mall, Bai Chen was immediately greeted by a plethora of new items. Skill Upgrade Pill. Effect can elevate a specific skills level, such as enhancing Qingyang Gong or improving appraisal skills. Price 30,000 points. Martial Soul Evolution Potion. Effect: a certain quantity of this potion can evolve your martial soul. Price 20,000 points. Intermediate Mysterious Lottery. Effect: can yield valuable items. Price 10,000 points. Promotion Gift Pack I. Effect: can yield a soul bone suitable for the host. Note: this gift pack can only be purchased once. Price 50,000 points. As Bai Chen gazed upon the newly updated items in the system mall, his eyes sparkled with excitement. They were all remarkable, particularly the last promotion gift pack. However, the prices of these items were exorbitant, necessitating a long accumulation of points to acquire even one. Naturally, the first purchase would be the promotion gift pack, as it was precisely what Bai Chen needed most, an external soul bone, which he craved immensely. Simultaneously, Bai Chen contemplated whether it was time to visit the soul fighting arena, given that he had now surpassed the minimum requirement of level 20. News of Bai Chen's punishment swiftly circulated within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, as he had gained some notoriety through his consistent top 10 placements in annual ranking competitions. Ning Rongrong was among the first to learn of this news, rushing to seek assistance from Ning Fengji. Concurrently, Su Yi, who was at work, also heard about it, having awakened his martial soul. He had not inherited the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul and remained surnamed Su. Nevertheless, his circumstances had significantly improved since Bai Chen had aided him. Following that, Ning Rongrong had also shown him some care, resulting in a noticeable decline in the bullying he had previously endured. Thus, Bai Chen held a significant place in Su Yi's heart. Hearing of Bai Chen's punishment, he felt considerable concern. At that moment, Bai Chen, unaware of these developments, was in his dormitory where the system mall had completed its update and issued a new task. Congratulations, host. A chain task has been triggered. Test Match 3. In this test match, secure a top 3 finish for rewards based on ranking. Alright, the test match is imminent, Bai Chen mused, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to earn some much-needed points. A few days later, Bai Chen returned to class. The moment he entered, every gaze in the room fell upon him. Shueke, seeing that Bai Chen was indeed unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. While Zhong Yong hurried over to express his concern, the warmth of their greetings left Bai Chen feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Only Bai Yun shot him a cold glance. Having nearly fully recovered due to the adept treatment from the healing soul master at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, noticing Bai Yun's stare, Bai Chen returned the gaze, thinking that this boy still had not learned his lesson and required further discipline. Ning Zhen cleared his throat, announcing, "All right, class is about to commence. Please return to your seats and settle down." Upon hearing his words, everyone promptly resumed their places. Once the class was organized, Ning Zhen continued, "As you all know, the test match is about to begin. The registration period spans today and tomorrow, with the match commencing the day after. Unlike the summer test match, this winter test match will solely consist of point contests. I trust you are all familiar with the rules, so I will refrain from elaborating further." With that, the class plunged into the day's lessons, and Bai Chen immediately signed up for the competition. Bai Yin also registered for the test, seeking revenge against Bai Chen. Observing this, the others in the class remained silent. None believed Bai Yun stood a chance for retribution. After all, a previous classmate had faced a similar fate when they had offended Bai Chen and sought assistance from an older brother, only to be soundly defeated by Bai Chen for 2 consecutive terms, so much so that they no longer dared to return to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. At that moment, Bai Yun's level still lagged behind Bai Chen's. How could he possibly be a match for him? 2 days later, the test match commenced. Unlike previous iterations, this time the final round of point challenges was eliminated, replaced instead by a draw to determine opponents due to the shorter winter break. Bai Chen found himself in Group A, designated as number 1, but this time, Zhong Yong and the others were not matched with him. Instead, they were grouped with Yu Tianyu. Upon realizing that she was pitted against Bai Chen, Yu Tianyu understood that the top position in her group was no longer attainable. She had once believed she could surpass him, but as time passed, she acknowledged the vast chasm between them. Bai Chen was not merely gifted. His relentless diligence was beyond what anyone could match. In her recollection, Bai Chen was perpetually engaged in training or activities related to training, resembling an unyielding machine of discipline. Bai Chen glanced back at Yu Tianyu. "You two are in Group A?" "Yes, boss. Please go easy on me during the match," she replied. "Not a chance. In competition, we must give our all. I will not hold back." Yu Tianyu was left speechless, pondering how Bai Chen managed to win the affection of Princess Shuaiku. Chapter 76. Trouble approaches. With the sound of the referee's voice, Bai Chen surged forward without any hesitation, leaving the crowd far behind. Ning Fengji, witnessing this scene from the platform, shook his head, realizing that this child had now become a Grand Soul Master and was likely to break yet another record. Gu Rong scratched his head in confusion, pondering how this young fellow managed to achieve such prowess despite only being at the 21st level. His strength, it seemed, was not far off from that of an ordinary 28 or 29 level Soul Master, coupled with a sharp mind that far surpassed his peers. Enough talk. He is about to reach the gravity testing area. Let's focus, Chen Xian remarked. Gu Rong, acknowledging this, also turned his attention back to the competition. They soon observed that Bai Chen exhibited no signs of slowing down, as if the gravity test posed no challenge at all, effortlessly breaking through it. In the audience, Jiang Chan let out a deep sigh. Since meeting Bai Chen, he had been training relentlessly, striving to close the gap between them. However, as time passed, the disparity only widened, and now, the difference in their levels had reached 3. Jiang Chan, currently at level 18, was considered a rare talent among others. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Minutes later, Bai Chen surpassed the gravity trap area and entered the resting buffer zone. His incredible speed left the others entirely in his dust, making it unnecessary for him to worry about ambushes. Soon, he progressed to the second phase, which was a trap area where defensive Soul Masters excelled. First Soul Skill, Rampage, he exclaimed, propelling himself forward with the force of the skill. As a result of the subsequent attribute enhancement, Bai Chen appeared as a mere blur, moving so swiftly that it was nearly impossible for anyone to perceive his motion, let alone land an attack on him. He traversed the 2 layers of traps in approximately 8 minutes, primarily due to the lengthy distance, which would have required time even without the traps. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the third area, where he finally moderated his speed. This segment relied on a steady output of soul power, so haste was ill-advised. Seeing Bai Chen slow down, Gu Rong commented, "After this, aside from this little fellow himself, I doubt anyone can break his record." Chen Xian nodded in agreement. As Bai Chen skillfully navigated the soul power obstruction traps, he commenced the final stretch. The watching disciples could only hope to avoid encountering Bai Chen during the second round of melee, as he had become the favorite to win this year's championship. Last summer, before he even broke through to level 20, he had nearly claimed the title. Now, having surpassed level 20, he was an invincible presence in this competition. Ultimately, Bai Chen finished in 19 minutes, shattering the record he had set the previous summer. Upon crossing the finish line, Shueku was already waiting for him. As Bai Chen completed the course, she embraced him, exclaiming, "Chen, congratulations." "Not a big deal," It's to be expected, he replied, moving on to receive his award. Watching Bai Chen secure first place filled Bai Yun with bitterness. Turning to a nearby subordinate, he demanded, "When will my mother arrive?" "Young Master Bai Yun. Madame Bai Ying only arrived in Tiando City yesterday. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is quite close, it will still take some time. She should arrive this afternoon," came the response. Bai Yun scoffed at this. In recent days, he had come to realize that he was indeed no match for Bai Chen. Therefore, he resorted to the most despicable tactic of children in a fight, calling for parental assistance. Bai Ying had always indulged him, rectifying every mistake he made. Thus, after comprehending his inferiority to Bai Chen, he swiftly opted to summon his mother for help. He believed that when confronted by relatives, Bai Chen would not dare to respond as he did with him. And Bai Ying reprimanding Bai Chen would be considered a family matter that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could not interfere with. With this thought, Bai Yun smirked cunningly. Just as Bai Chen received his reward, he caught sight of this unfolding scene and furrowed his brow, questioning whether Bai Yun was plotting something. Never mind, he thought. As his opponent was beneath him, incapable of causing any real trouble. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, and while Bai Chen practiced in his room, he faintly heard some commotion outside. "Mother, Bai Chen is staying here. You must help me teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen glanced out the window and saw Bai Yun approaching with a lavishly dressed woman, presumably his mother. The absurdity of the situation left Bai Chen speechless. Incredible, unable to win a fair fight, and now he's calling for his mother? Is he a child? After a moment, Bai Chen realized that he indeed resembled a child. However, he contemplated that resorting to such tactics was no solution. He couldn't oppose. He possibly use a soul destruction talisman on his aunt. After all, he was fierce, but not to the extent of committing familial homicide. Instead, he decided to feign absence. "Yes, that's it. I will pretend I am not home." Glancing at the number 41 above Bai Ying's head, Bai Chen resolved not to confront them directly. He would wait for an opportunity to ensure Bai Yun would never dare provoke him again. Soon, Bai Ying and Bai Yun arrived at Bai Chen's door. With Bai Yun kicking the entrance and shouting, "Bai Chen, come out. I know you're in there." A vein throbbed on Bai Chen's forehead at the audacity of this individual. However, he refrained from rushing out, knowing that doing so would only humiliate himself. He believed that soon enough, the dormitory caretaker would usher these intruders away. Bai Chen had observed the caretaker's level previously. He was a 23rd level Grand Soul Master who could certainly mediate the situation in front of Bai Ying. Bai Chen was confident that any rational adult would prefer to avoid escalating matters within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which was, after all, the second most prestigious sect in the world. If things spiraled out of control, it would not bode well for anyone involved. He trusted that Bai Ying, as a reasonable adult, would recognize this. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen began practicing his calming technique, preparing to endure the night and seek vengeance when the opportunity arose. Chapter 77 Level 22 Bai Ying recalled the words spoken by Bai Yun previously, her anger reaching a boiling point. Bai Yun was her child, who had never faced any hardship throughout his life. He was the only one in their family with innate soul power at level 9, and his martial spirit was the legendary Gale Wolf King. Bai Ying was already deeply dissatisfied that her father did not appoint Bai Yun as the heir, but now, the little rascal who was chosen as the family successor dared to harm her son. If she did not skin this brat today, she would not bear the surname Bai. As for the fact that the other party was the first candidate for the family heir, Bai Ying had never cared about that. She never acknowledged this successor. Even if today's incident had not occurred, she would eventually confront Bai Yi for an explanation. Due to the door remaining closed, Bai Yun kicked it a few more times. The old caretaker on patrol noticed the commotion and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ying and Bai Yun turned to see an elderly man approaching them. "Yun, who is this?" Bai Ying inquired. "Mom, that's just the dorm manager. We can ignore him and continue," Bai Yun replied. "The dorm manager?" Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying hesitated before saying, "Yun, let us come back in a few days." Ultimately, Bai Ying retained some rationality. She knew she was Bai Yi's most cherished daughter, which gave her the confidence to discipline Bai Chen. Furthermore, Bai Yun's talent was undeniably exceptional. If she truly harmed Bai Chen, Bai Yi would not retaliate against Bai Yun just to avenge his son. Bai Ying understood her father's temperament well. He would surely downplay the situation. And as for the anger of the fourth brother and others, so what? Her husband was a level 55 Soul King. As long as her father did not erupt in fury, no one could contend with her. Moreover, if Bai Chen were incapacitated, it was possible that Bai Yun would indeed be made the junior master. However, since this was the territory of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bai Ying ultimately decided against taking action for now, planning to wait for a more opportune moment. Unfortunately, Bai Yun could not comprehend Bai Ying's reasoning. "Mom, why should we endure? That old caretaker is merely a level 20 soul master. Why should we fear him? The caretaker, overhearing this remark, became visibly enraged. You little brat. What did you say? Upon hearing the caretaker's words, Bai Ing, who had intended to step back, was immediately displeased. How dare he insult her in front of her? What did you say, you old rascal? Who are you calling a little brat? He is just a child. Do you realize how much harm your words can cause to his tender heart? At your age, why are you still alive, wasting resources? Various harsh words poured from Bai Ing's mouth, completely betraying her noble upbringing. Bai Chen, inside the dormitory, could hardly bear it. Bai Ying's voice was too loud. And he began to understand why Bai Yun had such a temperament. It was all due to this overbearing parent, just as she was in the midst of her tirade. Ning Zhen arrived, having rushed over after hearing that Bai Yun had brought trouble to Bai Chen. Although Bai Chen was talented, he was still too young compared to these adults, and he would inevitably suffer losses against them. As he reached the scene, he witnessed Bai Ying berating the caretaker. It seemed Bai Chen was still safe, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What are you doing? Ning Zhen shouted angrily. Upon hearing Ning Zhen's voice, Bai Ying and Bai Yun snapped back to reality, momentarily subdued by his imposing presence. Ning Zhen then manifested his martial spirit. Displaying 5 optimal soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, Bai Ying immediately felt a twinge of fear. He was a soul king. What do you intend to do to someone from our sect? Ning Zhen pressed. Faced with Ning Zhen's inquiry, both Bai Ying and Bai Yun fell silent. Observing their demeanor, Ning Zhen barked, "Get lost." With that, the mother and son departed. Once he confirmed they had left, Ning Zhen retracted his martial spirit and knocked on Bai Chen's door. It's all right, Bai Chen. You can come out now. They've gone. The door opened, revealing Bai Chen's figure. Thank you, Teacher Ning, he said, before turning to the caretaker. I'm sorry, Grandpa Caretaker, they came looking for me. Not at all. It was my duty. By the way, are you hurt? No, that woman just has a sharp tongue, but she didn't resort to violence. Child, it's fine. There's no need to apologize. They were clearly looking for trouble. That's good to hear, Grandpa. If they come again, just notify me immediately. And I'll come right away. Sure thing. Thank you. With that, the caretaker left. He bore no grudge against Bai Chen. Children like him who appeared so innocent and pitiful naturally drew sympathy. The caretaker thought to himself that he would protect this boy, and if those two returned to extort him for thousands of soul coins, he would feel remiss in his duties. Ning Zhen asked, So, Bai Chen, I have a feeling that woman won't leave anytime soon. Would you like to move in with me? Perhaps not, teacher. I think I'll stay here. She shouldn't return in the short run. Very well then. I'll come to pick you up for the competition in a few days. Okay, teacher. With that, Ning Zhen left. Bai Chen gazed for a moment before returning to his cultivation. That night, while immersed in his training, Bai Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had reached level 22. After absorbing the second soul ring, he had sensed his strength rising to just over level 21. Feeling that his breakthrough to level 22 would not take long, so the achievement was not surprising. The following day, early in the morning, Shueku was waiting at Bai Chen's door. Having heard about the previous day's events, she decided to accompany Bai Chen outside. With her status as a princess of the Tiandu Empire, she doubted that the woman would dare to harm Bai Chen again. However, before Shueku could meet Bai Chen, Ning Rongrong arrived. When the two saw each other, they were momentarily taken aback. Why are you here? They paused, then both huffed, each taking a seat on opposite sides. In just a few minutes, Zhong Yong, Qiyun, Yu Tianyu, and even Sui quietly gathered around. Bai Chen, who was about to go out after finishing his morning routine, was startled by the crowd at his door. Chapter 78. Startling popularity. Well, what brings everyone here? Ignoring Bai Chen's query, Shueku and Ning Rongrong, still piqued, remained silent. Yu Tianyu stepped forward instead, explaining, Chun, we were worried about you, so we all came along. Oh, I see. Thanks, everyone. Let's go. It's rare for us to be together. Breakfast is on me. Ultimately, amidst the cheers of the group, they headed towards the cafeteria. Bai Ying indeed refrained from seeking him out that morning. After all, Bai Chen had a soul king protecting him yesterday. Upon reflection, she realized that the 7-treasure glazed tile school was hardly an ideal place to harass Bai Chen. Meanwhile, Bai Yun glared at Bai Ying with discontent. Mom, when are we going to teach that guy a lesson? Hearing Bai Yun's words, Bai Ying felt a bit awkward. Yun, your father isn't here. Otherwise, he would have taught that brat a lesson long ago. Rest assured, Mom promises you that she will definitely give that kid a lesson. Oh, though dissatisfied, Bai Yun responded perfunctorily. 2 days later, the top 100 from the 4 groups emerged. The draw soon commenced, and the results were quickly revealed. In a rare twist, Bai Chun and Bai Yun were drawn together. Bai Chun cast a subtle glance at Bai Yun, finally seeing an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Catching Bai Chen's gaze, Bai Yun recalled the time he was once violently beaten by Bai Chun. Despite feeling somewhat fearful, he defiantly glared back. In addition, 8 individuals with levels between 14 and 16 were matched with them. Upon realizing they were paired with Bai Chen, they wore expressions of bitterness. They feared they would have no chance against the Wolf King. Wolf King was Bai Chen and Apos' moniker within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as he was the strongest among soul masters with wolf-type spirits. Coupled with his astonishing performance, he earned this nickname. After the draw, Bai Chen promptly returned to his dormitory, intending to prepare for the next day's examination. Bai Yun, on the other hand, surreptitiously disappeared, his intentions unknown. The following day, the melee commenced. Bai Chen was once again in the first group to appear. As he approached, he discovered that the arena was already teeming with people of all kinds, predominantly females, ranging from 6-year-old Lolas to mature women in their 20s, all of whom were Bai Chen's admirers. The majority were drawn to his appearance, while a smaller portion admired his strength. However, Bai Chen immediately spotted Xue Ku and Ning Rongrong within this throng of fans. His attention was drawn to them not only because of their close relationship, but also because they represented 2 distinct Bai Chen fan clubs, the Bai Ying fan club, led by Xue Ku, and the Chun Shi fan club, led by Ning Rongrong. It was exceedingly rare for one person to have 2 different fan clubs. Alas, handsomeness always came at a price. Bai Chen scrutinized the crowd. Good heavens, the number of fans had increased again. It was truly terrifying. Women were such troublesome creatures, as their cheers invariably affected Bai Chen's striking speed, much to his annoyance. Upon Bai Chen's arrival, the atmosphere became electric. Before long, Ning Fengji also graced the scene. Observing Bai Chen's legion of female fans, he sighed with resignation. He was an enlightened man and would not become enraged over such trivial matters. Well, perhaps he was a little irked, considering his beloved daughter was so infatuated with another young man. How could he not be? Bai, you can do it. Chen, darling. Mom loves you. Chen is so adorable today. Amidst the support of girlfriend fans and mother fans alike, Bai Chen, his face flushed, ascended the stage. Many noticed Bai Chen's expression and were instantly smitten. Chen looks so cute when he blushes. And that cowlick, is it a new hairstyle? I'm dying. Once on stage, Bai Chen continuously recited the heart-calming mantra to gradually soothe his emotions. Bai Yun and Bai Ying, however, watched the scene with grim faces. They had never imagined that Bai Chen would be so popular within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Subsequently, as Bai Yun appeared, a chorus of boos suddenly erupted from the crowd. They had all heard about the events of the previous days, how this little rascal had dared to make things difficult for their Chen. Bai. It was simply unforgivable. A young girl exclaimed, "You dare show your face here? Sisters, let's get him." As the crowd verged on the brink of chaos, they were fortunately brought under control in time. Nevertheless, the incident severely affected Bai Yun's mood. Eventually, Bai Yun, wearing a disgruntled expression, stepped onto the stage. Observing Bai Yun and Apos' demeanor, Bai Chen couldn't and Apos' help but feel amused. However, it did not diminish his resolve to give Bai Yun a sound thrashing. Subsequently, the other 8 contestants finally appeared on stage. Due to Bai Chen and Apos' fans, the other 9 contestants experienced a shift in their mindsets. 1 person on stage, 9 people collapsing. Perhaps only Bai Chen could achieve such a feat among the preliminary candidates in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The judge, after ensuring they were adequately prepared, announced, "Begin." Upon hearing this, the 9 contestants simultaneously charged towards Bai Chen. This did not surprise Bai Chen, as the difference in strength between the others and him was too vast. If they didn't end Apos to eliminate him first, they would have no chance. The fans in the audience were far from pleased. What an Apos? What's wrong with these 9 people? Don't they have any shame? They're all so old, yet they're ganging up 9 against 1. How could they do that? Exactly. Sisters, if Chen loses, we'll rush them. Hearing the comments from the audience, 4 or 5 of the contestants were affected. They felt somewhat embarrassed by the accusations. However, after a moment of hesitation, they still charged towards Bai Chen. Seeing this, Bai Chen remained composed. The rice cake instantly enveloped him, enhancing all of Bai Chen's attributes. Subsequently, Bai Chen swiftly darted towards Bai Yun, delivering a knee strike directly to Bai Yun and Apos' abdomen, sending him soaring into the air, experiencing the pain radiating from his abdomen. Bai Yun was incredulous. His spirit was the Gale Wolf King, a top-tier spirit among wolf-type spirits. Despite some difference in spirit power between him and Bai Chen, he shouldn't be unable to react as he was now. How could this be possible? First spirit skill, wild assault. With that, Bai Chen clasped his hands together, fiercely slamming them down on Bai Yun's back. Bang! Bai Yun's body crashed into the ground, the impact causing the floor to crack. The intense pain caused Bai Yun to lose consciousness instantly. Seeing this, Bai Ying was on the verge of a breakdown. Yun. She rushed towards the stage. but she was immediately stopped by the staff. Fortunately, Bai Chen did not continue to attack the unconscious Bai Yun. Bai Chen cast a provocative glance at his aunt below the stage. This madwoman had wanted to cripple him yesterday, and he wanted to make her realize how terrifying it was to offend him. Chapter 79. Return to Yuexian. The other 8 soul masters were utterly stunned at the sight before them. It was simply terrifying. Their coordinated actions today were, in truth, the result of bribery from Bai Yun prior to the competition. Bai Yun had assured them he would take the lead and urged them not to fear, promising to strike together. However, with just 2 moves, he was swiftly defeated. What a joke. After dispatching Bai Yun, Bai Chen smiled at the others, prompting them to shift their focus. The 8 individuals divided into 4 groups and engaged in combat. Realistically, they knew they had no chance of advancing in this battle, so they might as well perform well to attract the attention of higher-ups. Observing their performance, Bai Chen chose not to intervene. He relished the peace that came with it. Bai Chen's fans, witnessing the scene, erupted in a flurry of praise. Our Chun Bao is truly formidable, effortlessly making these opponents shy away from retaliation. Indeed, my Bai is the best under heaven. Ultimately, only a 16th level soul master remained on the stage. Upon seeing Bai Chen, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not surrender. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, yet Bai Chen, unlike his approach with Bai Yun, managed his strength and sent him off the stage in just 2 moves. Thus, Bai Chen successfully passed the second phase of the assessment, earning a mere 70 points, as he had not engaged in much combat. After the match, Bai Ying, filled with resentment, took her son for healing. She was seething, wishing she could flay Bai Chen alive. However, in such a public setting, she could only endure. With his extraordinary eyesight, Bai Chen noticed the resentment in his aunt's gaze. He was at a loss, wondering how he had ended up with such a troublesome relative. It was unfathomable how she had raised a troublemaker like Bai Yun. If he were to provoke someone significant in the future, the consequences would be far more severe. After stepping down from the stage, Shueiko and Ning Rongrong approached Bai Chen immediately. Shueiko exclaimed, "Chen, you were phenomenal. This year, you will surely claim victory." Although Ning Rongrong and Shueiko usually had their differences, she nodded in agreement at this moment. Zhong Yong and the others seized the opportunity to lavish praise upon Bai Chen, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. Of course, Bai Chen's rising fame within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was not solely met with acclaim. In a quiet corner, several individuals were glowering at the crowd surrounding Bai Chen. One of the men scoffed, "I don't understand it. Why is this outsider so popular in our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Even Miss Rongrong seems to favor him. He looks all prim and proper. But who knows what he's like behind closed doors? He must be using some underhanded means to achieve this." Another woman chimed in, "Exactly. It must be that Lady Rongrong keeps bestowing him with treasures from our sect, enabling him to reach this point." Another added that Bai Yun was from his own family. Right? He shows mercy to others, but is ruthless to his kin. He is just like a black lotus, pretending to be weak to garner sympathy. Although they spoke in hushed tones, they did not attract attention, for they were not devoid of intelligence and understood the extent of Bai Chen's popularity. They dared not speak ill of him in his presence. Bai Chen, aware that such individuals existed, regarded them with disdain, for there will always be those who, like dogs, only dare to gossip behind others' backs. 3 days later, the top 10 of the second round of chaos emerged. Bai Chen, Jiang Chan, and others all made it into the top 10. This time, the format was a challenge system, where those ranked lower would challenge those ranked higher. As the competition commenced, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. After quite some time, the 10th-ranked challenger finally took on the 9th. The other rankings remained uneventful. Bai Chen felt a twinge of boredom. He had expected Jiang Chan to challenge him, but she completely ignored him. 15 minutes later, the 9th-ranked contestant maintained their position, and no changes occurred in the rankings. The referee, witnessing this, expressed a hint of exasperation. The current rankings had essentially mirrored their strength. Another 15 minutes passed, and the referee announced, "Is there no one willing to challenge? If not, the rankings will remain as they are." As silence reigned, it became clear that no one wished to challenge. Eventually, the rankings were confirmed. The referee declared, "I announce that this year's test competition, first place goes to Bai Chen." As the announcement echoed, a notification sound resonated in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for securing first place in the test competition, completing the task, and earning 10,000 points. Was that all? After a significant pause, Bai Chen heard no further notifications from the system and resigned himself to the reality that the reward was indeed just 10,000 points. In truth, 10,000 points was substantial, as he needed them more than trivial rewards. The immediate priority was to secure that promotion package, which contained an external soul bone. Upon claiming the championship, Bai Ying learned the news, her expression darkening to the point where it seemed she could weep. Casting a glance at Bai Yun, who lay bedridden, She longed to confront Bai Chen. Why should her son suffer so, while Bai Chen basked in accolades? However, her fury was futile. They were within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and she was powerless against Bai Chen. After receiving his reward, Bai Chen promptly prepared to depart the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, for the assessment at Yuexian was imminent. He needed to diligently practice for the sake of that soul bone. After informing Ningxin, Bai Chen bid farewell to Xueku. The two took a carriage back to Tiando City. The following day, upon returning to Yuexian, Tang Yuehua greeted Bai Chen and Xueku with a smile. Chen, Ku, you have arrived. Yes, Aunt Yuehua, teacher, we are back, they replied. Tang Yuehua beamed. The year-end assessment is about to commence. How do you feel, Chen? Are you confident this time? Indeed, Bai Chen nodded in affirmation. This year, he had become significantly more familiar with music theory and various etiquettes, nearly matching Xueku and Appo's as proficiency. Chapter 80. Music Theory. Tang Yuehua. Chun'er, Ku'er, please don't leave just yet. Stay and chat with me. It has been quite a while since I last saw you. Though Tang Yuehua claimed it had been a long time, in reality, it had only been a little over half a month. After all, they attended 2 classes at Yuexian every week during their time off. It was hardly a long absence. However, Bai Chen and Xueku were pleased to oblige. Despite the slight age difference, Tang Yuehua's demeanor was always calm and humorous, completely devoid of any awkwardness typically associated with interactions between elders and younger individuals. Most importantly, she possessed an elegant beauty, resembling a poised older sister. Tang Yuehua asked, what interesting events transpired at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Xueku responded eagerly, oh yes. Aunt Yuehua, Chen won first place in the qualifying matches. During the final round, no one dared to challenge him. It was truly impressive. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua affectionately ruffled Bai Chen's hair, saying, is that so? Our Chin'er is becoming increasingly formidable. Bai Chen, feeling a bit shy at the compliment, scratched his head and replied, it's nothing, huh? He felt genuinely happy about Tang Yuehua's praise. Xueku continued, however, it wasn't all pleasant. Some undesirable individuals at school have taken an interest in Chen. Oh, is that so? Do tell me what happened, Tang Yuehua inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. After all, in her eyes, Bai Chen and Xueku were 2 of the most endearing children she had ever known, excelling in character, appearance, and personality. It was hard to believe someone would harbor ill feelings toward Bai Chen. Well, the situation is as follows, Xueku began, recounting the conflict between Bai Chen and Bai Yun. After Xueku finished, Tang Yuehua expressed her disbelief. Such a thing occurred? Chin'er, would you like me to assist you in resolving this? Tang Yuehua was well aware of the characteristics of children at Bai Chen and Xueku's age. Although Xueku's account seemed exaggerated, it was entirely plausible. After all, children at this stage could be quite diverse in nature. Bai Chen replied, it's all right, teacher. This is a matter concerning my family, and I can handle it. If it becomes too burdensome, I will seek help from my grandfather. If he cannot assist, I will consult my maternal grandfather. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Tang Yuehua gently stroked his head, saying, indeed, if your maternal grandfather intervenes, I might have been overly concerned. However, Chin'er, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to seek help from me. Bai Chen agreed, and Tang Yuehua smiled warmly. She regarded Xueku and Bai Chen as her own children, though she refrained from expressing this sentiment, finding joy in her quiet devotion. Now, let us set aside these unpleasant matters. I wish to see the progress you have made in your musical skills. All right, the 2 replied. And they proceeded to the music room. To assess their skills, they would take turns playing. Xueku stepped up to the piano first, declaring, let me go first. Very well, Ku'er, you may begin, Bai Chen responded, stepping aside to patiently await Xueku's performance. Xueku took a deep breath, placed her hands on the keys, and began to play. A lively melody emanated from her direction, the piece being her forte, Song of the Whispering Waters, a composition characterized by its buoyant tempo. As time passed, Bai Chen and Tang Yuehua became engrossed in Xueku's music. However, just as the piece was approaching its conclusion, an incongruous note disrupted the harmony. Bai Chen and Xueku furrowed their brows. While the note might have gone unnoticed by an untrained ear, both Bai Chen and Tang Yuehua, seasoned in musicality, easily detected the flaw. Soon, the performance concluded, and Xueku descended from the piano, clearly embarrassed by her mistake. Yet, Tang Yuehua encouraged her, Ku'er, well done. Your progress has been substantial. Your playing is much smoother than before. However, you still struggle with that particular passage. Overall, it was commendable. Now, it's Chin'er's turn. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Bai Chen nodded. In truth, a year ago, the disparity between Bai Chen and Xueku was significant. Unlike many protagonists, Bai Chen did not possess extraordinary musical talent. Rather, he was quite ordinary. Had he not been awarded a basic music theory skill, he likely would have made little progress over the past year. Moreover, he had not practiced diligently, resulting in an average performance by the year's end. However, over the past year, Bai Chen dedicated 3 times the effort to music theory, and his growth was nothing short of remarkable. He was ready to astonish them. Bai Chen seated himself, inhaled deeply, and began to play. Due to his occasional practice sessions with Xue Ku, their musical styles bore similarities, leading him to perform the same piece as her. As Bai Chen commenced, a lively rhythm filled the air. Although both were playing the same composition, the distinctiveness of their interpretations was evident. Xue Ku and Apos' rendition was more delicate, while Bai Chen and Apos' faster tempo imparted an exhilarating lightness, creating an atmosphere of ease and joy. In summary, both performers showcased their unique strengths, evenly matched. However, unlike Xue Ku, Bai Chen played flawlessly throughout. Upon finishing, Tang Ge and Xue Ku gazed at Bai Chen in astonishment. Xue Ku exclaimed, "Chen, how have you become so skilled?" Bai Chen replied modestly, "It's nothing. Perhaps this is simply what men do." Xue Ku, Tang Ge praised, "Well done, Chener. Your progress has genuinely exceeded my expectations. I am greatly looking forward to your performance in the upcoming year-end assessment." "Yes, teacher, I will strive to do my best." "Very well. It's getting late. You both should return home and rest," Tang Ge said with a smile. Chapter 81. The right leg bone of the Hurricane Demon Wolf. On the day of the year-end examination, at the Moonlight Pavilion, 30 students sat in the same classroom. Tang Ge surveyed the crowd below with a sense of satisfaction. Today, as usual, not a single student was late. This day marked the annual year-end assessment, a moment to evaluate everyone's learning achievements over the past year. She hoped that the students would perform well, as those who achieved full marks would receive special rewards from the Moonlight Pavilion. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the crowd stirred with excitement. The additional reward from the Moonlight Pavilion was a unique organ, one that could not be purchased elsewhere and could only be crafted within the pavilion. For the students, this organ represented not merely a musical instrument, but a symbol of honor. Many students from previous years had graduated without ever receiving this accolade. After her announcement, a student stepped onto the stage to perform. Soon, a melodious tune resonated from above, captivating everyone, including Bai Chen, who, while talented, did not consider himself the pinnacle of this domain. After all, the system he was part of did not cater solely to music theory. Receiving a basic reward in music theory was already commendable. Before long, the performance concluded flawlessly, without a single mistake. The assessment at Moonlight Pavilion was straightforward. To achieve full marks, one simply needed to avoid errors and deliver a beautiful performance. However, this was no trivial task. As maintaining perfection throughout was no easy feat, the emotional depth in the performance was an understanding not easily grasped by students of their age. So Tang Ge did not impose such expectations on them for the time being. Nonetheless, integrating one and Apos' emotions into the music would garner extra points. Shortly thereafter, Tang Ge graded the performance, and unsurprisingly, the student received a perfect score. This student was known for his diligence and exceptional talent, so such results were to be expected. The next student took the stage, mirroring the previous one's diligence. Initially, he performed admirably, captivating the audience, but faltered at the conclusion with a discordant note. Everyone, including himself, noticed the slip, and despite the blemish, he bowed respectfully to the audience, though his reddened ears betrayed his embarrassment. Applause erupted from the audience, composed of Moonlight Pavilion students, who had been educated in etiquette from a young age and would not mock anyone lightly. Many of them had performed less impressively than he had. Tang Ge remarked, "Very good, Xingjiu. However, as before, you were too tense, which affected your performance's perfection. A few mistakes are insignificant. You are still young, and time will gradually change this. Regrettably, I cannot award you full marks this time." Xingjiu received a score of 98. Afterward, students continued to take the stage for their assessments. Yet only a handful achieved perfect scores. Aside from the first student, only Xue Ku, who performed exceptionally, managed to do so. About an hour later, it was finally Bai Chen's turn. Upon stepping onto the stage, Bai Chen garnered significant attention, not solely due to his striking appearance, but also because of his formidable prowess. Coming from noble families, they had closely followed news from the Tiando Royal Academy of Junior Soul Masters. For a prodigy like Bai Chen, who had reached level 20 at the age of 8, how could they not take notice? After bowing to the audience, Bai Chen began to play, his etiquette impeccable. Soon, a lively melody filled the air. Instead of performing the piece he had played yesterday, In Shui, he chose a composition named Wanderer, another piece in which he excelled. As he played, the audience was taken aback. Bai Chen had made remarkable progress since the previous year. Remarkably, he had not made a single mistake thus far, whereas he had faltered 4 or 5 times at this point last year. As the piece concluded, the audience finally regained their composure. Due to their astonishment, They had not fully appreciated Bai Chen's performance, which was somewhat impolite towards the artist. Nevertheless, this reflected the magnitude of Bai Chen's advancement. Once they collected themselves, Shueike led the applause. As the clapping subsided, Tang Yuehua paused before stating, "I believe everyone has witnessed Bai Chen's progress. To be honest, I am somewhat surprised." So Bai Chen's final score is a perfect one. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen received a prompt notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing side quest 3. Reward, 1,000 points, 1 soul bone, evolution available. Excited by the notification, Bai Chen felt elated to finally acquire the soul bone. After the class concluded, he turned to Shueike and said, "Shueike, I need to excuse myself briefly. Could you wait for me?" "Sure," she replied. And Bai Chen hurried toward the restroom. Once inside, he examined the acquired soul bone. Right leg bone of the Hurricane Demon Wolf. Skills, Gale. Devour Gale, double speed upon use. Devour allows evolution through the consumption of soul bones of the same type. Satisfied with the soul bone S effects, Bai Chen recognized that, while its power might not be overwhelming, its potential for evolution was indeed promising. After reviewing it, he refrained from using it immediately, as absorbing a soul bone, while not particularly dangerous, still required time. After all, Shueike was waiting for him. Emerging from the restroom, Bai Chen shared a meal with Shueike before returning home, specifically to the Bai residence. At the entrance, he encountered Bai Ying, who merely huffed and ignored him. The reason for her demeanor was largely due to Bai Xing and others secretly informing their family. Upon learning of this, Bai Yi had been furious and publicly warned Bai Ying not to meddle with Bai Chen again. Bai Ying had felt quite indignant. She had not anticipated that her father, who had doted on her since childhood, would now favor a grandson. Yet, whenever she attempted to argue, Bai Yi would glare at her. And the intensity of that gaze, one infused with the pressure of a soul sage, was something a mere soul master like her could hardly withstand. Chapter 82. Absorbing the soul bone at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Upon returning to his chamber, Bai Chen immediately produced the soul bone, preparing to commence the absorption process. This soul bone, though merely a millennium old and somewhat incomplete, posed no significant issue, for he could evolve it by devouring soul bones of the same position. With this in mind, Bai Chen began the absorption. Instantly, a warm energy enveloped him, distinctly different from the experience of absorbing soul rings. While his previous 2 soul rings were absorbed with relative ease, they still carried an element of discomfort. In contrast, during the absorption of this soul bone, Bai Chen felt as if every pore in his body opened, with a continuous flow of energy surging into his right leg, prompting involuntary moans of pleasure. This sensation lasted approximately half an hour before dissipating. When Bai Chen gradually opened his eyes, he found that his level had ascended to 23. It must be noted that although the right leg bone of the Hurricane Demon Wolf was merely a 1,000-year soul bone and ranked lowest among all soul bones, the enhancement it provided to Bai Chen was substantial. He could distinctly feel that even without activating the soul bone skills, the strength of his right leg had more than doubled compared to before. The primary reason for this remarkable increase was his relatively low level. The soul bone's enhancement was so significant that it led to such a drastic improvement. As his level increased, the enhancement would naturally become less exaggerated. Bai Chen then reviewed his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 8 years. Soul power, level 23. Cultivation aptitude, 30, including Qingyang skill 2, martial soul, rune wolf. Martial soul quality, top tier soul rings, 2 points, 26. 500 soul bone, right leg bone of the Hurricane Demon Wolf. Special skills, appraisal technique, Qingyang skill, first layer, calmness technique. Items, venomous dagger, soul evolution potion 2. Soul extinguishing talisman. Overall, his attributes had improved somewhat, and his points had reached 26,500. He needed only a little over 20,000 more to purchase a promotion package. Given the significant enhancement from just 1,000-year soul bone, he could only speculate on the magnitude of the enhancement an external soul bone would provide. However, it seemed that external soul bones did not add to soul power. The specifics were somewhat hazy in Bai Chen's memory. After completing the absorption, Bai Chen opened his eyes and took a few steps. He immediately felt a strong sense of discomfort. The increase in strength of his right leg was overwhelming, and he would need some time to adjust. With this in mind, Bai Chen resolved to begin familiarizing himself with his right leg starting the next day. Otherwise, it might hinder his progress in the soul fighting arena. The following day, Bai Chen rose early, washed up, and as he walked, the disparity in strength in his legs made him appear somewhat limping. After finishing his morning routine, he stepped outside, intending to have breakfast, as he planned to spend this period at home. After all, there were only a few days left in this winter break, and he had decided against going to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. a point he had previously discussed with Ningxin. Xiao Yun was preparing breakfast when she spotted Bai Chen at the entrance, his distinctive tuft of hair atop his head, limping as he entered. She paused momentarily before rushing over to support him. "Young master, what happened to your leg?" Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Yun, I'm fine. It and Appos. It's just a minor issue from my training. Let me walk a bit. I'll recover soon." "Is that so?" Xiao Yun replied, somewhat perplexed. "Yes, truly, I and Appos am all right. Now, hurry and prepare breakfast. I'm quite hungry." "All right." Xiao Yun patted Bai Chen's head. Over time, she had grown quite comfortable around him, having come to know his gentle nature, akin to that of a neighborly little brother. Reassured of Bai Chen's well-being, she quickly prepared breakfast. Bai Chen's dining habits had transformed, even when alone. He adhered strictly to noble etiquette, dining with an elegance that intrigued onlookers, all while maintaining an impressive speed. After breakfast, Bai Chen ventured into the courtyard to acclimate himself to his right leg. The adaptation process was straightforward, consisting mainly of running and jumping. Though simple, it proved to be remarkably efficient. In just half a day, Bai Chen had adjusted to the newfound strength of his leg. He shook it out, feeling satisfied, and promptly set off towards the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. The arena was not far from Bai Chen's home. A 30-minute walk sufficed. He declined a carriage, primarily to keep his family unaware of his outing. After all, visiting the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena bore certain risks, and if Bai Luo Milan and the others learned of it, they might well dissuade him, claiming he was too young for such perilous endeavors. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, a small figure appeared. Bai Chen gazed upon the arena with excitement. It was a place brimming with opportunities to acquire points. Observing the throngs of people entering and exiting, his eyes glistened with anticipation. Each individual represented a potential source of points. However, the moment Bai Chen arrived, he quickly attracted attention due to his striking appearance. Noticing this, he furrowed his brow. He had forgotten to purchase a mask. Dreadful. A fleeting glance around revealed a stall selling masks by the counter, prompting Bai Chen to decide to buy one while registering. Meanwhile, Luo Shi, feeling somewhat bored among the rough men who participated in the soul fights, sighed in exasperation. Why must they all be such brutes? Where are the handsome gentlemen? "Hello. I would like to register as a soul fighter." A voice suddenly broke her reverie. She instinctively stepped back, blinking in surprise as she scanned the area. "Welcome." "Huh? Where's everyone?" She wondered, puzzled, for she had clearly heard a voice. Down here, came Bai Chen's frustrated call. And what was that sound? "Is it a ghost?" Luo Shi gasped, startled. Bai Chen, feeling exasperated, shouted back, "Hey, down here." Upon hearing his voice, Luo Shi finally looked down and immediately spotted Bai Chen, who was no taller than the counter. Her eyes lit up, exclaiming, "So cute." Chapter 83. Registration for the competition. As she gazed upon the diminutive figure of Bai Chen, who barely reached the height of a cabinet, Luo Shi felt her breath quicken. It was her first encounter with such an adorable child. His skin, fair and flawless as jade, paired with his sparkling, expressive eyes, seemed to convey a language of their own. His soft hair, complemented by the adorable tuft on his head, incited an irresistible urge to reach out and touch him. His entire demeanor exuded a gentle sweetness, reminiscent of a delicate bun, prompting her to want to pinch his cheeks. With a hint of urgency, she stammered, "See, could you allow me to?" Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Chen sensed a chill run down his spine, perceiving her as somewhat peculiar. "What do you want?" Noticing the wariness in Bai Chen and Appos' eyes, Luo, she felt an inexplicable thrill. "May I pinch your cheeks?" "Absolutely not," Bai Chen replied, firmly rejecting the request. "Oh, very well then." With his refusal, she felt somewhat helpless. "You must be a staff member, right? If so, please assist me in registering for the Soul Arena competition." "The Soul Arena competition?" Luo, she pondered, somewhat perplexed. To participate in the arena, one must possess a level of at least 20. The child before her appeared to be no more than 8 or 9 years old. How could he possibly be at such a level? Little one, may I inquire about your age?" 8 years old. "Ah, just as I suspected." The child was indeed only 8, likely unaware of what a soul arena was. "You see, my dear child, you are still too young. The soul arena is a perilous place, unsuitable for someone of your age. Moreover, one must be at least level 20 to compete. Have you reached that level yet?" "I am at level 23. With that declaration, Bai Chen manifested his martial spirit, sprouting a pair of wolf ears atop his head, a wolf tail from behind, and a wolf head emblem on his forehead, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings appearing around him. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. He was already so charming, and now with the addition of beastly ears, who could resist such a lure? "How about now? Does this prove I am a formidable soul master?" Only then did Luo Shi realize the significance of the 2 yellow soul rings encircling him. A mix of shock and disappointment flooded her heart. She was astonished to witness an 8-year-old prodigy surpassing level 20. Yet, she felt despondent knowing that such a talent was beyond her reach. At just 16 herself, she had initially hoped to wait for this younger brother to catch up, but the disparity in their abilities left her feeling hopeless. Minutes later, Luo Shi spoke. You may register. The registration requires 5 gold coins, along with your name, martial spirit, and level. Bai Chen produced 5 gold coins and stated, My martial spirit is Rune Wolf, level 23. Alright, I have recorded your information. You will also need to choose a code name for yourself. A code name? Let us go with Fenrir. Fenrir? What a peculiar name. Most people choose a name related to their martial spirit. Yours is a wolf. Why such an unusual choice? Bai Chen replied, It's nothing. I simply like it. By the way, I would like that mask. Which mask? That white wolf mask. This one? Yes. How much does it cost? There and amp. Oppos. S no charge. Consider it a gift from me. ISN and amp. Oppos. T that inappropriate? Not at all. It's worth very little. Thank you. Can you expedite my match arrangements? Certainly, the earliest match can be arranged for tonight. However, I must caution you that battling in the Soul Arena is exceedingly dangerous. I understand. Seeing Bai Chen's resolve, Luo Shi felt a twinge of helplessness as she handed him his Iron Soul badge. Here, keep this safe. Your match can be scheduled for tomorrow evening. Please return then. In truth, Bai Chen could be scheduled for a match that very night, but the opponent was notoriously bloodthirsty. And Luo Shi wished to protect the charming child from harm. If possible, she would arrange for a more manageable opponent for him the following night. Aware of the considerable authority she wielded at the registration desk, it was simple enough to inform participants that no matches were available. However, such an action bore significant risks, severely violating the arena's regulations. I understand. Thank you, Bai Chen said before departing. Upon returning home, Bai Chen resumed his daily practice of the Heavenly Demon technique, focusing intently. There was so much he needed to learn. Time seemed all too fleeting. The following day, upon arriving again at the Tiando Great Soul Arena, Luo Shi spotted the slender figure in a mask at the entrance. A smile graced her lips. Fortunately, the competitors scheduled for that night were not particularly savage, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bai Chen should remain safe. Are there matches today? Bai Chen inquired. Indeed, if you register now, you can compete in half an hour. Upon hearing Luo Shi's words, Bai Chen hurriedly signed up. All right, please wait over there. Your match will be in the 13th round on the 24th arena. We will call you shortly. Understood, he replied eagerly. He proceeded to the contestants' resting area, observing his surroundings. The Soul Masters nearby appeared to be primarily at levels 28 or 29, making those below level 25 exceedingly rare. However, this was to be expected. Most individuals entering the Soul Arena sought fame or fortune, and some, purely for the thrill of overpowering others. Naturally, they would wait until their level reached a certain threshold to maximize their odds of victory. Please, contestant Fenrir from the 24th arena, proceed to the stage immediately. Your match is about to commence. Upon hearing the announcement, Bai Chen rose swiftly. It was finally time for his inaugural battle in the Soul Arena. With anticipation, he made his way toward the arena. Chapter 84. The first victory soon. Bai Chen arrived beneath the arena. A middle-aged man, noticing his presence, expressed his confusion. Fenrir contestant? Yes, that is I, Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing Bai Chen's youthful voice, the man, though puzzled, felt satisfied enough to dismiss his doubts since the information had been confirmed. Please wait here for a moment. The referee will call you up shortly. Understood, Bai Chen responded, and the man departed. In the backstage area, Bai Chen glanced at the audience, only to discover a sparse gathering of several dozen spectators. Clearly, his debut was not drawing much attention. The host, while somewhat disappointed by the turnout, enthusiastically announced, Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tiando Great Soul Arena. This is the 13th match of Arena 24. Although both contestants are novices, they each possess top-tier martial spirits. Notably, the Thunder Battle Lizard has participated in 3 matches thus far, achieving a remarkable perfect win rate. Now, let us welcome the Thunder Battle Lizard to the stage. As the host concluded, a masked figure resembling a youthful male emerged across from Bai Chen. To Bai Chen's surprise, his opponent was merely at level 24. Achieving 3 consecutive victories at this level was indeed impressive. Bai Chen recognized the Thunder Battle Lizard as a formidable soul beast, a true top-tier martial spirit. It seemed that his opponent had different intentions in entering the Tiando Great Soul Arena, likely seeking to hone his skills. Upon taking the stage, the Thunder Battle Lizard was met with sparse applause from the audience, who appeared to have come specifically to support him. The host then continued, Now, We introduce the opponent of the Thunder Battle Lizard, making his debut, Finra. He wields the top-tier martial spirit, Rune Wolf, and is a level 23 agile attack soul master. Let us anticipate his performance. In truth, the host had no knowledge of whether the Rune Wolf was indeed a top-tier martial spirit, having never heard of it before. However, the name sounded impressive, and he assumed the audience would be similarly uninformed, so he fabricated hype for entertainment. As Bai Chen entered the arena, both the host and the audience were momentarily taken aback. Despite the mask obscuring his face, his stature could not be concealed. He barely reached 1.30 meters in height. The term dwarfism simultaneously echoed in everyone's minds. In their eyes, Bai Chen appeared to be someone with a physical deficiency, eliciting scornful glances. Nevertheless, Bai Chen paid no heed to their disdain. His sole desire was to engage in battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a side quest at the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Please obtain a gold-level medallion within 1 year to receive a reward of 10,000 points and a hearing potion. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen's gaze sharpened. Achieving a gold-level medallion within a year would be no easy feat. He would need to secure an almost flawless record. The host, noticing both contestants were ready, promptly announced, "Let the match begin." Martial spirits activated. In an instant, both rushed toward each other. First soul skill, Thunder Chain. With that, a chain of lightning materialized in the hands of the Thunder Battle Lizard, which he swung toward Bai Chen with great force. Due to his keen eyesight, Bai Chen easily evaded the attack and countered with a kick to his opponent's leg. The impact sent the Thunder Battle Lizard to one knee, with a surge of soul energy coursing through his right leg due to Bai Chen's Qingyang technique. The Thunder Battle Lizard felt as though his thigh had been struck by a hammer, a sensation bordering on fracture. Was his opponent truly an agile attack soul master? The power seemed excessive, and his leg was engulfed in a severe numbing sensation following the strike. First soul skill, Frenzy Assault. Bai Chen pressed his advantage, offering no respite to his opponent. Yet, the Thunder Battle Lizard was not to be underestimated. He quickly reacted. Second soul skill, Thunder Fury. In an instant, their attacks clashed once more. Typically, the first soul skill would be at a disadvantage against the second, but due to the Thunder Battle Lizard's injured and numbed leg, he could not exert his full force. Consequently, his second soul skill went awry, and Bai Chen's Frenzy Assault struck him squarely in the abdomen. The Thunder Battle Lizard was sent flying, narrowly avoiding a fall from the arena. In disbelief, he gazed up at Bai Chen, realizing that had his second soul skill not been partially imbued with lightning, he might have been rendered unconscious. However, as he looked up, Bai Chen had already appeared before him, his right leg raised. Farewell. Those were the last 2 words the Thunder Battle Lizard heard before losing consciousness. The referee stood in stunned silence at the outcome. While he had considered the possibility of an upset victory for Bai Chen, he had not anticipated such a decisive win. After all, the Thunder Battle Lizard had boasted an undefeated record, including a victory over a level 29 Soul Master. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. Congratulations to contestant Finra for winning this match. His current record stands at 1 victory and no losses. As the announcement concluded, Bai Chen received a notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the first victory in the battle arena, earning a reward of 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for securing victory, earning an additional 150 points. After hearing the notifications, Bai Chen exited the arena to claim his rewards. The prizes at the Tiando Great Soul Arena were commendable. For his first match, he received 50 gold coins. It must be said that the point rewards at the arena were quite generous. Once the dueling concluded, Bai Chen returned home, only to discover Milan, Bai Luo, and Bai Yi inexplicably gathered at the entrance of the Demon Wolf clan. "Father, mother, grandfather, what are you doing here?" Milan replied, "What do you think we're doing here?" "I truly do not know," Bai Chen responded, although he had an inkling of the reason. Suddenly, Milan exclaimed, "Bai Chen." She rarely used his full name, and her tone suggested genuine anger. Upon hearing her call, Bai Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 85. Instant kill. Bai Chen. "I say, I will say anything." Milan. "Heh. Now you choose to speak. It's too late." Bai Chen. "Why did you sneak off to the Tiando Great Soul Arena for soul battles? Do you have any idea how perilous the soul arena is? Is that a place for an 8-year-old child like you? Did you even consider me, your mother? Did you think of your grandfather or your maternal grandfather?" Milan's barrage of reproaches left Bai Chen speechless. Bai Luo stood humbly to the side, pondering why he was not included in this discussion. However, he dared not interject, for his wife was clearly incensed. Faced with Milan and Appo's inquiries, Bai Chen paused briefly before responding, "I'm sorry, but I still wish to go." "You." Just as Milan intended to continue, Bai Luo interjected, calm down, calm down. Don't just focus on being angry. Let us hear the child's defense. Bai Yi, I too wish to hear Xiaochen and Appo's explanation. With both Bai Yi and Bai Luo weighing in, Milan found it hard to disregard the opinions of her father-in-law and husband, thus relenting. The three turned their attention back to Bai Chen, and feeling the weight of their gazes, he braced himself to respond. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. The reason I went to the Tian-Do Great Soul Arena is simply to train my combat skills. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen resolved to speak the truth. Even if the Soul Arena did not offer rewards, he would still pursue practical training there. Milan was taken aback by Bai Chen's words. She had initially assumed he sought to earn some pocket money. Now that she learned he aimed to enhance his strength, she found herself at a loss for how to reprimand him. Yet, this revelation made her situation even more complicated. If that were the case, should she deter Bai Chen from continuing his visits to the Soul Arena? To do so might dampen his enthusiasm, but if she did not, the dangers of the arena weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her in a dilemma. Bai Yi and Bai Luo exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, just as we suspected. Milan, but Chener, the Soul Arena is ultimately far too dangerous. Wait until you are a bit older, all right? For now, let the family arrange for some Soul Masters to train with you. Bai Chen, no. I go to the Soul Arena precisely because those fighters do not consider my status and can unleash their full strength against me. It is only by facing such opponents that my abilities can truly improve. Milan opened her mouth to respond, but was halted by Bai Yi. Bai Yi Chener, if you are determined to go, then it is not out of the question. However, you must agree to my condition. Bai Chen, what condition? Bai Yi, within a month. Elevate your soul rank to Copper Soul. Chen and Appos, this condition is not harsh. It is merely the minimum requirement for us to feel assured about your participation in the Soul Arena. If you cannot achieve this, then there is no need for you to attend. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Chen nodded. I understand, Grandpa. I will prove it to you. With that, the matter was settled. However, Milan remained discontent. Bai Chen was still intent on going to the Soul Arena, and her worry for his safety was palpable. He was her only son. What would she do if anything happened to him? Bai Yi, all right, Chener, enough of this discussion. You must be tired today. Let us eat. With that, they proceeded to dinner. The following day, in the afternoon, Bai Chen returned to the Soul Arena. From a distance, Luo Shi spotted him, surprised. She had not anticipated that Bai Chen, merely an 8-year-old child, could triumph over fearsome competitors. His strength was truly astonishing. Luo Shi, Finner, you've arrived. Bai Chen, yes. Are there any matches today? Luo Shi, indeed. If you register now, you can compete shortly. Bai Chen, very well. I will register now. After saying this, Luo Shi lowered her head to complete the registration. All right, Finner, you may rest in the contestant area. Your match will be in Arena 24, and we will call you when the time comes. Okay. Once Bai Chen left, Luo Shi turned to a nearby girl and said, Xiao Yi, please cover for me. I have something to attend to. Sure. With that, Luo Shi hurried away. Meanwhile, 3 shadowy figures stealthily appeared nearby. Father, did I hear correctly? It seems Xiaochen is competing in Arena 24. Yes, indeed. Hurry, let us go buy tickets. I want to see Xiaochen's match. The 3 were Bai Luo, Bai Yi, and Milan. Although they had made an agreement the previous day, their concern for Bai Chen led them to come and observe. Naturally, Bai Chen had already noticed their presence. Before long, after purchasing tickets, they arrived at Arena 24 just as the match was about to begin. The audience today was slightly larger than the previous day, though not by much. Bai Chen had already taken the stage, and the announcer was introducing the second contestant. Now entering the arena is Finner's opponent, a competitor who has fought 13 soul battles, with 7 victories and 6 defeats, totaling 1 point, the Black Sword. With that, a gaunt middle-aged man appeared opposite Bai Chen. Bai Chen noted the man's level, 27, slightly stronger than yesterday's opponent. However, it mattered little. His parents were watching him outside, and he could not afford to lose this match. Match begins. Martial Soul Manifestation. With that, Bai Chen adjusted his breathing, launching himself towards Black Sword in an instant. Having entered the unique breathing state of the heavenly demon body, his attribute surged. Before Black Sword could react, Bai Chen unleashed his assault. Frenzied strike. Boom. In an instant, Black Sword was sent flying from the arena, and the match concluded. The announcer was momentarily stunned, as were the spectators. What? Is it over already? Instant kill. Finner has defeated the opponent in mere seconds. The winner of this match is Finner. Oh! The audience erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic cheers, with the loudest cheers coming from Bai Yi and Milan. They had previously been unaware of how formidable Bai Chen truly was, his abilities far exceeding their expectations. Luo Shi was particularly animated, nearly jumping up in excitement. After the battle concluded, Bai Chen received 190 points and, as usual, collected his rewards before leaving the arena. A week later, gazing at the fallen opponent before him, Bai Chen cracked his neck. He had now achieved 7 consecutive victories, his points surpassing 100. And his soul rank had finally ascended to Copper Soul. Chapter 86. Is that affection, or merely temptation? As Bai Chen gazed at the throngs of cheering spectators below, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. In a mere 20 days, he had carved out a modest reputation in the renowned Tiando Great Soul Arena. The reason was simple. Since his debut in the arena, he had emerged victorious in every single match, often concluding battles within 10 exchanges. Although his ascension to the rank of Copper Spirit Fighter was modest, it was nonetheless sufficient to attract attention. Upon descending from the stage, Bai Chen found himself contemplating the possibility of advancing to the rank of Silver Spirit Fighter within a year. It no longer seemed an insurmountable challenge. Initially, he had thought it might take days to encounter a worthy opponent. However, the Tiando Arena was not akin to the Suodo Arena, as it hosted thousands of Soul Masters daily across various levels. Thus, if Bai Chen chose to register, he could compete almost every day without any waiting period. Moreover, after attaining the rank of Copper, he had garnered a considerable fan base, with every match drawing a crowd that filled the arena to capacity. Consequently, his rewards had also seen a significant increase. To advance from Copper to Silver Spirit Fighter required 1,000 points, something he could achieve with a series of consecutive victories. Currently, he possessed 100 points. Each victory as a Copper Spirit Fighter granted him 10 points, and after 5 consecutive wins, each subsequent victory would yield 100 points, allowing him to ascend to Silver. The following day, upon returning to the competition grounds, Bai Chen approached Luo Shi to register. As usual, she informed him that he could compete that very evening. Relieved by this news, Bai Chen realized that there were indeed many formidable soul masters at the Copper level in the arena. With that, he retreated to the resting area. Luo Shi, observing Bai Chen's retreating figure, turned to her companion Xiaoyi and said, "Xiaoyi, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "Yes, what is it?" "Well, a friend of mine has developed feelings for a young man who is 8 years her junior. Although she is quite remarkable in her own right, she believes her qualities can compensate for the age gap. However, the young man is exceptionally talented and handsome. Do you think my friend should continue pursuing him?" Xiaoyi replied, That girl you speak of, is she not you?" Hesitating for a moment, Luo Shi nodded. "You describe him as talented and handsome?" "Indeed, more accurately, he is quite adorable. Emphasizing his cuteness, are we? It sounds like infatuation to me. You are merely captivated by his allure." "I cannot help it. Do you think there is a chance?" "Not a chance. So decisive. No hesitation whatsoever. Is hesitation even necessary?" Meanwhile, Bai Chen finally heard his name announced. "Competitor Fenrir, please promptly proceed to the number 10 competition arena." Upon arrival, Bai Chen disregarded the host's exaggerated introduction and stepped onto the stage. Glancing at his opponent for the evening, he noted, as expected, a young man of level 29. With a sigh, Bai Chen remarked to himself about the current crop of youth, who often relied on high-level soul skills against those of lower rank, displaying a lack of martial integrity. Upon seeing Bai Chen, the opponent smirked disdainfully. "You must be that so-called Fenrir who has been making waves lately. How audacious of you to act so cocky at level 23. Do you not regard me at all?" Frowning at the taunt, Bai Chen found the opponent rather irksome. However, concealed behind his mask, Bai Chen's expression remained unreadable, leading the young man to mistakenly believe he had intimidated him. What a coward. With that, Bai Chen's demeanor turned icy. The referee, noticing the readiness of both competitors, declared, "The match begins. Wield your martial soul." Simultaneously, both competitors activated their martial souls. Bai Chen was taken aback to see his opponent's martial soul was the fearsome Black Scorpion, a creature of formidable prowess, ranking among the top-tier martial souls. And exceedingly rare. No wonder the young man felt emboldened. He indeed possessed the credentials to be arrogant. Yet in the Tiando arena, Bai Chen was determined to teach him a lesson. Swift Gale. A rush of azure energy enveloped Bai Chen's legs, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. As he primarily harnessed wind attributes, coupled with the unique breathing technique of the heavenly demon body, his speed reached astonishing heights, allowing him to launch 7 attacks against his opponent in mere seconds. After receiving a blow to the head, Blacktail realized he could not sustain this onslaught much longer. First soul skill, Overlord's Black Armor. With that, a layer of black energy enveloped Blacktail, significantly enhancing his defense. However, Bai Chen merely smiled enigmatically, having initially held back, intending to toy with his opponent. Now, with the increase in defense, he could unleash his full power. Observing the hardened black shell encasing his body, Blacktail scoffed at Bai Chen, convinced that with his earlier strength, the latter could never breach his defenses. Crack! The sound of shattering armor echoed from Blacktail's body, and disbelief washed over him as he glimpsed the damage done. Soon after, crack! Crack! With a series of blows, Blacktail's armor splintered repeatedly. Realizing the dire situation, he contemplated surrendering. Frenzied assault. Bang! Bai Chen's foot connected with Blacktail's face, extinguishing any thoughts of surrender. How dare he speak to him so disrespectfully? The sheer force sent a tooth flying from Blacktail's mouth. The spectators watched in exhilaration as Bai Chen exhibited such brutality for the first time in a match. Unaware of the reasons behind Bai Chen's actions, they found the spectacle most gratifying. A minute later, Blacktail struggled to remain upright, yet Bai Chen remained unyielding. Believing in the principle of retribution on Douluo continent, once one made an enemy, they must be prepared for relentless consequences. However, with his parents watching from the stands, he hesitated momentarily before delivering a final kick that sent Blacktail tumbling off the stage, sparing his life. He then exited the arena. Meanwhile, in the audience, Bai Ying observed the scene with a dark expression, formulating her own plans. Chapter 87. Assassination. As Bai Chen departed from the soul-fighting arena, he inadvertently caught sight of Bai Ying in the audience. Noticing her resentful expression, his countenance grew dark. It appeared that Bai Ying was once again plotting against him. To be honest, Bai Chen was exceedingly irate. Had it not been for their familial ties, he would have long since dealt with her. Her incessant provocations would agitate anyone, and Bai Chen was no exception. If Bai Ying dared to meddle with him once more, he vowed she would regret it for a lifetime. An hour later, in a dimly lit room, Bai Ying addressed a cloaked figure before her. 5,000 soul coins to kill a person. Upon hearing her offer, the assassin furrowed his brow. 5,000 coins seemed rather meager for their organization. Bai Ying reassured him, rest assured, the target is merely a level 23 soul master, and he is but an 8-year-old child, often unaccompanied. The assassin nodded, asking for the target's identity. Bai Chen, the heir of the Demon Wolf clan. Your clan's heir is worth only 5,000 coins. What else? He travels without protection. He's just a soul master. Surely, you can handle this? Shouldn't your clan's soul saint at least command 30,000 coins? Bai Ying clenched her teeth, but ultimately conceded. Fine. 30,000 coins it is. If Bai Chen dies, my family and Appo's first heir will be my son. She handed over 15,000 coins as a deposit, knowing it was the assassin and Appo's protocol. That night, the Demon Wolf clan was celebrating Bai Chen's achievements. Bai Yi and the others were astonished by Bai Chen's prowess. Even Bai Yi had not anticipated that he would ascend with such a flawless record. In such a short time, Bai Chen had advanced to Copper Soul Fighter. Perhaps sending him to the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena was a wise decision. However, the gathering consisted solely of Bai Chen, his parents, and his uncle. For Bai Yi was aware of Bai Ying's current grievances against Bai Chen. After dinner, Bai Luo and Milan departed, leaving only Bai Chen and Bai Yi. Bai Chen wished to have a private conversation with his grandfather. Bai Yi, observing his grandson's demeanor, smiled. Chener, is there something you cannot discuss in front of everyone that necessitates a private chat with this old man? Bai Chen replied solemnly, Grandfather, what I am about to convey is of utmost importance. Please respond with gravity. Seeing Bai Chen and Appo's serious expression, Bai Yi and Appo's demeanor shifted to match. After their time together, he no longer regarded Bai Chen as a mere child, and thus took his words seriously. What is it? Grandfather, if Bai Ying were to attempt to kill me, how would you choose? Bai Chen dropped the familial term, addressing her by her full name. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While Xiaoying can be quite willful, she is not capable of such malice. Why is that impossible? Do you not believe me? Indeed, I do not. But what if it were true? There is no what if. Impossible is impossible. Enough of this. With that, Bai Yi stormed out, leaving Bai Chen disheartened. He had just sent Nian Gao to track Bai Ying, a spirit entity akin to Xiao Wu, undetectable unless one was a titled Douluo. However, Nian Gao soon returned, revealing startling news. Bai Chen was taken aback, but upon reflection, the possibility seemed plausible, and he knew Nian Gao would not deceive him. Bai Ying truly intended to kill him. Bai Ye's words, however, left him disappointed. His grandfather truly did not understand his daughter. Sensing Bai Chen's distress, Nian Gao floated beside him, gently nudging his cheek. Feeling the soft touch, Bai Chen smiled. Thank you. Nian Gao, I am fine. He affectionately patted Nian Gao's head. Nian Gao, thrilled by the gesture, twirled joyfully. Observing Nian Gao's exuberance lifted Bai Chen's spirits considerably. The following morning, Bai Chen awoke to find Bai Yi, who turned away without a word upon seeing him. Bai Chen mused, this old man has quite the temper. 2 days later, Bai Chen returned to the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. Upon arrival, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, as though he were being watched. Was it an assassin sent by Bai Ying? He pondered this possibility. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a robust soul master, his opponent for the evening, who was merely one battle away from advancing to Silver Soul Fighter. Bai Chen surmised that his identity had likely been exposed. If the assassin organization had indeed targeted him, there would be no need for subterfuge. They could simply eliminate him within the arena, where such acts were not uncommon. With this realization, Bai Chen's expression turned cold. Should they indeed seek his demise, he would not hold back. Let them see who would triumph. With that thought, he departed. While the robust opponent cast a glance at Bai Chen's retreating figure, uncertainly, he felt as though Bai Chen had noticed him, though logically, that seemed implausible. Yet, contemplating the situation, he wondered how it mattered. What could Bai Chen do against him? Glancing at his ring, he reminded himself that landing just one blow would suffice. Little did he know, Bai Chen had noticed his subtle movements. Was that ring intended to be his demise? Before long, both contestants arrived at the arena. As the match commenced, Bai Chen began to regulate his breathing, while Nian Gao merged into his being. Match. Begin. In an instant, Bai Chen moved, while the robust opponent remained poised, silently awaiting Bai Chen's advance. Observing his opponent's stance, Bai Chen felt an unsettling premonition. Chapter 88. A preemptive strike. As Taurus stood a mere 3 meters away, a sudden declaration pierced the air. Black Moon Howl. Instantly, a cross-shaped wind blade hurtled towards him. Taurus was taken aback by Bai Chen's maneuver. He had observed Bai Chen's previous battles, and his impression was that Bai Chen relied on overwhelming speed to crush opponents swiftly, never resorting to his second soul skill. Why this sudden change? Taurus sensed an anomaly. Nevertheless, he reacted immediately. First soul skill, Golden Bell Armor. As he uttered the words, a layer of golden light enveloped Taurus. Bai Chen's attack slammed into him, instantly etching a cross-shaped bloody gash onto his body. Wincing from the sharp pain in his chest, Taurus conceded that Bai Chen was indeed formidable, living up to his reputation as the victor of the Copper Soul battles. Even with his first soul skill, which augmented defense by 50% and mitigated damage by 20%, Bai Chen had managed to inflict such a wound. His offensive power was undeniable. Bai Chen, observing Taurus's injury, was slightly surprised. Black Moon Howl was currently his most potent single-target attack, yet it had only caused this much damage. This opponent possessed considerable resilience. However, undeterred, Bai Chen knew that Black Moon Howl consumed little energy, allowing him to use it repeatedly. He procured an attribute pill from the system, subtly enhancing all his attributes. An intuition nagged at Bai Chen, cautioning him against closing in on Taurus. He resolved to engage him from a distance, gradually wearing him down. Soon, a second Black Moon Howl collided with Taurus, causing him to stumble. Something was amiss. Why was Bai Chen choosing this combat style? Previously, he would have engaged him in close quarters dozens of times by now. Seeing Bai Chen retreat after each attack, Taurus felt utterly helpless. Bai Chen, noticing Taurus and Apos' reluctance to use his second soul skill, grew increasingly wary. His Black Moon Howl was no trivial matter, boasting formidable single-target damage. Why would Taurus risk being exhausted without resorting to his second soul skill? What was Taurus's second soul skill? Why would the assassin organization dispatch someone like Taurus, whose strength among level 29 Great Soul Masters was unremarkable? And why provide him with that ring to kill him? Could Taurus's second soul skill be a homing ability, ensuring inescapable attacks and allowing the ring to wound him? Perhaps the skill's range limitation explained his reluctance to use it. Bai Chen's mind raced with possibilities, settling on this as the most plausible. Consequently, he remained vigilant, maintaining a safe distance from Taurus. Observing Bai Chen's behavior, Taurus despaired. He realized he had been exposed. But the precise moment of his unmasking eluded him. With the impact of Bai Chen and Apos' fifth Black Moon Howl, Taurus finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Bai Chen refrained from delivering the final blow. He had consistently targeted the same spot with Black Moon Howl, and Taurus's internal organs were now severely damaged. Barring a miracle, he was as good as dead. Besides, a coup de GRC would betray his persona. He needed to conceal his peculiarities as much as possible. Bai, watching from the stands, clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. The assassination had failed. Those incompetent assassins were utterly useless. As Bai Chen descended from the stage, he noticed Bai Ying's reaction. Seeing her exasperated demeanor, his expression remained unchanged, masked by his disguise. Meanwhile, the assassin organization, upon learning of the mission's failure, was taken aback. Such occurrences were rare within their ranks. However, all was not lost. They conducted 3 assassination attempts in total, and only after 3 failures would the mission be deemed a true loss. Typically, their second attempt proved successful, with subsequent failures being uncommon. In the unlikely event of a second failure, the third attempt would involve one of the organization's 7 deputy leaders, each a Soul Sage level powerhouse. Only then, should failure occur, Would the organization reimburse the client in full and blacklist the target, permanently declining any contracts for their elimination? Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, the assassin organization was preparing to dispatch a second assassin to eliminate him. He was currently en route back to the Demon Wolf clan, preoccupied with devising a strategy to deal with Bai Ying. Having reached this point, she was unlikely to back down. While Bai Chen did not fear her methods, he pondered whether he should kill her. Lost in thought, Bai Chen unexpectedly encountered Bai Ying on the road. Bai Ying, upon seeing Bai Chen, turned away with a cold expression. However, Bai Chen chose not to ignore her this time. "Aunt, was that Taurus in the arena today the assassin you sent?" Hearing Bai Chen and Apos' words, Bai Ying turned back in disbelief, then stammered in a flustered manner, "Why you brat. What are you talking about? It couldn't and Apos' possibly be me." Despite Bai Ying and Apos' denial, her actions and demeanor betrayed her lie. Bai Chen ignored her words and stated, "If Aunt continues to plot against me, I will kill Aunt." This was Bai Chen's final opportunity for Bai Ying. Hearing Bai Chen's words and gazing into his vacant eyes, Bai Ying suddenly felt a sense of fear towards this mere 8-year-old child. "Why you're talking nonsense? I would never hire someone to kill you. You're crazy." With that, she hastily departed, leaving Bai Chen to watch her with a grim expression. He had given her a chance, and if she did not value it, he could not be blamed. Meanwhile, Bai Yi witnessed everything from the bushes. Despite his argument with Bai Chen the previous day, he couldn't resist watching Bai Chen's match today. On his way back, he never imagined he would witness this scene. He had seen Bai Ying's behavior, and he never expected that his youngest daughter would actually try to kill his grandson. Recalling Bai Chen's words from the previous day, Bai Yi felt a pang of guilt. He had treated Bai Chen poorly yesterday, and it didn't seem right. Chapter 89, The Second Assassin. Upon returning to his chamber, Bai Chen took a moment to steady his breath, preparing to cultivate the celestial demon body. He had just realized that Bai Yi had been eavesdropping nearby. Bai Yi must now comprehend the rift between him and Bai Ying. Bai Chen found himself quite curious about how Bai Yi would respond. If it turned out that Bai Yi chose to side with Bai Ying, despite knowing she intended to harm his grandson, Bai Chen would undoubtedly feel disheartened. In such a case, he would have to seek refuge with his grandfather, who would undoubtedly support him unconditionally. However, gaining access to his grandfather and meeting with Shueku and the others might prove to be somewhat troublesome. An hour later, Bai Ying looked at Bai Yi with a hint of confusion. "Father, what is it? Is there something troubling you? Do you not know what the matter is?" Bai Yi replied sternly. Noticing Bai Ye's expression, Bai Ying's heart sank. Could it be that her scheme had been uncovered? "Father, if you do not enlighten me, I truly remain in the dark about this matter. Why must you attempt to assassinate Chinner?" Bai Yi directly confronted her. "Father, what are you saying? Why would I wish to kill him? Although he has had some conflicts with my Yuer, I merely intended to teach him a lesson. Do you not know me?" Bai Ying's tone was overly defensive, as if she had committed no wrongdoing. "Then what of the Golden Bull in today's competition? Was he not summoned by you?" "I did summon him, father, but let us clarify things. You witnessed the match between Golden Bull and Bai Chen. That fellow was no match for Bai Chen whatsoever. If I were to hire someone for an assassination, I would not choose such a weakling. I merely sought to give him a lesson, to vent my frustrations for my Yuer." Bai Ying's assertions were delivered with such conviction that Bai Yi began to believe her, primarily due to the affection he had always held for her. As Bai Chen defended himself, Bai Yi instinctively sought to exonerate Bai Ying, even accepting her flimsy justifications. "As an elder, it is not appropriate for you to intervene on behalf of Yuo against Chinner. Let the younger generation settle their own affairs. You should refrain from interfering in the future." "I understand, father." With that, Bai Yi departed. The glutinous rice cake, who had been secretly trailing them, witnessed this exchange and hurried back to report to Bai Chen. Upon receiving the report from the glutinous rice cake, Bai Chen's expression darkened considerably. Bai Ying had effortlessly deceived Bai Yi with just a few words. It was evident that Bai Yi's strength did not correlate with his intellect. However, from their conversation, it was clear that Bai Ying had no intention of relinquishing her plans. Coincidentally, Bai Chen did not wish to let her off the hook so easily, as that was not in his nature. Yet, he realized he needed a meticulously crafted plan to deal with Bai Ying, which would take some time to formulate. The following day, Bai Chen departed from his family and made his way toward the great soul arena of Tiando. Before long, a figure caught his attention. The reason this individual piqued Bai Chen's interest was largely due to their nondescript appearance, a face lost in the crowd, dressed in plain attire, walking with their head lowered as if burdened by worries. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that this person had been trailing Bai Chen for several minutes. Of course, this could merely be coincidence, but what truly drew Bai Chen's gaze was the number 45 emblazoned above this seemingly unremarkable individual. This person was, astonishingly, a level 45 Soul Master. Coupled with the recent failure of the assassin organization, Bai Chen had ample reason to suspect that this individual was the second assassin sent after him, though it was possible he was overthinking the situation. Bai Chen decided to test the waters. He deliberately veered toward a nearby street vendor, purchasing some local delicacies. If the assassin organization had conducted thorough research, they would know of his fondness for such snacks. As he walked, munching on his treats, Bai Chen gradually made his way towards a secluded alley that housed several stalls selling sweets, a place he frequented. As anticipated, upon witnessing Bai Chen's actions, the assassin felt a twinge of doubt but promptly followed him nonetheless. Seeing his bait taken, Bai Chen smirked slightly. After purchasing his snacks, he proceeded down another narrow alley, a shortcut to the great soul arena he occasionally traversed. The assassin's expression began to betray his impatience. Children were indeed naive, lacking any sense of danger. If Golden Bull could not even handle such a child, he was nothing but a failure. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, ensuring his movements were discreet as he awaited the opportune moment to strike. After a time, he ventured into the alley, but to his shock, Bai Chen's figure had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, he hastily sought to re-establish contact, but it was futile. Bai Chen had simply disappeared. "Are you searching for me?" A youthful voice rang out beside him, causing him to stumble back several paces. Unfortunately, he could not evade Bai Chen's assault. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his leg, he glanced toward Bai Chen, who held a dagger still dripping with his blood. Bai Chen smirked. "TSK, quick reflexes, RN and amp. Oppos, Tiwi?" With that, a layer of azure energy enveloped Bai Chen's right leg. Gale. Simultaneously, he swallowed an attribute pill, allowing the glutinous rice cake to possess him, significantly enhancing his attributes before charging at the assassin. The assassin's countenance darkened. He felt a searing pain in his thigh and a sense of dizziness indicating that the dagger was poisoned, and if left untreated, could lead to his demise. As Bai Chen closed the distance, the assassin suddenly drew a crossbow from his robe, clearly unfamiliar with such a weapon. Whoosh! 3 bolts shot toward him, and due to the proximity, the assassin could not react in time, being struck squarely in the right arm, which was instantly pierced through. "Despicable! You dare to ambush me!" The assassin seethed. Bai Chen couldn't and Oppos help but chuckle at the remark. This man sought to kill him, yet accused him of an ambush. Had he been poisoned into madness? Third soul skill, Gale Blade. With that, the assassin unleashed his own third soul skill. Like Bai Chen, he wielded a wind attribute martial soul, though his was a wind leopard. Chapter 90. Slaying the assassin, mysterious drop regardless of the circumstances. Bai Chen and his opponent were separated by over 20 levels. The wind blade, a millennium-old soul skill, was formidable. Although he managed to react swiftly, he still suffered a glancing blow. The mere brush of that attack left a significant wound on Bai Chen's body. He cast a glance at his left hand, acknowledging the stark disparity between him and the soul sect. Had that strike landed directly, he would have certainly perished. Fortunately, Bai Chen possessed the unique breathing technique of the heavenly demon body. After adjusting his breath, he felt the pain from his wound lessen. He began to increase the distance between himself and the assassin, who was now poisoned. The longer the confrontation continued, the more unfavorable it became for his adversary. Observing Bai Chen retreating, the assassin's expression soured. His leg was injured, making it impossible to catch up to Bai Chen. If he failed this assassination mission, he would return to face inhumane punishment from the organization, and the thought of that punishment brought a cold sweat to his forehead. Desperately, he pursued Bai Chen, aware that if this continued, Bai Chen would escape his attack range. Seeing the figure chasing him, Bai Chen smiled and retrieved a small pouch from the Songlong ring, hurling it towards the assassin. Remembering Bai Chen's previous crossbow, the assassin instinctively clawed at the pouch, bursting it open. Boom! In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted from the small pouch. Witnessing this, Bai Chen quickly produced a firecracker, igniting it and tossing it forward. Boom! Boom! Almost immediately, a series of explosive sounds resonated from the assassin's location. The dust exploded. Unlike Tang San, Bai Chen had not equipped himself with numerous hidden weapons for defense, so he carried many small powder pouches and other items for such situations. Before the explosions subsided, Bai Chen readied the previous crossbow, relentlessly shooting toward the direction of the blasts. Soon, 12 bolts were released. Second soul skill, Black Moon Songlong kill. Moments later, a notification echoed in Bai Chen and Oppos' mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain the assassin and rewarding you with 1,300 points and 1 mysterious drop. At last, he had vanquished the foe. However, upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen felt puzzled. Another mysterious drop? Previously, when he had slain Xinyi, he had also received a mysterious drop. Did defeating an opponent 2 levels higher significantly enhance the chances of obtaining such a drop? Though uncertain of the accuracy of his hypothesis, Bai Chen could only ponder this for the time being. He approached the assassin's corpse and felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Perhaps due to enduring too many attacks, the body was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, evoking unease. After briefly tending to the body, Bai Chen took out a bandage and wrapped his wound before heading home. Given his current state, he certainly could not participate in the Soul Arena today. He would deal with it tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Great Soul Arena, Bai Yi and others noticed Bai Chen's absence from the matches and felt perplexed. Why had he not arrived today? Typically, he would have already been there. Upon returning to the Magic Wolf clan, the guards immediately greeted Bai Chen. He glanced at them before fainting. On his way back, Bai Chen had consciously adjusted his breathing to maintain the special rhythm of the heavenly demon body, which had placed an excessive burden on him, causing him to faint. The previous wound had also torn open anew due to this strain. Of course, this was intentional. The second assassination had been orchestrated by the Soul Sect. Bai Chen feared that next time, Bai Ying might send a Soul Emperor after him. Although he could use the Soul Extinction Talisman, he did not wish to employ such a powerful item against the Soul Emperor. Thus, he feigned serious injury, hoping Bai Yi would assist in dealing with Bai Ying. If Bai Yi refused to support him, Bai Chen would reconsider their grandfather-grandson relationship. As for Bai Ying, their relationship had escalated to one of mutual hostility. On the other side, after Bai Yi left the Soul Arena, a clan member rushed to him with urgent news, causing him to turn back in alarm. An hour later, the family anxiously surrounded Bai Chen. Milan hurriedly inquired, "Doctor, how's Chen? Is he in danger?" The doctor reassured her, "Madam Bai, do not worry. Although young Master Chen's injuries are serious, he is not in life-threatening condition and will not suffer any lasting effects. With proper rest, he will recover. If possible, please refrain from having healing-type soul masters treat him. Natural recovery is best." Upon hearing the doctor's words, the family finally breathed a sigh of relief, just as Bai Chen began to regain consciousness. Milan, seeing Bai Chen awake, immediately asked, "Chen, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Weakly, Bai Chen shook his head and replied, "I am fine." Milan exclaimed, "Chen, who was the scoundrel that did this to you? I will confront your grandfather. I want his life." Milan was genuinely furious. Bai Chen was her cherished one, and how could anyone dare to harm him? Bai Luo also wore an expression of rage. Only Bai Yi, transitioning from concern to a peculiar demeanor, appeared somewhat uneasy. The assailant was likely Bai Ying, and he never anticipated that she would dare to target Bai Chen. Instantly, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity toward his daughter. However, upon hearing Milan's intent to seek vengeance against the mastermind, he found himself concerned for Bai Ying's safety. Despite Bai Ying's unforgivable actions against Bai Chen, she remained his daughter, and he struggled to harden his heart against her. Bai Ye's expression did not go unnoticed by Bai Chen, who felt a wave of disappointment. This grandfather-grandson bond seemed no longer worth preserving. He was determined to eliminate Bai Ying, regardless of her familial ties. Now, no one could alter Bai Chen's resolve. Weakly, he confessed, It was my aunt who sent someone to kill me." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Disbelief washed over them. Bai Chen looked at Bai Yi and stated, "You are aware of this matter as well, aren't you, Grandpa?" With that, Milan and Bai Luo stared incredulously at Bai Yi, who hesitated, unsure of how to respond before leaving the room. Witnessing Bai Ye's reaction, Milan's mind exploded with shock. Chapter 91. The Soul-Destroying Talisman and the Instantaneous Defeat of the Soul Sage. As night enveloped the world, Bai Chen could hear the raucous sounds emanating from the adjacent room. "Bai Luo, I care not whether that person is your sister. If she dares to harm my son, I shall take her life." A loud crash resonated through the room, indicative of something being smashed, yet Bai Luo did not intervene to dissuade Milan. Instead, she paused momentarily and declared, "Rest assured, Lanner, I shall provide you and Chen'er with an explanation. I will not let Bai Ying go unpunished for her actions against my son." Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Milan was taken aback. She had anticipated Bai Luo would defend Bai Ying. After speaking, it seemed Bai Luo embraced Milan, and their subsequent conversation became a mere whisper, inaudible to Bai Chen. Bai Chen, too, was surprised. Was his father prepared to kill his sister in his defense? Nevertheless, the unwavering support of his parents deeply moved him. Contemplating this, Bai Chen decided to utilize the mysterious item he had acquired earlier that day. Ding. Mysterious item successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hearing Potion X1. Well, it appeared he was on the path to enhancing all 5 senses. As he pondered, Bai Chen consumed the Hearing Potion, initially experiencing a disconcerting ringing in his ears that rendered him uncomfortable before he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Bai Chen awakened once more, it was already daytime. He immediately sensed a change in his world. His ears felt remarkably clearer than before. It was as if whatever had obstructed them had vanished, and his hearing was now several times more acute. He could discern every subtle sound outside with clarity. However, it did not reach an extraordinary level, yet even so, Bai Chen felt immensely satisfied. Rising from his resting place, he was immediately met with a wave of soreness coursing through his body, despite a night's rest. His injuries had not fully healed. Nonetheless, he struggled to rise, intending to take a medicinal bath, which was beneficial for his recovery, a decision that had previously emboldened him to inflict harm upon himself. At that moment, as Bai Chen descended from his bed, Xiaoyan entered with breakfast. Upon seeing Bai Chen, she exclaimed, "Young master, why are you up? The doctor advised you to rest." "I am fine, Sister Xiaoyan. Please help me prepare some water. I wish to bathe." But, noting Bai Chen's pale complexion, Xiaoyan remained apprehensive. "Have no worries. I assure you I am well. I merely require some recuperation. Go ahead, Sister Xiaoyan." "Very well." Reluctantly complying, Xiaoyan concluded, "I shall place your breakfast here. Do remember to eat." "Okay." After she left, Bai Chen settled down to eat, savoring each bite. "Rice cake. Go see what Bai Ying is up to." Woof. With that, Rice Cake darted away. Meanwhile, the leader of the assassin organization scrutinized several documents in his hand, his brow furrowing. Recently, their organization had experienced 3 failed missions, one of which involved the assassination of a mere 23rd level Great Soul Master. What is the matter with these individuals? Do they wish to continue this line of work? However, dwelling on such failures was futile. He promptly adhered to protocol and dispatched 3 vice leaders to eliminate the targeted Soul Masters, including the aforementioned 23rd level Great Soul Master, alongside a Soul Sage to ensure success. In a different location, Bai Chen, immersed in his medicinal bath, suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to touch the rice cake before him. "You're back. Did you gather any information?" "Woof, woof, woof. Is that so? I understand." With that, Bai Chen resumed his medicinal bath, which was proving remarkably effective for his recovery. The wounds on his hands had scabbed over completely, and soon, they would fall off, marking his full recovery. Half an hour later, Bai Chen rose. The bathwater had become entirely clear, and further soaking would be a waste of time. Additionally, Rice Cake had just overheard that the assassin organization was planning another assassination, with a vice leader-level assassin dispatched for the 3rd attempt. Considering that the vice leader of the assassin organization would be at least a soul sage, Bai Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of a mere great soul master like himself being targeted by a soul sage. However, he was comforted by the fact that he possessed an invincible trump card, as long as the opposing party did not send a titled Douluo or a high-level soul Douluo. He was confident in his ability to defeat them. Days passed, and Bai Chen and Appo's injuries had nearly healed completely. During this time, Milan had also notified Mi Te of the attack on Bai Chen. The news should have reached Nodding City by now and would arrive shortly. That night, Bai Chen stepped into the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, and said, "Come out, there is no need to hide." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the hidden figure of Pole emerged with a deliberate slowness. "You managed to detect my presence. You truly are intriguing. No wonder the previous 2 assassination attempts failed." Bai Chen glanced at the number 73 hovering above Pole's head and chuckled. "You truly overestimate me. I am but a humble great soul master. Yet you dispatched a soul sage to eliminate me. What did Bai Ying offer you that warrants such effort? That is of no concern to you. The benefits she provided are not sufficient to compel me to act. My involvement is merely a matter of adhering to the assassin organization's rules." With that, the figure transformed into a shadow and charged towards Bai Chen. In an instant, Bai Chen tore apart the talisman in his hand. As Pele surged forward, he suddenly felt an immense pressure that rendered him immobile. In fear, he looked up to see an insurmountable golden hand descending upon him, its intended target being precisely where he stood. Desperate to flee, he found that even the slightest movement was beyond his capacity under such overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why is there such terrifying pressure within the family?" "That direction. It is Chun'er's courtyard." With that thought, he dashed out, and others followed suit. Meanwhile, in Bai Chen's courtyard, only a massive handprint and remnants of corpses remained. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a 73rd level soul sage. You have earned 20,000 points, as you have vanquished an opponent 5 levels above you. You are awarded a mysterious item X1 and a soul sage experience card X1. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen's eyes lit up. 20,000 points. So this is the power of a soul sage? With this, I am just a step away from 50,000 points. With a bit more effort, the external soul bone will soon be mine. This is a significant leap forward. Chapter 92. The terrifying pufferfish poison dagger and the soul saint experience card. As Bai Yi, Bai Luo, and the others arrived at the scene, they were confronted with a gruesome sight. fragments of corpses scattered about, and enormous handprints imprinted on the ground. The group stood in stunned silence, grappling with the remnants of a fierce battle, suspecting that a titled Douluo had unleashed their power here. Bai Luo approached, bewildered, and asked, "Chinner, what transpired here? Are you unharmed?" "I am fine, father. It was my teacher who intervened," Bai Chen replied. The mention of teacher captivated everyone's attention. When had Bai Chen acquired a mentor? They were oblivious to the fact that these marks were left by Bai Chen's instructor. Was Bai Chen's teacher a titled Douluo? A flurry of questions raced through their minds, but one thing was certain. If Bai Chen's teacher was indeed a titled Douluo, it would only benefit the Bai family. However, Bai Ying's face turned pale. If Bai Chen's teacher was a titled Douluo, her previous actions weighed heavily on her conscience. She felt as though her life had been plunged into darkness, as if death were imminent. Bai Yi and the others had intended to inquire further, but Milan interjected, "Enough. Chinner is exhausted. Let us not press for answers. It's time to return." Milan's disappointment in Bai Yi and the others was palpable. Their prior conduct had disheartened her, and she wished to shield Bai Chen from further disturbance. Upon hearing Milan's words, Bai Yi and the others felt a twinge of awkwardness and departed, leaving only Bai Luo and Milan behind. Just as Bai Chen was about to speak, Bai Luo interjected, "Chinner, you need not consult us for every decision. Though you are merely 8 years old, your wisdom is astonishing. We trust your judgment, and some matters do not require explanation." After a moment of silence, Bai Chen nodded. "I understand, father, mother." Seeing Bai Chen's reaction, Milan gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Very well, Chinner, you are weary. We shall not intrude any longer." "Okay," Bai Chen replied before they took their leave. Returning to his room, Bai Chen dragged the unconscious Xiao Yun, who had been overwhelmed by the immense power of the soul erasure talisman, back to her quarters before turning his attention to the items he had just acquired. "Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a mysterious drop, special weapon, pufferfish poison dagger X1. Upon hearing the notification in his mind and examining his new weapon, Bai Chen realized it was yet another dagger. Pufferfish poison dagger, effect, possesses an enhanced version of pufferfish toxin. Ordinary individuals exposed to the toxin will perish instantly. Soul Masters exhibit considerable resistance. Those below level 49 will die within 15 minutes without timely treatment. Soul Masters from level 50 to 69 will succumb within a day without prompt assistance. Those at level 70 to 79 will not survive if untreated within a month. Soul Masters above level 80 will perish if not cured within a year. Soul Masters above level 90 will face no mortal danger, but their attributes will significantly decline, accompanied by excruciating pain. The enhanced pufferfish toxin can be combined with other poisons. Bai Chen gasped in astonishment upon reading the properties of the pufferfish poison dagger. This was truly a golden legend. The potency of pufferfish toxin was infamous. He recalled that in his past life, just 0.5 milliliters could kill a person, being 1,250 times more lethal than the deadly poison cyanide. He never anticipated acquiring such an item, let alone the enhanced version that could amalgamate with other toxins. It was indeed terrifying. With this dagger, Bai Chen now possessed two, enabling him to master the art of dual daggers. After examining the pufferfish poison dagger, he turned to his Soul Saint Experience card. Soul Saint Experience card, acquired from the Soul Saint Palais. Effect, temporarily elevates the user's strength to the level of Palais, allowing the use of all his soul skills for 1 hour. Note, usable only in combat. Cannot be activated while absorbing soul rings. Bai Chen felt invincible upon discovering these two items. Below the rank of titled Douluo, who could possibly rival him? With these acquisitions, even a soul Douluo would likely falter against his pufferfish poison dagger. After half an hour, Bai Chen gradually regained his composure, realizing that the strength of the newly acquired items was extraordinary, a reaction that was perfectly understandable. He then checked his current attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 8 years. Soul power, level 23. Cultivation aptitude, 30, including Qingyang Gong 2, martial soul, Rune Wolf. Martial soul quality, top tier soul rings, 2 soul bones, 1,000 points, 48. 300 special skills, appraisal, Qingyang Gong first layer, tranquility technique. Items, deadly dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, Soul Saint Experience card, Soul Bone Evolution Elixir X1. With 48, 300 points accumulated. Bai Chen only needed another 700 to purchase a promotion package, which would grant him an external soul bone. He felt confident that he could surpass Tang San. Hours later, in the assassin organization, the leader glowered at the intelligence before him. The 7th leader's assassination attempt had failed, with indications of a titled Douluo lurking behind the target. A titled Douluo? How had their organization provoked such a formidable presence? He was beside himself with frustration. After a few moments, he commanded, "Gather everyone." We are leaving Heaven Do City. Meanwhile, Bai Chen returned to the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Upon seeing Bai Chen's figure, Luo she breathed a sigh of relief. She had not seen him for several days and feared something had befallen him. Now, seeing him again, she felt reassured. Long time no see, Luo she greeted. Indeed. Can I compete today? Bai Chen inquired. Of course. Just like before. Someone will call for you shortly. Understood. With that, Bai Chen proceeded to the lounge, and immediately, his posters were displayed at the entrance of the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Bai Chen had become quite renowned, boasting a soul power of level 23 and remaining undefeated thus far. This unprecedented record in the history of the arena was remarkable. While there had been undefeated champions before, none had achieved this status with a mere level 23 soul power. If he continued on this path, Bai Chen was poised to earn the legendary title of Battle God, the highest honor bestowed upon a soul master by the arena. As expected, once Bai Chen's competition poster was unveiled, tickets were swiftly sold out. Chapter 93. The beginning of school. Before long, Bai Chen was summoned to the competition venue. Such is the privilege of star contestants. Their matches are scheduled in advance, sparing them from prolonged waiting. As he arrived backstage, the cheers of the audience reached his ears. Finner! 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 Even Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement at the fervent shouts, though he maintained a composed exterior. No one despises being admired, although an obsession might breed disdain. Shortly thereafter, he heard the referee's exaggerated introduction of him, and he stepped onto the stage. Upon entering the arena, Bai Chen glanced at his opponent, a level 29 Great Soul Master. Defeating this adversary would pave the way for him to ascend to the Silver Soul Master rank after 2 more matches. The task of advancing to the Golden Soul Master rank seemed within his grasp, achievable in less than 2 months. In the arena, Bai Chen's opponent appeared somewhat anxious. No one faced Bai Chen without a modicum of nervousness. His combat prowess was undeniably swift and formidable, while Bai Chen typically refrained from inflicting severe injuries. There have been instances where he left opponents in a vegetative state, making anxiety entirely reasonable. Begin. With the referee's command, both combatants summoned their martial spirits. Bai Chen was taken aback upon witnessing his opponent's martial spirit, a fiery thorn, a plant-based spirit. The identity of his adversary was revealed as a control-type soul master. Frankly, having fought in the Tiando Great Soul Arena for so long, it was his first encounter with a control-type soul master. This was not due to their weakness, but rather because most control-type martial spirits lacked advantages in one-on-one combat, and top-tier control-type martial spirits were rare. While control-type soul masters counter mainstream assault-type combatants, those who reach higher ranks remain exceedingly uncommon, as intelligence is crucial for their success. First soul skill, Thornet. With that, a net woven from fiery thorns hurtled towards Bai Chen. It appeared quite formidable. If an ordinary individual were ensnared, they would suffer from the burning effects of the fiery thorns, likely leading to a drawn-out battle. However, Bai Chen effortlessly evaded the attack. To be frank, the assault was rather naive. The net was large and its speed unremarkable. Any agile soul master above level 20 could easily dodge it. As Bai Chen charged towards him, the soul master exclaimed, "Second soul skill, Funeral of Thorns." Countless thorns shot towards Bai Chen, and he was momentarily astonished. The power of this soul master's skills seemed excessively potent. Typical century-old soul ring abilities rarely matched such intensity. A soul master of equal rank would likely be rendered powerless after being struck by both skills. Yet, with his enhanced speed, Bai Chen adeptly dodged all attacks until he reached his opponent, poised to strike. I concede. Bai Chen froze, his hands suspended in midair. Upon witnessing his reaction, the opponent sighed in relief, saying, you won, I surrender." With that, he exited the stage. And Bai Chen observed a state of exhausted soul power above his opponent's head. It turned out this individual could only utilize his skills twice. No wonder they were so powerful. After the battle concluded, Bai Chen collected his rewards and returned home. He needed to prepare diligently for school as it had already commenced. Due to recent injuries, he had been unable to attend, but with his recovery, he could no longer afford to delay. He had future commitments, including participation in the Continental High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition, and Qin Ming's instruction was commendable. Upon returning home, Bai Chen unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. "Grandfather?" Hearing the voice, Miter turned and, upon seeing Bai Chen, his stern expression softened instantly. "Chinner, I've heard about your situation. Rest assured, I am here to advocate for you." Bai Chen nodded. He was already aware that Milan had brought Miter over. "Chinner, take me to that woman. I will support you." Okay. The two set off towards Bai Ying's location. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was already privy to Miter's arrival, but felt no urgency for some reason. The courtyard of Bai Ying had become desolate, devoid of any presence. Moments later, Bai Chen and Miter arrived at Bai Ying's residence. Miter glanced around the yard, frowning at the absence of people. Bai Chen listened intently for any sounds within, but discerned complete silence. Indeed, no one was present. Grandfather, they may have fled. Do not worry. I will ensure you have your vengeance. I will dispatch individuals to locate them. Miter paused momentarily. However, if we cannot capture them this time, I wish to seek revenge myself. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Miter hesitated and asked, Are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Very well. After contemplating, Miter acknowledged that having a goal was beneficial for Bai Chen. It would likely motivate him to train diligently for the sake of revenge. Will you continue residing here? Perhaps you should return with me to the Mi clan? No, grandfather. I start school tomorrow and will be staying in the dormitory. Moreover, my parents are here. So I will remain. All right then. If you encounter any grievances, do not hesitate to inform me. I will rectify them. Thank you, grandfather. With that, Bai Chen returned home, not particularly inclined to confront Bai Yi about his whereabouts. After all, Bai Yi was still his grandfather, and it was likely he would prefer to avoid that discussion. Nevertheless, their relationship would likely grow more distant in the future. The next day, Bai Chen arrived at the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy early in the morning. At the school gate, he encountered Qin Ming. Good morning, Teacher Qin. Good morning, Bai Chen. Congratulations on your return to school. Please visit my office after class. All right. Although uncertain of the reason for Qin Ming's request, he trusted that his teacher meant no harm. After all, he possessed a Soul Saint experience card. Upon entering the classroom, Shueke, relieved to see Bai Chen safe and sound, exhaled deeply. She had heard about his injuries and had intended to visit him. But he had returned to school sooner than expected, indicating he was likely fine. Chapter 94. The Red Soul Gun Master. Before long, the day's classes came to an end. Bai Chen, adhering to Qin Ming's earlier instructions, made his way to Qin Ming's office. Upon entering, he found Qin Ming preoccupied with some tasks. Noticing Bai Chen's arrival, Qin Ming lifted his gaze from his work and promptly acknowledged him. Bai Chen, you're here. Come over and take a seat. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, Bai Chen responded, following his directive and settling into a chair. What is it, Teacher Qin Ming? It is this, Bai Chen. Your rapid advancement in levels has prompted the school to consider promoting you to the Heaven Do Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Would you be interested in this opportunity? Furthermore, your tuition fees will be waived, and you will receive an annual stipend. The Heaven Do Advanced Soul Master Academy. Of course, I want to go. Bai Chen agreed without hesitation. The disparity in resources between the Heaven Do Royal Junior Soul Master Academy and the Advanced Academy was immense, and the prospect of waived fees and a stipend was undeniably enticing. From any perspective, he should embrace this opportunity. Indeed, however, prior to this, you must first pass the Academy and Oppo's entrance examination. Entrance examination? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Academy examination. Quest requirements. Pass the entrance examination for the Heaven Do Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Rewards will be contingent upon the completion of the quest. Upon hearing the voice resonate in his mind, Bai Chen focused intently, realizing there were rewards associated with the quest, which heightened his determination regarding the examination. Teacher, when is the examination scheduled? Oh, if you agree, it can be conducted in 1 week. The assessment is quite straightforward. It will evaluate your soul power level, various physical metrics, and combat abilities. Oh, understood. Well then, I shall take my leave to prepare. Bai Chen exited, not returning to the dormitory, but instead heading to the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena for a battle before returning. 4 days later, at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, Bai Chen arrived, his emotions aflame with excitement. Upon concluding today's battle, he would elevate his soul rank to silver and surpass the threshold of 50,000 points, thereby obtaining an external soul bone. His opponent, similarly, bore an expression of gravity. He, too, was on the cusp of advancing to silver, needing only one more victory to achieve this status. They both belonged to the agility-based class of soul masters. As the match approached, the atmosphere buzzed with fervent cheers from the crowd. The referee and spectators shared in the excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, the soul battle is about to commence. I am sure, like me, you are all eagerly anticipating tonight's contest. Our first contestant, with a record of 37 battles and 26 victories, please welcome the Red Soul Gun. As this was announced, a uniquely charismatic young man strode forth from across the arena. Bai Chen immediately sensed the intense aura emanating from him. This opponent seemed considerably stronger than those he had previously faced. With the appearance of the Red Soul Gun, the arena erupted in applause, followed by the referee introducing Bai Chen. And now, the next contestant. Surely you know who he is. He is the rising star of the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. To date, he remains undefeated in all his soul battles, Fenrir. As Bai Chen stepped into view, the crowd erupted into a deafening cheer, momentarily overshadowing his opponent. Yet, the red soul gun remained unfazed, an unexpected reaction, considering that the mere presence of Bai Chen's audience typically intimidated his rivals. Before the match commenced, the red soul gun spoke. Fenrir, I have watched your battles before. You are formidable. I hope you will give your all in this fight. Very well, Bai Chen replied. Appreciating the courtesy, such politeness was rare in the arena. Let the battle begin. With that, both combatants activated their martial spirits and charged at each other. However, Bai Chen sensed something amiss. This opponent was remarkably capable of keeping pace with his speed. Was he not a strength-based soul master? In an instant, Bai Chen uncovered the reason for this anomaly. A peculiar black energy enveloped the opponent's legs. This energy felt oddly familiar, akin to the aura emitted when he utilized his soul bone. It was likely that the red soul gun possessed a soul bone as well, albeit of a different attribute. First soul skill, wind thrust. First soul skill, frenzied assault. Boom. Their attacks clashed violently. Yet surprisingly, it was the red soul gun who was pushed back. Despite Bai Chen being an agility-type soul master, his speed was momentarily slower than that of the strength-based opponent. Swift Gale, Bai Chen could no longer afford to hesitate. As an agility-type soul master, he could not allow himself to be outpaced. In a flash, his speed doubled, overwhelming the red soul gun. Taken aback by Bai Chen's sudden acceleration, the red soul gun felt a rush of exhilaration. You are indeed strong. In that case, I can unleash my full potential. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned by the red soul gun's comment, but then he observed as his opponent transformed, each move becoming incredibly sharp and precise. Bai Chen found himself on the defensive, realizing that while he might surpass the red soul gun in raw attributes, he was being outclassed in technique, something that left him astounded. Yet, he remained undeterred. Rice cake, manifest. Attribute pill, activate. With a single thought, Bai Chen's attributes surged significantly. Black Moon Song Wolf Slash. Boom. In an instant, Bai Chen unleashed his second soul skill, forcing the red soul gun back in disbelief. No, this cannot be. How can your attributes increase so dramatically? The red soul gun exclaimed, but Bai Chen offered no response. Before his opponent could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Chen steadied his breath and charged once more. Boom, boom. Amidst the clashing sounds, the red soul gun felt a numbing sensation in his hands, questioning whether this opponent was truly merely an agility-type soul master. Chapter 95, The External Soul Bone. The tale of the giant spirit. Ultimately, he was knocked out of the arena by a single punch from Bai Chen. Upon his defeat, the referee promptly announced, "Congratulations to the contestant Fenrir for winning this match." Simultaneously, it was declared that Fenrir had advanced to the Silver Spirit Arena. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in this match, earning 180 points. It has been detected that the target possesses a soul bone, granting an additional reward of 500 points. Having received his rewards, Bai Chen swiftly departed for the prize collection area. Congratulations, contestant Fenrir. Here is your new medal along with the rewards for this match. Please take a moment to verify. Indeed, upon inspection, Bai Chen noted that the rewards were quite substantial, amounting to 3,000 gold spirit coins. Ordinarily, such a sum would be unattainable from a single match. However, as a star contestant, Bai Chen contributed far more to the arena's profits than this trifling amount due to ticket sales and his burgeoning fame. It was precisely for this reason that the Tiendo Great Spirit Arena awarded him so generously. Just as he intended to leave, a familiar figure suddenly obstructed his path. Upon recognizing the individual, Bai Chen inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Yes. May I ask how you have cultivated such strength?" The person was none other than his recent opponent. Bai Chen replied curtly, "I cannot disclose that." The challenger, feeling somewhat dejected, persisted, "I wouldn't ask for free. I can offer you money." Bai Chen chuckled at the proposal. Currently, he was not in need of monetary compensation. "What is your name? And how much are you willing to offer?" "I am Chiefing. Name your price. I could provide you with up to 1 million gold spirit coins." Bai Chen paused, surprised by the figure. Had he misheard? 1 million gold spirit coins? Astonishment washed over him for a fleeting moment, yet he quickly subdued the impulse. Deep down, he felt a slight allure, for his heavenly demon-breathing technique had progressed to the point where he could maintain it for half an hour at a time. If he continued at this pace, he could reach the next stage of cultivation within 6 months. However, this advancement required a considerable amount of gold spirit coins. 1 million would indeed sustain him for a significant duration. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Chen replied, "I appreciate your offer, Chiefing, but I cannot accept your proposal. I genuinely do not know how to teach others. My abilities are innate, and I am at a loss as to how to instruct anyone else." Chiefing's face fell slightly at Bai Chen's response. "Then would you consider being my sparring partner? I would pay you 50,000 gold spirit coins each month for an hour of combat each day." Bai Chen was at a loss for words. Where did this young master acquire such wealth? With your resources, why not hire a more powerful spirit master? Why me? Feng replied earnestly. Because I sense that you are unique. Is that truly all? Indeed. Very well, when do I commence? After some consideration, Bai Chen agreed. An hour of sparring was a minor commitment, and the experience would undoubtedly aid his own growth while also accumulating points. He pondered the trustworthiness of this individual. Wonderful. I reside next to the arena. You see that courtyard? That will be our training ground. We can begin tomorrow. Bai Chen glanced towards the specified direction. Listening closely and determining that it appeared to be uninhabited. Nodding, he departed. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen immediately purchased an advancement package from the System S store. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the advancement package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an external soul bone X1. As soon as he finished speaking, a bony tail materialized in Bai Chen's hands. A tail? He was somewhat taken aback by the location of his external soul bone. Although he had contemplated such an addition, it had not ranked highly on his list of desires. He had envisioned wings instead. Despite the peculiar image of a wolf with wings. Nonetheless, a tail was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. With that thought, Bai Chen promptly began the absorption of the external soul bone. Instantly, he felt an unusual sensation, a tickling at the base of his spine. As though something were preparing to sprout. Gradually, the external soul bone was absorbed, and a long bony tail extended from his back. At its tip was a sharp point. Bai Chen approached a mirror and attempted to control the tail. It responded to his will, albeit clumsily, reminiscent of a toddler learning to walk. However, he could sense the tail's considerable strength, rivaling that of his right leg. With additional training, it promised to become a formidable weapon. After mastering the control of the tail, Bai Chen attempted to retract the external soul bone, which proved to be a seamless endeavor. He then examined the attributes of the tail. The tail of the giant spirit, skills, devour, shatter devour, enhances one's quality through the consumption of soul beast corpses and soul bones. Shatter. The tail of the giant spirit possesses immense strength, capable of easily crushing bones. Upon reviewing the attributes, Bai Chen nodded with satisfaction. The initial appearance may seem modest. Yet he anticipated that, with improvements through devouring, its power would significantly increase. Subsequently, Bai Chen glanced at his remaining points, dismayed to find only 900 left. He sighed. Accumulating points at such a slow rate made it seem an eternity before he could amass 50,000. The following day, Bai Chen arrived at the academy. It was Saturday, the day of his advancement examination, and he understood the importance of approaching it with seriousness. Qin Ming had been waiting for him early in the morning. Upon Bai Chen's arrival, he beckoned, "Come with me." He led Bai Chen to the adjacent Tendo Royal Advanced Spirit Master Academy. Upon arrival, the guards greeted Bai Chen. "Good morning, little Bai Chen. Here for training so early?" "No, uncle. I am here for the advancement examination today." Chapter 96, Passing the Test, Skill Upgrade Pill Entrance Examination. Little Chun, you are merely 8 years old. Isn't that rather too young to participate in such a test? Oh dear. Uncle, I cannot chat with you now. I am pressed for time. Very well, off you go. Seeing Bai Chen's familiarity with the gatekeeper, Qin Ming felt somewhat surprised. After all, a prodigy like Bai Chen would typically exhibit a certain pride, seldom mingling with those of lower status. It was indeed unexpected to see him interacting so comfortably. "What's the matter, Teacher Qin? Are we not leaving yet?" "Oh, nothing. Let us go." As they proceeded, Bai Chen trailed behind Qin Ming towards the testing venue. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals, each greeted Bai Chen warmly, leaving Qin Ming in awe. Before long, they arrived at the testing grounds, where Bai Chen noticed a level 69 middle-aged man not far ahead. Qin Ming said, "Bai Chen, during the test, do not feel anxious. Just conduct yourself as you normally would." "Understood. I will, Teacher Qin." With that, Qin Ming guided him forward. As soon as the middle-aged man spotted them, he remarked, "Teacher Qin, is this little fellow the genius you spoke of?" "Indeed, Teacher Gu Dian, this is Bai Chen." Upon hearing this, Gu Dian scrutinized Bai Chen. Undeterred by the intense gaze, Bai Chen met his stare with confidence. Gu Dian appeared quite formidable, with his dark skin, towering height, and eyes wide like brass bells, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Noticing Bai Chen's lack of intimidation, Gu Dian chuckled. "This little rascal has quite the audacity." "You are Bai Chen, correct? Come here." "Oh." "Extend your hand and place it on the crystal ball. Inject your soul power." Bai Chen complied obediently, placing his hand on the crystal ball and beginning to infuse it with his soul power. Soon, the crystal ball radiated a brilliant light. "Indeed, you are at level 23. Gu Dian confirmed. "Now, come with me for a comprehensive physical assessment." "All right." They proceeded to conduct various physical tests. Half an hour later, Gu Dian looked at Bai Chen in disbelief, struggling to accept that Bai Chen's statistics exceeded those of his peers in the agility and attack category by more than double. By all accounts, this was illogical. Was he merely 8 years old? His body had yet to fully develop, so he should ostensibly be weaker than the average soul master. Gu Dian realized that the opponent previously assigned to Bai Chen might not suffice. They might not even stand a chance against him. Bai Chen, wait here, I will fetch someone for your practical combat test. Okay. Bai Chen patiently remained in place as Qin Ming, who had been observing the entire scene, raised his fist in triumph, recognizing that Bai Chen had undoubtedly passed. Meanwhile, Gu Dian, having vanished from Bai Chen's view, hastened to the staff office. Teacher Xia Xin, are you there? Hearing Gu Dian's voice, a young woman in the corner stood up and replied, Teacher Gu Dian, what brings you here? No time to explain. Come with me. With that, he pulled Xia Xin along to Bai Chen's side. Bai Chen, this is your testing opponent. You only need to withstand her for the duration of a stick of incense. Understood. Xia Xin was still in a daze, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was happening? Did she really have to battle this young child? Before Xia Xin could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Chen was already poised for combat. Teacher Xia Xin, I am ready. Please commence. Upon seeing the number 48 hovering above Xia Xin's head, Bai Chen felt he might still have a fighting chance. Oh, though uncertain of what to do, she prepared to engage in battle with the young lad. Then Bai Chen declared, Bai Chen, Martial Soul, Rune Wolf, Level 23 Agility Type Battle Soul Master. I seek your guidance. Xia Xin, Martial Soul, Soul Lock Chains, Level 48 Control Type Soul Master. I seek your guidance. With both participants ready, Gu Dian promptly announced, begin. In an instant, Bai Chen activated his Gale technique, enhancing his speed, and charged towards Xia Xin with astonishing swiftness, so rapid that she barely had time to react. First Soul Skill. Iron Lock Array. First Soul Skill. Frenzy Assault. Immediately, a defensive formation of chains enveloped Xia Xin, blocking Bai Chen's attack effortlessly. Little one, do not underestimate me. Although I am merely a trainee teacher, my strength is formidable. Upon hearing Xia Xin's words, a bony tail sprouted from Bai Chen's back. Watching from the sidelines, Gu Dian and Qin Ming were left speechless at the sight of Bai Chen's bony tail. External soul bone. Exchanging stunned glances, they recognized the significance. At such a young age, Bai Chen had already reached level 23 and possessed an external soul bone. His future was limitless. With the external soul bone unleashed, Bai Chen commanded it to strike the iron lock array, shattering it with ease. Before Xia Xin could process the turn of events, she swiftly called out, Third Soul Skill. Iron Spear Barrage. With that, numerous chains shot forth like spears, relentlessly targeting Bai Chen. Bang! Bang! However, Bai Chen retaliated with his spirit tail, repelling each iron chain one by one. Such overwhelming strength. Bai Chen's external soul bone is comparable to a level 48 Soul Master's third skill. Perhaps even surpassing it, Gu Dian remarked. He then glanced at Qin Ming. How did you discover such a promising talent? What do you mean? This is all his innate excellence, Qin Ming replied. Meanwhile, Bai Chen gained the upper hand. Empowered by the external soul bone, his speed increased further, making it increasingly difficult for Xia Xin to keep up. Suddenly, without warning, Bai Chen landed a claw strike that grazed Xia Xin. Stung by the attack, Xia Xin felt a surge of irritation. Fourth Soul Skill. Lock of Damnation. The moment she unleashed it, the ground around them darkened, and hundreds of iron chains erupted from the earth, launching a relentless assault that even Bai Chen could not evade. Smack! A chain struck Bai Chen, igniting a sharp pain. Stop! Just as Xia Xin prepared to continue her onslaught, Gu Dian intervened, calling for the match to cease. Enough, Bai Chen, you have passed the test. Thank you, Teacher Xia Xin, for your efforts. It was no trouble at all, Xia Xin replied. Bai Chen exhaled in relief, retracting his external soul bone as a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for passing the entrance examination and completing the side quest. Reward, 5,000 points. Skill upgrade Pill X1. Announcement. Brothers, we will be launching on Friday noon. As previously mentioned, a total of 8 chapters will be updated. I will strive to push for 10 chapters. If I can and Oppos, finish it all, I will continue the next day. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. After the launch, the daily update count should increase, aiming for 3 or more chapters. Other than that, I have nothing more to say. I kindly ask for your initial subscription. Chapter 97. The second level of Qingyang Gong. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen contemplated. A skill upgrade pill? He had previously encountered such an item in the marketplace but refrained from purchasing it due to its exorbitant price. To his surprise, he had now obtained one through a side quest, providing an excellent opportunity to test its efficacy. At that moment, Xia Xin took a moment to carefully observe Bai Chen. Earlier, she had rushed over in a flurry, leaving her in a daze without properly assessing her opponent. However, just a fleeting glance at Bai Chen captivated her attention. What an adorable child. To be fair, at the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, there was no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women, and many were exceptionally talented. Yet, compared to the boy before her, they seemed to pale in comparison. Xiao Xian mused that if angels truly existed in the world, they might resemble him. Lost in thought, she found herself entranced. Teacher Xiao Xian, starting from the day after tomorrow, Bai Chen will be joining our school. Please take some time today to show him around, Gu Jian instructed. After a considerable pause, Xiao Xian did not respond. Gu Jian, puzzled, glanced over and found Xiao Xian lost in her thoughts. Teacher Xiao Xian? Teacher Xiao Xian? Oh, my apologies. I was daydreaming. You want me to show this student named Bai Chen around the school, correct? Leave it to me. Xiao Xian replied, regaining her composure, nodding at her words. Gu Jian then departed with Qin Ming. As they left, Qin Ming reminded Bai Chen to return to school tomorrow to gather his belongings for the move. Thus, Bai Chen followed Xiao Xian on a tour of the academy. Along the way, Xiao Xian occasionally stole glances at him, which Bai Chen naturally noticed. Yet, he chose not to confront her, having grown accustomed to being observed. Let her look, it was of no consequence to him. Moreover, she was a teacher, and he preferred to avoid putting her in an awkward position, lest she make things difficult for him in the future. As he pondered this, Bai Chen completed the tour of the academy. Perhaps due to it being Saturday, he encountered no acquaintances along the way. Eventually, he was escorted to the school gate. Until next time, Teacher Xiao Xian. Yes, until next time, Xiao Xian replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. After he departed, she sighed, whispering to herself, what a pity. I forgot to pinch that adorable child's cheeks. How regrettable. In a fit of frustration, she kicked a small stone in her path. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen immediately utilized the skill upgrade pill, directing it towards Qingyang Gong. Previously, he had believed that Qingyang Gong could be upgraded through cultivation, only to discover that it could not be, or that the progression was exceedingly slow, requiring many years to advance a single level. Upon using the skill upgrade pill, the attributes of Qingyang Gong transformed instantly. Qingyang Gong, effect, cultivation aptitude 5, increases cultivation speed by 50%, total soul power within the body increases by 50%, and soul power possesses permeability. Bai Chen felt quite satisfied with the enhancement of his cultivation aptitude, since his aptitude had risen to 30. The system had not issued any further rewards regarding cultivation aptitude. Now, he had finally received an improvement. Afterward, Bai Chen went to the courtyard to practice, focusing on the combat with his external soul bone. Earlier that day, he had utilized his external soul bone, and while the results were commendable, he still lacked proficiency. However, it was of no concern. The external soul bone provided by the system was exceptionally compatible with his body, having only been absorbed for a day or two. The integration had already reached a compatibility level exceeding 90%, making it impossible for anyone to remove it from him. This was precisely why he had chosen to use it today. The following day, Bai Chen packed his belongings and moved to the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Upon arriving at the school gate, he spotted a familiar figure waiting for him. Shueko, what brings you here? Hearing the voice behind her, Shueko turned around in a huff. Chen, why didn't you inform me about your enrollment? Why keep it from me? Enrollment? I had intended to tell you after I finished moving my dormitory. I didn't mean to hide it from you, Bai Chen replied candidly, speaking the truth as he had indeed planned to notify Shueko after settling in. Is that so? Yes. Well then, I and Oppos. I'll temporarily take your word for it. Are you still in the process of moving? Not anymore. I'm almost done. Oh, do you have time now? Prince Qing, he wishes to meet you. Prince Qing, he is looking for me. Yes, he heard about your enrollment and asked me to find you. Would you accompany me to the palace? Initially, Bai Chen had intended to decline, as Qian Rinxue still posed a significant danger to him. However, he realized he had been neglecting Shueko lately, so he decided to go, considering it a chance to accompany her. Alright. With that, Bai Chen did not rush to stow his belongings in his dormitory, opting instead to depart with Shueko, as his belongings were conveniently stored within the Songlong ring. Together, they took a carriage to the palace. Qian Rinxue had been eagerly awaiting Bai Chen's arrival, feeling a flutter of excitement at the prospect of seeing the adorable boy. She was surprised to find herself so captivated by him upon their first encounter, realizing she had become somewhat of a beauty enthusiast. Before long, a voice from outside announced, Prince Qinghe, Princess Shueko has brought young Master Bai Chen. Understood. Bring them in, Qinghe replied. Once inside, Shui Qinghe instructed the surrounding attendants. You may all leave. After everyone had exited, he approached Bai Chen, gently pinching his cheeks. Bai Chen, Qinghe, is this what you call me here for, just to pinch my face? Of course not, little Chen. I have serious matters to discuss with you. What is it? Bai Chen asked, extricating himself from Qinghe's grasp. I've heard you are now at level 23. Your talent is quite impressive. Would you consider joining the Tiando Empire? If you agree, I can make an exception and grant you the title of Baron, and upon your graduation, I will ensure you are elevated to at least the rank of Viscount. Note, due to some matters during the day, the focus of today's update remains on the evening. Chapter 98. Side Quest, Nobility. Bai Chen was somewhat surprised by the reason for his summons. He had presumed that Qian Rinxue had some other matter to discuss, but it turned out to be this. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a chain quest, Ascension of Nobility. The task requires you to obtain a title within either the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire. Achieving different ranks will yield various rewards. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen immediately responded, is that really possible? I have yet to achieve any merits. Suddenly acquiring a title seems inappropriate. Bai Chen hesitated in his reply. Do not worry, Xiaoqian. A talent like you serving the Empire is beneficial for all. As for the granting of titles, we have our methods. Well, then that's fine, Bai Chen acquiesced. After all, there was a task reward, so he had nothing to lose. Moreover, even with a title, he could still develop his sect and enjoy the protection of the Heaven Do Empire. Bai Chen found no valid reason to refuse at this moment. Seeing Bai Chen's agreement, Qian Rinxue smiled. With a title, it would be much easier to summon him in the future, allowing for more frequent encounters. This thought brought her great joy. Your Highness Jingha, is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Bai Chen inquired. What is the matter? Do you have something urgent? Qian Rinxue replied. No, not at all. Then stay a while. I will show you around the palace. You may find yourself here often. Let me help you familiarize yourself with this place. All right. With that, Xue Qinghe led them out, while Xue Ku followed behind, observing Xue Qinghe's back. For some reason, she felt something was amiss about Xue Qinghe. It wasn't that he was strange, but rather that he acted peculiarly around Bai Chen. Does he perhaps have a fondness for Bai Chen? After all, Bai Chen is just a boy. Could it be that Qinghe is simply appreciating talent? Because Bai Chen's aptitude is remarkable, he may indeed be drawn to him? Xue Ku thought, forcing herself to accept this notion. However, when she looked up, she saw Qian Rinxue reaching out to pat Bai Chen's head. Yes, indeed. This is how a mentor expresses hope for their protege, she told herself, trying to convince herself of her thoughts. After spending half a day in the palace, Bai Chen felt restless and found an excuse to leave. Though Qian Rinxue was somewhat reluctant, she allowed him to depart. Upon returning to the academy, Bai Chen located dormitory 302 and took out the key Qin Ming had given him the day before. As he opened the door, even he was momentarily taken aback. Was his room not a touch too extravagant? Previously, when he had been at the Heaven Do Royal Intermediate Soul Master Academy, he had thought his dormitory was quite nice. But he was astonished to find this one even better. The bookshelf and desk were crafted by Heaven Do's royal artisans, looking exceptionally exquisite, clearly of considerable value. There were many items he did not recognize, yet he understood they were of high quality. Was it truly appropriate for a student dormitory to be this lavish? Opening the window, Bai Chen noticed a swimming pool in the courtyard, its water crystal clear, likely well maintained. Not far from the pool was a private dining area. Bai Chen felt numb. The wealthy truly lived in luxury. Thankfully, he had been exempted from tuition fees. Of course, he could afford the fees. He simply deemed it unnecessary. Moreover, not every dormitory was as splendid as this. What Bai Chen enjoyed now was the treatment reserved for a duke's son, a privilege bestowed upon him through Qian Rinxue's authority. After settling in, Bai Chen promptly headed to the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. Though this time he was not there to fight, but rather to work. He had promised Chiefing to assist him in training, and now he was a Silver Soul fighter. At the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, few had attained a Silver Soul fighter medal at the Grandmaster level, making future competitions potentially challenging to arrange. Bai Chen aimed to cultivate Chiefing, hoping to elevate his rank to Silver Soul fighter as soon as possible, thus providing him with another opponent for accumulating points. Having visited Chiefing's home a few times already, Bai Chen now navigated this area with ease. The following day, Monday, Bai Chen awoke early as usual. He opened the window and gazed at the scenery outside. Today marked his first day attending the Heaven Do Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. How fantastical. Just as he prepared to wash up, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure in his line of sight. Duguyan. Of course, Duguyan was also studying at this academy. They would likely encounter each other frequently. Duguyan was jogging when she sensed something and glanced up, only to find an adorable little head staring at her. Duguyan was puzzled. Wasn't that dormitory building supposed to be vacant? Why had someone suddenly moved in, especially a child? Yet the child was undeniably adorable. However, there was something familiar about that face. After a moment of contemplation, Duguyan recognized Bai Chen and beckoned him to come down. Upon seeing her gesture, Bai Chen dashed down eagerly, After all, this was Dugu Yin. The granddaughter of Dugubo. Building a good relationship with her might lead him to Dugubo's herb garden, where he could perhaps acquire some precious herbs. Watching Bai Chen dash toward her with his short legs, Dugu Yin felt her heart melt. In no time, Bai Chen reached her and greeted, "Hello, senior. I'm the new student who just moved in." "A student? You are attending our academy?" "Yes." Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, Dugu Yin's expression changed. This child appeared only 8 or 9 years old. While she was aware that the academy occasionally recruited prodigies, this was the youngest she had ever seen. After a moment's thought, Dugu Yin said, "I am Dugu Yin. We met previously. Do you remember?" "Yes," Bai Chen nodded. "Little Bai Chen, do you have classes today?" "Yes, but I haven't washed up yet." "Then go wash up first. I will take you to the classroom afterward." "Okay. Would you like to come to my dormitory for a visit first?" Bai Chen offered obediently. "Of course, thank you." With that, Bai Chen led Dugu Yin back to his dormitory, pleasantly surprised at how smoothly he had invited her. Indeed, children possess a certain talent, with just a bit of charm. They can easily endear themselves to others. Bai Chen mused as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Feigning innocence? That was his forte. Next, he needed to cultivate a good relationship with Dugu Yin and get acquainted with Dugubo. With his plans solidified, Bai Chen proceeded to wash up. Chapter 99. 6 months later, after concluding his tasks, Bai Chen descended the stairs. Upon seeing him, Dugu Yin was somewhat perplexed, noticing the tuft of hair atop his head. Hadn't he just washed up? Why was it still unkempt? Perhaps he had simply overlooked it. "Bai Chen, come here." "Oh, all right." Bai Chen scampered over. As he approached, Dugu Yin reached out to smooth his hair, but as soon as she did, the tuft sprang back up defiantly. "Dugu Yin, what is wrong with you?" Confirming that his hair wouldn't stay down, she refrained from insisting. "Which class are you in?" "I'm in the classical teacher's class." At the mention of classical, Dugu Yin felt a shiver run down her spine. "Classical? What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." "Bai Chen, we should hurry. Don't be late, or the classical teacher will punish you." "All right." Seeing Bai Chen's obedient demeanor, Dugu Yin felt a pang of sorrow. How had Bai Chen ended up in the clutches of the grim reaper of the school, the strictest teacher around? She silently mourned for him. Lost in thought, they arrived at the classroom just as the classical teacher entered. Their paths crossed perfectly. Upon seeing Bai Chen, the teacher broke into an eerie smile. "Bai Chen, you've arrived." "Yes, I'm here, teacher." Dugu Yin, witnessing the teacher's sinister grin, felt goosebumps rise on her skin. "Bai Chen, you should head to class now. I'll take my leave." "Okay, goodbye, senior." With that, Dugu Yin exited. Bai Chen then noticed a familiar name. Yi Lingling. To his surprise, she was also in this class. If memory served him right, she possessed the 9-heart Si-Tang weapon spirit. Curious, Bai Chen checked his weapon spirit encyclopedia, which had indeed updated to include the 9-heart Si-Tang among the supreme spirits. Seizing the moment while the teacher was occupied with introductions, he discreetly glanced at the attributes of the 9-heart Si-Tang. 9-heart Si-Tang strength, D agility, D physique, C growth, S soul power, SS. Upon reviewing the attributes, Bai Chen gained some insight into this weapon spirit. Although many attributes were low, the double S rating sufficed. One couldn't demand too much from a support-type spirit master. The entire class regarded Bai Chen with curious expressions, pondering whether he might be a tad too young. "All right, Bai Chen, please introduce yourself to everyone." "Okay. Hello everyone, I am Bai Chen." After his introduction, he looked at the classical teacher. "Is that it?" "Yes." "Very well, you may sit in the front row. There happened to be an available seat." "Okay." Bai Chen took his place in the second seat of the front row from the left. Now, Bai Chen is a student who has skipped a grade, and he is quite young, so everyone should assist him, understood? Understood. Pleased with the students' reactions, the teacher commenced the lesson. The curriculum at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy was somewhat more lenient compared to the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, albeit with numerous elective courses. Each student was required to complete at least 4 elective courses annually. Otherwise, they would not accumulate enough credits to graduate. Despite the presence of a powerhouse like Yi Lingling in the class, Bai Chen didn't strive to approach her. Thus, a month passed. Suddenly, Bai Chen was summoned to the palace. Upon arriving, he felt somewhat bewildered. Qian Rinxue greeted him. "Bai Chen, congratulations on becoming the fastest soul master to break through to level 20 since the founding of the Tiando Empire. As a reward, you are granted the title of Baron." With that, Qian Rinxue presented the Baroness medal and personally adorned Bai Chen with it. Upon receiving the Baroness medal, a system prompt echoed in Bai Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the title of Baron in the Tiando Empire, earning 5,000 points." Examining the medal on his chest, Bai Chen mused. Is this truly the title of Baron? It seems too swift. While pondering, he followed Qian Rinxue's lead and took the oath. "Congratulations, Bai Chen. You are now a noble of the Tiando Empire. Thank you, Brother Qinghe. Oh, no need for such formalities. This is well-deserved. After a brief conversation, Bai Chen returned home. Though bestowed with the title of Baron, his life remained unchanged, and thus, 6 months passed. During this half-year, Bai Chen had aged to 9. His level had risen to 25, and his points had amassed to over 20,000, resulting in a significant transformation. Now, Bai Chen's attributes were as follows. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 9 soul power, 25 cultivation aptitude, 33, including Qingyang skill 5, weapon spirit, rune wolf weapon spirit quality, top tier soul rings, 2 soul bones, 2 right leg bone, 1000, external soul bone points, 25. 800 special skills, appraisal, Qingyang skill, second layer, serenity decision items, venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, soul sage experience card, soul spirit evolution potion 3. Today was a momentous day. His battle at the soul arena would determine if he could ascend to the golden soul master rank. If victorious this evening, he would become the youngest golden soul master, achieving this feat with a flawless record. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Chen made his way to the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Luo Shi, upon spotting Bai Chen, waved eagerly. Finner, you've arrived. Yes, Sister Luo Shi. When does the competition begin? The matches will start shortly, Luo Shi replied. Over the past 6 months, she had observed Bai Chen's remarkable growth. This swift transformation was astonishing. He had shot up to 140 centimeters, quite tall for a 9-year-old. Nonetheless, due to this growth, many within the Soul Arena recognized Bai Chen's identity. His distinctive features made it nearly impossible for anyone to mistake him. However, despite this recognition, Bai Chen still wore the white wolf mask, obscuring his identity from the majority, particularly the common folk. Entering the arena, Bai Chen's opponent today was Qi Feng. Throughout this period, Qi Feng had often been his adversary, alongside 2 other Silver Soul Masters. Each time they battled, Bai Chen mercilessly harvested their Silver Soul points, forcing them down to Copper Soul rank. This repetition had instilled a sense of trepidation in Qi Feng, who now gazed at Bai Chen with apprehension. As they took the stage, Qi Feng addressed Bai Chen. Could you go easy on me? Bai Chen shook his head. Seeing his response, Qi Feng had no choice but to brace himself for the match. Chapter 100, Ascending to Golden Soul and Martial Soul Manifestation. In an instant, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized around Qi Feng. Unlike Bai Chen, whose level had reached 31, thereby surpassing the rank of Soul Master. As for why Bai Chen, a Grand Soul Master, could contend with this Soul Master, it was by his own request. He was willing to engage with lower-ranked Soul Masters, for otherwise, he could not fathom how long it would take him to ascend to Golden Soul. The referee glanced at both contenders and announced, the match begins. Instantly, Bai Chen and Qi Feng both activated their martial souls, employing their leg bone skills in unison, resulting in a remarkable surge in speed. Over the past 6 months, the two had engaged in daily battles, becoming intimately familiar with each other's techniques. The disparity in their strength was negligible, with Bai Chen narrowly clinching victory each time. However, he had never employed his external soul bones in front of Qi Feng. Had he done so, the outcome might have been swift. Yet, upon their first clash, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming pressure. Qi Feng had recently broken through to level 30, and in the days since, they had not yet faced each other. It could be said that there remained a significant gap between a Soul Master and a Grand Soul Master, especially in the face of a fervent cultivator like Qi Feng. Now, Qi Feng, emboldened by Bai Chen's retreat, felt a thrill of excitement. After 6 months, he finally had the opportunity to defeat Bai Chen. However, as he charged toward Bai Chen, a massive white bone tail appeared seemingly out of nowhere, striking Qi Feng with tremendous force. The crack of impact resonated as Qi Feng felt as if he had been struck by an iron whip, his bones nearly cracking under the blow. In the audience, Xia Xian sighed at the sight, having experienced Bai Chen's bone tail's might firsthand. After half a year, Bai Chen had undoubtedly mastered it further. She cast a sympathetic glance at Qi Feng. Young man, be cautious. The power of that bone tail is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Third soul skill, Gun Soul. Qi Feng realized that if the battle continued in this manner, defeat was inevitable. He promptly unleashed his third soul skill, seeking a quick resolution, regardless of Bai Chen's bone tail. A shroud of black light enveloped him, transforming his aura into something foreboding, as if he had become an entirely different person. The audience, witnessing the transformation, felt a surge of anticipation. Could this be the night that Finner tasted defeat for the first time? However, Bai Chen merely shook his head at the sight. Very well. Let me test my ultimate move on you. Bone Spike. With a powerful thrust, Bai Chen's bone tail lunged toward Qi Feng. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Qi Feng crumpled to the ground, unable to withstand the force. Bai Chen had anticipated a grand display. Yet it had ended so swiftly, leaving little room for further commentary. The referee, momentarily stunned, eventually declared, "The winner is Fenrir." The previously silent audience erupted into fervent cheers, celebrating Fenrir and Appo's name. Today, Bai Chen had shattered the record at the Spirit Arena, becoming the first Grand Soul Master to ascend to Golden Soul with a flawless victory. Nevertheless, Bai Chen remained focused on the voice resonating in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to Golden Soul within 1 year. Reward, 10,000 points. 1 chance for intermediate mysterious lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest. Elevate your battle spirit rank to Sapphire within 5 years. Rewards will be contingent upon performance. Upon hearing the notifications, Bai Chen paused, realizing he had triggered a new side quest and completed the previous one, which included an intermediate mysterious lottery he had previously deemed too expensive to purchase. Now, receiving it as a reward was fortuitous. He approached Chiefing, lifting him up to ensure he could return safely. After all, the force he had just unleashed was considerable. The bone spike, a culmination of his arduous training, concentrated the tail and Appo's power into a single point before releasing it, capable of instantly vanquishing any soul master below level 40. Although he had held back against Chiefing, the impact was still overwhelming, and Chiefing alone might struggle to return. Bai Chen left him at the arena's entrance, allowing his servants to take him home. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was invited by the arena's manager for a discussion. Before him stood a jovial, portly man whose expression remained unchanged. "Fenrir, no, may I call you Bai Chen?" Upon hearing this, Bai Chen nodded and removed his mask. With his identity revealed, there was no need for pretense. Wearing the mask felt impolite. The manager, Fei Gang, was momentarily taken aback. Though he had known Bai Chen's identity, seeing it in person was still astonishing. This young boy had systematically defeated their elite contenders, achieving a flawless ascent to Golden Soul, akin to an 8-year-old besting a group of fully capable adults. "How shall I address you?" Bai Chen inquired. "Oh, I'm Fei Gang. I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me Fei Ge." Fei Ge. Bai Chen cast a puzzled glance at his rotund belly and weathered face. "You call that a few years older?" Noticing Bai Chen's expression, Fei Gang felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly added, "Bai Chen, here is your Golden Soul Medal." He produced a golden medal and handed it to Bai Chen. After Bai Chen accepted it, Fei Gang continued, "I summoned you here for another matter I wish to discuss." "What is it?" "I would like to request that you become our representative for the Spirit Arena." "What is a representative?" "It means using your image for advertising our Spirit Arena, and I will compensate you for your services. What do you think?" Understanding Fei Gang and Appo's proposal, Bai Chen quickly grasped the concept of being a spokesperson. The owner certainly had a knack for business, explaining why the Spirit Arena had flourished. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to decline. His primary focus remained on training, and excessive wealth would be of little use to him. Wait. Don't be so quick to refuse. I'll offer you this amount monthly." Fei Gang gestured with his hands. "All right." Initially reluctant, Bai Chen found the offer too generous to turn down. Chapter 101, Level 30 Fei Gang, ISN and Appo's. "See this a bit too much to ask?" Bai Chen, "Rest assured, Brother Fei, it is not at all a burden. I sincerely wish to collaborate with you." Fei Gang, "Oh, that is good to hear. So, shall we commence work tomorrow?" "Of course." Bai Chen nodded eagerly. "Well then, there is nothing special to address today. You've worked hard in the competition, so you may return now." "All right." With that, Bai Chen slipped away. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Chen began cultivating the celestial demon body. At this point, he could maintain the breathing technique of the celestial demon body for 6 continuous hours, an astonishing feat indeed. With his level raised to 30, he was ready for the next phase of training. His breathing requirements had been met. Now, only the level requirement remained. For Bai Chen, reaching level 30 was not particularly challenging. Attaining level 27 would suffice, after which he could simply consume upgrade pills for the remaining levels. The next day, Bai Chen arrived at the Great Soul Arena of Tiando, eager to discover what duties awaited him as the so-called influential figure. However, upon arriving, Fei Gang instructed someone to create a poster for Bai Chen, which was then affixed at the entrance of the arena. Bai Chen was free to leave, with the understanding that he would only need to come when necessary and accept challenges from contenders. He must defeat all challengers to maintain his privileged status. Honestly, this responsibility was far simpler than Bai Chen had anticipated. Thus, Bai Chen continued his life at the Tiando Royal Senior Academy for another year. A year later, Bai Chen gazed at the 3 low-level upgrade pills in his hand and swallowed them in one gulp. Instantly, a warm sensation radiated through his abdomen. It felt as if something within him had shattered, and a faint dizziness washed over him. He felt a wave of fatigue and succumbed to sleep. When Bai Chen awakened, It was already the following day. He checked his status, name, Bai Chen age, 10 years soul power, level 30 cultivation aptitude, 33, including Qingyang skill 5, martial soul, Rune Wolf martial soul quality, top tier soul rings, 2 soul bones, 2 right leg bones, 1000. External soul bones points, 45,700 special skills, appraisal technique. Qingyang skill, second layer, tranquil heart technique. Items, venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, soul sage experience card, soul evolution potion x3. Upon glancing at his attributes, Bai Chen felt immense satisfaction. Indeed, he had reached level 30. He was on the verge of acquiring his third soul ring. Contemplating this, Bai Chen intended to request a leave of absence. Yet, as he stepped outside, he encountered Gu Dian, who appeared puzzled upon seeing Bai Chen. Bai Chen, why didn't you attend class yesterday? Were you unwell? Didn't he attend class yesterday? After a moment of realization, Bai Chen understood that he had slept for a day and a night. The potency of the pills was astonishing. Was it because he had taken 3 at once? Noticing Bai Chen's dazed expression, Gu Dian inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Bai Chen replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Teacher Gu Dian, I would like to request a leave of absence." Gu Dian responded, "A leave? Why?" His curiosity was piqued, but he had no intention of denying Bai Chen's request. "Teacher, I have broken through to level 30, and I need to go obtain my third soul ring." At this, Gu Dian was left utterly astonished. "What did you just say? Level 30? Bai Chen, unable to suppress his joy, nearly laughed aloud. Gu Dian's expression was a tapestry of emotions. From his perspective, Bai Chen seemed to radiate brilliance, just over 10 years of age, yet at level 30. Truly remarkable. "Teacher, may I take the leave?" "Of course. Shall I accompany you?" No need, my family will take me." "Ah, very well then. Off you go." With that, Gu Dian approved Bai Chen's leave, and Bai Chen departed. Before leaving, he shared the news with Xueko and the others. Their astonishment mirrored that of Gu Dian, yet they ultimately congratulated Bai Chen. Albeit with eyes that reflected a hint of change, his rapid advancement was indeed extraordinary. After hiring a carriage, Bai Chen returned home. The increasingly imposing presence of the Magic Wolf clan evoked no sentiment in him. He had no desire to inherit this lineage. He aspired to carve out his own path. Upon seeing Bai Chen return, the gatekeeper promptly notified the entire clan, and soon, news of Bai Chen's arrival spread throughout. Bai Yi prepared a family banquet for Bai Chen. Although he felt a pang of guilt towards Bai Chen, he still deemed this event necessary. Bai Chen, understanding the circumstances, honored Bai Ye's efforts, for he recognized that if his own daughter had offended others, he too would strive to protect her. Naturally, he was not a saint and held some reservations. Upon hearing of Bai Chen's return, Milan and Bai Luo hurried to greet him. The moment Milan laid eyes on Bai Chen, her eyes sparkled, and she embraced him, exclaiming, "Chen and Appos, you've grown taller." Yes, Bai Chen nodded. Indeed, he had grown. Now standing at 145 centimeters, a commendable height for a 10-year-old. Subsequently, Bai Chen shared the news of his breakthrough to level 30. Their astonishment surpassed even that of Gu Dian. Milan showered Bai Chen with affection, exclaiming, "How splendid! You truly are my son." He. Bai Luo interjected, All right, Chen'er must be tired. Let him rest." Indeed. That evening, Bai Chen attended the family banquet organized in his honor. Despite some underlying tensions with Bai Yi, he was still the heir of the Magic Wolf clan, and this acknowledgement was necessary. Bai Chen initially feared the banquet might be awkward, but to his surprise, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. He merely focused on enjoying the feast. The next day, Bai Chen and Bai Luo packed their belongings and set off once again, this time to seek Mite's assistance in obtaining a soul ring. It had been a while since he had seen Mite, and he intended to visit him as well. After acquiring the third soul ring, Bai Chen could delve into the subsequent content of the celestial demon body cultivation. He felt that he was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of his life. With the acquisition of the third soul ring, he would likely become invincible. A few days later, in Nodding City, Bai Chen's carriage arrived at the familiar gates of the Mi clan. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been a long time since his last visit, and everything seemed unchanged. Chapter 102. Devouring the guard at the entrance was a newcomer, unfamiliar with Bai Chen and his companions. Thus, upon their arrival, he politely intercepted them. "I apologize, but this is the territory of the Mi clan. May I inquire who you are?" Unperturbed by the interruption, Bai Chen and Bai Luo understood it was the guard's duty. Bai Luo introduced herself. "I am Bai Luo, and this is Bai Chen, the son-in-law and grandson of clan leader Mite. Kindly inform him of our presence." Upon hearing their identities, the guard promptly nodded and hurried inside to notify Mite. Before long, they were welcomed in and soon found themselves in the living room. "Chen'er, what brings you to visit your grandfather today? Has Bai Yi and the others mistreated you? I shall seek retribution. Grandfather, there's no need for that. I have come because I have reached level 30. Could you assist me in acquiring a third spirit ring? Mitei's reaction mirrored that of his predecessor. The following day, in the Sunset Forest, Mitei, Bai Chen, and Bai Luo arrived to assist Bai Chen in obtaining his third spirit ring. This marked Bai Chen's third visit. Yet he remained as cautious as ever. Be careful, Mitei warned just as Bai Chen instinctively stepped back, a poisoned dagger appearing in his hand. With a soft thud, Bai Chen heard the sound of the dagger piercing flesh. He glanced at the plant to his right, breaking into a cold sweat. The Ghost King Vine, a fearsome plant endowed with potent toxicity. Even a century-old Ghost King Vine could easily poison a 1,000-year spirit beast. This particular one was but a century old. The sudden ambush made Bai Chen feel a chill of dread. Thankfully, his skills had prevailed. Otherwise, he might have met his demise that day. Seeing Bai Chen unharmed, Bai Luo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Chen then produced a small porcelain vial, preparing to collect the venom of the Ghost King Vine. Chinner, what are you doing? Do not approach the Ghost King Vine. It is extremely dangerous. Grandfather, I wish to collect its venom. Though Mitei initially intended to refuse, witnessing Bai Chen's adept movements led him to acquiesce. After successfully gathering the venom, they continued onward. Before long, the morning slipped away, and to their surprise, they encountered a black moon wolf estimated to be around 1,300 years old. The compatibility with Bai Chen was 80%, yet he found it somewhat beneath his standards. With his current prowess, Bai Chen was not to be underestimated. His third spirit ring would surely exceed 2,000 years. He aimed to absorb a spirit beast of similar age if possible. Just as Bai Chen contemplated letting the creature pass, the black moon wolf unexpectedly charged at them. Mitei and Bai Luo readied themselves to intervene, but Bai Chen interjected. Leave it to me, grandfather and father. I wish to test my strength. Instinctively, Mitei and Bai Luo stepped aside, their gaze fixed on Bai Chen, prepared to rush to his aid should he falter. The black moon wolf, upon spotting Bai Chen, bore a cruel smile. Bai Chen furrowed his brow, recognizing the creature's intent to devour him. Spirit of the Giant's Tail. Manifest. Rice cake. Manifest. With that, Bai Chen's attributes surged dramatically. His speed soon surpassed that of the black moon wolf. First spirit skill, Frenzied Assault. He dodged the wolf's attack, delivering a powerful strike to its side. The howl of the wolf reverberated as Bai Chen struck its eye, and despite its attempt to shield itself, the pain was palpable. When it reopened its eyes, bloodshot and impaired, it was evident its vision was compromised. After injuring the black moon wolf, Bai Chen did not rush. He took a couple of steps back. Biding his time, refraining from using his daggers, he wished to gauge his own strength. The wolf howled in fury, launching a series of attacks, all of which Bai Chen deftly evaded. Bone Spike. Seizing yet another opening, Bai Chen plunged a bone spike into the wolf's other eye. With one eye blinded, the black moon wolf descended into madness, thrashing about wildly. Bai Chen observed coldly, occasionally striking with his tail, which extended to 3 meters, providing him ample range to avoid the creature's assaults. Gradually, Bai Chen intensified his onslaught, and Mitei and Bai Luo, who had initially intended to intervene, were now utterly mesmerized. Bai Chen and Appo's performance was extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary child, or even a seasoned spirit master. He left no opportunity for the wolf, methodically wearing it down. After half an hour, the black moon wolf finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground with a purple spirit ring materializing above its head. Upon its fall, Bai Chen inspected the remains for any soul bones, finding none. Undeterred, he drove his tailbone into the creature, watching as its body rapidly withered away. Bai Chen's tailbone visibly elongated to approximately 4 meters, while the black moon wolf was reduced to little more than a skeleton. Mitei and Bai Luo stood in stunned silence, and Bai Chen approached them, waving his hand. Are you both all right? Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, they snapped back to reality. All is well. They refrained from questioning Bai Chen's ability to absorb the essence of the black moon wolf, recognizing that it seemed to pose no detriment to him. Let us continue our search for prey. Of course, they replied, and Bai Chen examined his elongated tailbone, acutely aware of the significant increase in its strength, approximately 20%, along with a broader attack range, allowing for greater absorption potential in the future. Chapter 103, Third Soul Skill. Terrifying howl in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen and his companions encountered a soul beast that was perfectly suited for him, the fearsome wolf. This exceedingly rare soul beast was approximately 2,300 years old. Bai Chen could distinctly perceive that the compatibility between them reached an astonishing 99%, marking it as the oldest soul beast he had encountered thus far. Grandfather, I wish to have that fearsome wolf as my third soul ring. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, MIT looked at the fearsome wolf, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Chinner, The age of that fearsome wolf is rather high. It may not be suitable for you. Perhaps you should consider a different one. Bai Chen promptly shook his head. Trust me, grandfather, I will surely succeed in absorbing it. With unwavering confidence, Bai Chen insisted. MIT. Feeling somewhat helpless, conceded, very well, you may give it a try, but should any danger arise, I will intervene. With that, MIT grasped the fearsome wolf, which thrashed wildly in response to MIT's overwhelming strength, but to no avail. To ensure safety, MIT broke the creature's limbs and subsequently knocked it unconscious. Come, Chinner. The weakness of the fearsome wolf lies in its heart vein. Hearing MIT's instruction, Bai Chen approached with a pufferfish poison dagger and pierced the heart vein of the fearsome wolf. With a soft sound, a light purple soul ring gradually floated above the creature, which convulsed twice before perishing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the 2,300-year-old fearsome wolf. Reward, 3,000 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After consuming a property pill, he began the formal absorption of the soul ring. However, this experience differed from the previous two. Despite the compatibility reaching 99%, the fearsome wolf seemed resistant, displaying a willful defiance. Surprised by this development, Bai Chen realized that high compatibility did not necessarily guarantee the creature's willingness to become his soul ring. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that a mere 2,300-year-old fearsome wolf was no match for his prowess. 2 hours later, MIT observed Bai Chen's pained expression and prepared to intervene at any moment, sensing that Bai Chen might be in peril. Just as he was about to act, Bai Chen's face suddenly calmed, and the soul ring on the fearsome wolf began to dissipate. Has he succeeded in the absorption? MIT pondered, uncertain of Bai Chen's condition. Moments later, Bai Chen opened his eyes, reflecting on the recent experience with a shiver of apprehension. Had the fearsome wolf's soul ring been a couple of 100 years older, he might have faced catastrophic failure and met his demise. Fortunately, due to the heavenly demon body and tranquility technique, his physical strength and mental fortitude were exceptional. Otherwise, he could have perished. Chinner, are you all right? Did you successfully absorb it? MIT inquired. Yes, I succeeded. Moreover, I acquired a formidable skill. As he spoke, Bai Chen's bone tail pierced into the body of the fearsome wolf, absorbing its energy. Observing Bai Chen's actions, MIT decided to refrain from interrupting, opting instead to wait patiently for Bai Chen to complete the absorption before inquiring about the newly acquired skill. A few minutes later, the fearsome wolf was entirely absorbed. Regrettably, there were no soul bones. However, Bai Chen's bone tail had now grown to 4.5 meters in length, adorned with black patterns identical to those on the fearsome wolf. Simultaneously, Bai Chen sensed that his bone tail had assimilated the toxins from the fearsome wolf, which were debilitating poisons capable of inducing madness and reducing attributes. After Bai Chen completed the absorption, MIT and Bai Luo immediately asked, "How is it, Chenner? Are you all right? What soul skill did you gain?" Not wishing to prolong the suspense, Bai Chen replied, "I acquired the fearsome wolf skill, Terrifying Howl. Its specific function depends on the level and attributes of the target." MIT and Bai Luo nodded in acknowledgement, though they were not entirely satisfied, considering the fearsome wolf and Oppo's rarity. By the system's classification, it was very close to being a super soul beast, yet the skill seemed somewhat underwhelming. Noticing their expressions, Bai Chen added nonchalantly, "It's an area attack." MIT and Bai Luo. "That's not quite right. The range is 20 meters, and its potency can be enhanced depending on my soul power output." MIT and Bai Luo. Bai Luo exclaimed, "Goodness, that sounds rather overpowered. In a team battle, it would be a divine skill." Bai Chen replied, "It's not that extraordinary. The skill does not differentiate between friend and foe. If I am not careful, I might inadvertently harm my allies. Even so, that is still quite formidable. Can you not control your output?" Bai Luo inquired. Bai Chen nodded, conceding, "That's true." With that, they departed from the Sunset Forest. Subsequently, Bai Chen stayed with MIT for a while before returning home. Shueka gazed at the lake before her, feeling somewhat bored. It had been 10 days and 3 hours since she last saw Bai Chen, and she desperately needed to replenish her energy from him. Otherwise, she felt she might wither away. Sigh, I wonder when Bai Chen will return. At that moment, Bai Chen, returning, heard Shueka's voice and smiled. "I'm back, Shueka." Upon hearing the voice behind her, Shueka turned around in delight and immediately spotted Bai Chen. "Chen, you're back." As she spoke, she rushed towards him. Bai Chen swiftly caught her. "Chen, congratulations on advancing to Soul Sovereign." "Thank you. My father wishes to meet you, Chen. Would you accompany me?" "Of course." Although Bai Chen was somewhat surprised by Shueka's request, he was genuinely curious about the legendary Snow Knight Emperor. "That is wonderful. Can we go tomorrow?" "Certainly." After a brief conversation, Bai Chen excused himself, but instead of returning to his dormitory, he headed towards the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City, eager to test the extent of his newfound strength with his third soul ring and to see how he measured up against peak soul sovereigns. Chapter 104. The instantaneous defeat of the pinnacle soul master as Bai Chen made his way towards the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. He took a moment to examine his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 10 soul power, level 32 training aptitude, 33, including Qiang Gong 5, martial soul, Rune Wolf martial soul quality, top tier soul rings, 3 soul bones, 2 right leg bone, 1000, external soul bone points, 49, 700 special skills, appraisal technique, Qiang Gong, second layer, tranquility decision, items, venomous dagger, pufferfish venom dagger, soul sage experience card, soul evolution potion 3. It was evident that the 2,300-year-old soul beast had significantly elevated Bai Chen's level. His various attributes and external soul bones had seen a substantial increase, making him a formidable opponent even against typical soul masters. Upon arriving at the Tiando Grand Soul Arena, Luo Shi immediately spotted Bai Chen. Little E, standing nearby, looked on helplessly, doubting whether her friend had lost her senses as she became infatuated upon seeing Fenrir. Though it was true that the Fenrir contestant was quite popular in the arena, rumors indicated that he was not yet 10 years old, rendering them akin to elder women in comparison. Ignoring Little E's size, Luo Shi directed her attention solely to Bai Chen. Fenrir contestant, it has been a while. Bai Chen remarked. Indeed, it has been a while. I have come to re-register my level, and I have now reached level 32, he continued, showcasing his soul rings to them. Could you arrange for some soul master level opponents, perhaps of the gold or silver rank, to battle with me? Bai Chen inquired. Upon hearing his request, Luo Shi nodded eagerly. Yes, let me check immediately. Before long, she exclaimed, I found one. There is a silver rank soul master at level 39. And we can arrange the battle for this evening. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Excellent, let us proceed with him. Please provide me with his details. Understood. Bai Chen replied before heading to the lounge. Meanwhile, Luo Shi swiftly reported Bai Chen's breakthrough past level 30 and his intention to engage in combat. Fei Gang was promptly informed of the news, and posters at the entrance of the Tiando Grand Soul Arena were swiftly replaced. The Wolf King Fenrir has broken through to Soul Master. Tonight marks Fenrir's debut in the Soul Master realm. Will he maintain his undefeated streak? As anticipated, the change in headline attracted considerable attention from the audience, with many promptly purchasing tickets for the match. Thousands of tickets sold out in an instant, and the betting pools filled rapidly. Many placed their bets on Bai Chen securing victory, while some believed he would struggle to maintain his winning streak at the Soul Master level. Overall, the wagers were nearly evenly split. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was reviewing his opponent's information. Name, Rasta Martial Soul, Earth Vein Dragon level, 39 soul rank, Silver Soul Master record. Bai Chen felt satisfied upon examining the details of his opponent. This individual was indeed a formidable opponent among soul masters, making him an ideal candidate for Bai Chen to hone his skills. Soon, the match commenced. After an introduction, both contestants took to the stage. Rasta looked at Bai Chen and smirked. You are that recent sensation, the clown, aren't you? Let me tell you. Being a soul master is not the same as being a great soul master. Your level, barely over 30, stands no chance against me. Bai Chen paid no heed to the provocation. Such pre-match taunts typically heralded a poor outcome for the instigator, as the two prepared to engage. The atmosphere grew tense with palpable energy. The audience buzzed with excitement, and the referee, seeing both contestants ready, declared, let the match begin. Martial Soul. Manifest. 2 in an instant, a bizarrely patterned bone tail emerged behind Bai Chen. His primary objective in this match was to assess the strength of the bone tail after devouring several fearwolves. Observing Bai Chen's lack of an immediate offensive, Rasta scoffed. Humph. Pretentious. First soul skill. Rock armor. With that, a thick layer of rocky armor enveloped Rasta, enhancing his defenses. As he charged toward Bai Chen easily evaded the attack, swiftly retaliating with a powerful strike from his bone tail. Crack. Rasta's armor shattered under the blow, and a distinct cracking sound echoed as one of his bones fractured due to his carelessness. Humph. Rasta grunted in pain. However, Bai Chen paid no mind. After his initial strike, he executed a swift counterattack, the spikes on his bone tail piercing through Rasta's armor and injecting the toxins of the Fearwolf. Thud. The silver-rank Soul Master was effortlessly defeated by Bai Chen, who stared in astonishment at his bone tail. The evolved tail exhibited tremendous power, rivaling that of a pure-strength Soul Master of level 45. It was truly formidable. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 39 Soul Master. Reward, 300 points. With its attack range, toxins, and speed, Bai Chen mused that even Tang Sen's 8 spider lances might pale in comparison to his giant spirit tail. Truly, one could say that the System S products were of exceptional quality. The audience sat in stunned silence for a few seconds following Bai Chen's rapid victory, before erupting into a fervent cheer. Feeling elated after securing his first victory as a soul master, Bai Chen collected his reward and departed. His level had now risen to 32, and he could maintain the breathing technique of the heavenly demon body for a continuous 8 hours. It was time to proceed to the next phase of his training. Exiting the arena, Bai Chen removed his mask and donned a cloak that obscured his appearance entirely before heading towards the Soul Beast Market. Indeed, he was headed to the Soul Beast Market, where transactions involving soul beasts occurred within the Tiando Empire. Upon arriving in the bustling marketplace, Bai Chen navigated with ease into a tavern, taking a seat at the counter and surveying his surroundings. The bartender, noticing Bai Chen, immediately inquired, "Well, would you like to drink? A glass of sweet melon juice, please." "Certainly. One moment, please." As he waited, Bai Chen's gaze locked on to an unremarkable individual. "It is you." Chapter 105, Cultivating the Demon Body, sir. "Your sweet melon juice is ready." Upon hearing the bartender's words, Bai Chen picked up the juice and approached a certain individual. The moment the person caught sight of Bai Chen, he lifted his head. Subsequently, Bai Chen produced a pouch of coins and handed it over, containing 3 golden soul coins, 6 silver soul coins, and 9 copper soul coins. The individual glanced at the pouch, verified the amount, and said, "Follow me." With that, he led Bai Chen into the depths of the tavern. Instantly, Bai Chen was escorted into a room. "You know the rules, right?" the man suddenly inquired. "Yes, I do," Bai Chen replied with a hoarse voice. Hearing his response, the man nodded and pressed a stone brick from the previous meeting, revealing a hidden underground passage before Bai Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, Bai Chen stepped inside. Upon entering, he was enveloped in darkness. However, he refrained from lighting a torch. Due to the nature of his martial soul, he could see quite clearly even in the night. After approximately 15 minutes, Bai Chen emerged from the tunnel into a marketplace-like setting. As he entered, several groups of people turned their gazes upon him. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Bai Chen remained composed. Having visited the black market several times before, he was accustomed to such attention. Drawing from his previous experiences, he made his way toward the Soul Beast Market. A few minutes later, Bai Chen arrived at the Soul Beast Market, where he was greeted by a robust middle-aged man. Upon seeing Bai Chen, the man immediately asked, "What do you need?" "Fresh blood of a 1,000-year soul beast, about 300 pounds. Any soul beast's blood will suffice." The man nodded in acknowledgement. Although blood from soul beasts was not a frequent purchase, it was occasionally sought after, though few would buy such a large quantity at once. In their line of work, it was most crucial to avoid questioning a customer's identity or the purpose behind their purchases. About half an hour later, the man returned carrying a large wooden barrel. 600 gold coins, he stated. Bai Chen, upon hearing this, retrieved the required amount and handed it over. For them, soul beast blood was not particularly precious, generally. It was rarely needed, and as it was easily obtainable, even in the somewhat expensive black market, its price remained relatively reasonable. After storing the soul beast blood in his Tsang Wolf ring, Bai Chen departed the black market. Once he ensured that he had shaken off all pursuers, he finally returned to his dormitory. Immediately, he poured roughly 50 pounds of the beast's blood into the barrel, added some water and substances to invigorate the blood's energy, and began to heat it. Half an hour later, gazing at the boiling crimson liquid, Bai Chen gulped as he imagined the pain that would ensue from immersion. After a moment's hesitation, he plunged in. As he entered the blood pool, an indescribable heat surged through him, nearly threatening to dissolve him entirely. His rationality began to wane. But thanks to his long practice of the tranquil heart technique, he was not easily overcome. Following the instructions of the demon body cultivation method, he began to channel his soul power, gradually absorbing the energy from the pool. Seconds later, with a loud splash, Bai Chen leapt from the blood pool. The agony was beyond human endurance. As he employed the prescribed technique, the pain intensified, as if he were truly melting away. He resolved to momentarily retreat. Though avoidance was shameful, it proved effective. After a considerable time, Bai Chen decided to increase the water content while reducing the ratio of the substances in blood. His initial attempt with the blood of a century-old soul beast had been overwhelming. Half an hour later, he re-entered the blood pool. Although it was still painful, the adjusted proportions rendered it more bearable. He then commenced the process of refining his body using the blood, quickly entering a state of cultivation. During this process, red, thread-like patterns occasionally emerged on his skin, lending him an eerie appearance. At last, an hour passed. Bai Chen opened his eyes and gazed at his body. His skin had turned a vivid red, reaching the limit of his endurance, yet the barrel still contained a wealth of unabsorbed energy. With a sigh, Bai Chen realized he must construct a blood pool as instructed in the demon body technique. A blood pool could preserve energy over extended periods, whereas the barrel allowed for only a single use, resulting in waste if not fully utilized. Contemplating this, Bai Chen considered purchasing a property to facilitate the creation of a blood pool, as it would be inappropriate to set one up at school or at home. Moreover, owning a residence had been a small dream of his in his previous life, and now it could fulfill an old desire. With these thoughts, Bai Chen drifted into slumber, having accumulated enough wealth to easily afford a residence. Early the next morning, Bai Chen awoke. With no classes that day, he promptly set off toward a property sales location, thinking buying a house, a trivial matter. To avoid unnecessary complications, he donned a cloak that concealed his entire form. Upon arrival, a server quickly approached him, greeting him warmly. "Hello, may I inquire if you are looking to purchase a residence?" Bai Chen nodded, deliberately adopting a hoarse voice to respond. "Yes. Do you have any specific requirements? For instance, the desired location or the size of the residence?" After contemplating, Bai Chen replied, "As for location, it should be near the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Regarding size, I would like to know what options are available." "Sir, there are approximately 7 residences remaining near the Tiando Great Soul Arena, with the largest spanning 1,000 square meters and the smallest at 100 square meters. After an extensive introduction, Bai Chen ultimately selected a residence of around 600 square meters, which was quite spacious and reasonably priced. Following this, Bai Chen inspected the residence and swiftly made the purchase, though he had no immediate plans to hire servants. Chapter 106. The unveiling of the level 30 gift package in this courtyard. He intended to create a blood pool. In the future, once his strength had increased, he could directly immerse himself in the blood pool to cultivate the heavenly demon body. Hence, this space could only be entrusted to those he deemed trustworthy. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen began to plan his courtyard. The blood pool, without a doubt, must not be exposed to the open air. It needed to be constructed deep underground. Otherwise, the pungent scent of blood would be too conspicuous, making it easy for others to discover. A few days later, Bai Chen found a suitable location for the blood pool within the newly purchased residence, his bedroom, which surprisingly contained a basement. He intended to excavate further down from this basement to create an adequate space for the blood pool. Although the task of digging was rather tedious, Bai Chen hesitated to enlist the help of others, for he had yet to find anyone he could trust and lacked any significant influence. Thus, he resolved to undertake the excavation himself. Realizing this, Bai Chen shook his head. It was time to establish his own power. Continuation in this manner would only hinder his progress. In the subsequent days, Bai Chen dedicated an hour each day to digging the passageway leading to the blood pool, slightly adjusting his training schedule. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and Bai Chen assessed his progress. Due to the solitary nature of his endeavor, the pace of excavation was rather slow. In a full hour, he had only managed to advance a few meters. At this rate, completing the blood pool would indeed be a monumental task. Yet, perhaps this was advantageous, as the intensity of the blood pool would far exceed that of an ordinary blood bath, allowing him ample time to acclimate. Afterward, Bai Chen glanced at his systems shop inside. He noticed an additional item called the gift package key, priced at 100,000 points, which could unlock a gift package for free. The level 30 gift package required such a key for access. Bai Chen was incensed. Did this not mean he needed 100,000 points to open the package? The system was becoming increasingly unscrupulous, with newly introduced items priced exorbitantly beyond his current means. However, despite his indignation, he recognized that, based on past experiences, these level gift packages often contained items that could not be purchased, unique items of great value surpassing mere points. Hence, whether it was 100,000 points, 200,000, or even 300,000, Bai Chen would strive to accumulate the points necessary for the purchase. After all, with the elevation of his level, his rate of earning points was also accelerating, and reaching 100,000 points should not be insurmountable with concerted effort. A year later, due to his focus on constructing the blood pool, Bai Chen and Appo's S level had only risen by 2, reaching level 34. Notably, Bai Chen's Soul Master level had ascended to the purple gold tier, making him a figure akin to a war god within the Great Soul Arena of Tiando. However, this elevation presented a challenge. Finding opponents for matches had become exceedingly difficult, as few could achieve the purple gold tier at the Soul Master level. In fact, within the entire Great Soul Arena, he was the sole individual at this rank. Consequently, the arena had instituted a special regulation. If a Soul Master found themselves without opponents at their level, they could challenge an opponent one tier lower. Of course, Bai Chen was the only one currently engaging in this practice, and even so, he struggled to find matches. At last, the preparations for his blood pool were complete. He had personally overseen every aspect of the construction, and the sense of accomplishment was truly fulfilling. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to claim the level 30 Soul Master gift package, as his points had reached 120,000, sufficient to redeem the upgrade package. Ding. Congratulations, host. The upgrade package has been successfully used. You have gained 10 Soul Evolution Potions, an upgrade in Appraisal Technique, 1 Smell Potion, and 1 Talent Domain package. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your Appraisal Technique has upgraded to Divine Eye, unlocking new functionalities. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen Spirit Sword, the rewards from the level 30 package were indeed remarkable, not to mention the 10 Soul Evolution Potions, which alone made the endeavor worthwhile. He also received an upgraded Appraisal Technique now known as Divine Eye, quite an impressive title, along with the Smell Potion and Talent Domain package. However, upon inspecting the conditions for unlocking the Talent Domain package, Bai Chen felt a twinge of foreboding. Sure enough, he discovered that the unlocking requirement for the Talent Domain package was 3 gift package keys. Bai Chen inwardly lamented the system's audacity. 300,000 points were indeed a hefty sum. Bai Chen then examined his new attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 11 Soul Power, Level 34 Cultivation Aptitude, 33, including Qingyang Skill 5, Martial Soul, Rune Wolf Martial Soul Quality, Top Tier Soul Rings, 3 Soul Bones, 2, Right Leg Bone, 1,000 points, 10, 300 Special Skills, Divine Eye, capable of discerning an opponent's age, level, status, and dispelling illusions based on mental strength. Qingyang Skill, 2nd Layer. And Mindcom Technique. Items, Venomous Dagger, Pufferfish Poison Dagger, Soul Sage Experience Card, 16 Soul Evolution Potions, Smell Potion, and 1 Talent Domain package. Upon reviewing his attributes, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Once he utilized the Smell Potion, he should be able to detect danger immediately. Furthermore, with 16 Soul Evolution Potions in hand, obtaining 9 more would allow him to evolve his martial soul once again. With that thought, Bai Chen promptly consumed the Smell Potion. Recognizing that tomorrow would be free of obligations, it was an opportune moment for such usage. After ingestion, unlike the vision and hearing potions, Bai Chen felt his nose tingle, followed by a wave of heat coursing through his body, akin to suffering from a severe cold. Soon after, he collapsed to the ground. A day later, Bai Chen groggily awakened, feeling remarkably refreshed. It seemed as though his nasal passages had cleared, bringing him immense comfort. Simultaneously, he became aware of a myriad of peculiar scents. The earthy aroma of the courtyard, the lingering stench of blood from his previous bath, the scent of medicinal herbs, and more. Naturally, there were also some indescribable odors, which I shall refrain from elaborating on. Chapter 107. The King of Bone-Eating Grass. After utilizing the olfactory potion, Bai Chen traversed through the basement and arrived before the blood pool. Although referred to as a blood pool, it was devoid of any actual blood. Bai Chen calculated that to fill this pool, at least 20,000 pounds of beast blood would be required. Currently, he possessed approximately 3,000 pounds of beast blood, which could serve as the catalyst for the pool. Additionally, maintaining the blood pool necessitated a unique formation to prevent the essence within from dissipating. Fortunately, Bai Chen had already arranged this formation, but it lacked a crucial focal point, which could only be sustained by a medicinal king aged over 10,000 years. It was highly likely that such a medicinal king resided in Douluo Bo's herb garden. However, Bai Chen had yet to find an opportunity to enter it, rendering this option temporarily infeasible. Recently, he had also heard rumors that the Tiando auction house was set to auction a medicinal king over 10,000 years old. Albeit it was a poison. The blood pool had no particular requirements regarding the attributes of the medicinal king, so even if it were poisonous, it would not pose a problem. His only concern was that Bai Chen and Appo's current financial situation was around 3 million gold soul coins. While this sum might seem like an unimaginable fortune to most, for Bai Chen, it represented earnings achievable within a year or two. After all, the reputation of a battle god was not something just anyone could claim. Nonetheless, it appeared that he should be able to afford it, as typically, even a common medicinal supplement of the 10,000-year variety would fetch a maximum of 1 million gold soul coins, with the usual price around 500,000 gold soul coins. Poisonous herbs tended to be even cheaper. After all, typical medicinal kings would not elevate the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda to the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda, compelling a prominent figure like Ning Fengxi to spend 500,000 gold soul coins on a purchase. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that Bai Chen could indeed afford it. The following day, at the Tiando Great Soul Arena, Bai Chen, cloaked and masked, made his entrance. He was now around 1 meter 50 tall. Although still somewhat slender, he could manage to present himself as a distinguished guest, showing his VIP card to gain access to the private box. Upon his arrival, the auction had yet to commence, and out of boredom, He glanced towards the general seating, immediately spotting Ning Fengji seated in the back. This sight left Bai Chen somewhat speechless. He could not fathom the mindset of the wealthy who, despite being able to enjoy the finest treatments in the VIP section, chose to mingle with others in the ordinary seats. It was perplexing, especially since it was clear that no one would fail to recognize Ning Fengji. After about a quarter of an hour, the auction officially began. As usual, the auctioneer was a strikingly attractive female host. Bai Chen cast a disinterested glance her way. He was there to procure items, not to be entertained by her presence. The lengthy proceedings of each auction were quite vexing. Soon, with the host's enthusiastic promotion, item after item was sold until, half an hour later, the coveted item Bai Chen sought was finally presented. Esteemed guests, the next item up for auction is a rare treasure, indeed a gem in our Tiando Great Auction House. Many of you are likely familiar with this item. It is none other than the 10,000-year medicinal king, the bone-eating king grass. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Bai Chen immediately focused his gaze on the bone-eating medicinal king. The bone-eating grass itself was a terrifying poison, distinct from many others. Its toxicity was so severe that mere contact would result in poisoning, rapidly infiltrating the bones and gradually devouring them. Those severely poisoned would find their bones turning pitch black and becoming extraordinarily brittle, potentially shattering upon the slightest touch. For such individuals, life would be worse than death. While ordinary bone-eating poison was formidable, the 10,000-year bone-eating king grass was even more exaggeratedly potent. This type of poison held a certain allure for nobles with peculiar preferences. However, to be frank, the efficacy of ordinary bone-eating grass was already substantial, making the extravagant expenditure on such a medicinal king unnecessary unless there were specific adversaries to contend with. Noticing that the audience below seemed less than enthusiastic, the host experienced a slight awkwardness but persevered, stating, "The starting bid for this medicinal king is 200,000 gold soul coins, with each increment not less than 10,000 gold soul coins. The bidding begins now." Immediately, bids began to pour in. 210,000 gold soul coins. 220,000 gold soul coins. Bai Chen contemplated, well, even if I might not utilize it, acquiring it for future use against those who wronged me would be worthwhile. After some time, Bai Chen raised his paddle. 400,000 gold soul coins. The room fell into a profound silence. 400,000 gold soul coins were nearly the upper limit for this item. Unless there were special requirements, it was uncommon for anyone to spend such a hefty sum on something they did not need. Given Bai Chen's rising reputation in the Tiando Great Auction House, it was known that whatever he pursued would invariably fall into his hands. Competing against him would be futile. They had no need for the item, and risking offense by bidding against him was unwise. The host, noticing Bai Chen's bid, announced, "VIP number 15 bids 400,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to outbid?" The silence lingered, indicating that the item had reached its peak price. 400,000 gold soul coins once. 400,000 gold soul coins twice. 400,000 gold soul coins 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to VIP number 15 for acquiring this item. With that, the host proceeded to introduce the next item for auction, while Bai Chen quickly received the bone-eating king grass, which was encased within a completely sealed jade box. After confirming its authenticity with his divine eye, he promptly completed the transaction and departed. As the Tiando Great Auction House allowed for immediate exits post-purchase. An hour later, as the auction concluded and the host descended from the stage, she heard of Bai Chen's departure but felt no surprise. He was known for his peculiar habits of leaving immediately after acquiring what he desired. Back at his residence, Bai Chen carefully levitated the bone-eating king grass using his soul power, positioning it at the focal point of the formation. He then activated the formation, which sprang to life in an instant. Witnessing this, Bai Chen began pouring the beast blood from the Tsang Wolf ring into the pool, one bucket after another. Chapter 108. Selection for the school team. At the moment the beastly blood was poured into the blood pool, it began to boil. Bai Chen glanced inside and felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he had adapted to the immersion of bloodbaths over the past year, the blood pool before him was vastly more intimidating. Moreover, the pool was not yet full. From Bai Chen's perspective, it resembled a river on the brink of drought. After a moment's hesitation, he stripped off his clothes and jumped in. After all, was he the sort to shy away from fear? Absolutely not. He was exceedingly courageous. Upon entering the blood pool, a wave of heat surged toward his head. The intensity of the sensation was comparable to that of his previous bloodbath, but unlike before, Bai Chen managed to endure it this time. It was not until half an hour later that he finally emerged from the pool. Once out, he exhaled a sigh of relief, recalling the experience with a sense of trepidation. This was not something an ordinary person could withstand, but fortunately, his will was resolute. As the crimson hue on his skin gradually faded, Bai Chen returned to his normal complexion. having engaged in bloodbaths for a year. He found that while they did not significantly enhance his strength and defense, they had greatly improved the speed of his soul power flow, his defenses, and all forms of resistance, including toxin resistance. Though the enhancement of soul power flow might seem insignificant, it was, in fact, extraordinarily advantageous. With an increased soul power flow speed, Bai Chen's recovery rate, healing speed, and the speed at which he could unleash soul skills would all see substantial improvement, as would his cultivation pace. The continued use of this method would further elevate these attributes. The following day, upon returning to the academy, Bai Chen was summoned to Qin Ming's office. Confused by the sudden call, he wondered what business Qin Ming had with him. Bai Chen, are you curious why I summoned you? Qin Ming inquired. Yes. The primary reason I called you here is that the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy is about to commence the selection for the school team. School team? Indeed. You may have heard that the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy conducts 2 selections each year, ultimately admitting 22 individuals, 7 for the first team, 7 for the second team, and the remaining 8 as substitutes for both teams. After Qin Ming's explanation, Bai Chen nodded. He had indeed heard of the school team, but was unaware of the specific selection dates. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a side quest, school team selection. Task requirements. Please secure a first-place finish to enter the first team. Task rewards. 10,000 points. 1 mid-level mysterious lottery chance. Bai Chen's mind was filled with the system's announcement of the task, and Qin Ming continued, Bai Chen, if possible, I hope you will participate in this selection, as being part of the school team will significantly tilt the academy's training resources in your favor. Additionally, there are various other benefits. You possess the strength. I hope you strive for this opportunity. Understood, Teacher Qin. I choose to participate in this selection. Hearing Bai Chen's response, Qin Ming smiled and nodded. It was fortunate that Bai Chen was participating, otherwise, given his current level, he might miss the opportunity to compete in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament 3 years hence. After all, Bai Chen was likely to break through to level 40 soon, and beyond that, there would be little he could learn at the academy. Staying on merely to participate in the next Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament would be meaningless. A few days later, Bai Chen arrived at the selection venue. There, he encountered many familiar faces, including Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and the Shimo brothers, among others from the Tiando Royal Battle Team. Yu Tianheng and the others quickly noticed Bai Chen. For over the past few years, his reputation had resonated throughout the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Breaking through to level 30 at the age of 10, he was the fastest known Soul Master to achieve this milestone. In comparison, the esteemed Hao Yan, who was of the same age, had only reached the rank of a great Soul Master at that age. Furthermore, Bai Chen had already attained the Purple Gold level Battle Soul title in the Tiando Great Soul Arena. With such a background, how could they not recognize him? For various reasons. Although Bai Chen's current level stood at only 34, a level that was not particularly outstanding among the students of the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, he was already a strong contender for the championship. Du Guyan approached him and ruffled his hair. Little Chen, are you participating in the school team selection too? Yes. After chatting with Du Guyan for a while, the testing commenced. The selection process was divided into 2 rounds, the elimination round and the selection round. The elimination round was straightforward. 10 individuals would compete, and the last 3 would remain. This method would filter out 30% of the participants, after which the remaining individuals would enter the point selection round, with the top 22 advancing. Typically, around 200 participants would enter the competition each year at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Strictly speaking, the number was not particularly large, as not everyone could break through to level 30 before the age of 25. Most participants were usually just above level 30. Making it relatively rare to encounter soul masters like Yu Tianheng, who was at level 37. Furthermore, since all previous school team members had graduated, it was not particularly challenging for Bai Chen to claim victory. As he pondered this, Bai Chen approached to draw lots. Upon glancing at the slip in his hand, he noted that he was assigned to the 3rd round, Venue 4. The first elimination round would only occur twice in a single day, and the 3rd round would take place the following day. Thus, Bai Chen had no matches scheduled for today. However, Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng had drawn lots for the 1st and 2nd rounds. After some contemplation, Bai Chen decided to watch Du Guyan and Apos' matches, hoping to strengthen their relationship, which would be beneficial for future visits to Du Gubo's medicinal garden. As Bai Chen made his way over, an elderly man with green hair suddenly approached him. Upon glancing at the man, Bai Chen found himself unable to look away. The man had Du Gubo inscribed on his head, with his level indicated as 3 question marks. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, Du Gubo turned his head and was surprised to find a youthful boy with a tuft of hair staring intently at him. In truth, most students at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy did not recognize Douluo, primarily because Douluo was not particularly ostentatious and rarely brought him to the academy. Thus, Douluo found it rather unexpected to have someone watching him. After all, what could be so captivating about an old man? Was it perhaps his vibrant green hair? Chapter 109. Elimination matches. However, Douluo was not angered by the gaze of a mere child. Despite his eccentric nature, he was a titled Douluo, and Bai Chen possessed an inherently innocent countenance that made it difficult to feel irritation. After a brief pause, Douluo turned his head and fixated on Bai Chen. The two engaged in an intense stare-down, which lasted for a quarter of an hour until Douluo ascended the stage, prompting them to finally avert their gazes. Subsequently, Bai Chen rubbed his dry eyes, contemplating the old fellow's remarkable stamina. He had been watching intently without so much as a blink. Was he not feeling any strain? The referee from the Heavendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy also quickly noticed Douluo, yet upon receiving a silent gesture from him, refrained from disclosing his identity and promptly announced the commencement of the match. In an instant, Douluo proclaimed, "Third soul skill, Bai Hun Purple Poison." With that, she leapt into the air, releasing a vast cloud of purple smoke that spread rapidly throughout the arena, rendering everyone instantly poisoned. Observing this scene, Douluo nodded in satisfaction while Bai Chen cheered from the sidelines. For those soul masters unaccustomed to toxins, Douluo's poison was virtually insurmountable. Upon hearing Bai Chen's encouragement, Douluo cast a glance at him, pleasantly surprised to find the lad was a fan of his granddaughter. This revelation enhanced his fondness for Bai Chen. To him, his granddaughter was his most cherished treasure, and her support for Douluo naturally pleased him. As the poison participants gradually lost their ability to resist, it became evident that, despite each group being allowed 3 contenders to advance, only Douluo emerged victorious due to her prowess. Bai Chen sighed at the potency of the Bai Hun Purple Poison. Indeed, it was formidable. However, he believed that, thanks to the refinement of his body through bloodbath training, he should now be able to withstand its invasion. Albeit he had yet to reach a state of absolute immunity. After the match concluded, Douluo dashed over and pinched Bai Chen's cheek. "Little Chen, thank you for cheering for me just now." As she spoke, Douluo, who was preparing to embrace Douluo, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Ahem. Hearing the cough, Douluo turned her head. "Oh, grandfather, when did you arrive?" "Not long ago, Yin. "Congratulations on advancing," he replied. "Of course. Just look at whose granddaughter I am," Douluo exclaimed, eliciting a smile from Douluo. He then inquired, Yin, who is this child?" "Oh, grandfather, this is Bai Chen, my junior. Let me introduce you." "Bai Chen, is it? I see," Douluo acknowledged. Bai Chen politely responded, "Greetings, Douluo Senior." Noticing Douluo's indifferent demeanor, Douluo expressed her discontent. "Grandfather, don't be so cold to little Chen." "Oh, right. My apologies." Douluo quickly acquiesced, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Chen. He understood Douluo well. If she was defending someone, it indicated her fondness for him. "All right, Yin, I came to watch your match today, and now that it's over, I shall take my leave." Okay." With that, Douluo departed. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Chen pondered. Douluo seemed to possess a tolerable character. At least in their interaction, even after being stared down, he remained unperturbed. Was it perhaps due to Douluo's influence? Regardless, he had now made contact with Douluo and hoped for future opportunities to engage further, aiming to gain access to his medicinal garden before encountering Tang San. The following day, Bai Chen arrived at the competition stage, where he found his 9 adversaries to be quite unimpressive, all having recently attained levels 31 and 32. Although there was little difference in soul power, the disparity in combat capability was significant. Together, the 9 posed no challenge to Bai Chen. They remained cautious, observing him intently. Douluo, Xueku, and others were present below, cheering him on. Xueku recalled Xue Qinghe's previous words and felt a surge of joy. If Bai Chen could indeed meet the requirements set by Xue Qinghe before graduation, he would directly ascend to the rank of Count, consequently narrowing their status gap. The match commenced. As the referee announced the start, chaos erupted on the stage. All 9 opponents launched their attacks simultaneously, yet none dared to provoke Bai Chen, knowing that 3 could advance and choosing instead to vie for the remaining 2 slots. On the platform, Qin Ming observed the scene with a wry smile. Bai Chen's reputation loomed large, intimidating the other students into hesitance. Nevertheless, Bai Chen remained vigilant, acutely aware that several opponents were fixated on him. Although they appeared to be engaged in battle, they were not giving their all. As a skilled assassin, Bai Chen could not afford to grant them the opportunity to strike. He needed to take the initiative. With a swift motion, a shadow darted across the stage. A powerful assault-type soul master suddenly felt a blunt force strike the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Below, Osro's expression turned grave. He had initially believed himself capable of joining the first team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, but after witnessing Bai Chen's display, his hopes diminished significantly. Though he had only seen Bai Chen attack once, the speed, timing, and target selection were impeccable. He realized he could not match such rapid reflexes. Thus, the match evolved into Bai Chen's personal showcase, yet he was not as ruthless as Du Guyan, ultimately allowing 2 others to advance alongside him. This battle earned Bai Chen a total of 370 points. Before long, the preliminary rounds concluded, and 60 participants advanced to the elimination matches. Among them, 22 team members would emerge from this selection. The elimination matches differed from prior contests. Each participant began with a base score of 10 points. Contestants battled in pairs, losing 1 point for each defeat and gaining 1 point for each victory, with a maximum of 5 matches and a minimum of 1 per day. Those whose scores reached 0 would be eliminated, leaving the top 22 to advance based on their rankings. Chapter 110, The Elimination Tournament. A few days later, Bai Chen gazed at Yu Tianheng before him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Fate is indeed a mysterious thing. His first opponent turned out to be Yu Tianheng. Upon realizing Bai Chen was his adversary, Yu Tianheng's expression became exceedingly solemn. He had previously witnessed Bai Chen's prowess in the Grand Soul Arena and was all too aware of his terrifying abilities. As for how he knew Finner was Bai Chen, that had been explained earlier. In noble circles, it was hardly a secret. As they ascended the stage, Yu Tianheng regarded Bai Chen and said, "I never expected my first opponent to be you. I will give it my all, and I hope you will also unleash your full strength against me." Bai Chen replied, "We'll see how it goes." Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, Yu Tianheng frowned. What did Bai Chen mean by that? Was he implying he wouldn't need to exert his full power against him? Frankly, the reply felt rather dismissive, leaving Yu Tianheng quite dissatisfied. Begin. Spirit. Possession. The moment the match commenced, Yu Tianheng launched an attack towards Bai Chen, who promptly retreated. Ziz. A current grazed Bai Chen and Appo's forehead, singeing a strand of his hair. Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback. Yu Tianheng's lightning strike had a broader range than he anticipated, otherwise it would not have even grazed him. However, it mattered little. Even if it had hit, it would not have affected him due to his high resistance to lightning, a trait of the heavenly demon body. Seizing the opportunity before Yu Tianheng could retract his hand, Bai Chen swiftly grasped Yu Tianheng's right hand and pulled him forward, delivering a knee strike to Yu Tianheng's abdomen. Yu Tianheng felt an unstoppable force surge through Bai Chen's grip, propelling him towards Bai Chen, followed by a sharp pain in his belly. Watching from the sidelines, Shui Ke, Zhong Yong, and others frowned in concern. How brutal. Is this the work of a human being? That blow must have nearly made Yu Tianheng vomit his guts. While Bai Chen's strike was indeed fierce, they could attest that Yu Tianheng had initiated the confrontation. On the battlefield, Bai Chen resembled a formidable warrior, mercilessly battering Yu Tianheng, who began to doubt his own existence. Despite Yu Tianheng's higher rank, he found himself unable to retaliate. Bang! Another punch landed on Yu Tianheng's abdomen. Gritting through the pain, he forced himself to unleash his spirit abilities. Second spirit ability, Thunderous Might. Third spirit ability, Wrath of Thunder. With that, Yu Tianheng entered a frenzied state, launching a reckless assault on Bai Chen. Bai Chen furrowed his brow. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus's attack power was formidable. Although Yu Tianheng could not transform into a dragon, his strength was still overwhelming, and being struck was no trivial matter. Bai Chen quickly distanced himself from Yu Tianheng, knowing that the full activation of Yu Tianheng and Appo's spirit abilities would drain him significantly. If Bai Chen could evade for a while, he would be able to defeat him. Realizing Bai Chen was evading, Yu Tianheng inwardly lamented. This Bai Chen truly offered no opportunity for him. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to chase after Bai Chen. Once they had created some space between them, Bai Chen declared, Second spirit ability, Black Moon Song Wolf Slash. With that, a black cross-shaped wind blade shot towards Yu Tianheng. Whoosh! In an instant, Bai Chen's attack struck home, and Yu Tianheng slowly collapsed. The referee, witnessing this scene, promptly declared Bai Chen the victor. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first victory over Yu Tianheng. Reward, 260 points. Additional reward, 500 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. He stepped down, contemplating that Yu Tianheng's strength was not as formidable as he had expected. Upon descending, Shui Ke embraced Bai Chen and planted a kiss on his cheek. You were amazing, Chen. Yu Tianheng was no match for you. Feeling a bit shy from the unexpected affection, Bai Chen scratched his head and replied, Was it? I suppose it was all right. Nearby, Zhong Yong and others watched with eyes narrowed in jealousy. Zhong Yong exclaimed, If I am guilty, let the law punish me, but spare me from witnessing this. Hearing Zhong Yong and Appo's words, Tian Yu patted his shoulder. Stop complaining and accept reality. Soon, Bai Chen and Appo's first day of battles came to an end. He had fought 5 matches that day, winning them all. Each contestant had the autonomy to decide how many matches to participate in daily, adjusting according to their condition. After all, one's performance could vary. However, at the very least, they had to compete in one match. Moreover, the elimination tournament lasted an entire month. A grueling endurance test, and those unable to keep up could withdraw. Overall, it was exceedingly harsh. On the 4th day of the competition, Bai Chen's 19th match began. To date, he had participated in 18 matches, achieving victory in each, amassing a total of 28 points, placing him at the top of the leaderboard, unmatched by anyone else. Furthermore, due to the numerous matches, Bai Chen had been earning over 1,000 points daily, which was quite gratifying. If this continued, he could accumulate at least 30,000 points by the end of the month. His opponent today was also a notable figure within the academy, Asro. Before Bai Chen's arrival, Asro had been regarded as the most gifted agile attacker at the Heaven Do Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Unfortunately, that was before Bai Chen came along. As they stood on the competition stage, Asro regarded Bai Chen with caution, fully aware that he stood no chance of victory today. The preceding matches had drained much of his soul power. Although Bai Chen had also fought several matches, it was evident to any discerning observer that Bai Chen had expended little energy. Asro hesitated, contemplating whether to forfeit the match, knowing that the toll on him would be enormous. Yu Tianheng had lost all his subsequent matches after exhausting himself against Bai Chen. After a moment's pause, Asro resolved to continue with the match, eager to face Bai Chen, hoping to gain invaluable experience from battling such a formidable opponent. Before long, they both entered their preparatory stances. Begin. First, Spirit Ability. Shadow Clone. With that, Asro made the first move, instantly creating 2 clones that possessed half of his strength, but could not utilize spirit abilities. Bai Chen was somewhat surprised. Asro's spirit ability was indeed impressive, far superior to that of the average agile attacker. Chapter 111, Snow Lotus Herb. While it was said so, Asro's skill appeared rather mediocre compared to Bai Chen's. First soul skill, Frenzied Assault. In an instant, Bai Chen unleashed his fury, swiftly annihilating Asro's 2 clones with his claws. Following this, he executed a follow-up attack, driving his elbow directly into Asro's back. With just this single blow, Asro staggered, and seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen grasped Asro by the throat. Feeling the iron grip around his neck, Asro swallowed hard and uttered, I concede. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen released his hold and departed, while Asro collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, having been eradicated in a heartbeat. Watching Bai Chen's retreating figure, Asro secretly resolved to make Bai Chen his new aspiration. As the day's battles concluded, Bai Chen ventured to the black market once more, procuring 500 pounds of blood from Millennium Soul Beasts, as it was time to replenish the blood pool. On his way back, Bai Chen felt a tinge of melancholy. Tomorrow, he was to face off against Douluo Yan. Although Douluo Yan was not his match, it seemed that Douluo Bo would be present to observe the duel, leading Bai Chen to ponder whether he should go easy on Douluo Yan. In addition to this matter, he had another engagement at the Imperial Palace, summoned by the Snow Knight Emperor to meet his future father-in-law, which made Bai Chen quite nervous. Upon returning to his residence, Bai Chen donned a neat formal attire and then boarded a carriage heading towards the Imperial Palace. At this point, Bai Chen had reached a height of 155 centimeters, which was quite commendable among his peers in the often precocious Douluo continent, especially as he was notably taller than Xueku by half a head. Dressed in this ensemble, he looked rather dashing. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the entrance of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Bai Chen found Xueku already waiting for him. When she saw Bai Chen alight from the carriage, her eyes sparkled with delight. Bai Chen, who typically did not adorn himself much, was strikingly handsome today, making it hard for anyone to look away. Immediately, she rushed over and entwined her arms around his. Chen, let us hurry. Father is in his study. All right, Bai Chen replied, following Xueku as they made their way towards the Snow Knight Emperor's chamber. Along the way, the palace maids couldn't tear their eyes away from Bai Chen, which left Xueku feeling somewhat displeased. Bai Chen was becoming increasingly remarkable, and at times she wondered if he would still regard her if she were not a princess. Though he noticed Xueku's unusual demeanor, Bai Chen could not discern the reason behind it, so he said nothing. 10 minutes later, standing before the opulently adorned study, Bai Chen felt a slight flutter of nerves. Before he could announce their arrival, a voice emanated from within. Come in. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen exchanged a glance with Xueku, and they entered together. Once inside, Bai Chen glanced at the Snow Knight Emperor. Perhaps due to the hour being early, the Emperor appeared to be in relatively good health. Though his hair had turned white, he exuded a remarkable vitality and an air of authority. Father, we have arrived, Xueku announced. Hearing their voices, the Snow Knight Emperor glanced at Bai Chen, nodding with satisfaction. You must be Bai Chen? Yes, Your Majesty. I have heard of you. You seem quite impressive. Do you have feelings for Kua? If you do, we should arrange an engagement ceremony, as she is quite fond of you. And if the feelings are mutual, it would be fortuitous for you both. At these words, Shueka's face flushed crimson, taken aback by her father's forthrightness. Bai Chen, too, was caught off guard. He had anticipated a different purpose for the summons. Your Highness, I do have feelings for Shueku, but considering our age, is it not a bit premature to discuss engagement? Premature? Nonsense. However, you are still quite young and your title is lowly. If possible, I hope you can attain a title of Count or higher before you turn 20, so that Shueku can marry you with propriety. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. He understood that the Emperor was not asking for an immediate marriage, but an engagement at this stage would divert his focus. Time was a luxury he could scarcely afford. Every minute felt like it needed to be stretched into 2. Since this is our first meeting, I shall not let you leave empty-handed. Bring that item over here. He instructed a nearby maid. The maid exited, returning shortly with a pristine white herb. Upon seeing the herb presented by the maid, Bai Chen's expression shifted to one of gravity. His divine eye, having advanced, could discern the properties of herbs. And the attributes of this snow-white herb were now laid before him. Snow Lotus Herb, years, 30,000 effects. Purges excess impurities from the body, nourishes meridians. Prolongs life and beauty, enhances affinity for ice and snow attributes. One may consume only one throughout their lifetime. This Snow Lotus Herb was evidently far more precious than the Bone Erosion Grass King he had encountered previously, truly befitting the Snow Knight Emperor's generous nature. Observing Bai Chen's astonished expression, the Snow Knight Emperor inquired, What? Do you recognize this herb? Yes, I am familiar with it. I once read about it in a book. It is the legendary Snow Lotus Herb, known for its purging and nourishing effects. The Snow Knight Emperor was somewhat surprised. The Snow Lotus Herb was a top-tier medicinal treasure inherited by the Tiendo imperial family, cultivated through their swan martial spirit. Aside from a select few rewarded ministers, few had ever heard of this herb. However, the world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps Bai Chen truly had knowledge of it. Indeed, you have heard of the Snow Lotus Herb. Consider this as a token of my regard. I hope you achieve the rank of Count soon. Bai Chen took a deep breath and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall strive to attain the title of Count. Indeed, he shamelessly accepted the gift. After all, it was the Snow Lotus Herb. As for integrity, what was that? Could it be consumed? Even if it could not compare to the allure of the Snow Lotus Herb. Meanwhile, Shueko, witnessing the Snow Lotus Herb bestowed by her father, smiled. Her father's gift signified his approval of Bai Chen, and she had not anticipated such swift acceptance from the Emperor. After a brief conversation, the Snow Knight Emperor allowed them to take their leave. Once they departed, the Emperor glanced at the information on his desk, which detailed almost all of Bai Chen's background. He was confident that choosing Bai Chen would not lead to disappointment, and although the Snow Lotus Herb was precious, they still possessed a few specimens. Chapter 112, Level 37. Upon returning to his residence, Bai Chen refrained from immediately consuming the Snow Lotus Herb. According to the information provided by the system, ingesting this herb would render him unconscious for at least 3 days, and he had a competition scheduled for the following day. It would be prudent to wait until after the contest to utilize the Snow Lotus Herb. The next day, Bai Chen stood before the formidable Douluo, with Douluo watching from below. He swallowed hard, realizing that only he and Douluo maintained an undefeated record. This match would essentially determine the champion of the competition. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Chen resolved to triumph over Douluo. After all, he had a mission to complete, and Douluo was unlikely to be unreasonable. Once he defeated Douluo, he would deal with Douluo perhaps. Douluo appeared quite relaxed, accepting the outcome of the match. Understanding Bai Chen's formidable strength from their previous encounters. Begin the match. Third soul skill. Phosphorus Purple Poison. As the match commenced, Douluo unleashed her ultimate move, enveloping Bai Chen in a vast area of poisonous mist. She was acutely aware of Bai Chen's capabilities. If her Phosphorus Purple Poison could not incapacitate him, then defeating him would be impossible. After all, Bai Chen's raw power was undeniable. The spectators watched intently, as Douluo was the only one among them who had a genuine chance of overcoming Bai Chen. As they saw him shrouded in the poisonous mist, they collectively held their breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome. After several seconds, an unsettling silence lingered within the mist. The onlookers were taken aback. Could it be that even Bai Chen could not withstand Douluo's Phosphorus Purple Poison? Truly, she was the descendant of Douluo, and her soul skill was nothing short of terrifying. However, before long, a shadow emerged from the toxic haze. Bai Chen had initially intended to test his resilience, but he soon realized the folly of his thoughts. The Phosphorus Purple Poison was indeed a premier toxin, and he could not endure it without activating his martial spirit. Douluo watched intently, astonished that this young man could withstand Douluo Yan's phosphorus purple poison, derived from his own phosphorus serpent venom. Though not as potent as his own, it was still exceptionally formidable. Just as Bai Chen prepared to retaliate, Douluo Yan declared, "I concede." Hearing her concede, Bai Chen felt a wave of relief. He genuinely did not wish to engage with Douluo Yan. Thus, he maintained his undefeated record, and Douluo did not pursue any further conflict with him. However, Douluo's interest in Bai Chen had peaked. He could not fathom any soul master of equal rank who could withstand Douluo Yan's phosphorus purple poison. Clearly, Bai Chen had employed some extraordinary means. Soon, a month passed. Apart from Bai Chen, the strongest competitors remained Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan, neither of whom posed a threat to him. Naturally, the championship title fell to Bai Chen. He promptly received the system rewards, including points and a lottery chance. The members of the Tiando royal team also emerged, with the exception of Yu Feng, who had been reassigned to the second team. Otherwise, there were no significant changes. Nonetheless, adjustments were necessary, as these individuals were all combat-type soul masters, lacking support-type soul masters, who would be evaluated through different methods. After claiming his rewards, Bai Chen returned home, eagerly anticipating the use of the snow lotus herb. Although it was not a legendary herb, the 30,000-year-old snow lotus herb should certainly enhance his soul power by 1 or 2 levels. Bai Chen swiftly entered the concealed passage to the blood pool, a place generally unnoticed by others. Not far from the blood pool, he retrieved the snow lotus herb, gazing at the pristine white fungus before consuming it in several bites. Instantly, a chilling sensation coursed through his body, compelling him to channel his soul power to absorb the herb and Appo's medicinal properties. Though the absorption of the snow lotus herb posed no lethal danger, the process was far from pleasant. The extent to which he could absorb its potency depended entirely on how long he could endure. Ideally, Bai Chen wished to prolong this experience as much as possible. Gradually, as the coldness invaded his being, peculiar shards of ice began to expel from his body, purging the impurities within. Concurrently, Bai Chen's soul power steadily increased. As time elapsed, his level gradually ascended to 35, then 36, bringing about a subtle transformation in his aura. 3 days later, Bai Chen opened his eyes. The past 3 days felt like an eternity, for the icy ordeal was excruciating, nearly leading to his demise. However, the benefits derived from the snow lotus herb were extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the snow lotus herb, achieving a 98 absorption rate, and enhancing cultivation aptitude by 5. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen paused. It had been quite some time since his cultivation aptitude had improved, and now it finally had. Reflecting on this, he checked his current attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 11 soul power, level 37 cultivation aptitude, 40, including Qingyang Gong 5. Tianma body 2, martial spirit. Runes wolf martial spirit quality. Top tier soul rings. 3 soul bones. 2 right leg bone, 1000. External soul bone points, 46. 300 special skills. Divine eye, Qingyang Gong, second layer. Tranquility technique. Items, venomous dagger. Pufferfish venom dagger. Soul sage experience card. Soul spirit evolution potion 16. Olfactory potion. Talent domain gift pack 1. Intermediate mysterious lottery 1. Status, enhanced smell, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing. At the age of 11, at level 37, with an array of attribute enhancements, his current power was indeed remarkable. Yet, it was not sufficient, not nearly enough. His ambition was to ascend to divinity, to become a being more powerful than all others. Not necessarily stronger than everyone, but at the very least, he must be able to defeat Tang San. Contemplating this, Bai Chen utilized the remaining opportunity for an intermediate mysterious lottery. Each lottery required 10,000 points, which he had previously hesitated to spend. Now that he had the chance, he was eager to indulge. Ding! Intermediate mysterious lottery successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Soul Spirit Evolution Potion 3. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen's eyes lit up with delight. 3 more Soul Spirit Evolution Potions meant that he now needed only 6 more to evolve his martial spirit. Chapter 113. Training in the Gravity Room. After the conclusion of the lottery, Bai Chen gazed at his remaining 46,000 points, lost in contemplation. A minute later, he exclaimed, "What am I saving for? Let's take a gamble. A bicycle can become a motorcycle." With this thought in mind, Bai Chen promptly engaged in the intermediate mysterious lottery. He currently possessed 19 soul evolution potions, with only 6 remaining before he could evolve his soul. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful use of the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 8,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful use of the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 6,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful use of the intermediate mysterious lottery. After a series of operations, Bai Chen saw his points dwindle from 46,300 to 34,300. He found this outcome hard to accept. What did this mean? This was not like him. He was the golden hand. Why was this happening? No way. With 30,000 points remaining, he could still continue drawing. He could not simply give up. With that thought, Bai Chen reopened the shop, focusing once again on the intermediate mysterious lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful use of the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 9,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful use of the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 low-level soul ring duration enhancement pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful use of the intermediate mysterious lottery. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 points. After another round of operations, Bai Chen's points fell from 34,300 to 14,300, but he also received 2 low-level soul ring duration enhancement pills, each valued at 3,000 points. Upon witnessing this result, Bai Chen felt a surge of anger and nearly fainted. Indeed, a gambler could end up with nothing. After calming down for a few minutes, Bai Chen consumed both low-level soul ring duration enhancement pills, extending the duration of his first 3 soul rings by 200 years. Although purchasing 1 more pill would have allowed his second soul ring to surpass 1,000 years, Bai Chen realized it would be difficult to explain why his soul ring had suddenly transformed into a 1,000-year soul ring. However, despite not breaking the 1,000-year mark, all 3 of his soul skills had seen varying degrees of enhancement, especially the second soul skill, which was on the verge of reaching 1,000 years. With this in mind, Bai Chen felt the urge to test his newfound strength. Unfortunately, in the current Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, he could not find a worthy opponent. Nevertheless, Bai Chen was not wholly disheartened. After all, Qin Ming had previously mentioned that he would provide their group, which had entered the school team, with new training methods. Bai Chen was quite looking forward to this. Days passed, and on the 7th day of Bai Chen's entry into the school team, the members were finally confirmed. A few weaker assault type and agility type members were removed, replaced by several powerful support type members, among whom was Yi Lingling. Qin Ming surveyed the group of school team members before him and declared, "I have customized different training plans for each of you. From today onwards, please adhere strictly to the plans I have devised." Yes. With that, Qin Ming called the members over one by one, explaining their designated tasks. Bai Chen watched from the back, filled with anticipation. Soon, as the others concluded their briefings, Qin Ming turned to Bai Chen, feeling somewhat perplexed. The current Bai Chen exhibited perfection, with virtually no weaknesses, making it challenging for Qin Ming to devise suitable training methods for him. Yet, seeing Bai Chen's eager expression, Qin Ming felt compelled to say something. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Ming finally spoke. "Bai Chen, just continue with your current training. It suits you very well, and there is no need for new arrangements. You may also schedule your own training. The Academy's resources are now fully accessible to you. You may go to the gravity room or any other place you wish." Bai Chen. Is that it? After waiting so long, this was the response. However, judging by Qin Ming's demeanor, he seemed genuinely at a loss. "All right, teacher, then I shall head to the gravity room." With that, Bai Chen walked towards the gravity room. Since Qin Ming could not provide a plan, he would take the initiative. Besides, he had not yet trained in the gravity room, and he was quite curious about what it would be like. Upon arriving at the gravity room, the guard at the entrance recognized Bai Chen and promptly opened the door. Ever since the last school team selection, Bai Chen had become the Academy's top student, granting him access to all areas of the Academy. Entering the gravity room, Bai Chen casually approached one of the rooms. He discovered that the gravity levels were adjustable 2 times, 3 times, 5 times. After some deliberation, he decided to set the gravity to 2 times, as it was his first visit, and caution seemed prudent. Upon entering the room, he immediately felt a significant pressure that exceeded his usual experience. However, it was evident that it was still insufficient. After some hesitation, Bai Chen adjusted the gravity to 4 times, finding it to be more suitable for his training. This level of gravity was just right for him to exercise effectively. Subsequently, Bai Chen regulated his breathing technique for the heavenly demon body and commenced his training with the 7 treasure fist. A day later, Bai Chen nearly crawled out from the gravity room, as the escalating difficulty had surpassed his expectations. Nevertheless, the benefits were equally astonishing. His training over the course of this day could be equated to 3 days of regular training. As he walked, Bai Chen's sweat drenched the ground. Fortunately, It was already after class, and most people had returned, leaving few witnesses to Bai Chen's state. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Chen immediately prepared a medicinal bath. While the effects of training in the gravity room were impressive, most soul masters only visited the gravity room once a week due to its considerable side effects that could severely harm the body if frequented. This was why they stretched their visits so far apart. However, Bai Chen was not concerned. The medicinal baths were still highly beneficial for him. A single night in the bath would restore his energy and physical condition perfectly. Even soaking daily posed no issue. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and the others were fiercely battling in the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. One of their training tasks involved obtaining a silver soul badge, which motivated everyone to strive hard in their soul battles. As night fell, Bai Chen suddenly sprang from the wooden tub and approached the mirror. Glancing at his reflection, he noted that he was now 11 years old, and his appearance had significantly changed compared to before. Chapter 114. The Palace Banquet. As Bai Chen matured in both age and stature, his appearance gradually evolved, transforming him into a figure of striking handsomeness. Shedding the cherubic charm of childhood, this newfound allure significantly impacted his daily life. Whenever he ventured outdoors without a mask, he invariably attracted followers. Even when adorned with a mask, there were fervent admirers who would stealthily trail him, often compelling him to take convoluted routes home to elude them. In the city of Tiando, a ranking of the top 10 handsome men emerged, with Bai Chen proudly occupying the first position. Consequently, he had become quite a notable figure in Tiando City, drawing attention wherever he went. However, Bai Chen felt powerless to rectify the situation, opting instead to maintain his daily routines and proceed toward the academy. As usual, upon stepping outside, he was met with a barrage of gazes. But he had grown accustomed to such scrutiny, resolutely focusing on the path ahead. Soon, he arrived at the gravity training chamber, where he resumed his rigorous practice. A month later, Bai Chen, for once, decided against training, designating this day as a personal holiday, an indulgence he allowed himself every 3 months, acknowledging his humanity and the need for rest. Yet, leisure did not equate to idleness. He made his way to Yuexian to pay a visit to Tang Yuehua. Upon his arrival, the guards promptly parted to grant him entry. Once inside, Bai Chen immediately became the center of attention. However, due to the decorum instilled by Yuexian, the onlookers refrained from openly discussing him, their gazes smoldering with admiration, particularly from a few female students who seemed eager to devour him with their eyes. Tang Yuehua was quickly informed of Bai Chen's presence and promptly sent someone to escort him to her chamber. "What brings you here today, Chen-er? It's been a while since I've seen you," she greeted warmly. "I wanted to visit you, teacher, as it has been too long," Bai Chen replied. "Oh, how lovely to hear. Come here, let me have a good look at you." At her invitation, Bai Chen approached, and Tang Yuehua affectionately ruffled his hair. He had grown nearly to 1.60 meters, and in a few years, he might surpass her in height. "You've grown taller. Quite commendable. Do you have any other matters to attend to today?" she inquired. "No, teacher. Is something the matter?" he asked. "Today is His Highness Qinghe's birthday, and I shall be going to the palace to celebrate. I expect you've received an invitation as well. Let us go together." "Very well." Bai Chen was somewhat surprised to learn of Shui Qinghe's birthday. He had attended the celebration previously, but being someone who often lost track of time, he couldn't even recall his own birthday, let alone that of others. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, an invitation arrived at Yuexian, and to Bai Chen's astonishment, it included his name as well. Upon receiving the invitation, Tang Yuehua remarked, "Chen-er, it has been ages since I've heard you play the piano. Come, let me assess your progress." "Of course, Teacher Yuehua." Bai Chen retrieved the wind instrument he had received while at Yuexian. Although he had long since graduated, he had diligently practiced his musical skills, often turning to the instrument to unwind after strenuous training sessions. As he began to play, Tang Yuehua's gaze became enraptured, marveling at the precision and grace of his performance. His demeanor remained impeccable, reminiscent of the Bai Chen she once knew. Nostalgia washed over her, causing a subtle smile to grace her lips as she reflected on how much he had grown. As Bai Chen played, Tang Yuehua sensed an emotional depth in his music that had not been present before. His performance had transformed from a mere replication of notes to a heartfelt expression of his own feelings, leaving her pleasantly surprised by his progress. Soon, the piece concluded, and Tang Yuehua found herself yearning for more, her satisfaction with Bai Chen evident. "Chen-er, you have truly matured. There is little left for me to teach you. Now, let us prepare to head to the palace." Indeed, after changing into suitable attire, the two boarded Yuexian's carriage, setting off towards the palace. Half an hour later, they arrived at the palace gates. Bai Chen and Tang Yuehua presented their invitations and were promptly escorted to the crown princess residence. "Lady Tang Yuehua has arrived. Baron Bai Chen is here." At this announcement, the guests who had been conversing turned their heads in unison. For both Bai Chen and Tang Yuehua had garnered significant renown in Tiando City, particularly Bai Chen, who had become a household name in many respects. Among those greeting other guests was Qian Rinxue, who, upon hearing the announcement, immediately shifted her focus to the entrance. She approached and patted Bai Chen on the shoulder. "Little Chen, it has been too long," she exclaimed. "Indeed, it has been a while, Your Highness Qinghe," Bai Chen replied, returning the greeting. Tang Yuehua also offered a respectful nod to Qian Rinxue, who acknowledged her gesture in return before departing to attend to other matters. This exchange left the onlookers intrigued, sparking speculation about whether Bai Chen held a more esteemed place in Qian Rinxue's heart than Tang Yuehua. However, Qian Rinxue was not inclined to dwell on such thoughts. She engaged Bai Chen in private conversation. With Qian Rinxue leading him away, Bai Chen felt at ease, recognizing her obvious affection for him. Just then, an unsettling announcement echoed from the entrance. "The poisoned Douluo, Lord Douluo, has arrived." This proclamation captured the attention of all present, and Bai Chen was taken aback to see Douluo enter. Their eyes met, and Douluo offered a peculiar smile in his direction, sensing the potential threat. Qian Rinxue instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Chen, concerned that the old poison master might harbor ill intentions towards him. Bai Chen, surprised by her protective gesture, pondered what he had done to merit such concern from Qian Rinxue. Chapter 115. The apothecary of Douluo. Qian Rinxue was perplexed by her own emotions. Whenever she laid eyes on Bai Chen, an inexplicable instinct to protect surged within her. She understood that this sentiment was not solely due to Bai Chen's endearing appearance, but rather because he bore a striking resemblance to her younger self, stirring a deep-seated desire to shield him. However, she recognized that Bai Chen's upbringing was starkly different from her own, filled with affection, admiration, and a nurturing family. Her instinct to safeguard him might indeed be unwarranted. Yet she could not resist the urge to do so. As she stood in front of Bai Chen, Douluo approached them. "Young man, it has been a while," he remarked directly to Bai Chen. "Greetings, Senior Douluo." "It has indeed been some time," Bai Chen replied. Qian Rinxue was taken aback by their familiarity, realizing her concerns were perhaps unfounded. Bai Chen then addressed her, "Qinghe Gu, happy birthday. It seems Senior Douluo is looking for me. I shall converse with him." "Very well," she responded as Bai Chen followed Douluo away. Although uncertain of Douluo's intentions, she hoped they were benign. As they walked to a secluded corner, the surrounding nobles began to regard Bai Chen with newfound respect. After all, Douluo was a titled Douluo, a figure of considerable renown among the aristocracy. The sight of Bai Chen in such close proximity to Douluo seemed to eclipse even his association with Shui Qinghe. "Senior Douluo, what do you need from me?" Bai Chen inquired. "I wish to ask you how you resolved Yan Yan's poison that day," Douluo replied. "Are you referring to Senior Douluo Yan's phosphorescent purple poison?" Bai Chen asked. "Indeed. Perhaps it is due to my martial soul. It possesses a remarkable resistance to toxins, allowing me to be largely immune to most poisons." Bai Chen explained. "Is that so? I find it hard to believe," Douluo retorted. Bai Chen sighed. "It's true, Senior Douluo. Impossible. While Yin Yan's phosphorescent purple poison may not be fully matured, it remains a formidable toxin for someone of your caliber. You must have employed some special method," Douluo said, his gaze intensely fixed on Bai Chen. "What must I say for you to believe me?" Bai Chen pressed. Douluo shook his head. "You must prove it." Before Bai Chen could respond further, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck and subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness. Douluo then took him away. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into a restroom, and due to the lack of people nearby, no one noticed their absence. After a considerable time had passed, Qian Rinxue grew concerned upon realizing she had not seen Bai Chen for quite a while. Inquiring with the guards yielded no information about his whereabouts, prompting an uneasy feeling within her. It was only after half an hour that she confirmed Bai Chen had been taken by Douluo, which filled her with worry. However, there was little she could do. Douluo was known for his elusive nature, and if he did not wish to be found, no one could locate him. Though Douluo seemed familiar with Bai Chen, his unpredictable temperament could lead to unforeseen trouble, compelling her to send out searches. Time passed, and Bai Chen awoke. Glancing around to behold a blue and red hot spring not far ahead. In a daze, he muttered, "The eye of ice and fire." Suddenly, clarity washed over him. The eye of ice and fire. Good heavens, I am in Douluo and Appos, apothecary. How did I end up here? Douluo was absent, and the night had fallen. Was he in a fit of rage? Realizing this, Bai Chen sprang to his feet, eager to explore the legendary medicinal herbs. Just as he stood, a familiar voice echoed. "You have finally awakened, you little rascal. You can certainly sleep soundly." Bai Chen turned to see Douluo. "Senior Douluo, where am I?" he inquired. "This is my secret lair within the Sunset Forest, a place where I can ascertain whether your claims are true or false," Douluo replied. Bai Chen's heart raced at the implication of Douluo's words. "Very well, you little scoundrel. Explain why you deceived me about your martial soul's resistance to toxins. Douluo demanded. Senior Douluo, what are you talking about? I do not comprehend, Bai Chen feigned innocence. Do not play coy. While you were unconscious, I injected you with phosphorescent purple poison. In an unguarded state, your body only exhibited slight purpling before rapidly recovering. You claim it is due to your martial soul. Douluo stated, his gaze piercing. Bai Chen fell silent. By the sun, are you a dog? How could you administer such a lethal poison to someone who is already unconscious? You truly are something else, Douluo. I shall remember this grievance, he muttered, frustration boiling within him. Douluo, undeterred by Bai Chen's glare, challenged, What, are you unsatisfied? His tone was taunting, and while Bai Chen longed to retaliate, the vast disparity in their strengths rendered him powerless to act. Feigning a sense of grievance, Bai Chen replied, I harbor no discontent. Seeing Bai Chen's pitiful demeanor, Douluo showed no leniency and pressed. Now tell me why Yan Yan's phosphorescent purple poison had no effect on you. What secret does your body hold? Or how did you transform it to become like this? Bai Chen's mind raced. He could not disclose the existence of the heavenly demon body, nor did he possess any medical knowledge. The original text did not specify the exact ingredients Tang San used in crafting those potions. Noticing Bai Chen's continued silence, Douluo smirked. If you will not speak, I shall investigate myself. With that, he drew a blade across Bai Chen's arm, allowing blood to flow forth. He collected it in a small vial and moved aside to conduct his research. Bai Chen found himself utterly powerless to resist. This was the first time he felt such indignation. Once his strength increased, the first person he would confront would be this old poison master. After Douluo departed, Bai Chen, seething with anger, bandaged his wound and ventured into the apothecary to seek out herbs. Given Douluo's evident interest in him, he presumed he would not be killed outright. Moreover, there were many herbs Douluo himself did not recognize, and plucking a few should not attract his ire. With this in mind, Bai Chen retrieved a small jade spade he had prepared earlier, along with several small jade boxes, ready to make use of Douluo's apothecary. Chapter 116. Confrontation with Douluo. As Bai Chen produced these items, Douluo spoke up. What do you intend to do? Bai Chen replied, Senior Douluo, may I collect a few herbs? Douluo responded, No, many of the plants in my medicinal garden are poisonous. What if something were to happen? Yan Yan might be heartbroken. With that, Douluo swiftly struck Bai Chen, rendering him unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, Bai Chen felt a surge of indignation, thinking it unreasonable to be knocked out merely for wanting to pluck a herb. When Bai Chen regained consciousness, he found himself staring at Douluo's large face. You're awake, Douluo remarked. Upon hearing his words, Bai Chen chose not to respond, turning his face away in annoyance. What kind of person was this? Constantly harming him and rendering him unconscious? It was impossible to hold a proper conversation, and Bai Chen decided to cut ties with Douluo. Noticing Bai Chen's reaction, Douluo remained unfazed. He found Bai Chen and Apos' demeanor quite fascinating. Such a minor display of emotion was tolerable for him. I just experimented with your body and discovered that your resistance to toxins is remarkably strong. However, I did not find anything particularly unique about you. Is this resistance innate? Feeling a chill run down his spine at Douluo's excitement, Bai Chen sensed something was off. This individual seemed somewhat different from the original character, exhibiting a rather unsettling obsession with testing poisons on others after knocking them out, truly diabolical. Regardless, Bai Chen, despite possessing a system, was aware that he only had one life. The pufferfish toxin dagger would not be sufficient to kill Douluo, and it seemed unwise to confront him directly. Yes, it is innate. Upon hearing this, Douluo pressed further. Is that true or false? If it's false, I will not let you off easily. It is true, Bai Chen replied hastily. He realized he could not divulge any information about the system. The heavenly demon body was a product of the system, and only he could wield its powers. Revealing it might invoke unknown consequences. With no better options, he chose to say this instead. Is it? Douluo said, slapping his hand beside Bai Chen, leaving a green mark on his temple. Seeing this, Bai Chen inexplicably felt a sense of relief. It seemed Douluo was merely trying to intimidate him, though he maintained his facade of composure. You better be speaking the truth, or I won't care about your friendship with Yan Yan. Yes, yes. Bai Chen nodded vigorously. Bai Chen thought to himself, I, Bai Chen, will remember this grievance. Old poisoner, I shall allow you to be arrogant for a few more years. Noticing Bai Chen's reaction, Douluo finally released him, indicating a table that had mysteriously appeared nearby. There's food over there. Help yourself. All right, Bai Chen replied cautiously. Approaching the table, Bai Chen observed an array of food, diverse in selection. Douluo would not torment him over such trivial matters. Regardless, sustenance was essential, so Bai Chen began to eat heartily. However, as he reached for the food, he noticed numerous cuts on his hands. Goodness! How much blood had Douluo taken from him? Fortunately, his recovery ability was strong. Otherwise, he would have felt quite feeble by now. No wonder there was so much food prepared. Douluo, having noticed Bai Chen's wounds, squinted his eyes. The cuts he inflicted had been quite deep. Even taking a chunk of flesh for testing. How had Bai Chen recovered to such an extent? This was not the recovery speed of an ordinary person. No. This child had more than just strong toxin resistance. Bai Chen astutely perceived the change in Douluo's expression and thought to himself. This old poisoner isn't concocting some new scheme, is he? Yet, despite these concerns, Bai Chen did not neglect the food and devoured a significant portion of it. After finishing, Bai Chen began to cultivate. Douluo observed him with a smile, thinking how quickly Bai Chen had made himself at home, seemingly forgetting about his presence. However, Bai Chen was not inclined to pay attention to such thoughts. He had devised a method to escape his predicament and was eager to test it. Soon, a day passed. With Douluo watching Bai Chen cultivate until his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, Bai Chen then retrieved a wooden tub, filling it with water and herbs. Upon witnessing this, Douluo's expression grew serious. An herbal bath. He suddenly understood the source of Bai Chen's remarkable physique. As Bai Chen submerged himself, Douluo quickly approached, collecting some of the herbal bath for rapid analysis of its components. After examining all the materials, Douluo thoughtfully contemplated their effects. No wonder this child's resistance to toxins was extraordinary. It was all due to the herbal bath. Yet, this alone did not seem sufficient. He must possess other secrets as well. Sensing that Douluo's reaction was not quite right, Bai Chen felt a pang of urgency. He had just concluded that by not voluntarily disclosing the origin of the herbal bath, allowing Douluo to discover it on his own, he would not be violating the system's principles. However, the man remained as he was. The next day, Bai Chen awoke to find Douluo still observing him. Sighing, he felt that he would have to face this individual alone for an extended period. Douluo, noticing Bai Chen had awakened, asked, "You little rascal. Aside from the herbal bath, do you have any other secrets you're concealing from me?" Bai Chen hesitated for a moment. Then a bony tail emerged from behind him. Douluo was taken aback, exclaiming, No wonder. You possess an external soul bone. I thought it was just the herbal bath. How could you have such formidable toxin resistance? You truly are a concealed gem. Senior Douluo, you flatter me, Bai Chen replied. At that moment, however, Bai Chen felt no fondness for Douluo originally. If Tang Sen had not been knowledgeable about poisons and pharmacology, he would never have waited for Yu Xiaojing to reveal that his father was Tang Hao. He would have likely met his demise at Douluo's hands long ago. As for Bai Chen, if it were not for his strong bond with Douluo Yin and Douluo's keen interest in him, he would have perished at the hands of this man as well. These titled Douluos were not as benevolent as depicted in novels. Chapter 117. Absorbing the miraculous fungi of heavenly chrysanthemum, level 40. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Chen inquired, Senior Douluo, when may I depart from this place? Having lost interest in celestial herbs, he merely wished to escape quickly. Douluo's eccentric nature made him wary of his life being at stake. Depart? You shall leave when I permit it, and I advise against any clandestine attempts to flee. Should you inadvertently trigger the surrounding formations, you would find yourself unaware of your own demise, came the anticipated response from Douluo, leaving Bai Chen unperturbed. However, he was determined to seize any opportunity to escape, intending to wreak havoc upon the medicinal garden if he could manage it. As Bai Chen pondered this, Douluo suddenly lifted his head, glancing in a specific direction before stating, Stay here and do not move. I must step out for a moment. With that, he left. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned by Douluo's words. Was this the opportunity he had been waiting for? After a considerable interval, confirming Douluo's absence, Bai Chen immediately prepared to harvest the herbs. However, as he raised his hand, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If he escaped, the Magic Wolf clan could not follow suit. His parents remained within the clan, and should Douluo act treacherously, their family would be doomed. With this in mind, Bai Chen resolved to temper his actions. Following his recollections, he extracted several celestial herbs before fleeing in one direction. As for the 8-angled ice fire grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, he left them untouched, not out of compassion, but rather due to his inability to utilize the Xian Yu hand to reach into the eye of ice and fire. Nevertheless, he had already amassed a significant bounty of celestial herbs, rendering this venture profitable. Though he found himself deep within the perilous sunset forest, he still held hope for escape. Armed with a pufferfish poison dagger and a Soul Saint experience card, soon, Bai Chen encountered Douluo's poisonous formation. Contrary to his expectations, the formation proved more formidable than anticipated, compelling him to activate his martial soul to withstand its corrosive effects. He realized it might take considerable time before he could extricate himself from this predicament. Meanwhile, Douluo, still locked in a standoff with Yuguan, suddenly sensed something. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "This little rascal is quite the troublemaker." Yuguan, observing Douluo below, declared, "I am aware that the young lad named Bai Chen is with you. The Pope has dispatched me to escort him back. Kindly surrender him at once." In response, Douluo replied, "Indeed, the boy is with me, but he is merely a child. Is it truly necessary to go to such extremes? The Spirit Hall has sent 2 titled Douluos to retrieve him." With that, the ghostly figure stepped forth. "Douluo, cease your resistance. You know well that you cannot contend with both of us. Recognizing the effort you've invested in your cultivation, we have no desire to engage you in battle. You must realize the extraordinary talent Bai Chen possesses, a 10-year-old soul master who has recently attained a purple gold level soul spirit medal. Such a prodigy warrants our combined efforts. I would gladly hand him over to you," Douluo conceded, "but alas, the lad has just fled. If you hurry, you may still catch him, otherwise, I cannot predict his whereabouts." "Do not jest, Douluo, our patience is finite. A genius such as he cannot possibly escape the grasp of a titled Douluo like yourself. You have one last chance." Douluo felt a shiver of unease at Yuguan's words. Yuguan was already a formidable foe. With the addition of the ghostly figure, he would barely escape with his life. Suddenly, he unleashed his 9th soul skill, Azure Phosphor Divine Light. Yuguan and the ghostly figure reacted instantly, and as the glimmer of azure phosphor vanished, the space before them lay desolate. They exchanged glances and immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had successfully evaded the maze and stumbled upon a cave. He concealed the entrance, intending to restore his soul abilities before absorbing the miraculous fungi of heavenly chrysanthemum and making his escape. With his soul energy depleted, he knew he could not flee far. Upon restoration, utilizing a celestial herb would significantly enhance his chances of evasion. The reason for selecting the miraculous fungi was that he sensed it might be particularly suited to him. After all, he could hardly consume the water fairy jade skin bone of Zhu Zhuqing, could he? Though Zhu Zhuqing was an agile attack-type soul master, that herb seemed ill-suited for a male. He would have to wait before considering it. Having resolved his thoughts, Bai Chen began to recover his soul energy. A quarter of an hour later, feeling revitalized, he promptly started to absorb the miraculous fungi of heavenly chrysanthemum. After all, he was on Douluo's territory, and it was best to finish quickly and depart. Just as Bai Chen was in the process of absorbing the fungi, Yuguan and the ghostly figure arrived at the cave's entrance. Yuguan peeled away Bai Chen's concealment and stepped inside, surprised to find Bai Chen within. "I never imagined that old poisoner would not deceive us. The lad truly has escaped," Yuguan remarked. "Indeed," the ghostly figure replied, as they both approached Bai Chen. Upon entering, Yuguan lowered his gaze to Bai Chen and stated, "I have heard whispers from the people of the Heavendo Empire who claim this boy is a child of the divine. Those who have laid eyes upon him are invariably struck by his appearance. Coupled with his terrifying talent, I previously considered such tales mere exaggerations. Yet upon seeing him today, I realized the truth. This lad is indeed unprecedented." Hearing Yuguan's words, the ghostly figure nodded in agreement. "What shall we do now? Shall we take him with us?" "No," Yuguan replied. "The boy appears to be in the midst of absorbing something, and for some reason, he emanates a most comforting aura, one that feels familiar. Let us wait until he finishes." Half an hour later, Bai Chen opened his eyes, astonished to find himself at level 40. He could hardly believe that in such a brief span, he had reached this milestone. It felt surreal. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the miraculous fungi of heavenly chrysanthemum, enhancing your cultivation aptitude by 15. Please absorb the next celestial herb after breaking through level 70. Before Bai Chen could revel in the announcement echoing in his mind, he was taken aback by the sight of 2 titled Douluos before him. Yuguan level. Ghostly figure level. What is happening? Why are Yuguan and the ghostly figure here? Upon noticing Bai Chen had awakened, Yuguan wore an uncommon smile and addressed him. "Young one, you are awake. You are Bai Chen, correct? We are from the Spirit Hall, and we have come to inquire whether you would like to join us." Chapter 118. The Night Shadow Killing Wolf. Upon hearing Yuguan's words, Bai Chen found himself utterly bewildered. Why were Yuguan and Guei appearing before him? Frankly, even if Douluo had shown up, his astonishment would not have been as profound. And now they were asking if he wished to join the Spirit Hall. Did he truly possess the liberty to choose? Out in this desolate wilderness, refusing them could very well spell his doom. Yuguan observed Bai Chen's dazed expression with a genial smile. He had quickly surmised that the item Bai Chen had absorbed was the rare Qirong Tongtian Ju, akin to his own martial spirit. With this revelation, Bai Chen, who had already piqued his interest, became even more appealing. To to the extent that Yuguan contemplated taking him on as an apprentice. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Chen spoke, I can join the spirit hall. However, senior, could you possibly agree to one condition? He set aside his pride and spoke endearingly. Upon hearing Bai Chen's request, both Yuguan and Guei breathed a sigh of relief. If Bai Chen had declined, they truly did not wish to eliminate him. Of course, had anyone else dared to propose conditions, they would have met an untimely end long ago. Very well, young one, what is your request? By the way, your name is Bai Chen, correct? From now on, I shall call you Little Bai Chen, Yuguan responded. Yes, indeed. I have just reached level 40 and wish to obtain my 4th spirit ring. Is that possible? Bai Chen declared, his large eyes fixed on Yuguan. Noticing Bai Chen's expression, Yuguan instinctively ruffled his hair and replied, Of course, that is hardly a request. Your martial spirit is a wolf, yes? Come, let me find you the most formidable wolf spirit beast. By the way, I am Yuguan, and he is Guei. You may refer to us as Grandpa Yuguan and Grandpa Guei. Bai Chen nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Yuguan, noticing his demeanor, inquired, What troubles you? Do you have any further questions? What question? Why must I call you Grandpa Yuguan? You appear more like an uncle. Bai Chen queried innocently. Yuguan couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Chen's words. Although he was male, he was quite particular about his appearance. And such praise from Bai Chen was undeniably delightful. Haha, indeed, we are grandfathers, we merely look youthful. Now, let us proceed to acquire your spirit ring. All right, with that, Yuguan and Guei led Bai Chen deeper into the sunset forest. With their formidable strength, traversing the sunset forest was a mere stroll for them. And even if they encountered formidable foes, they could easily delay them. Little Bai Chen, do you have any specific requirements for your 4th spirit ring? Yuguan inquired. Requirements? Yes, indeed. Grandpa Yuguan, I wish for a 10,000-year spirit ring, Bai Chen stated confidently. 10,000-year spirit ring? Little Bai Chen, are you jesting? Such a ring cannot be absorbed at level 40. Yuguan exclaimed. Bai Chen quickly shook his head and continued. Grandpa, my 3rd spirit ring is a 2,500-year ring, and the first 2 rings were absorbed at increasingly higher ages. If you doubt me, Grandpa Yuguan may assess my physical strength to see if I am capable of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. Exchanging glances, Yuguan and Guei finally settled on a decision. Very well, Grandpa shall test you. Little Bai Chen, prepare yourself. All right. Bai Chen focused intently as Yuguan inhaled deeply, channeling his spirit power to exert pressure on Bai Chen. He was careful to regulate his strength, initially only imposing a pressure equivalent to level 20 spirit power. Observing no significant reaction from Bai Chen, he gradually increased the intensity. After more than 10 minutes, the expressions of Yuguan and Guei shifted completely. The pressure had escalated to level 49, a staggering figure that would overwhelm most individuals. Yet, Bai Chen still showed no signs of reaching his limit. After a moment's hesitation, Yuguan decided to apply the pressure of level 50. Bang! Bai Chen's external spirit bone erupted forth, revealing a long, robust bone tail before the astonished duo. Recalling Bai Chen's profile, they realized that this young lad had yet to showcase this external spirit bone. With this revelation, Yuguan ceased the exertion of spirit power. All right, little Bai Chen, I now believe you are capable of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. Let us proceed to hunt a spirit beast. Yes, with that affirmation, Bai Chen followed the 2 of them. Having resigned himself to joining the spirit hall, he decided to charm Yuguan and Guei to garner their favor. Halfway through their journey, Yuguan lifted Bai Chen onto his back, saying, Little Bai Chen, you are moving too slowly. Let me carry you. Bai Chen's face flushed crimson. It had been years since anyone had carried him this way, igniting a mix of embarrassment and irritation that he struggled to suppress. All right, thank you. Grandpa Yuguan, he replied. With Bai Chen now on his back, they moved swiftly, soon encountering several 10,000-year spirit beasts. However, Bai Chen found none to his liking. Either they lacked compatibility or were of inferior quality. He couldn't help but wish for a 10,000-year fearsome wolf, but the chances were slim. The fearsome wolf was an endangered spirit beast, and his previous encounter with a 2,300-year specimen had already been a stroke of luck. Encountering a 10,000-year one seemed nearly impossible. As dusk approached, Bai Chen stared incredulously at the spirit beast before him. The Night Shadow Killing Wolf. If he was not mistaken, this spirit beast was indeed the legendary Night Shadow Killing Wolf. He had read of it in a tome. A creature of the same caliber as the fearsome dark golden terror claw bear, reigning supreme among wolf-type spirit beasts. However, such powerful spirit beasts were often preyed upon by humans. Despite their formidable strength, they could not withstand human hunting, rendering the Night Shadow Killing Wolf exceedingly rare, scarcer even than the fearsome wolf he had once encountered. Most astonishingly, This particular night shadow killing wolf was precisely over 10,000 years old, specifically 10,760 years, a perfect match for Bai Chen. Are you certain this is the one? Yuguan asked. Yes, I am certain. Bai Chen affirmed enthusiastically. All right, old ghost. Let us engage. With that, the two charged forward. Although individually they were undoubtedly stronger than the night shadow killing wolf, its terrifying speed far surpassed that of ordinary spirit beasts. They had to be cautious, lest they allow it to escape. Chapter 119. Absorbing the Dark Night Shadow Wolf's soul ring. As the two individuals made their move, Bai Chen held his breath. Although the Dark Night Shadow Wolf was merely a 10,000-year soul beast, its strength could rival that of a soul Douluo. Therefore, despite the astonishing compatibility of 99% between him and Bai Chen, he did not anticipate an easy absorption process. The memory of absorbing the fearsome wolf was still vivid in his mind. Soon, Yuguan and Gue Mei had encircled the Dark Night Shadow Wolf. The wolf seemed to sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the two, wearing an expression of vigilance, ready to flee at any moment. Observing the wolf's demeanor, Yuguan smiled and declared, 6 soul skill. Golden petals radiate. With that, a massive burst of yellow energy struck the Dark Night Shadow Wolf, piercing through one of its legs. With a pained howl, the wolf cried out. Subsequently, regardless of its cries, Yuguan and Gue Mei swiftly severed the wolf's limbs. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. This was the legendary Dark Night Shadow Wolf, a super soul beast on par with the dark golden fearsome bear. And yet it had been so easily incapacitated. Yuguan and Gue Mei also appeared astonished. This could not be the true strength of the Dark Night Shadow Wolf. Though it had only just reached the 10,000-year level, its capabilities should have been far greater. There were now only 2 possibilities. Either this creature was not truly the Dark Night Shadow Wolf, though that seemed unlikely given its distinct features, or it had been injured prior and was merely putting on a brave front in their presence. Regardless of the outcome, it could not escape Bai Chen's hunt today, especially with their compatibility at a staggering 99%. According to this, Bai Chen would gain significantly from eliminating it. To be cautious, after severing the wolf's limbs, Yuguan and Gue Mei struck its head to ensure it was incapacitated. Then, Yuguan instructed Bai Chen, little Bai Chen, come quickly, it should pose no further danger. You may proceed to eliminate it. All right. Upon hearing Yuguan's words, Bai Chen nodded and approached the Dark Night Shadow Wolf, drawing forth a pufferfish poison dagger, intent on ending the creature's life. Before striking, Bai Chen noticed a wound on the wolf's chest. When not inflicted by Yuguan and Gue Mei, it appeared to have been sustained during a battle with another creature. This explained why, despite their presence, the wolf had neither fled nor retaliated. It was already gravely injured. With determination, Bai Chen plunged the dagger into the Dark Night Shadow Wolf. Instantly, the wolf opened its eyes, attempting to struggle, but was firmly restrained by Yuguan and Gue Mei. The poison rapidly spread throughout its body. Moments later, a black soul ring floated above its head, marking the end of the Dark Night Shadow Wolf. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the 10,000-year Dark Night Shadow Wolf, earning 10,000 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen consumed a property-enhancing pill and announced, Grandpa Yuguan, Grandpa Gue Mei, I am beginning to absorb the soul ring. Very well. Yuguan harbored some concern regarding Bai Chen's choice. After all, this was merely the 4th soul ring, and he was attempting to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, which was perilously risky. However, he deemed further caution futile, as Bai Chen had already commenced the absorption. Yuguan and Gue Mei stood guard beside him. Once the absorption began, Bai Chen's soul was immediately met with a violent onslaught. The resistance from the Dark Night Shadow Wolf was far more terrifying than that of the fearsome wolf. The two souls clashed incessantly, and Bai Chen felt as if his very essence was being torn apart, a pain beyond description. Yet, Bai Chen was not one to easily succumb. He mentally recited his calming technique to restore his spirit and resist the wolf's assault. With the passage of time, the strength of the Dark Night Shadow Wolf's soul waned, allowing Bai Chen to successfully absorb the soul ring. After 6 hours, Yuguan observed Bai Chen's furrowed brow, astonished that he had persevered. Bai Chen had not given up. Yuguan could only imagine the immense suffering Bai Chen endured to eliminate the Dark Night Shadow Wolf. Such pain would be arduous for even an adult. Yet this young boy had endured for a full 6 hours, truly remarkable. As for why Yuguan did not interrupt Bai Chen's lengthy absorption as most elders would, prioritizing his safety, it was due to the brutal rules of the Spirit Hall. If he were to interrupt Bai Chen's absorption, even if the boy survived, he would likely emerge as a cripple. To them, a cripple was no different from a dead person. Conversely, if Bai Chen succeeded, they would gain an extraordinary genius for the Spirit Hall. Thus, he chose not to intervene. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Bai Chen's expression gradually relaxed. Witnessing this, Yuguan and Gue Mei let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Chen had succeeded in his absorption, or it would have been a significant loss. Slowly, the black soul ring began to dissipate, and Bai Chen opened his eyes, realizing that night had fallen without his noticing. Puzzled, he asked Grandpa Yuguan, "How long did I take to absorb the soul ring?" 7 hours have passed, little Bai Chen. You truly are impressive. We all thought you might not last. Yet you succeeded. Bai Chen was taken aback upon hearing Yuguan's words. 7 hours had indeed elapsed, a considerable amount of time. While contemplating this, he summoned the tail of the giant spirit, piercing it into the carcass of the dark night shadow wolf to begin devouring its essence. Yuguan and Guimei observed in surprise. Could Bai Chen truly consume the essence of a deceased soul beast? As the corpse of the dark night shadow wolf gradually shriveled, they had no choice but to accept this reality. Bai Chen did not spare even the severed limbs, consuming them as well. Fortunately, the 10,000-year soul beast had possessed sufficient strength and life, so even after its demise, the energy within its body had not entirely dissipated. Bai Chen's tail of the giant spirit extended to a remarkable 7 meters, appearing significantly sturdier, with enhanced power and toxicity. A single lash of his tail would now rival the might of a 10,000-year soul beast, a truly fearsome prospect. Chapter 120, The Shadow-Killing Array of the Demon Wolf. Bai Chen attempted to swing his tail. With a resounding crack, a massive tree, requiring 2 individuals to encircle, was effortlessly severed. Observing this spectacle, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The sole drawback was that this soul beast did not yield any soul bones. Yuguan remarked, "Little Bai Chen, your external soul bone is indeed formidable. By the way, what is your 4th soul skill? Might we witness it?" Bai Chen replied, "Of course, however, Grandfather Yuguan. This soul skill must be directed at a living target to be activated." He cast a hesitant glance at Yuguan. Noticing Bai Chen's expression, Yuguan responded, "Then consider me your target. It will be a fine opportunity to assess your soul skill." "Thank you, Grandfather Yuguan." With that, Bai Chen's 4th soul ring illuminated. Subsequently, a vast, intricate formation resembling a magical array materialized around Yuguan, with 12 manifestations of Bai Chen at each corner. 4th soul skill, Shadow-Killing Array of the Demon Wolf. Upon uttering this, the 12 shadows darted forth simultaneously. Clang, clang. Sounds of successive impacts resonated from Yuguan's form, and soon after, the array began to dissipate. Upon its conclusion, Yuguan nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Little Bai Chen, your soul skill is remarkable. I can sense a reduction in all my attributes while you wield this skill, and it is a lock-on attack that is unavoidable. Each of your avatars possesses approximately 70% of your attack power. Overall, this soul skill is exceedingly fearsome. I doubt anyone at the same rank could withstand it." Hearing Yuguan's praise, Bai Chen smiled bashfully. He knew he owed much to Yuguan and Guimei. Without them, he would have dared not provoke the night shadow-killing wolf given his current strength. Yet, it was impressive how Yuguan, a titled Douluo, deduced the essence of his soul skill after just a brief encounter. However, what Yuguan remained unaware of was that Bai Chen could modulate the power of this skill by channeling soul power. With Bai Chen's current capabilities, he could potentially conjure up to 24 avatars, and the combined might of their simultaneous assault would be truly terrifying. Afterward, Bai Chen examined his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 11 soul power, level 42 cultivation aptitude, 55, including Qingyang Gong 5. Heavenly Demon Body 2, Martial Soul, Rune Wolf Martial Soul Quality, Top-Tier Soul Rings, for Soul Bones, 2 right leg bone, 1000, External Soul Bone Points, 28. 500 Special Skills, Divine Eye, Qingyang Gong Second Layer, Serenity Meditation Items, Venomous Dagger, Pufferfish Poison Dagger, Soul Sage Experience Card, Soul Evolution Potion 16. Talent Domain Gift Pack 1 Status, Indestructible Body, Enhanced Olfactory Sense, Enhanced Vision, Enhanced Hearing. Gazing at his attributes, Bai Chen was thoroughly content. At the age of 11 and level 42, he achieved this rank even before fully absorbing the miraculous herb. Once he completely assimilated it, his level would undoubtedly rise even higher. Furthermore, he was particularly pleased to see that his cultivation aptitude had reached 55. It was astonishing that a single celestial herb could elevate his aptitude so significantly. No wonder the Shrek 7 monsters soared to greatness after acquiring such a herb. With such fearsome effects, how could they not rise to prominence? However, he felt somewhat vexed by the points. They reminded him of the lottery from that day. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind regarding the update of the shop. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring your 4th soul ring. The shop is now undergoing an update, which will take 3 days. During this time, the host will be unable to purchase items. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen felt a surge of anticipation. Having surpassed level 40, the items available after the update should be exceedingly valuable, likely of the Soul Master rank or higher. Meanwhile, Yuguan and Guimei conversed. "All right. Little Bai Chen, now that you have absorbed your soul ring, we should prepare to depart. Bai Chen nodded eagerly, though reluctant in spirit. He felt no valid reason to refuse, thus they embarked on their journey back. To Bai Chen's surprise, throughout the return trip, Yu Guan behaved like a doting elder, caring for him with genuine warmth, even engaging in small talk that could be deemed overly affectionate. It was quite unexpected that a character who was originally a villain in the narrative could exhibit such nurturing qualities. As for Gue Mei, he was unlike Bai Chen's initial assumptions. He had expected Gue Mei to possess a sinister demeanor. However, upon closer observation, Gue Mei displayed no such traits. While communication was not his strength, he excelled in subtle gestures of care, embodying the phrase cold exterior, warm heart. In summary, due to the influences of Gue Mei and Yu Guan, Bai Chen's fondness for the Spirit Hall had improved slightly. 2 days later, in Spirit City, Bai Chen gazed upon the vast expanse of Spirit City with awe. Truly, it was a city befitting the Spirit Hall, appearing even more prosperous than Heavendo City. This place was a paradise for soul masters, with their numbers likely surpassing those in other locales. With this thought, Bai Chen's eyes sparkled. He felt a renewed hope for his soul-fighting tasks, surmising there must be several soul masters of the purple gold rank here. As they approached the entrance, Yu Guan bent down and said, "Little Bai Chen, hold my hand. There are too many soul masters in Spirit City. If you're not careful, you might get lost. Or worse, be taken by someone." Yu Guan spoke in a tone suited for a child. "Okay, fine." Bai Chen reluctantly took Yu Guan's hand, following them inside. Seeing Bai Chen's demeanor, Yu Guan chuckled, amused by the little one's stubbornness. Once within the city, Bai Chen's eyes immediately fell upon the Spirit Hall. The reason he spotted it so easily was not due to its proximity to the city gate, but rather because a straight path led directly to the Spirit Hall. With the enhancements of his divine eye and vision potions, combined with the significant boost to his mental capacity from Serenity Meditation, he managed to catch a glimpse of the Spirit Hall silhouette. Yu Guan noticed Bai Chen's focused gaze and inquired, "What is it, little Bai Chen? Have you discovered something?" Bai Chen replied, "Yes, I believe I see the Spirit Hall right ahead." Chapter 121. The first encounter with Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Yu Guan was taken aback. The Spirit Hall was situated a full kilometer away, and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to see it. However, Bai Chen claimed he could almost see it. If Bai Chen's vision were indeed comparable to that of an average person, his spiritual power would have to reach at least the level of a soul Douluo to barely perceive the Spirit Hall. Yu Guan had initially thought Bai Chen possessed only extraordinary cultivation talent, but was astonished to discover his spiritual power was equally remarkable. Unbeknownst to Yu Guan, Bai Chen's vision was enhanced, which accounted for the seemingly exaggerated perception. Nevertheless, Yu Guan remarked, "Little Bai Chen, you truly are astonishing. Now, let us hasten to meet the Pope." Bai Chen replied, "Yes, let us go." With that, he followed them towards the direction of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Douluo, with a gloomy expression, gazed at his medicinal garden. He sensed that a solution to the phosphorescent serpent's poison could be found within Bai Chen, yet at this critical juncture, the Spirit Hall had seized him away. His resentment towards the Spirit Hall intensified. As for the few missing celestial herbs in his garden, he did not concern himself too much. For in the grand scheme of the garden's overall quantity, Bai Chen's plunder was negligible, unless he were to excavate the garden as thoroughly as Tang San, which might provoke his ire. Of course, Douluo was unaware of the true value of those celestial herbs. If he knew, Bai Chen might have perished several times over. On another front, Bai Chen arrived at the Spirit Hall, pausing momentarily. To be frank, it was his first visit, and he was somewhat awestruck. This was the first time he had encountered such an imposing structure, surpassing even the grandeur of the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. Yu Guan ruffled Bai Chen's hair and inquired, "What do you think, little one? Isn't the Spirit Hall beautiful?" Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the guards at the entrance, upon spotting Yu Guan and Gue Mei, promptly opened the doors to allow them entry. "Come along, little Bai Chen," Yu Guan said, leading him inside. Simultaneously, someone rushed to inform Bibi Dong of their return. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the Pope's Hall. Before they could announce themselves, a cultured female voice resonated from within, "Yu Guan, Gue Mei, come in." Upon hearing this voice, the two hastily ushered Bai Chen inside. Together, they announced, "Your Holiness, we have brought Bai Chen back." Bibi Dong cast a glance downward and, coincidentally, Bai Chen, filled with curiosity, lifted his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes collided, and instantaneously, Bai Chen was taken aback. This was his first encounter with Bibi Dong, and he found her even more stunning than the legends had described. Coupled with her unique queenly aura, it was no exaggeration to say she was breathtaking. In that moment, Bai Chen was momentarily entranced. Of course, his admiration for Bibi Dong's beauty was purely aesthetic. He could not condone her subsequent actions. which had plunged the entire continent into chaos for the sake of a single Yu Xiaojing, a veritable madwoman. Bibi Dong, noticing Bai Chen's lack of fear and his unwavering gaze upon her, was somewhat surprised. This child was indeed bold. Unlike most people, she was not captivated by Bai Chen's appearance. Rather, she focused intently on his eyes. It had been long since she had encountered such pure eyes. Untainted and devoid of any suppression, reminiscent of a newborn infant. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong spoke, "Your name is Bai Chen, is it not?" Bai Chen promptly nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Holiness." He then emulated Yu Guan and Gue Mei, kneeling on one knee. Though his knee hovered half a centimeter above the ground, a final act of defiance. Observing Bai Chen's gesture, Bibi Dong smiled, a rare occurrence. "Rise. I have a question for you. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Bai Chen hesitated for a moment, internally conflicted. While Bibi Dong was indeed beautiful, he was not particularly eager to take her as his master. However, she seemed to treat her disciples well. Yet, he felt he had no real choice. He was uncertain how Bibi Dong might react to a refusal. I am willing," he finally managed to say, noticing the hesitance in Bai Chen's voice. Bibi Dong reassured him, "Do not worry. If you are unwilling, I will not force you." "Really?" Bai Chen questioned. "Indeed. If you prefer to decline, you may still join us at the Spirit Hall. Even if you do not wish to be my disciple, you can study alongside the Saintess," Bibi Dong stated calmly, unfazed by his potential rejection. "Thank you, Your Holiness. It would be best if I do not have to become a disciple," Bai Chen thought to himself. For he felt he had little more to learn. He was confident in his continued progress through his own cultivation. "Very well, Yu Guan, please take him to rest," Bibi Dong instructed. "Yes, Your Holiness," Yu Guan replied respectfully. He then led Bai Chen out of the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong observed Bai Chen's retreating figure with keen interest, pondering her thoughts. Once outside, Yu Guan playfully tapped Bai Chen on the head. "You cheeky lad, do you really dare to speak such words? How could you reject the Pope?" Bai Chen rubbed the spot he was struck, feeling no pain. "She said I could refuse, so I did." Yu Guan sighed, somewhat exasperated. "Fortunately, the Pope did not take offense and even promised you the same resources as the Saintess. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may consult either me or Grandfather Gueme, understood?" "Yes," Bai Chen replied obediently. Yu Guan then brought him to a quaint, stand-alone courtyard. "This will be your residence and training ground from now on. I will arrange for someone to look after you, understood?" I understand," Bai Chen acknowledged. With that, Yu Guan departed. Left alone, Bai Chen surveyed the courtyard inside. The unpredictability of life was truly remarkable. He had merely intended to attend a banquet. Instead, he had been captured by Douluo for experiments and was now coerced into joining the Spirit Hall. It was quite a predicament. Having relocated, he would need to excavate a new blood pool, the previous one taking a year to complete now wasted. Furthermore, after being missing for so long, Shueku was likely searching for him, and his family must have received news of his absence. With these thoughts weighing on him, Bai Chen sighed once more, realizing he had little choice but to accept his current fate. Chapter 122. The update of the mall the following day, at the break of dawn. Bai Chen was greeted by a notification sound resonating in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The system mall has been updated. Please check it at your convenience." Upon hearing this announcement, Bai Chen promptly entered the system mall to discover the nature of the updates. Finally, the update was completed, much to his relief. Upon entering the system mall, he noticed a significant increase in the variety of items available. However, one particular absence left him slightly displeased. The double-speed training cards and attribute pills were nowhere to be found. Indeed, they were gone. Glancing at the update notice displayed at the top of the mall interface, Bai Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Update notice. Due to the host's strength surpassing level 40, they have graduated from the novice category, leading to the removal of the double-speed training card and attribute pills from the system mall. The initial line of text detailed this unfortunate change, followed by a list of upgraded items, which primarily consisted of enhanced versions of previous offerings. For instance, the basic attribute pills had now evolved into intermediate ones, accompanied by potions that extended the duration of intermediate soul rings. Nevertheless, the exorbitant prices of these items deterred Bai Chen from making any purchases. As he found himself unable to afford what he desired, he resolved to accumulate points diligently to unlock the talent domain gift package at the earliest opportunity. After finishing his morning routine, Bai Chen rose from bed, just in time to encounter a maid at his door. Upon seeing him awake, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Young Master Bai Chen, you are up." And you are?" he inquired. "I am a servant appointed by Lord Yu Guan. You may call me Xiao Pei. Breakfast is ready. Please come and eat." "Ah, thank you, Xiao Pei," Bai Chen replied. He followed her to the dining hall, where a sumptuous breakfast spread awaited him, instantly igniting his appetite. After all, A hearty meal was essential for cultivating strength. With that thought, Bai Chen approached the table and began to eat voraciously. Xiao Pei observed him with amusement, finding his enthusiasm for food rather endearing. Young Master Bai Chen, no need to rush. There's plenty more. Just wait a moment, she said. After you finish, I will take you on a tour of the spirit hall so you can familiarize yourself with the layout, as you will be residing here from now on. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement, continuing his meal until he had polished off the entire spread, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Once finished, he followed Xiao Pei as they strolled through the spirit hall. Young Master Bai Chen, let us first visit your training area. It will be your daily destination, she suggested. All right, he replied as they made their way toward the training grounds. Meanwhile, 3 young individuals, 2 males and 1 female, were seated in the training area, engaged in conversation. These 3 represented the future golden generation of the spirit hall. Yin spoke up. Nana, have you heard? A child much younger than us is coming to train with us today. They say he is a once-in-a-century genius. Hu Laina responded, yes, I've heard. His name is Bai Chen, and he is only 11 years old but has already surpassed the Soul Master level. His talent is truly remarkable. Xie exclaimed, what? He has already reached the Soul Master level at just 11. How is that even possible? Hu Laina replied, yet such a genius exists. We will soon find out the truth of this rumor when we meet him. Truthfully, Hu Laina was reluctant to accept this fact. However, given that Bai Dong had personally introduced Bai Chen to her the previous day and requested she look after him, she was compelled to acknowledge the reality. Just as their lively discussion unfolded, Xiao Pei arrived with Bai Chen in tow. From a distance, Bai Chen spotted the 3 of them. In Bai Chen's perceptive gaze, their information was instantly revealed. Xiaoyu, level 46 Yin, level 46 Hu Laina, level 45. Seeing their levels did not surprise Bai Chen. They aligned with his expectations. With 3 years remaining until the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, they had ample time to reach the Soul King level. As Bai Chen and Xiao Pei approached, the trio also took notice of Bai Chen. Xiao Pei greeted them. Greetings, Holy Maiden, Lord Yin, Lord Xiaoyu. This is young Master Bai Chen, who will be training and learning alongside you from now on. Upon hearing Xiao Pei's introduction, all 3 turned to Bai Chen. Their immediate reaction was to be captivated by his appearance, especially Hu Laina, whose gaze lingered on him with an undeniable fascination. Yin was the first to regain his composure. Observing Hu Laina's gaze fixed on Bai Chen, he felt a surge of discomfort. What did this mean? It was their first meeting, yet her eyes were filled with such tenderness. Could she have developed a fondness for this child? No, that couldn't be. The mere thought of this possibility left Yin breathless, as he cherished Hu Laina dearly. Nevertheless, Yin maintained his politeness, refraining from confronting Bai Chen out of jealousy. Hello. You must be Bai Chen, Hu Laina said warmly. You heard how she addressed us, so you likely know our names by now. You may call me Sister Nana. And then Brother Yin and Brother Xiaoyu. We will be training together from now on. Acknowledging Hu Laina's words, Bai Chen nodded. I understand, Sister Nana. By the way, Bai Chen, I heard you were only 11 yet have already reached level 40, correct? Hu Laina inquired. Yes, to be precise. I am at level 42, Bai Chen confirmed. The revelation from Bai Chen's own lips astonished the trio. Initially, they had considered themselves exceptional, but the disparity in talent was staggering when compared to Bai Chen. That is truly impressive. Bai Chen, may we witness your strength and spar with you? Hu Laina asked, her curiosity piqued, for an 11-year-old soul master was a rarity worth experiencing. Of course, I would like to know who my opponent is. Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing Bai Chen's consent, Yin immediately stepped forward. Allow me to be the first, Bai Chen. Let me test your strength. Chapter 123, Challenging the Golden Generation. Bai Chen, is that you, Yin Gu? All right. Yin, don't worry, Bai Chen. We are merely here for a friendly spar. I will ensure not to hurt you. Bai Chen, MHM. I will also be cautious not to injure you, Yin Gu. Initially, the atmosphere was light. But upon hearing Bai Chen and Appo's words, the 3 of them exchanged astonished glances. To them, Bai Chen and Appo's statement seemed rather arrogant. Setting aside other factors, in terms of soul power levels, Bai Chen was already at a disadvantage. Furthermore, given the 7-year age gap between them, Yin being 7 years older, it implied that Yin possessed 7 more years of combat experience. Thus, Bai Chen's assertion to be careful not to harm Yin sounded somewhat presumptuous in their ears. However, they were unaware that Bai Chen, in addition to his exceptional talent, also possessed 2 soul bones and a 10,000-year soul ring, along with countless victories in the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Had they known these details, their perceptions would surely have altered. Yin, feeling a surge of irritation, thought that Bai Chen seemed to underestimate him. He believed his strength was not something the current Bai Chen could contend with. While contemplating this, Yin spoke. Can Xiaoyu and Nana serve as judges? Bai Chen nodded. That works. With that, Hulaina announced. The match begins. Both competitors manifested their martial souls simultaneously. Flame Lord and Rune Wolf materialized on the field. Truth be told, the quality of their martial souls was not significantly different. Hence, the outcome could only be determined by other factors. As their martial souls took form, the trio from the Golden Generation momentarily froze in disbelief. They witnessed a soul master of the soul sect flaunting a 10,000-year soul ring. Were their eyes deceiving them? After rubbing her eyes to confirm, Hulaina swallowed hard. Yan's expression grew grave. Bai Chen's earlier remark about being cautious not to injure him seemed far from jest. Bai Chen seized the initiative to attack, opting not to employ his external soul bone this time. He felt that against Yan, he wouldn't need it. Presently, among the Golden Generation, only Hulaina and Xieyu's martial soul fusion technique could compel him to utilize his external soul bone. First soul skill, Frenzied Assault. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. With a resounding impact, their bodies collided, forcing both to retreat a few steps. Yan was genuinely taken aback by Bai Chen's strength. He had certainly underestimated him. This is a sensitivity-based soul master, he mused. One could easily mistake him for a pure power soul master. The first soul skill was capable of countering his second soul skill without losing ground. Absurd. Second soul skill, Black Moon Wolf Kill. Possibly due to Bai Chen's superior physical attributes. He regained his footing faster after the clash. Spotting the swiftly approaching cross-wind blade, Yan's third soul ring glowed brightly. Third soul skill, Iron Rock Shield. In an instant, a remarkably thick layer of armor enveloped Yan. Bai Chen's assault was deflected, yet Yan himself was pushed back a considerable distance by the sheer force of the impact. Bai Chen was taken aback. It appeared that Yan was unexpectedly resilient. Given this revelation, Bai Chen resolved to test his newly acquired fourth soul skill on Yan, adjusting his output to avoid causing harm. Fourth soul skill, Shadow Wolf Killing Array. Upon hearing this declaration, Yan abruptly lifted his head. No way. Again, as he finished speaking, a colossal magic array materialized beneath him, with 8 manifestations of Bai Chen emerging at each corner, a deliberate reduction in attack potency. Subsequently, Yan felt a slight discomfort, as his attributes diminished marginally. Ding, ding, ding. The 8 Bai Chen simultaneously unleashed their attacks, and Yan, unable to evade, was forced to endure the full brunt of the onslaught. When the barrage ended, Yan reverted from his martial soul form. I concede, Bai Chen. Thank you for holding back. Bai Chen, no need for thanks. We agreed to avoid injury. Yan awkwardly nodded in response. As the outcome dawned on them, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were left in a state of shock. Yan had actually lost, a result they had never anticipated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Yan. Reward, 400 points. Congratulations on your first victory against Yan. Additional reward, 500 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. The points awarded by Yan were substantial. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Become the leader of the Golden Generation. Task requirement. Defeat all members of the Golden Generation and earn their recognition of your strength. Task reward, 5,000 points. As the message resonated in his mind, Bai Chen's gaze shifted to Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Precisely what he required were points. Although 5,000 points were not exceedingly high for him, they were still a considerable sum, especially since the task appeared straightforward. Suddenly, under Bai Chen's gaze, Hulaina and Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable chill, sensing a discomforting aura. Bai Chen, I would also like to spar with you, Xiaoyu and Nana, if that's all right. Just as Xiaoyu and Hulaina were about to commend Bai Chen, they were momentarily taken aback by his words. Their strengths were, in fact, quite comparable to Yan's, showing little advantage over him. In certain respects, they were even inferior. Thus, hearing Bai Chen's request caused them a slight unease. After a moment, Xiaoyu spoke. Bai Chen, did you use your full strength against Yan just now? Bai Chen shook his head. Not at all. I still have my external soul bone yet to be employed. I have only recently broken through to level 40 and wish to test my limits. Therefore, Xiaoyu and Nana, I invite both of you to join forces. I am eager to discover my limits. The trio exchanged wry smiles, astonished that he still possessed an external soul bone. What manner of prodigy was this? Xiaoyu, very well, Nana and I shall join forces. However, Bai Chen, I must inform you in advance that Nana and I possess a martial soul fusion technique. You must be prepared for a challenge if you wish to face us both. Bai Chen, understood. Let us begin. With that, the three assumed their stances, ready for combat. Before the battle commenced, a massive bone tail emerged from behind Bai Chen, exuding an unsettling aura and immense pressure. Sensing the overwhelming presence of Bai Chen's colossal tail, Hulaina and Xiaoyu felt a surge of tension. Would they be unable to defeat Bai Chen even when joining forces? Chapter 124. Completing side missions contemplating. Bai Chen charged towards the two individuals. First soul skill. Rampage. With that declaration, Bai Chen's tail lashed violently towards Xiaoyu. Fourth soul skill. Moon Splitter. In response to Bai Chen's assault, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to unleash his most formidable soul skill. Bang! Under the immense disparity of power, Xiaoyu was sent flying. While a small crack appeared on Bai Chen's bony tail, which was akin to his own bones, the fracture brought forth considerable pain. Hulaina, not one to remain idle, activated her third soul skill, Enchantment. As she spoke, her eyes transformed into a shade of pink, locking onto Bai Chen's gaze. However, due to Bai Chen's divine sight and the tranquility technique he practiced, he merely experienced a fleeting moment of daze before regaining composure, subsequently sweeping his tail towards Hulaina. Yet, perhaps due to the recent attack or the injury, his movement was somewhat sluggish, and his tail barely grazed Hulaina. Nevertheless, she could still sense the tremendous power contained within the bony appendage, and should she have been struck directly, the consequences would have been dire. Hulaina and Xiaoyu retreated to one another, exchanging glances that seemed to signify a mutual decision. In unison, they proclaimed, Enchantress. Instantly, a crimson mist enveloped them and the surrounding area, swiftly advancing towards Bai Chen. Finally arriving, Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing this scene. To be candid, the red mist did not significantly obstruct his vision. He distinctly discerned Xiaoyu and the others' positions. Without hesitation, Bai Chen charged towards the crimson haze. Observing this, Yin shook his head, recognizing Bai Chen's youthful naivety. He was unaware of the true terror embodied by the enchantress. Such a direct approach could be tantamount to courting death. However, as Bai Chen plunged into the mist, he pivoted, unleashing the giant spirit's tail towards Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Shatter. From Xiaoyu and Hulaina's vantage point, they merely saw a white object rapidly enlarging before their eyes. Although they managed to react promptly, mere moments later, they were still forcefully repelled by the overwhelming power of Bai Chen's strike, which even disrupted their combined martial soul technique. Bai Chen refrained from further aggression and stated, Sister Nana, Brother Xiaoyu, it appears that I have emerged victorious. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were taken aback. Together, they had been unable to defeat a single opponent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiaoyu and Hulaina, earning 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host for the first-time defeat of Xiaoyu and Hulaina, receiving an additional 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, earning 5,000 points. In a brief moment, Bai Chen's points surged by 7,900. It was undeniably exhilarating. After the battle concluded, Bai Chen assisted the two in rising, thus forming an acquaintance among the trio. Subsequently, he and Xiao Pei continued their exploration of the martial soul hall. As Hulaina and the others observed Bai Chen's retreating figure, there was no trace of resentment in their eyes, only a sense of awe. This time, the martial soul hall had indeed encountered a remarkable individual. Meanwhile, in the papal hall, Bi Biong was engrossed in her work when suddenly, an individual approached and whispered something to her. Upon hearing the news, Bibidong's hands momentarily halted. Is that so? Yes, Your Holiness. Bai Chen has just defeated the Saintess and her companions, and he utilized his external soul bone to counter the enchantress skills of the Saintess and Xiaoyu. Bibidong was genuinely astonished, considering that Hulaina and her companions had already attained golden martial soul medals at the Angel Grand Soul Arena. Their combat prowess was formidable among their peers. How could they, despite their soul power advantage and their martial soul fusion technique, fail to overcome Bai Chen? It seemed Bai Chen's strength exceeded her expectations. It would be prudent to allocate resources towards Bai Chen and observe him for a while, should he prove trustworthy. Further resources could be directed his way. Yes, Your Holiness. With that, the individual withdrew. As for Bai Chen, he had nearly completed his exploration of the martial soul hall, familiarizing himself with the residence of the Moonlit Phantom and the Elder Hall, among other significant locations. On another front, in the Heavendo Empire, Shueku was in a frenzy upon learning that Bai Chen had been abducted by Douluo, dispatching individuals to search for Douluo and Apos' whereabouts. Currently, due to this incident, the relationship between Douluo and the Heavendo royal family had deteriorated significantly, with even Dogu Yin withdrawing from the Heavendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. After all, Bai Chen was recognized as a viscount appointed by the Snow Knight Emperor. Although his current status was modest, he was destined for greatness. Achieving the rank of title Douluo was virtually assured, and even becoming a legendary peerless Douluo was not beyond the realm of possibility. The Heavendo Empire had never witnessed a talent of his caliber, and Snow Knight held great expectations for him. Yet, such a prodigy had been spirited away by Douluo, with his fate still shrouded in uncertainty. How could Snow Knight remain composed? Upon learning of this news, Ning Rongrong pleaded fervently until she successfully enlisted Gu Rong to assist in locating Douluo Bo and rescuing Bai Chen. Returning to his small courtyard, Bai Chen remained oblivious to the turmoil he had inadvertently caused throughout the entire Heaven Do Empire. The following day, Bai Chen commenced his formal training. Arriving at the training grounds, he discovered an elder, seemingly around 50 years of age, awaiting their arrival. Above the elder's head, the number 85 was prominently displayed, signifying that he was an 85-level soul Douluo. Hulaina and the others, spotting Bai Chen, waved him over, and upon his arrival, the elder greeted him with a warm smile. You must be Bai Chen, correct? My name is Mo Jia. You may call me Uncle Jia or Brother Jia. From now on, I will be in charge of arranging your training. Bai Chen was taken aback by the elder's introduction. Who was this individual? Noticing Bai Chen's confusion, Hulaina quickly reassured him, don't be so puzzled. Grandpa Mo Jia prefers to be addressed in a younger manner. He won't mind if you call him Brother Jia. Oh, understood. Greetings, Brother Jia. Hello, Bai Chen. I am already aware of your exploits, and I have formulated a training regimen tailored for you. At this point, Mo Jia's lips curved upward slightly. Observing Mo Jia's expression, Bai Chen was inexplicably filled with a sense of unease, as if the seemingly affable figure harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 125, The Valley of Death. Lady Saint, you may proceed with the tasks I previously assigned to you. As for Bai Chen, please accompany me. Upon hearing Mo Jia's voice, Bai Chen obediently followed him, despite being uncertain about their destination. He realized he had no choice but to trail behind Mo Jia. Before long, Mo Jia led Bai Chen to the outskirts of Wuhuan City, stating, Little Bai Chen, the place I wish to take you to is known as the Valley of Death. Bai Chen exhaled in relief at Mo Jia's words. He had dreaded the prospect of Mo Jia suggesting a visit to his home, which he presumed might be quite large. However, the Valley of Death seemed like a perilous locale. He never anticipated that his inaugural task upon arriving at the Wuhuan Palace would involve venturing into such a treacherous area. Ding. Congratulations, host. A side quest has been initiated. Survive alone in the Valley of Death for 1 month or longer. Rewards will be determined based on the host's performance. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen's spirits soared. A quest had been issued, and he was determined to excel. Observing Bai Chen's exuberant demeanor, Mo Jia sighed. It appeared the youth was unaware of the true nature of the Valley of Death. Once he arrived there, his relaxed attitude would likely dissipate. Little Bai Chen, you're moving too slowly. Allow me to assist you, Mo Jia said. Oh, all right, thank you, Jia Ge, Bai Chen replied, and with that, Mo Jia took Bai Chen's hand, swiftly leading him to the vicinity of the Valley of Death. At the entrance of the valley, a tall, elderly man stood guard, a conspicuous question mark hovering above his head. Clearly, he was a titled Douluo. Upon seeing the elder, Mo Jia respectfully addressed him, Senior Ghost Fish. I entrust this young one to your care. The elder lowered his gaze to Bai Chen, inquiring, is this the child that the esteemed Pope spoke of? Indeed. Very well. Then, hand him over to me. You may leave now. Understood. Turning to Bai Chen, Mo Jia instructed, Little Bai Chen, Elder Ghost Fish will speak with you shortly. Be sure to heed his words. Understood? Bai Chen nodded solemnly. With that, Mo Jia departed, leaving Bai Chen in front of Elder Ghost Fish. The elder produced a golden card and cautioned, Young one, once you enter, exercise utmost caution. This place is fraught with danger. This card is a means to summon me. Should you find yourself in peril, simply break it, and I will appear before you. However, you may only use it once. Do you understand? Furthermore, your entry here constitutes a task assigned by the Wuhuan Palace. If you can survive for a week, you will have completed your mission. Understood? With that, Bai Chen stepped into the Valley of Death. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an eerie silence, sending chills down his spine. He sensed several pairs of eyes fixated on him the moment he crossed the threshold. Realizing he was being watched, Bai Chen's expression turned grave. The Valley of Death was proving to be far more perilous than he had anticipated. The gazes upon him belonged to a few thousand-year-old soul beasts, and he had scarcely arrived before encountering them. After some contemplation, he resolved to find a place to rest before formulating a plan. Half a day slipped by, and luck was not on Bai Chen's side. He had yet to discover a suitable resting spot. The sun was setting, and nocturnal soul beasts would soon be more active. He needed to find shelter quickly. Gazing at a nearby cliff face, Bai Chen hesitated, then decided that if he couldn't find a suitable place, he would create one himself. With that thought, he summoned his external spirit bone and began to excavate the rock face with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, an afternoon had passed, and Bai Chen surveyed the 4-meter-deep cave he had crafted, feeling quite satisfied. He decided to rest there for the night. After gathering some materials to conceal the entrance, Ensuring it appeared inconspicuous from the outside, Bai Chen entered the cave. He planned to cultivate throughout the night, dismissing the thought of sleep. As darkness enveloped the land, a few large gray wolves passed by the cave entrance. They glanced at it briefly before continuing on their way. With the dawn's light filtering through the gap Bai Chen had left, he awoke and stretched. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of 3 gray wolves, each approximately 1,300 years old. Having not eaten the previous day, Bai Chen felt a pang of hunger. It was time to hunt. The wolves noticed Bai Chen as well, rising to their feet. In the Valley of Death, caution was paramount, regardless of the enemy. One must always be prepared for a fight, a survival lesson ingrained in the wolves from a young age. As Bai Chen approached, the pressure on the wolves intensified. They sensed the overwhelming power emanating from him. At last, they could no longer contain themselves and launched a simultaneous assault on Bai Chen. Seeing this unfold, Bai Chen smiled, flicking his bone tail and declaring, "Bone spike." With a swift motion, Bai Chen's bone tail pierced through one of the gray wolves, dispatching it instantly. The remaining 2 wolves charged at him concurrently. Bai Chen, witnessing their advance, drew forth the giant spirit tail and struck them back with 2 swift blows. These 1,000-year-old soul beasts were woefully outmatched against Bai Chen, unable to withstand his onslaught. One by one, he dispatched the remaining 2 wolves with his bone spikes. Surveying the 3 lifeless bodies before him, Bai Chen stroked his chin, then immediately set to work collecting the wolves' blood. He suddenly realized the abundance of soul beasts in this area. If he could hunt them and gather their blood, he could continue cultivating his heavenly demon body. With a nod of affirmation, Bai Chen concluded that the Valley of Death was rather promising. Before long, he had collected all the blood from the 3 wolves. Each wolf, weighing approximately a ton, provided him with around 150 pounds of blood. In total, he had amassed nearly 500 pounds, and the collection process had been surprisingly swift. With a few more soul beasts hunted, he could replenish his blood pool. Chapter 126, The Valley of Death, Part 2, Subsequently. Bai Chen skinned several gray wolves, washed the pelts, and commenced roasting the meat. It must be said that due to the scarcity of resources in this region, the gamey odor of the meat had not been entirely eradicated, leaving a rather pungent aroma wafting through the air. However, given his limited culinary experience, he was unable to rectify this shortcoming. Gradually, after half an hour, Bai Chen halted his efforts upon witnessing the meat turn a golden hue and began to indulge in his meal. Despite his inexperience in cooking, perhaps due to the extraordinary strength of his mental energy, he exhibited remarkable precision in controlling the heat. Ignoring the gamey flavor, the taste was, in fact, quite acceptable. The remaining meat was transformed into jerky for preservation, effectively addressing his food concerns. Not far from his makeshift cave, a small stream provided a reliable water source, alleviating any worries in that regard. Now, Bai Chen could focus on expanding his cave and creating a blood pool. Before long, a week had elapsed. Although he had completed the tasks assigned by the Spirit Hall during his week of habitation, Bai Chen had yet to fulfill his own objectives, prompting him to decide to linger a while longer. Perhaps due to his enhanced abilities, his excavation speed had increased significantly. In just 1 week, he had widened the cave to 17 meters and excavated a blood pool at its deepest point. He placed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower at the core of the formation. This particular flower was of little use to him, and should he ever dismantle the formation, he could reclaim it without any loss. Once everything was in order, Bai Chen leapt into the blood pool, and an exhilarating sensation enveloped him. This blood pool was larger than the previous one, though it was not yet filled to capacity. It contained approximately 5,000 pounds of ancient soul beast blood. Soon, a night passed. Outside the Valley of Death, Guoyu paced back and forth, muttering, "How strange. He was supposed to return yesterday. Why hasn't he come back yet? Has something happened?" Recalling the instructions given to him by Bi Bidong, he hastily ventured into the valley to locate Bai Chen. He quickly arrived at Bai Chen's dwelling, just as Bai Chen finished his training and prepared to embark on a hunt. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Guoyu paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Bai Chen, you and Appos, re-alive." Bai Chen, puzzled by Guoyu's reaction, replied, "Elder Guoyu, what are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine. Why would I be dead? Then why didn't you come out yesterday? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Guoyu retorted. Remaining calm, Bai Chen explained, "It's like this, Elder Guoyu. I actually find this place quite suitable for me, and I wish to stay here a bit longer." Guoyu was momentarily taken aback by Bai Chen's response. In the past, Hulaina and others who spent a night in the Valley of Death were in tears, desperate to return the following day. Yet here was Bai Chen, expressing contentment in this perilous locale. Guoyu glanced inadvertently at the nearby grill. This young man certainly knew how to make the best of his circumstances. "Very well, you may remain here. Whenever you wish to leave, simply find me at the entrance of the Valley of Death," Guoyu conceded. "Understood," Bai Chen affirmed. With that, Gale departed. Half a day later, Dong learned of Bai Chen's immersion in the Valley of Death and his refusal to emerge. Surprisingly, upon receiving this news, she smiled. This young man is truly exceptional, willingly staying in the Valley of Death to cultivate. That is commendable. The valley indeed provides a rigorous trial for one's character. Hearing her words, Yu and Guan nodded in agreement, though Guan occasionally cast glances outside, as if harboring some concern. All right, is there anything else? If not, you may leave for now, Dong instructed. Yes, Your Holiness, they all replied in unison. Following this, Guan promptly exited. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the Valley of Death, Bai Chen stood before Guan, somewhat bewildered. Grandfather Guan, what brings you here? In response, Guan, with a hint of irritation, said, Since you intend to reside in the Valley of Death, I'm concerned for your safety. I came to check on you and to bring you some supplies. As he spoke, Guan placed various necessities before Bai Chen, including clothing, towels, and even some seasonings. Additionally, he brought a plethora of fruits and vegetables. Witnessing Guan's gestures, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, as this was the first time someone outside his family had shown such concern for him. Thank you, Grandfather Guan, Bai Chen expressed sincerely. What is there to thank me for? Guan replied, slightly taken aback. Wasn't it I who brought you into the spirit hall? Naturally, I must look after you. Enough of this sentimental talk. I will visit you from time to time and bring you supplies. Now, I must take my leave. All right, Bai Chen nodded earnestly. After Guan departed, Bai Chen felt a newfound appreciation for his decision to join the spirit hall. He was even tempted to gift Guan a precious herb. But he restrained himself, realizing the difficulty in explaining its origin. Once Guan was gone, Bai Chen immediately began roasting meat with the spices he had just received. After days of tasteless roasted meat, he felt as though he might perish from despair. Half an hour later, as he bit into the salt-seasoned meat, tears welled in his eyes. This was the taste he had longed for. Meanwhile, Hulaina and the others were perplexed. They were aware of Bai Chen's venture into the Valley of Death, but he was supposed to have returned the following day. It was conceivable that Bai Chen's strength allowed him to endure longer, perhaps for a week, but now it had been over a week. What could be the reason? The three of them convened for a discussion. Hulaina spoke up. I sensed something amiss with Bai Chen. Today, I heard he chose to remain in the Valley of Death. Has he lost his mind? Why would he stay in such a dreadful place? At her words, Yin and Xie gasped, contributing once more to the global warming crisis. Xie remarked, perhaps this is the nature of genius. His thought processes differ from ours. Yin added, I second that. Chapter 127, The Death Canyon, Part 3. The days swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed in relative tranquility for Bai Chen. His cultivation of the celestial demon body progressed remarkably, and the blood pool was nearly filled with the essence of various millennia-old soul beasts. The supply of soul beast flesh he had stored was nearing depletion. Furthermore, his level had ascended to 43, a feat primarily attributed to the lingering potency of the wondrous Qirong Tantian chrysanthemum, which had yet to be fully digested within him. However, the treacherous Death Canyon was not destined to remain peaceful indefinitely. One fateful morning, an uninvited guest arrived at a nearby creek to quench its thirst. Bai Chen, having just concluded his training in the blood pool, planned to venture out for a hunt and earn some points. Yet, as he emerged from the blood pool, he was suddenly enveloped by a chilling aura. It was clear to him that something formidable had drawn near. Stealthily, he approached the cave entrance and peered outside, quickly identifying the source of the ominous presence, a 1,000-year-old black-bellied python. While these soul beasts were somewhat common, a 1,000-year-old specimen was a rarity. The black-bellied python was a formidable serpent, distinguished not only by its immense strength and speed, but also by its lethal venom. A mere drop of venom from a century-old black-bellied python could spell instant doom for an adult human. The 1,000-year-old variant before Bai Chen was even more terrifying. Fortunately, Bai Chen possessed considerable resistance to toxins. Even if he were to be poisoned, he would not succumb immediately. This was his first encounter with a 1,000-year-old soul beast, and he found himself in a quandary. Should he engage this formidable creature? After a moment's hesitation, he opted against confrontation. After all, there existed a vast chasm between 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. Rarely could a 1,000-year beast best its 10,000-year counterpart, as the latter could effortlessly overpower its lesser kin. Realizing the futility of engaging in battle, Bai Chen retreated, but perhaps too late. The black-bellied python had already caught sight of him, its gaze fixed in his direction. Recognizing the danger, Bai Chen swiftly exited the cave. Fighting within the confines of the cave would be disadvantageous, given the serpent's size, which left him little room for evasion. Although Bai Chen's defenses were formidable among his peers against the might of a 1,000-year soul beast, they would prove nearly inconsequential. No one would truly believe a soul master of over 40 levels could withstand such an assault. Thus, any confrontation would likely result in Bai Chen's swift demise. Once outside, he immediately activated his spirit, switching his breathing to that of the celestial demon body, and employed the Gale technique from his external soul bone to maximize his speed. He sprinted towards a nearby stone forest, where the intricate terrain would provide advantageous cover for a speed-oriented soul master such as himself. The black-bellied python, upon witnessing Bai Chen's flight, pursued him relentlessly. It had encountered similar humanoid beings in the past, having feasted on several humans years prior, and the delectable taste of their flesh lingered in its memory. Now that it had stumbled upon another opportunity, it would not let it slip away. The reason the soul beast remained trapped within the Death Canyon was due to the presence of a tidal Douluo and several soul Douluo dispatched by the Spirit Hall, who guarded the few exits, ensuring the beasts could not escape. In no time, the black-bellied python arrived at the outskirts of the stone forest, prompting Bai Chen to conceal himself. Instantly, the serpent lost track of him. Undeterred, it flicked its tongue, attempting to sense Bai Chen's location. However, in that very instant, a verdant dagger pierced its tongue. With a hiss of pain, the black-bellied python lashed out with its tail in retaliation. Bai Chen, having struck with a pufferfish toxin dagger, did not linger after his attack. He understood that, despite inflicting poison, the creature's resistance would likely be far superior to that of a human, especially considering it was a 1,000-year soul beast. Thus, he wisely chose to conceal himself once more. Enraged and disoriented from the injury, the black-bellied python rampaged, demolishing the surrounding stones and leveling a small patch of ground. Hidden away, Bai Chen felt a surge of relief had he engaged the beast head-on. He might have shared the fate of those scattered stones. After a brief period, the black-bellied python appeared to tire, its movements becoming sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Chen struck again, employing both his venomous dagger and his pufferfish toxin dagger into the serpent's tail. Once more, the creature emitted a cry of anguish, yet it remained oblivious to Bai Chen's whereabouts. Bai Chen, who had triumphed over many foes through direct confrontation, recalled that he was, in fact, an agile and stealthy soul master. Such a battle required cunning. He needed to deliver a decisive blow while the beast was weakened. With thunderous roars echoing around, the black-bellied python could do little more than thrash in fury, its frantic movements only exacerbating the spread of its own poison. The skin on its head and tail began to show signs of corruption, tainted by purple and green toxins. Thus, Bai Chen continued to strike from the shadows, inflicting wounds that gradually sapped the creature's strength. After half an hour of this relentless assault, a resounding crash signaled the creature's collapse. A dark soul ring slowly ascended from its lifeless form. Observing the fallen beast, Bai Chen couldn't help but reflect on the inherent limitations of soul beast regarding intelligence. Chapter 128, The Death Canyon, Part 4, Domain of the Demon Wolf. Allow me to mention that I have made adjustments to the devouring of the giant spirit's tail, enabling it to consume the essence of any soul beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently slaying the 10,000-year soul beast, the black-bellied Lin Mang, for which you are rewarded with 20,000 points. Upon hearing the notification resound in his mind, Bai Chen felt a wave of satisfaction. 20,000 points is no small sum. Subsequently, he collected the creature's blood and utilized the giant spirit's tail to extract its essence. However, this time, the tail did not elongate further. It remained at a length of 7 meters but increased in power, toxin resistance, and tenacity. Once the devouring was complete, a dark soul bone appeared atop the corpse of the black-bellied Lin Mang. Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had merely slain a soul beast and was unexpectedly greeted with a pleasant surprise. Soon, the information regarding this soul bone materialized within his spiritual eye. Black-bellied Lin Mang skull bone. Age, 11,000 years. Compatibility, 57. Upon observing the attributes of this soul bone, Bai Chen promptly decided against absorption. The reason was simple. The compatibility was far too low at 57%. It is well known that lower compatibility results in weaker soul skills post-fusion. Thus, Bai Chen would not forcibly absorb this soul bone. He resolved to await a more suitable evolving skull bone in the future to synergize with this one. Contemplating this, Bai Chen poured the blood of the black-bellied Lin Mang into the blood pool, which had now reached a capacity of approximately 30,000 pounds. Moreover, due to his daily hunts of soul beasts, Bai Chen's points had surpassed 100,000. He now needed to accumulate an additional 100,000 points, along with the gift package key acquired from a previous lottery, to unlock the talent domain gift. With this thought, Bai Chen felt considerably uplifted. The blood pool, enriched with the blood of a 10,000-year soul beast, gradually darkened in hue. Although he was eager to experience the thrilling effects of the blood pool, Bai Chen restrained himself. as the toxic essence from the black-bellied Lin Mang had yet to be fully purged, and the pool's formation required a bit more time to cleanse it. This was precisely why Bai Chen had gone to such lengths to construct a new blood pool. Its formation could gradually eliminate impurities, rendering the blood within more refined, facilitating easier absorption. An hour later, Bai Chen opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state to inspect the blood pool. He discovered that its color had returned to normal, indicating that the pufferfish toxin had been thoroughly eradicated. He leaped into the pool, eager to test the effects of the blood infused with a 10,000-year soul beast. Upon entry, Bai Chen experienced a sensation akin to his initial immersion in the blood pool, a searing pain, as if his body were dissolving. However, he persevered. His current physical resilience was far superior to that of his past self. Gradually, a blood-red tear mark began to form beneath his eye. Had he been able to see his current state, he would have realized he had entered the third layer of the heavenly demon body, the demon manifestation state. Upon entering this state, it signified that his heavenly demon breathing technique could now sustain him for over 18 hours. And the blood pool could continuously refine him for over an hour in its enriched state. Additionally, he could utilize the heavenly demon possession skill, which significantly enhanced all attributes while reducing soul power consumption. As time flowed by, the color of Bai Chen's tear mark grew increasingly vivid, resembling a drop of fresh blood. Soon, an hour had passed. Bai Chen slowly rose and immediately noticed significant changes in his physique. He hurried to the mirror and, upon inspecting his reflection, quickly spotted the tear mark. Upon seeing the tear mark at the corner of his eye, Bai Chen nearly leaped with excitement. At last, he had achieved the demon manifestation state. Upon closer inspection, he noted that, aside from the tear mark, he appeared somewhat more alluring yet sinister, exuding a hint of villainy, albeit a strikingly handsome one. In the realm of cultivation, he would undoubtedly resemble a demonic cultivator. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that in Douluo continent, there were likely no demonic cultivators, indeed, none at all. Overall, Bai Chen's appearance had not drastically changed from before, merely possessing a slightly more flamboyant air. After a final glance in the mirror, he confirmed his new flamboyant demeanor. However, as long as he refrained from displaying overt expressions, he still appeared quite normal. It seemed he was destined for the path of stoicism. 3 months later, today marks Bai Chen's 12th birthday. Having arrived at the Spirit Hall when he was just over 11 and a half, he now celebrated his 12th year. Simultaneously, his points had finally surged past 220,000. Now, even after purchasing 2 gift package keys, he would still have 2,000 points remaining. As he pondered this, Bai Chen spent 200,000 points to acquire 2 gift package keys. Strangely, he felt no regret when spending such a large sum. He simply used it without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purchasing a gift package, key X1. Ding. Seeing his balance of gift keys increase to 3, Bai Chen unhesitatingly activated the talent domain gift. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have utilized the talent domain gift. You have acquired the talent domain, Demon Wolf domain. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen sighed in relief. At last, he had obtained this domain. He immediately checked the effects of the domain. Demon Wolf domain. The power is enhanced according to the host strength. For every 10 levels gained, 1 wolf spirit can be summoned. Each wolf spirit possesses 80% of the host's combat strength. Moreover, while utilizing the Demon Wolf domain, for each wolf spirit present on the field, the host strength is increased by 10%. Note, the wolf spirits summoned by the Demon Wolf domain do not inherit attribute enhancements from skills such as the heavenly demon body. Domain evolution conditions. The host must reach level 70 and possess a 100,000-year soul ring to evolve the domain. Upon reviewing the attributes of this talent domain, Bai Chen envisioned a future where, upon breaking through to the titled Douluo stage, 9 wolf spirits would surround and overwhelm his foes while he watched from the sidelines. Reflecting on this, Bai Chen felt a sense of nostalgia. He too would experience the thrill of outnumbering opponents. Furthermore, after the domain's evolution, the number of summoned wolf spirits would likely increase even further. This was indeed a righteous collective assault. Chapter 129, The Death Canyon, Part 5, The Human-Faced Demon Spider. After surveying his domain, Bai Chen glanced at the scenery outside, contemplating whether to leave this place. He had been in the Death Canyon for a full 4 months. If he stayed any longer, others might think him peculiar. However, it seemed that he was already perceived as such. After some reflection, Bai Chen decided to remain, for this was an excellent location for accumulating points. He was merely 9 soul evolution potions away from evolving his soul, an enticing prospect indeed. With over 20,000 points still at his disposal, he believed that with a little more effort, he could reach the necessary 160,000 points within 3 months. Moreover, having entered the demonic manifestation state and acquired the wolf demon domain, his power had escalated to a whole new level compared to before. significantly enhancing his safety within the Death Canyon. Bai Chen felt it was time to advance further, which would also expedite his point accumulation. With this resolve, Bai Chen ventured deeper into the canyon, yet he preferred to remain close to his current abode. He had no desire to create another blood pool, as that would be exceedingly troublesome. Exiting the cave, he followed the stream upstream for a short distance. Before long, he halted, taken aback by the creature before him, the human-faced demon spider. To his astonishment, it was a 15,000-year-old specimen, far more formidable than the black-bellied forest beast he had encountered previously. The spider, having sensed Bai Chen's presence, slowly turned to face him, and upon recognizing its visage, Bai Chen's expression soured. With the human-faced demon spider's nature, this encounter would undoubtedly result in a fierce battle to the death. The creature emitted a chilling screech and immediately lunged at Bai Chen. Faced with the sight of the monstrous arachnid advancing on him with its 8 legs and a human-like face, Bai Chen took flight. Do not misunderstand. It was not that Bai Chen doubted his ability to defeat the creature, but rather a primal fear of spiders, particularly large ones. Oddly enough, he harbored no fear towards anything else, yet the mere thought of encountering a spider could keep him awake at night. As the human-faced demon spider pursued him, its excitement only grew, its legs thundering behind him. Remembering the spider's ghastly appearance sent a shiver down his spine. If possible, he wished to avoid combat with such a beast. After calming himself, Bai Chen realized the spider was relentless in its pursuit and resolved to confront his fear. However, upon turning to face the human-faced demon spider, a wave of terror washed over him once more. This was not a fear he could overcome in a short time. With his heart racing, he focused on regaining his composure and increased his speed. After an hour of frantic flight, he finally managed to shake off the spider. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Chen sighed with relief. He had successfully evaded the creature. Yet, he couldn't fathom why he was so frightened of spiders. It was quite vexing. He resolved to devise a strategy to conquer this irrational fear in the future. Just as he pondered this, he heard a rustling sound. Turning around, he was dismayed to find the familiar human-faced demon spider reappearing before him. Heh, Bai Chen muttered. Noodle possession. Wolf demon domain. Demonic embodiment. Frenzied assault. In an instant, Bai Chen launched a frenzied attack against the human-faced demon spider, his fear replaced by sheer adrenaline. This was the first time he had lost his composure. Driven to madness by fear, activating the wolf demon domain and his innate abilities significantly augmented his attributes, elevating him to a level approaching that of a soul emperor. With the assistance of 4 wolf spirits, the human-faced demon spider was rendered defenseless, unable to retaliate. It was baffling to the spider why the fleeing Bai Chen had suddenly transformed into such a formidable opponent. Die, 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 die. Bai Chen screamed, and within seconds, he had severed 2 of the spider's legs. The spider's cries turned mournful as it realized the terrifying strength of the human before it. Desperate to flee, it found all routes blocked. Minutes passed, and the 15,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was ultimately defeated by Bai Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the 15,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. You have gained 18,000 points and received a mysterious drop item. However, it seemed Bai Chen was oblivious to the spider's demise, continuing his relentless assault. It was not until he had reduced the spider's corpse to a pulpy mass that he gradually regained his senses. Staring at the gruesome sight before him, he swallowed hard. Did I do this? Upon noticing the wounds on his fists, Bai Chen confirmed that the scene before him was indeed his doing. Fortunately, his formidable strength had prevailed. The human-faced demon spider had been no match for him. He then rummaged through his bag, discovering the mysterious drop item. Without hesitation, he utilized it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the mysterious drop item. You have received the Fearless Heart. Fearless Heart. What on earth could that be? Bai Chen pondered, examining its attributes. Fearless Heart effect enables the heart to evolve once. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this was an evolution of his heart? He had initially thought the term Fearless Heart implied that he would no longer fear anything. Thankfully, it was not a trivial item, as overcoming fear was indeed possible. He refused to believe that he would remain afraid of spiders after confronting them daily. With this thought, Bai Chen returned to his cave and used the Fearless Heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the Fearless Heart. The heart is beginning to evolve. Upon uttering those words, Bai Chen collapsed. During his unconsciousness, his heart throbbed increasingly violently. Had he been able to witness the spectacle, he would have seen his heart swell dramatically, then shrink, repeating this terrifying cycle. Undoubtedly, this process was excruciating. And even in his stupor, Bai Chen furrowed his brow in distress. However, 2 days later, his heart resumed normal rhythm, and he appeared considerably healthier, with improved blood circulation. Nevertheless, he would remain unconscious for a while longer. Chapter 130. Evolution of the Martial Soul. The savage demonic wolf. A day later, Bai Chen slowly awakened from his slumber. Upon rising, he distinctly sensed certain changes within his body, though he was at a loss to articulate their nature. To put it simply, he felt more invigorated and spirited than before. Apart from that, no obvious transformations were apparent. Subsequently, Bai Chen resumed his tranquil existence. 3 months passed, and Bai Chen's level ascended to 44, while his total points finally reached 180,000. Gazing at the blood pool before him, he sighed, realizing it was time to depart. However, prior to that, he needed to evolve his martial soul. With that thought, Bai Chen utilized 180,000 points to purchase 9 martial soul evolution potions, finally accumulating a total of 25 potions. At last, he could initiate the evolution of his martial soul. With resolve, Bai Chen consumed the 25 martial soul evolution potions. Ding! Congratulations, host. 25 martial soul evolution potions successfully utilized. The evolution of the martial soul commences. As he spoke, Bai Chen and Appo's martial soul automatically entered its manifestation state. Sensing the unfolding of events, he dashed towards the cave's entrance, mindful that if he transformed into the rune wolf, his size would be considerable, potentially rendering the cave's mouth inadequate. Moreover, he anticipated that upon evolution, his form would likely expand further, thus making it almost certain that he would become trapped within the cavern. Although the outside world posed dangers, he knew he could not find a better refuge in such a short time. As Bai Chen's body began to morph into that of a wolf, he sprinted towards the stone forest, the region least frequented by soul beasts due to its desolation and arid climate, which rendered it inhospitable for most creatures. Midway through his journey, Bai Chen had completely transformed into the rune wolf, his aura intensifying. An impulse surged within him, as if his inner power longed to break free. His emotions became increasingly tumultuous, compelling him to wreak havoc upon his surroundings. Yet, he forcefully employed his calming technique to suppress this urge, ultimately arriving safely at the stone forest. Upon his arrival, Bai Chen's fur had morphed into a fearsome black-red hue, his eyes gleaming a blood red, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, evoking a sense of dread in those who dared to gaze upon him. Gradually, an eerie tattoo began to manifest on his body, depicting a creature he had never encountered before, yet it exuded an aura of terror, akin to a demonic insignia. 2 days elapsed in the blink of an eye, and Bai Chen's form had surged to an imposing 8 meters. His presence radiated a stark contrast to his former self. Where the previous rune wolf had emanated an air of mystery and tranquility, the current Bai Chen instilled a sense of fear and brutality. However, his transformation remained incomplete, as he sensed his emotions spiraling beyond his control. Even while chanting his calming technique, it was insufficient to quell the impulses raging within his mind, compelling him to tear something apart. With this in mind, Bai Chen unleashed his fury upon the surrounding stones, venting his inner turmoil. The cacophony of destruction gradually attracted the attention of nearby soul beasts. Before long, a black tiger appeared not far from Bai Chen. Hesitating as it beheld the raging figure before it, sensing an overwhelming aura of terror that suggested it had ventured into the wrong territory. In the midst of his evolution, Bai Chen and Appo's gaze fell upon the black tiger, and a sinister smile crept across his face, exuding an eerie vibe. Without warning, he lunged at the tiger. Before the creature could react, Bai Chen sank his teeth into its neck, and in a frenzied display akin to a wild beast, he began to tear into the tiger with abandon. 5 days later, Bai Chen's evolution finally concluded, and his form gradually shifted back towards a humanoid shape. However, he appeared somewhat altered from his former self. His hair retained its black hue, yet his eyes now mirrored those of Daimu Bai, featuring 1 black and 1 red orb. Additionally, his overall aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. If Bai Chen had once been likened to a pristine white lotus, now he resembled a rose exuding lethal allure, possessing an irresistible charm for the opposite sex. In terms of appearance, Bai Chen had achieved an extraordinary pinnacle. Yet, he paid little mind to such matters. He retrieved a set of black attire from his ring and proceeded to assess his current attributes. Name: Bai Chen. Age: 12. Soul power: level 44. Cultivation aptitude: 55, includes Qingyong skill 5. Heavenly demon body 2. Martial soul: savage demonic wolf, one of the strongest martial souls among super martial souls. The drawback being that individuals possessing this martial soul are prone to extreme rage and loss of rationality, necessitating formidable mental fortitude or mental cultivation techniques to maintain emotional control. Martial soul quality: super. Next martial soul evolution potions required: 200 soul rings. For soul bones: 2 right leg bone, 1000 external attached soul bone points, 20. 950 special skills: divine eye, Qingyong skill, 2nd layer, calming technique, 1st layer, Heavenly Demon Body, 3rd layer. Items, Venomous Dagger, Pufferfish Venom Dagger. Soul Sage Experience Card, Status, Enhanced Smell, Enhanced Vision, Enhanced Hearing, Enhanced Heart. Bai Chen examined his current attributes, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He then entered the Martial Soul Compendium to further explore the attributes of the Savage Demonic Wolf. Savage Demonic Wolf, Super Martial Soul, Strength, A, Agility, S, Constitution, A, Growth, S, Soul Power, S. Upon viewing the attributes of the Savage Demonic Wolf, Bai Chen was nearly blinded by brilliance. 3 S's and 2 A's far surpassed even the Haotian Hammer. This was indeed the epitome of super martial souls. With this newfound power, Bai Chen experienced a significant qualitative leap in strength. Realizing that there was little reason to linger any longer, he resolved to depart. As he prepared to leave, Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings, noting that the once intricate terrain of the stone forest had been nearly flattened. Is this my doing? He swallowed hard, contemplating his handiwork, and felt a sense of relief that he had not succumbed to madness within the cave. Otherwise, he might have met an untimely demise beneath falling debris. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen made his way back to the cave. Chapter 131 Departure from the Death Canyon. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Chen glanced into the mirror. Each evolution of his martial soul brought subtle changes to his appearance, and he was curious to see how he had transformed this time. Standing before the mirror, he paused, noticing his reflection. He gently touched his face and murmured, "Is this really me?" It was evident that Bai Chen recognized the alterations in his visage. Moments later, a spark of excitement ignited within him. At last, he had shed the guise of the naive youth he once was. Although he had previously been quite handsome, Bai Chen had never truly favored that appearance. His persona had always been dictated by his looks, leading him to unconsciously act in ways that aligned with his appearance, resulting in a burdensome existence. In essence, he no longer wished to feign innocence. From this day forth, he resolved to liberate himself. After retrieving the phoenix crown from the blood pool, Bai Chen cast a lingering glance at the home he had inhabited for over half a year, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Moreover, remaining there any longer could arouse suspicion in Bibidong, who likely had already begun to harbor doubts. After extracting as much blood as possible from the blood pool, Bai Chen officially set off towards the exit of the Death Canyon. Half a day later, Gale may suddenly sense something amiss and turned to see Bai Chen approaching. Recognizing him, Gale was taken aback. You are Bai Chen? Indeed, Senior Gale, it is I. I wish to depart from the Death Canyon. Oh, splendid. I thought you intended to remain there for a lifetime. Since you have emerged, let us go meet the Pope. Yes, Senior Gale. As Bai Chen stepped out of the Death Canyon, a notification chimed within his mind, signaling the completion of a system task. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully survived in the Death Canyon for over a month. Based on your performance, you are awarded 50,000 points and 5 opportunities for a mid-level mysterious draw. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen felt invigorated. The rewards were quite generous. If the mid-level mysterious draw were converted into points, it amounted to a staggering 100,000 points. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Chen promptly utilized his 5 opportunities for the mysterious draw, reassured that whatever he obtained would remain in his backpack, preventing any misunderstandings from Gale. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a mid-level mysterious draw and received 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a mid-level mysterious draw and received 6,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a mid-level mysterious draw and received a skill upgrade Pill X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a mid-level mysterious draw and received a durability enchantment book X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have used a mid-level mysterious draw and received a mid-level level up Pill X1. Satisfied with the notifications, Bai Chen realized he had amassed 16,000 points along with 3 commendable items, deeming the experience worthwhile. However, he decided to wait until his return home to utilize these items. In the afternoon, they arrived back at Spirit City. After half a year away, Bai Chen found himself somewhat out of sorts. He had not been in such a crowded place for a long time. Besides the occasional visits from Yueguan, he had not encountered anyone else during that time, making it challenging for him to readjust. Lost in thought, he followed Gale to the Pope's Hall. Gale had previously sent word to Bibidong that Bai Chen had left the Death Canyon, which meant she had not yet departed and remained within the Spirit Hall. As they pushed open the grand doors of the Pope's Hall, Bai Chen finally beheld the familiar yet imposing figure once more. Noticing the commotion, Bibidong glanced at Bai Chen standing below, her expression a mix of surprise and intrigue. In just half a year, Bai Chen's appearance and aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. So much so that her heart fluttered momentarily. Yet, regaining her composure, She reminded herself that he was merely a child. Long time no see, Bai Chen. How has your time in the Death Canyon been? Bibi Dong inquired. Thanks to your grace, your holiness, I fared well. The Death Canyon is a place of great trials. Indeed. It is evident that your strength has significantly improved over the past 6 months. Let me ask you once more, do you wish to become my disciple? This time, Bibidong's tone was markedly different, serious, devoid of indifference, even laced with a hint of soul power pressure. Bai Chen felt the weight of her presence, gasping slightly under the pressure. The disparity between them was stark, and he sensed that a refusal might provoke her to take drastic measures. I am willing, your holiness, Bai Chen managed to reply. With no alternative, he bowed his head under the eaves. Patience was essential. Once he grew stronger, opportunities for retribution would abound after all. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Pleased with Bai Chen's response, Bibi Dong nodded, relieved that she would not need to force him. His talent was undeniably extraordinary, and she had no desire to extinguish such brilliance. To prevent any future defiance against the Spirit Hall, she felt compelled to take some extreme measures. Very well, Bai Chen. Your residence shall remain unchanged. You must be weary after your journey. Go and rest. Yes, your holiness. With that, Bai Chen returned home. After such a long absence, he chose to forego his usual training and instead enjoyed a night of restful sleep. The following day, Hulaina and her companions arrived at the training grounds for their morning exercises. However, from a distance, they noticed someone already present. Curious, they quickened their pace to discover who it was. As they drew nearer, Hulaina caught a glimpse of Bai Chen's profile and was instantly captivated, her heart racing. She licked her lips, suddenly feeling parched. She would never forget who he was, although they had only shared a brief moment half a year ago. His image had been etched in her memory. To her astonishment, in just 6 months, Bai Chen had transformed so remarkably. Previously, she had thought him merely cute. But now he exuded an alluring charisma that drew her in. Xiaoyu and Yin were similarly taken aback upon seeing Bai Chen. After all, he was the formidable individual who had spent 6 months in the Death Canyon. Now that he had returned, they were curious to see how much his strength had increased. Chapter 132. Testing strength, however. Today, the unexpected occurrence was not solely the return of Bai Chen. What are you doing? Hurry up and begin your training. A voice suddenly emanated from behind. Upon hearing this, Hulaina promptly turned around and exclaimed, Teacher, Bibi Dong, are you surprised to see me? Hulaina, no, not at all. I was merely wondering why you have the time to come here today. Bibi Dong, as your teacher, why would I not come? Hulaina. Bibi Dong, by the way, I have also accepted Bai Chen as my disciple yesterday. He will be your junior brother from now on. Hulaina, who had previously appeared dejected, suddenly brightened at Bibi Dong's words. Really? Yes. Afterward, Bai Chen approached and greeted Bibi Dong and the others. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Bibi Dong remarked, I shall not teach you the basics, as I believe you are already familiar with them. I have heard that your strength is formidable, and I wish to witness your capabilities before devising a training plan for you. Do you have any objections? None at all. I shall follow your instructions, teacher. Bibi Dong, that is good. Lung Yu, come over here. At her command, a young man appearing to be in his late 20s approached. Bibi Dong, this is Lung Yu, a soul king. I want you to spar with him, so I can assess your strength. Bai Chen, understood, teacher. With that, the two moved to the arena. As Bai Chen gazed at the number 58 hovering above Lung Yu's head, he felt no trepidation. Given his current strength, he could likely defeat a soul beast that had existed for 2 millennia. A mere 58th level soul master was inconsequential. Once prepared, Lung Yu introduced himself. Lung Yu, 58th level assault type soul king, martial soul, water dragon. Please enlighten me. Bai Chen, 44th level agility type soul master, martial soul, brutal demon wolf. Please enlighten me. Upon hearing Bai Chen's introduction, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. She seemed to recall that Bai Chen's martial soul was a soul beast known as the Rune Wolf. Although she had not heard of the Rune Wolf, it appeared to be an exceptional martial soul based on her previous observations. Why was Bai Chen now claiming his martial soul was the brutal demon wolf? Had there been an error in the records? Or had Bai Chen's martial soul undergone a mutation? Indeed, Bai Chen had caught the attention of the Spirit Hall previously, but initially, he had not garnered much notice. However, as Bai Chen's accomplishments grew, his reputation reached a point where the Spirit Hall could no longer ignore him. Bibi Dong had astutely observed that Bai Chen's martial soul seemed to have undergone several mutations, each time becoming more powerful than before, which prompted her suspicion regarding a potential new transformation. As these thoughts occupied her mind, the two completed their martial soul manifestation. Upon entering this state, Lang Yu immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Though his level surpassed Bai Chen's by 14, the pressure seemed to emanate from Bai Chen instead, which was quite peculiar. In addition to the pressure, Bai Chen exuded an aura of terror. Meanwhile, Hulaina and the others focused on different aspects. Previously, when Bai Chen manifested his martial soul, his ears and tail were white, yet now they were black, and the mark on his forehead had transformed into a blood-red hue. It appeared somewhat fearsome. However, Hulaina was undeterred, utterly captivated by his striking appearance. Though fearsome, he was undeniably handsome. Were it not for a shred of rationality, she might have already begun cheering for Bai Chen. On Bai Chen's side, after manifesting his martial soul, his emotions became somewhat erratic. He inexplicably felt a surge of anger, desiring to tear apart the individual before him. Fortunately, after silently reciting the calm heart technique, his emotions stabilized significantly. He recalled the description of the brutal demon wolf martial soul. Though immensely powerful, its emotional volatility necessitated considerable mental fortitude or specific techniques for control. It seemed prudent to enhance the level of his calm heart technique, he mused. Subsequently, he charged toward Lung Yu. Although his emotions had calmed somewhat, the bloodthirsty aura surrounding him remained unchanged. As he approached Lung Yu, the latter was already affected, his reactions noticeably delayed. Bang! Bai Chen and Appo's fist struck Lung Yu and Appo's abdomen. Due to the evolution of his martial soul, Bai Chen's strength now rivaled that of an assault-type soul master, augmented by various enhancements. Lang Yu's body was sent soaring, contorted into a U-shape. Bibi Dong observed this scene with furrowed brows. Things did not seem as simple as she had anticipated. Why did she suddenly feel that Lang Yu was no match for Bai Chen? Nevertheless, as a Soul King, Lang Yu would not be easily defeated. Lang Yu, 4th Soul Skill, Water Dragon Body. Upon uttering this, a water blue armor enveloped Lang Yu, forcefully repelling Bai Chen. Surprised by Lang Yu's power, Bai Chen noted that the latter's martial soul seemed formidable. Without hesitation, Lang Yu continued, 5th Soul Skill, Blue Dragon Ice Rain. With that declaration, the entire training ground was engulfed by a rain of ice spikes. Even Bai Chen and Appo's speed could not evade them, leaving him with no choice but to endure. Nonetheless, Bai Chen remained unfazed. A pitch-black bone tail emerged from his back, having grown to an impressive length of 8 meters due to the consumption of numerous soul beast carcasses. Its strength significantly enhanced. The bone tail easily deflected the ice spikes raining down upon him. After a minute, the barrage ceased, and while Lung Yu appeared severely drained, Bai Chen showed little sign of fatigue. Suddenly, Bai Chen's bone tail coiled around Lung Yu, delivering a swift thrust that pierced his body. However, Bai Chen had no intention of taking his life. This strike merely incapacitated him. To witness a 58th level Soul King being so effortlessly subdued by Bai Chen was astonishing. Not just for Bibi Dong and the others, but for Bai Chen himself. It seemed that even Tang San, at level 40-something, had not dispatched a Soul King with such ease. Though Ling Yu might not possess the prowess of Hulaina and Xie Yu's martial soul fusion skill, Bai Chen had hardly exerted any effort. At this rate, he would undoubtedly surpass Tang San's capabilities in 2 years. If he continued to grow at this pace, he might ascend to divinity even sooner than Tang San and his companions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated a 58th level Soul King. Reward, 2,800 points. Chapter 133. The invitation from Hulaina due to the relatively minor difference in levels between both parties. The points awarded by the system were not particularly substantial. Suddenly, Bibi Dong clapped her hands, drawing Bai Chen's attention. Indeed, Bai Chen, your prowess has surpassed my expectations. I did not foresee that even a top-level Soul King would be no match for you. In the Angel Great Spirit Arena, Lang Yu had achieved a purple gold level spirit medal, ranking her among the strongest in the realm of Soul Kings. Yet, Bai Chen had effortlessly defeated her, prompting Bibi Dong's commendation. Bai Chen humbly replied, Teacher, you flatter me. I merely had a stroke of luck. Bibi Dong countered, do not be overly modest. Lang Yu is not a foe one can simply defeat through luck. However, given your current strength, I may need to subject you to some specialized training. Bai Chen, somewhat puzzled by Bibi Dong's words, was uncertain of what she meant by specialized training. Remember to come to the Pope's Hall tomorrow morning, she instructed before departing. Watching Bibi Dong's retreating figure, Bai Chen remained bewildered. He spent the rest of the day training diligently in the practice arena. Upon returning home that night, he promptly utilized the items he had previously acquired. He applied the skill upgrade pill to his tranquility technique, elevating it to the 2nd level, allowing him to maintain a calmer demeanor during battles. After using it, Bai Chen felt a significant lightness in his mind, as if a weight had been lifted. The durability enchantment book was also applied to the pufferfish poison dagger, a formidable weapon that would prove highly useful to Bai Chen in the short term. As for the intermediate level-up pill, he decided to reserve it for when he reached level 49 or 57, as it could elevate a soul master below level 60 by 1 level, with a maximum of 3 uses, priced at 100,000 points each in the shop. Afterward, Bai Chen examined the current attributes of these two items. Tranquility technique. Second level greatly enhances the host's mental resilience against illusions and accelerates mental recovery. Pufferfish poison dagger effect. Enchantment. Durability I. The durability of the pufferfish poison dagger has been enhanced. The description was quite straightforward and easily comprehensible. Just as Bai Chen finished reading, he heard some commotion outside. With his enhanced hearing, he discerned the conversation clearly. Lady Saint, what brings you here? Asked Xiao Pei. I am here to find Bai Chen. Is he in? Hulaina replied. Yes, he just returned not long ago. Bai Chen, curious about Hulaina's visit, decided not to dismiss her. Upon learning that Bai Chen was home, Hulaina smiled and asked, May I come in to disturb you? Of course, Xiao Pei replied. Please wait a moment. I will inform Lord Bai Chen. No need to notify him. I am here, Bai Chen's voice echoed from within. Soon, Hulaina saw Bai Chen, clad in black, emerge from his room. Upon seeing his face, she felt an intense thirst, as if her throat were aflame. Noticing Hulaina's dazed expression, Bai Chen smiled. Her natural beauty was striking, and her bewildered demeanor was rather endearing. Sister Nana, is there something you need from me? He inquired, finally regaining her composure. Hulaina hurriedly replied, Yes, Bai Chen, today we have prepared a welcome ceremony for you. Just the four of us. You, me, Brother Xiaoyu, and Yin. Are you free? As she spoke, Hulaina unconsciously fell into a state of nervousness, despite being 7 years older than Bai Chen, behaving more like a younger sister. Of course, when should I come? Bai Chen asked. An hour from now, please. We will wait for you at the entrance of the spirit hall, Hulaina answered eagerly. Very well, Bai Chen agreed. Relieved by Bai Chen's response, Hulaina felt grateful that he did not seem particularly unapproachable. Then, I shall take my leave, she said softly. See you soon, Sister Nana, Bai Chen replied. With that, Hulaina awkwardly turned and took her leave, step by step. Bai Chen, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter at her retreating figure. Hearing the laughter, Hulaina's face flushed crimson as she turned back to inquire about the cause of his amusement. However, as she did so, she realized she had awkwardly stumbled, feeling utterly humiliated. Her face burning with embarrassment, she lowered her head and dashed towards the door. Bang! She collided with the door. Bai Chen nearly laughed so hard that he was on the verge of tears. Hulaina's antics were simply too amusing. After bumping her forehead against the door, Hulaina's eyes dulled, and she fell backward, wishing to disappear from the shame. Seeing her plight, Bai Chen finally managed to suppress his laughter, reciting the tranquility technique in his mind before walking over to help her up. Sister Nana, are you all right? He asked gently. Hearing Bai Chen's voice, Hulaina's eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Remembering the earlier incident, she lowered her head and murmured, I'm fine, I should be going. Oh, let me walk you out, Bai Chen offered, not waiting for her to refuse. He took her arm to help her up. At his touch, Hulaina felt a surge of heat wash over her, akin to a shrimp being boiled. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps she still had a chance. With Bai Chen's support, Hulaina finally left his small courtyard safely. After seeing her off, Bai Chen noticed his hands were clammy with sweat, which he wiped off in mild distaste. Hulaina is remarkably nervous, he thought. Realizing this, he decided that a bath before attending the welcome ceremony would be more appropriate, considering he would likely be spending a considerable amount of time with the Golden Generation in the future. After Hulaina left, she too noticed that her arm was slick with sweat, particularly where Bai Chen had touched her. Instantly, the small flame of hope she had rekindled began to flicker out. Upon returning home, Hulaina collapsed onto her bed with a thud, then rolled over. Oh, I wish I could just disappear. I've become a complete fool in front of Bai Chen. I might as well be dead. What should I do? Chapter 134. The gathering. Bai Chen entered the house and took a refreshing shower, intending to present himself in a more polished manner before heading out. Once he completed his grooming, he stood before his wardrobe, contemplating the array of garments before him. Which one should he don for his outing? After a brief hesitation, he selected a black coat and black trousers, reasoning that the color black was a safe choice that would not disappoint. Once dressed, he admired his reflection in the mirror, feeling confident and dashing. Indeed, black was the right choice. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu arrived at Hulaina's door, sensing a palpable aura of resentment emanating from within even before entering. Laina, are you in there? We are about to leave, he called out while rapping on the door. However, there was no response, and the ominous energy seemed to intensify. Laina, are you there? After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyu grew increasingly concerned. Laina, I'm coming in. With that, he pushed the door open and rushed inside. Instead of the chaotic scene he had anticipated, he found the room impeccably tidy, with Hulaina lying on the bed. Murmuring to herself, Laina, what are you doing? We need to go. At last, Hulaina registered Xieyu's voice. She slowly sat up, asking, "Are we leaving?" "Yes. We must hurry." Without delay, Xieyu seized Hulaina's hand and dashed out, while she moved like a soulless entity, allowing him to pull her along. Glancing back at Hulaina, Xieyu urged, "What are you doing, Laina? Bai Chen should be arriving soon. We can't afford to be late." The mention of Bai Chen seemed to spark a flicker of energy within Hulaina. Indeed, she was aware that he was waiting for them. She had already been in a precarious situation, and being late would leave a most unfavorable impression. With that thought in mind, Hulaina sprinted towards the entrance of the spirit hall, her speed startling even Xieyu. "Laina, no need to rush," he called, but alas, his words went unheard. On the other side, Bai Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the spirit hall, but to his surprise, there was not a soul in sight. Save for the guards. This perplexed him. Wasn't it agreed that they would assemble here? Although there were still a few minutes to spare, their habit was to arrive punctually. Just as he pondered this, he spotted Hulaina hastily approaching. Upon seeing Bai Chen waiting, Hulaina gasped for breath and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Bai Chen, for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. I just arrived as well." "Where are Xieyu and Yin?" She replied. "Oh, they're just behind us. They will be here shortly." As soon as she finished speaking, Xieyu and Yin appeared in their line of sight. "Thank you for your patience, Bai Chen," Xieyu said. "No problem. I just got here myself," Bai Chen replied. "Good, let us set off." With that, the four of them made their way to a nearby restaurant in Spirit City. Before long, they arrived at an establishment that Bai Chen had never visited before, a lavishly decorated restaurant. He had always been indifferent to dining venues, as long as he could satisfy his hunger. Upon entering, they were ushered into a private room. As they settled down, Hulaina, though initially hesitant, mustered the courage to sit beside Bai Chen. Yin, witnessing this, felt his heart shatter into pieces. Why, oh why, did Hulaina show no affection for him? Xieyu, noticing Hulaina's demeanor, felt a sense of joy. While he was aware of Yan's feelings for Hulaina, he believed it best to allow her to make her own choice. "Bai Chen, we've been quite curious. What prompted you to join the Spirit Hall? From what we hear, the Tianshui Empire offered you a rather enticing deal. Do you know what they call you outside?" Xieyu inquired. "What do they call me?" Bai Chen asked, intrigued. It seemed he had garnered quite a reputation beyond the Tianshui Empire. "The Child of the Gods," Xieyu replied. "This title signifies one chosen by the divine, the first prodigy since the founding of the Tianshui Empire. To be honest, we initially thought the accolades were exaggerated, but having witnessed your prowess firsthand, we believe the title is entirely warranted." Bai Chen felt a blush creep upon his cheeks at Xieyu and Appo's flattering words. Seeking a moment of calm, he opened the nearby window, only to be met with the sight of a familiar figure outside. Bang! His gaze sharpened at the sight. Last time, she had escaped him by sheer fortune when he had approached her. Since that incident, he had been unable to trace her whereabouts, only to discover she had made her way to the Spirit Hall. "This time, I shall not let you slip away," he vowed silently. Though time had passed, Bai Chen's grudge remained fresh. He was not one to forgive easily. He understood that if he did not address Bai Ying now, she might become a nuisance in the future. Noticing Bai Chen's intense focus on the window, Hulaina inquired, "Bai Chen, is something outside troubling you?" "No, nothing at all," he replied hastily. "Oh," she said, somewhat unconvinced. Xieyu, keen to encourage the progression of their relationships, suggested, "How about we share a drink?" The others paused, taken aback. Indeed, aside from Bai Chen, who was underage, neither Hulaina nor Yin had ever indulged in alcohol. Well, Xieyu had not either. But he had heard that drinking often stirred emotions and loosened tongues. Perhaps it would help foster a deeper connection among them. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Recognizing Xieyu's authority in the matter, especially since there were no restrictions against underage drinking in Douluo continent. Before long, a selection of fruit wines and dishes arrived at their table. Yin leaned towards Xieyu and whispered anxiously, "What should I do? I've never had alcohol before." "Will I embarrass myself?" "Nonsense," Xieyu reassured him. "The alcohol content in these fruit wines is quite mild. With our constitution, there's no way we could get drunk. A man who cannot hold his liquor is hardly worth his salt. Watch me demonstrate." With that, Xieyu raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. 3 seconds later, thud. Yin was left in shock. "You really are a lightweight," he remarked, as Hulaina and Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 135. The massacre at the Bai residence. Observing the fallen figure of Xieyu sprawled across the dining table, Bai Chen found himself at a loss for words. This young man was truly incapable. He had succumbed after merely one drink. Witnessing Xieyu's condition, Yin felt reassured and lifted his own cup. Surely, he could not be as weak as Xieyu. Even if he drank a mere fraction, he would not suffer the same embarrassment. 3 seconds later, a thud resounded. Bai Chen remarked, Where are the two inept ones? Hulaina turned her head away, unwilling to witness the scene. Were Yin and Xiaoyu jesting? Or was there something amiss with the wine? Pondering this, Hulaina took a sip from her own cup. Moments later, she felt fine. Why then? Had Yin and Xiaoyu collapsed? It seemed their tolerance was simply lacking. Seeing Hulaina drink without incident, Bai Chen understood that the wine posed no danger. He had briefly entertained the notion that it had been tampered with, but it appeared that Yin and Xiaoyu were merely inexperienced drinkers. With this in mind, Bai Chen took a sip from his cup. Indeed, he felt nothing unusual. The fruit wine was pleasantly sweet and tangy, with both Yin and Xiaoyu incapacitated. Bai Chen and Hulaina sampled a few dishes before deciding to leave. However, just as Bai Chen prepared to assist in carrying the two back, Yin suddenly raised his head. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. With that proclamation, he collapsed once more. Both of them could only facepalm in exasperation, ultimately escorting the two safely back to the spirit hall. As they departed, Hulaina expressed her apologies. I'm sorry, Bai Chen, for the trouble today. Bai Chen replied, It's nothing. After all, it is everyone's first time drinking. It is only natural not to know one's limits. With that, Bai Chen took his leave. However, instead of returning home, he ventured out of the spirit hall once more. Earlier, he had inadvertently seen Bai Ying enter a courtyard. If he was not mistaken, that was indeed her current residence. Having discovered her whereabouts, Bai Chen resolved to eliminate this threat and prevent any future complications. Returning to the previous restaurant, he surveyed the courtyard from a distance, planning to infiltrate it under the cover of night. Previously, he had refrained from taking Bai Ying's life due to his lack of strength, needing to rely on MIT's assistance to spare her. Now, however, he possessed the power to slay a Soul King. With all conditions met, he no longer saw the need to endure. Soon, the sky darkened, and Bai Chen stealthily infiltrated the courtyard. Upon entering, he spotted Bai Yun practicing within. Confirming that Bai Ying was also present, he stealthily extended his bony tail towards Bai Yun. Suddenly, Bai Yun halted, sensing a rustling sound nearby. Confused, he glanced around. In an instant, Bai Chen's tail pierced through his throat. Bai Yun stared in disbelief at the figure of Bai Chen materializing before him. He attempted to scream, but no sound emerged. Subsequently, Bai Chen manipulated his body, causing him to crumple to the ground. The entire process was silent, save for the sound of the tail penetrating his throat, leaving Bai Ying and her husband unaware. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 24 Great Soul Master. You are rewarded with 240 points. After dispatching Bai Yun, Bai Chen approached the house. He could distinctly hear 12 voices within, 2 of which exuded a stronger aura, presumably Bai Ying and her husband, while the others were likely servants. Bai Chen made his way toward the 2 stronger presences, unaware of the impending danger. A minute later, he arrived at their door, and his bony tail quietly slipped into their chamber. Bai Ying and her husband appeared engrossed in a heated discussion, oblivious to the looming threat. With a sudden thrust, Bai Chen's tail swiftly pierced through her husband's heart. Both stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend that a Soul King could be so abruptly slain in his own home. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 55 Agile Soul King. You are rewarded with 6,000 points. Hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Only Bai Ying remained to be dealt with. Help! Someone! Please! Bai Ying screamed frantically, realizing the gravity of the situation. Bai Chen, however, unleashed his tail toward her. Thanks to her quick reflexes, Bai Ying managed to evade a fatal blow, activating her martial spirit just in time to deflect the attack, though it severed her arm in the process. In that moment, she finally caught sight of Bai Chen standing in the doorway. It's you, Bai Chen, she exclaimed in terror. Yet Bai Chen offered no response. With a swift motion, his tail lashed out, striking her face and obliterating her head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 48 Soul Scholar. You are rewarded with 300 points. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen promptly departed the scene. Shortly after his exit, the household servants rushed in, and a young man, appearing around 18 or 19, emerged from a nearby room, having witnessed the entire event unfold. He stammered, it was young Master Bai Chen. He killed Madame Bai Ying. This servant had been brought from the Magic Wolf clan and recognized Bai Chen. Upon hearing his words, another servant urged, quick, go inform the clan leader. However, before he could finish, a bony tail pierced through his chest. The onlookers froze in shock. A maid shrieked in terror. Realizing the danger, the servants attempted to flee. Bai Chen, coldly observing, had initially considered sparing them, but their intent to report was intolerable. He should never have entertained the thought of mercy. He should have eliminated them from the outset. With that resolution, Bai Chen systematically executed each of those privy to the truth, leaving none alive. The entire Bai family. 13 Souls Chapter 136. The Sapphire Soul Emperor. Having accomplished all that, Bai Chen returned to the Spirit Hall, as if nothing had transpired. After a brief period of cultivation, he washed up and rested. He felt no inner turmoil regarding his recent actions. He was perplexed as to why he lacked the typical fear that accompanies taking a life. Yet, he deemed this absence of regret to be beneficial, for in the Douluo continent, excessive sentimentality is hardly conducive to survival. Bai Chen was keenly aware that his actions could not remain concealed from the Spirit Hall. Although he had managed to shake off the individuals sent to monitor him earlier that day, the vast influence of the Spirit Hall would inevitably allow them to piece together the events from minor clues. Nevertheless, this did not concern him greatly. He surmised that Bibi Dong would not pursue him over such matters, although it would be preferable to remain undiscovered. The following day, Bai Chen proceeded to the training grounds as usual. Hulaina had already arrived, but Yin and Xie Yu were conspicuously absent, likely still recovering from the previous night's revelry. To his surprise, Bibi Dong returned yet again, yet she did not inquire about Bai Chen's whereabouts after escorting Hulaina home the previous evening. Bai Chen, come with me. Bibi Dong commanded. All right, Bai Chen replied. With that, Bibi Dong led him to the entrance of a building. Teacher, what is the purpose of our visit here? Bai Chen asked. Do not ask so many questions. Come inside, she replied. Once they entered the building, Bai Chen was met with the sight of 10 individuals, each at the formidable level of 61. From this day forth, you shall train here daily. Your task will be to combat these individuals. Only when you can triumph over all 10 simultaneously will you advance to the next stage of your training, Bibi Dong instructed. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the 10 formidable opponents before him, he was unsure how to respond. 10 Soul Emperors. Bibi Dong certainly held him in high esteem. Noticing Bai Chen's stunned expression, Bibi Dong turned and inquired, What? Do you have any objections? None. Absolutely none. He hurriedly replied. Good. I shall take my leave now. You may begin your battles, she stated before departing. As she left, the 10 individuals turned to Bai Chen. Lord Bai Chen, whom shall you challenge first? One of them asked. Before Bai Chen could respond, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Side quest activated. Successfully complete Bibi Dong's assessment within 3 years. Taken aback by the time limit, Bai Chen thought, 3 years? To defeat these 10 Soul Emperors? Surely this is a jest. Yet, he quickly recalled Bibi Dong's earlier words about the subsequent stage of tasks that awaited him after defeating them. These 10 were merely the initial hurdle. After contemplating, Bai Chen responded, Then let us begin with you. Yes, Lord Bai Chen, the individual replied. Stepping forward, he introduced himself. Fu Jin, Martial Soul Bloodblade. Level 61 Assault Type Soul Emperor, at your service. Bai Chen stepped forward in turn. Bai Chen, Martial Soul Savage Demon Wolf. Level 44 Agility Type Soul Master. Pleased to meet you. With that, both activated their martial souls, showcasing their soul rings. Fu Jin adorned with 6 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, while Bai Chen displayed 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. The unexpected presence of a 10,000-year soul ring on Bai Chen astounded the onlookers. They quickly understood Bibi Dong's earlier instructions to give their all during their matches against him. They were facing an extraordinary talent indeed. Bai Chen felt a marked stability in his emotions during this transformation, as the adverse effects of the Savage Demon Wolf were mitigated by the calming influence of his second soul skill. First soul skill, Blood Slash. The moment they activated their martial souls, Fu Jin initiated the assault. Second soul skill, Black Moon Song Wolf Kill. Bai Chen swiftly countered Fu Jin's attack with his second soul skill. The clash of the Red Blood Blade and the Black Wind Blade produced a powerful shockwave, neutralizing both forces. Observing this exchange with a furrowed brow, Bai Chen recognized the difference in caliber between a Soul Emperor and a Soul King. Seizing the moment, he adjusted his breathing to enter the state of the heavenly demon body. Simultaneously, he activated his external soul bone and right leg bone. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Fu Jin understood that if he did not engage earnestly, he would face a humiliating defeat. Sixth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Blade. Fu Jin unleashed his sixth soul skill, enhancing the blood blade sharpness and amplifying the potency of his soul skills by 200%. Upon striking Bai Chen, it would inflict a blood poison status, a skill derived from a fearsome bloodthirsty beast aged 20,000 years. Sensing the surge in Fu Jin's power, Bai Chen halted abruptly. Though only at level 61, Fu Jin's strength exceeded that of the average Soul Emperor. After employing his sixth soul skill, Fu Jin launched an aggressive assault. Bai Chen opted not to withstand the onslaught directly, aware that even his bone tail might not withstand a frontal assault from the Bloodblade. After several failed attempts to land a blow, Fu Jin frowned. Humph, do you only know how to evade? If so, I shall force you to face me. Fourth soul skill. Sword Rain. As he spoke, Fu Jin's fourth soul ring ignited, and his blood blades soared into the air, splitting into hundreds of blades that descended upon Bai Chen. Feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, Bai Chen recognized the challenge before him. He deftly evaded the incoming attacks while using his bone tail to block those he could not dodge. In a matter of moments, the rain of blades ceased, leaving Bai Chen and Appo's bone tail riddled with several punctures. How does it feel, Lord Bai Chen? I am a Sapphire-level Battle Soul Master from the Angel Great Battle Soul Arena. Will you concede? Fu Jin taunted. Upon hearing Fu Jin's words, Bai Chen's gaze sharpened. Concede? Impossible. Demon Wolf Domain. With that declaration, four colossal wolf spirits materialized beside Bai Chen, further enhancing his attributes. Observing this development, Fu Jin's expression grew grave. He had anticipated Bai Chen's possession of a domain-type skill. Chapter 137, Elite Target? Additional rewards? Fu Jin felt a sense of numbness wash over him. He was no longer surprised by what Bai Chen might unveil. After activating the wolf spirit domain, the four wolf spirits surged forward simultaneously with Bai Chen. Witnessing this scene, Fu Jin rested his hand on the back of his blade and calmly declared, Fifth soul skill, Thought Slash. In an instant, he appeared behind Bai Chen, maintaining the motion of sheathing his sword, while Bai Chen's four wolf spirits were simultaneously slain. I concede, Bai Chen said with a hint of bitterness. He had not anticipated losing to a Soul Emperor so easily. Had Fu Jin not held back, he could have been directly defeated. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Fu Jin hastily reassured him, My Lord Bai Chen, you have already demonstrated great prowess. You are merely at level 44, lacking in combat experience, and I am, in fact, the highest ranked among the 10 of us in terms of battle accolades. It is indeed challenging for you to contend with me. Any one of the others would not pose a threat to you. Fu Jin's candor did not incite dissatisfaction among the other 9. It seemed he spoke the truth. I understand. I shall return tomorrow to challenge you, Bai Chen replied. Indeed, my Lord Bai Chen, Fu Jin acknowledged, and with that, Bai Chen departed. On his way back, Bai Chen reflected on the recent battle. Throughout this period, he had consistently triumphed over his opponents with overwhelming force. Thus, even when facing a Soul Emperor of Sapphire caliber like Fu Jin, he had been confident in his ability to overpower his adversary through sheer attribute advantage. However, today marked his defeat. Fu Jin had exhibited a strength that indicated Bai Chen had indeed had the opportunity to overcome him, but his arrogance had led him to engage head-on, resulting in his loss. He failed to fully exploit the advantages of an agile attack-type Soul Master. As he contemplated this, Bai Chen returned home to train fervently. Though this setback would not significantly impact him, he would never forget the lesson learned through his hubris. Tomorrow, he was determined to reclaim his victory. The following day, Bai Chen arrived early, finding Fu Jin and the others already settled in and engaged in their morning exercises. My Lord Bai Chen, you were here quite early today, Fu Jin remarked. Yes, I wish to challenge you once more, Fu Jin, Bai Chen stated resolutely. Very well. Fu Jin replied without hesitation. They proceeded to the designated arena, preparing for battle once again. This time, prior to the confrontation, Bai Chen scanned their surroundings. The spacious venue was filled with numerous columns, providing ample cover, an ideal setting for a swift attack-type Soul Master. Had he utilized the terrain to its full advantage yesterday, his odds against Fu Jin would have increased by at least 30%. Bai Chen was determined to leverage the environment today. Simultaneously, they both summoned their martial spirits. However, this time, before Fu Jin could make a move, Bai Chen maximized his attributes, swiftly vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Fu Jin furrowed his brow. He had noted the terrain the previous day and understood that if Bai Chen harnessed its advantages, his chances of victory would be severely diminished. Yet, he did not anticipate that merely a night's rest would enable Bai Chen to recognize the strategic benefits of the surroundings so quickly. Nevertheless, Fu Jin was not without recourse. Third soul skill, Blade of Defense. He proclaimed, positioning his blood blade defensively before him, remaining otherwise still. Observing from the shadows, Bai Chen frowned. Clearly, Fu Jin's stance was rife with vulnerabilities. However, for reasons unknown, Bai Chen could discern no weaknesses in his opponent. For the moment, he found himself at a stalemate. But it mattered not. A true assassin is never short on patience. Bai Chen resolved to wait for Fu Jin to reveal a flaw, doubting that Fu Jin's soul skill could operate without consuming soul power. Half an hour slipped by, and Fu Jin remained immobile. Noticing that the status above Fu Jin's head had not altered, Bai Chen grasped that Fu Jin's third soul skill indeed did not consume soul power when inactive. With that realization, Bai Chen understood he had to create his own opportunities. Wolf Spirit Domain, he declared, and from behind 4 columns nearby, 4 wolf spirits emerged. Their attributes heightened. Second soul skill, Black Moon's Song Wolf Kill. Bai Chen suddenly leaped forward, unleashing his second soul skill. Simultaneously, the four wolf spirits charged in four directions. In the face of Bai Chen's coordinated assault, Fu Jin remained composed. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 5 strikes, neutralizing Bai Chen's onslaught. Yet, this was not Bai Chen and Appo's objective. He had bought sufficient time. Third soul skill. Terrifying Howl. Bai Chen exclaimed, producing an ear-piercing shriek. Upon hearing this, Fu Jin's brows knitted together as his thoughts became muddled, his attributes diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, the four wolf spirits, previously concealed, launched their assault once more. Although Fu Jin managed to fend off Bai Chen's ambush, it was evident that his strikes had slowed. Diminished speed indicated a distracted mind. Bai Chen's terrifying howl had successfully unsettled Fu Jin. Fourth soul skill. Demonic Wolf Shadow Killing Array. Bai Chen would not let this chance slip away. As he repelled the fourth wolf spirit, he unleashed his ultimate move. Fu Jin found himself ensnared within a magical circle, surrounded by 16 apparitions of Bai Chen. Given Fu Jin's formidable strength, Bai Chen augmented his soul power output. This strike consumed a staggering 70% of his soul power. Sixth soul skill. Bloodthirsty Blade. Fifth soul skill. Thought Slash. In an instant, Fu Jin unleashed 2 soul skills in rapid succession. The sound of metal clashing echoed as numerous strikes rang out. Even with the activation of his 5th soul skill, Fu Jin was unable to simultaneously block all of Bai Chen's 16 assaults. In those 2 seconds, Fu Jin executed 11 strikes, yet 5 of Bai Chen and Appo's attacks landed squarely upon him. Gazing at the 5 holes in his attire, Fu Jin conceded, "My lord Bai Chen, I have lost." Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 61 strong attack-type Soul Emperor, earning 5,000 points. Ding. The target's strength has been detected to far exceed that of a typical Soul Emperor, thus classified as an elite target, granting a mysterious drop item and doubling the points reward. Chapter 138. Blood Servant Bing. Upon hearing the notification sound in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. So it could be like this? Fu Jin was surprisingly formidable, and the system's high regard for him was indeed commendable. However, this was ultimately advantageous. A strong opponent would undoubtedly facilitate his own growth and strength. Lord Bai Chen, shall we continue our training today? Fu Jin inquired. Of course. We shall train. You all possess ranged attack skills, don't you? Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. From now on, you will attack me. I will not retaliate, but merely evade your strikes, and we shall see how long I can endure. Although uncertain of the outcome, they complied with Bai Chen and Appo's instructions. Understood. Lord Bai Chen, we shall begin now. Simultaneously, news of Bai Chen's victory over Fu Jin reached Bibi Dong's ears. Is it true? This little fellow has bested Fu Jin so swiftly? She asked. Yes, Your Holiness, came the reply. It seems he has discovered a combat style that suits him. With gradual training from here on, he will surely improve. Very well, I understand. You may return to your observations. Yes, Your Holiness. After dismissing the messenger, Bibi Dong's thoughts wandered, and a smile crept across her face. That evening, upon returning to his quarters, Bai Chen collapsed onto his bed with a thud. Today's training had been exceptionally exhausting. He hadn't felt this fatigued in quite some time. Initially, he struggled to evade the assaults of 10 opponents. But as their numbers dwindled to 9, then 8, and finally 4, he only just managed to hold on. After a full day of training, his spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. How could he not feel weary? Determined to revive his spirits, Bai Chen prepared a medicinal bath. Afterward, he felt rejuvenated. But instead of resuming his training, he opted to utilize the mysterious drop he had obtained earlier that day. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mysterious drop successfully used. Reward, 1 low-level blood servant. Startled by the notification, Bai Chen pondered the meaning of a low-level blood servant. As he contemplated, a beautiful figure appeared before him, marked by a blood insignia on her forehead. Upon her arrival, she knelt gracefully and declared, Master, I, low-level blood servant Bing, am at your service. Following this introduction, information about Bing materialized in Bai Chen's mind. Name, Bing level, 31 martial spirit, blood moth identity, low-level blood servant training aptitude. 15 remarks, a blood servant utterly devoted to the master, with no objections to the master's commands. Upon reading this, Bai Chen immediately comprehended its significance. At last, he had found someone worthy of his trust. Tasks he could not accomplish alone could now be entrusted to this blood servant. Bing, is it? Bai Chen inquired. Yes, master. Do you have any commands for me? Bing replied respectfully. Not at the moment, but I will have something for you tomorrow. For tonight, you should rest. I am exhausted as well and need to sleep. Understood. Master. With that, Bing began to undress in front of Bai Chen. Taken aback, he hastily intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "What do you mean? I am here to serve you, master. Did you not say you wish to rest?" A Bing responded earnestly. Bai Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. "No, that's not necessary. When I said rest, I genuinely meant it. Please refrain from any unnecessary actions and go elsewhere." "Oh." Bai Chen detected a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Master, where should I go?" A Bing asked. After a moment's thought, although he could place A Bing in the Songlong ring, it seemed rather inhumane. "Never mind, you can sleep here," he said, gesturing toward the nearby sofa. "Yes, master." A Bing promptly lay down without even covering herself with a blanket. Seeing this, Bai Chen felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that this blood servant was entirely obedient to his commands. After some contemplation, he retrieved a blanket and draped it over A Bing before retiring to his own bed. Sensing the sudden warmth of the blanket, A Bing quietly opened her eyes after Bai Chen had fallen asleep, blushing slightly at the sight of him. The following day, as Bai Chen rose from his slumber, he felt an unusual sensation. Lifting the covers, he discovered A Bing wrapped around him. Alarmed, he wondered when she had crept in. As he had not sensed a thing, Bai Chen's heart raced at the sight of A Bing's striking visage, but being only 12 years old, he recognized that he was too young for such matters. After a brief moment of hesitation, he managed to suppress his impulses. Quietly getting out of bed, he prepared to wash up. However, as he moved, A Bing's eyes fluttered open, and she greeted him. "Master, good morning." Good morning. How did you end up in my bed?" Bai Chen stammered. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps I was drawn by your presence." "Are you angry, master?" she asked. "No, not at all. Please, rise." "Yes, master." A Bing promptly got up and began to dress in Bai Chen's presence. Bai Chen felt his blood surge. He was still just a child. Why must he witness this? After an agonizing wait for her to finish, he said, "I have matters to attend to during the day. You cannot be here unexpectedly. Please enter my Songlong ring, if you will." "Very well." A Bing complied obediently. Without hesitation, Bai Chen stored her in the ring. He had already devised plans for A Bing's assistance, though he was aware that his every action was under the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall, leaving him unable to implement his ideas just yet. Subsequently, Bai Chen arrived at the training grounds. This time, he intended to challenge two opponents simultaneously. The difficulty of facing two adversaries was significantly greater than that of confronting a single foe. Yesterday, Bai Chen had inquired about their martial spirits and soul power levels. Aside from Fu Jin, who was a sapphire-level soul master, the others were all at the purple-gold level, each one a formidable elite. The challenge of engaging both in combat would be exceptionally demanding. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen declared, "Fu Jin, Lung Feng, today I shall challenge you both at once." Upon hearing his words, both men nodded in agreement. Long Feng, the elder brother of Lang Yu, possessed a water dragon martial spirit and was stronger than his sister. Soon, the battle commenced. Bai Chen quickly concealed himself behind a stone pillar, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, this time, he faced not just Fu Jin, but the duo working in concert. Perceiving Bai Chen's attempt to hide, Lung Feng remained unfazed and announced, "Fifth soul skill, tidal surge." With that, torrents of water erupted from Lung Feng's position, engulfing the entire arena in a deluge. The overwhelming flow of water significantly affected Bai Chen. Chapter 139. The Stirring Heart of Hulaina. Subsequently, the cold wind continued. Third soul skill, water dragon attachment. As he spoke, his entire being transformed into a water dragon, resembling a lizard adorned with fish fins. With Fu Jin perched upon his back, he remained completely unaffected by the flowing water. Observing this scene, Bai Chen furrowed his brows, realizing that challenging the two was proving to be far more difficult than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Cold Wind, submerged in the water, did not immediately swim away. Instead, he remained attuned to the ripples in the water. Before long, he seemed to sense something, and without any warning, charged towards Bai Chen. Magic Wolf Domain. Third soul skill, Terrifying Howl. Fourth soul skill, Magic Wolf Shadow Killing Formation. Bai Chen unleashed 3 consecutive soul skills. However, this time, his adversaries were not limited to Fu Jin alone. The Magic Wolf Shadow Killing Formation was effortlessly countered by the two, and the speed of the wolf spirits was significantly reduced due to the water's interference. Bai Chen watched helplessly as the two appeared before him. The battle concluded, and in such a disadvantageous terrain, Bai Chen faced 2 rank 61 assault-type Soul Emperors. Unless he resorted to using that Soul Saint experience card, he had no chance of victory. "I concede," Bai Chen declared resolutely. Continuing in this manner held no purpose. He had never expected that Cold Wind possessed such a terrain-altering skill, far surpassing that of his brother, Cold Moon. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the two ceased their attacks. Subsequently, everyone released their martial souls, and the water in the room gradually receded. At that moment, Bai Chen suddenly noticed that several holes had appeared in the room. And once the water was drained, those holes vanished. Moreover, when Cold Wind used his fifth soul skill, the door had not been swept away by the water. It appeared that this place was specifically designed for their battle. All right, let us continue our training, Bai Chen stated. He suddenly felt that the side quest issued by the system was quite challenging, possibly taking him 3 years to accomplish. That evening, after concluding his training, Bai Chen returned home, weariness etched upon his face. He then released a bang, instructing, "Prepare a barrel of water for me, and place these herbs within." "Yes, master." A Bing responded respectfully. Shortly thereafter, a voice from outside broke the silence. "Young Master Bai Chen, dinner is ready. Would you like to eat now?" "Yes. Just leave it at the door, and I shall retrieve it shortly." "Understood," replied Xiao Pei before turning to leave. After her departure, Bai Chen paused. Realizing that while Xiao Pei appeared to be taking care of him, she was actually monitoring his every move and relaying information to the Martial Soul Hall. With her presence, it was inconvenient for Bai Chen to allow a Bing to venture outside or to engage in numerous activities. He needed to devise a plan to have her removed. After some hesitation, Bai Chen decided to speak with Bibi Dong the next day, expressing his preference for solitude rather than being attended to, hoping she would withdraw Xiao Pei from his side. Not long after, Xiao Pei's voice called out, "Young Master Bai Chen, I have placed your dinner at the door." "All right." "I acknowledge that," Bai Chen replied before stepping out to retrieve his meal. However, upon exiting, he noticed that she was still standing at the door. "What is it? Do you need something?" Bai Chen inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Pei quickly shook her head, responding, "No, nothing at all. I merely wish to see young Master Bai Chen." "Oh, what is there to see in me?" Bai Chen queried, bemused. In response, Xiao Pei earnestly shook her head and replied, "No, young Master Bai Chen, you truly are quite handsome." "Is that so? Thank you for the compliment," Bai Chen said before returning to his room with the dishes. Watching Bai Chen's retreating figure, Xiao Pei felt a sense of satisfaction. Serving him was her fortune. Yet as she contemplated her impending task, a bitter smile graced her lips. She then returned to her room, documenting Bai Chen's activities for the day and placing the note in a concealed corner at the door. Moments later, the letter was discreetly taken away. Bai Chen enjoyed his dinner with a Bing before indulging in a medicinal bath. Meanwhile, Hulaina sat alone at a table, lost in thought. Since their last encounter, she had not seen Bai Chen for 2 consecutive days. She pulled out a notebook and wrote, "On the second day without Bai Chen, I miss him." Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Hulaina responded, her voice lacking energy. "It is I," came the voice of Xiaoyu from outside. "Brother, may I come in?" "Yes," Hulaina consented, opening the door for Xiaoyu. Once inside, Xiaoyu took a seat and remarked, "Nana, what has been troubling you these past 2 days? You seem distracted during training. Even Jiegu is upset." As he spoke, Xiaoyu inadvertently caught sight of Hulaina's open diary. Instantly, he understood the reason behind her unusual demeanor. Noticing the glint in Xiaoyu's eyes, Hulaina quickly rushed over, closing the diary with urgency. "What did you see?" "Well, it was just a few lines. I could tell you were preoccupied with Bai Chen," Xiaoyu replied. Upon hearing his words, Hulaina's cheeks flushed. "I do not wish for it to be this way. But Bai Chen is the one I fell for at first sight. How can I content myself with merely being friends?" Xiaoyu had initially intended to mention Yan but thought better of it, considering Yan's silly looks and straightforward personality. "I will inquire with the teacher about Bai Chen's whereabouts tomorrow," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Hulaina eagerly nodded. The following day, early in the morning, Xiaoyu and Hulaina arrived at the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong looked at the two with some surprise. "You two have taken the initiative to seek me out today. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Before Xiaoyu could pose a question, Hulaina boldly asked, "Teacher, I would like to know where Bai Chen has gone." Her direct inquiry prompted Bibi Dong to quickly grasp the situation. Sighing, she remarked, "Nana, do you harbor feelings for Bai Chen?" Though embarrassed by Bibi Dong's straightforwardness, Hulaina nodded in affirmation. Observing her expression, Bibi Dong sighed again. She could discern that Bai Chen had someone he favored, and Hulaina's chances appeared slim. Nonetheless, there was still a possibility. Perhaps, with time spent together, Bai Chen might develop feelings for Hulaina. "He is in the side hall, but do not disturb him. A distant glance will suffice." Upon learning of Bai Chen's location, Hulaina quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, teacher," and hastened towards the side hall. Chapter 140. Return to the Death Canyon. As Hulaina stepped out, she unexpectedly encountered Bai Chen, who had come to the Pope's palace to discuss matters regarding the removal of subordinates with Bibi Dong. Upon seeing each other, Bai Chen and Hulaina exchanged greetings. "Sister Nana, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Bai Chen inquired. Taken aback by the sudden encounter, Hulaina stammered, I'm just rushing back to cultivate." "Oh, I see. Then I shall seek my teacher first." Bai Chen replied, and with that, he pushed open the door to enter the Pope's palace. Hulaina had more to say, but Bai Chen was already inside. At the same moment, Xiaoyu, who was about to leave, and Bibi Dong, who was preparing for work, also noticed Bai Chen. What's this? You all seem to have plenty of free time today. Coming to find me one after another, Bibi Dong remarked. Bai Chen responded, apologies for the interruption, teacher. I have something to discuss. Oh, what is it? Speak. Teacher, may I relocate to the Death Canyon? I feel I can cultivate more efficiently there. Please allow Fu Jin and the others to move nearby as well. This way, I can train with them whenever I wish. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bibi Dong, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina, who had been eavesdropping outside, were taken aback. Was Bai Chen truly mad enough to choose to live in the Death Canyon? After all, he had spent a full 6 months there previously. Bibi Dong had always thought he was merely enduring, but it appeared he genuinely preferred the life there. Are you certain? Bibi Dong asked. Yes, I am quite certain. I truly love life in the Death Canyon. If necessary, I will return to Martial Soul City to purchase what I need, Bai Chen affirmed. After a moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong acquiesced. If you believe this is for the best, then go ahead and move to the Death Canyon. Do you require me to arrange protection for you? No need, teacher, Bai Chen replied, finally feeling a sense of relief. He was earnest about relocating to the Death Canyon. With so many soul beasts residing there, his points would accumulate rapidly. His progress in the Martial Soul Hall had been frustratingly slow, which was quite disheartening. Now that Bibi Dong had given her consent, he could cultivate there for a couple of years before returning to claim the championship in the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament. By then, he would be ready to venture to the City of Slaughter. Although he had already acquired the domain of the Demon Wolf, it would not hinder him from obtaining the God of Slaughter domain as well. Moreover, a journey to the City of Slaughter would serve as excellent training. With that thought, Bai Chen began to pack his belongings for the Death Canyon. However, halfway through, Hulaina suddenly chased after him, asking, Bai Chen, are you really going to the Death Canyon? Yes, is there a problem? Bai Chen replied, it's extremely dangerous there. Please don't go. Wait until your strength increases a bit more. It would be safer, Hulaina urged. Bai Chen paused and turned to look at her, suddenly meeting his gaze. Hulaina felt her cheeks flush, but she maintained her stance to keep him from leaving. Sister Nana, my intention in going to the Death Canyon is to grow stronger. If I wait until I am more powerful to train there, it would defeat the purpose of the exercise, Bai Chen explained. Hulaina, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in agreement. After that, Bai Chen departed without looking back. He sensed Hulaina's affection for him, but his focus must remain on cultivation. He understood that distractions could impede his progress. Having already tasted the bitterness of being powerless, Bai Chen was determined not to find himself in a position where someone from the Star Luo Empire, like a titled Douluo, might invite him to join their ranks. Bai Chen aimed to elevate his strength to Soul Sage in the shortest time possible. With the system's assistance, he anticipated that upon reaching Soul Sage, he would possess the capability to contend with titled Douluo. At that point, he would achieve the fundamental level of self-protection and could then establish his own sect. He had no intention of confronting anyone unless provoked. As for the Martial Soul Hall, he found it quite agreeable. Previously, Yu Guan and Bibi Dong had not made things difficult for him, and he had received most of what he desired, aside from a few firm invitations. Thus, he had no plans to oppose the Martial Soul Hall. Upon returning to his courtyard, Bai Chen organized his belongings and set out for the Death Canyon. He had devised a plan to enhance his strength in a short time frame, not by directly augmenting his own power, but by strengthening Nian Gao. The marketplace offered items that could amplify Nian Gao's capabilities, but he had refrained from purchasing them due to insufficient points. However, acquiring points had become significantly easier, allowing him to start nurturing Nian Gao. Following recent battles, Bai Chen's point balance had once again reached 51,000, enabling him to purchase quite a few items. After arranging his belongings, Bai Chen departed, realizing that he might never return to this courtyard again. At the entrance of Martial Soul City, he was surprised to find Yu Guan there. Seeing Yu Guan made Bai Chen feel a bit awkward, as he had yet to inform him of his departure. Leaving again? Yu Guan inquired. Yes, Grandfather Yu Guan, I am heading to the Death Canyon to cultivate, Bai Chen replied. Oh, when will you return? At least a year from now, Bai Chen stated. Very well, I shall come to visit you afterward. All right, goodbye. With that, Bai Chen left as Yu Guan watched him depart from the city gate. Half a day later, Bai Chen arrived at the entrance of the Death Canyon, where he encountered Guiyu and Fu Jin. Lord Bai Chen, we will also be stationed in the Death Canyon from now on. This way, it will be more convenient for you to train with us, Fu Jin said. Thank you for your assistance, Bai Chen replied. Not at all, Fu Jin responded. With that, Bai Chen made his way to the cave he had previously established. It had been a while since he had visited, and he felt a sense of nostalgia, curious about how it had changed. That night, upon returning to the cave, Bai Chen found that it had remained largely unchanged, save for a layer of dust from disuse. Fu Jin and the others, who had followed him, set up camp a few kilometers away, respecting Bai Chen's preference for solitude. Bai Chen returned to the blood pool, replaced the coxcomb phoenix flower, activated the formation, and began to siphon blood. Another reason for his return was that it was nearly impossible to discreetly engage in such activities at the Martial Soul Hall. A Bing, observing the blood pool, found it quite intriguing. Chapter 141, The Evolution of Rice Cake and its 1,000-year companion beast before long. He poured all the blood from the wolf ring into the blood pool and retrieved some stimulating substances for the beast blood. Almost immediately, the blood within the pool began to boil vigorously, reminiscent of its previous state, and Bai Chen felt a profound satisfaction upon witnessing this transformation. However, he refrained from diving in at once, as he had other matters to attend to. Opening the system shop, he spent 45,000 points to purchase 90 growth pills for companion beasts. Subsequently, Bai Chen released the rice cake, while the 90 growth pills materialized in his hands. He scrutinized the pills, noting their aesthetic appeal. They were black, soft to the touch, resembling delicate pastries. Upon emerging, the rice cake affectionately rubbed against Bai Chen's face. Soon, it noticed the pills in his hand, its eyes sparkling with delight. Yet, instead of lunging for them, it gazed at Bai Chen with an endearing expression. Smiling at the sight, Bai Chen gently patted its head and said, "Go ahead, rice cake. These are all for you." With a joyful sound, the rice cake rushed forward, devouring the pills one by one. With each pill consumed, the rice cake's body grew a little larger. Before long, all 90 growth pills had been consumed, and the rice cake fell into a deep slumber. Observing this, Bai Chen shook his head, realizing that the rice cake would require some time to fully digest the pills. After feeding the rice cake, Bai Chen immersed himself in training within the blood pool. After approximately 2 hours, he emerged and continued his cultivation. The night passed quietly. The following morning, Bai Chen awoke and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a 3-meter-long colossal creature before him. What on earth happened last night? Where has my adorable rice cake gone? It seemed the rice cake sensed Bai Chen and Appo's gaze, slowly rising to greet him. Upon seeing Bai Chen, it floated over to nuzzle his face. Despite its transformation, the sensation remained unchanged, soft, and comforting. Now, besides its enlarged form, the rice cake had developed a small bump on its head, which appeared to be the precursor to a horn, and a pair of tiny wings sprouted from its back, rendering its appearance increasingly peculiar. Bai Chen pondered what it might evolve into next. Subsequently, Bai Chen checked the rice cake and Appo's attributes. Companion beast, top-tier companion beast. Age, 1004. The higher the age, the greater the strength, function, can attach to the host during battles, enhancing the host and Appo's power. Skills, attachment-specific attribute enhancement, overall attribute increase, 20, strength increase, 15, speed increase, 15, defense increase, 15, soul power increase, 15 attachment duration, 3 hours. Having evolved into a 1,000-year soul beast, the rice cake's attribute enhancement reached 20, while other enhancements increased from 10 to 15, now also including defense and soul power boosts. Compared to before, the rice cake had indeed become significantly stronger. Bai Chen yearned to elevate the rice cake to a 10,000-year soul beast, but alas, such an evolution would require a staggering 450,000 points. Even in the Death Canyon, Bai Chen could not amass such points in a short span. After the rice cake's evolution, Bai Chen spoke. "All right, let's head over to Fu Jin and the others for training." With a joyful sound, the rice cake responded, and Bai Chen instructed a Bing on various tasks to be completed at home. Given that a Bing and Appo's strength was still limited, Bai Chen was cautious about allowing her to wander freely in the Death Canyon. After giving his instructions, Bai Chen set off. In just a few minutes, he sprinted the 3 kilometers to his destination. Fu Jin and the others had already risen and, upon seeing Bai Chen approach, inquired, "Lord Bai Chen, what is the training plan for today?" In response, Bai Chen stated, "Let us first engage in a challenge, then proceed with our training." "Understood, Lord Bai Chen," they replied. Half an hour later, as anticipated, Bai Chen faced defeat. Despite the rice cake's newfound strength and enhanced attributes, it was insufficient to overcome their formidable duo. A month later, congratulations, host, for defeating a level 61 Soul Emperor. Reward, 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 61 Soul Emperor. Reward, 5,000 points. At long last. After a month of rigorous training, Bai Chen triumphed over the duo. During this time, due to the intense training regimen, Bai Chen had elevated his level to 45. Fu Jin and Lung Feng, having been defeated, could only smile ruefully, acknowledging Bai Chen's rapid growth. Remarkable progress within such a short span. I shall return for now. Tomorrow, I intend to challenge 3 opponents. Although I have bested you both today, my soul power has significantly diminished and requires replenishment, Bai Chen stated. Yes, Lord Bai Chen. They replied. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Chen discovered a Bing preparing a meal, eliciting a smile from him. Master, you're back so early today. The roasted meat will be ready shortly, she said. Yes, I shall go take a shower first. Though a Bing possessed no combat prowess, her domestic skills were commendable. Nowadays, she assisted Bai Chen with cooking and maintaining the cave, saving him considerable time. When he departed, she would even help expand the cave's size. This cave had become considerably more spacious and aesthetically pleasing compared to before, and Bai Chen found living here for a time quite agreeable. After dinner and a therapeutic bath, Bai Chen entered the blood pool. The capacity of the blood pool had now reached 30,000 pounds of beast blood, filling it to the brim. He would not need to hunt soul beasts for a while, as this amount would sustain him for an extended period. 2 hours later, Bai Chen emerged from the blood pool, the beauty mark at the corner of his eye appearing even more vibrant. This training session had consumed approximately 50 pounds of beast blood, and as his strength grew, he would require increasingly larger quantities of blood for absorption. Once Bai Chen could expend 500 pounds of beast blood in a single training session, he would ascend to the 4th layer of the heavenly demon body. It was only upon reaching this layer that the true benefits of the heavenly demon body would manifest, significantly enhancing his constitution and placing him far beyond the capabilities of soul masters of the same rank. The duration of the heavenly demon's manifestation would also be greatly extended. Chapter 142. A year later, strength surge. A year had elapsed. While immersed in his training, Bai Chen abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had finally ascended to the formidable level of 48. With the attainment of just 2 more levels, he would attain the prestigious title of Soul King. The disparity in Bai Chen's attributes compared to before was nothing short of astronomical. His current attributes are as follows. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 13. Soul power, level 48. Training aptitude, 55, including Qingyang Gong 5. Tianma body 2, martial spirit, tyrannical demon wolf. Martial spirit quality, top tier soul rings. For soul bones, 2. Right leg bone, 10,000. External attached soul bone points, 523. 000. Special skills, divine eye, Qingyang Gong 2nd layer, trample meditation items, venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, soul sage experience card, intermediate level upgrade potion X1. Martial spirit evolution elixir X17 status, enhanced sense of smell, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing, enhanced heart. Bai Chen had accumulated an impressive total of 520,000 points. Moreover, through relentless hunting of soul beasts in the Death Canyon, he fortuitously acquired several soul bones, one of which was a right leg bone. Notably, this bone was not obtained from a defeated soul beast but was instead discovered when he stumbled upon a battle between 2 10,000-year soul beasts, one of which was slain, allowing him to claim the spoils. After absorbing that right leg bone, his Hurricane Demon Wolf's right leg bone evolved to a 10,000-year level. In addition to this, Bai Chen also possessed a skull, a left arm bone, and a previously acquired 10,000-year torso bone. Furthermore, during a lucky draw, he obtained several martial spirit evolution elixirs. Although he only had 17, which was far fewer than the required 200, at this rate of point accumulation, he was certain that within 5 years, his martial spirit would ascend to the divine level. Additionally, the completeness of his soul bones had significantly improved, with further absorptions. They could evolve into the most complete form possible. His giant spirit tail had now reached an impressive length of 10 meters, exhibiting astonishing strength. Currently, aside from his level augmentation, Bai Chen's prowess had evolved to the point where he could defeat any 5 individuals among Fu Jin's group working in unison. Initially, Bai Chen had believed he could triumph over all 10 of them within a year, yet it became apparent that he had overestimated his own capabilities. To overcome their united front, he needed to reach the Soul King level and acquire an additional soul bone. During their battles, Bai Chen felt that each additional opponent exponentially increased the challenge, and it was evident that Fu Jin and his comrades were continually improving as well. Their combat techniques had significantly advanced through their encounters with Bai Chen. Upon returning to Fu Jin's encampment, Bai Chen was greeted by their immediate attention. They had all witnessed his remarkable progress over the past year and held him in high regard. Lord Bai Chen, are we commencing today? One of them inquired. Yes, indeed. I believe I can now defeat 6 individuals, Bai Chen replied confidently. Fu Jin was taken aback. Have you made another breakthrough? Yes, I am now at level 48. With that, Bai Chen turned to the most robust man among them. Highway, you shall join today. Understood, Lord Bai Chen, came the eager response. They proceeded to the battleground, where 6 opponents stood before Bai Chen, all at level 62. with Fu Jin at the pinnacle of that level, on the verge of a breakthrough to 63. Among them were three powerful attack-type soul masters wielding the martial spirits Blood Blade, Water Dragon, and Tyrant Bear, a support-type soul master with the martial spirit Holy Crown, a speed-type soul master with the martial spirit Wind Chasing Leopard, and finally, a control-type soul master with the martial spirit Ghost Vine. The remaining four, who would not be engaging in battle, were also attack-type soul masters, although Bai Chen's level had only increased by one. He felt a twinge of uncertainty facing this formidable group. If he were to utilize Blood Demon Possession during the fight, he could potentially increase his numbers by 2. However, Bai Chen preferred to reserve this tactic for a more opportune moment, as winning 2 additional opponents would not significantly alter the outcome and could be used to catch them off guard later. Soon, as everyone prepared, Bai Chen stealthily concealed himself. Engaging 6 opponents head-on would yield no favorable outcome. He needed to first neutralize their control and support soul masters. Seeing Bai Chen hide, Fu Jin and the others were unfazed, quickly adjusting their formation. The support and control soul masters were protected at the center, with Long Feng and Highway assigned as guardians, while Fu Jin took the lead in offense, and the final speed-type soul master awaited his chance to strike. This time, Long Feng refrained from utilizing his 5th soul skill to alter the battlefield, as they were outdoors, not within a confined space. And such a skill could inadvertently affect his teammates. Transforming into a water dragon, he was unable to carry so many at once. Bai Chen observed intently, planning to first eliminate the speed-type soul master, Swift Wind. Upon activation, Bai Chen's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, rapidly closing in on the speed-type soul master. With his right leg bone now a 10,000-year soul skill, though he possessed only the Swift Wind ability, the speed enhancement was now substantially more pronounced. As a soul master of the same category, Bai Chen, being a soul master, found himself significantly faster than the opponent, who was a soul emperor. Bone Spike. 3rd soul skill, Ghost Claw. In an instant, Bai Chen clashed with his adversary for the first time. Clang. Bai Chen's bone tail penetrated through the opponent's defenses, striking true. The speed-type soul master succumbed to defeat, revealing that the quality of the wind-chasing leopard's martial spirit was merely advanced, a stark contrast to Bai Chen's superlative martial spirit. With the opponent dispatched in an instant, Fu Jin's expression turned grave. Bai Chen's offensive prowess now posed a significant threat. He was, after all, an attack-type soul master. Bai Chen understood that reaching this level of capability as a speed-type soul master was already commendable. Having dealt with the wind-chasing leopard soul master, Bai Chen once again concealed himself. With only 5 opponents remaining, he could afford to bide his time, gradually wearing them down. Demon Wolf Domain. With that declaration, 4 wolf spirits materialized in different corners of the battlefield. The control and support soul masters activated their respective soul skills. 6th soul skill, Ghost Forest. 6th soul skill, Holy Light Amplification. Fu Jin and the others remained vigilant, fully aware of their surroundings, wary of Bai Chen's potential ambush. Chapter 143, 10 consecutive draws after utilizing their soul skills. The 2 individuals centered around a control-type soul master found themselves enveloped by the sudden expansion of ghostly vines, which radiated outward to encompass a 30-meter radius, creating an environment reminiscent of an ordinary forest. In addition, all participants on the battlefield, save for the support-type soul master, found themselves adorned with a circular halo above their heads, signifying varying degrees of power enhancement. Observing this scene, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. The support-type and control-type soul masters proved to be formidable adversaries. Defeating both was essential to overcoming the 5 of them. However, Bai Chen remained undeterred, as he possessed a strategy to vanquish them. After all, he had recently acquired the life of a swift attack-type soul master with minimal effort, and the current situation was akin to a 1 versus 5 battle. Suddenly, without any warning, Bai Chen launched an assault on Hei Wei, striking him with a claw before he could react. Following the attack, Bai Chen concealed himself once more, as he observed the increasingly agitated ghostly vine forest. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the response of these vines was lackluster. Had he been ensnared, it would have spelled disaster. Not long after his last strike, 2 wolf spirits launched a surprise attack from opposite directions. In the past, Fu Jin would have dispatched these 2 with ease. However, the circumstances had shifted. The wolf spirits were now under Bai Chen and Appo's command. Thanks to his extraordinary vision, he perceived each movement of Fu Jin and his allies with crystal clarity. The 2 wolves adeptly evaded all incoming attacks, simultaneously striking Hei Wei once more. Frustrated by the assault, Hei Wei lamented that while his tyrant bear spirit was exceptional in many respects, its speed was woefully inadequate, preventing him from keeping pace with Bai Chen. Each encounter left him in a position of passive defense. Yet, he could not abandon his post. Doing so would create a gap in their ironclad defense. allowing Bai Chen to swiftly eliminate their support-type soul master as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. However, this approach was not sustainable, as they would inevitably be worn down by Bai Chen's relentless onslaught. With a decisive thought, Bai Chen launched yet another attack, directing his strike at He Wei once more. Witnessing this, Fu Jin frowned. The primary issue was Bai Chen and Appo's elevated level, which had significantly enhanced his speed. They had barely registered the situation before the assassin was dispatched. Had the Wind Leopard Soul Master not been defeated, they would not have found themselves in such a precarious position. Soon, after a quarter of an hour, Bai Chen's relentless attacks rendered He Wei unconscious. Observing this, Fu Jin reluctantly conceded, "Lord Bai Chen, we admit defeat." There was no alternative. Bai Chen's tactics were exceedingly elusive, leaving them unable to lay a finger on him, let alone defeat him. As for exhausting Bai Chen, that was implausible, for reasons unknown. His soul power regeneration was astonishingly rapid. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved victory in this battle, earning 13,000 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Every time he triumphed over their new combination, he was rewarded with a substantial amount of points. Lord Bai Chen, how shall we train today? After being defeated, Fu Jin exhibited no signs of anger, instead approaching with an eager demeanor. Today, we shall forego training. I plan to visit the Spirit City to procure some supplies, Bai Chen replied. Oh, Fu Jin nodded in understanding. With that, Bai Chen returned to the cave, intending to bring a Bing along for the trip to Spirit City. Initially, he had anticipated staying in the Death Canyon for only a year, thus preparing supplies for merely that duration. However, it became evident that he had underestimated the situation and required a shopping expedition in Spirit City. Upon entering the cave, a Bing promptly welcomed him, saying, "Master, you have returned." Bai Chen acknowledged her with a nod. "A Bing, we are going to Spirit City today. Please change into this outfit, and then we shall depart." As he spoke, he handed her a dress. While a Bing's current attire was quite attractive, it revealed too much. Bai Chen felt it was inappropriate to venture out in such a manner. "Understood, master," a Bing obediently replied before heading to change. Taking the rare opportunity, Bai Chen approached the mirror to tidy himself up. Despite residing in a cave for the past year, he maintained a clean appearance due to daily washing. His hair had grown rather long, but upon closer inspection, he found it still quite appealing and decided against a haircut. Before long, a Bing emerged from the changing area, and Bai Chen nodded in approval. A Bing, already naturally beautiful, appeared even more graceful in her new attire, exuding an air of elegance. "All set, let us embark," Bai Chen declared. "Yes, master," she replied, and together they exited the cave. As they departed, Bai Chen visited their makeshift stable and led out 200-year-old shadow horses, mounting one as they officially set forth. Having captured these shadow horses through physical means, their journeys became significantly more convenient. Seizing the rare moment of relaxation, Bai Chen decided to indulge in 10 consecutive draws for good fortune, reasoning that since their pace was not particularly swift, there would be little danger involved. Previously, he had conducted several draws each month, though regrettably, the outcomes had often been lackluster. Quickly, as his points dwindled, the system's notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired one evolvable soul bone, head soul bone." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired 9,000 points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired one low-level blood servant." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired 3,000 points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired 3 soul evolution potions." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired 1 special recipe." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired 5,000 points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired 4,000 points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired the skill Shadow Step." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Intermediate mysterious draw successful. Acquired 3,000 points." Upon hearing the series of notifications in his mind, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. This time, fortune seemed to smile upon him. Chapter 144. The illusory wolf skull. Lost in thought, Bai Chen came to a halt. A Bing, observing Bai Chen's actions, inquired with curiosity, "What is it, master?" "Nothing much. I just drew a prize," Bai Chen replied. Since a Bing was summoned through a lottery, she was aware of Bai Chen's system and thus did not question his words. Subsequently, before a Bing, Bai Chen summoned another blood servant. Much like a Bing, this new blood servant was also a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing attributes similar to a Bing's, save for the differences in martial soul and name. Name, Aing level, 31 martial soul, blood grass identity, low-level blood servant cultivation aptitude, 15 remarks, completely devoted to her master, she will never express dissent towards his commands. Upon witnessing the newly summoned blood servant, a Bing pouted, visibly displeased. Aing approached Bai Chen and said, Master, Aing is at your service. Greetings, Aing. I have a question for you, Bai Chen said. Please, speak, Master, Aing responded. Are all blood servants like you, such beautiful women? Bai Chen inquired. Aing paused momentarily before answering, No, Master. We also have male blood servants. However, since you are male, the summoned blood servants are female. If you were female, the summoned servants would be male. Why is that? Bai Chen asked. Because it seems to excite our master more this way, Aing replied. Bai Chen was taken aback by her response. Something felt amiss. He suspected that these blood servants were harboring ulterior motives. However, at that moment, he had no extra garments to provide Aing, nor did he possess a shadow horse. Aing, you shall remain in the Tsang Wolf Ring for a while. I will let you out once we reach the Martial Soul City. Yes, Master, Aing nodded eagerly. With that, Bai Chen placed her inside the ring. Bai Chen then examined the skull and the new recipe he had acquired. The new recipe was an upgraded version of a previous one, containing materials suitable for soul masters ranging from level 40 to 80, albeit at a significantly higher cost. However, that was of little concern to Bai Chen. He had ample funds to procure the necessary ingredients. As for the newly acquired skull, its properties were as follows. Illusory wolf skull age, 1. 000 years compatibility, 100 evolvable skull, can evolve by devouring other head soul bones. Upon realizing the skull's potential, Bai Chen felt a wave of satisfaction. At last, he had obtained another skull. Rather than hastily heading to the Martial Soul City, he decided to absorb this skull first. A few minutes later, Bai Chen returned to the cave and immediately sat down to absorb the skull, with Aing and a Bing keeping watch. As Bai Chen began the absorption process, a Bing turned to the newly arrived Aing and declared, Let me be clear, I don't care if you're my kin. I was the first to follow the master and I am his first blood servant. Don't think that just because you have a larger chest, you can usurp my position. Aing retorted defiantly, Oh please, sister, if you have a small chest, perhaps you should refrain from embarrassing yourself. The master will favor whoever proves themselves. Just because you were first does not make you my rival. Unlike the evenly proportioned Bing, Aing possessed a youthful visage coupled with a voluptuous figure. Consequently, when summoned by Bai Chen, both blood servants were irresistibly drawn to him, which naturally led to their quarrel over his affections. Half an hour later, Bai Chen had fully absorbed the skull. Just as he contemplated evolving it with another head soul bone, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of their argument outside. What are you two discussing? Bai Chen inquired, causing both women to instantly halt their bickering. Since blood servants cannot lie to their master, they hesitantly replied, We were arguing. Bai Chen, puzzled, asked, What were you arguing about? About the priority of serving you, master, they stammered. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would quarrel over such a matter. If their master were a lecher, he might have found their antics somewhat amusing. From now on, do not argue over this, Bai Chen commanded. Understood, they replied obediently. Now keep watch. I still need to absorb the soul bone, he instructed. Yes, master. Seeing them comply, Bai Chen returned to the cave. After Bai Chen turned away, the two exchanged glances, huffed at each other, and resumed their watch. Bai Chen sighed at the commotion outside. These blood servants certainly did not behave like typical servants. Their minds seemed perpetually preoccupied with tantalizing thoughts, which made it difficult for him to focus on his cultivation. Frustrated, he began absorbing the previously acquired head soul bone. Bai Chen could distinctly feel the soul bone in his head growing increasingly substantial, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of comfort. In just 15 minutes, he completely absorbed the bone. With the absorption complete, his level had risen to 48.5. However, he noted that the relatively low age of the soul bone limited the extent of his level increase. Yet, Bai Chen felt his mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. He then reviewed the attributes of the skull. Illusory wolf skull, age, 3,000 years skill, mental shock, can launch mental attacks against enemies. Varying effects dependent on one's mental strength. Devour, can absorb soul bones of the same position to enhance its integrity and age. Upon completing the absorption, Bai Chen felt rejuvenated. He then glanced at the last item he had obtained, Shadow Step. This piqued his interest, as he identified himself as an assassin and could not ignore an ability related to agility. Shadow Step, effect, upon use. It enhances speed and creates a number of afterimages to confuse opponents. Is that it? Bai Chen mused, feeling somewhat underwhelmed by the ability's description. Yet, he reasoned that it was better to have it than to not. This was merely the first tier of Shadow Step, and he anticipated it would become significantly more potent by the third tier. Chapter 145, Forming a Faction at Last. Bai Chen had attended to all matters and resolved to head to Seoul City. With the arrival of Aying, he was finally poised to commence the establishment of his own faction. A plan began to take shape in the depths of his mind. The following day, the two rode horseback to the outskirts of Seoul City. Upon arrival, Bai Chen stowed their two shadow horses into the Zhonglang Ring and proceeded into the city with a Bing. As they entered Seoul City, a Bing's gaze wandered. Unable to resist the allure of her surroundings, her prolonged stay in the Death Canyon had left her yearning for a change. Noticing her enthusiasm, Bai Chen produced a small pouch containing around 100 gold soul coins and said, "Feel free to purchase whatever you desire. We shall reconvene here in the evening." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, a Bing promptly shook her head. Bai Chen, puzzled by her response, inquired, "What is the matter? Is the amount insufficient?" "No. I would prefer to remain by my master's side. I only wish to observe these things," she replied. Bai Chen sighed, noticing a Bing's occasional glances towards the surrounding sights. Since there was no rush, he thought it would be pleasant to accompany her in exploring the city. "You stay here. I shall return shortly after procuring some items," he instructed. "Understood," she replied. Bai Chen approached a nearby stall and purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, sugar figurines, glutinous rice cakes, and other treats. Upon returning, he offered half of the food to a Bing, saying, "Enjoy." A Bing responded with excitement. They soon found a wonton stall. Intending to savor their purchases before moving on, a Bing took a bite of the glutinous rice cake, her eyes sparkling with delight, and she began to eat eagerly. Seeing her joy, Bai Chen smiled. After patiently waiting for her to finish, he took a Bing to an apothecary. Upon entering, a young attendant promptly approached them. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Given Bai Chen's splendid attire and the mask obscuring half his face to conceal his identity, he emanated an air of nobility, compelling the attendant to treat him with utmost respect. Bai Chen responded, "I would like 20 portions of honeysuckle." He named a specific herb from a new medicinal formula. "Certainly, sir," the attendant replied, swiftly departing to gather the requested items. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 20 portions of honeysuckle, which Bai Chen inspected and deemed satisfactory. "What is the cost?" Bai Chen inquired. 20 gold coins per portion, totaling 400 gold coins, the attendant informed him. Nodding, Bai Chen produced the required sum. Subsequently, he visited several more shops, ultimately spending a total of 20,000 gold coins to assemble 20 varieties of herbs. He then procured some daily necessities. After completing his purchases, Bai Chen led a Bing to an inn, where he secured a room, intending to stay in Seoul City for a few days before returning. Once inside the room, Bai Chen released Aying as well, arranging 3 chairs and stating, "Please take a seat. I have something important to discuss with you." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, both women complied, curiosity etched on their faces as they awaited his announcement. "Bai Chen," he began, "from this moment forth, I shall also establish my own faction. I shall provide each of you with 10,000 gold coins as startup capital. One of you will journey to the Tiando Empire, while the other will go to the Xinglua Empire, each acquiring a residence. Furthermore, I wish for you to adopt those orphan souls wandering alone. Before adopting them, please assist in awakening their martial souls. If a child displays potential for cultivation post-awakening, bring them back for training. If they lack a foundation in soul power, simply provide them with sustenance and let them go." Aying and a Bing were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that this was the matter Bai Chen wished to address. To be frank, neither was particularly eager to leave. A Bing voiced her concern, "If we depart, who will care for our master? Do not worry about me. I can manage on my own. Assisting in the formation of my faction is the greatest help you can provide. There is no urgency. Within 7 years, I shall seek you out. So settle in Xinglua City and Tiando City," Bai Chen reassured them. The reluctant, the two responded, "Yes, master, a Bing Aying will obey." Afterward, they took some rest. Yet that night, both a Bing and Aying struggled to sleep. The following day, upon noticing their dark circles, Bai Chen shook his head in sympathy. To make amends, he chose to remain in Xinglua City for 2 days, indulging them in leisure. 2 days later, at the entrance of Seoul City, Bai Chen said, "It is time. I will come to fetch you when the moment arrives." Understood. They nodded in agreement before departing. Once their figures riding the shadow horses vanished from sight, Bai Chen turned towards the direction of the Soul Palace. He knew that Bei Dong must have been informed of his arrival, as he had previously communicated with Fu Jin. It would be courteous to pay a visit. As he approached the entrance of the Soul Palace, he was halted by 2 guards. "Halt! Who goes there?" Just as Bai Chen was about to clarify his identity, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Bai Chen, is that you?" Recognizing the voice, Bai Chen turned to see Hu Laina. Yes, it is I, Sister Nana. Upon hearing his name, the guard stepped aside, having heard of Bai Chen, the disciple of the Pope and the proclaimed son of the Tiando Empire. My apologies, Lord Bai Chen. We failed to recognize you moments ago, one of the guards said. Bai Chen removed his mask, assuring them, no matter, it is understandable, given that I was wearing a mask. As Bai Chen unveiled his face, the guards were momentarily stunned. Although they had heard tales of Bai Chen's extraordinary handsomeness, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, leaving them awestruck. Hu Laina, who had not seen Bai Chen for quite some time, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. After a year apart, he had grown even more handsome. You were here to see the teacher, correct? So am I. Let us go together, she proposed. Certainly, Bai Chen replied, accepting her invitation. There was no reason to decline companionship. On their way to the Pope's Hall, Hu Laina inquired, Bai Chen, how have you fared this past year? Quite well. I suppose. It has been the usual routine, training, eating, resting, and repeating the cycle, Bai Chen replied. Is that so? Then your strength must have grown significantly, she remarked. Indeed. I have reached level 48, Bai Chen answered candidly. Hu Laina was taken aback by his response. She herself had only recently reached the pinnacle of level 48. The fact that Bai Chen, 7 years her junior, had achieved the same level of strength was astonishing and indicative of his remarkable progress. Chapter 146. The lickspittle ends up with nothing. Bai Chen. You are truly remarkable. Your level has caught up to mine. Upon hearing Hu Laina's awkward praise, Bai Chen found it difficult to respond and simply replied, it's nothing special, just normal training. Despite the pretentiousness of his response, Hu Laina was not offended. She was just delighted that he had replied to her. Ah, the seasoned lickspittle. As they engaged in their awkward banter, they arrived at the Pope's palace. After the guards announced their arrival, they simultaneously pushed the door open. Bibi Dong, upon seeing Bai Chen and Hu Laina, smiled and remarked, Oh, Bai Chen. What brings you out of the Death Canyon today? Have you finally decided to come see me? There was a hint of resentment in Bibi Dong's tone. She had intended to cultivate Bai Chen into a top-tier powerhouse. However, he had trained entirely on his own terms, his strength rising inexplicably, leaving her with no sense of achievement. Noticing Bibi Dong's slightly displeased tone, Bai Chen said, I apologize, teacher. Time flies when one is engrossed in training, and I lost track of it. I came to see you today. Bibi Dong was not convinced by his explanation. Bai Chen thought to himself, damn. This woman is truly difficult to deal with. She throws tantrums just because she is beautiful and powerful. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong finally spoke again. You are now capable of defeating 6 of the combined forces of Fu Jin and his companions, correct? Yes, teacher, Bai Chen affirmed. Hu Laina was taken aback. She was familiar with Fu Jin, who had received a sapphire-level soul medal at the Soul Emperor stage. Given their current ages, they were all poised to break through to title Douluo and were key candidates for cultivation within the Spirit Hall. The fact that Bai Chen could defeat 6 of them simultaneously was, to put it mildly, astonishing. Was this even possible for a human? Yet, Bai Chen had achieved it. And this was the first time Hu Laina's admiration for his strength surpassed her infatuation with his looks. Very good, Bibi Dong continued. I need to inform you that in 1 year's time, you will participate in the Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament of the continent. I expect you to lead the Spirit Hall team to victory. Consider this your next objective after defeating Fu Jin and his companions. Of course, if you can defeat them, this should hardly pose a challenge. After all, apart from our Spirit Hall, it is rare for other factions to even produce a Soul King. If you cannot secure the championship, do not return to see me. Yes, teacher, Bai Chen replied respectfully. By the way, would you like to stay at the Spirit Hall for a few days? Bibi Dong inquired. Hu Laina's face lit up with anticipation at Bai Chen's response. Yes, I was planning to stay for a few days before heading back, Bai Chen replied. Hu Laina felt a bit exasperated that he would only be staying for a few days, but it was better than not staying at all. After exchanging a few words with Bibi Dong, Bai Chen headed towards the small courtyard where he had previously resided. Although it had not been occupied, it was well maintained and clean. Upon entering, Bai Chen was unexpectedly enveloped by a sense of familiarity that brought him great comfort. Rarely, he did not train that night and instead enjoyed a restful sleep. The next day, as Bai Chen awoke, he heard a knock at the door. Bai Chen, are you there? Hearing the voice outside, Bai Chen stepped out and asked, what is it? Is there something you need? Nothing much. I just realized it has been a while since we last met, and you haven't visited the Spirit City in some time. Let me take you out for a stroll. Actually, I would like to visit Grandfather Yu Egwan today. Then let us go together, Hu Laina replied. All right, Bai Chen agreed. As they stepped outside, they soon encountered Yin and Xieyu. Upon seeing Bai Chen and Hu Laina together, Yin paused momentarily, then with some irritation asked, Bai Chen, where are you taking Laina? Hulaina immediately stepped in front of Bai Chen, saying, Yin, what are you doing? I am just going with Bai Chen to visit grandfather Yueguan. Why are you getting worked up? Just as Yin was about to confront Bai Chen, he faltered. Laina, I am just concerned for you. I mean no harm. Hulaina retorted, Humph. If you mean no harm, then step aside. Bai Chen, let us go. With that, she took Bai Chen's hand and walked towards Yueguan's residence, leaving Yin staring after them in a daze. Observing Yan's expression, Bai Chen sighed. The young man was quite handsome and gifted, but he was far too submissive in front of Hulaina. Bai Chen could only reflect that a lickspit ends up with nothing. In his previous life, Yin had been thwarted by Tang San, and now he was being obstructed by Bai Chen. Had Yin not exhibited such humility, perhaps his fate would not have been so dismal. Meanwhile, Hulaina said, Bai Chen, if Yin causes you trouble in the future, just let me know. I will help you deal with him. Bai Chen replied, no need. Yin is not my opponent. If he tries to confront me, I will handle him myself. Afterward, they visited Yueguan, and Bai Chen remained at the Spirit Hall for about a week before returning to the Death Canyon. On the other side, in the Tiando Empire, a Bing, following Bai Chen's instructions, arrived in Tiando City and purchased a property at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's shop. She then ventured into the shadowy alleys to assist some children with their soul awakenings. Those who succeeded were retained for cultivation, while those who did not were given some food to see them off. A Bing's endeavors progressed remarkably well. Within just a month, she successfully discovered 17 children who had awakened their martial souls and possessed soul power. Admittedly, most of their martial souls were mediocre, and their soul power was low, with only one child awakening a mid-level martial soul, the Leaf Mantis, and achieving innate soul power of level 4. Overall, her efforts were yielding positive results. In contrast, Ying, who had ventured to the Xinglua Empire, did not enjoy such success. Chapter 147, Third Layer of Qingyang Gong. Third layer of Shadow Step. Having resided in the Xinglua Empire for a month, Ying had managed to recruit only 2 or 3 children with soul power. It was only half a month ago that she successfully settled down. The delay in her settlement was due to the absence of a merchant association for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in Xinglua City. She had encountered unscrupulous merchants who swindled her out of a considerable amount of gold coins, and the house she purchased was rather mediocre, necessitating extensive renovations that consumed a great deal of time. Nevertheless, she was gradually finding her footing and things were improving. During this month, Bai Chen had accomplished several things. Rather than spending his substantial points on year cake, he chose to invest in himself. He initially spent 150,000 points to acquire 5 skill upgrade pills, elevating his Qingyang Gong to the 3rd layer. The enhancements provided by the 3rd layer were significant compared to the previous level. His cultivation aptitude increased by 10 points, bringing his total cultivation aptitude to 60. The attributes of the current Qingyang Gong are as follows. Qingyang Gong, function, increases cultivation aptitude by 10, enhances soul power recovery speed by 70, increases total soul power by 70, and strengthens soul power penetration. At maximum level, it grants an additional skill, Qingyang Outer Garment. Qingyang Outer Garment envelopes the user with soul power, enhancing overall defense by 20, increasing all attributes by 10, excluding soul power, with a certain amount of soul power consumed per second. Upon reaching the maximum level, Qingyang Gong bestowed Bai Chen with a commendable skill, further augmenting his defensive capabilities. Now, Bai Chen felt confident that after reaching level 50, he would be able to defeat Fu Jin and his companions. In addition, Bai Chen expended 180,000 points to acquire 6 skill upgrade pills, elevating his Shadow Step to the 3rd layer. This advancement resulted in a qualitative leap in his strength. His already impressive speed saw a significant boost due to the enhancements from Shadow Step. Moreover, this skill provided him with a clone ability. Ghost Shadow Clone can create clones equal to 1/10 of his soul power. Any excess is not included. Note that the Shadow Clones possess no combat power and can only be used to confuse opponents. Although the clones produced by Ghost Shadow Clone lack offensive capabilities, they proved to be quite advantageous for Bai Chen. Naturally, after enhancing his skills, Bai Chen sought to test the practical applications of these 2 abilities. However, he had no intention of using them against Fu Jin and his group. Instead, he planned to venture deeper into the Death Canyon, as recent confrontations with Fu Jin had yielded little in terms of points. Thus, Bai Chen resolved to hunt a soul beast, which would not only provide him with points, but also replenish his stock of beast blood. Currently, Bai Chen required approximately 300 pounds of beast blood for each training session in the blood pool, leading to a significant consumption of resources. Therefore, replenishing his supply was essential. As he contemplated these matters, Bai Chen proceeded toward the depths of the Death Canyon. Along the way, numerous soul beasts glanced at him from a distance before swiftly fleeing. clearly recognizing Bai Chen as the notorious hunter of soul beasts, a reputation that had firmly taken root in their minds. Observing this scene, Bai Chen paid it no mind, as he was disinclined to trouble the weaker soul beasts. His objective was to locate a soul beast around 10,000 years old, capable of testing his strength while simultaneously replenishing his beast blood reserves. A day later, Bai Chen delved into the depths of the Death Canyon, where he finally encountered a suitable soul beast, a 20,000-year-old diamond armored bear, a formidable creature and a worthy opponent. Bai Chen, you're a diamond armored bear. Meet your end. Diamond armored bear. Whoa. Upon their meeting, the diamond armored bear charged at Bai Chen, who immediately summoned his martial spirit. He swiftly retreated a considerable distance and declared, Heavenly Demon Breathing Technique. Year Cake, activate. Demon Wolf Domain. Qingyang Outer Garment. Shadow Step. Giant Spirit's Tail, activate. Gale. Frenzy. In an instant, several buffs were cast upon himself, and Bai Chen split into 5, each using their bone tails to unleash frenzy simultaneously. The diamond armored bear, caught off guard by the simultaneous assault from 5 Bai Chens, was momentarily bewildered. Despite its formidable strength, its intelligence was not commensurate, leaving it uncertain about which Bai Chen to attack. Consequently, it was clumsily struck by Bai Chen's onslaught. Although the bear felt some pain from the direct hits, it did not sustain any fatal injuries. However, after Bai Chen's initial attack, it let out a furious roar in an attempt to bolster its own morale. Roar. The diamond armored bear's roar echoed in the air, yet nothing significant transpired. Observing the bear's reaction, Bai Chen shook his head, withdrew his bone tail, and stepped back. It must be said, the attributes of the diamond armored bear were quite commendable. In terms of raw power, it could undoubtedly be classified as a top-tier soul beast. Yet, its lack of intelligence had unjustly categorized it as a high-level soul beast. In the wild, soul masters often favored encounters with the diamond armored bear, as these beasts were not only powerful but also yielded potent soul skills. Most importantly, their sheer stupidity made them relatively easy to defeat with a bit of strategic thinking. After a brief moment of confusion over the small wound on its chest, the diamond armored bear finally realized it had been injured and charged at Bai Chen once more. Shadow Step. Bai Chen split into 4 clones again, leaving the diamond armored bear perplexed and momentarily dazed. Bai Chen attacked once more. Half an hour later, the diamond armored bear emitted a mournful roar before slowly collapsing, a black soul ring materializing around it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the 20,000-year-old soul beast. Diamond armored bear. Reward, 30,000 points. Staring at the bear's lifeless body, Bai Chen felt an inexplicable lack of accomplishment. This encounter had not served as a true test of his strength. No, it had indeed tested his offensive capabilities, which had undeniably improved. Otherwise, he would not have been able to breach the bear's defenses. As he pondered this, Bai Chen began to collect the bear's blood, driving his bone tail into its body. Regrettably, this time, after slaying the diamond armored bear, Bai Chen did not discover any soul bones. Well, this time was a bit unfortunate, after all. The probability of obtaining a soul bone from a 20,000-year-old soul beast was relatively high. Yet, this time, there was no drop. Bai Chen could only resign himself to bad luck. Returning to the cave, Bai Chen poured the blood into the blood pool and commenced his training in the heavenly demon body. Chapter 148. 9 months later, level 59 months later. Bai Chen opened his eyes. At long last, just before the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition across the continent, he had successfully advanced to level 50. He was now ready to acquire his 5th soul ring. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen resolved to seek out Yu Guan for assistance in venturing into the Star Doe forest to obtain the soul ring. The reason he did not hunt soul beasts in the Death Canyon was primarily that there were no particularly suitable soul beasts left for him. Many formidable soul beasts had already fallen to his blade, their remains cast into the blood pool. Within Bai Chen's Songlong ring lay a trove of precious materials harvested from various soul beasts. Every 3 months, he would make a trip to the Spirit City to sell these materials, amassing a fortune of several million gold soul coins in the process, a testament to the sheer number of soul beasts he had dispatched. Moreover, Bai Chen's training within the blood pool now required a staggering 400 pounds of beast blood each time. It would not be long before his Tiamat body would ascend to its 4th level. Half a day later, Bai Chen returned to the Spirit Hall and made his way to the Pope's chamber. Bibi Dong was engrossed in her work when a guard approached her, whispering something that prompted her to set aside her duties. Shortly thereafter, Bai Chen entered. Upon seeing him, Bibi Dong inquired, "You've come. Have you broken through to the Soul King level?" Taken aback by her knowledge, Bai Chen responded, "Yes, Master, I have achieved the Soul King rank." Bibi Dong's expression reflected her expectation, Given Bai Chen's training pace, such a breakthrough was indeed to be anticipated. However, the fact that he had accomplished this feat before turning 14 struck her as somewhat alarming. At the age of 14, she was only on par with Hulaina and her peers, yet Bai Chen had already surpassed the Soul King level. Truly remarkable. I shall have Yuguan accompany you in hunting soul beasts. Which forest do you wish to explore? She asked. Knowing Bai Chen would likely have a plan of his own. Master, I wish to go to the Douluo forest. The variety of soul beasts there is rich. And I intend to acquire a transformation-type soul skill for my 5th ability. My current 4 skills are all active, and I require some that can enhance my attributes. Bai Chen replied. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, recognizing that Bai Chen indeed possessed an abundance of active skills and lacked for offensive abilities. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Bai Chen stated. Good, Bibi Dong responded. With that, Bai Chen sought out Yuguan, confident that after acquiring his 5th soul skill, he would be able to triumph over Fu Jin and his companions. Before long, Bai Chen arrived at Yuguan's residence, where he was promptly greeted. Lord Bai Chen. Have you come to see Lord Yuguan? Indeed, I have matters to discuss with him, Bai Chen replied. Then please, come right in. Those under Yuguan's command were well aware of the close relationship between Bai Chen and their master. His visits felt almost like returning home. Yuguan was meditating in his chamber when he heard the announcement from outside. Lord Yuguan, Lord Bai Chen has arrived. Upon hearing this, Yuguan immediately opened his eyes and hurried out. Upon seeing Bai Chen, he smiled and said, Chenner, what brings you here today? Missing your grandfather, are you? Bai Chen felt a slight embarrassment at the remark but nodded in affirmation. Yes, but I have something to discuss with you as well. Oh, what is it? I have reached level 50 and would like to invite you to accompany me in obtaining my 5th soul ring, Bai Chen stated. Yuguan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated that Bai Chen would achieve level 50 in a short time, the suddenness of this breakthrough caught him off guard. He had thought it would take at least another year for Bai Chen to reach this level. All right, let us set out at once, Yuguan responded without hesitation. Nodding, the two made their way towards the Douluo forest. A few days later, they arrived at the fringes of the Douluo forest. Bai Chen felt a surge of excitement. He was finally about to acquire his 5th soul ring. With his newfound strength as a soul king, he felt he had gained a measure of self-preservation and envisioned himself winning the elite soul master competition across the continent, followed by a venture into the city of slaughter, where he could truly stand on his own. Be cautious. The Douluo forest is fraught with danger, Yuguan warned. Bai Chen promptly acknowledged the caution. And together they ventured deeper into the forest. Upon entering, the formidable aura radiating from Yuguan deterred most soul beasts from approaching. However, they were still on the forest's periphery, where the soul beasts were not particularly powerful, thus posing little threat. Within just a day, they reached the territory inhabited by 10,000-year soul beasts. Yuguan suddenly posed a question, Xiao Bai Chen. Do you have any specific requirements regarding the age of the soul beasts? The age of the soul beasts? Bai Chen echoed. I believe a soul beast between 30 to 40,000 years would be ideal for my 5th soul ring. After all, my 4th soul ring is already a 10,000-year one, and my physical prowess should now rival that of a soul emperor. Indeed, Yuguan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a soul ring of that age would be suitable for Bai Chen. With this in mind, they continued their search for an appropriate soul beast. Regrettably, 3 days passed without finding a suitable match, and they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest. Upon arriving at an area inhabited by 30 to 50,000-year soul beasts, Yuguan cautioned, Xiao Bai Chen, you must be particularly vigilant now. The soul beasts in this vicinity are not to be trifled with. A moment's carelessness could lead to peril. Bai Chen nodded solemnly in response. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from not far ahead. Bai Chen felt a sense of foreboding. And in an instant, a giant ape the size of a hill appeared before them. Both Bai Chen and Yuguan were momentarily stunned. The Titan Great Ape. Bai Chen exclaimed, astonished that his first encounter with such a legendary creature would manifest in this manner. Yuguan, upon seeing the Titan Great Ape, urgently urged, Xiao Bai Chen run. Chapter 149. The bloodthirsty demon wolf of 40,000 years. As the words of Yuguan faded, Bai Chen's companions had already fled. In such a moment, decisiveness was crucial. Hesitation would only lead to one's own demise and jeopardize Yuguan as well. He did not regard the Titan giant ape as a benevolent entity. Observing Bai Chen's swift escape brought a smile to Yuguan's face. This little fellow was quite nimble. However, upon facing the Titan giant ape, he could not help but let out a bitter laugh. This was indeed a significant predicament. The Titan giant ape gazed at Yuguan, its eyes filled with fury. It would never forget this scent when it rushed back after the death of Xiao Wu's mother. The air still carried the same odor as that of the individual before it. Clearly, Yuguan had been present when the spirit hall hunted Xiao Wu's mother. Considering the formidable Titan giant ape before him, Yu Guan felt it prudent to offer an explanation. After all, if there were a way to avoid a direct confrontation, it was wiser to do so. However, before he could utter a word, the Titan giant ape unexpectedly lunged at him. Instinctively, Yu Guan reacted, engaging in combat with the Titan giant ape. He was well aware that he was no match for the colossal creature, and he merely hoped for an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was also encountering trouble as he fled desperately. Before him stood a massive wolf, and he silently lamented his fate. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf years, 41. 300 compatibility, 97. Had he encountered this bloodthirsty demon wolf a few days prior, Bai Chen would have been elated. However, at this moment, he felt quite the opposite. Although the bloodthirsty demon wolf was not as powerful as the night shadow killing wolf, this particular specimen was still a soul beast of 40,000 years. The strength of soul beasts escalates dramatically with every 10,000-year increment. Hence, the disparity in power is insurmountable. Thus, the prowess of the bloodthirsty demon wolf was indeed formidable, and it had now fixated its gaze upon Bai Chen. Bai Chen possessed the third-level shadow step, allowing him to escape, yet he hesitated to run away. This creature was exceptionally well suited for him, and as he advanced in level, the suitable soul beasts became increasingly rare. If he let this opportunity slip by, it might not present itself again so easily. Moreover, the Titan giant ape had been drawn away by Yu Guan, and given Yu Guan strength, it would not be an easy task for the Titan giant ape to eliminate him. This would afford Bai Chen ample time to deal with the formidable wolf before him. The bloodthirsty demon wolf, wary of Bai Chen's cautious demeanor, remained on high alert. Its terror stemmed not only from its sheer strength but also from its notoriously brutal disposition. The very name bloodthirsty demon wolf conveyed its savage nature, and in the face of uncertain adversaries, it exhibited utmost vigilance, regardless of outward appearances. After a few moments, the bloodthirsty demon wolf could no longer contain itself and launched the first strike. Observing its movement, Bai Chen furrowed his brow and called out, "Shadow Step." Instantly, he conjured for clones, his movements becoming perplexingly erratic. The bloodthirsty demon wolf momentarily hesitated, but unlike the diamond-armored bear, it would not remain in place. It charged towards one of the shadows. Bai Chen remained unfazed by the wolf's actions. With a 1 in 5 chance of choosing incorrectly, he had no reason to panic. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wolf's misjudgment, Bai Chen activated all his enhancement skills, significantly boosting his attributes. Surrounding him appeared 5 wolf spirits. Although Bai Chen had yet to acquire his 5th soul ring, his level had indeed reached 50, allowing him to summon 5 wolf spirit clones. Startled by the sudden appearance of the 5 wolf spirits, the bloodthirsty demon wolf grew even more cautious, as it had never encountered such a situation before. However, recalling its earlier miss, it suspected that these wolf spirits might be illusions. While contemplating, it lunged towards Bai Chen. In response, Bai Chen smiled, and the 5 wolf spirits surged forward, inflicting 5 moderate wounds upon the bloodthirsty demon wolf. With a pained howl, the bloodthirsty demon wolf swung its body, shattering one of the wolf spirits. Observing this, Bai Chen rushed in, plunging his pufferfish poison dagger and venomous dagger into the creature's flesh, inducing a state of poisoning. Bai Chen was not greedy. After the strike, he retreated. The agony inflicted by the pufferfish poison dagger and the venomous dagger far surpassed that of the wolf spirit's attacks, truly enraging the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Following its furious roar, a crimson glow enveloped its claws and eyes, and its size swelled significantly. Witnessing this transformation, Bai Chen's expression turned grave. This was the signature skill of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, Bloodthirst. Upon activation, it greatly enhanced all attributes while rendering the creature impervious to pain. Yet, this power came with drawbacks. It would turn the wolf into a frenzied, bloodthirsty beast, likely leading it to act irrationally. Once the skill was employed, the bloodthirsty demon wolf attacked Bai Chen with unbridled fury, and the wolf spirits could hardly withstand the onslaught for even a minute. During that time, Bai Chen launched several attacks against the wolf, attempting to infuse his toxins, the fearsome wolf toxin and the paralyzing toxin of the Qingyang technique, into its body, but to no avail. The bloodthirsty demon wolf seemed entirely unperturbed, disregarding the pain inflicted upon it. After a few minutes, Bai Chen realized he had miscalculated his positioning and was struck by the bloodthirsty demon wolf, a jarring force surging through his arm, as if it might shatter. Fortunately, the blow had not struck a vital area. He would not perish in the short term. Moreover, since Bai Chen primarily relied on his tail for attacks, losing the use of both arms posed little issue. 4th soul skill, Demon Wolf Shadow Killing Formation. 3rd soul skill, Terrifying Howl. 15 minutes later, gazing at the equally battered yet still vigorous bloodthirsty demon wolf before him, Bai Chen felt a sense of resignation. He had initially wished to avoid using that particular skill, but it seemed that was no longer an option. Sensing Bai Chen's waning strength, the bloodthirsty demon wolf prepared to deliver a decisive blow. With a fierce roar, it charged towards Bai Chen, its claws poised to strike. Thud! Bai Chen raised his hand to block the impending attack. The bloodthirsty demon wolf paused momentarily, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Soul Saint Experience Card. Chapter 150. Fifth Soul Skill, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation. Indeed, at this critical juncture, Bai Chen finally utilized the Soul Saint Experience card that he had held in reserve. Subsequently, a colossal silhouette of a thunder wolf materialized behind him. Sensing the immense power coursing through his body, Bai Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. Was this the sensation of a soul saint? Suddenly, the bloodthirsty demon wolf detected a significant increase in Bai Chen and Appo's aura and was truly alarmed. However, it also realized that escape was no longer an option. The bloodthirsty state could still persist for a while, granting it a chance, if it could eliminate Bai Chen during this fleeting moment. Observing the bloodthirsty demon wolf's demeanor, Bai Chen had no intention of granting any opportunity. Seventh Soul Skill, True Form of the Thunder Wolf. The Soul Saint Experience card allowed him to wield all of the Thunder and Appo's skills without the adverse effects of using his martial soul and Appo's true form. With only an hour of experience time, Bai Chen was determined to fully savor the essence of the martial soul's true form. Upon activating it, his aura reached its zenith. Third Soul Skill, Thunder Claw. With that, a massive wolf claw lunged towards the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Unyielding, the wolf retaliated with a claw of its own. Bang! With a resounding crash, both combatants staggered back several paces. Shaking its head, the bloodthirsty demon wolf began to regain some sensation, realizing that its bloodthirsty state was gradually waning. If this continued, it would completely exit the bloodthirsty state within a few minutes. With this thought, the bloodthirsty demon wolf grew increasingly anxious, its attacks becoming more erratic and ferocious. Witnessing this, Bai Chen remained composed. He understood that he merely needed to face the wolf's current state with calmness. Although the frequency of its attacks increased, they became more chaotic, allowing Bai Chen to easily discern its movements, thus making the confrontation more manageable. As for the wolf's ferocity, no matter how fierce it became, it could not match the brutality of Bai Chen's Thunder Wolf, which was firmly restrained by his calm heart technique. Nevertheless, the bloodthirsty demon wolf persevered for half an hour before finally collapsing, a black soul ring drifting above its head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 300-year-old soul beast, bloodthirsty demon wolf, earning 600 points and a mysterious drop item. Seeing the wolf fall, Bai Chen wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity while the Soul Saint Experience card was still active, he began dragging the wolf's carcass towards a relatively safe location. A quarter of an hour later, as the experience time elapsed, Bai Chen arrived at a precipice, sensing that this might be a secure spot with ample cover and no signs of soul beasts. With that in mind, he promptly seated himself to absorb the bloodthirsty demon wolf's soul ring. From the outset, he encountered fierce resistance, yet he remained undeterred, fully expecting this challenge. Meanwhile, not far from Bai Chen's previous location, a colossal lizard, approximately 50,000 years old, passed by, drawn by the scent of blood. Excited, it attempted to track the source, only to find that the scent was localized, offering no direction to pursue. On the other side, Yu Guan clutched his chest, glancing back at the Titan giant ape that had been relentlessly pursuing him. Frowning, he realized he could not continue like this. If he did not flee, he would surely perish at the hands of the Titan giant ape. Having only exchanged blows for a few minutes, he had already sustained injuries, making it clear to Yu Guan that he was no match for the beast. Given the time that had elapsed, Yu Guan hoped that Bai Chen had already reached a safer location, and he believed he could successfully evade the giant ape. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply. Eighth Soul Skill, Gate of Holy Light. With that, a brilliant beam erupted from the core of his Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, launching an attack towards the Titan giant ape. Yu Guan's 8th Soul Skill was an exceptionally powerful single-target killing technique, rivaling the might of Diggybo's 9th Soul Skill, the Baihun Divine Light. Such a formidable strike was not to be underestimated, even by the Titan giant ape, which opened its massive jaws to unleash a tremendous black beam in retaliation. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, a cataclysmic explosion resonated. Before long, their assaults ceased, and the Titan giant ape looked ahead, only to find Yu Guan's figure had vanished. Roar! The Titan giant ape let out a furious roar, echoing throughout the Star Doe forest. Instantly, all the soul beasts in the vicinity were struck with fear. The forest's king had unleashed its wrath, prompting the creatures to conceal themselves to avoid incurring its ire. Some soul beasts that had been approaching Bai Chen upon hearing the roar hastily retreated as well. Unwittingly, the Titan giant ape aided Bai Chen. Meanwhile, Bai Chen's absorption proved exceedingly arduous, for he was attempting to absorb a soul ring beyond his level. It was worth noting that Tang San's fifth soul ring, initially, was only around 20,000 years old. However, Tang San's fifth soul ring could grow in years as his strength increased, due to its awakening nature. As 5 hours passed, Bai Chen still struggled to absorb the soul ring, far exceeding the typical time required for a soul master. Coupled with the injuries he sustained during battle, Bai Chen felt immense pain and was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the soul ring of the bloodthirsty demon wolf was nearing completion of absorption. He merely needed to endure a bit longer. On the other hand, Yu Guan anxiously surveyed the interior of the Stardow forest, uncertain if Bai Chen had managed to escape. The vastness of the forest made it impossible for him to pinpoint Bai Chen's location, leaving him to wander aimlessly. Half an hour later, Bai Chen finally succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, and in doing so, he also acquired a soul bone, the right arm bone from the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Upon successful absorption, Bai Chen summoned the tail of the giant spirit to begin devouring the essence of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. The skill he obtained was as he had anticipated. A transformation type ability known as bloodthirsty demon wolf transformation, which functioned similarly to the wolf's bloodthirst skill, significantly enhancing his attributes while rendering him impervious to pain. The drawback, however, was that employing this skill would induce impulsiveness. Chapter 151. The Serpent Matriarch and the Dragon Sovereign upon acquiring the fifth soul ring. The ferocious aura of Bai Chen's brutal demon wolf martial spirit became increasingly pronounced. He sensed, albeit faintly, that the second layer of the tranquil heart technique was no longer able to contain it. As he pondered this, a sudden stillness enveloped him. He could feel a formidable presence slowly approaching his direction. If his instincts were correct, this aura emanated from the Titan giant ape. It appeared that Yu Guan had successfully evaded the Titan, which, in its fury at being outpaced, had returned. Should Bai Chen encounter the Titan at this moment, his fate would be sealed. With this thought, he swiftly rose to his feet. Although his injuries had yet to heal, remaining in the Stardow forest was decidedly unwise. However, this realm was the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts, and many creatures far more powerful than the bloodthirsty demon wolf roamed here. Moving while injured posed considerable risk. Yet Bai Chen could not afford to dwell on such uncertainties. Survival was paramount. A day later, outside the Stardow forest, Bai Chen gazed upon a nearby village. Releasing a sigh of relief, he had finally escaped. However, darkness suddenly clouded his vision, and he collapsed with a thud. He had endured countless assaults from soul beasts that day, and his untreated injuries had worsened, compounded by new wounds. Were it not for the exceptional resilience granted by the heavenly demon body, he would have long succumbed. Not long after Bai Chen fell, a century-old black panther emerged nearby. Upon spotting the prostrate figure of Bai Chen, the panther, accustomed to the surrounding wilderness, recognized the inherent danger humans posed. Yet, seeing Bai Chen lying there, weak and vulnerable, and sensing its own hunger, the panther charged forward, believing it could easily overpower him. Boom! As the panther approached within 5 meters of Bai Chen, it was suddenly obliterated by a white beam of light. Moments later, 2 elderly figures and a young woman appeared before Bai Chen. "Old man, do you think that boy is dead?" the serpent matriarch inquired. Shaking his head, the dragon sovereign replied, "I cannot say for certain. Let us investigate." With that, the serpent matriarch, dragon sovereign, and Mengyiran approached Bai Chen. Mengyiran crouched down and turned Bai Chen over to assess his injuries. However, as she did so, her eyes widened in surprise. She inadvertently caught a glimpse of Bai Chen's visage. He is rather handsome," she exclaimed with excitement. Curious. The dragon sovereign and serpent matriarch moved closer to see for themselves. Upon laying eyes on Bai Chen, the dragon sovereign paused, inexplicably reminded of the phrase son of God associated with Bai Chen. The resemblance to the brilliant young man from several years ago, who had stirred the nation of the Heaven-Do Empire, was uncanny. He recalled having seen Bai Chen once before, though the youth had seemingly overlooked him. Why was Bai Chen here? Had he not been reported missing? Contemplating this, the dragon sovereign spoke. "Iran, if I am not mistaken. He is the prodigy from the Heaven-Do Empire, Bai Chen." Surprised, Mengyiran responded, "The son of God, Bai Chen?" "Indeed," the dragon sovereign confirmed. After scrutinizing Bai Chen closely, Mengyiran recalled the tales that circulated about him. According to the rumors from the Heaven-Do Empire, Bai Chen was the first prodigy since the empire's founding, possessing an otherworldly beauty that captivated all who beheld him. If he did not meet an untimely end, he was destined to become an unparalleled Douluo. Initially, Mengyiran had wondered if the accolades were exaggerated. But now it seemed the Heaven-Do Empire had spoken nothing but truth. The sight of him was enough to ensnare one's very soul. Yet, why had he sustained such grievous injuries? The serpent matriarch interjected, "What shall we do now? Should we turn Bai Chen over to the Heaven-Do Empire? The Dragon Sovereign replied, "No, first take him to a nearby inn for a few days to tend to his wounds. I will assist Iran in finding a suitable soul ring and return to address his situation." Understood, the Serpent Matriarch agreed without hesitation. With that, the Dragon Sovereign and Ming Iran ventured back into the depths of the Stardow forest. Bai Chen gradually opened his eyes, disoriented, and found himself in a room resembling an inn. He paused, bewildered. How had he come to be here? Had someone rescued him? Who could it be? Was it Yu Guan? "You are awake." A voice, aged yet gentle, emerged from the shadows. Bai Chen shifted his gaze and saw the words Chao Tian Xiang inscribed above the figure's head. It was the Serpent Matriarch. "Greetings, Matriarch. Did you save me?" Bai Chen inquired. "Yes, but to be precise, it was I, the old man, and my granddaughter who rescued you." "Child, how did you end up alone in the Stardow forest, and why are you so gravely injured?" the Serpent Matriarch asked. Bai Chen lowered his head. Hesitating before responding with a hint of sorrow, "I sought to break through and ventured into the Stardow forest to hunt for a suitable soul beast. However, I encountered a formidable soul beast. My elder companions sacrificed themselves to divert its attention, allowing me to flee, but I was ambushed by other beasts and sustained these injuries." The Serpent Matriarch's expression shifted to one of understanding. "By the way, my name is Chao Tian Xiang. You may have heard of me. Just call me Matriarch." "And what is your name, child?" Feigning surprise, Bai Chen replied. "So it is you, Matriarch. I have long admired your reputation. I am Bai Chen, and I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention." Upon hearing his name, the Serpent Matriarch paused. The old man had indeed been correct. This boy was the legendary Bai Chen, the son of God from the Heavendow Empire. Yet, to confirm her suspicions, she pressed, "You are Bai Chen? The one from the Heavendow Empire?" Bai Chen responded humbly, "Matriarch, you flatter me. The title of son of God belongs to others. I am not so extraordinary. Moreover, I no longer consider myself a citizen of the Heavendow Empire." "Not a citizen of the Heavendow Empire? What transpired during your years of absence?" "I have heard that the Heavendow Empire has been searching for you tirelessly." Chapter 152, Level 52. Upon hearing the words of the Serpent Matriarch, Bai Chen recounted the incident of his abduction by Douluo Bo and subsequent affiliation with the Spirit Hall. Naturally, he omitted some pivotal details, portraying himself primarily as a victim. The Serpent Matriarch, moved by Bai Chen and Appo's narrative, reflected on the harsh reality that, regardless of one and Appo's talent, one remains at the mercy of others without strength. The ability to choose one's allegiance or to act freely is often beyond one's grasp. Bai Chen inquired, "By the way, esteemed Serpent Matriarch, how long have I been unconscious?" "Not long, merely 2 days," she replied. 2 days? Bai Chen exclaimed. "Is 2 days a long time?" "Given your injuries, it is quite normal," she asserted. With that, Bai Chen could only nod in resigned agreement. He felt a pang of concern for Yu Guan, who must be anxiously searching for him. Bai Chen harbored a sense of familial affection for Yu Guan, as he had treated him well in the past, even diverting the Titan giant ape's attention to protect him. Meanwhile, Yu Guan was still traversing the Stardow forest, diligently seeking Bai Chen's whereabouts. He had sent out signals asking the Spirit Hall personnel present in the forest to aid in the search. However, several days had elapsed with no results. And Yu Guan's worry deepened with the fear that Bai Chen may have encountered misfortune. On the other hand, Bai Chen was assessing his own attributes: name, Bai Chen age, 13 spirit power, level 52 cultivation aptitude, 60, including Qingyang technique 10. Tianma body 2, martial spirit, savage demon wolf martial spirit quality, top tier spirit rings, 5, rampage 620, black moon song wolf kill 931, fearful howl 2556. Demon Wolf Shadow Kill Array 10760, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation 41300, Spirit Bones 3, Hurricane Demon Wolf Right Leg Bone 10,000, Illusory Wolf Skull 3000. Giant Spirit Tail External Spirit Bone, points 394,500. Special Skills, Divine Eye, Qingyang Technique, 3rd layer, Tranquil Heart Technique, 2nd layer, Shadow Step, 3rd layer. Tianma Body, 3rd layer, Items, Venomous Dagger, Pufferfish Poison Dagger, Intermediate Level Upgrade Pills X1, Spirit Evolution Elixir X17, Mysterious Drop X1 Status. Enhanced Smell, Enhanced Vision, Enhanced Hearing. Enhanced Heart Content with his attributes. Bai Chen decided to utilize the recently acquired Mysterious Drop. Congratulations, host. Mysterious Drop used successfully, obtaining Spirit Evolution Elixirs X10. Chimed a voice in his mind. Bai Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. No, sheer delight. 10 Spirit Evolution Elixirs equated to 200,000 points. After resting for approximately a day, Long Gong emerged from the Stardow forest with Meng Iran. Having recuperated for a few days, Bai Chen was finally able to rise, as his injuries were limited to his hands, not his legs. Upon seeing Bai Chen awake, Long Gong remarked, "Little one, you are awake." "Yes, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, esteemed Long Gong," Bai Chen replied. "Do not mention it, young man. Allow me to introduce my granddaughter, Meng Yiran. What is your name?" Feeling shy under Long Gong's introduction, Meng Yiran stole a glance at Bai Chen, seemingly forgetting Tang Sen entirely. Observing her demeanor, Bai Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. Young girls of this age are often too easily swayed by appearances. "I am Bai Chen." "Hello, Sister Yiran. The serpent matriarch has already introduced you to me," Bai Chen responded. Hello, Bai Chen," Meng Yiran said softly. Long Gong sighed inwardly at the sight of his granddaughter. She seemed quite susceptible to falling in love. The last time, she had at least sparred with Tang San, but this time, she was captivated by Bai Chen at first glance. Yet, considering the circumstances, Long Gong found solace in the fact that both Tang San and Bai Chen were commendable individuals. Securing either one would not be a loss. Moreover, he hoped Meng Yiran would not become too infatuated, as such devotion could lead to profound heartache if betrayed. "All right. You young ones may converse. We old men shall take our leave," Long Gong declared. At his words, Meng Yiran blushed, but Bai Chen interjected, "I apologize, esteemed Long Gong. But I have matters to discuss with you." "What is it?" Long Gong inquired. Esteemed Long Gong, the elder who accompanied me is still within the Douluo forest. He may be unaware of my safety, so I must go find him," Bai Chen explained. Long Gong nodded in understanding. "Indeed, loyalty is commendable. However, Bai Chen, you are still injured, and it would be perilous to enter. What is the name of your elder? We can assist in locating him." Bai Chen hesitated for a moment. Long Gong noticed and asked, "What troubles you? Is it a secret?" After a brief pause, Bai Chen replied, "No, it is just that my elder holds a special status. He is an elder of the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing the term Spirit Hall elder, Long Gong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Typically, an elder would at least be a title Douluo, unless under extraordinary circumstances. "Who exactly is your elder?" Long Gong demanded. "Bai Chen, Yueguan." At the mention of Yueguan, Long Gong instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was well aware of Yueguan's reputation as a level 95 title Douluo, ranked among the top in the realm of title Douluos. Long Gong had initially considered inviting Bai Chen into his family, but was taken aback to learn that Bai Chen had affiliated himself with the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, the fact that the Spirit Hall dispatched a title Douluo for his protection indicated Bai Chen's significant standing within the organization. Contemplating this, Long Gong decided to abandon his plan to recruit Bai Chen, recognizing the potential complications of engaging with the Spirit Hall. "Very well. I shall assist you in searching for Yueguan. For the next few days, you should focus on recuperating here, since he could not recruit Bai Chen. Leaving a favorable impression would suffice." "Thank you, esteemed Long Gong," Bai Chen expressed, surprised by Long Gong's willingness to help. They were mere acquaintances, yet he extended such kindness, likely due to Bai Chen's reputation. After a few brief exchanges with Meng Yiran and Bai Chen, the serpent matriarch and Long Gong ventured into the forest. Left alone, an awkward silence enveloped the two. Meng Yiran broke the silence. "Bai Chen, it seems your injuries are not yet healed. Allow me to assist you back." "Yes, thank you, Sister Yiran," Bai Chen replied gratefully. "You're welcome," she responded, helping Bai Chen back to the inn. Chapter 153. Returned to the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the room, the two individuals sat in silence, unsure of what to say. Their recent acquaintance rendered the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Meng Yiran broke the silence. Will you be participating in the Continental High-Level Elite Soul Master competition a month from now?" "Indeed," Bai Chen replied, nodding. Due to his relatively young age, he had not yet turned 14. The prestigious competition was fast approaching. "Which faction will you represent?" Meng Yiran inquired with curiosity. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before responding, "I will represent the Spirit Hall." "The Spirit Hall?" Meng Yiran was taken aback by his response. She had heard from Long Gong that the participants sent by the Spirit Hall to the Continental High-Level Elite Soul Master competition were predominantly high-ranking Soul Masters, with even Soul Kings not being uncommon. Given that Bai Chen had just attained his Soul Ring in the Douluo Forest, his level should be around 40. Did he truly qualify to compete for the Spirit Hall, or was it that they intended to nurture him by sending someone to mentor him? Little did Meng Yiran know, Bai Chen had already surpassed the rank of Soul King. Bai Chen chose not to elaborate, preferring to maintain an air of mystery. A day later, in the Douluo Forest, Long Gong and Shipa confronted Yueguan, who was in a foul mood, especially upon seeing the two elders. Just as he was about to demand they clear the way, Long Gong spoke up. "Yueguan, we have rescued Bai Chen. Come with us to retrieve him." Yueguan paused, astonished. "Really? Bai Chen is with you? How is he? Is he safe?" "Yes, a few days ago, My wife and I found him at the exit of the Douluo forest. He has awakened and requested us to bring you here, Long Gong explained. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan exhaled in relief, murmuring, as long as he is well, that's good. Subsequently, Long Gong guided Yu Guan to the outskirts of the Douluo forest. That night, Bai Chen was engrossed in his training when he sensed something and looked out the window, spotting Long Gong and Yu Guan approaching. He hurried downstairs. Yu Guan, noticing Bai Chen, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're safe. Bai Chen replied, I apologize for causing you concern, Senior Yu Guan. Yu Guan reassured him. No need for apologies. Long Gong, we must take our leave now. I will remember this favor, and should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at the Spirit Hall. Understood, Long Gong affirmed. Bai Chen turned to Meng Iran, Sister Iran. I shall see you at the Continental High-Level Elite Soul Master Competition. Indeed, see you at the competition, she responded, and they parted ways. Days later, upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen's injuries had significantly healed due to his robust constitution. After a medicinal bath, he expected to recover fully soon. Yu Guan instructed. For the next few days, refrain from training in the Death Canyon. Remain here at the Spirit Hall to recuperate, understood? Bai Chen nodded. Yes, Senior Yu Guan. He then went to see Bibi Dong. Regardless of his current state, it was imperative to report to her, as Yu Guan had already delayed matters for too long. After a brief exchange, Yu Guan departed. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong was occupied with her duties when she heard news of Bai Chen's return, prompting her to pause her work. Moments later, Bai Chen entered, greeting her. Teacher, I have returned. Good to have you back, she replied, her attention shifting to his injuries. What happened to your hand? Bai Chen reassured her. It's nothing, teacher. Just a minor injury. I will recover swiftly. Bibi Dong scrutinized him. That hardly appears to be a minor injury. She signaled to a nearby guard, who promptly produced a bottle of pills and handed it to Bai Chen. This is a Douluo pill. It aids in recovery and training, and should be beneficial for your wounds, Bibi Dong explained. Gratefully accepting the pills, Bai Chen expressed, Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. The Continental High-Level Elite Soul Master Competition is approaching. Once you've fully recovered, you should meet your teammates, Bibi Dong advised. Bai Chen nodded. I understand, teacher. He returned to his quarters, prepared a medicinal bath, and immersed himself in it. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Bai Chen awoke, glancing at his arm with satisfaction. The upgraded version of the medicinal formula had proven effective. He felt nearly fully healed. He then took a Douluo pill. 2 hours later, Bai Chen opened his eyes to find his right arm completely healed, astonished by the efficacy of the Douluo pill, which had surpassed even that of the medicinal bath. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. Bai Chen, are you there? It's Hu Laina. Hastily, Bai Chen opened the door, revealing Hu Laina. Bai Chen, long time no see. Indeed. Long time no see, Sister Laina. What brings you here? I've come to introduce you to your teammates, Hu Laina replied. Teammates? Yes, aside from us. The Spirit Hall has arranged for 3 high-ranking soul masters to join us in the competition. Ah, very well. Bai Chen's injuries had mostly healed, and he felt ready to venture out. Thus, Hu Laina led Bai Chen to their training room, where the others had already gathered. Upon seeing Hu Laina, Yin rushed over. Laina, you finally made it. We and Appos, V begun our training. Hu Laina announced, I brought someone today for everyone to meet. For some reason, Yin felt an ominous premonition. Moments later, his intuition proved correct as Bai Chen stepped forward. Hello everyone, I am Bai Chen, here to participate in the competition with you. The room fell silent, particularly the girls, who stared at Bai Chen's face in awe. Xiaoyu approached, smiling. Well, it's been a while since we last met. You've grown quite a bit. I heard from Laina that you've reached level 48. Have you now broken through to Soul King? Chapter 154. Displaying Strength Bai Chen, Brother Shiyue. I have reached level 52. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Shiyue, Yin, and Hu Laina were momentarily taken aback. 52 levels. It was noteworthy that both Yin and Shiyue were at the pinnacle of level 51, while Hu Laina had just recently acquired her 5th spirit ring. The fact that Bai Chen had ascended directly to level 52 was truly astonishing. Yin felt a surge of intense stimulation, and the newly arrived teammates turned their gazes entirely toward Bai Chen. In their eyes, Yin, Hu Laina, and Shiyue were already godlike figures. Yet this seemingly much younger individual surpassed Shiyue in level. It was simply inconceivable. Bai Chen, all right, I've finished my introduction. Sister Nana, could you introduce me to the others? Hu Laina, realizing she had forgotten to make the introductions, responded, Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. This is Suyu, an auxiliary spirit master with a spirit of the brilliant golden scepter, currently at level 46. Hu Laina gestured towards a young man, and Bai Chen acknowledged him with a nod. Xie responded warmly. Bai Chen had heard of the brilliant golden scepter. It was a top-tier spirit on par with the seven treasures glazed tower. However, its scarcity among individuals was the reason it was not classified as a top-tier power, although it was still more common than the nine-heart Sitang. After their acquaintance, Hulaina continued, the beautiful girl over there is Zhang Ping. Like you. She is also a sensitive attack spirit master, at level 47, with the spirit of the golden waste swallow, and she possesses considerable strength. Hello, Bai Chen greeted. Why you? Hello, I am Zhang Ping, she stammered, appearing rather shy. Following this, Hulaina introduced the final individual. This is Sun Chuanao, a strong attack spirit master with a spirit of the circular giant blade, currently at level 48. His spirit bears some resemblance to brother Sheyue's, and he is quite formidable. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled that, during his previous encounters with the anime, there had been a strong attack spirit master with a mountain pig spirit. It seemed that individual had likely joined the second team. Witnessing Hulaina's enthusiastic introductions, Yin felt an unpleasant sensation in his heart, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. After all, Bai Chen was someone who had survived alone in the Death Canyon for 2 years. Even now, Yin remembered the terror that the canyon had instilled in him. And he did not believe he could defeat Bai Chen. After the introductions, Hulaina added, by the way, Bai Chen, I forgot to mention that over the past 2 years, Yin, my brother, and I have all advanced to the purple gold battle soul medal level. We are now at your level. What do you say? Would you like to challenge us? Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Bai Chen shrugged his shoulders and, feeling confident, replied, all right, I haven't fought anyone in a long time. Let us have a match. How about you three join in as well? Surprised gasps erupted from Sun Chuantao and the others. While Bai Chen's talents were indeed impressive, wasn't this a bit too audacious? To challenge the Golden Generation trio directly? However, Hulaina and the others nodded, recalling how they had been thoroughly bested by Bai Chen when their levels had been higher than his. Now that Bai Chen had surpassed them, they would undoubtedly approach the duel with caution, not perceiving his confidence as arrogance. Soon, the three entered the arena, prepared for battle. At that moment, Bibidong arrived, having heard that Bai Chen was at the training ground. She surmised that Bai Chen's injuries had healed significantly and was curious to witness his current prowess, so she stealthily followed. Unbeknownst to Bibidong, the moment she arrived, Bai Chen had already noticed her presence. Sun Chuantao assessed that both sides were adequately prepared and declared, the match begins. As he spoke, everyone summoned their spirits simultaneously. When Bai Chen's savage demon wolf manifested, an overwhelming aura of brutality enveloped the surroundings, affecting their movements. Particularly for the three members of the Golden Generation facing Bai Chen, it felt as though a terrifying wolf-headed demon was glaring at them from behind him. What had initially sparked their enthusiasm now filled them with regret. They sensed that this battle could end in a devastating defeat. However, it was too late for second thoughts. They had to face the challenge head-on. Bibiong observed Bai Chen with a grave expression. Although she had previously heard reports from Fu Jin about Bai Chen's extraordinary abilities, she hadn't anticipated the extent of his power. Enchantress. With that, Hulaina and Sheyue initiated their spirit fusion technique. They understood that this battle demanded their utmost effort. Otherwise, they risked being defeated at any moment. A crimson mist quickly spread across the arena. The strength of Hulaina and Sheyue's Enchantress had significantly increased since their last encounter, the mist now denser than before. Even lower-ranked soul saints would likely fall under its spell. Yet, Bai Chen ignored the veil of red mist. With his divine eye combined with vision-enhancing potions, he could pierce through the fog. Now, with his tranquil mind technique elevated to the second level and a soul bone added to his head, the mist before him was as negligible as air. Brother Sheyue, Hulaina felt a chill as she looked at Bai Chen. For some reason, they sensed that he had already detected their presence. Suddenly, Bai Chen's bony tail appeared before them. Witnessing the tail, now considerably longer and thicker than before, the three members of the Golden Generation swallowed hard, forever remembering the tail's formidable power. Bony Spike. Bai Chen seized the initiative, launching an attack. In truth, the combined strength of the Golden Generation was hardly a match for him. Without the Enchantress, the three of them together would scarcely compare to a single Fu Jin, who was now at level 63. As Bai Chen's attack approached, Yin charged forward. Second soul skill. Granite Rock, he shouted, but Bai Chen's tail pierced through him effortlessly. Boom. Even though Bai Chen had held back, Yin was still sent flying, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The might of Bai Chen's bony tail was simply overwhelming. Swift wind. Bai Chen's legs shrouded in black mist, he instantly appeared before the Enchantress, the tip of his tail poised at their necks. You have lost. The Golden Generation was defeated in 3 moves. Chapter 155. It's nothing. This is what I should do, Hulaina and Xie Yu gazed at the bone spikes before them, reluctantly dispelling their martial soul fusion technique. In merely 2 years, the chasm between them had widened to such an extent. 2 years prior, they could engage with Bai Chen several times, yet now, they found themselves unable to compel him to take them seriously. In the shadows, Bibi Dong, who had been secretly observing Bai Chen, let out a sigh. It was truly frightening, such power. Once Bai Chen reached the level of title Douluo, who could possibly rein him in? A sense of trepidation began to take root in Bibi Dong's heart. After all, the spirit hall had forcibly brought Bai Chen into their fold. While they had treated him relatively well, who could fathom what he truly thought of them? Despite her apprehensions toward Bai Chen, Bibi Dong maintained a composed faade, and thus Bai Chen remained oblivious to her unease. Regardless of her attitude, Bai Chen had always approached her with caution. He did not believe that Bibi Dong would easily place her trust in him. Before long, Bibi Dong devised a method to ensure Bai Chen's compliance. A subtle smile graced her lips as she departed from the scene. Upon noticing her exit, Bai Chen released a breath of relief. Finally, she was gone. He could not afford to let his guard down while Bibi Dong was covertly watching him. Suddenly, applause echoed from a distance. Bai Chen called Jia. Yes, Brother Jia. Bai Chen replied. Ah, so you finally remember to call me Brother Jia. I never expected that after 2 years, your strength would have improved so significantly, Jia remarked. You're too kind, Bai Chen responded modestly. The others, including Sun Chuantao, had become utterly numb to the day's events, which had starkly revealed Bai Chen's terrifying prowess. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Bai Chen announced. Aren't you going to train? Jia inquired. My injuries have yet to heal completely, so I think I shall refrain from training for now, Bai Chen explained. What? Injured? He still has injuries, yet he managed to defeat the Golden Generation so effortlessly. Sun Chuantao and the others were at a loss for words. What? Bai Chen, you're hurt? Where are you injured? Is it serious? Does it hurt? Really? How could you fight us while injured? Has your condition worsened? Hulaina exclaimed, her concern palpable. Seeing Hulaina's worried expression, Yan stood frozen in shock. Xiaoyu slowly approached, patting Yan's shoulder, before letting out a sigh and walking away. Bai Chen, feeling slightly uncomfortable with Hulaina's fervent concern, replied, It's nothing. It's nearly healed. It's just my right hand, and as long as I avoid strenuous activity, I should be fine. During our earlier battle, I utilized my tail, so there is no risk of aggravating the injury. Hearing this, Hulaina sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Since you're injured, allow me to escort you home. Actually, my injury is almost healed. I can manage on my own. Bai Chen began. No, your injury isn't fully healed. You need someone to accompany you. Hulaina insisted. Faced with Hulaina's unwavering gaze, Bai Chen swallowed hard. I suppose I could use an escort. Thank you, Sister Laina. With a smile, Hulaina replied, It's nothing. It's what I ought to do. Thus, Bai Chen was compelled to accept Hulaina's escort home. Thankfully, she behaved appropriately along the way, refraining from any further advances, which allowed Bai Chen to feel relatively safe. 15 minutes later, Bai Chen arrived home and found Hulaina waiting cheerfully at his doorstep. Curiously, he asked, Sister Laina, aren't you going back? Aren't you training today? No, I've walked quite a distance and feel a bit tired. Besides, Bai Chen, you're injured. How can a patient be left unattended? Hulaina replied. Bai Chen felt a wave of unease wash over him. When did Hulaina become so proactive? This behavior was uncharacteristic of her. Hulaina, wake up. However, Hulaina remained oblivious to Bai Chen's inner thoughts, naturally stepping into his courtyard, where she fixed her unwavering gaze upon him for the entire morning. Eventually, Bai Chen, citing the need for rest, managed to send her away. Once she left, Bai Chen sighed in relief. After Hulaina's departure, she reflected on her bold actions, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, recalling her time spent with Bai Chen, she couldn't help but smile. Unbeknownst to Hulaina's transformation, Bai Chen was solely focused on recuperating from his injuries. He yearned to indulge in a bloodbath once he was certain of his recovery. His level had already risen to 52, and he anticipated a significant enhancement in his physical strength. If he were to partake in a bloodbath at this juncture, he could potentially absorb 500 pounds of beast blood, elevating his heavenly demon body to the 4th layer, a state of formidable power. Upon reaching the 4th layer, his physical attributes would experience a monumental enhancement, directly augmenting his innate capabilities by the equivalent of a 50,000-year spirit beast. Such an elevation was the pinnacle achievable by an ordinary soul sage. With such a tremendous upgrade, Bai Chen might even challenge the absorption of a 100,000-year spirit beast during his 6th spirit ring, provided his mental fortitude was sufficiently robust. 2 days later, Bai Chen's injuries had nearly healed completely. After some deliberation, he decided to dig a small hole as a precaution. After all, the scent of blood might attract unwanted attention while he bathed. Given his current strength, excavating a hole should be a swift task. However, it seemed he could only dig at night, as little Pei had been dispatched again to attend to Bai Chen, and he couldn't simply send her away without proper reasoning, lest he face Bibi Dong's scrutiny. Days later, Bai Chen gazed at the hole he had dug, feeling satisfied as he covered it with the lid. His strength had increased significantly, and digging a hole was now a trivial matter. Next, he needed to procure some beast blood. Regrettably, he had left the blood he collected from the Death Canyon behind, and the Rooster Phoenix flower remained there as well. He would surely return when time permitted. For now, he simply needed to seek out the black market in the Spirit City. With a sigh, Bai Chen lamented, "Had I known, I should have kept either a Bing or a Ying back to assist in procuring beast blood. Venturing out alone would undoubtedly attract attention. Those from the Spirit Hall would likely detect my movements." Frustrated, Bai Chen slammed his hand on the table. Why must it be so difficult to indulge in a bloodbath? The hole is ready, so enough hesitation. Let us rush to the black market and buy some beast blood. Chapter 156, the fourth layer of the heavenly demon body, Spirit Soul City. In the black market, a mysterious figure cloaked in a dark robe arrived at this place. Bai Chen surveyed the surroundings, feeling an immense sense of relief. He had finally reached the black market, where he could procure beast blood. However, Bai Chen also noticed that he had already attracted the attention of several individuals upon entering. Fortunately, in the black market of Spirit Soul City, engaging in combat is prohibited in all but specific areas, lest one face the wrath of law enforcers. Of course, if one were to defeat a law enforcer, the punishment would be nullified, and the master of the black market might even seek to recruit you. Overall, this is a realm where strength reigns supreme. Those lacking power who dare to venture here deserve to be robbed. Typically, the captains of the black market's law enforcement possess strength around the Spirit Sage rank, making them formidable foes. Furthermore, law enforcers operate in teams, with a Spirit Sage level captain usually leading 4 Soul Emperor or Soul King enforcers on patrol. Frankly, given Bai Chen's current prowess, he could likely overcome ordinary enforcers, were it not for his desire to conceal his identity from the Spirit Hall. He would not have disguised himself otherwise. As he pondered, Bai Chen made his way toward a shadowy alley, where the likelihood of encountering patrolling enforcers is relatively low. Occasionally, individuals take advantage of such alleys to engage in illicit activities. This is an unspoken rule of the black market. As Bai Chen ventured into the alley, the group that had been eyeing him immediately followed suit. Observing their movements, a peculiar smile crept upon Bai Chen and Apos' lips. Since they had set their sights on him, they must be prepared for the consequences. He was no longer the defenseless Bai Chen of the past. Soon, Bai Chen and Apos' figure vanished into the alley. The followers exchanged glances before cautiously entering. They were seasoned veterans of the black market, skilled in the art of murder and theft. Their longevity in this perilous environment was attributed not only to their formidable strength, but also to their prudence. Their interest in Bai Chen stemmed from their leader's chance encounter with his visage, which had captivated him. However, being male, he harbored no romantic intentions. Rather, he sought to capture Bai Chen for sale in the black market slave market. Such a prized possession would surely command a fortune from wealthy patrons. Upon entering the alley, the group treaded carefully around a bend, familiar with the shortcut leading to another street in the black market, which contained several turns, allowing them to proceed without haste. After a brief while, one of them suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Boss, do you hear that rustling sound?" No sooner had he spoken than the one he referred to as boss retreated swiftly, while the speaker was pierced through the body by a skeletal tail. Witnessing this, another member reacted promptly, but alas, his swiftness was in vain. Bai Chen's pufferfish poison dagger had already penetrated his heart, and he fell lifelessly after a brief struggle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 63 Soul Emperor. Reward, 18,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 64 Soul Emperor. Reward, 19,000 points. Is that all the points I receive for defeating Soul Emperors? It appears that with the increase in rank, the points awarded for slaying such foes diminish. Bai Chen then whispered, "Swift wind." Instantly, his speed surged several-fold, and he thrust a dagger into the last remaining assailant. Ugh! The one designated as the boss stared incredulously at the scene before him. How could a mere youth overpower him, a Soul Emperor? Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 66 Soul Emperor. Reward, 24,000 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen swiftly began to search the bodies. He soon discovered a bracelet-like soul tool on the leader and Apos' wrist, while also finding some valuables on the other two before promptly departing. A quarter of an hour later, several law enforcers from the black market arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies, the captain of the enforcement team frowned but had no intention of investigating the perpetrators. Such incidents occurred frequently in this alley, with dozens of similar cases each month. If they were to investigate every occurrence, chaos would ensue. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had successfully purchased beast blood, acquiring a total of 1,000 pounds, which included 900 pounds of blood from spirit beasts over 5,000 years old and 100 pounds from 10,000-year-old spirit beasts. After completing his purchase, Bai Chen promptly exited the black market. Upon returning to his courtyard, Bai Chen instructed Xiao Pei that he would be secluding himself for the next few days and requested not to be disturbed. Assuring her that he had prepared his own food, Xiao Pei readily complied with his request. After giving his instructions, Bai Chen returned to his chamber, opened his secret passage, and poured the blood into a large wooden barrel he had prepared earlier, along with various stimulating herbs. Then, Bai Chen leaped into the barrel, commencing his cultivation through a bloodbath. As the night swiftly passed, Bai Chen had consumed 400 pounds of spirit beast blood, reaching his previous limit. Yet now, despite feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, he had not yet reached his threshold. Before long, he realized he could continue to endure. Gradually, as the blood within the barrel was depleted, Bai Chen's body began to take on a reddish hue, and the crimson tear mark at the corner of his eye grew increasingly vivid. Red lines began to emerge upon his skin, slowly intertwining as he cultivated. After a day and night of relentless effort, Bai Chen finally succeeded in absorbing 500 pounds of beast blood. In an instant, he opened his eyes, a powerful surge of blood energy emanating from him. He had ascended to the 4th layer of the heavenly demon body. He felt as though an explosive force resided within him, capable of shattering a bloodthirsty demon wolf with a single punch. Moreover, the duration of his transformation into the heavenly demon had seemingly extended. It could now last at least a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour was ample time to turn the tide of battle. Chapter 157. Side quest. Having completed his training, Bai Chen slowly emerged from the wooden tub. As he stepped out, he immediately sensed some changes within himself. He felt slightly taller. Contemplating this, he washed his body with the clean water he had prepared earlier, changed into a fresh set of clothes, exited the underground passage, and entered his room. Upon gazing into the mirror, he noticed that while his appearance had not changed significantly, his height had indeed increased by 2 centimeters. Bai Chen now stood at 173 centimeters, which was quite commendable for his age, especially since he would continue to grow, while Bai Chen reveled in his newfound height. On the other side, Bai Dong scrutinized the information in her hands, perplexed by Bai Chen's decision to purchase the blood of soul beasts. What could be the reason behind it? However, Bai Dong refrained from summoning Bai Chen to inquire about his actions, as doing so would expose her covert surveillance of him. Although Bai Chen might have already sensed her watchfulness, some matters are better left unspoken. Resolving to investigate secretly, Bai Dong pondered whether Bai Chen's rapid progress in cultivation was somehow linked to the beast blood he had acquired. Time flew by, and before long, the prestigious Elite Soul Master Academy tournament commenced across the continent. The Douluo and Heaven Do empires began their preliminary selections within their own territories. The Spirit Hall, too, prepared for the event, as they would directly enter the finals without the need to navigate through preliminary rounds like the teams from the 2 empires. As the tournament commenced, a notification sound echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest. Lead the Spirit Hall team to victory in the Elite Soul Master Academy tournament. Quest reward, 100,000 points, and 1 soul bone, torso bone. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen was not taken aback. He had anticipated such an announcement for such a significant plot point. As he pondered, he felt a restless energy within him. His physical prowess had surged to that of a soul beast of 50,000 years. With such power at his disposal, he felt a pressing need to unleash it. Yet he found himself without an outlet. Fujin and the others had not returned from the Death Canyon. It seemed they had become somewhat addicted to the grueling training within. In this state of ennui, Bai Chen made his way to the Pope's Hall. Teacher, I wish to observe the competitions in other empires, he expressed. Bai Dong paused, momentarily taken aback, and replied, those matches feature soul masters of levels 30 to 40. Given that you are already a soul king, they would offer you little benefit and thus are not worth watching. Bai Chen, unperturbed by her refusal, countered. Then may I return to the Death Canyon? I wish to spar with Fujin and the others. This period of inactivity has been excruciating. Indeed, this was Bai Chen's true intention. He sought to elicit a sense of guilt in Bai Dong for denying him the opportunity to observe the tournament, thereby justifying his request to return to the Death Canyon for training, which he genuinely desired. No, the tournament has commenced. What if something unforeseen were to happen during this period? Bai Dong firmly denied him. Bai Chen, visibly disheartened, received a momentary pause from Bai Dong, who then suggested, you could visit the Angel Grand Arena. Now that you are at level 50, you should be able to find worthy opponents. adjusting his expression. Bai Chen promptly agreed. Do you believe I truly wish to return to the Death Canyon for training? I merely want to retrieve my Rooster Crown Phoenix son. With no opportunity to return to the Death Canyon, Bai Chen resolved to relieve his frustrations at the Angel Grand Arena instead. That evening, donning a mask, Bai Chen arrived at the registration point. He presented his Battle Spirit medal and inquired, when may I participate in the Battle Spirit competition? Upon hearing Bai Chen's request, the staff promptly checked his credentials. Veneer, Purple Gold Medal, level 52. Stunned by this revelation, the staff member thought, could it be the legendary Veneer? The monster with a 100 win rate? He has come to our Angel Grand Arena. Honorable Sir Veneer, the staff member stammered, coincidentally. A fellow Purple Gold level Soul King has just registered and has not yet departed. We shall notify him immediately. Your match is scheduled for tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Indeed. Bai Chen nodded, understanding that the postponement was primarily due to the rarity of a match between Purple Gold competitors, necessitating promotional efforts. After departing from the registration point, Yin also received the notification that the Battle Spirit competition would take place the following day. He was somewhat surprised by the hastiness of the arrangement. Had Nana and Xiaoyu signed up? The next day at the Angel Grand Arena, Yin glowered at Bai Chen, questioning why the match was scheduled so soon. It dawned on him that it was Bai Chen who had registered. Yes, Yin recognized Bai Chen immediately. It was nearly impossible to disguise oneself when one's attire remained unchanged, save for a mask partially obscuring his face. Bai Chen, stop pretending. I know it's you. Yin asserted. I am not Bai Chen. I am Veneer. You have mistaken me for someone else, Bai Chen retorted. The referee, observing their exchange, was somewhat taken aback but declared, the match begins. With that, both competitors immediately summoned their martial spirits. Bai Chen's ferocious demonic wolf presence swiftly unsettled Yin, who could hardly suppress his urge to curse, still daring to insist that Bai Chen was not Bai Chen. This time, Bai Chen refrained from utilizing his bone tail. He aimed to test the strength of the heavenly demon body after reaching its 4th level. Seeing Bai Chen's restraint, Yin felt a wave of relief. Realizing that without the bone tail, he stood a chance in this duel. 5th soul skill, Whirling Sands of Fury. Yin unleashed his ultimate move right away. Fully aware that the disparity in their abilities was vast, even the slightest misstep could lead to his defeat. In response to Yan's attack, Bai Chen did not employ any soul skills. Instead, he simply charged forward and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. With a resounding crash, Yin was propelled into the protective barrier before the audience. In an instant, the match concluded. Chapter 158, Ascension to Sapphire Rank. Divine Gift Soul Ring. After Yin was thrown off the stage, Bai Chen gazed at the unconscious figure of Yin, filled with bewilderment. Something felt amiss, given Yan's defensive capabilities. His strike should not have rendered him unconscious. Why did Yin appear as though he were on the brink of death? Upon scrutinizing for a couple of seconds, Bai Chen realized that this fellow was merely feigning unconsciousness. Indeed, as a fellow Soul King, being vanquished by Bai Chen in a single blow. Especially in front of such a multitude, Yin chose to evade the reality of his defeat. It is often said that while evasion is shameful, it can prove to be effective. Once Yin was deemed unconscious, the event organizers hastily summoned individuals to carry him away, and thereafter, he faded from the attention of the crowd, whose focus had shifted entirely to Bai Chen. The name Finra would soon reverberate throughout the Angel Great Soul Arena. On the other side, as soon as Yin was transported to the medical room, he regained consciousness, leaving the staff and the hastily arrived Bai Chen momentarily stunned. Well, he truly was pretending to be unconscious. No one could surpass him in that regard. Upon noticing Bai Chen approaching, Yan's expression froze. An awkward tension filled the air. And subsequently, Bai Chen turned and left without a word. Witnessing this, Yin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. 2 months later, the preliminary and advancement rounds of the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent had finally concluded. The top 16 from the 2 great empires were now en route to Wuhuan City. This time, the third 3 participating teams, including those from the Wuhuan Palace, aligned closely with the narrative of the novel. The Wuhuan Palace had also made it through, but unlike before, Xiao no longer possessed the Heartbreak Red. Bai Chen pondered how she would conceal herself, glancing at the Heartbreak Red in his possession. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, aside from the fire apricot that Tang San might acquire, and the octagonal ice grass, Bai Chen had managed to procure all the other celestial herbs. At this thought, Bai Chen felt a tinge of regret. If only he had mastered the Xian Yu Hand and Xian Tian Gong, those 2 celestial herbs would have been his. As Bai Chen was lost in thought, someone suddenly approached him. Mr. Fenrir, it is your turn to take the stage. Oh, with that, Bai Chen strode towards the arena. If victorious in this battle, he would ascend to the Sapphire rank, thereby completing the side quest he had long left unfinished. Today, Bai Chen's opponent was a Soul Emperor of over 60 levels, a formidable adversary. The Angel Great Soul Arena had adopted the same format as the former Tiando Great Soul Arena. There were simply no Soul Kings left capable of contending with Bai Chen. Yin had recently been relegated by Bai Chen and had only just managed to regain his purple gold rank a few days prior. Soon, Bai Chen ascended the platform, prompting an immediate eruption of cheers from the audience. Wolf King! Wolf King! Wolf King! Hearing the crowd's adulation, Bai Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. Reminiscent of his battles in the Tiando Great Soul Arena, Bai Chen's opponent, upon witnessing his presence, felt a surge of trepidation. Having observed Bai Chen's previous matches, he understood the terrifying prowess of the individual before him. However, since they had yet to engage in actual combat, he clung to a sliver of hope. The match commenced. Wu in possession. In an instant, both combatants summoned their martial spirits. The Soul Master, at level 63, manifested a meteor hammer, and 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, materialized around him. Bai Chen, unfazed by the display, summoned his own soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. The moment the brutal magic wolf emerged, the meteor hammer user felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence, sending shivers down his spine. Even before the battle commenced, fear began to creep in. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that Bai Chen was merely a Soul King, and he still had a chance. 4th Soul Skill, Hammer Possession. 5th Soul Skill, Rampaging Hammer. Employing the 2 soul skills in succession, the meteor hammer in the user's grasp doubled in size, and with immense force, he hurled it towards Bai Chen. Observing this, Bai Chen remained composed, refraining from employing any soul skills, and simply countered with a straightforward punch. Boom! The meteor hammer was repelled by Bai Chen's unadorned strike. The meteor hammer user, astounded, could hardly fathom that his attack had been deflected. His 4th soul skill was supposed to amplify all soul skills by 150%, while the 5th was meant to unleash threefold power. What he had executed was equivalent to a strike from a 30,000-year-old soul beast. How could such an assault be thwarted by a mere punch? In that moment, he began to perceive Bai Chen as an insurmountable monster. Realizing the shock etched on his opponent's face, Bai Chen understood that fear had begun to take root in him. Over the past while, nearly every adversary he faced had been awestruck by his strength. This reaction was entirely reasonable, since elevating his heavenly demon body to the 4th layer, Bai Chen's physical prowess had reached the level of a 60,000-year-old soul beast, a living, breathing humanoid beast. The physical capabilities of a general soul Douluo paled in comparison. How could the Soul Emperor hope to contend? Farewell. Bai Chen executed a swift advance towards his opponent, uttering those 2 words. Without allowing a moment for reaction, he delivered a palm strike that rendered the meteor hammer user unconscious. Upon witnessing the outcome of the match, the referee promptly declared, "The victor of this battle is contestant Fenrir. Congratulations to contestant Fenrir for advancing to the Sapphire rank." Ignoring the audience's exuberant cheers, Bai Chen made his way off the stage to collect his prize, exchanging his combat medal for the Sapphire medal. Additionally, he received a reward of 1 million gold soul coins. Not every Sapphire ranked combatant received such substantial rewards. Bai Chen was a notable exception. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the chain task 2, advancing to the Sapphire combatant level. The host is rewarded with 100,000 points and a divine gift soul ring. Bai Chen, what? Did he just miss here? It seemed he had acquired something extraordinary. Upon reviewing his attributes and laying eyes on the divine gift soul ring, he confirmed he had not been mistaken. Divine gift soul ring, and used status, effect, allows the user to obtain the most suitable ultimate skill for their current limits. Upon comprehending the purpose of the divine gift soul ring, Bai Chen realized it was indeed the ring from his memories. He ran his fingers through his hair, incredulous. If he utilized this soul ring upon reaching level 60, could he potentially acquire a 100,000-year soul ring? Swallowing hard, he pondered this prospect. Moments later, another notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the chain task 3 of the combat arena. Please elevate your combat rank to diamond within 10 years. Rewards will be determined based on completion. Chapter 159. What reward do you desire? Upon returning, Bai Chen gazed at the divine soul ring bestowed upon him, overwhelmed with joy. He never anticipated receiving such a reward. It felt as if he were waking from a delightful dream. If a divine soul ring was granted for advancing to the Sapphire level, one could only imagine the extraordinary rewards awaiting those who ascended to the Diamond Spirit Master rank. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong swiftly learned of Bai Chen's promotion to Sapphire. After contemplating the news, she resolved to extend a token of appreciation to Bai Chen. After all, she was now, in name at least, his mentor, and it was only fitting to acknowledge her student's commendable performance. Bai Chen, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Bibi Dong instructed her attendant. Yes, Your Holiness. He replied. A quarter of an hour later, a voice announced from outside, Your Holiness, Elder Yu Xiaojing requests an audience. Upon hearing the name Yu Xiaojing, Bibi Dong paused, taken aback by the prospect of encountering him again in her lifetime. After a moment, she commanded, Let him in. Yes, Your Holiness. As Yu Xiaojing entered the grand hall, Bibi Dong observed the weary middle-aged man before her. Her lips twitched as she contemplated what to say, ultimately uttering, What brings you here? How dare you show your face at the spirit hall? In response, Yu Xiaojing stated, I have a few inquiries to make. Despite the substantial difference in their ranks, he spoke with an uncharacteristic confidence. Humph. You seek the method to cultivate twin martial spirits, do you not? For the sake of your precious disciple, I presume? Bibi Dong remarked. Yu Xiaojing nodded, admitting to his purpose. I wish to know the method. Bibi Dong scoffed. How dare you ask me? I might be inclined to share with anyone else, but I refuse to divulge anything to you. Please, I implore you for the method, Yu Xiaojing persisted, maintaining his composure. Little San is dear to me. I wish for him to navigate the challenges of possessing twin martial spirits safely. Just as Bibi Dong prepared to respond, an attendant interrupted, announcing, Your Holiness, Lord Bai Chen has arrived. Upon hearing Bai Chen's name, Yu Xiaojing was momentarily stunned. If his suspicions were correct, this Bai Chen was indeed the one he had in mind. But why was he here? Bai Chen entered the hall, and upon spotting Yu Xiaojing, he exhibited a flicker of surprise. However, he chose not to greet him, merely exchanging glances, both clearly recognizing one another. Teacher, did you summon me for something? Bai Chen inquired of Bibi Dong. Upon Bai Chen's arrival, Bibi Dong composed herself and smiled. Congratulations, Bai Chen. I hear you have achieved sapphire status. At your age? I was still at the golden spirit master level. Do you have a reward in mind? Bai Chen paused, acknowledging her words. I see you are aware of my promotion. I thought I had concealed it well. Bibi Dong sighed, realizing Bai Chen's attempts at subterfuge were far from convincing to those familiar with him. Before either could respond further, Yu Xiaojing interjected, What is going on here? Bibi Dong? Why is Bai Chen present? Isn't he from the Heaven Do Empire? Have you kidnapped him? The sudden interruption caused Bibi Dong's previously composed demeanor to falter. Bai Chen quickly clarified, Master, I joined the spirit hall of my own accord. I was abducted by Douluo, but were it not for the intervention of Grandfather Yuiguan, I might have perished at Douluo's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen aimed to express his loyalty to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong smiled at Bai Chen's declaration, clearly pleased. Yu Xiaojing, however, was taken aback. What? Douluo kidnapped you? He exclaimed, incredulous. Yes, master. So please do not concern yourself with my affiliations. I am thriving in the spirit hall. And I can inform you that I have already broken through to the Spirit King level and joined the Spirit Hall's battle team. I believe your Shrek Academy is participating in a competition, and should you advance through the preliminaries and promotion rounds, we may cross paths, Bai Chen informed him. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow, yet he remained focused on his original intent. Before he could speak, Bibi Dong asserted, If your sole purpose here is to discuss twin martial spirits, you may as well leave. I will not reveal anything to you. Upon hearing her resolute tone, Yu Xiaojing sighed heavily. Bibi Dong continued, Moreover, I have already dispatched someone to eliminate him. I trust they have arrived by now. Yu Xiaojing, initially prepared to depart, was left speechless by her words. What did you just say? Did you not hear me? Why do you ask? Bibi Dong remarked, her demeanor icy. Bai Dong, if anything happens to little San, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yu Xiaojing declared furiously. Observing Yu Xiaojing's reaction, Bai Chen found himself bemused. How could a 29th-ranked spirit master dare speak so boldly to a titled Douluo? It was truly reckless. He longed to inquire about the source of his audacity, but ultimately refrained. Bibi Dong retorted with a smirk. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Yu Xiaojing, the world may blame me, but you alone cannot. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? With that, an extraordinary aura erupted from Bibi Dong, forcing Yu Xiaojing to retreat several steps. Bai Chen was taken aback, and ultimately, Yu Xiaojing was expelled from the hall. Bai Chen observed as Bibi Dong's fingers tightened in a gesture of reluctance. Bai Chen pondered why they held such affection for one another. He felt Yu Xiaojing's emotional ineptitude was glaring, and though he himself was not particularly adept in matters of the heart, he fancied he was somewhat more capable than Yu Xiaojing. Now that Yu Xiaojing had aged, he questioned what it was that Bibi Dong still found appealing in him. He considered himself somewhat detached from emotions and struggled to comprehend their sentiments. After a lengthy silence, Bibi Dong turned to Bai Chen, apologizing, I am sorry, Bai Chen. I did not mean for you to witness that. Yu Xiaojing and I have a history. Bai Chen nodded. I understand. Teacher, rest assured, I shall not speak of it. Seeing Bai Chen's obedient demeanor, Bai Dong's mood improved slightly. Now, have you decided what reward you desire? Bai Chen shook his head, admitting, I truly cannot think of anything. I lack for nothing. Chapter 160. The Right Leg Bone of the Howling Moon Wolf, Part 1. Observing the conflicted expression on Bai Chen's face, Bai Dong chuckled. What troubles you? Can't figure it out? Bai Chen nodded slightly. Bai Dong continued, how about accompanying me for a stroll today? Bai Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated a reward, yet he did not foresee a punishment either. Noticing his astonishment, Bai Dong's demeanor shifted, her expression darkening. What is this? Are you unwilling? Bai Chen hurriedly replied, No, I am willing. Yet, in a moment of panic, he exclaimed, I am not willing. Fluctuating voice, Bai Dong smiled. As long as you are willing, let us depart. With that, she rose and led Bai Chen to her residence. After changing into casual attire, they set out. Bai Chen found it quite novel to see Bai Dong dressed in plain clothes. Teacher, where are we headed? He inquired curiously. Why don't you decide? If you can lift my spirits today, I shall grant you this, she said, retrieving a right leg bone from her soul guide. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. For his keen eye discerned the information of the leg bone clearly. Right leg bone of the Howling Moon Wolf, age, 23. 000 years compatibility. 83 soul bone integrity. 65 This soul bone was indeed a remarkable specimen. Bai Chen could not fathom that Bai Dong would casually present such a valuable soul bone as a reward. Unbeknownst to him, this bone was originally intended as a reward for him achieving the sapphire level medal. However, due to an unfortunate encounter with Yu Shao Gang at the Spirit Hall, Bai Dong's mood had soured considerably. Hence, she sought to unwind and forget the day's events, while also taking the opportunity to learn more about Bai Chen. Despite having been at the Spirit Hall for 2 years, their interactions were limited, leaving her with little understanding of him. To genuinely keep Bai Chen at the Spirit Hall, she felt it essential to comprehend his preferences. Upon exiting the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen produced 2 masks that concealed half of their faces. Teacher, this mask is for you. Bai Dong nodded upon receiving the fox mask. She understood that their appearances were too striking, and venturing out as they were would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, hindering their enjoyment. After donning their masks, they exchanged glances and nodded. Although their faces were partially obscured, their distinctive auras remained pronounced. Yet it was indeed an improvement over their unmasked selves. Bai Dong asked, All right, Bai Chen, where shall you take me? Bai Chen hesitated before deciding to follow his own inclinations. Teacher, do not inquire just yet. Simply follow my lead. Very well, Bai Dong replied, intrigued about where Bai Chen would lead her. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Dong gazed at the dining table before her, puzzled as she glanced at Bai Chen. Indeed, the first step of his plan was to take her out for a meal. Seeing her bewilderment, Bai Chen calmly ordered a variety of dishes, assuring her, Teacher, the food here is exquisite. It will surely brighten your mood. Bai Dong responded with a neutral O. Before long, their array of dishes arrived, over 10 in total. Bai Chen had initially planned to order more, but reconsidered, knowing that Bai Dong might not consume so much. Thus, he refrained from overindulging. Teacher, do try this cake. It is delightful, Bai Chen urged. Very well, Bai Dong replied, taking a piece of osmanthus cake and savoring it. Bai Chen watched nervously, having heard that sweet treats could elevate one's happiness. She should feel better after tasting this cake, right? However, after finishing, Bai Dong's expression remained unchanged, causing Bai Chen to feel disheartened. Noticing his demeanor, Bai Dong remarked, quite delicious. Upon hearing her response, Bai Chen's spirits lifted, feeling rejuvenated. Bai Dong noted his expression, a slight smile gracing her lips. It was refreshing to encounter someone so easy to read. Bai Chen, unusually focused on the meal, occasionally recommended dishes to Bai Dong, and they pleasantly enjoyed their meal together. After dining, Bai Chen led Bai Dong to a nearby mountain. She was taken aback, having expected him to take her shopping instead. Then, Bai Chen removed his mask and produced a grand organ. Bai Dong, intrigued, recalled that she had learned of his organ-playing skills during her investigation into him. Was he now performing for her? With this thought, she settled down, ready to enjoy Bai Chen's performance. As Bai Chen began to play, a cheerful melody resonated through the air, captivating Bai Dong's attention. Gradually, small creatures were drawn to the music, as Bai Chen had intentionally chosen a piece that appealed to both soul beasts and humans alike. A few minutes later, the melody concluded, and Bai Dong nodded appreciatively. While she seldom listened to music, she could discern Bai Chen's exceptional talent, and her spirits lifted considerably afterward. Looking around, she noticed a gathering of small soul beasts, such as rabbits, that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Bai Chen approached and gently picked up 2 rabbits, which did not resist but instead reveled in his gentle touch. Half an hour later, by the stream and around a crackling fire, Two golden brown rabbits lay quietly roasted. Bai Dong couldn't help but smirk at the sight. After a while, she remarked, "Your organ playing is quite impressive. It is truly beautiful." Bai Chen, busy preparing the rabbits, smiled and replied, "Thank you, teacher. I enjoy playing when I'm feeling down. I could teach you how to play the organ, so you can lift your spirits whenever you feel low." Bai Dong paused, then nodded. "All right." Chapter 161. The Right Leg Bone of the Howling Moon Wolf. Bai Chen. Before anything else, let us indulge in the roasted rabbit. If we delay, it will become unpalatable. Bai Dong. Subsequently, Bai Dong accepted the rabbit Bai Chen offered, tearing off a small piece of the tender meat and savoring it. She nodded in approval. Indeed, it was quite delicious, rivaling even the finest establishments. Observing Bai Dong's demeanor, Bai Chen sighed, contemplating how long it would take to finish. Such a prominent figure as Bai Dong must always be mindful of her actions and words. With this in mind, Bai Chen took a hearty bite of the rabbit, devouring a significant portion. If given the choice, he would have eagerly devoured an entire pig in a few bites. Seeing Bai Chen's voracious appetite, Bai Dong hesitated but soon mimicked his actions, taking a large bite and relishing the rich flavor of the meat. It seemed as though she had discovered a new facet of herself as she began to eat with gusto. Seeing Bai Dong's transformation, Bai Chen smiled. This was more like it. After she finished her meal, Bai Dong noticed Bai Chen watching her with a grin and inquired, "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" Bai Chen then produced a handkerchief and offered it to her. "Teacher, there's a bit of grease on your face." "Oh, thank you." Bai Chen mused, truly, Bai Dong is unlike any ordinary girl. The notion of her blushing is utterly implausible. After wiping her face, Bai Dong looked up at Bai Chen and asked, "Is it clean now?" "Yes, perfectly clean," Bai Chen affirmed eagerly. "Let us practice the accordion," she suggested. Indeed. With that, Bai Chen retrieved another accordion, handing it to Bai Dong. This particular instrument was the first he had ever practiced with. Bai Dong promptly took the accordion from him, and the two began their practice. Half an hour later, as Bai Chen listened to Bai Dong's music, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. To his astonishment, Bai Dong appeared to possess no musical talent. The small creatures that had once been drawn to her melodies had now scattered, and even some wild animals seemed to go into a frenzy at the discordant sounds. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Chen found himself at a loss for words, while Bai Dong remained blissfully absorbed in her playing. 2 hours later, as the sun began its descent, Bai Chen suddenly had a revelation. "Teacher, come with me." Startled by Bai Chen's urgency, Bai Dong ceased her playing and followed him. Before long, they reached the mountaintop, where the vast expanse of Wuhuan City lay before them. Bai Dong was taken aback. From this vantage point, Bai Chen had discovered the city's breathtaking panorama. Although Bai Dong had lived in Wuhuan City for many years, this was her first time witnessing its full beauty. Seeing Bai Dong's captivated expression, Bai Chen felt a sense of relief. He had initially feared she would be indifferent to such sights. The next day, upon returning to the Wuhuan Hall, Bai Chen handed Bai Dong the accordion she had practiced with, stating, "Teacher, this is a gift for you. This accordion holds sentimental value as my first, and I hope that when you feel down, you may play it to lift your spirits." "Thank you," Bai Dong replied, nodding appreciatively as she carefully stowed the instrument. She affectionately ruffled Bai Chen's hair and added, "I had a wonderful time today." With that, she slipped him a piece of something before departing, reminiscent of a carefree, wealthy patron leaving after indulgence. Gazing at the soul bone in his hand, Bai Chen called out, "Teacher, until tomorrow." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Dong turned back, her smile radiant. Bai Chen swallowed hard. Her smile was indeed captivating. It seemed that a cheerful demeanor was truly beneficial for one's spirit. Lost in thought, Bai Chen returned to his courtyard. The first thing he did was retrieve the soul bone and begin the absorption process. The Howling Moon Wolf was a creature nearing the rank of a super soul beast, and Bai Chen was determined not to miss the opportunity to absorb such a precious soul bone. The absorption proceeded smoothly, as it always did. After all, there were no risks involved in this process. 1 hour later, Bai Chen successfully absorbed the soul bone, and instantly, the attributes of his Hurricane Demon Wolf's right leg bone transformed. Right leg bone of the Hurricane Howling Moon Wolf. Age, 33,000 years. Skills, Gale, Devour. Moonblade, a blade of moonlight formed by condensing soul power that delivers a sharp attack. Its potency increases under moonlight, varying in strength with the moon's phases. Reaching its zenith during a full moon. Bai Chen was taken aback by the new attributes of the right leg bone. It had mutated unexpectedly. He had assumed it would merely enhance its age, but this additional skill appeared formidable. Furthermore, his level had risen by 1, now standing at 53. After the absorption, Bai Chen stepped into the courtyard, now shrouded in darkness. However, He felt exhilarated. The moon had risen, albeit a waning crescent, yet it still offered a boost. He could hardly wait to test his newfound abilities. In the courtyard, Bai Chen eyed a large stone and declared, "Moonblade." With a swift motion of his leg, a pristine moon blade sliced through the air. The upper half of the stone gradually slid down, revealing a cut as smooth as polished marble. Bai Chen swallowed again. This moon blade surpassed his second soul ability, the Black Moon Songlong Kill, by a considerable margin. And this was merely under a crescent moon. The power during a full moon would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Tang San and his companions successfully repelled the attack from Wuhuan Hall. Days later, in Wuhuan City, 32 teams from the two great empires converged simultaneously. Upon their arrival, Meng Yiran from the Exotic Beast Academy could no longer contain herself and leaped from the carriage, racing toward the Wuhuan Hall. Her companions, Shipu and Long Gong, exchanged knowing smiles at her eagerness. Tang San and the others, however, wore serious expressions as they faced forward, acutely aware that the recent assassination attempt had been aimed at them. Had it not been for Chen Xian and Gu Rong's intervention, they might not have been here today. On another front, Xiao Pei announced, "Young Master Bai Chen, the teams from various academies have arrived at the capital." At her words, Bai Chen opened his eyes and nodded, saying, "I see. I shall step out to take a look." With that, he exited his room and made his way toward the city gates. Chapter 162, A Soul Master who dares not cause trouble is not a good soul master. At the entrance of the Spirit Hall, a guard obstructed Meng Yiran, stating, "Who goes there? Unauthorized entry into the Spirit Hall is prohibited." Hearing the guard's words, Meng Yiran remained unfazed, her mood buoyant. "I am a friend of Bai Chen. My name is Meng Yiran, and I have come to find him. Could you kindly notify him?" The guard responded, "Very well, please wait a moment. I shall inform Lord Bai Chen. There's no need to search. I have arrived." At that moment, Bai Chen appeared at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing him, the surrounding guards retreated, greeting him respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Bai Chen." Bai Chen smiled. "Sister Yiran, it has been a while. Congratulations on your advancement past the preliminary and qualifying rounds." "Thank you." Meng Yiran beamed in response. "Let us take a stroll and observe the teams participating in this competition," Bai Chen suggested. "Certainly." With that, Meng Yiran accompanied Bai Chen to the accommodations arranged for various academies by the Spirit Hall. Bai Chen's purpose for visiting was not primarily to see the Shrek 7 monsters, but rather to scout other academies, as he aspired to establish a sect in the future, hoping to unearth some talented individuals among them. Before long, Bai Chen and Meng Yiran arrived at the academy's lounge, where Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were conspicuously engaged in some mischief. Upon spotting Meng Yiran and Bai Chen, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Dai boss. Little Ao, look, isn't that Meng Yiran?" At his words, Oscar and Dai Mubai turned their heads. Indeed, it is Meng Yiran, and she has a male companion. Wasn't she fond of Tang San? "Huh, women," Dai Mubai remarked. Bai Chen and Meng Yiran quickly noticed them, but Bai Chen paused momentarily, as their levels differed from what he had anticipated. Dai Mubai, level 42. Oscar, level 41. Ma Hongjun, level 41. They had seemingly surpassed the Soul Master stage without the aid of any celestial herbs. However, Bai Chen soon deduced that they must have acquired different herbs from Tang San, enabling their advancement. Yet, aside from the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot herb, no celestial herbs remained, not even the 9-grade purple ginseng, which Bai Chen had harvested. The herbs Tang San provided them could not possibly rival the miraculous effects of the rare heavenly mushroom. Perhaps he had discovered other suitable herbs in his garden. Nevertheless, Bai Chen had no intention of involving himself with them. Although Dai Mubai and his companions exhibited notable talent, they were not destined to join his sect. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Dai boss, that masked guy seems rather arrogant. What do you think? Should we teach him a lesson?" Ma Hongjun adhered to one of Shrek's principles. A soul master who does not dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. Their inexplicable annoyance towards Bai Chen ignited a desire to bully him. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun and Appo's words, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances and smirked, intending to confront Bai Chen. Their voices, amplified by a hearing-enhancing potion, were clearly audible to Bai Chen, who frowned at their antics. Some of Shrek's principles were indeed absurd. He did not comprehend the merits of instigating trouble. All he knew was that should Ma Hongjun and his cohorts dare provoke him, their fate would be sealed. Soon, Ma Hongjun and his companions approached with a lack of subtlety, drawing Meng Yiran's attention. Initially, she paid little mind, assuming they might merely be passing by, until Ma Hongjun feigned a clumsy throw of a stone in their direction, which Bai Chen deflected. Only then did Bai Chen and Meng Yiran turn to them. "What do you want?" Meng Yiran demanded, fuming. "My apologies, I slipped," Ma Hongjun replied with a smirk. Seeing his demeanor ignited Meng Iran and Apos' anger, and as she prepared to confront them, Bai Chen stepped forward, blocking her path. Apologize, he ordered. What did you say? I can't hear you, Ma Hongjun retorted. While Dai Mubai and Oscar regarded Bai Chen with smug expressions. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chen's anger truly flared. These individuals were indeed asking for trouble. In an instant, Bai Chen appeared before Ma Hongjun, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen, producing a resounding thud. Ma Hongjun felt as though he had been struck by a carriage. A sensation akin to an impending explosion within him. Fatty! Dai Mubai shouted, activating his martial spirit as 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, materialized around him. Charging at Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping Dai Mubai's fist. With a forceful tug upwards, Dai Mubai experienced an overwhelming might, lifting him off the ground before Bai Chen slammed him down. With a resounding crash, Dai Mubai felt several bones fracture. Bai Chen released his grip, leaving Dai Mubai writhing on the ground, groaning in pain. Next, Bai Chen approached Oscar, who found himself momentarily paralyzed with fear. The individual before him was far too formidable for them to resist. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others, including those from the Tianshui and Jihua academies. They were surprised to see a Shrek Academy member sprawled on the ground, as they were well aware of the strength of Shrek's students. Yet, here was someone overpowering them effortlessly. Who could this individual possibly be? Stop! Shouted Flandra, a member of the Shrek Academy who had just arrived. Upon hearing the command, Bai Chen slowly turned around. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bai Chen, although he wore a mask. Bai Chen's aura was unmistakable and could not be concealed by a mere half-covered face. Ning Rongrong gazed at Bai Chen, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Bai Chen, what do you intend to do to our academy students? The members of Shrek Academy were momentarily stunned. Yu Xiaojiang had shared tales of Bai Chen's exploits and his affiliation with the Spirit Hall, piquing their curiosity. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong held a flicker of hope. Could it truly be him? In response to Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry, Meng Yiran immediately countered, what are we doing? If those 3 hadn't provoked us, we wouldn't have wanted anything to do with them. Chapter 163. Confrontation with Zhao Wujie. As Oscar assisted Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun back, Zhao Wujie hastily inquired, are you all right, Mubai, Hongjun? Oscar replied, teacher. Hongjun has a broken rib, and Mubai has a fractured hand. What? Upon hearing Oscar's words, Zhao Wujie immediately examined Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's injuries, confirming that, indeed, both had suffered fractures. Damn it. In an instant, Zhao Wujie's martial spirit manifested, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings encircling him as he charged towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen, having anticipated Zhao Wujie's movements, also summoned his martial spirit. His 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings emerged around him. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Bai Chen's soul ring configuration. Oscar exclaimed, he is just like Tang San, with a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th, and still a soul king. With synchronized precision, both unleashed their second soul skills. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, both fighters were forced to retreat a few steps, and Bai Chen's mask was shattered, as Bai Chen's true visage was revealed. The onlookers fixated on his face, captivated by his striking appearance, especially the female students from Tianshui Academy, whose eyes widened in amazement. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu experienced a different sentiment. Having previously met Bai Chen, they were now filled with astonishment at this unexpected reunion, recognizing the formidable power of his opponent. Both fighters were taken aback, as Bai Chen's strength was no trifling matter, and Zhao Wujie found himself evenly matched. Zhao Wujie, now even more astonished, quickly grasped that Bai Chen was not someone to be trifled with. First soul skill, Unmoving King of Light. Third soul skill, Terrifying Shriek. As Bai Chen emitted a piercing cry, Zhao Wujie's attributes plummeted, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Seizing the moment, Bai Chen charged forward, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Surprisingly, Bai Chen, a soul king, maintained the upper hand throughout. However, their skirmish was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the Martial Soul Palace's enforcement team. What are you doing? Upon hearing the enforcement team's command, both parties ceased their combat. The enforcers, upon recognizing Bai Chen, halted and inquired, Lord Bai Chen, are you unharmed? What transpired here? Bai Chen replied, it's nothing, merely a minor altercation. There is no need for concern. Understood. You need not worry about this. I shall handle it. Yes, Lord Bai Chen. With that, they departed. Witnessing the familiarity between Bai Chen and the enforcers, the crowd felt an ominous foreboding. Bai Chen coldly turned to them, stating, inquire with those 3 if you wish to know what transpired. Shrek Academy, if you do not apologize for today's events, you had better pray not to encounter us in the competition, or you shall surely regret it. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Oscar and asked, Xiao Ao, what exactly happened? Oscar recounted the events without omission, leaving the Shrek members feeling rather awkward. Did we instigate this? Even so, upon realizing the truth, Zhao Wujie remained furious. Even so, your actions were excessively harsh. Their bones are broken. Bai Chen retorted, was I too harsh? Had they offended someone else, they would have already met their demise. At Bai Chen and Appo's assertion, the Shrek members were momentarily at a loss for words, except for Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and the others who approached. Bai Chen. It has been a while, Ning Rongrong suddenly remarked. Acknowledging her, Bai Chen nodded. Indeed, it has been a long time, Rongrong. Seeing the exchange, Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Sensing a connection between them, which stirred a feeling of unease within him, Bai Chen then added, let us discuss this another time. It seems inappropriate at present, Tang San. Shall we? Rongrong? With that, Bai Chen turned to leave, prompting Ning Rongrong to call out. Bai Chen. Bai Chen turned back. What is it? Ning Rongrong hesitated. What is your relationship with her? It was evident she referred to Meng Yiran. Bai Chen replied, Sister Yiran is my savior. With that, Bai Chen departed with Meng Yiran. Watching his retreating figure, Ning Rongrong smiled bitterly, pondering how one might repay a life-saving debt. Sister Yiran, are you all right? Meng Yiran responded, I am fine. Where shall we go next? Upon hearing Bai Chen's earlier response, Meng Yiran felt a tinge of disappointment. To him, she was merely a savior, and without that connection, she felt insignificant. Bai Chen suggested, let us pay a visit to the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch. It has been quite some time since we last met. All right. Afterward, Bai Chen visited the Serpent Matriarch and Dragon Lord before returning. His initial plan to observe the talents of various academies was regrettably abandoned. Though Bai Chen may not have memorized the talents of the various academies, the students had certainly etched his presence into their memories, thereby achieving his goal indirectly. As for the Shrek Academy, upon returning, the group fell into a contemplative silence, especially Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, today's incident was rooted in their actions. Had they not instigated the conflict, it would not have escalated to this extent. After a prolonged silence, Flander patted their shoulders and said, It's all right, Mubai, Hongjun. Xiaoyao, just remember this lesson. By now, the events had already unfolded. Flander understood the regret simmering within the trio. Yet he felt it was not the time to dwell on it further. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang sought to lighten the mood, stating, enough with the regrets. What is done is done. Let us discuss the competition. You have all witnessed Bai Chen's strength. Should we face the Martial Soul Palace team, we must give our all. Xiao San, from now on, there will be no restrictions on your abilities. Unleash everything you have. Tang San responded, yes, teacher. Yu Xiaojiang continued. Mubai and Hongjun are severely injured, so they should rest for a while. Fortunately, there is still time before the competition begins, so there is no need to rush. Today's conflict, while unfortunate, has allowed us to glimpse a portion of Bai Chen's power. We can devise strategies to counter him. Chapter 164. But it doesn't matter. Today, I will also address the 2 chapters owed from yesterday. On the other side, after bidding farewell to Meng Yiran, Bai Chen returned to the Spirit Hall. Just upon his arrival, he received a message. Lord Bai Chen, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence. Hearing that Bibi Dong was looking for him again, Bai Chen felt somewhat helpless, suspecting that the events of the day had already reached her ears. Thus, he could only make his way to the Pope's chamber. A quarter of an hour later, in the Pope's chamber. Bibi Dong, are you all right, Bai Chen? I heard you had a conflict with the Shrek Academy. Bai Chen, yes, but it's nothing serious. Among those from Shrek, there were no formidable opponents. So I came away unscathed. Bibi Dong, that's good to hear. Bai Chen, is this the only reason you summoned me, teacher? He was puzzled, wondering if Bibi Dong would merely express concern for his well-being. Bibi Dong, what else could there be? Taken aback by Bibi Dong's response, Bai Chen shrugged it off. Nothing then, if that's all, I shall take my leave. Very well, you may go, she replied. Afterward, Bai Chen returned to his training, regardless of the circumstances. He could not neglect his cultivation. That night, Bibi Dong took out the wind instrument that Bai Chen had gifted her and played a melody. Soon, a light and cheerful tune filled the air, pleasing to the ears. Indeed, this was Bibi Dong's true level as a titled Douluo. Her mental prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even by merely imitating Bai Chen's actions, she was able to flawlessly replicate his music. Her previous performance had been deliberate. Thinking of Bai Chen's reluctant expression while listening, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle softly. 2 weeks later, the elimination rounds officially commenced. In this competition, among the 33 teams, the Spirit Hall's team and the 2-seed teams from Tiandou and Xinglua would be absent from this round. Nevertheless, Bai Chen still attended the event, intending to observe the matches and scout for potential talent. As soon as Bai Chen arrived in the viewing area, he attracted considerable attention, particularly from the girls of the Botany Academy and the Heavenly Water Academy, their eyes wide with astonishment, especially since Bai Chen was not wearing a mask today. Meng Yiran immediately rushed over to sit beside Bai Chen, eliciting envy from those witnessing the scene. Bai Chen, what brings you here today? She inquired. Nothing much. Just wanted to see the strengths of various academies, he replied. Oh, Meng Yiran had initially thought Bai Chen had come specifically to cheer for her, but it seemed she had been overly sentimental. While they were conversing, Hulaina approached suddenly. She had heard gossip about Bai Chen going shopping with another girl, which kept her tossing and turning in bed all night. Every time she closed her eyes, she envisioned Bai Chen in intimate moments with another female. If this continued, he might be taken away, although it appeared Bai Chen already had a girlfriend. But it didn't matter, living so close within the spirit hall. Hulaina believed that one day Bai Chen would be moved by her. Thus, upon learning that Bai Chen was attending the matches this morning, she hurried over, only to find him in a close conversation with Meng Yiran. Relieved she had come, Hulaina thought, otherwise, that woman might have succeeded in stealing him away. While pondering, Hulaina plopped down beside Bai Chen, surprising both him and Meng Yiran. Bai Chen, what brings you here today? Hulaina asked. I came to watch the matches, he replied. Oh. Just then, the match was about to commence, and Meng Yiran quickly said, I need to go compete. See you later. All right, Bai Chen acknowledged. Today's match featured the Divine Wind Academy against the Beast Academy. After glancing at the lineups, Bai Chen's side, the Beast Academy's roster was rather unimpressive. Apart from Meng Yiran, there was only one Soul Master at level 40, and their spirit quality left much to be desired, falling far behind the Divine Wind Academy. Among the students of the Beast Academy, 3 were exceptionally beautiful girls. Normally, Feng Xiaotian, known for his flirtatious demeanor, would have made advances, but today, upon seeing his opponents, his expression was devoid of emotion. The reason for this was that Huo Wu was also present to watch the matches. Feng Xiaotian glanced toward Huo Wu, only to find her gazing at Bai Chen, causing him to feel despondent. First Tang San, and now Bai Chen. Why were there so many outstanding men in this world? When would he, Feng Xiaotian, ever stand out? With such thoughts, Feng Xiaotian's demeanor grew increasingly serious. He needed to prove himself in this battle. The match began. As the referee announced the start, all 14 participants instantly summoned their spirits. As their spirits manifested, Bai Chen began to assess their attributes, starting with the Beast Academy. Ghost Wolf, high-level spirit, strength, C, agility, A, constitution, C, growth, B, soul power, C, shadow lion, high-level spirit, strength, B, agility, C, constitution, B, growth, C, soul power, B, dragon crocodile, top-level spirit, strength, S, agility, B, constitution, A, growth, B, soul power, B. After examining the attributes of the Beast Academy's spirits, Bai Chen nodded in approval. Their spirits were quite commendable, and forging good relations with these individuals might lead to future opportunities for recruitment into his sect. Next, Bai Chen assessed Feng Xiaotian's attributes. Swift Wind, Two-Headed Wolf, Variant Spirit, Strength, B, Agility, S, Constitution, B, Growth, B, Soul Power, B. Bai Chen was somewhat surprised. Feng Xiaotian's spirit was quite formidable among top-level spirits, indeed a worthy variant spirit. As for the rest of the Divine Wind Academy, their spirit qualities were also respectable. Besides Feng Xiaotian, there were 2 top-level spirits and 4 high-level spirits. Very impressive, Bai Chen noted, observing the attributes of the other attendees, finding that their spirits were generally on par. However, to his astonishment, the Heavenly Water Academy's Shui Binger possessed a spirit that reached the level of a super spirit. Ice Phoenix, super spirit, strength, A, agility, A, constitution, A, growth, A, soul power, S. Although the Ice Phoenix was relatively weaker among super spirits, it was still remarkable. If he could recruit her into his sect, she could potentially become another title Douluo in the future. Unbeknownst to the various academies, they had already caught Bai Chen's keen eye. The match soon concluded, with Feng Xiaotian showing no mercy, defeating the Beast Academy's 3 beautiful contestants one by one with ease. Chapter 165. The first battle. After the match concluded, Bai Chen waited backstage for Meng Yiran. Despite the loss, it was only fitting to offer her some consolation, as she was, after all, his savior. To prevent any budding affection between Bai Chen and Meng Yiran, Hulaina clung closely to his side, having begun to embrace her boldness. Soon, Meng Yiran appeared. Upon seeing Bai Chen, she lowered her head, feeling a sense of embarrassment. The recent battle against the Shinkong Academy had been overwhelming, and she felt dwarfed in comparison to Feng Xiaotian, making it difficult to face Bai Chen. Bai Chen reassured her. It's perfectly normal to lose to Feng Xiaotian. I just observed his strength. He is indeed formidable. However, do not worry. I will assist you in overcoming this in the future. Gratefully, Meng Yiran nodded. Thank you, Bai Chen. Not at all, he replied. As they spoke, the other members of the Exotic Beast Academy emerged. Upon seeing Bai Chen and Meng Yiran together, their earlier disappointment was swiftly replaced by hope. After all, their leader as partner would surely help them reclaim victory. Suddenly, Meng Yiran felt a chill behind her and turned to find 6 familiar heads peeking from the exit, seemingly cheering them on. Her face flushed crimson, and unable to contain herself, she broke into a radiant smile. The mere thought of being with Bai Chen filled her with joy. All right, I'll take my leave now. Those behind you must be your friends. Perhaps they can meet next time, she suggested softly. Sure, Meng Yiran replied quietly. With that, Bai Chen departed, followed closely by Hulaina. Halfway through their journey, Hulaina spoke up. Bai Chen, do you have feelings for that girl? Are you referring to Meng Yiran? He inquired. Indeed, Hulaina affirmed. Not particularly. She is my savior, so it is only natural I take care of her. Besides, she is a wonderful person, and being friends with her is delightful. I see. So Meng Yiran saved you. In that case, you ought to express your gratitude sincerely, Hulaina remarked. Yay. So he doesn't harbor feelings for Meng Yiran. What a relief, she thought, smiling to herself. Why are you suddenly laughing? Is there something amusing? Bai Chen asked. Nothing much, just a happy thought, she replied. In the following days, Bai Chen resumed his routine until the first round of the elimination matches concluded, leaving 18 teams in the fray. This time, the top 2 teams would have a bye, while the remaining 16 would vie for 8 spots. As the Spirit Hall had not participated in the qualifying matches, they were obliged to compete in this one. 2 days before the competition commenced, a girl clad in white arrived at the gates of Spirit City in a carriage. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man on horseback approached and announced, Your Highness, we have arrived at Spirit City. Acknowledging his words, Shweka replied, Yes, I understand, Uncle Hay. She then lifted the curtain and alighted from the carriage, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the vast Spirit City. At last, I have found you. Bai Chen, she thought, stepping inside. 2 days later, the grand competition officially began. The first match featured the Spirit Hall team against the Tiando Royal Academy team. Due to the incident involving Dugu Bo, Dugu Yin was no longer affiliated with the Tiando Royal Academy, thus her absence from this team. In this match, Bai Chen was set to lead the members of Team 2. Initially, the Spirit Hall had not planned for him to participate, yet after some idle days, he felt compelled to compete. Winning would earn him points, and there was a minuscule chance of acquiring a mysterious drop. Facing the Tiando Royal Academy would also allow him to conceal much of his true strength, prompting his decision to enter the fray. Seated in the VIP section, Shueiko's heart raced at the sight of Bai Chen entering the arena. The news had been accurate. He was indeed in Spirit City. Bai Chen, spotting Shueiko, felt a complex swirl of emotions. She was his first love, and despite their separation, they had never officially broken up. Yet, his sudden disappearance had left them estranged for far too long, leaving him uncertain on how to engage with her. In the audience, Hulaina glanced at Shueiko and bit her lip, acutely aware of the bond between Bai Chen and Shueiko. This was her first encounter with Shueiko, and she had to admit that Shueiko was equally captivating. While Hulaina exuded an alluring charm, Shueiko embodied purity and beauty, each possessing their own unique allure. However, Shueiko bore a significant advantage. Hulaina surreptitiously compared their physiques and conceded that Shueiko had the upper hand. As the Tiando Royal Academy team ascended the stage, Yu Tianheng looked at Bai Chen and remarked, It has been a while, Bai Chen. I never anticipated our meeting under these circumstances. Indeed, Senior Yu Tianheng, it has been some time, Bai Chen replied. I hope you give it your all in this battle. Yu Tianheng encouraged. In response, Bai Chen remained silent. Given Yu Tianheng's prowess, it would be challenging for him to truly exert himself. As the referee noted that both parties were ready, he declared, Let the match begin. With that, the 14 participants activated their martial spirits. The moment Bai Chen summoned his brutal demon wolf, everyone present, including the referee and his teammates, felt the impact of his presence. Step back, allow me to handle them, Bai Chen instructed. The members of Team 2 nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of Bai Chen's capabilities. It was no exaggeration to say that he could easily take on 7 opponents single-handedly. Yu Tianheng and his allies observed Bai Chen with grave expressions. In addition to his intimidating aura, Bai Chen's soul ring configuration exerted immense pressure on them, particularly the 2 striking black soul rings. The Tiando Royal Academy team formed a defensive formation, knowing that charging in alone would be perilous. Nevertheless, Bai Chen disregarded their strategy and charged in recklessly, confident that in the face of overwhelming power, any cunning tactics would be futile. The brothers, Sure Mo and Sure Mo, positioned at the front, immediately raised their Xuanwu shields in defense as Bai Chen barreled toward them. Chapter 166. In this moment, it was crucial to note that these two individuals possessed martial souls of the same caliber as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, albeit with a primary focus on defense. Although both were merely Soul Zong at present, their formidable defenses posed a significant challenge even for the average Soul King. However, to Bai Chen, their defenses appeared rather mundane. With a swift motion, Bai Chen struck both of their shields with his claws, instantly leaving 5 deep gashes on their surfaces. In a mere instant, their turtle-like shells were shattered. Yet, due to their considerable weight and the nature of Bai Chen's attack, which was not primarily focused on impact damage, they remained rooted in place. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianheng unleashed his ultimate move, 4th Soul Skill, Blue Electric Dragon's Charge. As he spoke, a blue electric dragon, over a meter in length, surged towards Bai Chen. Remarkably, Bai Chen, seemingly unperturbed, immediately countered, 2nd Soul Skill, Black Moon Song Wolf Slash. In an instant, a black crescent blade hurtled towards Yu Tianheng's electric dragon. The collision produced a tremendous explosion as the electric dragon was swiftly cleaved in two, only for the crescent blade to dissipate in the aftermath of the blast. 1st Soul Skill, Frenzied Assault. Bai Chen unleashed another soul skill, delivering 2 powerful punches that sent both opponents staggering backward. With a clear path ahead, Bai Chen surged into the fray. 3rd Soul Skill, Terrifying Howl. Accompanied by an ear-piercing shriek, the members of the Tiando royal team found themselves momentarily dazed, their attributes significantly diminished. Observing this from the audience, Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew grave as he marveled at Bai Chen's prowess. What a monster, he mused. Merely a Soul King. And yet he can fight without any signs of rigidity. After unleashing so many soul skills in succession, his movements remain fluid. This individual is likely even more formidable than Xiao San. With his concerns mounting, Yu Xiaojiang realized that when facing the Spirit Hall team, they might not need anyone else to intervene. Bai Chen alone could potentially take down the entire Shrek team. In the arena, after employing his terrifying howl, Bai Chen swiftly incapacitated Yu Lingling with a single palm strike. The auxiliary abilities of the 9-Heart Sea Butterfly Soul Master were indeed formidable, and Bai Chen could not afford to leave her in the fray. 2nd Soul Skill, Black Moon Song Wolf. Continuous slashes. This new technique, conceived by Bai Chen, was not entirely novel. It simply involved repeatedly utilizing his 2nd soul skill to achieve widespread destruction. However, it was an immensely soul power-consuming maneuver, requiring a substantial reserve of energy. Fortunately, Bai Chen's soul power far exceeded that of the average soul master, making this his first practical application in combat. In a flash, 18 crescent blades surged towards the remaining 6 team members. Due to the effects of the terrifying howl, their minds remained in a disoriented state, and all were instantly felled by Bai Chen's onslaught. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving victory in this battle. Reward, 2,300 points. Bai Chen felt slightly dissatisfied with the meager reward, realizing that weaker opponents yielded scant points. As he surveyed the unconscious figures, the referee, initially incredulous, finally declared, "The victors of this match are the Spirit Hall team." The audience fell into a profound silence, each spectator grappling with the same thought. The Spirit Hall team was truly terrifying. With Bai Chen alone, victory seemed almost unattainable. Rumors of 3 additional Soul Kings within the Spirit Hall only deepened their sense of despair, making them feel like mere bystanders. After the match concluded, it was not just the other academies that looked at Bai Chen with awe. Even the members of the 2nd team regarded him as a monster. The entire combat sequence lasted less than 3 minutes. Yet within that brief span, he had dispatched 7 Soul Zong. Was such a feat even humanly possible? However, Bai Chen's thoughts were elsewhere as he hurried towards Shueku. She was, after all, his fiancée, and he could not bear to appear indifferent, especially since he occasionally found himself thinking of her. A few minutes later, upon seeing Bai Chen, Shueku could no longer contain herself and rushed into his embrace, sobbing. "Chen, I missed you so much. When I heard you were captured by Douluo, I thought I would never see you again. I'm so relieved you're safe." Bai Chen gently patted her back, reassuring her. "I'm sorry, Aku. I didn't mean to worry you. I've been well during this time, and I haven't sustained any injuries." "Really?" she asked, her eyes shimmering with hope. "Really," he affirmed. "That's good," she replied, her tears subsiding as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right. Today I'll take you to explore Spirit City. No more tears." As he spoke, he tenderly wiped away her tears. Witnessing this moment, countless envious eyes turned towards them. Shui Binger lamented from the audience, "If I am guilty, then lock me away. Anything but this." Meanwhile, Hulaina stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process the scene before her. Yet, Bai Chen paid no mind to their reactions. He simply took Xueku's hand and set off to explore. Chen, can you tell me about your experiences over the past few years? Xueku inquired. Of course, Bai Chen replied without hesitation, sharing everything he could. After hearing his account, Xueku felt a sense of relief, realizing that he had indeed faced no significant grievances. So, will you return to the Tiando Empire with me? She asked, her tone laced with hope. Return to the Tiando Empire? Well, Bai Chen hesitated. I and Oppos, am afraid not. Cool. I am now part of the Spirit Hall. And until I possess sufficient strength, I cannot leave. Oh, okay, she responded, a hint of resignation in her voice, yet she understood the situation. Bai Chen could sense her guilt as she lowered her head. I'm sorry, Chen. If I hadn't invited you to my brother's banquet, none of this would have happened. Seeing her distress, Bai Chen knew that no amount of reassurance would quell her self-reproach. Aku, lift your head, he urged gently. Complying, Xueku raised her gaze, only to feel something soft brush against her lips. A few moments later, her face flushed crimson as she registered the kiss. All right, that's enough. I forgive you now, Bai Chen declared. In the background, Hulaina and others stood petrified. When a dog dies, no couple is innocent, one onlooker quipped. Chapter 167, again. Xueku Chen. You. Me that. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xueku was almost incoherent. Observing Xueku's demeanor, Bai Chen couldn't help but chuckle. She was simply too endearing. Seeing Bai Chen still amused, Xueku huffily turned her head away. Realizing he had teased her a bit too much, Bai Chen relented. All right, little princess. My apologies for being so abrupt. Can you forgive me? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Xueku slowly turned back, then extended a single finger. Perplexed by this gesture, Bai Chen wondered at its meaning. Seeing Bai Chen's confusion, Xueku softly whispered, again, one more time. What? Bai Chen thought he had misheard. Hearing Bai Chen's exclamation, Xueku mustered her courage and repeated, one more time, and I'll forgive you. But this time, make it last longer. I barely felt anything just now. Heavens! Bai Chen exclaimed inwardly. I never expected this side of you, Xueku. Ignoring Bai Chen's surprised reaction, Xueku closed her eyes and leaned in. She would soon be departing from Spirit Hall City. After all, she was a princess of the Heaven Do Empire and couldn't linger in Spirit Hall City for too long. The thought of parting with Bai Chen filled her with reluctance. Before leaving, she wanted to leave her mark on Bai Chen. With Xueku being so proactive, Bai Chen would be remiss not to reciprocate. Without hesitation, he obliged. Xueku's lips were as tender as cotton candy, and Bai Chen was instantly captivated. Hidden behind them, Hulina and the others watched with desolate eyes, as Xueku was due to return to the Heaven Do Empire in a few days. Bai Chen made the rare effort to set aside some time from his cultivation to spend on dates with her. Besides dating, Bai Chen had also been researching self-created soul skills. Although his current strength was already formidable, Bai Chen wasn't content with the status quo. He always aspired to be stronger. Even stronger. Time flowed by day, and soon, the second round of the elimination matches concluded. 10 teams remained to participate in the remaining elimination rounds. In this round, as before, the 2 teams with the highest point rankings received a bye, and then 6 teams would be selected. From these 6 teams, the top 3 would be chosen, and the remaining teams. After the top 3 were determined, they would draw lots, and then 1 team would receive a bye. The other 2 teams would engage in individual battles, and the losing team would have to compete against the team that received the bye for the final spot in the finals. In short, it was exceedingly convoluted. Their opponent in the 3rd round of eliminations was the Tianshui Academy. Since this academy couldn't even defeat Shrek, they were naturally no match for Bai Chen and his team. However, Bai Chen remained vigilant. Women were notoriously fierce in combat, and he couldn't afford to relax, especially since Tianshui Academy also possessed their martial soul fusion technique, which was incredibly potent. A few days later, upon arriving at the competition venue, Xueku sat in the VIP section, enthusiastically cheering Bai Chen on, much to the envy of the male spectators around her. One man grumbled resentfully, damn it, if only I were this handsome, I wouldn't be as old as my singlehood. What do you want from us ugly guys to be satisfied? Meanwhile, Bai Chen hesitated, wondering whether he should even participate in this match. After all, there were too many girls on the opposing team, and he wanted to maintain his image. However, his hesitation was fleeting. It wasn't as if this was the first time he had fought women. Bai Chen was long accustomed to being ruthless. As Bai Chen stepped onto the stage, the members of Tianshui Academy fixed their gazes on him, making him feel slightly uneasy. It was as if they wanted to devour him whole. Then, Shui Binger took the initiative to step forward and said, Shui Binger, captain of Tianshui Academy, a level 43 control-type battle soul grandmaster. Please enlighten me. Hearing Shui Binger's words, Bai Chen couldn't completely ignore her. Bai Chen, captain of the Spirit Hall Academy team, a level 53 agility-type battle soul king. Please enlighten me. Shui Binger exclaimed in surprise. What? You're an agility-type soul master. Some of the spectators with keen hearing also heard Bai Chen's words. They had always assumed that Bai Chen was a strength-type soul master. Given his fighting style and outrageous power, it didn't seem like something an agility-type soul master should possess. Weren't agility-type soul masters supposed to be those annoying types who constantly resorted to sneak attacks? Why was Bai Chen's fighting style like this? Bai Chen asked. What? Are you all surprised? Shui Bingo nodded. Yes, because your previous performances didn't resemble an agility-type soul master at all. All right. Seeing the two of them chatting, the referee didn't dare interrupt Bai Chen's flirtation. Bai Chen's status in Spirit Hall was currently exceedingly high. Noticing the referee's awkward expression, Bai Chen said, All right. You can announce the start of the match. The referee asked, Is it all right now? Bai Chen replied, Yes. Receiving Bai Chen's affirmative response, the referee finally announced, The match begins. Upon hearing this, everyone on the field instantly activated their martial souls. Swift Wind. Bai Chen immediately used his soul bone skill, instantly appearing before Shui Binger. Bai Chen decided not to give them the opportunity to use their martial soul fusion technique, aiming to finish them off quickly and end his shift early. Seeing Bai Chen suddenly appear before her with such speed, Shui Bingo didn't have time to react. By the time she wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. Mental shock. Instantly, a pair of white beams shot out from Bai Chen's eyes, causing Shui Binger to feel a momentary blankness in her mind. Then, Bai Chen gently struck the back of Shui Binger's neck, and she fainted. Bai Chen intended to test out some of the skills he didn't usually use in these battles. Since his opponents were weak, he shouldn't encounter any mishaps using these unfamiliar skills. With Shui Binger instantly defeated, the remaining members of Tianshui Academy were insignificant. Terrifying Shriek. Black Moon Howling Wolf Consecutive Slash. Bai Chen once again used his third soul skill in conjunction with his second soul skill, instantly clearing the field. However, since his opponents were all girls, Bai Chen was careful with his attacks, avoiding hitting their faces or anything like that. Seeing this, the referee hastily announced, The match is over. Spirit Hall Academy wins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning this match, rewarding the host with 100 points. Another instant kill. The students who came to watch the match were already numb to it. Yu Xiaojiang's expression was even more complex, beyond words. In today's battle, he discovered that Bai Chen possessed at least 2 soul bones. This made their academy's chances of victory even lower. Moreover, Bai Chen had yet to showcase his 4th and 5th soul skills. He realized that no matter what, his little monsters were unlikely to be Bai Chen's opponents. Chapter 168, The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes. This was the first time Yu Xiaojiang felt such helplessness. Originally, with the strength of Bai Chen's small monsters, the likelihood of winning the championship was exceedingly slim, and it seemed utterly impossible for the other major academies. However, with the emergence of Bai Chen as a variable, the prospect of victory appeared completely out of reach. After defeating the Tianshui Academy, Bai Chen immediately stepped down from the arena. Among the competitors from these academies, only Tang San's 8 spider lances held any promise of intrigue for him. He was eager to see how his giant spirit's tail compared to Tang San's 8 spider lances. As Bai Chen strolled through the streets with Xueku, he noticed that she seemed somewhat melancholic. In just 2 days, she would have to depart. As the princess of the Tiando Empire, she could not linger here for long. Though Bai Chen was reluctant to part with Xueku, his current strength was still too feeble to change the situation. Bai Chen, Xueku said, I have reached the Soul Sage level, so I should be able to enjoy more freedom. When the time comes, I will return to the Tiando Empire to find you. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Xueku nodded affirmatively. I will wait for you. Thus, the two spent their final 2 days together. After bidding farewell to Xueku, Bai Chen returned to the Spirit Hall, where he needed to improve his Black Moon Song wolf killing technique. Although this skill appeared formidable, capable of clearing the field in an instant, Bai Chen understood that its practicality in actual combat was limited, and it consumed a significant amount of soul power. With so many soul skills at his disposal, employing this technique drained a quarter of his soul energy, necessitating improvement. However, he needed to devise a method rather than blindly practicing as before. Yet, he found that his progress in solitary training was exceedingly slow. Bai Chen decided to observe Feng Xiaoyan and the other skills, particularly Feng Xiaoyan's Gale Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes and Tang San's chaotic cloakhammer technique. After all, his second soul skill bore a resemblance to Feng Xiaoyan's attack, and he hoped to enhance his power through rotational force. Moreover, the next day would witness the battle between Shrek Academy and Shifeng Academy, providing Bai Chen with the perfect opportunity to glean insights. The following day, the match between Shrek Academy and Shifeng Academy commenced. Upon seeing Bai Chen in the VIP area, Tang San and the others were not surprised. Bai Chen seemed profoundly invested in this grand competition, attending nearly every match. However, those familiar with him would notice a stark difference in Bai Chen's demeanor today. He was unusually serious, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Feng Xiaotian. The latter sensed Bai Chen's intense gaze and felt a shiver run down his spine. While many girls admired Bai Chen, he rarely acknowledged them. Now, with such scrutiny directed at him, Feng Xiaotian wondered if Bai Chen harbored peculiar inclinations. Noticing the wary glance from Feng Xiaotian, Bai Chen smiled, indicating his intention to learn from him. Observing Bai Chen's grin, Feng Xiaotian felt increasingly uneasy. His suspicion was confirmed. The match began. The referee announced the commencement of combat. In an instant, Feng Xiaotian charged towards Tang San and his team. Prior to the elimination rounds, Wu had promised him that if he could defeat Tang San, she would agree to date him. Therefore, he was determined to give this battle his all. Quickly, the Shinfeng team seized the initiative, while Tang San's group adopted a defensive strategy. Given their tactics, they were prepared to withstand Shinfeng Academy's aggressive onslaught. Among the four major academies, Shinfeng Academy was arguably the strongest, thanks in no small part to the exceptional abilities of their captain, Feng Xiaotian. However, if they could defeat Feng Xiaotian, Shinfeng Academy would be rendered insignificant before Shrek Academy. Second soul skill, Twin Wolves Manifest. First soul skill, Bind. In an instant, the two sides engaged in direct combat, and Bai Chen eagerly awaited the moment Feng Xiaotian would unleash the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes. Tang San's blue-silver grasp merely restrained Feng Xiaotian for a fleeting moment before he broke free. Yet Bai Chen could see that Tang San's expression remained unchanged, indicating he had anticipated this scenario. Fourth soul skill, blue-silver prison. In an instant, Tang San's fourth soul ring illuminated, ensnaring all 7 members of the Shinfeng Academy within the blue-silver prison. Seeing this, Dai Mubai promptly exclaimed, fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. As the members of Shinfeng Academy struggled to escape the blue-silver prison, Dai Mubai's White Tiger Meteor Shower struck, swiftly eliminating 2 opponents. Following that, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu quickly launched sneak attacks, dispatching 2 more adversaries. In an instant, 4 members of the Shinfeng team were eliminated, showcasing the remarkable teamwork of Shrek Academy. Witnessing this, Feng Xiaotian seethed with anger, realizing that he could no longer hesitate. Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Storm. With that, Feng Xiaotian soared into the air and continued, Gale Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. Bai Chen exclaimed, here it comes. He focused intently, recording every one of Feng Xiaotian's movements. Feng Xiaotian's Gale Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes increased the power of his soul skill through continuous rotation, doubling its potency with each spin, up to a maximum of 36 times. Soon, Bai Chen comprehended the technique's essence. Maintaining the correct posture and balance while rotating as quickly as possible would maximize the charge of this consecutive slash, preventing it from being disrupted prematurely. As Feng Xiaotian unleashed the Gale Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes, he swiftly eliminated both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Unfortunately, he was ultimately felled by Tang San's hammer strike. The outcome of this match saw Shrek Academy emerge victorious. Nevertheless, Bai Chen had gleaned the insights he sought and returned home. Back in his secluded garden, Bai Chen immediately began experimenting. Unlike Feng Xiaotian, he lacked any flying soul skills, making aerial charging impossible. Thus, he could only rotate and charge on the ground. After a brief contemplation, he devised the ideal posture and promptly commenced his training. Black Moon's Song Wolf Killing. As he spoke, Bai Chen sprang into action. On his first attempt, Bai Chen faltered as he rotated. He found it challenging to accurately direct the crescent blades he launched. Yet, he understood that expecting immediate success was unrealistic. Chapter 169, The Invitation from the Douluo Empire. In the blink of an eye, an entire night had passed. Although Bai Chen had not yet achieved success, he could sense that he was gradually grasping the method. With an additional 2 or 3 days, he believed he would likely succeed. Contemplating this, Bai Chen instructed Xiao Pei not to allow anyone to disturb him during this period, as he intended to enter seclusion. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Pei nodded eagerly. After a brief meal and a short rest, Bai Chen resumed his training. Soon, 3 days had elapsed. Black Moon Songlong, 36 consecutive slashes. Bai Chen declared, as the second blade shot forth. This time, the speed and power of his second blade were nearly double that of the first. I did it. I have succeeded. Bai Chen exhaled in relief. Just as he had anticipated, he was able to initially master this technique within 2 to 3 days. The beginning is always the hardest. But now that he had succeeded once, it would simply require practice. The skill of 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf would allow Bai Chen to unleash over 36 strikes, depending on his physical endurance, achieving 64-81. or even more consecutive strikes was not beyond the realm of possibility for him. Having recently tasted success, Bai Chen recalled the feeling and, after a brief respite, he immediately resumed his training. A day later, Bai Chen paused. He could now unleash 16 consecutive strikes. The progress was remarkable, and Bai Chen could only think that indeed. Learning from others was far quicker than attempting to devise his own methods. If Feng Xiaodian were to discover that his hard-earned secret technique was so easily learned by Bai Chen, he might very well be enraged. After completing his training, Bai Chen decided to take a stroll, as he had exerted himself tremendously over the past few days and was beginning to feel overwhelmed. With this in mind, he freshened up and planned to indulge in a grand meal. Departing from the spirit hall, Bai Chen ventured into the bustling market, initially intending to purchase some snacks. However, upon arrival, he found himself walking towards a narrow alley. Once inside, Bai Chen halted and declared, "Come out. I know you have been following me." At his words, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Impressive, indeed, the legendary Son of God. You have detected my presence," remarked the individual, adorned with the number 73, a soul saint. "What business do you have with me?" Bai Chen sensed no malice emanating from the figure before him. "Are you not afraid that I might be here to assassinate you?" The figure inquired, taken aback. Bai Chen replied, "Enough with the nonsense. If you intended to assassinate me, you would have acted long ago. You had countless opportunities to strike. Now, tell me, which faction do you represent, and what is your purpose for seeking me?" The figure responded, as expected of the Son of God, "You are truly formidable. As for my master, please accompany me, and you shall discover who they are." Feigning a shake of his head, Bai Chen discreetly observed behind the figure, aware that Yue Guan had also been tailing him since he left. Unlike this individual, Yue Guan had initially intended to greet Bai Chen but chose to follow him quietly after noticing the stranger's pursuit, clearly protecting him from the shadows. With a title Douluo of level 95 safeguarding him, Bai Chen's safety was indeed ensured. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen nodded and said, "I shall accompany you." The figure was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared numerous persuasive arguments to sway Bai Chen, but did not expect such swift agreement. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. "Excellent. Please follow me. My master will not disappoint you." Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement, then followed the figure to a tavern. Upon arriving, Bai Chen frowned. He could distinctly hear the synchronized footsteps within, which were not typical of a bustling establishment filled with patrons. These sounds were reminiscent of servants or guards, suggesting that the tavern had either been seized or purchased by this individual. "Please enter," the figure said. Bai Chen stepped inside without hesitation, reassured by the presence of Yue Guan behind him. After all, there were no titled Douluos within, and the strongest aura he sensed was merely that of a soul Douluo. Following the figure, Bai Chen was led to the largest room within. He discerned that only 4 individuals occupied the space. The strongest among them appeared to be a soul Douluo, while the others included 2 soul Zong and 1 soul saint. 2 soul Zong. Bai Chen suddenly surmised their identities. As he pushed the door open, familiar figures came into view. Just as he had suspected, it was Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. Accompanying them were 2 elder men, their ranks being 79 and 81, seemingly their protectors. Upon seeing Bai Chen enter, Davis, who had been drinking, paused and greeted, "Hello, Bai Chen. Please, take a seat." He gestured to a nearby chair, and Bai Chen, without hesitation, sat down. "I am Davis. I believe you are aware of my identity." Bai Chen replied, "Yes. The crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. I wonder what brings you to seek me. Are you attempting to recruit me?" Davis confirmed, "Indeed, Bai Chen. If you would be willing to join the Star Luo Empire, I, as the crown prince, can guarantee you a princely title upon my ascension to the throne. In the Star Luo Empire, you would be second only to me, above all others." Upon hearing Davis's proposal, Bai Chen nodded thoughtfully. "A most enticing offer. Yet I must regretfully decline. I harbor little interest in high rank and wealth. Is there anything more compelling you could present to sway my heart?" In response, Davis, clearly not lacking in preparation, clapped his hands. A servant then entered, carrying an object covered with a red cloth. Although concealed, Bai Chen recognized it instantly. "Open it," Davis instructed. As the servant unveiled the object before Bai Chen, a remarkably intact head soul bone emerged, captivating his attention. Chapter 170. Refusal. Davis inquired, "So, Bai Chen, are you satisfied with the gift I have prepared for you?" Upon hearing Davis's words, Bai Chen cast a glance at the skull before him. Skull of the rampaging bear, age, 10, 672 years integrity, 92 compatibility, 67. After examining the attributes of the skull, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment, then draped the red cloth over it. Setting aside other considerations, the spirit hall had treated him well, fulfilling his needs adequately. Moreover, Yu Guan was watching outside. If Bai Chen accepted the gift, it would be tantamount to betraying the spirit hall, regardless of how good his relationship with Yuguan was. A traitor could never be tolerated. Davis regarded Bai Chen with confidence, believing that such generous terms would surely sway him. However, Bai Chen pushed the soul bone towards Davis, stating, "I am sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot accept your invitation." Without a hint of hesitation, Bai Chen firmly declined Davis's offer. Davis was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Bai Chen would turn down such a lavish proposition. The soul bone was remarkably precious, and it was rare to encounter one with such high integrity. Davis had expended considerable effort to acquire this bone. Had it not been ill-suited for him, he would have absorbed it himself. It was unfathomable that Bai Chen would reject his proposal. After being rebuffed, Davis's tone grew cold. "Bai Chen, do you understand what you are saying? I believe you have no valid reason to refuse. I can offer you another opportunity." Shaking his head, Bai Chen replied, "Prince Davis, do you take me for someone who would easily betray my allegiance? My previous joining of the Spirit Hall was out of necessity. Now I possess strength. And with Yuguan's covert protection, I cannot easily concede." Davis's expression darkened entirely. He had already shown considerable sincerity, yet Bai Chen remained ungrateful. "What is it, Prince Davis? Do you intend to do something to me?" Bai Chen asked. Davis regarded Bai Chen, fell silent for a moment, then smiled. "Oh, Bai Chen, forgive me. I am simply tired. You may leave now." Bai Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated a confrontation, yet Davis had restrained himself. Davis was indeed more formidable than Bai Chen had imagined. Davis likely remained unaware of Yuguan's presence, as the room contained a soul Douluo and 2 soul saints. While he was merely a soul king, if Davis wished, he could easily eliminate Bai Chen, yet he chose restraint. "I shall take my leave," Bai Chen said, departing. After he left, an elder beside Davis remarked, "Your Highness, why not?" He paused, rubbing his neck. "Uncle Yu, have you lost your senses? Have you not witnessed Bai Chen's matches? Do you genuinely believe we can kill him?" Uncle Yu looked surprised, not realizing the high regard Davis held for Bai Chen. "Your Highness, he is merely a soul king. We can certainly detain him. Is Bai Chen truly that powerful?" Davis countered, "Uncle Yu, must you always think so superficially? If Bai Chen were merely a highly talented soul king, why would I expend such effort to recruit him? Remember, Bai Chen has engaged in fierce exchanges with Zhao Wujia, the unyielding king. I trust you have heard of Zhao Wujia, who was able to break free from a group of soul saints even when he was a soul emperor. Currently, Zhao Wujia's rank has ascended to high-level soul saint. His strength is not something an ordinary soul saint can match. Yet Bai Chen managed to suppress him without the aid of his 4th, 5th, or external soul bones. Do you not consider that his power might indeed reach the level of a soul saint?" Having observed Uncle Yu lost in thought, Davis continued, "While Bai Chen may not be your match, you must understand that we are in Spirit City, not in our Star Luo Empire. With the Spirit Hall-less influence, they can easily discover Bai Chen's visit to me. It would be far better for him to perish than to survive. Should Bai Chen die, we would undoubtedly offend the Spirit Hall, and it would be uncertain whether we could leave here. However, if Bai Chen remains unharmed, it raises questions even if he does not betray us. After all, can you truly believe Bai Chen joined the Spirit Hall willingly?" Realization dawned on Uncle Yu as he grasped Davis's intentions. "So, you mean we should not kill him?" Davis affirmed, "We must kill him, of course. But the time is not ripe. Such a talent, if not utilized by me, must be eliminated. The Spirit Hall may harbor suspicions. Yet it is unlikely to take drastic measures against him, considering Bai Chen's prodigious talent. However, we cannot act now. We will wait until nightfall when I and Zhu Yin leave Spirit City. At that point, Uncle Yu, you will act swiftly and then depart the city. Do you understand?" Uncle Yu nodded. "I comprehend, Your Highness." Due to Yuguan's accompanying Bai Chen, he remained unaware of their plot against him, continuing instead to protect Bai Chen from the shadows. Indeed, with so many individuals arriving in Spirit City recently, should anyone truly wish to harm Bai Chen without protection, it would be perilous. Hence, Yuguan decided to send someone to guard Bai Chen discreetly, while personally ensuring his safety that day. Feeling Yuguan's constant presence, Bai Chen found it somewhat exasperating. There was little he could do in such a situation. He proceeded with his original plans, enjoying a lavish meal and leisurely exploring. Observing Bai Chen's actions, Yuguan smiled, thinking to himself that he was still a child. Indeed, how could he forget? Bai Chen was merely a month away from turning 14. His extraordinary talent and exceptional performance had overshadowed his youth. Reflecting on this, Yuguan recalled that Bai Chen had been in the Spirit Hall for 2 years without returning home. The last time Shueka visited, she seemed so joyful, likely yearning for home. With a sigh, Yuguan acknowledged that he could not send Bai Chen back. For such a gifted individual must be kept under the Spirit Hall's control for their own peace of mind. Unbeknownst to Bai Chen, as he merely strolled and indulged in food, Yuguan had concocted an entire narrative in his mind. Chapter 171. Quite infuriating upon returning to the spirit hall, Bai Chen indulged in a soothing bath, his thoughts drifting to the countenance of Davis. From Davis's expression, he sensed a hint of murderous intent. It appeared that Davis still harbored intentions to make a move against him, albeit not at that moment. Bai Chen surmised that Davis was likely biding his time until they departed from Spirit City. Contemplating this, Bai Chen's gaze hardened slightly. While he had no desire to instigate trouble, should these individuals choose to provoke him, they would surely be remembered. Bai Chen was known for his vengeful nature. Once a grudge was formed, unless extraordinary circumstances intervened, he would seek retribution, regardless of the passage of time. Typically, Bai Chen did not hold on to grievances for long, often retaliating immediately, but due to Davis's current status, he had to tread carefully, mindful of the intricate web of interests at play. After finishing his bath, Bai Chen took some time to rest. The following day, he resumed his training in the Black Moon Song Wolf continuous kill technique. Soon enough, they reached the fourth round of the elimination matches, which determined the top 3 teams. This time, the Spirit Hall's opponent was the Thunder Academy. It was unclear whether it was due to Bai Chen's crossing over, but the opponents of the Spirit Hall were markedly different from his past life. Upon arriving at the arena, Bai Chen noticed Hulaina was also present. "Sister Nana, what brings you here today?" he inquired. Hulaina replied, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come? It would be quite dull otherwise." Bai Chen responded with a simple, "Oh." Observing Bai Chen's indifferent reaction, Hulaina's heart sank. This was not how it was portrayed in the books, which suggested that ignoring a man who often sought to please would evoke feelings of insecurity. Why was Bai Chen so unresponsive? She lamented inwardly, realizing that the narratives she had trusted were misleading. In the VIP section, Xiaoyu watched Hulaina's demeanor with a weary expression, wondering where the enchanting queen had gone. This was not the sister he remembered. He had advised her that her former self was the most captivating, yet Hulaina remained unconvinced. If this continued, how long would she remain subservient in front of Bai Chen? Yu Tianxin observed Bai Chen, swallowing nervously. They had witnessed several matches of the Spirit Hall, and Bai Chen's prowess was already formidable. Now, he had even gained a Soul King. Did this mean the Thunder Academy would stand no chance? "Sister Nana, let me take the lead. Do not interfere," Bai Chen stated. "Why?" Hulaina asked. "I can handle it alone. I wish to experiment with a new attack method," he explained. "Allow me to savor the experience," he added. Hulaina acquiesced. "Oh, very well then." With the referee's signal, the battle commenced. As before, Bai Chen charged forth, while the Thunder Academy, typically in attacking formation, surprisingly adopted a defensive stance today. This time, instead of unleashing the terrifying howl first, Bai Chen transformed into a spinning top, executing his new ultimate move, Black Moon Song Wolf continuous kill. Feng Xiaotian in the audience was momentarily stunned. "No, this is my Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes." He had previously witnessed Bai Chen's Black Moon Song Wolf continuous kill and knew it had not been like this. It had merely involved rapid releases of soul skills without any finesse. However, the transformation was evident now, although Bai Chen lacked wings and resembled Feng Xiaotian's technique somewhat differently. Both utilized rotational force to amplify their skill's power. It was clear that Bai Chen had learned from him. Clenching his fists, Feng Xiaotian seethed. He could not believe his signature move had been so easily pilfered. As Bai Chen launched a crescent blade, the Thunder Academy members scrambled to evade. Unlike Feng Xiaotian, Bai Chen's spinning speed was significantly greater, meaning his charging time was considerably reduced. Furthermore, each crescent blade was more potent than the last. A result of Bai Chen's recent training, he was now capable of unleashing 32 Black Moon Song Wolf kills, leaving the Thunder Academy no chance of dodging the assault. Only Yu Tianxin managed to withstand 2 strikes before faltering, while the others were eliminated. Bai Chen glanced at Yu Tianxin, sighed, and, devoid of any emotional turmoil, dispatched him with a swift kick. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning this match. You have earned 2,200 points." Bai Chen felt a surge of dissatisfaction upon hearing the voice in his mind. He looked at his teammates. Had Hulaina and the others not been idling, this battle would not have felt like a team effort. Even if each member contributed only 500 points, it would still exceed this paltry sum. However, he had no recourse. It was unfeasible to bench them, as any misstep could lead to Bai Chen bearing the blame. Following the match, Hulaina approached him. "Bai Chen, was that Black Moon Song Wolf continuous kill your newly developed soul skill?" It was evident she had noticed the substantial evolution of his technique. Bai Chen nodded. "Indeed. Sister Nana, I learned it from Feng Xiaotian of the Godwind Academy." He unabashedly confirmed her suspicion. Hulaina was taken aback. Had he truly acquired a self-created soul skill after merely watching a few matches? How formidable. "It's not that impressive, Sister Nana. I was merely fortunate." I happened to be researching similar techniques recently, so it was relatively easy to grasp, Bai Chen added. Before Hulaina could respond, they encountered Feng Xiaotian at the entrance. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Feng Xiaotian confronted him. Bai Chen, did you just use that ultimate move on the field? Did you learn it from me? Without hesitation, Bai Chen affirmed, yes, I did. There's no point in hiding it. I learned it from you. Feng Xiaotian, poised to continue his interrogation, was nearly incensed upon hearing Bai Chen's admission. Why did you steal my technique? He demanded. Bai Chen retorted, no one has claimed it as exclusively yours. You could learn from me as well, assuming you have the skill to do so. Feng Xiaotian was left speechless, struggling to formulate a retort. The fact remained that Bai Chen's techniques were not particularly intricate. Thus far, Bai Chen had dominated every battle with sheer power. Truth be told, aside from his astonishing attributes and the absence of downtime when casting skills, there was little to emulate. Essentially, Bai Chen had been overpowering his adversaries with absolute strength, rendering his methods largely unteachable. All one needed was to train relentlessly. At a loss for words, Feng Xiaotian's face flushed with frustration. Bai Chen patted Feng Xiaotian on the shoulder, saying, do not be angry. Anger is detrimental to your health. Poor health leads to illness, and illness requires time to recuperate. In that case, you would fall even further behind me. As Bai Chen continued to jabber, Feng Xiaotian was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, unable to counter his remarks. In the end, it was just quite infuriating. Upon witnessing Feng Xiaotian, resembling a pufferfish, merely suppressing his anger, Bai Chen felt a sense of futility and decided to depart. Feng Xiaotian made no effort to detain him, for he could not best Bai Chen in a verbal exchange. Approaching him would only invite further frustration. Before long, Hulaina caught up with Bai Chen, who, perplexed, inquired, what is it, Sister Nana? Is there something you need? Hulaina replied, well, Bai Chen, Snoku has left. Bai Chen acknowledged, yes, she has returned to the Heavendo Empire. Hulaina then asked, what is your relationship with her? Bai Chen responded, Snoku is my fiancée, and I hold deep affection for her. Hulaina merely responded with an oh. As she lowered her gaze and turned away, she remarked, I just remembered something. I must take my leave. Bai Chen replied, farewell, Sister Nana. With that, Hulaina departed. Once she was alone, she struck a nearby tree with her fist, creating a small dent in its trunk. Just moments prior, she harbored a glimmer of hope that Bai Chen might deceive her into believing that he and Snow Ku were merely friends. If he were willing to feign such a relationship, it would suggest that he might still have feelings for her. However, his lack of even a pretense indicated his genuine affection for Snow Ku. This realization filled Hulaina with a sense of bitterness. Why had she encountered Bai Chen so late? He was the one she had been enamored with at first sight. How could she settle for being just friends with someone she cherished so deeply? Xiaoyu, who had caught up with her, sighed at her dejected demeanor. It was the first time he had witnessed Hulaina so smitten with another. As her brother, he felt a profound sense of sympathy, wishing he could confront Bai Chen. Yet he knew he was no match for him. After a considerable time, Hulaina regained her composure. After all, Bai Chen and Snow Ku were not yet married. She still had a chance. With renewed determination, she thought, there is no wall that cannot be pried open, only unmotivated rivals. No, I am not a rival. Seeing Hulaina revitalized, Xiaoyu sighed in relief, grateful for her strong ability to self-regulate. Meanwhile, Bai Chen returned to the Spirit Hall, intent on indulging in a long-awaited lottery. Having recently triumphed over the Thunder Academy, his points had soared to 700,000. With such an abundance of points, it would be remiss not to indulge. A tenfold draw would suffice to satisfy his craving. Chapter 172, The Grand Finals. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully used the intermediate mysterious lottery and obtained 7,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have gained 5,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have acquired 9,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have obtained 1 soul evolution elixir. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have gained 2,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have acquired 3 soul evolution elixirs. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have obtained 1 soul evolution elixir. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have gained 5,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have acquired 4,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The intermediate mysterious lottery has been successfully used, and you have gained 3,000 points. Upon seeing the results of the lottery, Bai Chen felt fairly satisfied, at the very least. Securing 5 soul evolution elixirs ensured he wouldn't incur a loss, and with such an abundance of points, Bai Chen felt compelled to try again. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations. Gazing at the remaining 300,000 points, Bai Chen began to question his life choices. Aside from the initial round where he obtained 5 soul evolution elixirs, the subsequent draws yielded only 3 soul evolution elixirs, 2 skill upgrade pills, and a few miscellaneous items. If he were to use 2 words to describe this round of lottery, he would aptly name it gambling misfortune. Indeed, the gambler seldom thrives, despite suffering multiple setbacks. Why did he still succumb to temptation? Curse it, perhaps he would live stream the next draw in the hall of the Soul Palace. After the lottery concluded, Bai Chen promptly made his way to the training grounds. Now endowed with formidable strength, he attributed his prowess not only to the system's assistance but also to his own unwavering dedication. He could not afford a moment's rest until he attained the title of Douluo. While Bai Chen commenced his training, Xiaoyu arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard. Knocking on the door, Xiao Pei answered and found Xiaoyu standing there. Lord Xiaoyu, what brings you here? I wish to speak with Bai Chen. Is he present? Xiaoyu pondered that if solely relying on Hu Liena, she would never win Bai Chen's heart. Oh, Lord Bai Chen has gone to the training grounds. Still training? Yes. All right, I understand. With that, Xiaoyu departed. Honestly, he had observed Bai Chen's increasingly obsessive training habits. His daily life revolved solely around relentless practice. Even among their golden generation, they often took time to relax. As Xiaoyu walked toward the training grounds, Bai Chen executed the Black Moon Song Wolf continuous kill. After another round of practice, he finally unleashed 36 strikes akin to Feng Xiaodian, leaving countless scars on the surrounding training dummies. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chen let out a sigh of relief. After a week of dedicated practice, he had not only mastered the move but had indeed surpassed the original version. His progress was remarkable. He released the attacks at a pace markedly swifter than Feng Xiaodian, completing the sequence in roughly half the time. While Feng Xiaodian managed 18 strikes, Bai Chen had already achieved 36. With his current physical conditioning, 36 strikes were far from his limit, and he knew he could push further. As Xiaoyu arrived, he happened to witness Bai Chen's execution of the technique. Observing the marks left on the iron dummies, Xiaoyu swallowed hard. These dummies were crafted from special metals, requiring at least Soul Sage level power to inflict damage. Bai Chen's attacks, varying in depth, had completely severed the dummies, showcasing a terrifying level of strength. Is there something you need? Bai Chen suddenly halted and called out to Xiaoyu, who stood some distance away. Faced with the chilling expression of Bai Chen, imbued with the aura of the ferocious magic wolf, Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable sense of dread. In truth, Bai Chen felt a slight annoyance toward Xiaoyu. He despised being interrupted during training, and it was evident that Xiaoyu had crossed that line. Xiaoyu replied, "No, nothing important. I merely came to train." Oh. With that, Xiaoyu began his own training. After Xiaoyu departed, Bai Chen resumed his practice as the grand finals approached. The remaining 3 teams had been confirmed: the Spirit Hall team, the Shrek Academy team, and the 4 Elements Academy. This outcome mirrored the original storyline, and to be prudent, the Spirit Hall had consented to the merger with the 4 Elements Academy. Days later, during the grand finals, the 3 teams gathered at the competition venue. Bai Chen observed Xiao Wu among the Shrek Academy members and felt a twinge of curiosity. It was bold of her to appear here. Considering the presence of numerous titled Douluos, was she not afraid of being exposed? However, when Bibi Dong and her comrades arrived, their expressions remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's true identity. This piqued Bai Chen's interest. Perhaps Tang San had discovered a way to conceal Xiao Wu's aura, implying that she had confided in him about her identity as a soul beast. On stage, Bibi Dong surveyed the room and declared, "You 3 teams are the final elite representatives, having emerged from hundreds of esteemed academies. Each of you is a pillar of the continent's future." After an elaborate speech, she finally addressed the crux of the matter. The team that triumphs in this competition will be awarded 4 soul bones. With a wave of her hand, 4 soul bones materialized before the crowd. Upon seeing these, everyone was momentarily stunned. Bai Chen was particularly taken aback. Was it not supposed to be 3? How did it become 4? Yet, after a brief moment, he realized that the 4th soul bone was undoubtedly intended for him. Contemplating, Bai Chen's gaze shifted to the trunk bone. Trunk bone of the Shadow Wolf. Years, 55. 000 completeness. 85 compatibility. 90. Upon reviewing the attributes of this soul bone, Bai Chen swallowed hard. It was astonishingly valuable, surpassing even the 50,000 year old skull bone. Bibi Dong's willingness to present this soul bone as a reward was a testament to her high regard for him. Bibi Dong continued. These 3 soul bones were obtained from soul beasts slain by the previous pope, while this trunk bone was a fortuitous acquisition of mine a few years ago. All 4 soul bones are over 10,000 years old, with the skull and trunk bones reaching the remarkable age of 50,000 years. I believe you all understand the significance of a soul bone over 10,000 years for a soul master. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, everyone, including Bai Chen, fixated intently on the 4 soul bones. Flinder remarked, I never expected the spirit hall to be so generous, offering 4 soul bones. Yu Xiaojing added, no. These 4 soul bones are clearly intended for the 4 members of the golden generation. Spirit hall soul bones are not so easily obtained. Nodding in agreement, Flinder responded, Xiaojing. What do you think are the chances for our young prodigies to win the championship this time? Upon hearing Flander's words, Yu Xiaojing extended a finger and waved it before him. 1%. That seems rather insufficient, yet it is better than nothing, Flander remarked. Yu Xiaojing replied, Flander, you have misunderstood my intention. I mean, there is not even the slightest chance. As the conversation unfolded, representatives from all 3 sides were dispatched for the drawing of lots. And soon the results were revealed. The first match was between the Spirit Hall team and the 4 Elements Academy team, with the victorious side advancing to face Shrek Academy for a chance to compete for the vacant spot in the team battle. Bai Chen was not at all surprised by this outcome. On Shrek Academy's side, there was much rejoicing. This was the most favorable result for them. Originally, the plan was for the Spirit Hall to concede, allowing the 4 Elements Academy to battle Shrek Academy. However, Bai Chen was unwilling to yield. Despite his opposition, the other team members felt powerless, for within the team, he was the one in command. If Bai Chen did not wish to concede, none dared to voice dissent. Suddenly, an individual approached the stage and spoke to Bibi Dong. Upon hearing, she responded, Really? Very well, Your Holiness. She then decided to heed Bai Chen's wishes. Afterward, observing her team's situation, Bibi Dong shook her head in resignation. If Bai Chen did not wish to concede, so be it. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy would be futile. They would proceed as Bai Chen suggested. If they were to fail, the loss would be his. And even if they secured those 4 soul bones, the Spirit Hall could retrieve them easily. It was merely a small Shrek Academy. On the other side, having received Bibi Dong's consent, Bai Chen stepped forward, ready for a personal battle. He intended to take on all 7 members of the 4 Elements team, eliminating them all before facing Shrek. However, the 4 Elements Academy had just received the news that the Spirit Hall would not concede. Thus, as Bai Chen and Huowu took the stage, Huowu suddenly announced, Wait, we, the 4 Elements Academy, concede. Upon hearing their concession, Bai Chen frowned. They had escaped with the points. How infuriating. Shrek Academy felt a twinge of disappointment as well. This meant they would face the Spirit Hall team, which would be at full strength. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Xiaojing also declared, We, Shrek Academy, concede. With both academies conceding, this resulted in the Spirit Hall's team advancing unchallenged, while the 4 Elements Academy would face Shrek Academy, with the victor moving on to contest the championship against the Spirit Hall. Chapter 173, The Battle Against Shrek Academy in Response to the Outcome. The one most dissatisfied was Bai Chen. Such individual matches were rare, and this loss cost at least 10,000 points, a substantial blow. Though frustration coursed through him, Bai Chen had no choice. They surrendered, so be it. It was merely 10,000 points he could endure. The following day, Shrek Academy and the 4 Elements Academy arrived early at the competition venue. Bai Chen and his companions also made their way there. Driven by Bai Chen and Appo's desire to glean any knowledge he could. Naturally, he knew he could not master Tang San and Appo's Mystic Jade Hand or Ghost Shadow Misty Step. His primary interest lay in observing how they achieved the fusion technique. Surely, Huowu would employ it. With a glimmer of anticipation, Bai Chen settled into the VIP seats. Soon after, Shrek Academy unleashed their 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, obliterating the 4 Elements Academy in an instant. Bai Chen, while he had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but feel helpless. Why couldn't they save their ultimate move for the Spirit Hall? He yearned to witness the ring fusion technique. Yet, no amount of internal lamentation could alter the fact that the match was already concluded. That night, everyone gathered at the Papal Palace for a meeting. Upon his arrival, Bibi Dong greeted Bai Chen. You have come. Yes. Bibi Dong continued. We have devised a strategy to counter their 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. While they are charging, you simply need to disrupt their formation. Very well, Bai Chen responded, appreciating the simplicity and directness of the plan. Indeed, his speed was sufficient to dismantle their formation before they could successfully unite. Bibi Dong added, Bai Chen, I have another task for you. I wish for you to eliminate all of Shrek 7. Bai Chen was not surprised by her words. Although the tournament forbade killing, the Spirit Hall's brutal methods left them with no recourse. Unless Shrek 7 surrendered in time, Bai Chen doubted it would pose any challenge for him to defeat them, given his current strength. Nevertheless, he hesitated to agree immediately, as Ning Rongrong was indeed among Shrek 7. Bibi Dong inquired, "What is it, Bai Chen? Do you have an acquaintance among Shrek 7? Bai Chen nodded, replying, "Teacher, Ning Rongrong is the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect's leader. Even if it were an accident, it would not bode well for us to eliminate her." Bibi Dong contemplated for a moment before conceding, "Indeed. Now is not the optimal time to provoke the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Handle it as you see fit." Bai Chen acknowledged her words. He did not harbor particularly deep feelings for Tang San and the others. Although he did appreciate the simplified version of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow Tang San had given him. It had proven useful when dealing with Qianyi and those assassins. However, he decided to leave tomorrow's outcome to fate. If Tang San and the others could not hold out until surrender, there was little he could do. As for Dai Mubai and his companions, their relationship had deteriorated to such an extent that he no longer cared about their status as protagonists. If they were to perish, so be it. Gale Mei interjected, "Nana, Bai Chen, Yin, Xiaoyu, should you fail to secure the championship, you shall be sent to the Death Canyon for training." Upon hearing this, Hulaina and the others froze momentarily. Bai Chen exclaimed, "Really?" Gale Mei replied, "If you do not achieve victory, you will indeed be dispatched to a most dreadful place. Understand?" Bai Chen responded with enthusiasm, "All right." Seeing the excitement in Bai Chen's eyes, Bibi Dong and the others exchanged glances, realizing they had no leverage over him, regardless of victory or defeat. With that, they all retired for the night. The next day arrived, the day of the finals, with the Spirit Hall facing Shrek Academy. Soon enough, both teams congregated at the venue. Bai Chen surveyed his opponents and remarked, "We meet again. This time, Zhao Wujing will not rush in to save you." Dai Mubai, undaunted, locked eyes with Bai Chen, as if attempting to burn him with his gaze. The referee glanced between the two teams and declared, "The match begins." With that, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated their martial soul fusion techniques, while Tang Sen summoned his 8 spider lances. Bai Chen mused, "Going all out from the start. Are we? Well, this will certainly alleviate the monotony." Once both teams had their martial souls manifested, neither side rushed into combat immediately. Bai Chen was intent on teaching Dai Mubai and his companions a lesson, while Tang San and the others were excessively wary of Bai Chen, whose 5 soul rings exuded an aura of terror. Bai Chen's gaze fell upon Tang San's 8 spider lances, sparking a desire to test their capabilities against his own giant spirit tail. With that thought, a massive black tail appeared behind Bai Chen, extending several meters. Tang San momentarily froze at the sight of the enormous tail. Yu Xiaojiang, too, regarded Bai Chen with grave seriousness. Although they had long known he possessed an external spirit bone, they had never witnessed him utilize it. They had not anticipated that he would showcase it upon encountering Shrek Academy. Before the battle commenced, the pressure emanating from Bai Chen's lengthy tail was palpable for Tang San and the others. In an instant, Bai Chen surged forward, observing his movement. Hulaina and her companions refrained from rushing in, recalling Bai Chen's warning that some of his skills were indiscriminate. As Bai Chen acted, 2 beams of purple light emerged from Tang San's eyes, the purple extreme magic eyes allowing him to perceive Bai Chen's every motion. He whispered, "Ghost Shadow Misty Step." Bang! Bai Chen and Appo's attack unexpectedly missed its mark. "Ghost Shadow Misty Step, is it? How intriguing," Bai Chen commented. Tang San, prepare to witness something fascinating. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang San upon hearing Bai Chen's words. "Shadow Step," Bai Chen declared, instantly creating 5 clones of himself, his speed surging. In an instant, Tang San found himself surrounded by 6 Bai Chens. Unfortunately for Bai Chen, Tang San was not deceived by the clones. His purple extreme magic eyes recognized each one distinctly. Realizing this, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. Tang San proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Terrifying shriek. Since he could not land a hit, Bai Chen opted for a wide-ranging, indiscriminate attack to diminish Tang San's attributes and disrupt his focus. Even with Tang San's mental fortitude being several times that of others, he could scarcely withstand the direct assault of Bai Chen's terrifying shriek, nearly succumbing to madness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Chen unleashed Bone Spike. Given Tang San's physical prowess, enduring this attack head-on would likely lead to his demise. Chapter 174. Achieving Victory, the 3rd Soul Skill. Instant Teleportation. The 4th Soul Skill. Invincible Golden Body. Just as Tang San was about to be struck by Bai Chen, he was unexpectedly knocked aside by Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu herself was met with the full force of Bai Chen's bone tail. Fortunately, due to the invincible golden body, she suffered no harm. The reason Xiao Wu had reached level 40 was primarily due to the absence of the heartbroken red, as she had consumed other celestial herbs instead. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chen felt a tinge of helplessness, yet it was of little concern. The invincible golden body could only be used 3 times. After that, what would they use to defend themselves? In a mere 3 seconds, time flew by, and as the invincible golden body came to an end, Bai Chen threw a punch toward Xiao Wu. Although she quickly crossed her arms to block the attack, the disparity in strength was too great, causing her to be sent flying a considerable distance. After Xiao Wu defended against the attack directed at Tang San, he regained his senses just in time to see her being knocked back, causing a dramatic shift in his expression. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Tang San, Bai Chen smirked slightly. Indeed, concern begets chaos. Such a perceptive individual as Tang San lost his composure the moment Xiao Wu was in peril. While he would likely still engage in rational thought, his focus would undoubtedly shift entirely towards retaliating against Bai Chen. The 4th soul skill, Phoenix Crying Sky Strike. Roar. As Bai Chen repelled Xiao Wu, the attacks from the Yuming White Tiger and Ma Hongjun followed closely behind. Moonblade. In response to their assault, Bai Chen reacted swiftly. Bang. The opposing strikes collided, resulting in a small explosion. The 2nd soul skill, Parasite. The 3rd soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. Having just dealt with Dai Mubai and the Yuming White Tiger's attacks, Tang San unleashed his own barrage, providing no respite for Bai Chen. He was instantly ensnared by a multitude of blue-silver grasses. Observing this, Hulaina felt a moment of concern but refrained from coming to their aid. Although they referred to themselves as a team, Bai Chen preferred to operate independently, exhibiting a lone wolf mentality. Thus, the other 6 members of the Spirit Hall team merely watched from the sidelines. Black Moon's Song Wolf kill. In an instant, Tang San's control was broken. Bai Chen found himself liberated and noted that Hulaina and the others had not intervened. He breathed a sigh of relief. His request had also been an attempt to gauge his own strength, to discern the extent required to defeat the protagonist group. The 4th soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. In the moment Bai Chen broke free, he was once again ensnared by Tang San's soul skill. Upon seeing the cage before him, Bai Chen unleashed a powerful punch, shattering it effortlessly. The onlooking Yu Xiaojing stared, momentarily stunned. How could this be? Even a soul emperor should not be so easily escaped from Tang San's 4th soul skill. Why did Bai Chen shatter the blue-silver cage with a single blow? To what extent had his physical prowess reached? Tang San, equally astonished, watched the spectacle unfold. In his original strategy, he believed that even if Bai Chen were formidable, the blue-silver cage should have been able to hold him for at least 2 or 3 seconds. Yet now, it had barely lasted half a second. Bone Spike. Despite enduring such a barrage of attacks, Bai Chen's movements remained fluid. Ghost Shadow Step. Bang. Crack. Although Tang San evaded Bai Chen's onslaught with his Ghost Shadow Step, he could not escape Bai Chen's knee strike. Bai Chen's knee collided with the 8 spider lances, breaking one of its legs. The external soul bone is essentially an extension of the body, and the agony of having it brutally shattered is unimaginable. However, Tang San, with his indomitable will, bore the pain in silence. 7 Treasures Glorious. 2nd. Speed. A purple glow enveloped Tang San, and his speed surged dramatically, allowing him to retreat from Bai Chen's striking range. Noticing this, Bai Chen immediately dashed toward Ning Rongrong's direction. After all, this was a competition, and he could not allow Ning Rongrong to amplify their attributes uncontested. In an instant, a blue-silver grass appeared around Ning Rongrong's waist, swiftly pulling her away. Observing this, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. Tang San was indeed troublesome. Given this, he felt compelled to reveal a fraction of his power. The 4th soul skill, Demon Wolf Shadow Killing Array. As he spoke, a formation emerged with Tang San at its center, manifesting 11 Bai Chens, including his original self, at each of the 10 corners. Raging Storm Hammer Technique. Bang. Bang. With 11 successive strikes, Tang San managed to block 6 using the Haotian hammer, yet the remaining 5 landed squarely upon him. Due to the influence of Qingyang Gong, Bai Chen's soul power surged into Tang San's body, creating 5 massive wounds almost instantaneously. Even Tang San's extraordinary willpower faltered, eliciting 2 muffled groans, and the 8 spider lances behind him were completely shattered. Their brother. Witnessing Tang San's dire state, Xiao could not help but cry out. Yuming White Tiger Roar. Subsequently, the Yuming White Tiger charged recklessly at Bai Chen. Bang. Bai Chen extended both hands, blocking the White Tiger's charge, and was pushed back a short distance. Feeling the immense power of the Yuming White Tiger, Bai Chen smiled. The 5th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation. Upon uttering these words, Bai Chen's body swelled, reaching a height of 2.5 meters, with elongated claws and eyes radiating a bloodthirsty red light. Seeing this, Tang San and Apos, S heart sank. Mubai, Zuqin, be careful. Although Tang San warned them promptly, it was too late. Bai Chen and Apos, S fish struck the Yuming white tiger and Apos, S jaw, instantly disabling it. Following that, Bai Chen's bone tail lunged toward Zhu Zhuqing. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes in despair, as she had no means to defend herself. Xiao Wu was too far away to teleport in time to shield her from the impending attack. Puchi, the sound of bone-piercing flesh echoed. Yet Zhu Zhuqing felt no immediate change in her body. She opened her eyes to find a broad back shielding her. Zhu Zhuqing, Mubai. Bai Chen looked at Dai Mubai, whose hands had been impaled by his bone tail, with a hint of surprise. This fellow displayed a certain degree of gallantry, earning Bai Chen's respect. However, it was unfortunate that they stood on opposing sides. With a swift motion, Bai Chen withdrew his bone tail and prepared to finish off Dai Mubai. The third soul skill, instant teleportation. The fourth soul skill, invincible golden body. Hearing the familiar voice, Tang San looked up at Xiao Wu. Farewell. With that, Bai Chen struck Xiao Wu in the abdomen. Puff. Xiao Wu's eyes rolled back, and blood spewed forth as her body gradually crumpled to the ground. Simultaneously, a purple herb fell from her form. The moment the herb hit the ground, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, while Bai Chen revealed an understanding smile. Divine Concealment Flower effect. Wearing this flower allows one to perfectly conceal their presence. No wonder Xiao Wu could remain undetected without the heartbroken red. It was due to this. On the stage, Bibi Dong and the other title Douluo, including Yu Guan and Chen Xian, immediately recognized Xiao Wu's identity. However, they did not intervene right away. For this was a competition, and they were in the Spirit City, the territory of the Spirit Hall. Escape was not an option. A fragment of an 8-legged soul bone flew towards Bai Chen's face, leaving a wound upon impact. Instantly, the toxins from the human-faced demon spider spread throughout Bai Chen's body. However, he appeared largely unaffected, thanks to the attributes granted by the heavenly demon body and the bloodthirsty demon wolf. His resistance to poison was comparable to that of Tang San, rendering the venom almost ineffective. Bai Chen shifted his gaze towards Tang San, and in a flash, he materialized before him, his claws lunging forward towards Tang San's form. "We concede," exclaimed Yu Xiaojing in haste. Yet, his plea came too late. For Bai Chen's claws had already pierced through Tang San's body. As Bai Chen withdrew his claws, Tang San collapsed, rendered immobile. It no longer mattered. As Xiao Wu had already been exposed, today, none of Shrek's members would escape this place. Thus, Bai Chen ceased his assault. And Bibi Dong would not hold it against him, as he had already accomplished the majority of his mission, while others claimed to be unharmed. Both Dai Mubai and Tang San bore irreversible injuries. If Tang San could survive this ordeal, perhaps a second awakening of his martial soul might grant him a chance at recovery. However, Dai Mubai's hands were entirely ruined, having been perfectly pierced by Bai Chen. It would not be an exaggeration to label him as incapacitated. The Shrek team was thoroughly defeated by Bai Chen alone. Following Yu Xiaojang's surrender, Bibi Dong stepped forward, declaring, "I announce that the champion of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is the Spirit Hall team." She then presented their rewards, handing out 4 soul bones. Undoubtedly, these soul bones had already been designated to their rightful owners, Bai Chen, Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu, each receiving one. Though Hulaina and her companions had not engaged in combat throughout the competition, Bai Chen had no intention of forcibly claiming their soul bones, as they were not particularly suited for him. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving victory in this match. Reward, 3,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side mission and obtaining the championship title. Reward, 100,000 points and 1 transferable soul bone, trunk bone. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. Acquiring the trunk bone meant that he could return to the Death Canyon to defeat Fu Jin and his companions, thus fulfilling Bibi Dong's assessment task. Chapter 175. The destruction of the evil wolf's core. As Bai Chen and his companions completed their reward collection, Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei exchanged glances. Bibi Dong then commanded, "Act. Capture her." In an instant, soldiers surrounded the Shrek 7 monsters. Witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojang and the others were taken aback. Yu Xiaojang exclaimed, "Bibi Dong, what is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do to our academy students?" Bibi Dong smiled faintly and replied, "What do I intend to do? Why would I target you? Perhaps you should inquire with your beloved disciple." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing glanced at Tang San, who hesitated before speaking. "Teacher, Xiao Wu, she is not human." "What?" Yu Xiaojing's face turned to one of astonishment. But he quickly came to terms with the revelation. Even if Xiao Wu was not human, she was still their kin and companion, which would change nothing. After some heartfelt exchanges between Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu, Bibi Dong and her group stepped forward. Meanwhile, Bai Chen observed the standoff between the Golden Iron Triangle and Bibi Dong's faction with little interest. He was already aware of the unfolding plot and felt no excitement. After all, he had become an adversary to the Shrek's 7 monsters, caring little for the lives of the others, except for Ning Rongrong, whom he knew somewhat better. He even wished to intervene, though he recognized he was not yet at the level to partake in such a confrontation. Soon, the Golden Iron Triangle began to falter. Yu Xiaojiang and his companions bore severe injuries, while Bai Chen continued gazing at the sky until he sensed something. Has it arrived? He murmured. Just then, a tremendous pressure emanated from the distance. Humph! A flower, a little ghost, and a pope dare to lay hands on my son and daughter-in-law. With that, Tang Hao appeared before them. Even Bai Chen felt breathless under the weight of this pressure. Subsequently, despite his injuries, Tang Hao rescued everyone. Is this Tang Hao? Bai Chen thought, observing the calmness that returned to the surroundings. Although only a few strikes had occurred, he recognized Tang Hao's immense power. Even injured, he was far from comparable to an ordinary title Douluo. After Tang Hao's departure, members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Shrek Academy, and others vacated Wuhan City. Inside the Pope's palace, the atmosphere remained relatively stable despite allowing Xiao Wu and the others to escape. After all, Bai Chen and his companions had secured victory in the tournament and received their awards. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong remarked, after absorbing the soul bones, your strength will significantly increase, and the dangers of the Death Canyon will diminish. Yin asked, what? Xie Yu added. Hu Laina questioned, what does that mean? Wasn't it said that only those who lost would go to the Death Canyon for training? Noticing their confusion, Yu Guan interjected, what's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? It was never stated that winning exempted you from going. Realizing the trap in the words they had overlooked, Bibi Dong clarified. Bai Chen need not go to the Death Canyon, he may decide for himself. Upon hearing this, the 3 regarded Bai Chen with envy, but soon recalled his solitary years in the Death Canyon and sighed. Perhaps for Bai Chen, the Death Canyon felt like home. Indeed, it was so. The soul beasts were adorable, the meat was delectable, their blood could be utilized for cultivation, and occasionally, a soul bone would emerge, making Bai Chen relish his time there. Bai Chen nodded and stated, I shall go to the Death Canyon for a period of training. Very well, Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Afterward, they permitted Bai Chen and the others to return while the title Douluo discussed matters concerning Tang Hao. Back in his room, Bai Chen retrieved the evolving trunk bone and commenced absorption. Within merely 15 minutes, he had fully absorbed it. He then took out the recently acquired 55,000-year trunk bone, along with the black-bellied forest dragon skull and several other soul bones obtained in the Death Canyon. As he examined these soul bones, Bai Chen hesitated. The reason he had refrained from absorbing them previously was their low compatibility, none exceeding 60%. After a few moments of contemplation, he resolved against absorbing these soul bones, deciding instead to reserve them for his family and companions. For now, he would focus on absorbing the trunk bone. With that thought, Bai Chen began absorbing the trunk bone rewarded by Bibi Dong, and soon a wave of exhilarating energy enveloped him. This sensation of power enhancement was utterly addictive. Bai Chen felt as though he were soaring. 2 hours passed, and upon opening his eyes, he realized he had successfully absorbed the soul bone, true to its 50,000-year quality. His level had surged to level 55, leaping 2 ranks in one go. Just days prior, he had turned 14. This pace was nothing short of extraordinary. If this continued, he might surpass title Douluo before reaching 20. Pondering, Bai Chen examined the soul bone. Destruction, Evil Wolf, Trunk Bone, Years, 50,000 skills, Devour. Shadow of Destruction, Shadow of Destruction. Upon using the Shadow of Destruction, one can summon a formidable phantom. Indeed, each time a soul bone was fused, its age diminished, never reaching the sum of the 2 bones each. The skill descriptions were simple, yet Bai Chen understood their implications. He contemplated briefly before attempting a skill. Shadow of Destruction. Upon uttering the command, a towering wolf-headed phantom wielding a spear manifested behind Bai Chen, mirroring his every movement, akin to a miniature version of the celestial manifestation. As he reflected, Bai Chen rested in the Wuhuan Palace for 2 days. 2 days later, in the Pope and Apos' palace, Bai Chen declared, Teacher, I wish to go to the Death Canyon. When I reach level 60, I intend to leave the Wuhuan Palace and venture into the world. Is that permissible? Hesitating for a moment, Bibi Dong nodded and replied, Very well, but first, I would like to take you to a certain place. You are unlike ordinary individuals. At level 60, you will undoubtedly pass the assessments there. Bai Chen suspected that the location Bibi Dong referred to as the City of Slaughter, yet he maintained a facade of mild confusion. Noticing Bai Chen's expression, Bibi Dong gently caressed his head and said, Bai Chen, do you harbor any resentment towards the Wuhuan Palace? Teacher, why do you ask? Bai Chen inquired. Bibi Dong continued, because we essentially forced you to come here. Bai Chen shook his head, stating, if Grandpa Yuguan hadn't saved me back then, I might have perished at the hands of Douluo. My life was granted by the Wuhuan Palace. How could I harbor hatred? His words were sincere. Douluo's eccentric nature posed a genuine threat. And had Yuguan and the others not arrived, he would have had no chance to escape. Thus, if the Wuhuan Palace were ever in peril, he would lend his aid. After listening to Bai Chen, Bibi Dong scrutinized him for several seconds before conceding. Very well, let us consider your words as truth. Bibi Dong understood that Bai Chen was not as naive as he appeared. She had previously contemplated designating Bai Chen as the Holy Son, envisioning a future where he and Hulaina would vie for the position of Pope, intertwining Bai Chen with the Spirit Hall. However, it was evident that if she were to proclaim Bai Chen as the Holy Son at this juncture, it would create the impression that Hulaina had been forsaken by the Pope, rendering her position within the Spirit Hall precarious. As the Pope, she bore the weight of numerous considerations, leading her to hesitate and ultimately refrain from bestowing the title upon Bai Chen. After all, Hulaina inspired greater trust in Bibi Dong compared to Bai Chen. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. Realizing that Bibi Dong did not fully place her faith in him and still harbored significant doubts, noticing Bai Chen's silence, Bibi Dong remarked, Bai Chen, if in the future your strength surpasses the Spirit Hall's control, what will you do? Bai Chen replied, I do not know. But I will not act against the Spirit Hall. Teacher, what troubles you today? He continued, if the Spirit Hall does not trouble me, I will not retaliate. And I shall repay the Spirit Hall for its life-saving grace. Bibi Dong responded, is that so? Very well, I shall not press you further. That day is still far off. Just consider that I have said nothing today. Bai Chen simply acknowledged her with an "oh" before departing. As he stepped out of the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen took a deep breath. If Bibi Dong were to take action against him, he would find himself ill-equipped to counter her. He realized he must hasten his cultivation. If the day ever came when Bibi Dong truly aimed to harm him, and he had yet to grow strong enough, the consequences would be dire. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen left the Spirit Hall and made his way towards the Death Canyon. Later that night, Bibi Dong sat alone in her chamber. Troubled by the myriad of recent events, the re-emergence of the Haotian Douluo, and the complexities surrounding Bai Chen. Although she wished to trust Bai Chen, her position precluded her from doing so entirely. Lost in thought, her gaze fell upon the organ that Bai Chen had gifted her. Recalling his earlier suggestion, if you feel troubled, why not play a piece? She approached the instrument and began to play. Soon, the air filled with enchanting melodies. As the piece concluded, Bibi Dong's spirits were notably lifted. Very well, I shall trust you this time, you little rascal. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was nearing the Death Canyon, when suddenly, a voice called out, who goes there? Show yourself. Chapter 176. The Duel with the Soul Douluo. Upon finishing his words, an elderly figure materialized before Bai Chen. Gazing at the old man, Bai Chen's expression hardened. It is you. Indeed, did you not anticipate it would be me? The elder standing before Bai Chen was none other than the Soul Douluo who had previously accompanied Davis. Although Bai Chen was not entirely surprised by the appearance of his adversary, he had inferred earlier that Davis intended to strike against him. He merely did not expect it to occur in such an unsuitable location. Bai Chen remarked, I had indeed suspected you. But I did not foresee that you would choose to act in such an inappropriate place at this moment. Perplexed, Long Yu inquired, what do you mean? Why is now not a suitable time to engage? Bai Chen, feeling disinclined to respond, considered Long Yu's lack of foresight. Was it not obvious that before initiating an attack, one should ascertain whether a tidal Douluo was stationed nearby? The ghost fish Douluo was indeed present in this vicinity. Should he send out a distress signal to the Spirit Hall, the ghost fish Douluo could arrive in less than a minute. As for Bai Chen's strength, holding out for that duration was not a formidable challenge. He even contemplated vanquishing this Soul Douluo. Infuriated by Bai Chen's condescending gaze, Long Yu, who had always been of lesser intellect and had made numerous enemies, could hardly bear to be regarded in such a manner. You insolent brat! You seek death! Long Yu bellowed. Dragon Shadow Spear, manifest. With that, a long spear entwined with golden dragons appeared in Long Yu's grasp, accompanied by 8 soul rings of varying hues. Bai Chen's expression shifted. While the soul ring configuration was not optimal, it was still formidable. The moment the Dragon Shadow Spear emerged, he felt an indescribable pressure. The full force of a Soul Douluo. Quickly, he activated his enhancement skill. Rice Cake. Manifest. Demonic Wolf Domain. Instantly, 5 wolf spirits materialized beside him, and a rice cake-shaped tattoo adorned his body, augmenting his attributes significantly and countering the pressure emanating from Long Yu. This was a domain. Stunned by the sight of the 5 wolf spirits, Long Yu could hardly believe it. Bai Chen possessed a domain skill. Just how many hidden talents did this individual possess? Fifth soul skill. Dragon Abyss. Long Yu, unwilling to waste time, unleashed his 10,000-year soul skill, hoping to avoid any unforeseen complications. A spirit dragon composed of soul energy surged toward Bai Chen. Shadow Step. Bai Chen opted not to confront the attack head-on, evading it instead. However, dodging a Soul Douluo's assault was no simple feat, and Bai Chen's arm was grazed. With a slight wince, Bai Chen retreated, relieved that he had narrowly avoided a more serious injury. Fifth soul skill. Bloodthirsty demonic wolf transformation. His body swelled, further enhancing his attributes. First soul skill. Frenzied assault. With that, Bai Chen launched a punch toward Long Yu, while the 5 wolf spirits charged forth as well. Humph. Mere trifles. Long Yu scoffed, disdainful that Bai Chen would employ his first soul skill against him. He thrust his spear forward, intending to effortlessly deflect the attack. However, with a resounding impact, Bai Chen's fist collided with Long Yu's weapon, producing a bone-cracking sound. It was essential to note that Bai Chen's physical prowess was akin to that of a spirit beast over 60,000 years old, far superior to the average Soul Douluo. Long Yu, merely an 81st level Soul Douluo, was unprepared for such a direct hit. His right hand shattered upon impact, the dragon shadow spear clattering to the ground as Long Yu's arm hung limply, devoid of strength. Racked with pain, Long Yu could hardly comprehend why this seemingly insignificant soul king possessed such overwhelming power. In a rush, he exclaimed, 7th soul skill. Dragon Shadow True Form. A colossal spectral dragon shadow spear manifested behind him as he wielded it with his left hand, thrusting it menacingly toward Bai Chen. 6th soul skill. Lone Wind Chase. With gritted teeth, Long Yu unleashed this move, knowing his right hand was nearly incapacitated. The significance of one's hands to his spirit master was undeniable, and he now harbored a deep resentment toward Bai Chen. Observing the unfolding scene, Bai Chen swiftly declared, Shadow of Oblivion. A wolf-headed figure wielding a spear appeared behind him. Black Moon Culling Wolves. Bai Chen spun like a top, the spectral figure mirroring his movements, both wielding their spears. With each sweep, they unleashed a flurry of crosswind blades toward Long Yu, who managed to negate the initial strikes. However, it was only on the 49th blade, the final attack Bai Chen could muster, that he successfully disrupted Long Yu's soul skill. Long Yu, even in his true martial form, could hardly accept that he had not obliterated Bai Chen with his 8th soul skill. 8th soul skill. Dragon King's earth-shaking thrust. With a powerful flourish, Long Yu swung his spear in a wide arc before thrusting it forward, a massive dragon specter surging toward Bai Chen. As this attack manifested, a dark cloud obscured the moon overhead. Bai Chen, acutely aware of the phenomenon, responded, Moon Blade Slash. He swung his right leg in a manner reminiscent of his earlier attack, each motion growing in intensity as the moon illuminated the night sky, enhancing the potency of his moon blade. On this night, the full moon bestowed its maximum strength upon his abilities. With each successive slash, Bai Chen's assaults grew increasingly formidable, successfully countering Long Yu's 8th soul skill. Nevertheless, he felt his strength waning. The exertion was sapping his soul power rapidly. For the first time, he experienced such a sensation. Truly, the Soul Douluo had pushed him to his limits. Long Yu, too, was feeling the strain from his consecutive, resource-draining soul skills. Yet, observing Bai Chen's condition, he recognized he held the advantage. Chapter 177. Slaying Long Yu with the Dragon Shadow Spear in hand, Long Yu charged forward. However, at some unknown moment, a signal flare shot up from behind Bai Chen. Observing this spectacle, Long Yu was momentarily stunned, despite his lack of intelligence. He recognized that the object Bai Chen had just released was a signal flare, a plea for assistance in the face of defeat. Long Yu thought to himself, is this a game I cannot partake in? Yet, even with this realization, he harbored intentions of continuing his assault on Bai Chen. The martial Soul City was still quite a distance away, and he believed that even a title Douluo would take time to arrive unless a Soul Douluo or title Douluo happened to be passing nearby to respond to the signal and save Bai Chen. Otherwise, Bai Chen's demise today was inevitable. Even Bibi Dong could not intervene. 4th soul skill. Dragon Shadow Thrust. Devil Possession. Seeing Long Yu charge at him once more, Bai Chen could no longer afford to hesitate. He activated his Devil Possession, otherwise, he would soon find himself lifeless. Upon uttering these words, an astonishing aura of bloodlust enveloped Bai Chen, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. 1st soul skill. Frenzied Assault. In no time, Bai Chen met Long Yu's attack head-on. Witnessing the transformation in Bai Chen, Long Yu was at a loss for words. How many hidden cards did Bai Chen possess? Why was it that every time he felt on the verge of defeating his opponent, Bai Chen always revealed something new? Long Yu was plagued by the unsettling sensation that he could never truly eliminate Bai Chen. 1 minute later, the ghost fish Douluo arrived. Logically, even with a distress signal, Ghostfish should not have responded so promptly. However, after the explosion of the signal flare Bai Chen had released, a character resembling Chen appeared, indicating it was Bai Chen's exclusive signal. Upon seeing this, Ghostfish rushed over immediately. Long Yu gazed upon the titled Douluo before him, his expression darkening. He now understood why Bai Chen had declared that this moment and place were not conducive for his assassination. It was clear that a titled Douluo was nearby. As Ghostfish approached, Bai Chen dispelled his various transformations. His body weakened, nearly collapsing under the strain. Bai Chen's soul energy was depleted by 95%, leaving him in a state of severe exhaustion. If Ghostfish had arrived even a few minutes later, Bai Chen would have been unable to endure. However, Long Yu was not in much better shape, having continuously utilized various soul skills and even his martial soul true body. He too would soon find himself in a worse condition once the effects of his martial soul true body wore off. Realizing Ghostfish and Appo's arrival signified the end of his chances to kill Bai Chen, Long Yu turned to flee. Witnessing this, Ghostfish declared, third soul skill, Deep Sea Demon Blade. With a swift motion of his hands, two deep blue water blades surged toward Long Yu. In an instant, Long Yu's legs were severed. Falling to the ground, Long Yu's body lay motionless as Ghostfish rushed over to retrieve him. Bai Chen, are you alright? He inquired. Bai Chen shook his head. I am fine, thank you, Ghostfish. You need not thank me. What do you intend to do with him? Upon hearing Ghostfish's question, Bai Chen replied, naturally. I shall kill him. Shouldn't we interrogate him first? Ghostfish probed. There's no need. He is the crown prince of the Star Do Empire, a sole Douluo beside Davis. Oh, then you may proceed. Vent your frustrations. Very well. Listening to their conversation, Long Yu felt a surge of terror as he realized his fate was sealed. Bai Chen brandished a pufferfish poison dagger and approached Long Yu, who desperately pleaded for mercy. No, please don't kill me. Spare my life. Without hesitation, Bai Chen thrust the dagger into Long Yu's throat. Long Yu's pupils dilated momentarily before his eyes slowly closed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain an 81st level soul Douluo. Reward, 150,000 points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen exhaled with relief. It was gratifying to discover that a soul Douluo yielded such a bounty. His previous efforts had not been in vain. Noticing Bai Chen's weakened state, Ghostfish suggested, why don't you rest at my place for the night? Tomorrow, we will formally enter the Death Canyon. All right, thank you, Ghostfish. With that, Bai Chen rested at Ghostfish's location for the night. Meanwhile, Ghostfish promptly dispatched someone to inform Bibidong of the assassination attempt on Bai Chen. The following day, early in the morning, Bai Chen arose and returned to the Death Canyon. He immediately inspected his cave, and upon finding it intact, he sighed in relief, thankfully. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower was still there, indicating that no one had intruded. The blood pool was still filled with ample beast blood, sufficient for Bai Chen's cultivation for a time. Next, he aimed to defeat Fu Jin and his companions to complete Bibidong's trial before pursuing other endeavors. With this in mind, Bai Chen stripped himself bare and, after a long hiatus, entered the blood pool, intending to practice the heavenly demon body. The heavenly demon body comprises 9 levels, and he had only reached the 4th. To cultivate it to the 9th level would likely prove as challenging as ascending to divinity itself. 3 hours later, Bai Chen emerged from the blood pool, invigorated, consuming 600 pounds of beast blood in a single session. Bai Chen realized that his rate of consumption might soon outstrip his ability to acquire beast blood. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Do Empire, a Bing had heeded Bai Chen's instructions and established a modest beginner's soul master academy. Besides gathering orphans, the academy would also enroll ordinary students to sustain daily operations. Upon graduation, the orphans would join Bai Chen's sect, while the newly admitted students would be given the choice to join, depending on their own desires. On the other side, the Star Luo Empire was developing similarly to the Heaven Do Empire. A few days later, Bai Chen opened his eyes and headed in the direction of Fu Jin and his companions. Today, he would defeat Fu Jin and finally complete this long-standing mission. Meanwhile, Hulaina and her group had also entered the Death Canyon and were approaching Fu Jin's territory, anticipating a timely encounter with Bai Chen. Half an hour later, Bai Chen arrived at Fu Jin's camp and was surprised to find Hulaina and her companions there. Sister Nana, did you all enter the Death Canyon today? After Bai Chen spoke, Hulaina nodded in affirmation. Why are you here, Bai Chen? Hulaina asked. I have come to challenge Fu Jin and his group. Bai Chen replied. He then declared, I believe I am now capable of challenging all 10 of you at once. Upon hearing this, Fu Jin and his companions exchanged astonished glances. Clearly, Bai Chen had experienced a significant power increase during the tournament. Otherwise, he would not dare to challenge them all at once, as the disparity seemed too great. With that, Bai Chen and Fu Jin's group proceeded to the battlefield. followed by Hulaina and Xiaoyu, who were curious to witness the unfolding event. As both sides activated their martial souls, Hulaina and the others gulped at the sight of Fu Jin's group, which boasted 60 soul rings. Given their current positioning, it appeared that Bai Chen genuinely intended to take on all 10 of them alone. Without delay, Fu Jin's team sprang into action. 2 support-type Soul Masters immediately enhanced their allies, while the Control-type Soul Master took charge of the battlefield. The Agility-type Soul Masters patrolled, the Defense-type Soul Masters shielded their comrades, and the Assault-type Soul Masters stood at the forefront. At first glance, Fu Jin's formation seemed flawless, devoid of any vulnerabilities. Bai Chen concealed himself, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. The 10-person team was far more formidable than he had anticipated. However, that was of no concern. Bai Chen would not be deterred by their numerical advantage. Magic Wolf Domain. Shadow Step. As the words were spoken, 5 wolf spirits and 6 figures of Bai Chen emerged onto the scene. Among them, only one was the genuine Bai Chen, making it appear as though he outnumbered them. Observing this spectacle, Hulaina and the others furrowed their brows. A domain. It was indeed a domain. It dawned on them that Bai Chen had yet to unleash his full power during the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. With this realization, they swallowed hard. Subsequently, the 5 wolf spirits and the 6 figures of Bai Chen charged forth simultaneously. Unlike Tang San, who possessed the purple extreme demon eye, Fu Jin and the others were unable to discern which was Bai Chen's true form, leaving them helpless as each could only confront one opponent. Fu Jin swung his blood blade towards one of Bai Chen's avatars, but the figure deftly evaded the attack with a twist. Witnessing this, Fu Jin's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that Bai Chen's avatars possessed combat capability? If so, defeating Bai Chen would be an even greater challenge. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from not far away. It was the voice of Lung Feng. Bai Chen's full-force strike had landed upon him, and Lung Feng was unable to withstand the blow. In an instant, Bai Chen had vanquished a member of their team, quickly retreating to observe Fu Jin and the others from the shadows. Seeing Bai Chen's maneuver, Fu Jin could only manage a bitter smile. This was excruciating. They had no means to counter Bai Chen's tactics. If Bai Chen were to remain aggressive after defeating one opponent and continue the fight, they might have a chance to encircle him. But now, with Bai Chen striking and then retreating, despair loomed over them. Watching Fu Jin and his companions, who were entirely focused, Bai Chen did not rush to attack. Instead, he comfortably concealed himself behind a stone pillar, resting while quietly awaiting the recovery of his soul power. Simultaneously, he scrutinized Fu Jin and his companions for any signs of vulnerability. The moment they revealed even the slightest opening, Bai Chen would spring into action. Before long, an hour had slipped by, and Bai Chen still made no appearance. As this battle bore no time constraints, he could afford to prolong the engagement indefinitely. To be honest, Fu Jin and his comrades were currently in great anguish, yet they dared not allow the 2 agile attack-type Soul Masters to stray too far, for if either were isolated, they could be swiftly overwhelmed by Bai Chen. Chapter 178. Advanced Mysterious Lottery, Advanced Blood Servant, Shadow of Destruction. As he spoke, a shadow of a wolf-headed figure wielding a spear materialized behind Bai Chen. Observing the apparition, Bai Chen suddenly realized it resembled a stand attack. Indeed, his Shadow of Destruction bore a striking resemblance to a stand. This time, Bai Chen's objective was clear. However, he launched a surprise attack while they were mentally fatigued, coupled with his inhuman speed, resulting in the swift elimination of 2 agile attack-type Soul Masters. From a team of 10, only 7 remained. Bai Chen then retreated once more. Upon witnessing this scene, Fu Jin furrowed his brow. If this continued, they would succumb to a slow death. They could no longer afford to defend. Once Bai Chen's soul power recovered, their defeat would be inevitable. Realizing this, Fu Jin instructed, Haiwa, Huangya, you 2 guard the rear while the 3 of us take the initiative. It was evident that everyone understood the dire situation. They had a slim chance if they fought back, but if they remained on the defensive, it would truly be the end. Observing this, Bai Chen smiled. This was advantageous for him, allowing him to save time. As Fu Jin and his group moved approximately 30 meters, Bai Chen sprang into action, targeting the support and control-type Soul Masters at the rear. Seeing this, Fu Jin shouted, quick, stop him. Just as they prepared to rush towards Bai Chen, a wolf spirit lunged at them, knocking Fu Jin down, and the other 2 met a similar fate. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already reached his destination. Just as Haiwa was about to unleash his soul skill, Bai Chen was faster. With a swift strike of his bone tail, he knocked Haiwa unconscious. 6th soul skill, Light of Assistance. 4th soul skill, Vine Piercing Strike. 6th soul skill, Ghost Slash. The remaining 3 attacked Bai Chen simultaneously. However, it was futile. Their attacks were too slow to connect. Just as they prepared to strike again, Bai Chen had already dispatched the support-type Soul Master with 2 swift claws, then vanished from the scene. On the other side, Fu Jin and the others finally dealt with the wolf spirit, but upon returning, Bai Chen had already escaped. Watching Bai Chen, who appeared like a phantom, Lina and the others were drenched in cold sweat, he was terrifying. If they were to face such a Bai Chen, they would have been defeated long ago. Now, only 5 remained on the field, and a standard defensive strategy would undoubtedly lead to their loss against Bai Chen. Fu Jin, in desperation, decided to split into 2 teams to search for Bai Chen. In an instant, one moment of negligence led to Bai Chen defeating another member. An hour later, Fu Jin looked at the claw marks on his neck and said, "You win, Lord Bai Chen." Hearing Fu Jin's words, Bai Chen released his grip and replied, "Thank you for your assistance during this time. I may not return as I intend to cultivate deep within the Death Canyon." Having concluded their task, Fu Jin and the others returned to report. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest, BB Dong's Trial. Reward, 50,000 points, advanced lottery attempts x3. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Chen paused momentarily. Advanced lottery? He had yet to try it. This could be interesting. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful use of the advanced mysterious lottery. You have obtained 40,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful use of the advanced mysterious lottery. You have obtained advanced blood servant x1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful use of the advanced mysterious lottery. You have obtained soul evolution potion x10. Pleased with the notifications in his mind, Bai Chen found the advanced blood servant intriguing. Having seen how impressive the low-tier blood servants were, he was curious what formidable being this advanced blood servant would manifest. Lost in thought, a slender figure appeared before Bai Chen. Upon seeing the individual, Bai Chen found it difficult to look away. He was at a loss for words to describe the person before him. Phrases like the beauty that eclipses the moon or the charm that causes fish to leap and birds to fall seemed inadequate. The only flaw was that the chest was somewhat flat, but that was inconsequential. Beauty sufficed. If he were to describe it in 2 words, aside from exclamations of surprise, Bai Chen could think of no other terms. However, 3 seconds later, Bai Chen's expression froze. He coldly inquired, "Why are you a male?" I recall a prior blood servant mentioning that our male hosts typically only have female blood servants, right? Noticing the subtle protrusion, Bai Chen questioned. The male blood servant's face flushed as he replied, "Master, that rule only applies to low-tier and mid-tier blood servants. Our advanced blood servants are not bound by such restrictions. Moreover, as you know, some hosts have unique preferences, which is why we advanced servants can be of either gender." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's face darkened. Though he quickly regained his composure, a male was acceptable. In fact, it might be more convenient, as cohabiting with certain females could be quite cumbersome. Bai Chen took a deep breath and asked, "All right, I understand. What is your name?" The blood servant replied, "Master, I do not possess a name. Advanced blood servants are nameless. Please bestow upon me a name." Bai Chen retorted, "Do I really have to name you?" After pondering for a moment, he took a couple of steps forward and scrutinized the figure. With such a pale and delicate appearance, it was unusual for a male to look like this. Then, recalling his relatives, there was Bai Yang, Bai Xing, but no Bai Yu. He decided to name this one Bai Yu. "You shall share my surname, Bai, and your name will be Bai Yu." "Thank you for granting me a name, master," Bai Yu said, visibly delighted. Although Bai Chen's choice of name was rather uninspired, Bai Yu seemed pleased. As he contemplated, Bai Chen examined Bai Yu's attributes. Name, Bai Yu. Age, 15 level, 31 martial soul, blood azura, top-tier martial soul, cultivation aptitude, 25. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback by Bai Yu's attributes. This aptitude was remarkably high. One typically required innate soul power of 9 to possess such a level of cultivation aptitude. Moreover, at just 15 years old, Bai Yu had reached level 31, wielding a top-tier martial soul. It was worth noting that a Bing and her companion, both aged 20, only reached level 30. And their martial souls were merely mid-tier, a stark contrast to Bai Yu's superiority. It was indeed regrettable that Bai Yu was male. Bai Chen had been genuinely captivated. However, Bai Chen had no immediate tasks for Bai Yu, so he opted to remain silent for the time being. Subsequently, he resumed his cultivation, while Bai Yu obediently observed. After a while, Bai Chen found Bai Yu's gaze somewhat overwhelming and said, "Bai Yu, when you have nothing to do, you can practice or tidy up the room." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Yu eagerly nodded, replying, "Yes, master." He then proceeded to clean the cave. With Bai Yu gone, Bai Chen finally found some peace and resumed his cultivation. Considering Bai Yu's age and talent, he surmised that Bai Yu could become a valuable ally in the future. Suddenly, Bai Chen called out to Bai Yu, who was cleaning, "Bai Yu, can your blood servants cultivate the techniques I am currently practicing?" While tidying up, Bai Yu promptly responded. No, master. The techniques you possess are exclusively designed for you. Only your physique can utilize them. In the entire world, you are the only one capable of practicing these techniques. Aside from the cultivation techniques, everything within the system that you can utilize has been meticulously designed for your unique constitution. Others cannot use it, and even if they attempted, the effects would be minimal, resulting in a sluggish progression in their training, perhaps rendering them incapable of mastering even a single technique. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Chen suddenly realized why the system had marked certain features as exclusive to the host. He had previously thought that sharing them with others would incur some form of punishment. In fact, they had been specifically tailored for him alone. All right. I have finished my inquiries. After you complete your cleaning, come find me outside, Bai Chen instructed. Yes, master, Bai Yu replied respectfully. After saying this, Bai Chen exited. He intended to cultivate Bai Yu's combat abilities. After all, such a remarkable talent would be wasted if not utilized in battle. Bai Chen planned to dedicate an hour each day to instructing Bai Yu. Before long, Bai Yu emerged after finishing the cleaning, standing respectfully before Bai Chen. You will first engage in a match with me, so I can assess your practical combat skills, Bai Chen declared. Yes, master, Bai Yu responded, summoning his martial spirit, manifesting 3 soul rings in hues of yellow and purple. First soul skill, Azura Possession. With that, Bai Yu charged towards Bai Chen. Observing Bai Yu's approach, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. His footwork was unsteady, and his movements overly flamboyant, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Was this the combat proficiency of a high-tier blood servant? Contemplating this, Bai Chen swiftly seized Bai Yu's fist and struck his neck, causing Bai Yu to collapse to the ground. Are you jesting? I expect you to fight me with your full strength. Yes. Bai Yu understood the seriousness in Bai Chen's tone and immediately got back up. Third soul skill, Blood Shadow Azura Transformation. Upon uttering this, Bai Yu underwent a dramatic transformation. The previous softness in his demeanor vanished, replaced by a dark, ominous aura that was strikingly terrifying, and his movements became significantly more precise. Witnessing this transformation, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. However, Bai Yu was soon knocked down once more. Realizing the need to take this seriously, he acknowledged that he was not a match for Bai Chen. Subsequently, Bai Chen devised a training regimen for Bai Yu and returned to his own cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed. After spending this duration in the Death Valley, the beast blood in the blood pool had significantly depleted. Bai Chen assessed the situation and decided it was time to replenish the beast blood. This time, he intended to delve deeper into the Death Valley, seeking beast blood that had been aged for over 10,000 years. Chapter 179. The 3 Sovereigns of the Death Valley Noon. This is the hottest moment of the day, yet within the confines of Death Valley, the atmosphere remains as somber as ever. Bai Chen strides cautiously through the valley, ever attentive to the movements surrounding him. Despite his current strength allowing him to traverse Death Valley with relative ease, he understands that complacency could lead to unforeseen dangers, which is why he exercises such caution. Bai Yu, on the other hand, has been entrusted to guard their home, for this place is far too perilous for her. As Bai Chen delves deeper into the valley, the air grows increasingly murky, a metallic tang of blood intertwining with the atmosphere. His enhanced sense of smell allows him to detect this sin acutely. The odor emanates from all directions, indicating multiple slaughters. But the most potent stench arises from the depths of Death Valley. However, Bai Chen feels no discomfort. After all, he is accustomed to immersing himself in blood pools, and this faint scent is oddly pleasant to him. Before long, Bai Chen identifies his first target, an 8,000-year-old 2-spined salamander. This beast resembles a common salamander, save for the 2 protruding spines. As an 8,000-year-old soul beast, it is a worthy prize, and Bai Chen resolves to capture it. Just as he prepares to strike, an overwhelming aura suddenly envelopes him. In an instant, a massive purple vulture swoops down, dispatching the 2-spined salamander with alarming speed. Witnessing this, Bai Chen bolts in haste. Prior to entering Death Valley, Bibi Dong had warned him of 3 formidable sovereigns dwelling within, each possessing a lifespan exceeding 80,000 years, yet not quite reaching 100,000. They are fearsome entities indeed. She had cautioned Bai Chen that should he encounter any of these soul beasts, he must not hesitate to flee, for they are far beyond his current capabilities. The purple vulture before him is one of these sovereigns, the venomous vulture, a soul beast of terrifying prowess, surpassing even the manticore in quality. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Bai Chen hastens his escape. It is no jest to be pursued by such a creature. The venomous vulture notices him, but chooses to observe with a mocking gaze rather than immediately pursue. The 2-spined salamander, though sizable, is insufficient to sate the vulture's bloodlust. It relishes in tormenting weaker creatures like Bai Chen, which is evident in its demeanor. Bai Chen, recognizing the vulture's expression, feels a chill of apprehension. Swiftly, he decides that fighting is futile. Survival hinges solely on his ability to flee. The venomous vulture leisurely ascends into the sky, trailing Bai Chen, unconcerned about the slain salamander. Its presence deters other soul beasts, leaving the carcass unguarded. Noticing the vulture overhead, Bai Chen hesitates. The ghostly fish had previously provided him with a token. Shattering it would alert the ghostly fish to his peril, prompting its arrival. As he contemplates this, a new, terrifying aura approaches from ahead, causing Bai Chen's face to pale. A colossal serpent materializes before him. This is one of the three sovereigns of Death Valley, the blue phosphor serpent, a creature exceeding 85,000 years in age, surpassing the venomous vulture in longevity. Sensing one another, the vulture and the serpent momentarily disregard Bai Chen, fixating instead on each other. In their eyes, the other represents a far greater threat than the insignificant Bai Chen. Their mutual animosity is palpable, having narrowly escaped death at each other's hands on several occasions. It is no surprise that they would not coexist peacefully. Observing this standoff, Bai Chen retracts the token he was about to shatter. It appears he is momentarily safe. With this in mind, he stealthily slips away, leaving the two titans to confront one another. 15 minutes later, beside a cliff in Death Valley, Bai Chen employs his enhanced vision to monitor the unfolding confrontation. Unfortunately, the situation is not as he expected. Both creatures exhibit a degree of intelligence, refraining from immediate combat. Should they engage, only the final sovereign would benefit. After 2 hours of stalemate, they ultimately depart. Witnessing their withdrawal, Bai Chen's lips twitch in disbelief. Is this truly all? After waiting for 2 hours, he is left frustrated. With two sovereigns now present, Bai Chen resolves to avoid further ventures into Death Valley for the time being. The depths are far too perilous with these three beings lurking. As he prepares to leave, Bai Chen spots an enormous sky elephant approximately 300 meters ahead, estimated to be around 5,000 years old. He originally intended to refrain from hunting soul beasts below 10,000 years. Yet, having encountered two sovereigns, he recognizes the impending nightfall. Returning to his cave would be far safer. Though he begrudges the thought of pursuing a 5,000-year-old soul beast, he has little choice. Moreover, the sky elephant possesses a substantial amount of blood, sufficient for his cultivation needs. With this in mind, Bai Chen approaches the grazing creature. Suddenly, the sky elephant senses an ominous premonition. Soul beasts possess acute instincts, and upon sensing danger, it bolts in fear. Seeking to escape? Too late. Bai Chen's bone tail manifests, swiftly piercing the sky elephant's brain. With a resounding crash, the creature collapses. Bai Chen then approaches to gather its blood and materials. After completing his collection, Bai Chen begins his return journey. Along the way, he detects a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Bai Yu has prepared dinner. He cannot help but admire her culinary skills, which far surpass her combat capabilities. Upon sensing Bai Chen's return, Bai Yu rushes out to greet him. Master, you have worked hard. Nodding at her words, Bai Chen replies, you too have toiled. I have something to share. For the foreseeable future, I shall not delve deeply into Death Valley, so I will have more time to accompany you in your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu eagerly nods, yes, master. I understand. After dinner, Bai Chen dedicates himself to cultivation. Half a year later, Bai Chen opens his eyes, having reached the 56th level. He has finally achieved this milestone. After breaking through to the Soul King level, the energy required for cultivation has increased significantly. Despite his remarkable aptitude, rated at 60, he finds that he lacks ample time to cultivate his soul power, as he concurrently practices the heavenly demon body in the Serenity technique. As his strength gradually rises, the savage aura of the brutal demon wolf intensifies, becoming increasingly difficult to restrain. Thus, during this period, Bai Chen has further enhanced the Serenity technique to ensure he remains lucid and composed during combat. During this period, Bai Chen has acquired several soul bones, thereby enhancing the longevity of his soul bones. Now, the attributes of Bai Chen have undergone significant transformation compared to before. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 14 soul power, level 56 cultivation aptitude, 60, including Qingyang skill 10. Heavenly demon body 2, martial soul, brutal demon wolf martial soul quality, super martial soul rings, 5, frenzied assault 620, black moon song wolf kill 931, fearful shriek 2556. Shadow kill formation 10760, bloodthirsty demon wolf transformation 41300, soul bones, 3 hurricane howl moon right leg bone, 39,000, illusory wolf head bone, 7,000. Annihilation evil wolf torso bone, 53,000. Giant spirit tail external soul bone points, 680,000 special skills, divine eye, Qingyang skill, 3rd layer, tranquil mind technique, 3rd layer, shadow step, 3rd layer. Heavenly demon body, 4th layer, items, venomous dagger, pufferfish venom dagger, intermediate level upgrade pills 2, martial soul evolution potion 39, Skill Upgrade Pills 2. Primary Soul Ring Longevity Enhancement Pills 31. Intermediate Soul Ring Longevity Enhancement Pills 7. Divine Gift Soul Ring 1 Status. Enhanced Smell, Enhanced Vision, Enhanced Hearing. Enhanced Heart. In the past 6 months, he has amassed a substantial number of points and participated in several intermediate mysterious lotteries, winning various items, including martial soul evolution potions and longevity enhancement pills for soul rings. However, he cannot use these items just yet. If his first soul ring were to suddenly turn purple, he would find it difficult to explain the reason behind such an occurrence. Would he tell BB Dong that he discovered a divine legacy in the Death Canyon? That would be utterly absurd. After all, the Death Canyon has been under the control of the Spirit Hall for many years, and no divine relics have ever been found there. It is inconceivable that Bai Chen would find something upon his arrival. Thus, Bai Chen plans to wait until he reaches level 60 and ventures out before utilizing these Soul Ring Longevity Enhancement Pills. Reaching level 60 is not particularly challenging. Bai Chen only needs to advance 2 more levels. After achieving this, he will consume the upgrade pills to attain level 60. Due to the nature of these intermediate pills, he can only take 2. Additionally, Bai Chen has another task today, to assist Bai Yu in obtaining his 4th soul ring, especially after Bai Chen has helped him absorb 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, which has directly elevated Bai Yu to level 40. Let's go, White Moon. Yes, Master. White Moon promptly followed. Despite being a year older than Bai Chen, White Moon was noticeably shorter. Bai Chen, though only 14 and a half, had already reached a height of 175 centimeters, which enhanced his already handsome features. Or rather, he was in the prime of his youthful beauty. Bai Chen envisioned himself growing to at least 188 centimeters, at which point he would exude a more masculine charm, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. White Moon, on the other hand, at 15 and a half, stood at a mere 1 meter and 50 centimeters, the standard height for a yordle. Standing next to Bai Chen, he was nearly a head shorter, resembling a younger sibling, perhaps more like a sister, given White Moon's strikingly delicate features, which were only slightly less refined than Bai Chen's. His gentle appearance would easily lead one to mistake him for a girl. Bai Chen inquired, White Moon, you haven't ventured beyond the vicinity of the cave, have you? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, White Moon nodded. No, Master, I have not left the vicinity of the cave. Bai Chen replied, very well. It seems you have heeded my words. I should have informed you of the dangers of Death Canyon, which you must have gleaned from the auras emanating from the soul beasts that pass by. As we venture deeper, you must remain close behind me and alert me to any danger at once, lest I be unable to ensure your safety. Yes, Master, White Moon responded. Good. Let us depart, Bai Chen said, and the two proceeded towards the depths of Death Canyon. Due to the superior physique of blood servants compared to ordinary humans, Bai Chen had previously tested White Moon and determined that his 4th soul ring should ideally be between 8,000 and 9,000 years, which would likely be his limit. As they gradually penetrated deeper into Death Canyon, White Moon cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The path was littered with the cleanly gnawed bones of beasts, causing White Moon to shrink back slightly. Despite having been in Death Canyon for some time, he felt increasingly uneasy as they approached the canyon's depths. Soon, as the two reached the central perimeter of Death Canyon, Bai Chen halted their progress. All right, let us stop here. 8 to 9,000-year soul beasts, and even 10,000-year ones, may appear here. Beyond this point, the proportion of high-level soul beasts increases significantly. To err on the side of caution, we shall search around here. Understood, Master. White Moon readily agreed to Bai Chen's decision. With that, the two began to search the vicinity for soul beasts. Bai Chen's sharp eyes quickly spotted the hidden soul beasts in the area, but he found them unappealing. These soul beasts were only around 3 to 4,000 years old, and while some were suitable for White Moon, their age was far from his limit. Bai Chen would never settle for such a soul ring for White Moon. Half a day later, as Bai Chen observed the setting sun, he frowned. It seemed they would not find a suitable soul beast for White Moon today. The soul beasts they had encountered either had the right attributes but insufficient age, or the right age but incompatible attributes. In any case, Bai Chen was not satisfied. Subsequently, the two found a relatively safe place to spend the night. Soul beasts were more active at night, but Bai Chen observed that there were still no suitable soul beasts for White Moon. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the two arose early. Although they had made no progress the previous day, they did not lose heart. After all, it was only the first day, and it was normal not to find anything. Following that, Bai Chen and White Moon continued to search the vicinity for suitable soul beasts. Thus, Bai Chen and White Moon spent another day. It was not until the 3rd day that Bai Chen spoke. Let us proceed a little further. Although there are some 8 to 9,000-year soul beasts here, their proportion is still too small. We shall enter the next section of Death Canyon, where the level of soul beasts is much higher. We are certain to find one that suits you. Yes, yes. White Moon nodded eagerly upon hearing Bai Chen's words. With that, the two walked towards the depths of Death Canyon. Soon, in just about half a day, the two found a soul beast suitable for White Moon. Blood ape. Age. 8,500 years. Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the blood ape not far away. They had finally found a soul beast suitable for White Moon. Then, Bai Chen said, White Moon, what do you think of that fellow? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, White Moon nodded in agreement. With that, Bai Chen charged towards the blood ape. Because Bai Chen's intentions were too obvious, the blood ape quickly noticed Bai Chen charging towards it. The blood ape resisted at once. But a soul beast less than 10,000 years old could not possibly withstand Bai Chen. Before long, Bai Chen severed the blood ape's limbs and threw it in front of White Moon. Seeing the blood ape in front of him, defenseless, White Moon showed no pity. He took out his dagger and pierced the opponent's brain with a single stroke. Immediately, a deep purple soul ring appeared above his head. Seeing this, White Moon immediately began to absorb it. Seeing this, Bai Chen began to stand guard for White Moon. Soon, one 10,000-year soul beast after another appeared in front of Bai Chen, but after sensing Bai Chen's aura, they all chose to flee obediently. 3 hours later, White Moon was absorbing the soul ring with great difficulty. Bai Chen looked at White Moon with some concern. So much time had passed, but White Moon had not yet finished absorbing it. As expected, was his request too high? But since he had already made his choice, White Moon could only persevere. Soon, after another 2 hours or so, the expression on White Moon's face finally became more and more gentle. Seeing this, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that White Moon had successfully absorbed it. He was indeed a high-level blood servant. However, at this moment, Bai Chen looked up into the distance. A black giant wolf with an age of about 50,000 years appeared there. Seeing this black giant wolf, Bai Chen secretly thought it was bad. He recognized the other party's species at a glance. Different-tailed wolf, this is a very powerful soul beast. This kind of soul beast will grow an extra tail for every 10,000 years it improves. This different-tailed wolf in front of him has 5 tails. Obviously a 50,000-year soul beast. If it were normal times, Bai Chen would not choose to fight head-on with such a 50,000-year soul beast, but would choose to retreat. After all, a 50,000-year soul beast is already quite terrifying. Among 10,000-year soul beasts, 50,000 years is a threshold. If a soul beast's age reaches 50,000 years, it can be considered a top soul beast. Although it is only 10,000 years away from a 40,000-year soul beast. A 50,000-year soul beast and a 40,000-year soul beast are simply two different species. But now, White Moon is still absorbing the soul ring. It seems that he is about to succeed. It is not easy to obtain such a high-level blood servant. In addition, he has spent a full half a year with White Moon, and he still has some feelings for him. Bai Chen would naturally not give up on the other party easily. While thinking, Bai Chen stood in front of White Moon. At this time, the different-tailed wolf also discovered Bai Chen and White Moon. After seeing them, the different-tailed wolf swallowed. It had not seen humans for a long time. It had eaten people before. To this day, it still cannot forget the delicious flesh of humans. While thinking, its body had unconsciously moved. It did not know when, but it had already rushed in front of Bai Chen. As Bai Chen caught sight of his opponent, he immediately maximized his state. Rice Cake Possession. 5th Soul Skill. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation. Shadow of Obliteration. Demon Wolf Domain. Azure Sun Cloak. Frenzied Assault. Accompanied by a flurry of skills, the aberrant-tailed wolf, rushing towards Bai Chen, was jolted into awareness by the sudden surge of energy emanating from the human before it. With a resounding thud, Bai Chen's assault struck the wolf's head, causing it to veer slightly, leaving the creature momentarily dazed, though not severely harmed. Subsequently, Bai Chen brandished a venomous dagger alongside a pufferfish toxin dagger, thrusting them towards the aberrant-tailed wolf. With a sharp sound, both daggers pierced the creature's flesh, and the toxins swiftly began to spread within its body. However, despite the potency of these toxins, it was nearly impossible to poison a creature that had existed for 50,000 years. The immense pain inflicted by the venom instead ignited a furious response within the aberrant-tailed wolf. With a thunderous roar, the wolf's body swelled dramatically, and 5 tails surged towards Bai Chen like the grotesque entities from Tokyo Ghoul, as those tails served as its primary means of attack. Perceiving the impending onslaught, Bai Chen exercised extreme caution and deftly evaded the strikes. Though the aberrant-tailed wolf's speed was formidable, Bai Chen skillfully dodged each attack. The impacts against the ground creating a cacophony. 4th Soul Skill. Demon Wolf Shadow Killing Array. With this command, approximately 30 illusions of Bai Chen materialized around the aberrant-tailed wolf. The creature, momentarily bewildered, soon regained its composure as it reacted to the assault. Around 20 of Bai Chen's strikes were parried, yet over 10 landed squarely upon the wolf. leaving it with numerous wounds that began to bleed profusely. Observing this scene, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. He held no illusions of an instant victory. Such a formidable soul beast could only be gradually worn down. The agonizing sensations coursing through its body ignited the dire wolf's fury. While some of the wounds inflicted by Bai Chen were inconsequential, others had struck perilously close to vital areas, such as the abdomen and the posterior. In essence, the dire wolf was consumed by rage, the injuries to its sensitive regions driving it to near madness. Its 5 tails lashed out like a relentless barrage from a machine gun, relentlessly targeting Bai Chen. Shadow Step. Thanks to his elusive Shadow Step, Bai Chen had evaded every one of the dire wolf's attacks thus far. Instead, he had been gradually wearing it down, inflicting fresh wounds upon its body with each passing moment. Although the battle appeared to favor Bai Chen on the surface, the reality was that he had exhausted every skill at his disposal to amplify his attributes. The exorbitant consumption of his soul force with each passing second was immense. In truth, his condition mirrored that of his adversary. The victor would be determined solely by their unwavering resolve. After half an hour, Bai Yu successfully completed his absorption. Upon finishing, he beheld the sight of Bai Chen locked in a stalemate with the dire wolf. A wave of alarm washed over him. However, he refrained from rushing into the fray. He was merely a humble soul grandmaster, and a single flick of the dire wolf's tail could spell his demise. Reckless action would likely only burden Bai Chen further, accomplishing nothing else. Thus, Bai Yu remained rooted in place, abstaining from any intervention. Bai Chen, of course, noticed Bai Yu's successful absorption. He breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the latter's prudence. Thankfully, the lad isn't a fool. The dire wolf, riddled with injuries, was now contemplating retreat. However, the memory of the wounds inflicted upon its sensitive areas rekindled its wrath. With a furious roar, it lunged at Bai Chen once more, albeit with noticeably diminished speed. Observing its lumbering movements, Bai Chen chuckled. So much for a 50,000-year-old soul beast, charging headlong without assessing its own physical state. Truly, this dire wolf is a dimwit. Nevertheless, Bai Chen remained vigilant. After all, his own condition was far from ideal. Unlike the dire wolf, however, Bai Chen possessed self-awareness. As the dire wolf charged, Bai Chen formulated a plan of action in an instant. Shadow Step. With a swift Shadow Step, Bai Chen evaded the attack. Demonic Body Enhancement. Subsequently, Bai Chen activated his Demonic Body Enhancement, unleashing an astonishingly potent aura of sanguinary malevolence. Having evaded the dire wolf's assault, Bai Chen thrust his pufferfish poison dagger into the dire wolf's lower abdomen, slicing open a gaping wound. Viscera spilled forth from the creature's body. After staggering a few steps, the dire wolf collapsed. A black soul ring materialized above its head. Witnessing this, Bai Chen deactivated his martial soul enhancement and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Despite his exhaustion, Bai Chen did not forget to utilize his colossal spirit tail. He plunged it into the dire wolf's body, initiating the absorption of its essence. Instantly, the length of the 12-meter colossal spirit tail began to increase once more. 12, 5 meters, 13 meters, 13, 2 meters. Finally, it reached 15 meters before ceasing its growth. Then, to Bai Chen's astonishment, his colossal spirit tail began to bifurcate from the middle, splitting into 2 thinner colossal spirit tails. At this point, Bai Chen's colossal spirit tail had not yet fully absorbed the dire wolf, with both tails simultaneously piercing the dire wolf's body. Bai Chen's colossal spirit tails began to thicken. However, they had only just begun to thicken when the dire wolf was completely absorbed by Bai Chen. Beholding the 2 15-meter colossal spirit tails behind him, Bai Chen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his tail would split in such a manner. This development would undoubtedly enhance his lethality in future battles. After all, the destructive power of 2 tails far exceeded that of a single tail. He wondered if further divisions were possible. Bai Chen scrutinized his new tails. They were more resilient than before, and their strength was roughly the same. The 15-meter tails should have possessed greater power, but the division had likely diminished their strength somewhat. Nevertheless, this was not a major concern. By devouring more soul beasts, Bai Chen could augment the power of his tails. In addition, the dire wolf had yielded a 50,000-year-old left arm bone, a most welcome surprise. Even for Bai Chen, a 50,000-year-old soul bone was an extraordinary treasure. Should he acquire a left arm bone in the future, he could use this as an upgrade material. At this moment, Bai Yu finally approached, inquiring, "Master, are you unharmed?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Chen nodded. "I'm fine. This has been a fruitful endeavor. Let us return. Once we are back, you shall demonstrate your 4th soul skill to me. As you command, Master." With that, the two departed. On the way, Bai Chen examined the attributes of his newly acquired left arm bone. Dire wolf left arm bone, age, 50,000 years compatibility, 93% integrity, 42% aside from its integrity, this arm bone was virtually flawless. Unfortunately, its integrity was exceedingly low, a mere 42%. Soon, the two arrived back at the cave. Bai Chen declared, "Come, demonstrate your fourth soul skill to me." "Yes, master." With those words, Bai Yu instantly activated his martial soul enhancement. Bai Chen was pleased with Bai Yu's blood azure martial soul, regardless of other factors. The martial soul was rather impressive and resembled a human martial soul, making combat more convenient. Fourth soul skill, Blood Rain. As he spoke, a radius of approximately 15 meters around Bai Yu began to rain blood. Wherever the blood rain fell, vegetation withered and died instantly. A 10-year-old motley snake, unfortunately, found itself within the range of the blood rain. Upon contact with the blood rain, the snake was completely corroded. Witnessing this, Bai Chen gasped. This blood rain is terrifyingly potent. The blood rain persisted for a full 3 minutes before finally ceasing. Bai Chen inquired, "What is the energy consumption of this soul skill?" Bai Yu replied, "Master, this soul skill consumes approximately 30% of my current soul force." Only 30%. Bai Chen was surprised by this result. However, upon further reflection, it made sense, given that it was derived from an 8,500-year-old soul beast. By the way, does your blood rain possess any other attributes besides corrosion? Hearing Bai Chen's question, Bai Yu nodded hastily. Those who are drenched in the blood rain enter a state of blood poisoning. The more blood rain they are exposed to, the more severe the blood poisoning becomes. Individuals afflicted with blood poisoning experience a reduction in all attributes and expend more soul force when using soul skills. Blood poisoning, with toxic effects as well? In that case, this skill is quite formidable. Meanwhile, in the Douluo Empire, Davis sat in his mansion, listening to his subordinates report with satisfaction. Aside from Long Yu's failed assassination attempt on Bai Chen, Davis's other endeavors had progressed smoothly. After all, he had never expected the imbecile Long Yu to succeed in assassinating Bai Chen. He had merely attempted it with a trial mindset. Now, as expected, it had failed. Long Yu had even lost his life in the process. Davis had only 2 words to describe Long Yu: a fool. Aside from this matter, Daimyo Bai and Zhu Shuqing did not return to the Douluo Empire this time. After all, Daimyo Bai's hands had been pierced through by Bai Chen, rendering them virtually useless. A power-type soul master without hands is of little consequence. If Daimyo Bai were to return to the Douluo Empire now, he would surely face a gruesome fate at the hands of Davis. It was no longer feasible for him to navigate his situation as smoothly as in the original narrative. Consequently, Davis had nearly secured his position as the crown prince of the Douluo Empire. Naturally, he felt elated, especially since he had previously suffered defeat against Shrek Academy. Bai Chen had indeed alleviated a significant burden for him. However, despite this, he had not abandoned his intention to assassinate Bai Chen. The latter's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. And with his current rate of growth, he was likely to evolve into the legendary 99th level Peerless Douluo. A Peerless Douluo of such caliber would be exceedingly easy to eliminate. Even surrounding himself with titled Douluo as bodyguards would prove futile. As for the prospect of winning Bai Chen over, Davis had completely dismissed that notion. After all, Bai Chen had previously witnessed Long Yu's attempt to assassinate him, leaving Davis with little justification for any potential alliance. Before long, a soldier rushed in, reporting that an individual cloaked in a full-length cape had unexpectedly appeared at the entrance, requesting an audience. Upon hearing the soldier's words, a realization struck Davis, and he promptly commanded, "Quickly, invite him in." The soldier, not daring to delay, hurriedly went out to convey the message. Soon after, a figure clad in a cloak entered the room. Upon seeing him, Davis immediately instructed everyone leave. Ensure that no one approaches this place. "Yes, Your Highness," the attendants replied, promptly exiting the room, leaving only Davis and the cloaked figure. Once they were alone, Davis swiftly declared, "All right, the coast is clear. You may unveil your cloak now." Acknowledging Davis's words with a nod, the figure dramatically cast aside his cloak, revealing an elderly man with a benevolent visage before Davis. Staring in disbelief at the figure, Davis remarked, "So this is how you have aged. No wonder your identity has remained concealed all these years." Chapter 182, the title Douluo's Assassination. Bai Chen on the brink of death gazing at the benevolent elder before him, Davis was filled with astonishment. It is worth noting that this elderly figure was renowned in the Douluo Empire, a legendary assassin of the highest caliber, a title Douluo level killer. Upon hearing Davis's words, the elder suddenly smiled coldly, saying, "Prince Davis, let us discuss the matter at hand. Who is the target for my assassination?" Davis replied, "His name is Bai Chen, from the Spirit Hall. I believe you have heard of him." After Davis spoke, the elder nodded, "I am aware. Since the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies, Bai Chen has risen to fame, and indeed, I know of him." Subsequently, Davis produced a small pouch and tossed it to the elder, saying, "This is the deposit. Upon the successful completion of the task, I shall provide you with the remainder." Upon hearing Davis's words, the elder opened the pouch and glanced at the small spider within, nodding in satisfaction. Normally, he would not easily take action, especially not personally against a mere child who had yet to reach the Soul Emperor level. However, the reward offered by Davis was simply too enticing. The Ghost King Spider. A rarity even in the black market, combined with a millennium-level soul bone, were both items he desperately needed. Thus, he naturally agreed, as eliminating Bai Chen posed no significant challenge to him. Having concluded their discussion, the elder's figure flickered and vanished. Davis watched the departing figure with a smile, thinking that this would finally resolve the issue with Bai Chen. It was known that the elder had a staggering 99% success rate in his assassinations, having only failed once in his life, and that instance involved the Haotian Douluo. After leaving the Star Luo Empire, the elder gazed at the Ghost King Spider in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was taken aback that such a minor figure as Bai Chen could prompt Davis to offer such a generous reward as the Ghost King Spider and a soul bone. What enmity could exist between Bai Chen and Davis? While he felt a pang of curiosity, he refrained from inquiring why Davis would expend such great resources to eliminate a seemingly insignificant character. It was his principle not to pry into the secrets of his employers, which was precisely why others were willing to pay a premium to hire him. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu had officially parted ways. Tang San had begun his formal training with Tang Hao. However, due to the absence of the 50,000-year soul bone, Tang San's progress and cultivation would likely be significantly hampered this time. Days later, for reasons unknown, Bai Chen had been feeling restless, as though something was about to transpire. This was the first time he had experienced such a sensation. Contemplating this, Bai Chen emerged from the cave and gazed at the full moon in the sky, troubled. Bai Yu, sensing something amiss, approached Bai Chen and asked, "Master, what troubles you? Are you unable to sleep?" Bai Chen replied, "I do not know why, but I have been feeling uneasy these past few days, as if something is about to happen." Surprised by Bai Chen's words, Bai Yu asked, "Is that so? Then, should we remain in the Death Canyon?" After pondering Bai Yu's suggestion, Bai Chen decided, "Let us leave the Death Canyon and return to the Spirit Hall. It is far safer there." At that moment, a cloaked figure was making his way from the Spirit Hall towards the Death Canyon. This elder was none other than the titled Douluo assassin previously hired by Daimu Bai. He had arrived in Spirit City the day before, yet after infiltrating the Spirit Hall, he had been unable to locate Bai Chen. However, this was of little concern. He soon learned that the talents of the Spirit Hall had largely flocked to the Death Canyon, prompting him to head in that direction. Within the Death Canyon, Bai Chen and Bai Yu engaged in conversation, and Bai Chen's spirits lifted considerably, determining to return to Spirit City the following day. For the sensation he felt was undeniably strange. The next day, before dawn, Bai Chen awoke to discover that Bai Yu had risen even earlier, having prepared breakfast. Over the past 6 months, Bai Yu had consistently risen before Bai Chen, leading Bai Chen to suspect at one point that their blood servant might not require sleep. After breakfast, as Bai Chen stepped outside, he instinctively recoiled a step and crushed the token in his hand. Just as Bai Chen retreated, a cloaked figure brandishing a dagger appeared at his previous location, adorned with 9 soul rings of varying colors. The shadow dagger Douluo was somewhat taken aback by Bai Chen's evasion of his attack. It was unexpected for a mere soul king like Bai Chen to detect his ambush. However, he had only just discovered the cave. Had he known of Bai Chen's presence sooner, he would have eliminated him the previous night. Nevertheless, it was evident that this individual possessed some skill. No wonder Davis was willing to pay such a hefty price for his assassination. Even a soul Douluo would find it difficult to evade the lethal strike he had just attempted. Now, to have a mere soul king elude him, and he noticed that Bai Chen had just shattered something. Yet, this was indeed the perfect moment to assassinate Bai Chen. If he were to withdraw now, Bai Chen would surely be on guard next time, making it difficult to find another opportunity like this. Third soul skill, Shadow Stab. With that, the third soul ring of Shadow Dagger lit up, and the dagger in his hand emanated a dim purple glow, lunging towards Bai Chen. Shadow Step. Thanks to the Shadow Step, the attack missed its mark. However, Shadow Dagger was well aware of Bai Chen's capabilities, thus missing the strike was inconsequential. With a flick of his wrist, he lunged forward. With a swift thrust, he inflicted a wound upon Bai Chen's chest. Despite Bai Chen's numerous skills, he was still merely a Soul King, and in the face of a titled Douluo like Shadow Dagger, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. Subsequently, Shadow Dagger unleashed a series of attacks, each leaving a significant mark on Bai Chen. Within a mere 10 seconds, Bai Chen was transformed into a figure drenched in blood. Panting heavily, Bai Chen felt the immense pressure of battling a titled Douluo. Seeing Bai Chen's state, Shadow Dagger let out an eerie laugh, saying, "You little rascal. This form of yours is truly a sight to behold. Were it not for my mission to eliminate you, I would be tempted to capture you for my own amusement." Upon hearing the old man's voice, a chill ran down Bai Chen's spine. Since arriving on Douluo continent, he had never felt so humiliated. This elderly assassin dared to verbally belittle him. However, Bai Chen could not afford to act impulsively. He could only bide his time until the arrival of ghost fish to rescue him. Bai Chen retorted, "I would sooner die than fall into the hands of an old pervert like you." As he spoke, Bai Chen took 2 steps back, noticing Bai Chen's resolute expression. Shadow Dagger licked his lips. Though he yearned for a different kind of interaction, he prioritized the mission at hand. With that, Shadow Dagger lunged at Bai Chen's throat with his dagger. Clang! In the nick of time, Bai Chen activated his 2 giant spirit tails, enveloping himself completely. Shadow Dagger's D upon seeing Bai Yu. Bai was momentarily taken aback, but soon his gaze became fixed. Although Bai Yu was slightly inferior to Bai Chen, she was nonetheless a vision of beauty, possessing an alluringly soft and delicate aura that captivated him deeply. For someone with his peculiar preferences, she held an irresistible allure. Noticing the intensity of Bai's gaze, Bai Chen was consumed with fury. He could almost predict the thoughts swirling in the mind of that old scoundrel. This marked one of the most infuriating moments for Bai Chen in a long time. He longed to rend the person before him into 1,000 pieces. Yet he lacked the strength to do so. "Die, you bastard," he shouted, invoking his 4th soul skill, the magic wolf shadow killing formation. With that, Bai Chen unleashed all his soul power, summoning 87 of his formidable magic wolf shadow killing formations. Observing the onslaught, Bai hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, deftly countering each of Bai Chen's attacks. As Bai Chen's soul power was depleted, he felt the world spin around him, struggling to maintain his balance. Witnessing Bai Chen's condition, Bai's dagger swiftly pierced Bai Chen's body. With a sickening sound, Bai Chen's heart was instantaneously penetrated. Gradually, he collapsed, his breath fading away. At that moment, Ghost Fish Douluo finally arrived, just in time to witness the scene unfold. Bai paused upon seeing Ghost Fish. Though he was aware that a tidal Douluo was stationed near the Death Canyon, he did not expect it to be Ghost Fish. In terms of strength, Ghost Fish was comparable to him, but particularly tenacious. If ensnared by Ghost Fish, he would be in peril by the time reinforcements from the Spirit Hall arrived. Contemplating this, Bai cast a reluctant glance at Bai Yu before making his escape. "Bastard, don't run," Ghost Fish bellowed in anger. However, Bai had no intention of heeding Ghost Fish's command. He fled without a second thought. Seeing Bai's retreat, Ghost Fish felt helpless. With Bai Chen in such dire straits, he could not abandon him to pursue Bai. Resolving this, Ghost Fish promptly examined Bai Chen's wounds, removing his clothing. Upon witnessing the multitude of injuries, Ghost Fish's expression darkened. Bai Chen bore over 30 wounds of varying severity, any one of which could spell death for an ordinary person. The most grievous was the gaping wound to his heart. Even a tidal Douluo could not withstand such an injury. With wounds of this magnitude, Bai Chen's fate was all but sealed. Chapter 183. You're awake. Are you all right? However, to the surprise of the Ghost Fish, he seemed to sense a faint breath from Bai Chen. Despite such grievous injuries, Bai Chen remained alive. This was due to the indomitable heart that fortified his heart's strength to several times that of an ordinary person. Unless it was severed in twain or crushed to oblivion, it would be exceedingly difficult for Bai Chen to perish. Upon realizing Bai Chen was not dead, Ghost Fish immediately took swift action. "What are you standing there for? Come help with the bandaging," he instructed Bai Yu. "Yes." After this, the two promptly attended to Bai Chen's wounds. And then Ghost Fish gently placed Bai Chen back into the cave. Given Bai Chen's critical condition, Ghost Fish dared not move him recklessly. "You stay here and keep watch over Bai Chen while I return to the Spirit Hall for assistance," he said. Bai Yu quickly nodded. I will take good care of Brother Bai Chen." Brother Bai Chen was the title Bai Chen requested Bai Yu to use when he was outside. Observing Bai Yu's demeanor, Ghost Fish felt a flicker of unease, but time was of the essence, and he hurried towards the Spirit Hall. At that moment, within the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong was lost in thought, seemingly pondering something profound. "Your Holiness, Lord Ghost Fish requests an audience," announced a guard. Lifting her head, Bibi Dong replied, "Let him in." "Yes." With that, Ghost Fish hurriedly entered. Bibi Dong, unhurried, inquired, "Ghost Fish, what brings you here?" "Your Holiness, Bai Chen has been ambushed by a tidal Douluo in the Death Canyon and is gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death." "What?" Upon hearing this, both hurriedly gathered several healing spirit masters and set off towards the Death Canyon. Meanwhile, within the Death Canyon, Bai Yu was tirelessly assisting Bai Chen in staunching his wounds. Although Bai Chen was still alive, his injuries were numerous and deep. Despite rudimentary bandaging, blood continued to flow profusely. Approximately half an hour later, Bibi Dong and her team finally arrived at the cave. Upon seeing Bai Chen's dire condition, Bibi Dong urgently commanded, "Quick! Administer treatment." "Yes, Your Holiness." Witnessing Bai Chen's state, a titled Douluo healer and 2 spirit Douluo healers immediately sprang into action. Healing Circle. Manifest. 9th Spirit Skill. Healing Divine Light. As the titled Douluo healer invoked his 9th spirit skill, a powerful radiance enveloped Bai Chen, causing the grievously damaged wounds to begin healing rapidly, only to reopen repeatedly in the process. This cycle persisted for a full hour until the titled Douluo's spirit energy was depleted. Subsequently, another spirit Douluo stepped in to continue treating Bai Chen's wounds. Seeing the titled Douluo withdraw, Bibi Dong anxiously inquired, "How is he? Is there hope for Bai Chen?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's question, the healer replied, "Your Holiness, Bai Chen's condition is extremely serious. An ordinary person would have perished by now. Furthermore, his wounds were inflicted by a dagger of immense destructive power, making them exceedingly difficult to heal. Strangely, however, Bai Chen's heart is far stronger than that of an average individual. It is precisely this heart that has kept him alive thus far. As for whether he can be saved, I am uncertain." Bibi Dong's expression darkened at this revelation. "I understand. Focus on regaining your spirit energy," she commanded. "Yes, Your Holiness." With that, the titled Douluo departed. As more healing spirit masters arrived, after over a day and night of treatment by more than a dozen high-ranking healers, Bai Chen and Appo's wounds finally stabilized and ceased bleeding. Relieved to see Bai Chen and Appo's condition finally improve, Bibi Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to Bai Yu, she inquired, "I assume you witnessed the entire ordeal? Tell me, how did Bai Chen end up in such a state?" After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu replied, "All right. Here is what happened." Soon, Bai Yu recounted the events of that day in great detail. Upon hearing Bai Yu's account, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. A titled Douluo assassin, wielding daggers, cloaked entirely? From Bai Yu's description, a figure began to form in Bibi Dong's mind. There was only one person who fit this description, the leader of the Dark Falcon organization of the Douluo Empire, Shadow Dagger. If her assumptions were correct, the one who attacked Bai Chen was most likely him. As for who had hired Shadow Dagger, there were numerous possibilities. The Douluo Empire, various sects, and even the Tiando Empire could all be suspects. However, the Douluo Empire bore the greatest suspicion due to their history. They had previously dispatched a spirit Douluo to assassinate Bai Chen, which had ended in failure. Given the circumstances, it was highly plausible they would attempt again, especially since they had already made an enemy of Bai Chen. Should he rise to power, he would pose a significant threat to the Douluo Empire. It would be far better for them to dispatch a top-tier powerhouse to eliminate him entirely, preventing future complications. Yet, even with the knowledge of who was responsible, Bibi Dong felt powerless against Shadow Dagger's elusive nature. The Spirit Hall had attempted multiple times to hunt him down, but regrettably, all efforts had ended in failure, often at a cost. Over time, the Spirit Hall had grown weary of pursuing him, as each attempt yielded no results and incurred losses. But this time, Bibi Dong was genuinely furious. "Shadow Dagger, you have sealed your own fate." Just then, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who had just completed their mission, rushed in. Upon entering, Yu Guan anxiously asked, "Your Holiness, how is Xiao Chun?" Gue Mei also wore an expression of urgency. Seeing their anxiousness, Bibi Dong reassured them, "Rest assured, Bai Chen has passed the critical phase." With that, both sighed in relief. However, Bai Chen had yet to awaken, and it remained uncertain how long it would take. "You may go in and see him," she added. "All right." With that, the group carefully approached Bai Chen, treading silently. Though Bai Chen's condition had stabilized, the blood remained uncleaned. The bloodstains surrounding Bai Chen revealed the extent of his previous injuries. Both Yu Guan and Gue Mei's expressions darkened upon seeing the scene. Yet they maintained their composure and quietly exited. Subsequently, Gue Mei inquired, "Your Holiness, who could have inflicted such injuries upon Xiao Chun?" His tone was filled with certainty. He knew Bibi Dong must have insight into the perpetrator. In response to Gue Mei's inquiry, Bibi Dong stated, "It was Shadow Dagger." "Shadow Dagger? The king of assassins from the Douluo Empire," exclaimed Yu Guan. Indeed, Bibi Dong confirmed. If my suspicions are correct, this was likely orchestrated by the Douluo imperial family, hiring Shadow Dagger to carry out the assassination. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, both Yu Guan and Gue Mei's expressions darkened further, and they simultaneously prepared to voice their thoughts. "There is no need to say anything. Just act on your intentions," Bibi Dong declared. After exchanging glances with Bibi Dong, the two nodded and departed. Elsewhere, Shadow Dagger had already left the Spirit City. Bai Chen sustained grievous injuries, compounded by the harm inflicted by his own soul power. And coupled with the poison he had previously applied to his dagger, it was inconceivable that he could withstand such afflictions. If he managed to endure this, he would accept it without complaint. A week later, Bai Chen gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he gazed at the beam above his head and, after a moment of contemplation, swiftly realized that he was within the spirit hall. Relieved, he could scarcely believe he had survived. Lowering his gaze to the bandages wrapped around his body, he smiled wryly, acknowledging his resilience. I have pulled through. That old wretch shall await his reckoning. Within 5 years, I shall claim his life. Lost in thought, Bai Chen suddenly noticed Bai Yu perched by his bedside. He reached out to stroke Bai Yu's head. Sensing something, Bai Yu immediately stirred awake. Upon seeing Bai Chen and Appo's eyes open, the initially dazed Bai Yu quickly became alert. Master, shoo. At Bai Chen and Appo's gentle admonition, Bai Yu promptly covered her mouth and whispered, Master, you are finally awake. Bai Chen inquired, and my teacher? He had previously confided in Bai Yu that Bibi Dong was his mentor. Bai Yu replied, Lady Bibi Dong and the others are currently occupied with other matters. Oh, please fetch me some water, Bai Chen requested. Of course, master. With that, Bai Yu stood to pour water, while Bai Chen reflected on the reasons for his current state of well-being. It soon dawned on him that it was his indomitable heart that had saved his life. Sighing in relief, he was grateful for the earlier reward of an indomitable heart that had fortified his fragile heart. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. After Bai Yu returned with the water, Bai Chen asked, By the way, have they discovered the blood pool? No. Lady Bibi Dong and the others did not delve deeply into the cave, so you need not worry, Bai Yu reassured him. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, even if Bibi Dong and her companions had uncovered the truth, it would not pose a significant problem. He had already removed the blood from the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, leaving behind only a large pit, albeit with numerous bloodstains nearby. Should Bibi Dong and her group stumble upon the blood pool, he would find himself in a precarious position. Before long, Bibi Dong and her companions approached. Upon seeing Bai Chen awake, they breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, Bai Chen, you have finally regained consciousness. Do you feel any discomfort? Chapter 184. Soothing Melody. I'm quite all right, teacher, Bai Chen reassured, his hand instinctively checking himself. He was relieved to find everything in its place. For some inexplicable reason, the phrase you're awake always conjured the unsettling image of a surgeon congratulating him on a successful sex reassignment procedure. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Bibi Dong responded, Rest assured. Bai Chen, Yu Guan and Gui may have been dispatched to pursue the assassin who targeted you. It has been a week now, and we should have news soon. Bai Chen inquired, Teacher, could you disclose the identity of the individual who sought to eliminate me? Bibi Dong revealed. Our investigation has uncovered that the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Vis, hired the assassin. The perpetrator is believed to be the leader of the Star Luo Empire's Dark Falcon, Shadow Dagger. Shadow Dagger, is it? Upon hearing the name, Bai Chen's countenance turned grave. His animosity towards Shadow Dagger surpassed even his hatred for Dai Vis. He vowed to claim Shadow Dagger's life one day. As he pondered, a guard announced, Your Holiness. Grand Preceptor Yu Guan and Grand Preceptor Gui may have returned. Bibi Dong nodded and instructed, Summon them here. Inform them that Bai Chen has regained consciousness. Yes, Your Holiness. The guard departed, and soon after, Bai Chen heard hurried footsteps approaching. Yu Guan and Gui Mei were overjoyed to learn that Bai Chen had awakened. As confirmed bachelors without families of their own, they had always treated Bai Chen as their own grandson. Their elation at his recovery was palpable. With a creak, the door swung open, and Yu Guan and Gui Mei rushed in. Upon seeing the conscious Bai Chen, they exclaimed, Are you all right, little Chen? Bai Chen responded, Grandpa Yu Guan, Grandpa Gui Mei, I apologize for causing you concern. Did you pursue the assassin? Were you injured? Bai Chen was genuinely concerned for Yu Guan and Gui Mei, as their affection for him was undeniable. Yu Guan reassured, Don't fret, little Chen. We are unharmed. However, we failed to kill the culprit, managing only to sever one of his arms. We apologize for our shortcomings. Yu Guan produced an arm from his soul tool. The moment the arm appeared, Bai Chen recognized it as belonging to his attacker. He could not mistake the scent. Thank you, Grandpa Yu Guan, Grandpa Gui Mei. I am unable to rise, I apologize. Gui Mei chided, You are far too polite, child. This is no time for formalities. Rest and recuperate. Grant us some time, and we shall capture him alive and deliver him to you for your judgment. Bai Chen acquiesced, Amen. He did not refuse their kindness. He intended to rescue them from Tang San's clutches in the future. He resolved to eliminate Tang San and his companions at the earliest opportunity, denying them any chance to develop. However, Tang Hao likely remained a titled Douluo, making an immediate confrontation inadvisable. Bibi Dong interjected, Very well, Bai Chen. You have only just awakened. Let Bai Yu remain here to care for you. Bai Chen agreed, All right. Subsequently, Bibi Dong and the others departed. Meanwhile, In the Star Luo Empire's Star Luo city, Shadow Dagger, dragging his crippled body, breathed a sigh of relief upon reaching his destination. He glanced at the empty space where his right arm had once been, his eyes burning with resentment. He had never anticipated that the Spirit Hall would dispatch two titled Douluos to relentlessly pursue him for targeting a mere Soul King. Had he not possessed an abundance of life-saving measures, he might have perished at the hands of Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Concurrently, to ensure Bai Chen's safety, the Spirit Hall disseminated the false information of Bai Chen's demise. Furthermore, to facilitate Bai Chen's future freedom of movement within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong bestowed upon him an elder token. After a month of convalescence, Bai Chen was finally able to leave his bed. Though his injuries had not fully healed, Bai Yu rushed to his side. Bai Chen waved his hand, saying, "There's no need to assist me. I wish to take a stroll alone today." "Very well," Bai Yu replied. Bai Chen ventured out alone, feeling out of sorts after being confined for so long. He donned a full mask and a white robe, concealing his identity due to his lingering injuries. In addition, at least 3 Soul Sage-level experts were discreetly guarding him. Besides taking a stroll, Bai Chen intended to plan his future travels. Upon reaching level 60, he planned to visit the city of Slaughter and explore the continent. The Douluo continent, beyond Sea God Island, possessed many scenic locations he had yet to experience. Remaining in Spirit City would be a waste. With these thoughts, Bai Chen purchased a map of the continent and began wandering aimlessly through Spirit City. Before long, he stumbled upon a musical instrument shop. Intrigued, he entered. It had been a while since he had played the pipe organ. He had been using the pipe organ in Yuxian. Since he happened to be passing by, he decided to browse the selection. Upon entering the shop, the squinting owner greeted him. "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I assist you?" Bai Chen glanced at the owner, somewhat puzzled. "Sir, could you open your eyes when you speak to people? They're open as wide as they can be." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Very well. Do you sell pipe organs here? I would like to see if you have any of good quality." "Pipe organs? Of course, we do. Please, follow me." The two entered a room filled with various pipe organs. Bai Chen was immediately captivated. "May I touch them?" "Certainly, please do." Bai Chen approached one of the pipe organs and gently caressed it. A beautiful melody emanated from the instrument, although it was only a brief moment. The owner immediately recognized that Bai Chen possessed a musical sensibility. After testing the instrument, Bai Chen nodded. The quality of the pipe organ was quite good, but it still fell short of those in Yuxian. He tried several other pipe organs, finding them satisfactory, but none reached the quality of those in Yuxian. Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, the owner said, "Please, wait a moment while I retrieve something." "Very well." The owner disappeared and returned shortly with an indigo pipe organ. The moment Bai Chen saw it, he was captivated. If he was not mistaken, the pipe organ was crafted from the wood of the legendary starseed tree. "Sir, what do you think of this pipe organ? Let me try." Bai Chen took the pipe organ and gently caressed it. Instantly, a soft melody filled the air. The feel of the pipe organ was so exquisite that Bai Chen could not stop playing. Only after a piece had concluded did he ask, "Sir, how much for this instrument?" "I will purchase it." The owner hesitated and replied, "The price of this pipe organ is rather high, requiring 5,000 gold spirit coins." However, before he could finish, Bai Chen produced a gold coin card and handed it over. After inspecting the gold coin card, the owner swiped 5,000 gold spirit coins and returned the card to Bai Chen. "Bai Chen, boss, what is the name of this instrument?" "Boss, it is called Xinghai." "Bai Chen, Xinghai, is it? Fitting for its material, quite commendable." Having said this, Bai Chen took the wind instrument and departed. This particular wind instrument, though priced higher than the average, was, in Bai Chen's understanding, reasonably priced. The boss had not deceived him. Crafted from Xinghai wood. Prolonged contact with this instrument would gradually enhance one's constitution, bringing about a sense of physical and mental well-being. Furthermore, the strings were made from a unique spider silk, producing music of exquisite beauty, which Bai Chen especially cherished. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he unveiled the wind instrument. Bai Yu, noticing this, hurried over. During their time in the Death Canyon, Bai Chen frequently performed, and Bai Yu, being an ardent admirer of his music, was naturally eager to join him at the first opportunity. Bai Yu quickly observed that Bai Chen's instrument today was unlike any he had used before. "Bai Yu, master, you've changed your instrument." "Bai Chen, yes, I shall begin now." With that, Bai Yu promptly prepared himself, and Bai Chen commenced his performance. Over the years, Bai Chen had experimented with various playing styles, yet he discovered that the original style suited him best. Today, buoyed by the acquisition of the Xinghai, Bai Chen felt particularly joyful. Not long after he began to play, a notification sound echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, your music theory level has reached advanced. Reward, calming melody." Upon hearing the notification, Bai Chen paused momentarily, surprised at having attained an advanced level. He had previously reached an intermediate level, at which point the system rewarded him with a score that contained numerous compositions. This new calming melody seemed promising. Suddenly halting his performance, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Bai Chen's interruption. The music he had just played was more enchanting than ever, and he had been on the verge of being entranced. Yet he dared not inquire further. Bai Chen examined the function of the calming melody. Calming melody possesses the gentlest melodies in existence, capable of soothing all living beings. The description was succinct, yet it appeared quite formidable. Bai Chen felt that he would likely find use for this melody in the future. Bai Chen, I wish to practice a new piece. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be that there was a new composition? Chapter 185, The Sixth Soul Skill. The Spear of the Phantom God. After finishing his words, Bai Chen glanced at the score of the calming melody before commencing his performance. According to the calming melody, it was imperative to infuse a subtle essence of soul power into the fingertips while playing. Soon, as the gentle music enveloped the air, Bai Yu intended to concentrate, yet for some inexplicable reason, after just a few notes, he felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. Bai Yu, how delightful. Midway through the piece, he yawned and succumbed to slumber. However, Bai Chen, engrossed in his earnest performance, remained oblivious to this scene. It was only upon concluding the melody that Bai Chen noticed Bai Yu had fallen asleep. Observing Bai Yu's serene expression, Bai Chen chuckled softly, shook his head, and gently carried him to bed, tucking him under the covers before stepping out. Bai Chen proceeded to the bathroom, filling a large tub with water, into which he tossed some medicinal herbs before immersing himself. His body had recovered significantly and was now ready to benefit from a medicinal bath. A night passed in silence. The following day, as Bai Chen opened his eyes, he beheld the crystalline medicinal water surrounding him and felt rejuvenated, having nearly fully restored his vitality. With this thought in mind, he made his way towards the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong, observing the vigorous Bai Chen below, was taken aback. She had not anticipated his injuries to heal so swiftly. Nonetheless, a lingering concern remained. Bai Chen, are you truly returning to the Death Canyon? Do you not wish to rest a while longer? Bai Chen replied, No, teacher. After the events of yesterday, I realized my strength is still inadequate. I possess no capacity to resist against tidal Douluo. Had it not been for Senior Ghost Fish's timely arrival, I would surely have perished. Thus, I must seize this opportunity to train and enhance my abilities. Bibi Dong, recognizing the determination in his words, could not refuse. Then do take care. And remember to bring Bai Yu along to look after you. Understood. With that, Bai Chen departed, leaving Bibi Dong to sigh as she watched his retreating figure, pondering how, with such diligence, he might surpass her one day. She hoped that when that time came, Bai Chen would remain as steadfast as he was now. Returning to his room, Bai Chen was surprised to find Bai Yu still asleep. Typically, Bai Yu was up even before him. It seemed the calming melody had proven quite potent. However, Bai Chen refrained from waking him, allowing the rare opportunity for a leisurely slumber to continue undisturbed. Before long, Bai Yu stirred awake, groggily opening his eyes to find himself on Bai Chen's bed, while Bai Chen was busily packing nearby. Startled, he sprang up. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Chen smiled and said, You're awake. Bai Yu nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Now that you're awake, let us have something to eat and prepare to set off. We are returning to the Death Canyon today. Upon hearing the mention of the Death Canyon, Bai Yu's expression soured. Life there was exceedingly dull and perilous, and it was where Bai Chen had suffered his injuries. Nonetheless, he had no objections if Bai Chen wished to go. After gathering their belongings, the two made their way back to the Death Canyon. On their journey, they unexpectedly encountered Hu Laina and her group, who were situated even further from the center than Bai Chen, avoiding the creekside due to the frequent appearances of soul beasts, which posed a significant danger to them. Thus, an entire year passed. Bai Chen's level finally ascended to 58. Given his innate talent, this progression felt somewhat sluggish, though it was understandable, as he had not solely focused on cultivating his soul power, but also on perfecting the heaven demon body and other skills, which was commendable in its own right. With this in mind, Bai Chen prepared 2 level-up pills he had set aside and consumed them. Instantly, a warm current surged through his abdomen. A day later, Bai Chen's level reached 60. He opened his eyes to examine his attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 15 years. Soul power, level 60. Cultivation aptitude, 60, including Qingyong Gong 10. Heaven demon body 2, martial soul, savage demon wolf. Martial soul quality, super martial soul rings, 5, frenzied assault 620, black moon song wolf kill 931, fearful howl 2556. Demon wolf shadow kill formation 10760, bloodthirsty demon wolf transformation 41300, soul bones 3, hurricane howling moon wolf right leg bone 46,000, illusory wolf head bone 10,000. Annihilation Evil Wolf Torso Bone 58,000. Giant Spirit Tail External Soul Bone. Points 780,000. Special Skills: Divine Eye, Qingyang Gong, 3rd layer. Tranquility Decision, 3rd layer. Shadow Step, 3rd layer. Heaven Demon Body, 4th layer. Items: Venomous Dagger, Pufferfish Poison Dagger. Intermediate Level Upgrade Pills 2. Martial Soul Evolution Potion 39. Skill Upgrade Pills 2. Primary Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Pills 56. Intermediate Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Pills 17. Divine Gift Soul Ring 1 Status: Enhanced Smell, Enhanced Vision, Enhanced Hearing. Enhanced Heart. Upon reviewing his attributes and inventory, Bai Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. He was merely 15.5 years old. With over 3 months until he turned 16, he anticipated absorbing the Divine Gift Soul Ring, which would likely elevate his level further. Subsequently, with the intent of honing his skills, he would consume all the Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Pills, significantly amplifying his strength. As he pondered, Bai Chen retrieved the Divine Gift Soul Ring and began the absorption process. Prior to this, he had instructed Bai Yu to guard him. Once everything was prepared, the golden orb in Bai Chen's hand shattered instantaneously, and a white soul ring materialized above his head, quickly transitioning through hues of yellow, purple, and black. Upon reaching the black stage, the color of the soul ring stagnated for an extended duration, while Bai Chen's expression gradually contorted as he endeavored to elevate the soul ring's age. The Divine Gift Soul Ring's age had now reached 50,000 years, and he began to feel the strain. If he continued in this manner, it would likely be impossible to attain a 100,000 year soul ring as a 6th. As he contemplated this, Bai Chen fervently pursued the enhancement of the soul ring's age. An hour passed before he finally ceased, achieving an astounding 88,000 years, an impressive feat that had pushed him to his limits. While it fell short of the coveted 100,000 years, Bai Chen was thoroughly satisfied. 88,000 years surpassed the lifespan of many titled Douluo S9 soul rings. Moreover, Bai Chen could utilize a plethora of soul ring duration enhancement pills in the future to further extend these rings' lifespans. With that thought, Bai Chen began the absorption of the soul ring. Observing Bai Chen's expression return to normal, Bai Yu released a sigh of relief. Having witnessed Bai Chen drenched in cold sweat and contorted in agony just moments before, he was grateful to see him regain his composure. However, as days turned into weeks, Bai Chen remained seated, unresponsive. Yet Bai Yu understood that Bai Chen was alive. This was the most reassuring sign. It was said that when a master perished, their blood servant would accompany them in death. Bai Yu could only wonder when Bai Chen would awaken, glancing at him with growing concern. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Empire, a small sect known as the Holy Wolf Sect quietly emerged, comprised of individuals lacking formidable strength, with the highest-ranking member being merely a soul master at level 34. In the Douluo Empire, after Davis was confirmed as the crown prince, he began to expand his influence day by day. Now, in the Douluo Empire, Davis holds immense power. After his last rival, Daimu Bai, was incapacitated by Bai Chen, no one can obstruct him any longer. Moreover, the organization known as Shadow Dagger, the Dark Falcon, has also joined Davis's ranks. Following the sight of Shadow Dagger's severed hand, Davis honored his promise by first providing the soul bone he had pledged, and subsequently vowed to assist in finding a doctor to see if the severed arm could be reattached. However, as of now, there have been no promising developments. Nevertheless, Davis's charisma remains formidable, attracting even powerful individuals like Shadow Dagger. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall is covertly preparing for something. Soon, for months later, Bai Chen awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, Bai Chen exhaled a deep breath, finally having succeeded in absorbing the 6th spirit ring, though he was unsure how much time had elapsed. Observing the cave that appeared unchanged, Bai Chen nodded. It seemed that not much time had passed. His level had surged remarkably to 36, yet for some reason, he felt an intense hunger in his stomach. At that moment, Bai Yu, who had just finished hunting, was dragging the corpse of a black tiger towards the cave. Upon seeing Bai Chen awake, Bai Yu was momentarily stunned before rushing over. "Master, it's been 4 months. You have finally awoken." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Chen was taken aback. Had 4 months truly passed? "Yes, Master," Bai Yu affirmed. Upon confirming this time frame, Bai Chen quickly accepted the reality. No wonder he felt so hungry. That meant he was now 16 years old, and he should be ready to venture into the City of Slaughter. However, before doing so, Bai Chen needed to test his new spirit ability. 6th spirit ability, Godly Spirit Stab. As he spoke, for a brief moment, it was as if a divine spirit manifested behind Bai Chen, and then he appeared behind a nearby stone, which was split in two. Godly Spirit Stab. Effect. Instantly unleashes tenfold attack power, ignoring defenses below divine level. If the target is hit and it does not die, their attributes will significantly decline based on their strength. The wound inflicted by godly spirit's stab cannot heal unless the divine power is completely eradicated. Chapter 186. Journey to the City of Carnage. Upon witnessing his newfound soul skill, Bai Chen inhaled sharply, taken aback by the terrifying might of the piercing spear of the ghost god. Truly, it is worthy of its high age of 88,000 years. One can only imagine the extent of its power when Bai Chen eventually elevates the skill to the coveted 10,000-year mark. After completing his experiments, Bai Chen departed the Death Canyon with Bai Yu, returning to the Spirit Hall. His cultivation level had ascended to the 33rd rank, with his physical prowess surpassing that of an average soul Douluo. As for whether he had reached the level of a title Douluo, he remained uncertain. Upon arriving at the Spirit Hall, before encountering Bibi Dong, Bai Chen was greeted by Hulaina and her companions. As soon as Hulaina laid eyes on Bai Chen, she approached him cheerfully. Bai Chen, it has been quite some time. Bai Chen replied, indeed, it has been a while. Have you concluded your training in the Death Canyon? Hulaina shook her head. Not quite. We were merely summoned back unexpectedly. Bai Chen acknowledged her response with an O. Witnessing the familiarity between the two left Yin feeling uncomfortable. However, he could do little about it, for Hulaina harbored affections for Bai Chen, not him. Seeing Yin's discontent, Xiaoyu sighed, genuinely believing Yin was a decent fellow, but regrettably, Laina did not share those sentiments. Are you on your way to see the teacher? Hulaina asked. Yes, Bai Chen confirmed. Shall we go together? She proposed. Very well, Bai Chen agreed. Thus, the group proceeded to the Pope's palace. Upon their entrance, Bibi Dong expressed her surprise. Bai Chen, you emerged from the Death Canyon as well? Has your training concluded? Yes. Master, I have successfully broken through to the rank of Soul Emperor, Bai Chen declared, summoning his martial spirit. As 6 soul rings, gold, gold, purple, black, 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 materialized around him. The golden generation stared in disbelief. Bai Chen had actually surpassed the realm of Soul Emperor. They had devoted themselves to rigorous training in the Death Canyon, expecting to emerge only slightly behind Bai Chen. Yet in such a brief span, he had achieved what they had not. Very well, then. Come with me, Bibi Dong instructed. Laina, you 3 should seek out Elder Yuiguan. Yes, Master, they responded in unison. Once Hulaina and her companions departed, Bibi Dong turned to Bai Chen. Have you heard of the Field of Slaughter? Feigning surprise, Bai Chen replied, the Field of Slaughter? Noticing his astonishment, Bibi Dong nodded. It seems you are familiar with it. Allow me to inform you that both Tang Hao and I possess the legendary Field of Slaughter. Bai Chen's attention sharpened at her words. He was on the brink of discovering the location of the Field of Slaughter. How could he not be exhilarated? Yet, he maintained an expression of profound shock, as if he were wholly unaware. Bibi Dong continued, I can reveal to you the method to obtain the Field of Slaughter. But whether you choose to pursue it is entirely up to you. If you do not wish to attain it, that is also acceptable. Why? Does acquiring the Field of Slaughter entail enduring immense suffering? Indeed. Bibi Dong then divulged nearly all the details regarding the City of Carnage. After absorbing her words, Bai Chen hesitated only for a moment before declaring, I wish to journey to the City of Carnage, Master. Unfazed by his response, Bibi Dong said, very well. Let us depart immediately. Will you accompany me personally? Bai Chen inquired. Is there any other way? Bibi Dong replied. Oh, Bai Chen uttered. And they began preparations to set off the following day. After some contemplation, Bai Chen decided to bring Bai Yu along, placing her within his Tsunglong ring, which could house living beings. Since the ring was already home to the rice cake, they would not be alone or bored. Moreover, should Bai Chen find himself in peril within the City of Carnage, having someone to look after him would be beneficial. As for Bai Yu's safety, Bai Chen believed she would not remain in the ring for long, as ordinary individuals would hardly have the opportunity to encounter her. The next day, at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, Bai Chen arrived early, yet Bibi Dong had yet to appear. He was not anxious, rather. His excitement had led him to rise at such an early hour. Before long, Bai Chen noticed an enchanting figure approaching him. Seeing Bibi Dong dressed in casual attire, a stark contrast to her usual regal appearance, he found himself momentarily captivated. Bibi Dong caught sight of Bai Chen's gaze and smiled. Do you find it pleasing to the eye? Bai Chen nodded. It is indeed beautiful. And what of my usual appearance? You are always beautiful, Master, he replied earnestly. Is that so, you little flatterer? Why did you not dare to gaze before? Your usual attire exudes an air of authority that feels less approachable than now. Bai Chen explained. Ah, so you mean to say I am often intimidating? Bibi Dong teased. Bai Chen confirmed with a nod. Indeed, you can be quite fearsome. Bibi Dong fell silent, taken aback by his candidness. After a moment, she asked, am I truly that fearsome? Her voice was soft, yet Bai Chen's keen ears caught it. Not just fearsome, Your aura is quite serious and, frankly, terrifying. You know, master. At this, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. Wishing Bai Chen would take his leave to find solace elsewhere. Days later, the pair arrived at a desolate town. As they stepped into the town, Bai Chen caught a faint scent of blood, a smell he had grown accustomed to from his frequent baths in blood pools. Thus, he was particularly sensitive to it. Do you smell that? Bibi Dong inquired. Yes, Bai Chen acknowledged as they entered a tavern. Though they donned masks, their presence still drew the attention of others. Owner. 2 Bloody Marys, please, Bibi Dong ordered. The proprietor paused momentarily. Are you certain? Yes, she affirmed. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's request for 2 Bloody Marys, the surrounding patrons regarded her with keen interest. Chapter 187. Entering the city of carnage, Bai Chen glanced around, furrowing his brow. These individuals appeared to be merely in their 30s or 40s in terms of levels, a mere collection of insignificant fish. Before long, 2 Bloody Mary cocktails were served. And all eyes were on the 2 of them, with some even whistling at Bibi Dong. As Bai Chen, her disciple, witnessed this, he could hardly remain indifferent. However, Bibi Dong's demeanor showed no signs of change. She placed the Bloody Mary before Bai Chen and said, "Drink it." Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen recognized that the drink contained human blood, yet he downed it in a single gulp, having consumed an indeterminate amount of blood while training in the blood pool. This small taste was inconsequential to him, though he did not have a penchant for bloodlust. Seeing Bai Chen finish the drink, Bibi Dong remarked, "That is a cup of human blood." Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. His reaction surprised her. She had expected a more profound response. Are you not repulsed? She inquired. When she had consumed her first cup and discovered its contents, she had nearly retched. Yet here was Bai Chen, displaying no such reaction. Was it she who was abnormal? Bai Chen, noticing Bibi Dong's expression, replied, "Teacher, due to the nature of my martial spirit, I possess a slight affinity for blood." This prompted Bibi Dong to recall Bai Chen's previous secretive purchases of beast blood in the black market and the blood pool discovered in the cave. So, it was indeed due to his martial spirit. It explained his earlier peculiar behaviors. The onlookers, witnessing the 2 actually consume the Bloody Mary, erupted in a cacophony of whistles and lewd remarks, which made it difficult for Bai Chen to contain himself. Yet, before he acted, he glanced at Bibi Dong, noticing his gaze. She nodded in approval. In that instant, Bai Chen's martial spirit manifested. These individuals were largely scoundrels or desperate rogues. Thus, Bai Chen felt no psychological burden as he unleashed his fury. A burly man, caught unawares, found his skull shattered by Bai Chen's strike. It was then that the crowd noticed the 6 spirit rings adorning Bai Chen. Soul Emperor. Fear rippled through them at the sight of his rings. However, a voice soon pierced the din. Do not fear him. Slay them. We shall earn our qualification to enter the city of carnage. Emboldened by this declaration, the throng surged toward Bai Chen as if invigorated. Observing this, Bai Chen cracked his neck, then transformed into a shadow, weaving effortlessly through the throng. Before long, anguished screams echoed through the air, and within mere minutes, he had decimated the group, his mind filled with the system's notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 43 Spirit Master. You are awarded 430 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 37 Spirit Elder. You are awarded 370 points. With a flurry of actions, Bai Chen's points significantly increased. After reaching level 60, he would earn points equivalent to 10 times the level of any Spirit Master below level 50 he defeated, and 20 times for those between level 50 and level 63. For opponents above level 63, additional point bonuses would apply. Now, in the tavern, only the bartender remained, who regarded Bai Chen with a look of sheer terror, as though he were a ghost. This was the first time he had encountered someone with a 4th soul skill and a 10,000-year soul ring. Speak. Where is the entrance to the city of carnage? Bai Chen commanded. The bartender glanced at the ground beneath him, sensing Bai Chen's gaze. In a flash, Bai Chen's dagger gleamed, and the bartender met his demise. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 47 Spirit Master. You are awarded 470 points. In his final moments, the bartender looked at Bai Chen in disbelief, unable to fathom the sudden attack. Is the entrance to the city of carnage beneath here? Bai Chen mused, glancing down before suddenly exerting force through his right leg, leaping into the air and declaring, Black Moon Song Wolf, consecutive slashes. With that, Bai Chen unleashed a series of over 10 slashes mid-air, carving a perfectly cut hole into the ground below. Having completed this, Bai Chen landed gracefully, gazing into the seemingly bottomless pit. He swallowed hard. Was he finally about to enter the city of carnage? Observing Bai Chen's demeanor, Bibi Dong urged, All right, proceed. Yes, teacher, he replied. Leaping down, As he descended, his two tails materialized, anchoring against the wall to cushion his fall, ensuring he would not perish upon impact. After a brief descent, Bai Chen found himself enveloped in darkness. However, it mattered little. Despite the absence of light, his divine eyes and formidable mental strength allowed him to see clearly. He was traversing a long corridor, pondering as he moved forward. Approximately 10 minutes later, a chilling voice resonated from the surroundings. Welcome to the city of carnage. Here lies the capital of hell, a realm steeped in slaughter. Within these walls, you may attain everything you desire, the price being your very life. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming wave of melodrama wash over him. Nevertheless, he continued onward, soon catching sight of a faint glow ahead, which revealed a grand gate. A vague sense of foreboding washed over him as he perceived a cavalry unit charging toward him, and moments later, a legion of 101 appeared before him. The soldiers were clad in heavy black armor, wielding massive swords, rendering their faces indistinguishable, save for the leader mounted on a black warhorse. You have violated the rules. A frigid voice emanated from the leader. What rules? Bai Chen retorted, glancing at the shadowy city behind them, where a low-hanging purple moon loomed ominously, merely 500 meters above the ground. While he had anticipated the appearance of the city of carnage, this was his first direct encounter, and his curiosity was piqued. You have breached the rules of the city of carnage. Now you must face punishment. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter. The cold voice echoed. Yet, Bai Chen felt no fear. This individual was not a worthy opponent, and he found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. Understood, bring it on. His nonchalant demeanor seemed to infuriate the leader. I am the terrifying Knight Scott. You shall pay the price for your arrogance. With that, he brandished his spear and charged at Bai Chen. In an instant, an icy malevolence permeated the air. Any ordinary person would have been paralyzed by fear in the face of such malice. However, Bai Chen remained unfazed. Knowing that soul skills were prohibited here, he did not panic. In a flash, he appeared behind Scott. The terrifying knight's steed continued its charge, but Scott remained oblivious. Mere seconds later, Scott's right arm detached from his body. Subsequently, Scott tumbled from his steed, and Bai Chen advanced steadily toward him. Perceiving Bai Chen's approach, Scott hastily propped himself up with one hand, exclaiming, Halt! Just a moment. You have successfully passed the trial. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chen ceased his advance. Scott then produced a black token adorned with a skull and tossed it to Bai Chen, who deftly caught it. A glance at the token revealed the numbers 9430 inscribed upon it. This is your identification token. With it, you may enter the city of carnage. At the city gate, someone will guide you, Scott stated. Grasping the token, Bai Chen departed, making his way toward the entrance of the city of carnage. Upon reaching the city gate, before he could present the token, a woman clad in a black veil approached him. I am your guide. Her voice was melodious, yet before she could finish, Bai Chen interjected, That is sufficient. I am already acquainted with the rules of the city of carnage. There is no need for you to accompany me. With that, he turned and walked away. The veiled woman observed Bai Chen's retreating figure, choosing not to follow. Since he did not require her assistance, she felt no obligation to pursue him. His fate, whether life or death, was of no concern to her. Once inside, Bai Chen headed directly toward the hellish arena at the heart of the city of carnage. Along the way, he encountered several emaciated individuals, resembling addicts. This was the periphery of the city of carnage. Here, one would not face imminent peril, yet each month, they were required to offer 2 cups of Bloody Mary. The inhabitants, having endured prolonged blood loss, bore pallid complexions. Upon seeing Bai Chen, their eyes sparkled with excitement. New blood has arrived, hee. Bai Chen, unfazed by their remarks, regarded them as mere ants beneath his notice. Soon, Bai Chen penetrated deeper into the inner sanctum of the city of carnage. A potent stench of blood assailed him from all directions, and a dagger materialized in his hand, which he swiftly thrust to his right. With a sickening squelch, an investor, standing at a height of approximately 1.60 meters, was instantly pierced. Witnessing this spectacle, those who had previously eyed Bai Chen with predatory intent hesitated, ultimately refraining from attacking. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 50 Soul King. You have been awarded 500 points. Chapter 188. Surge in points subsequently. Bai Chen retrieved a container to collect the blood of the ambusher before severing the assailant's head. He intended to resolve matters at his residence before entering the Hell Arena for combat. However, just as Bai Chen had dealt with one assailant, another emerged to attack him. This new adversary aimed straight for Bai Chen's most vulnerable spot, inciting immediate fury within him. After all, he was still a novice. Bai Chen swiftly seized the assailant's wrists, thwarting the attempt. Yet, the assailant exhibited remarkable adaptability, targeting Bai Chen with a sudden bite. In response, Bai Chen thrust his knee forward, causing the assailant and Appo's face to twist grotesquely, dislodging 2 teeth and spraying blood. With a powerful tug, Bai Chen forcefully tore the assailant and Appo's arms apart, eliciting a blood-curdling scream of agony that echoed through the air. How intolerable! With a decisive kick, Bai Chen shattered the assailant and Appo's skull in an explosion of fury. At that moment, he yearned to resurrect the wretch merely to slay him anew. Yet, with death settled, his anger subsided. Contemplating this, Bai Chen stepped over the fallen body. Witnessing Bai Chen's brutal display, those lurking in the shadows reconsidered their intentions. The power he had just unleashed was beyond ordinary comprehension. They certainly lacked such strength. After resolving matters at his dwelling, the following day, Bai Chen promptly entered the Hell Arena to compete. Although soul techniques were prohibited in the City of Slaughter, fields and soul bones remained usable. Bai Chen possessed 3 soul bones, including an external one, and his formidable heavenly demon body, a super amplification skill devoid of soul techniques. Overcoming these adversaries would be a trivial task. If Bai Chen failed to pass the trials of the City of Slaughter and acquire the domain of the God of Slaughter, he would truly be a waste. As Bai Chen entered the Hell Arena, 9 others accompanied him. Being a newcomer, the focus of attention lay not upon them. Although these ruffians were accustomed to bullying the weak, within the Hell Arena, the priority was to eliminate the strongest fighter first. Among them was an individual boasting an impressive 6 consecutive victories, while many present had only triumphed once or twice. Naturally, they aimed to defeat the strongest first, relying on their own abilities thereafter. Bai Chen assessed their levels: 5 Soul Kings, 3 Soul Emperors, and 1 Soul Saint. Observing the ranks of these individuals, Bai Chen's countenance darkened. Indeed, the City of Slaughter harbored a fair number of formidable souls. In the outside world, a Soul King was already a remarkably powerful Soul Master. Yet, within this ordinary battle of the Hell Arena, there were 5 Soul Kings, 3 Soul Emperors, and a single Soul Saint present. It seemed that individuals often became inflated with pride when endowed with excessive power, leading them to undertake reckless actions. Although their strength was commendable, their reasoning upon entering the City of Slaughter was significantly lacking. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a side quest. Achieve your first victory in the Hell Arena battle. Reward: 10,000 points, 1 mysterious drop. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Chen remained expressionless. Even without triggering this quest, victory was essential, after all. Failure meant death. Without warning, all 10 participants sprang into action, with 8 of them rushing towards the Soul Saint. Witnessing this, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. These individuals were attempting to seize his experience. No, the kills belonged to him. Each of the 9 must fall by his hand. With this resolve, 2 daggers appeared in Bai Chen's grasp. In an instant, he dispatched 2 Soul Kings. The sudden turn of events caught the attention of onlookers. The masked figure was unexpectedly formidable. The audience, engrossed in the match, erupted with excitement at this revelation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 53 Soul King. Reward: 1,060 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 56 Soul King. Reward: 120 points. Having eliminated 2 foes, Bai Chen pressed onward towards the Soul Saint. Noticing Bai Chen charging towards him, the Soul Saint's expression turned one of disdain. Did he truly believe that slaying 2 insignificant foes would suffice to defeat him? Before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly felt his perspective rise dramatically. With his head severed and rolling to the ground, disbelief filled his widened eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 75 Soul Saint. Reward: 500 points, 1 mysterious drop. Upon hearing the prompt, Bai Chen felt a flicker of joy. Indeed, the mysterious drops often yielded valuable items. In a mere moment, 3 adversaries lay slain at his feet. The remaining 6 exchanged glances, then charged towards Bai Chen. Humph! Observing this, Bai Chen scoffed, and in an instant, another Soul Emperor fell victim to his prowess, emerging unscathed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 69 Soul Emperor. Reward: 3,450 points. As Bai Chen ruthlessly dominated the remaining 5, fear began to take root within them. Nevertheless, Bai Chen had no intention of sparing them. Minutes later, the battle concluded. He collected their blood and severed heads before vanishing, regrettably noting that none possessed soul bones. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Reward: 10,000 points, 1 mysterious drop. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest. Achieve 10 consecutive victories in the Hell Arena. Reward: 50,000 points, 3 intermediate lottery chances. Upon hearing the prompts, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Now he possessed 2 mysterious drops. As Bai Chen exited the Hell Arena, a horde of assassins surged towards him. In the face of this onslaught, Bai Chen remained unfazed. He had anticipated an ambush following his victory. 15 minutes later, Bai Chen held 9 severed heads and a considerable amount of blood. Armed with these trophies, he procured a vast array of food, preparing for his return. The city of slaughter remained perilous. He must maintain his energy lest he encounter danger at any moment. However, as Bai Chen turned, a voluptuous woman, clad provocatively and bearing a scar across her face, appeared before him. "I just witnessed your match. I am drawn to powerful men like you," she purred, pressing closer. Recognizing her intentions, Bai Chen swiftly evaded her approach. This woman had likely been touched by countless men. He had no desire to linger in her presence. Surprised by his rejection, she turned away, only to find Bai Chen had mysteriously vanished. Returning to his chamber, Bai Chen discovered nothing amiss. He promptly opened the 2 mysterious drops he had previously obtained. Ding! Congratulations, host. The mysterious drop has successfully activated. Reward: 1 soul weapon evolution potion. Ding! Congratulations, host. The mysterious drop has successfully activated. Reward: 1 intermediate soul ring duration pill. Bai Chen, what a disappointment. Is this all that the mysterious drops yield? 1 month later. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the side quest. Reward: 50,000 points. 3 intermediate mysterious lottery chances. Upon hearing the prompt sound resonating in his mind, Bai Chen glanced at his current attributes. Name: Bai Chen. Age: 15 years. Soul power: level 63. Training aptitude: 60, including Qingyong Gong 10. Tianma body 2, martial soul, brutal magic wolf. Martial soul quality: super martial soul. Soul rings: 6, frenzied assault 620, black moon song wolf kill 931, fearful howl 2556. Shadow kill formation 10760, bloodthirsty magic wolf transformation 41300, ghostly goddess sting 88,000, soul bones 3, hurricane howl moon wolf right leg bone 39,000, phantom wolf head bone 7,000, annihilation evil wolf torso bone 53,000, giant spirit tail external soul bone. Points: 1, 380,000. Special skills: divine eye, Qingyong Gong, 3rd layer, tranquil mind technique, 3rd layer, shadow step, 3rd layer, Tianma body, 4th layer. Items: venomous dagger, pufferfish poison dagger, intermediate level upgrade pills 5, martial soul evolution elixirs 55, primary soul ring duration extension pills 42, intermediate soul ring duration extension pills 11, intermediate mysterious lottery chances 3. Status: enhanced smell, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing, enhanced heart. Upon witnessing his current points balance and the quantity of martial soul evolution elixirs, Bai Chen suddenly felt that evolving to a divine-level martial soul might not be particularly arduous. He sensed that in a short span, he would be able to gather 200 martial soul evolution elixirs, at which point, the evolution of a divine-level martial soul would be effortless. Bai Chen even found himself reluctant to leave the city of slaughter, as it was an exceptional place for accumulating points. Spending a few years here could potentially catapult his points into the tens of millions, especially given that it was populated entirely by high-level soul masters. However, with only over 9,000 inhabitants in the city of slaughter, exterminating them all would pose a challenge. As he contemplated this, Bai Chen made his way towards his home. The men and women surrounding him did not dare to approach him for a surprise attack, although Bai Chen had merely achieved 10 consecutive victories in the city of slaughter. Such a feat was not easily forgotten. A record of 10 consecutive victories within a month had far surpassed the highest record of the Hell Slaughter arena. Moreover, many among the onlookers had witnessed Bai Chen's brutal displays during combat. Unlike ordinary battles, regardless of how formidable his opponents were, be they soul saints or soul Douluos, in Bai Chen's presence, they resembled mere children, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Consequently, Bai Chen earned the moniker of Demon King due to his terrifying combat prowess. Upon returning home, Bai Chen immediately availed himself of 3 intermediate mystical draws, yet regrettably, he procured nothing of significance. Subsequently, Bai Chen embarked on calculations to ascertain when he might depart from the city of slaughter. Lately, Bai Chen had discerned a palpable decline in the number of individuals participating in the Hell Slaughter arena. During his inaugural participation, he promptly engaged on the same day. However, presently, a full 4 days had elapsed since his previous engagement. Despite Bai Chen's capacity to sustain an unblemished winning record, it was probable that he would necessitate a year before successfully completing the Hell Slaughter arena's evaluation. As he ruminated, the system's prompt reverberated once more within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest. Achieve a 100-win streak in the Hell Slaughter arena. Reward: 300,000 points, evolvable soulbone 1. Upon hearing the prompt within his mind, Bai Chen was further elated. He could acquire a new soul bone, and in doing so, Bai Chen would soon assemble his complete set of soul bones. Concurrently, the King of Slaughter, heeding the report from the veiled woman before him, drained his Bloody Mary in one gulp. Bai Chen's exceptional performance had now garnered the King of Slaughter's attention. According to your account, the King of Slaughter inquired, is it not highly probable that the Devil King will attain a 100-win streak in the Hell Slaughter arena? Upon hearing the King of Slaughter's query, the veiled woman nodded. Indeed, Your Majesty, the King of Slaughter. From the moment the Devil King entered the city of Slaughter, he has maintained an almost invincible combat prowess. Anyone approaching within approximately 10 meters of him is invariably slain. He is exceedingly cautious. Upon hearing the veiled woman's account, the King of Slaughter's countenance darkened slightly. Given the current trajectory, Bai Chen would inevitably achieve a 100-win streak and pass the Hell Slaughter arena's evaluation. Moreover, the King of Slaughter was cognizant that Bai Chen was affiliated with a slaughter god who had recently visited the city of Slaughter and had been discreetly monitoring Bai Chen. Absent a degree of certainty, the King of Slaughter found it implausible that the slaughter god would dispatch his junior to the city of Slaughter for cultivation. Indeed, the King of Slaughter had automatically inferred that Bai Chen was a descendant of Bibi Dong, although, in actuality, it was not far from the truth. After a moment of contemplation, the King of Slaughter declared, henceforth, endeavor to dispatch more formidable combatants to engage the Devil King in the same battles. As you command. Your Majesty, the King of Slaughter, the veiled woman responded before departing. The King of Slaughter's mood soured as he pondered something. On Bai Chen's side, due to the sheer ennui, he released Nian Gao and Bai Yu. Upon arriving in the city of Slaughter, Nian Gao remained unchanged, capable of merging with Bai Chen to augment his strength, unhindered by any restrictions. Consequently, Bai Chen was contemplating whether to enhance Nian Gao's power. But after a moment of deliberation, he decided against it. The points required to elevate Nian Gao were excessive. For the time being, he would prioritize evolving his martial soul into a divine-grade martial soul. Subsequently, Bai Chen commenced training Bai Yu's practical combat capabilities. With cultivation impossible in the city of Slaughter, this was the only recourse. 5 days later, Bai Chen once again advanced toward the Hell Slaughter arena. En route, those in the vicinity scattered upon spotting Bai Chen, unwilling to provoke him. Upon entering the Hell Slaughter arena, a veiled woman greeted him. Mr. Devil King, please await the arrival of the other participants, she said. In response, Bai Chen remained silent, merely seating himself to the side and closing his eyes to wait. Despite Bai Chen's unaccommodating demeanor, the veiled woman remained unperturbed. In the city of Slaughter, lunatics abounded, and Bai Chen was comparatively amenable. Others were frequently impudent. Soon, the participants arrived one by one. Bai Chen furrowed his brow upon observing their arrival. The individual with the highest level had reached level 85, a contender with a 29-win streak. In the Hell Slaughter arena, a 29-win streak was exceptionally formidable. The individual also bore an epithet, the Meat Grinder, due to the simultaneous participation of the Meat Grinder and Bai Chen. The audience stands were nearly filled to capacity. The King of Slaughter was also covertly observing the contest. If the Meat Grinder could eliminate Bai Chen, it would be ideal. However, if he failed, Bai Chen's strength would be considerable. Soon, as the participants entered the arena, all prepared to engage in combat. Instantly, the combatants divided into several factions. 4 individuals charged toward Bai Chen, while another 4 charged toward the Meat Grinder. 4 Soul Emperors surged toward him. Bai Chen calmly observed them, knowing that these ordinary Soul Emperors were insignificant before him. With a flourish of his twin daggers, one Soul Emperor's head was instantly severed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating a level 64 Soul Emperor. Reward, 200 points. Within a few minutes, Bai Chen effortlessly dispatched the 4 Soul Emperors. The Meat Grinder's battle had yet to conclude. Upon noticing Bai Chen's situation, the Meat Grinder was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bai Chen would be so formidable, concluding the battle before him. However, he would not be intimidated by Bai Chen. Seizing the Soul Emperor before him, he violently twisted off the individual's head, finally concluding the battle. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze upon Bai Chen, intending to engage in a decisive battle. Bai Chen's gaze upon the Meat Grinder was fervent. After all, the individual was an 85-level Soul Sage, capable of providing at least 85,000 points according to the system's point rewards. Moreover, the drop rate of mystical items was significantly higher than that of lower-level Soul Masters. Noticing Bai Chen's gaze, the Meat Grinder was instantly enraged. He detested being regarded as prey. Subsequently, he brandished his colossal mace, swinging it toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen effortlessly evaded the attack then, with a swift flourish of his dagger, severed the fingers of the hand wielding the mace before the Meat Grinder could react. Even a soul Douluo would find it difficult to endure the agony of severed fingers, especially the fingers of the hand wielding their weapon. Upon hearing the individual's anguish cry, Bai Chen and Appo's dagger mercilessly pierced the individual and Appo's throat. With his throat impaled, even a soul Douluo had no hope of survival, especially since the dagger piercing his throat was the pufferfish poison dagger. The individual collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony for a few seconds before ceasing to struggle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating an 85-level soul Douluo. Reward, 85,000 points, mystical item 1. Upon hearing the prompt within his mind, Bai Chen was satisfied. He had acquired a mystical item, which held the potential for something worthwhile. After securing victory, Bai Chen returned to his residence and opened the mystical item. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing a mystical item. Acquired, Sharpness 3 Enchantment Book 1. Upon hearing the prompt within his mind, Bai Chen immediately accessed his inventory and located the Sharpness 3 Enchantment Book within his space. Well, a max-level enchantment book. Quite powerful. Sharpness 3 effect, for a standard offensive-oriented soul master with an advanced martial soul who has not acquired any soul bones, it ignores the defensive soul masters below level 70. Ignores 99 to 70% of the defense of soul masters from level 70 to 89. And ignores 69 to 30% of the defense of soul masters from level 90 to 99. Upon observing the attributes of the level 3 enchantment book, Bai Chen felt a surge of admiration. However, it was somewhat regrettable that these enchantment tomes could only be applied to weapons produced by the system. Otherwise, Bai Chen would have enchanted his own soul or perhaps his claws and tail, rendering him nearly invincible. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Chen applied the enchantment book to the pufferfish poison dagger. He placed the tome atop the dagger, and mere seconds later, a violet glow emanated from the pufferfish poison dagger, causing the enchantment book to vanish. Following the enchantment, the dagger exhibited a remarkable transformation, and simply resting there, Bai Chen could sense its extraordinary sharpness. Contemplating this, he lifted the pufferfish poison dagger and pointed its tip toward the ground, loosening his grip. The dagger fell effortlessly, piercing through the marble floor as if it encountered no resistance, leaving only the hilt visible. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Chen felt a jolt of astonishment. Indeed, the level 3 enchantment book proved its worth. Yet, even so, he could not ascertain the true extent of the dagger's sharpness, for he lacked any exceptionally hard materials for experimentation. Days turned into weeks, and before he knew it, 6 months had elapsed. This marked the 7th month of Bai Chen's sojourn in the City of Carnage, during which he had secured a total of 53 victories. Had it not been for the infrequent matches in the Hell Arena, Bai Chen might have already achieved 100 consecutive wins and embarked upon the path of hell. Presently, he was engaged in his 54th match, with the spectator stands brimming with eager onlookers. With a resounding impact, Bai Chen shattered the skull of his next opponent, emerging victorious in this battle. Demon King, Demon King. The crowd erupted in various cheers at his triumph, yet Bai Chen remained unperturbed, gradually departing from the arena. Throughout these 6 months, Bai Chen's points had seen significant daily increases. As of now, his score reached 4,570,000. And the number of soul evolution potions had amassed to 73. He intended to purchase a sufficient quantity of soul evolution potions immediately upon leaving the City of Carnage, aiming to elevate his soul to divine level. Chapter 190. Achieving 100 consecutive victories in the Hell's Arena aside from the City of Slaughter. The external world of Douluo continent has undergone certain changes since the previous life, due to Bai Chen's last venture into Douluo's medicinal garden, where he not only acquired several celestial herbs but also took away the 9th grade purple Ji. Yu Xiaojiang remains at level 29. On the other hand, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing returned to Shrek Academy to teach, as Dai Mubai's hands had been rendered useless. Ning Rongrong has firmly rejected Oscar in this life, denying him any opportunity, yet Oscar still ventured out for training. Ma Hongjuan's situation mirrors that of Oscar. As for Tang San and his companions, their trajectories remain largely unchanged. However, Tang San lacks the head spirit bone this time, significantly slowing his cultivation progress. It is expected that considerable time will pass before he can enter the City of Slaughter. In a stark contrast to the original narrative, Shueku's circumstances have shifted dramatically. Upon leaving last time, Bai Chen gifted her the water fairy jade bone, which she has since utilized. Presently, Shueku has reached level 44. While this level may pale in comparison to Shrek's 7 monsters in their previous life, for an average soul master, being 16 years old and at level 44 is a remarkable achievement. One evening, Shueku stood alone on the balcony, gazing thoughtfully at the full moon in the night sky. Thanks to the water fairy jade bone, not only has her soul power ascended, but her appearance has also become strikingly beautiful. Shueku has become a dream figure for nearly every young man in the Tiando Empire, attracting countless admirers. There are even factions dedicated to her, fostering a peculiar consensus among the younger male generation of the Tiando Empire. If you find Shueku attractive and admire her, we are akin to brothers from different mothers. After some time lost in contemplation on the balcony, Shueku returned to her training. The last time she saw Bai Chen, he had already attained the rank of Soul King, while she was still merely a Soul Master. If she continued at this pace, she feared she would soon be unworthy of Bai Chen. 8 months later, in the Hell's Arena, Bai Chen surveyed the 9 Soul Douluo before him and exhaled in relief. At long last, he was about to leave this place. Bai Chen's excessively violent demeanor had deterred many challengers from entering the Hell's Arena, making it exceedingly difficult for him to secure a match, which is why he had waited a full 8 months for this day. The King of Slaughter watched the scene from above with a grim expression. Should Bai Chen overcome these 9 Soul Douluo and insist on traversing the Hell Road, it was likely that another god of slaughter would emerge. It is worth noting that Bai Chen's current performance was even more exaggerated than that of the strongest god of slaughter from many years ago upon his arrival in the city of slaughter. With his physical prowess reaching such heights, as long as Bai Chen was not a fool, he had at least a 70% chance of making it through the Hell Road, and he certainly did not appear to be a fool. As the battle commenced, the 9 opponents immediately launched a coordinated attack on Bai Chen. It is crucial to note that he was the Demon King of the Hell's Arena, boasting 99 consecutive victories. The number of Soul Douluo who had perished at his hands was beyond reckoning, so despite their own ranks, the 9 did not dare to underestimate him. Observing the unfolding scene, Bai Chen frowned. Even he found it exceedingly challenging to face the combined might of 9 Soul Douluo. However, when considering the totality of his combat strength, Bai Chen still held a significant advantage. With a swift motion, the pufferfish poison and the venomous dagger materialized in Bai Chen's hands. Reacting quickly to the 9 assailants charging toward him, Bai Chen deftly severed the hands of 2 Soul Douluo. He then retreated immediately, preventing them from landing a blow. Witnessing this, several Soul Douluo grew increasingly agitated. How could one individual possess such exaggerated strength and speed? Their relentless pursuit felt as though they were being driven towards a dead end. Yet, not all were disheartened. One Soul Douluo, noticing Bai Chen's demeanor, suddenly revealed something in his hand. Sensing something amiss, Bai Chen instinctively braced himself. The individual then gestured with his finger, causing frost to rapidly spread around him. This frost, seemingly sentient, evaded the others and surged directly toward Bai Chen. The temperature of this frost was alarmingly low. Bai Chen could feel that even a slight contact would spell trouble. Determined to avoid contact, Bai Chen maneuvered skillfully. However, the others lacked such hesitation. As he dodged, Bai Chen made a few missteps, finding himself flanked by 2 Soul Douluo ahead and behind, while others advanced from various angles. Observing this, the King of Slaughter felt a thrill. Based on Bai Chen's previous combat prowess, he would undoubtedly sustain some injury under these circumstances. If Bai Chen were wounded, his chances of success in traversing the Hell Road would plummet significantly. In that moment, a piercing sound echoed as 2 Soul Douluo in front of Bai Chen stared in disbelief at their punctured chests. An external spirit bone. This is an external spirit bone. Despite being Soul Douluo themselves, they recognized the nature of their injuries in an instant. The King of Slaughter sighed as he beheld the massive tails behind Bai Chen. It appeared that this group would be unable to halt his advance. As Bai Chen pressed forward, his daggers danced through the air. With a swift motion, 2 brilliant white lights flashed, and the heads of the 2 Soul Douluo were severed from their bodies. Congratulations, host. You have slain an 84th level Soul Douluo. You are awarded 84,000 points and receive a mysterious drop item. Congratulations, host. You have slain an 82nd level Soul Douluo. You are awarded 82,000 points and receive a mysterious drop item. It is worth noting that the drop rate of mysterious items from Soul Douluo is remarkably high. Based on Bai Chen's past performances, the probability of acquiring mysterious items upon defeating a Soul Douluo has reached nearly 80%. With 2 adversaries dispatched, Bai Chen now faced 7 remaining opponents, 2 of whom had lost a hand to his earlier strikes. At this point, Bai Chen had expended minimal energy, making victory seem within reach. However, despite Bai Chen's display of formidable strength, his opponents remained undeterred. After all, defeat meant death. Thus, the remaining challengers unleashed all their hidden cards. One defensive Soul Master charged at Bai Chen, using his body to absorb the impact of Bai Chen's tail attack. Seizing this opportunity, 2 Control-type Soul Masters wielding chains ensnared Bai Chen's hands and feet, successfully restraining him. Feeling the immense force pulling at his limbs, Bai Chen was taken aback. These individuals truly possessed considerable skill. Nevertheless, this would be their undoing. Devil's possession. With that, Bai Chen's physique expanded dramatically. The sheer force shattered the mask upon his face, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Who could have anticipated that the ruthlessly cruel Demon King bore such a striking visage? While the male spectators were unfazed, the female audience felt a rush of warmth upon witnessing Bai Chen's appearance. It is worth noting that while Bai Chen was indeed fierce towards women who sought to seduce him, he never sought their lives. Had they known Bai Chen looked this way, they would have cared little for their previous reservations. The warriors in the arena now hold perspectives that starkly differ from others. After being possessed by the blood demon, Bai Chen's unleashed power is truly astonishing. Merely his imposing aura is enough to overwhelm them. Bai Chen himself is somewhat surprised. Perhaps it is due to the abundant malevolence of the city of slaughter, for this instance of demonic possession has granted him an amplification far greater than ever before. And it feels remarkably enduring, something that ordinary individuals could hardly withstand. As he contemplates, Bai Chen swiftly appears before a soul Douluo, who stands a towering 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall. The soul Douluo swallows hard, momentarily paralyzed by Bai Chen's formidable presence, rendered incapable of resistance. Observing his reaction, Bai Chen shows no restraint, delivering a single punch that obliterates the opponent's head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain an 81st level soul Douluo, earning 81,000 points. No mysterious drops? It seems my fortune isn't particularly favorable this time, Bai Chen murmurs softly. He then scans his surroundings. The remaining 6 individuals instantly feel as though they are being preyed upon by a ferocious beast. Subsequently, like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, Bai Chen effortlessly dispatches them one by one. Did 9 individuals yield 6 mysterious drops? Not too shabby. Bai Chen is relatively pleased with this harvest. Besides this, a chilling voice echoes around him. Congratulations, Demon King, on achieving 100 consecutive victories, securing the championship of the Hell-Killing Field, and earning the qualification to challenge the Hell Road. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Chen's expression brightens, and he also receives a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest of achieving 100 consecutive victories in the Hell-Killing Field. Reward, 300,000 points and 1 soul bone evolution. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen feels quite satisfied. The reward is commendable. Once he conquers the Hell Road, he should be able to attain the domain of the God of Slaughter. At that moment, the King of Slaughter appears before Bai Chen. Congratulations, Demon King, on winning the championship of the Hell-Killing Field. I sincerely invite you to join the upper echelons of our city of slaughter. I will provide you with everything you desire. Hearing the King of Slaughter's words, Bai Chen replies, Everything? Indeed, everything you wish for. I will find a way to help you obtain. Chapter 191. Slaying the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King. Anomaly. Bai Chen. My apologies, King of Slaughter. But the only thing I desire is the domain of the God of Slaughter. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the King of Slaughter's countenance darkened, yet he persisted. Are you certain you won't reconsider joining Slaughter City? Bai Chen, my decision is immutable. Your persuasion is futile. As Bai Chen concluded, a glint of frigidity flashed within the King of Slaughter's eyes, though he ultimately refrained from action, stating, in that case, proceed to the Hell Road. With that, concentric circles of faint crimson radiance emanated from the King of Slaughter's form, subsequently morphing into a dense, sanguineous miasma. Bai Chen was compelled to retreat by this oppressive aura, maintaining a distance of 8 or 9 meters to withstand it. Bai Chen discerned that this aura was not malevolence, but rather a sinister essence. As this malevolent aura pervaded, the Hell Slaughter arena was swiftly enveloped. Consumed by this aura, the denizens within the audience seats exhibited unbridled elation, yet their gazes soon turned vacant. Subsequently, their eyes became bloodshot, and they descended into a frenzy, engaging in self-mutilation until their lives were extinguished. Even Bai Chen was repulsed by this spectacle. As if aware of Bai Chen's expression, the King of Slaughter proclaimed, to serve as sacrifices for the opening of Hell Road is their honor. Honor? Bai Chen mused inwardly, feeling only revulsion. Gradually, blood inundated the arena, and a depression materialized upon the ground, channeling the blood into a crimson sigil. Slowly, Bai Chen was enveloped by the sanguineous mist. With his divine eyes, Bai Chen perceived a bat-shaped emblem before him, but before he could discern it clearly, his consciousness began to wane. After an indeterminate interval, Bai Chen gradually regained consciousness. Like Tang San and the others, Bai Chen found himself upon a platform with a diameter of 5 meters. Beside him lay an abyssal chasm, and before him stretched a narrow path, barely half a foot wide, capable of accommodating only the placement of one's feet, shrouded in darkness. Bai Chen knew that the abyss beneath him was filled with the accumulated blood of countless victims from Slaughter City over the years. Here, Bai Chen was suddenly curious. He was a guy who soaked in the blood pool all year round. He wondered if he could swim in this Bloody Mary pool, but after thinking about it, Bai Chen denied the proposal. While it seemed plausible, he resolved not to tempt fate unless absolutely necessary. lest he perish from his own recklessness. As Bai Chen contemplated this, he advanced forward. En route, he encountered skeletal remains, presumably belonging to past participants. After an indeterminate duration, he suddenly heard the system's squeaking sound in his ear. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Chen immediately concentrated, and if he guessed correctly, he should be about to encounter the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King. But before facing the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King, he had to deal with the guy's younger brothers first. Scarcely had he completed his thought when a swarm of vermilion bats enveloped him from all directions. Upon witnessing this, Bai Chen immediately deployed his bone tail, attempting to strike the bats. Although these bats possessed considerable speed, they were no match for Bai Chen. His bone tail resembled a skewer, each strike impaling 4 or 5 bats. Subsequently, the swarm converged upon him, domain of the dire wolf. As he thought, 6 wolf spirits materialized around him. Howl! The 6 wolf spirits emitted a simultaneous cry, their sonic waves severely disrupting the bats. Those in close proximity even began to descend. Bai Chen relentlessly impaled the bats with his bone tail. As the bats dwindled in number, a particularly large blood bat emitted a piercing screech, prompting the others to echo in unison. Upon witnessing this, Bai Chen knew that the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King was imminent. After they finished calling, they disappeared, and then, a behemoth with an arm span of more than 4 meters appeared in front of Bai Chen. Just by appearing, Bai Chen felt some pressure. The suppression ability of this Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King was extraordinary. Subsequently, it emitted a roar, unleashing an unparalleled aura that momentarily overwhelmed Bai Chen's defenses. The strength of this Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King was at least 10,000 years old. If Bai Chen used soul skills, he could easily kill it. Of course, if he could not use soul skills, the three-headed Dark Gold Bat King in front of him was not Bai Chen's opponent. Moreover, Bai Chen was aware of its weakness. Simultaneous destruction of all 3 heads would vanquish it. Thinking, Bai Chen took out 2 daggers. And then the bone tail appeared on his back. The bone tail kicked hard, and Bai Chen flew out instantly. In the blink of an eye, Bai Chen appeared in front of the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King. At the same time, Bai Chen's 2 daggers swept across the opponent's 3 heads. As if sensing danger, the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King immediately ascended into the air and actually dodged Bai Chen's arm attack. As a result, Bai Chen only blew up 1 head. After this attack, Bai Chen also fell down, but his tail waved and grabbed the Hell Road. And then with a force, his whole body returned to the Hell Road smoothly. At this time, the head of the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King that had been blown off had been restored. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen's expression did not fluctuate in any way. If he didn't kill him once, he would do it again, and he would be able to kill the opponent. The Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King seemed to be angry too. Screech. It emitted an excruciating screech that could potentially shatter the minds of those with weaker mental fortitude. However, Bai Chen's mental strength was formidable, rendering the screech inconsequential. Subsequently, Bai Chen's tail exerted itself once more, though this time, he deployed only 1 tail. After ascending into the air, Bai Chen's other tail exerted tremendous force, impaling the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King directly. Screech. Having its body pierced. Even the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King couldn't help but let out a scream. Bai Chen saw this scene, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Got you. Subsequently, his tail exerted force, propelling him toward the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King. The Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King watched this scene in horror, but it was useless. It tried hard to escape, but it was useless. It could only watch Bai Chen approaching itself little by little. In the instant Bai Chen arrived before the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King, he brandished his daggers, severing all 3 of its heads in half. Subsequently, the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King plummeted. Noticing this, Bai Chen used the opponent's corpse as a stepping stone, jumped hard, and safely returned to the Hell Road. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the special creature, the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King, rewarding the host with 30,000 points and a special item, Anomaly. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen was curious. Anomaly? What is it? Let me see. Anomaly, description, an item dropped by the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King. Upon fusion, it will allow a second heart to grow within the host's body. Henceforth, in combat, unless both of the host's hearts are destroyed, the host cannot be slain. Upon reading the introduction to the, Bai Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Could it truly be this remarkable? It was akin to gaining an additional life. Should he equip this? Even if the heart in his left chest were to be destroyed, would he not still survive? Yet, he pondered where exactly this would manifest within his body. Regardless, even if Bai Chen were to acquire the, he would refrain from utilizing it at this moment. After all, every time he employed a special item, it demanded a significant amount of time, and in the treacherous Hell Road, each additional second spent resulted in a deeper erosion of his sanity. Thus, lingering here posed a considerable risk. Moreover, a Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King could yield such rewards. Bai Chen was filled with anticipation regarding the ensuing tin-headed blazing sun serpents, wondering if they might bestow upon him something beyond merely a. This thought ignited a spark of excitement within him, heightening his eagerness for the tin-headed blazing sun serpents. As he continued to reflect, Bai Chen pressed on until, suddenly, he discerned some commotion. It seemed as though something was lurking within the blood pool. Sensing this, Bai Chen immediately halted his advance, recognizing that the tin-headed blazing sun serpents were about to make their entrance. Continuing heedlessly could lead to grave danger. With his movement stilled, he utilized his mental acuity to perceive his surroundings, soon discovering that something was poised to emerge directly beneath him. Instinctively, Bai Chen withdrew. With a thunderous roar, the primordial beast, the tin-headed blazing sun serpent, shattered the hell road beneath Bai Chen's feet, materializing before him. As he beheld the tin-headed blazing sun serpent, excitement danced in Bai Chen's eyes. He was eager to uncover what treasures this creature might yield. Roaring in fury, the tin-headed blazing sun serpent was incensed by Bai Chen's exhilaration, finding the human's gaze exceedingly unsettling. As it bellowed, the serpent exhaled a plume of searing flames. Sensing the intense heat, Bai Chen swiftly evaded, leaping into the air and targeting one of the creature's fleshy tumors, exclaiming, "Moonblade." Chapter 192, The Path Through Hell, Realm of the God of Death. With a sharp crack, when the crescent blade struck its target, a tiny fissure appeared on the shell of the tin-headed fiery sun serpent's flesh tumor. Its defense was surprisingly robust, White Dust mused. He then landed gracefully, planning to continue his assault shortly. For this strike, White Dust had only exerted a third of his strength. Crescent blade. Bang. This time, one of the tumors of the tin-headed fiery sun serpent was obliterated. Roar. As the tumor burst, the tin-headed fiery sun serpent let out a furious roar. Though its voice was noticeably less resounding than before, this was its lifeline, and with all its tumors being shattered, it was nearing its end. In an instant, the tin-headed fiery sun serpent dove into the blood pool below, opting not to continue the battle on the path through hell. Observing this scene, White Dust frowned. If the opponent resorted to such cowardice, it would indeed pose a challenge to deal with this creature. Nevertheless, White Dust's tail emerged, piercing toward the blood pool. His mental prowess was formidable. Even if the serpent concealed itself in the depths of the pool, White Dust could accurately pinpoint its location. Roar. It seemed White Dust had struck true, as the blood pool began to churn. Feeling the overwhelming force of White Dust, the tin-headed fiery sun serpent began to flee. Watching the serpent retreat without a backward glance, White Dust was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly running away? How spineless. With this in mind, White Dust immediately pursued. Regardless of anything else, he could not allow the inner core of the tin-headed fiery sun serpent to escape. Thus, he moved forward along the path through hell while launching attacks toward the serpent submerged in the blood pool. The further he ran, the more he sensed the surrounding air growing increasingly sweltering. Clearly, he was nearing the blood pool's exit. Meanwhile, within the city of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter remained unaware that the dark gold, three-headed Bat King, whom he held high hopes for, and the tin-headed fiery sun serpent had met with disastrous fates, one slain by White Dust, the other pursued mercilessly. Bang! With a shattering sound. Only 3 tumors remained on the tin-headed fiery sun serpent. Its speed had significantly diminished, and it seemed escape was no longer feasible. Slowly, it propped itself up, gazing at White Dust with evident trepidation. Yes, it was indeed afraid. White Dust was somewhat surprised by the serpent's expression. Was it truly frightened? Although the tin-headed fiery sun serpent had shown signs of weakness, this did not mean White Dust would spare it, unless unexpected circumstances arose. Even if White Dust refrained from slaying this serpent now, it would ultimately face demise at the hands of Tang San or others, given that its tumors had been utterly destroyed. Of course, White Dust was uncertain whether the serpent could recover, but it mattered little. Today, having encountered it after it initiated the attack, White Dust could not let the serpent slip away. Noticing that White Dust's demeanor remained unchanged, the tin-headed fiery sun serpent charged at him in anger, causing the surrounding blood pool to surge violently. White Dust. A futile struggle. With that, he swiftly moved his 2 tails, seamlessly piercing through 2 of the remaining tumors. Roar. The tin-headed fiery sun serpent let out a feeble cry of pain. Farewell. With a decisive flick of his right leg, a silver crescent blade flashed through the air. Simultaneously, the serpent's head and its remaining tumors were severed in twain. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have defeated the special creature, the tin-headed fiery sun serpent. Reward. 50,000 points. Reward. Tin-headed fiery sun serpent inner core. Very well. It was merely the inner core of the tin-headed fiery sun serpent. Staring at the core in his hand, White Dust felt a tinge of disappointment. Just then, Nian Gao suddenly emerged, fixating on the inner core. Seeing this, White Dust inquired, "Do you desire this inner core?" Upon hearing White Dust's words, Nian Gao eagerly nodded. "Then it is yours." With White Dust's affirmation, Nian Gao let out a jubilant cheer and promptly swallowed the inner core, vanishing into the system space. White Dust then checked Nian Gao's status. Name, Nian Gao species, attached beast status, mutating and evolving time remaining for mutation, 7 days, 23 hours. 59 minutes, it was indeed undergoing mutation. White Dust felt a spark of curiosity. He wondered what form Nian Gao would take after its evolution. 8 days until completion? That was manageable. White Dust could afford to wait. After dispatching the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, White Dust pressed onward, eager to leave this place. Once outside, he would attain the realm of the god of death. As he advanced, the air around him grew increasingly oppressive and heated. Thankfully, his mental fortitude remained strong enough to keep him alert, unaffected by the blood pool beneath. Soon, White Dust arrived at the final obstacle. Before him lay a narrow path submerged in the blood pool. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to attempt swimming through, as his prolonged exposure to blood pools suggested he could likely manage it. Resolving to give it a try, he thought, what if I succeed? However, before proceeding, White Dust cautiously dipped a finger into the blood pool, instantly sensing an intense heat. Yet, it was bearable. Aware of this, he activated all the enhancement skills at his disposal, then leapt into the pool. White Dust did not intend to act recklessly. He simply lacked the ability to fly and had no celestial claws, leaving him little choice but to plunge in. Once submerged, he found it surprisingly tolerable. His body had long since acclimatized to being enveloped in blood, having previously swum in the blood pool of a millennia-old soul beast. This sanguine concoction merely caused him slight discomfort, failing to impede his progress. As he swam forward, he quickly reached the exit. Upon emerging, he simultaneously attained the realm of the god of death. To his astonishment, he had navigated the path through hell with such ease. Before arriving in the city of slaughter, he had anticipated a far more arduous trial. It seemed he had overestimated the challenge. A young rabbit, approximately 10 years old, hopped toward White Dust, oblivious to the situation. White Dust quickly noticed the creature. Suddenly, the realm of the god of death activated. Instantly, a frigid aura radiated from White Dust, enveloping the surroundings in a tempest of murderous intent. In an instant, the unsuspecting rabbit stood frozen in fear, and upon realizing the danger, it fled without delay. White Dust exhaled in relief. Indeed, the realm of the god of death was extraordinarily potent, and remarkably, it could be used in conjunction with the realm of the demon wolf. Typically, possessing dual realms would entail using only one at a time. However, White Dust's circumstances were exceptional. His demon wolf realm summoned wolf spirits corresponding to his level, enhancing his attributes with each spirit present, without impacting the surrounding environment. Conversely, the realm of the god of death primarily wielded an overwhelming murderous aura against foes. This aura expanded outward, reducing the attributes of enemies ensnared within its grasp, while simultaneously augmenting White Dust's own. The existence of these two realms did not conflict, allowing White Dust to wield both simultaneously. Upon discovering this, Bai Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. His combat prowess should now rival that of an ordinary title Douluo. Moreover, upon his return, he intended to further evolve his martial soul. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Chen made his way towards the spirit hall. He was aware that Bibi Dong had been secretly observing him during this period, thus she would know that he was likely to return soon. If he wished to venture out, it would be prudent for Bai Chen not to linger and to head back to the spirit hall first. A few days later, at the spirit hall, a figure emanating a chilling aura arrived. The guards at the entrance immediately intercepted him, questioning who dared to trespass into the spirit hall. Upon witnessing their actions, Bai Chen felt an instinctive urge to retaliate, yet he managed to restrain himself. Subsequently, he produced a token, which caused the guards to momentarily pause in astonishment. "Elder, is that you?" they stammered. Bai Chen nodded. "Let me in." "Yes, sir," they responded, allowing him entry. Bai Chen then proceeded directly to the papal hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he removed his mask, for he now possessed sufficient strength and felt no need to conceal his identity any longer. The guards inside the papal hall were momentarily taken aback by Bai Chen's appearance. "Isn't he dead? How could he suddenly reappear?" "Come in, Bai Chen." A voice resonated from within, revealing itself to be Bibidong's. "Yes, teacher," Bai Chen replied, pushing the door open and stepping into the grand hall. As he entered, Bibidong glanced up at him, somewhat surprised by his condition. Bai Chen appeared remarkably well, in contrast to when she had emerged from the city of slaughter. Unable to control her murderous intent and causing considerable chaos, Bai Chen's demeanor was far more composed. Although he had yet to master the art of controlling his aura perfectly, his self-control was evidently superior to that of her earlier self, which left Bibidong astonished. "Bai Chen, I have returned," he announced. Come with me," Bibidong replied. "I shall take you to a special place." Chapter 193, Absorbing the Alien Heart. The left arm of purgatory and void. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Bai Chen felt a sense of confusion, uncertain of where she intended to lead him. However, he did not defy her command, instead following obediently behind her, curious to discover her intentions. Before long, Bai Chen found himself in a room he had never visited before. Yet he recognized it as Bibi Dong's chamber. Observing the scene, Bai Chen hesitated and inquired, "Teacher, why have you brought me here?" Bibi Dong replied, "You will understand shortly. For now, do not ponder too much. Come, step inside." With that, she pushed the door open. Bai Chen swallowed hard, but followed her inside. Once inside, Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings. Bibi Dong's room was somewhat different from what he had imagined. It was rather simple in its decor. Apart from the essentials, a bed, a desk, chairs, a mirror, and a wardrobe, there was nothing extravagant. While it was certainly more luxurious than that of an ordinary household, in comparison to Bibi Dong's status as the Pope, it seemed rather unremarkable. "Sit," Bibi Dong instructed. "All right," Bai Chen replied. After they both took their seats, Bibi Dong initiated the conversation. "Bai Chen, what are your thoughts on the spirit hall?" Suddenly confronted with this question, Bai Chen felt bewildered. He pondered what Bibi Dong meant by asking for his perspective on the spirit hall. What opinion could he possibly hold? Noticing Bai Chen's hesitation, Bibi Dong prompted, "What is it? Are you unable to respond?" Bai Chen nodded. "I am unsure how to answer. If I must express something, I would say the spirit hall is acceptable. Although its reputation may not be stellar externally, the absence of the spirit hall would likely plunge the entire Douluo continent into chaos." Bibi Dong responded, "Oh, how so?" Bai Chen elaborated, "To begin with, on a fundamental level, the spirit hall provides monthly rewards to basic soul masters. These allowances have significantly enhanced the living conditions of many impoverished soul masters, allowing them to focus on their cultivation rather than earning a living, thereby improving their efficiency. Furthermore, almost every city has a branch of the spirit hall, not to mention the nobility, even among commoners. The stationed troops of the spirit hall during their daily patrols have effectively bolstered urban security, safeguarding against potential threats. Moreover, should the spirit hall vanish, the current equilibrium would be disrupted, leading to conflict between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Although the citizens of the Xingluo Empire boast of their superiority over the Tiando Empire, it is improbable that an equally formidable empire, which has stood for years on the Douluo continent, would be significantly inferior. Additionally, with the support of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, should war break out, it would plunge the region into prolonged turmoil, severely affecting ordinary citizens. Bibi Dong was taken aback by Bai Chen's insights, surprised by his perceptiveness regarding the current state of affairs on the Douluo continent. Bai Chen continued, "However, the spirit hall is not solely composed of positive attributes." Bibi Dong replied, "Indeed, please elaborate." With her encouragement, Bai Chen continued, "Yet, it is not without its negative aspects. The overwhelming power of the spirit hall, along with its extensive reach, leads to areas being inadequately managed. This results in some individuals within the spirit hall feeling as though they possess boundless authority, allowing them to oppress commoners at will, which is likely one of the primary reasons for the resentment towards the spirit hall." Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Aware of these issues herself, though she felt powerless to address them, the spirit hall was vast, and even she could not oversee every facet of it. "Teacher, why are you sharing this with me today? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Bai Chen inquired. Bibi Dong posed a question. "Do you wish to inherit the spirit hall?" Based on her observations, she believed that if Bai Chen were willing, he would be far more suitable than Hulaina from any perspective. Bai Chen was taken aback, unable to comprehend why she would suddenly propose he inherit the spirit hall. Noticing his stunned expression, Bibi Dong continued, "I intend to appoint you as the Holy Son, to compete alongside Nana for the position of Pope." Upon confirming Bibi Dong's declaration, Bai Chen was genuinely bewildered. Observing his reaction, Bibi Dong remarked, "What is it? You appear quite surprised." Bai Chen responded, "Yes." Bibi Dong reassured him, "There is no need for astonishment. From the very beginning, you were on my list of candidates. At that time, I was merely considerate of Nana's feelings, hence my silence. Over the years, I have been discreetly testing you. Initially, I did not wish to easily relinquish Nana, but as time passed, the gap between you two widened. Moreover, in terms of temperament, you are indeed more suitable than Nana, who tends to be overly sentimental, unlike yourself." Bai Chen paused momentarily. Truth be told, he was not particularly eager to assume the role of Holy Son within the spirit hall, especially since he aspired to establish his own sect. Given the unique significance of his second martial soul, noticing his hesitation, Bibi Dong spoke, "What is it? Are you unwilling? I can grant you time to consider this. After all, I have a considerable duration before I step down. You have ample time to reflect." Bai Chen contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well, teacher. I would like to take some time to rest within the spirit hall before embarking on a journey across the Douluo continent. I will decide upon my return. Is that acceptable? Bibi Dong nodded. You have indeed worked hard. You have just returned from the city of slaughter and have been summoned by me. Go and rest. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement before returning to his small courtyard. For reasons unknown, as Bibi Dong gazed at Bai Chen's departing figure, she felt an unsettling premonition that he might never return. Nevertheless, she refrained from stopping him. Upon returning to his courtyard, Bai Chen first retrieved the alien heart. The reason for his extended stay in the spirit hall was that he needed a relatively safe environment to absorb these items. With that thought, Bai Chen utilized the alien heart, finding the method of absorption akin to that of soul bones. In no time, within a quarter of an hour, he successfully absorbed the alien heart, sensing a new presence within his right chest. Beyond that, he felt no further changes. Subsequently, Bai Chen took out the previously acquired evolvable soul bone, the left arm bone, alongside the left arm bone of the alien tail wolf. He examined the properties of the left arm bone. Purgatory Magic Wolf's left arm bone, age, 1000 skills, devour. Claws of Purgatory, a claw-shaped attack formed by condensing soul power. Upon inflicting injury, it has a certain probability of extracting the opponent's soul power to replenish oneself. Upon reviewing the attributes of the soul bone, Bai Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Its effects appeared quite formidable, though he was curious about the extent of soul power that could be extracted. As he contemplated, Bai Chen dedicated half an hour to absorb this soul bone. Soon, he successfully absorbed it, yet his level did not change. Thus, Bai Chen now required only 2 soul bones to achieve a complete soul bone status. As he continued to reflect, Bai Chen took out the left arm bone of the alien tail wolf and began the absorption process, causing the Purgatory Magic Wolf's left arm bone to initiate its evolution. Remarkably, within approximately 3 hours, Bai Chen absorbed this soul bone, resulting in a significant elevation of his level by 2 ranks. And a tremendous transformation in the left arm bone. The Arm of Purgatory and the Void duration, 50,000 skills. Devour, Claw of Purgatory. Tail of the Void. By concentrating soul power into the tail of the void, one can launch a surprise attack on the opponent without expending any soul power or exhibiting any prior indications. This skill may be utilized thrice daily. Upon witnessing the evolved left arm, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming sense of the tail of the void's formidable power, as it required no preparatory motion, truly a technique of stealthy assault. Contemplating this, Bai Chen stepped outside his door, gazing at the stone chair in his courtyard, and executed the tail of the void. Bang! Without any forewarning, a purplish-gray tail erupted from the ground, instantly pulverizing the stone chair. Observing this scene, Bai Chen felt a deep satisfaction. This move possessed a might comparable to that of the moon blade in full moon state, exceedingly powerful. Hearing the commotion outside, Xiao Pei hurriedly rushed out. Xiao Pei, Lord Bai Chen, what has transpired? Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen shook his head. It is nothing. I was merely experimenting with a new soul skill. At present, Xiao Pei was still attending to Bai Chen, managing his room during his absence. Relieved by Bai Chen's response, Xiao Pei exhaled, having feared that something unfortunate had befallen him due to the recent loud noise. Originally, Bai Chen had intended to continue absorbing the Soul Spirit Evolution Potion to enhance his martial soul. However, he suddenly noticed Hulaina and her companions approaching his house. Pondering their arrival, Bai Chen refrained from retreating immediately. Soon, Hulaina and her companions arrived at his doorstep and knocked on the courtyard gate. Xiao Pei went to open the door. Upon seeing that the visitors were Hulaina, she promptly inquired, Lady Saint, do you seek Lord Bai Chen? He has just returned. Hulaina, yes, please summon him. No sooner had she spoken than Bai Chen appeared. What is it, Sister Nana? Do you require my assistance? Seeing Bai Chen, Hulaina hastily replied, Bai Chen, I heard from the teacher that you were about to embark on a journey across the continent. Is this true? Bai Chen, indeed. It is true. I plan to leave the spirit hall and explore the continent to broaden my horizons. Chapter 194. The Evolution of the Martial Soul. Divine Level Martial Soul. Upon receiving Bai Chen's affirmative response, Hulaina hesitated before speaking. Yin and I, along with Brother Xiaoyu, also wish to travel across the continent. Bai Chen, shall we go together? Bai Chen replied succinctly, No, I prefer solitude. His refusal was resolute. Though he ostensibly intended to explore the continent, his true purpose was to observe the progress of a Bing and the others, as well as to attend to matters concerning his sect. Now that Bai Chen's martial soul had evolved, he possessed sufficient soul power to establish a sect. However, he could not yet reveal his identity and must remain a behind-the-scenes leader. Nevertheless, this did not impede his development. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback by Bai Chen's blunt refusal, her expression reflecting disbelief. She had expected that, given their friendship, Bai Chen would agree. Moreover, they were all members of the illustrious Golden Generation, forming a formidable alliance. Yet Bai Chen had dismissed her so straightforwardly. What did she truly mean to him? Yan, observing Hulaina's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. The person he cherished, Bai Chen, had so quickly rebuffed her, igniting a desire to confront him. However, just as he contemplated action, Xiaoyu placed a hand on his shoulder. Xiaoyu approached, saying, "Since you are unwilling, let us leave." "Come, Yin, Laina." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Yin reluctantly followed him, while Hulaina appeared despondent. After the trio departed, Bai Chen silently expressed his apologies. Though the three members of the Golden Generation were exceptionally talented, should he fail to ascend to the position of Pope in the future, they could not serve his purposes. Maintaining their friendship was sufficient. As for Hulaina, she would soon enter the city of slaughter, and should he encounter Tang San there again, only then would he contemplate his feelings. After the trio's departure, Bai Chen instructed Xiao Pei to ensure he would not be disturbed during a period of seclusion. With that, he consumed 200 prepared martial soul evolution potions, commencing the evolution of his martial soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using 200 martial soul evolution potions. The evolution of the martial soul has begun. As before, Bai Chen's body began to transform, gradually taking on the form of a ferocious demon wolf. An astonishing aura of malevolence emanating around him. Yet, due to the protective barrier he had previously established, this malevolence did not escape. Unlike previous evolutions, this process was excruciatingly painful. Flesh from Bai Chen's body fell away piece by piece, only to regenerate at an astonishing speed, a cycle that repeated relentlessly. With each iteration, his form grew larger, and subtle changes began to manifest. His fur gradually transitioned from black to gray. At this moment, Bai Chen was too engulfed in agony to observe the transformations occurring within him. He merely wished for the evolution to conclude swiftly. Each second felt like a torment to his spirit. Meanwhile, back in the Death Canyon, the trio of Hulaina felt the weight of despair. Xiaoyu, witnessing Hulaina's forlorn expression, felt an unsettling sensation. His sister was the one he cherished most, and seeing her in such a state ignited a fury within him, rivaling Yan's anger. However, he recognized that Bai Chen already had a beloved. In fact, upon hearing Bai Chen reject Hulaina, he felt a strange sense of relief. Had Bai Chen acquiesced easily, he would have been more apprehensive about entrusting his sister to him. Yan shared similar sentiments. He was infuriated by Bai Chen's rejection of Hulaina, yet simultaneously relieved. Did this not imply that his own opportunity was approaching? In the ensuing days, Hulaina dedicated herself fervently to her training, showing no inclination to pursue a relationship with Yan. Her thoughts remained consumed by Bai Chen. Often, people yearn most for what remains elusive. The complexities of their desires were perplexing. On the other hand, Bai Chen had been in seclusion for 3 full days. During this time, a remarkable transformation occurred within his chamber. An enormous egg radiating golden light appeared, and Bai Chen himself had seemingly vanished. For several continuous days, the egg remained undisturbed, until the 4th day of Bai Chen's evolution. Crack! Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the surface of the egg. Crack, crack! The fissure widened, and a furry wolf paw thrust through, emerging from within. With a resounding thud, the golden egg shattered completely, revealing a diminutive, exceedingly adorable juvenile white wolf, the embodiment of Bai Chen. Instinctively, Bai Chen devoured the remnants of the eggshell, feeling a surge in his aura. Observing the now enlarged surroundings, Bai Chen felt perplexed. What had transpired? Contemplating this, he rushed to the mirror, and upon seeing his reflection, he was taken aback. Alas, how had he transformed so drastically? Now, Bai Chen stood less than a meter tall, comparable in size to a newborn wolf cub. He was undeniably a young wolf. Moreover, this young wolf was irresistibly cute. His fur was pure white as snow, devoid of any blemish, and his deep blue eyes sparkled like shimmering galaxies. A faint mark adorned his forehead, resembling a precious, adorable white wolf, yet the notification in his mind confirmed the extraordinary nature of his evolution. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the martial soul evolution has succeeded. The current martial soul is a divine level martial soul, Fenrir, juvenile stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving the martial soul to divine level status, increasing cultivation aptitude by 20. Taken aback by the notification in his mind, Bai Chen was astonished to discover that his cultivation aptitude had indeed increased. Reflecting on this, he examined the attributes of his newly acquired martial soul. Fenrir, juvenile stage, divine level martial soul, strength, S, agility, S, constitution, S, growth, SS. Soul power, SS. Upon reviewing the attributes of his new martial soul, Bai Chen was at a loss for words. This was astonishingly exceptional, even surpassing that of the six-winged angel. Subsequently, Bai Chen turned his attention to his invaluable attributes. Name, Bai Chen. Age, 17 years. Soul power, level 65. Cultivation aptitude, 80, including Qingyong Gong 10. Tianma body 2, martial soul, Fenrir, juvenile stage, martial soul quality, divine level martial soul, to evolve to the next stage. Requires 5,000 martial soul evolution elixirs, soul rings, 6, frenzied assault 620, Black Moon King Wolf kill 931, Fearful Shriek 2556, Shadow Wolf killing array 10760, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf transformation 41300, God of Death stab 88,000, soul bones 5, Hurricane Howling Moon Wolf right leg bone 39,000, Illusory Wolf head bone 1,000, Annihilation Evil Wolf torso bone 53,000, Purgatory and Void arm bone 50,000, Giant Spirit Tail external soul bone, points 5, 380, 000. Special skills, Divine Eye, Qingyong Gong 3rd layer, Tranquility Decision 3rd layer, Shadow Step 3rd layer, Tianma body 4th layer, items, Venomous Dagger, Pufferfish Poison Dagger, Primary Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Pills X42. Intermediate Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Pills X11 status. Enhanced Sense of Smell, Enhanced Vision, Enhanced Hearing, Enhanced Heart, Divergent Mind. Upon reviewing his attributes, Bai Chen was somewhat perplexed. This divine level martial soul could actually evolve, and the quantity of martial soul evolution elixirs required was astonishing. Nevertheless, he quickly deduced that the next stage would likely be Fenrir's growth or maturity phase, at which point his martial soul would transcend divine quality. He pondered just how formidable it would be compared to level-based martial souls. For now, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power. Any ordinary title Douluo would surely be no match for him. Is this the sensation of a divine-level martial soul? He murmured. As the evolution concluded, Bai Chen's form gradually reverted to that of a human, largely unchanged save for his eyes, which had transformed into star-like orbs. Fortunately, the function of the divine eye had not diminished. In fact, it had been further enhanced. Additionally, his hair had turned pure white. After dressing, Bai Chen resolved to step outside, eager to reveal himself after an extended period of confinement. However, he felt the need to disguise himself before venturing out. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a call from the King Wolf ring. Indeed, it had been over 8 days, and it was time for Nian Gao to have completed its evolution. With anticipation, Bai Chen released Nian Gao. Instantly, a 3-meter-long crimson version of Nian Gao materialized before him. Name, Nian Gao Flame Embodied Beast, Super Companion Beast, duration, 1006. The higher the duration, the stronger the power, function, and battle it can attach to the host, enhancing their strength. Skills, Possession-Specific Attribute Enhancement. Overall attributes increased by 35 Strength Enhancement. Strength increased by 30 Speed Enhancement. Speed increased by 30 Defense Enhancement. Defense increased by 30 Soul Power Enhancement. Soul Power increased by 30 when attacking. It inflicts additional fire attribute damage. Possession duration, 5 hours. Upon witnessing Nian Gao's new attributes, Bai Chen was secretly astonished. All enhancements had risen by 15%. And the possession duration had increased by a full 2 hours, with fire attribute damage added to attacks. Moreover, Nian Gao and Appo's quality had evolved into a super companion beast. The small essence of the 10-headed solar serpent had bestowed such immense transformation upon Nian Gao. Suddenly, Bai Chen felt less inclined to head towards the Tiando Empire. Instead, he was now determined to journey to the Star Luo Empire with the intention of confronting the title Douluo who had previously ambushed him. Chapter 195. The Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Pills. After examining the attributes of the rice cake, Bai Chen gently stroked its head, feeling the caress. The rice cake squinted its eyes in comfort and then rubbed against his hand. All right, good child, it's time to go back. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the rice cake obediently returned to the Tsong Wolf ring. With everything now prepared, Bai Chen intended to leave the spirit hall and set his plans for establishing his sect into motion. Once his sect was founded, he could also cultivate a second martial soul. After all, possessing a second martial soul would grant him access to dual divine positions. Although Bai Chen could not recall whether the original text mentioned the necessity of having twin martial souls to achieve dual divine positions, he figured it would be prudent to acquire a twin martial soul, much like Tang San, who inherited dual divine positions through his twin martial souls. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen promptly made his way to the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong, upon seeing Bai Chen, expressed her surprise. Bai Chen, what happened to your hair and eyes? Bai Chen replied, Teacher, this is my disguise. Isn't it rumored in the outside world that I have died? I wish to travel the continent, so I thought it best to change my appearance. Although Bibi Dong found Bai Chen's rationale reasonable, She sensed an unspoken difference in him compared to before. Bibi Dong asked, "Are you leaving so soon? Have you managed to control your killing intent?" Bai Chen admitted, "Not perfectly yet, but I can manage it to a considerable extent. Then I have no reason to keep you. I hope that when you return, you will have contemplated that issue," she said. "Indeed," Bai Chen responded. After a brief pause, he added, "Well then, teacher, I shall take my leave." "Very well," she replied. With that, Bai Chen departed. Half a day later, a striking young man with silver hair and starry eyes arrived at the entrance of the spirit city. Bai Chen had reached a height of 178 meters and had not grown any taller since. He had once hoped to reach 2 meters. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his height, as 178 meters was above the average height of the Douluo continent. Due to this height, he appeared quite youthful, especially given that he was only 17. After leaving the spirit hall, Bai Chen hesitated before heading towards the direction of the Tiandou Empire. Although he desired to exact revenge on the Xinghua Empire, he thoughtfully considered that it was not the right time for such a venture. After all, he was only at level 65. While he had confidence in his ability to contend with a level 91 title Douluo, he could not guarantee that he would be able to locate his adversary in the Xinghua Empire. Moreover, he still had matters to address in the Tiandou Empire. Firstly, he wished to bring his grandfather, Mitra, into his sect. Given Mitra's affection for him, he believed that even if he made an excessive request, Mitra would likely acquiesce. Bai Chen did not intend to establish his sect single-handedly, for he was not a genius and did not possess all-encompassing knowledge. Having a trustworthy person to assist him would lighten his burden and allow him more time for cultivation, as personal strength was the foremost priority. As he contemplated these matters, Bai Chen made his way towards the vassal kingdom of the Tiandou Empire, the Balak Kingdom. Half a month later, Bai Chen entered the territory of the Balak Kingdom. The city he found himself in was named Hylar City, a considerable distance from Nodding City. Having spent such a long time on the road, he had successfully evaded those sent by the Spirit Hall to protect him. It was now time to absorb those soul ring duration enhancement pills. Wearing a mask, Bai Chen approached an inn. Upon seeing him, an attendant quickly approached. "Guest, may I ask if you require food or lodging?" "I would like to rest for a day in your finest room," Bai Chen replied. "Certainly, please follow me." As they ascended to the second floor, Bai Chen paid for the room, entered, and after ensuring there was no danger, began to absorb the soul ring duration enhancement pills one by one. He took out a black candy-like pill, which was a mid-level soul ring enhancement pill that could extend the duration of 4th to 6th spirit rings by 500 years. Bai Chen possessed 11 of such pills. He swallowed all 11 and then consumed 42 primary soul ring duration enhancement pills. It took him a total of 6 hours to digest these pills, but after their consumption, the changes in his soul rings were monumental. The durations of Bai Chen and Appo's soul rings were now as follows: Frenzied Assault. 4. 820 years, Black Moon Song Wolf Kill. 5. 131 years, Fearful Shriek. 6. 756 years, Demon Wolf Shadow Killing Formation. 16. 260 years, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation. 45. 800 years, God of Ghost Stab. 93. 500 years, the colors of the soul rings transformed into purple, 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 black, black, and black, with each of his soul skills experiencing a significant enhancement in power. Feeling the surge in his strength, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. Finally, he no longer needed to worry about the color of his soul rings changing and being discovered by others. He had at last consumed all those pills. The next day, Bai Chen departed from the inn early, intending to purchase a carriage. Now that he had successfully shed the protective escorts from the spirit hall, those who had been surveilling him, Bai Chen could adopt a different mode of travel. In a secluded corner, Bai Chen released Bai Yu from the Song Wolf ring. Upon emerging, Bai Yu looked around in bewilderment and then asked, "Master, is this the Tiandou Empire you spoke of?" Bai Chen clarified, "No, this is the Balak Kingdom, a vassal of the Tiandou Empire. We are here to attend to certain matters." "Oh," Bai Yu responded. "Put this on." Bai Chen instructed, handing Bai Yu a conical hat. "All right," Bai Yu replied, quickly donning the hat. Together, they ventured to the marketplace to procure a carriage. As they arrived at the market, Bai Yu occasionally glanced around, and Bai Chen, observing Bai Yu's demeanor, chuckled before handing him a small pouch of coins. "Go enjoy yourself. Let us meet at the city gate in 3 hours." "Yes, thank you, master," Bai Yu exclaimed, taking the pouch and scampering off to have fun. Watching Bai Yu's carefree figure, Bai Chen shook his head, reflecting on the sanguine nature of his kin. After Bai Yu departed, Bai Chen found a place selling carriages. Upon entering, he was promptly greeted. "Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with?" "I wish to purchase a carriage and 2 fine horses," Bai Chen stated. The attendant's eyes brightened at Bai Chen's words, and after quickly assessing his attire and confirming that he was indeed affluent, he eagerly said, "Please, follow me." He led Bai Chen to the stable. "Esteemed guest, these are the finest horses in our shop. Please have a look." Nodding, Bai Chen surveyed the horses one by one. Black Azure Horse, low-level soul beast 13 years, Shadow Horse, mid-level soul beast 16 years. After examining them all, his gaze settled on two horses. Crimson Flame Horse, high-level soul beast 103 years, Ghost Shadow Horse, high-level soul beast 102 years. The prices for these two horses were 900 gold coins and 1,000 gold coins, respectively. While this price would be quite steep for an average family, it was but a trifling sum for Bai Chen. Moreover, these two horses were not only impressive in age, but also striking in appearance, one black, one red, truly eye-catching. Certainly, the primary reason lies in the remarkable speed of these two horses. Bai Chen requires efficiency. "These two will suffice. Please escort me to the carriage," Bai Chen declared. Upon witnessing the horses chosen by Bai Chen, the young attendant beamed with delight. These were the finest and most expensive steeds in the stable. Yet due to their exorbitant prices, they had remained unsold and thus were still housed in the stable. "Wait a moment, I want those two horses." Suddenly, a brazen voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Chen glanced over in confusion, while the attendant appeared visibly anxious. He was all too familiar with that tone. As Bai Chen discerned the source, he found it belonged to a well-dressed, rather handsome youth. The attendant, clearly apprehensive, approached him and said, "Young master, I regret to inform you that these two horses have already been purchased by this esteemed guest." Upon hearing the attendant's words, the youth bellowed, "What? You insolent wretch, is there anyone in Hylar City who dares to compete with me for goods? Tell him to leave. Those two horses are mine." Instantly, Bai Chen's expression darkened, and the attendant, intimidated by the youth's arrogance, timidly approached Bai Chen and whispered, "I apologize, esteemed guest, but that individual is the son of the city lord. We cannot afford to offend him. Perhaps you might consider selecting another pair of horses. Our establishment would gladly offer you a discount." Understanding the attendant's predicament, Bai Chen was reluctant to impose further, yet he could not disregard the youth's presumptuous claim. "That is out of the question. The horses I have chosen shall not be relinquished to some so-called young master," Bai Chen replied, producing a gold card. Observing Bai Chen's action, the youth approached with a piercing gaze and said, "What do you mean by this? Qiyan and Gui Ying are mounts I have long desired. Are you attempting to challenge me?" Noticing the number 32 above the youth's head, Bai Chen retorted, "What? Are you dissatisfied? Seeking death?" the youth exclaimed, as his martial spirit manifested, brandishing a golden longsword accompanied by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. He then smugly surveyed his soul rings and declared, "Young man, I advise you to remove your mask and crawl over to lick my shoes clean. I might consider forgiving you." In response to the youth's words, Bai Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Such arrogance is truly frightening. Chapter 196. I have seen an angel. The duration of the 6th soul ring has been amended to 93,500 years. I had previously overlooked that it was written as over 80,000 years. With a sudden thud, the young lord was struck from above before he could react, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. The innkeeper, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence. Though the young lord was indeed arrogant and overbearing, he was not without strength. At merely 16 years of age, he had already attained a level of 32, qualifying him as a soul master of considerable renown. He had even earned a silver medal at the Hylar Grand Soul Arena. Calling him a genius would not be an exaggeration. Yet, this prodigy had been effortlessly subdued, leaving the masked figure's true power shrouded in mystery. "Take me to the carriage," White Dust commanded. The innkeeper quickly snapped back to reality and replied, "Of course." 15 minutes later, White Dust stood before an opulent wolf-headed carriage. Thoroughly pleased. "That fellow should be waking soon. Rest assured, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you." The innkeeper, still in a daze, nodded in agreement. After settling the bill, he secured the 2 horses and the carriage, guiding them to the shop's entrance. White Dust, holding the young lord, tossed him into the carriage with ease. "Inform me of the location of the Lord and Apos' mansion," White Dust instructed. "Indeed, the Lord and Apos' mansion is that grand structure over there." The innkeeper pointed towards a distant edifice. "I see," White Dust acknowledged. He approached the carriage, stroking the horses and Apos' muzzles. The steed seemed to sense the faint aura of menace emanating from White Dust and complied, allowing him to do as he pleased. "From this day forth, you shall be named Flame, and you shall be Shadow," he declared, and the horses emitted a sound in acknowledgement. "Clever creatures," he praised before directing the carriage towards the Lord's mansion. 2 minutes later, Shintuemo groggily awoke, his head throbbing. He sensed movement around him, realizing he was in a carriage. A carriage? Have I been abducted? It must be that masked man. How detestable. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Shin Tu-mo glanced forward and was surprised to find himself unbound. Was he not in the carriage? Curious, he peered through the curtains, revealing a shifting landscape outside. Indeed, he was in a carriage. White Dust, noticing the young lord had regained consciousness, stated, "Ah, you're awake. Now that you are, step outside. I intend to transport you to the Lord's mansion. To be frank, I was the one who knocked you out. Once we arrive, feel free to report to your Lord Father. I shall accept any repercussions." Upon hearing White Dust's words, Shin Tu-mo hesitated to respond. Having witnessed White Dust's formidable display, he discerned that the masked figure was far from ordinary. His father was a soul saint, and even in a spirit-possessed state, Shin Tu-mo could perceive some of his father's movements. Yet, White Dust had dispatched him with ease, without even summoning a spirit. His strength was undoubtedly beyond that of a soul saint. He might even be the legendary soul Douluo. Swallowing hard, Shin Tu-mo, although typically brash, recognized the gravity of the situation. Now confronted with a true powerhouse, fear crept in. Thus, he obediently emerged from the carriage and took a seat beside White Dust. Noticing his silence, White Dust was somewhat taken aback. This behavior was inconsistent with the young lord's earlier demeanor. "What's this? No more ruckus?" White Dust inquired. Shin Tu-mo shook his head. "No more." "Very well, then. I shall escort you back to the Lord's mansion." "Okay," he replied. Despite feeling odd about the young lord's sudden compliance, White Dust welcomed the tranquility and continued on his journey. Meanwhile, Shin Tu-mo, after a brief period of obedience, stealthily observed White Dust. Although the latter wore a mask, his hair was not concealed. Noticing White Dust's shock of white hair, Shin Tu-mo speculated that he might be an old man, yet his youthful voice contradicted this notion. The smoothness of White Dust's skin suggested he was likely a young man, perhaps even a youth. However, recalling White Dust's earlier display of terrifying strength, he leaned towards the idea that White Dust was a formidable elderly figure. "What's the matter? Is there something appealing about my face?" White Dust queried, catching Shin Tu-mo off guard. He had not anticipated being noticed after merely glancing. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Tu-mo nodded. "Senior, my apologies. I did not realize your strength was so profound." Genuinely surprised by the young lord's acknowledgement, White Dust remarked, "It is good that you understand. In the future, do not be so ostentatious. Should you provoke someone ill-tempered, it may not end well for you." "Understood," Shin Tu-mo replied. As they drew closer to the Lord's mansion, Shin Tu-mo could no longer contain his curiosity. "Senior, why do you wear a mask? May I see your face?" White Dust hesitated, contemplating the extent of his transformation. "Very well," he conceded, removing the mask. Upon witnessing White Dust's visage, Shin Tu-mo was rendered speechless. He had initially assumed the mask concealed an unsightly appearance. Yet it was quite the opposite. White Dust was remarkably handsome. After a few seconds, White Dust replaced the mask and asked, "Have you seen enough?" Feeling flustered, Shin Tu-mo nodded vigorously, his face flushed. This was his first encounter with someone so strikingly attractive. "What's with the blushing? We are both men," White Dust remarked. "And no, senior, you are truly handsome. I believe even men would feel moved upon seeing you," Shin Tu-mo stammered. White Dust felt a hint of exasperation. How peculiar. This young lad was blushing profusely. Could it be that he harbored feelings? No, I must swiftly return him and depart from here. With these thoughts, they finally arrived at the Lord's mansion. "We have arrived. I shall take my leave now," White Dust announced. "Oh," Shin Tu-mo replied, reluctantly disembarking and returning to the mansion. As White Dust turned to leave, Shin Tu-mo suddenly called out, "Senior, will I see you again?" White Dust shook his head. "No, I am leaving this place." With that, he drove the carriage away without a backward glance. As Shin Tu-mo watched the retreating figure, a twinge of regret washed over him. He had genuinely felt a spark upon seeing White Dust, a feeling he had never experienced before. Just then, Lord Shin Tu-yong arrived at the entrance, puzzled to see his son. "Moer, did you not go to buy a horse? Why are you here?" Turning to his father, Shin Tu-mo replied, "Father, I just encountered an angel." "Shin Tu-yong?" A quarter of an hour later, Bai Chen arrived at the city gate, only to find that Bai Yu had yet to make her appearance. They had previously agreed upon a meeting time of 3 shurchen, equivalent to 6 hours, and thus far, only 2 hours had elapsed. However, Bai Chen felt no urgency. He had ample time at his disposal. He could indulge in his cultivation while awaiting her arrival. After all, Bai Yu had been cooped up within the ring for so long. It was only fitting that she enjoy a well-deserved respite. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Yu approached the city gate, carrying a variety of snacks, including candied hawthorn and soup dumplings. The moment she appeared, Bai Chen opened his eyes, surprised that she had returned so soon. Only 3 hours had passed. This girl truly was. Bai Yu, sensing Bai Chen's presence in the carriage, felt a jolt of surprise. She had believed she had returned quite early, having set off 3 hours in advance to avoid making Bai Chen wait. Yet, to her astonishment, he had arrived before her and appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. As Bai Chen stepped out of the carriage and saw Bai Yu, he inquired, "What is it? Aren't you going to enjoy yourself a little longer? Why are you back so soon?" Bai Yu replied, "No, master. Let us depart swiftly. I will drive the carriage." "Very well," Bai Chen acquiesced. With that, Bai Yu took the reins, guiding the carriage out of the city while Bai Chen immersed himself in his cultivation within. Before long, Shin 2mo rode up to the city gate. Upon seeing him, the guards promptly greeted, "Greetings, young lord." Shin 2mo, appearing somewhat anxious, asked, "Did you happen to see a wolf-headed carriage drawn by a black horse and a red horse?" Upon hearing the urgency in his tone, the guards replied, "Yes, indeed. They just exited the city, heading eastward." "Onward!" Shin 2mo exclaimed, and without delay, he spurred his horse in pursuit. Meanwhile, Shin 2yang remained at the city lord's estate, shaking his head in confusion. He was perplexed by Shin 2mo's sudden declaration that someone of great importance was departing, and that if he did not chase after them, he would miss the chance. To this day, he remained bewildered by it all. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. After all, his eldest son had always possessed a strong sense of judgment. If he deemed it important, it must indeed be of significant consequence. Before long, Shin 2mo caught up with Bai Chen's carriage. Spotting the wolf-headed carriage not far ahead, he called out urgently, "Predecessor! Predecessor! Please, halt." Hearing the voice behind him, Bai Chen ceased his cultivation and calmly instructed, "Bai Yu, stop." "Yes, master," she replied. Chapter 197, I am Bai Chen. Subsequently, as the carriage came to a halt, Bai Chen opened the window and inquired, "What is it?" After much effort, Shin 2mo, who had finally caught up, asked, "Senior, may I accompany you on your journey?" Hearing his words, Bai Chen was momentarily perplexed, then resolutely shook his head, replying, "No." Bai Chen sensed that this fellow's orientation was rather peculiar. While most would simply accept him due to his commendable talent, this one did not seem up to par. "Why not?" Shin 2mo pressed. "Why do you wish to travel with me?" Bai Chen retorted. After pondering Bai Chen's question, Shin 2mo shook his head, admitting, "I do not know. I just feel compelled to follow you. If I stay by your side, my future may very well be transformed." Bai Chen raised an eyebrow. "So you are following me based solely on intuition?" "Yes," he replied. "Isn't it said that the denizens of Douluo continent are typically precocious? How could this impudent youth still harbor such whimsical thoughts?" Bai Chen stated, "In that case, I do not accept idlers. You may take Bai Yu's position at the reins. I shall test you for a week. If you pass my evaluation, you may remain. Let me see if you are indeed one of those who veers off course. If so, then I suggest you act swiftly, you rascal." However, if this young man were to prove himself normal, Bai Chen would be quite pleased to welcome a talented individual. For his goal this time was to establish a sect, and recruiting capable talents was essential. "All right, I promise to accomplish the task," Shin 2mo assured. With that, Bai Yu stepped into the carriage, while Shin 2mo took Bai Yu's place at the reins. In truth, Shin 2mo was not of a peculiar nature. It was merely Bai Chen's striking appearance that had captivated him momentarily. Coupled with Bai Chen's formidable strength, he exuded an air of mystery and power. Moreover, their previous interactions had not been daunting, further drawing Shin 2mo in. He genuinely sensed that following Bai Chen would lead to a monumental shift in his destiny. 3 days later, at the gates of Nodding City, a wolf-headed carriage drawn by 3 horses appeared. Since Shin 2mo had ridden in on horseback, his steed now joined Bai Chen's team. After a thorough inspection, Bai Chen and his companions entered Nodding City. "Senior, where are we headed?" Shin 2mo inquired. "We are going to the territory of the Mi clan," Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Shin 2mo paused momentarily. "The Mi clan? Are you seeking Lord Marquis Mite?" Bai Chen was taken aback. When did his grandfather attain the title of Marquis? Had he been promoted? Bai Chen speculated that Mite had likely surpassed the sole Douluo rank, considering it had been 7 or 8 years since their last parting. "Yes, I am acquainted with Marquis Mite. Please take me there," Bai Chen confirmed. "Understood, senior," Shin 2mo responded. They soon arrived at the Mi clan's territory. Upon reaching the entrance, Bai Chen disembarked from the carriage and approached the guards, stating, "Please inform Lord Marquis Mite that an old friend has come to visit." Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been stopped, but every gesture of Bai Chen emanated the aura of an upper echelon, clearly indicating he was no ordinary individual. Thus, the guard courteously replied, "Certainly, please wait a moment. I shall notify him right away." With that, someone promptly entered to relay the message. Inside, Mite was enjoying tea when a clan member reported, "Clan leader. There is someone outside claiming to be an old friend who wishes to see you." Curiosity piqued, Mite wondered who sought his company. Knowing well that his clan members had discerning eyes, they would seldom assist an ordinary person. "Let him in," Mite instructed. "Yes, clan leader." Shortly thereafter, Bai Chen was invited to enter. Turning to Bai Yu and Shintu Mo, Bai Chen commanded, "Bai Yu, Shintu Mo, please wait for me here." "Yes, Brother Chen Sr.," they replied. Following Bai Chen's request, Bai Yu referred to him as Brother Chen despite being a year his senior. Upon entering the Mi clan's territory, Bai Chen surveyed his surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. The layout remained unchanged, and this sight brought him immense comfort. "Sir, the clan leader is currently waiting for you in the parlor. Please follow me," the guard informed him. Without waiting for the guard to lead, Bai Chen eagerly advanced toward the parlor, having not seen Mite in quite some time. Noticing Bai Chen's urgency, the guard was taken aback, wondering how Bai Chen seemed so familiar with the Mi clan's layout. However, Bai Chen had already reached the parlor. Pushing open the door, he immediately spotted an elderly man with graying hair yet a robust stature, waiting for him. Detecting the presence behind him, Mite turned to see the masked Bai Chen. For some inexplicable reason, the masked figure evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth within him. "Grandfather," Bai Chen called. Upon hearing this term of endearment, both Mite and the clan member were momentarily stunned. Mite, unable to believe his ears, stammered, What did you just call me?" "Grandfather, it is I." Bai Chen replied, removing his mask. Although Bai Chen's eye and hair colors had changed, his overall features remained recognizable, allowing Mite to instantly ascertain that this was indeed Bai Chen. "Chen, my dear Chen, it truly is you," Mite exclaimed, enveloping Bai Chen in a heartfelt embrace. "My boy, I heard you were at the Spirit Hall and made a special trip to find you, only to learn that you had ventured out for training. Later, I received news of your demise and feared I would never see you again. These years, I have had no word of you. Where have you been?" Bai Chen explained. "I apologize, grandfather. I was once ambushed by a titled Douluo, but fortunately, a senior from the Spirit Hall came to my aid just in time, allowing me to survive. Now, my strength is sufficient for self-protection, which is why I left the Spirit Hall." Mite nodded. "I'm glad to hear you're safe, my boy. You must be weary. Allow me to arrange some food. We shall have a good talk today." "Very well. By the way, grandfather, my friends are still waiting outside the estate. Please let them in." "Certainly. Someone, please invite in those friends who accompanied Chun," Mite commanded. "Yes, clan leader." A response soon followed. Shortly thereafter, Bai Yu and Shun 2Mo were ushered into the Mi clan's territory. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall, Your Holiness, "We have lost track of Lord Bai Chen," a subordinate reported. Bibi Dong, upon hearing the response, did not exhibit anger. "Since we have lost him, do not pursue further. It seems this child does not appreciate being followed. With his current power, it would be effortlessly simple for him to elude you." "Understood, Your Holiness." With that, they withdrew. Bibi Dong gazed into the emptiness before her, lost in thought. On the other side, Bai Chen was recounting his experiences over the years to Mite. Presently, Mite had indeed reached the level Bai Chen had anticipated. He had successfully broken through to level 82, and in his lifetime, he might very well aspire to become a titled Douluo. The two engaged in conversation late into the night, with Bai Chen finally sharing the entirety of his journey. After Bai Chen completed his tale, Mite sighed. "Chun, you have endured much hardship these years." Bai Chen replied, "It's nothing, grandfather. In fact, I have one more matter that I wish to seek your assistance with upon my return." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Mit responded, "What is it? Speak freely. Whatever it is, your grandfather will surely assist you." Bai Chen replied, "Grandfather, I wish to establish a sect. However, I have just exited the Spirit Hall, and I currently lack competent individuals under my command, so..." Mit was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request. Subsequently, he said with gravity, "Chinner, while founding a sect is no trivial matter, since you desire it, your grandfather shall aid you. However, before we proceed, I must pose a few questions." Bai Chen affirmed. "Please, ask away." Mit continued, "Since you wish to establish a sect, do you understand its operations? Do you possess the necessary funds? Have you considered where the sect will be located? Of course, I can assist you with these matters, but I would like to grasp your thoughts to better understand your intentions." Upon hearing Mit's inquiries, Bai Chen nodded and stated, "Grandfather, I have indeed contemplated the funds and location. I currently possess 30 million gold spirit coins, which should suffice for founding a sect. As for the location, I envision establishing it at the juncture of Tiando City and Xinglua City, where there lies a forested area that remains unclaimed. Although this forest is perilous, teeming with soul beasts, its rugged terrain renders it defensible and clandestine. The only shortcoming is my lack of talented individuals. MIT was quite satisfied with Bai Chen and Appo's response, recognizing that he was not driven by mere impulsiveness, but had crafted a well-thought-out plan. Nonetheless, this was indeed a significant undertaking. After a moment of hesitation, MIT said, "Sure. I can provide you with 20 trusted clansmen to accompany you in establishing the sect. Most of them are at levels 30 to 40, with a few being soul kings. If you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask." Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "That will be sufficient, grandfather." MIT added, "Well then, Chinner, if you find it too exhausting, do not hesitate to return. Inheriting the MIT clan is also quite commendable." To this, Bai Chen solemnly nodded, "I understand, grandfather." Chapter 198. Taking over the shop subsequently, Bai Chen resided with the Mi family for approximately a month before departing. After all, it had been quite some time since he had seen Mi Tae, and it would not be appropriate for him to leave abruptly upon arrival. Mi Nuo gazed at Bai Chen, who was adorned with a mask, feeling a tinge of apprehension. From this day forward, they would be following the legendary young clan leader. Although they had encountered Bai Chen in his youth, many years had passed, and his hair had turned white. His appearance had surely transformed significantly, otherwise he would not be wearing a mask. She wondered if his personality had also undergone any changes. Mi Nuo felt a slight concern. Yet now that Mi Tae had given his orders, she could only comply and wholeheartedly assist Bai Chen. Bai Chen observed the members of the Mi clan before him and slowly removed his mask. "Bai Chen, I shall rely on you all from now on." As he unveiled his face, all eyes turned towards him. "Mi Nuo, this is our duty, young clan leader. You are too modest." "Bai Chen, if that is the case, let us set forth." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. "Bai Chen, grandfather, I shall take my leave." "Mi Tae, go ahead." With that, the group set off in a grand procession. Bai Yu, lifting the curtain of the carriage, glanced back at the clan members. The Mi clan noticed Bai Yu. Yet like Bai Chen, she too wore a mask, leaving them curious about her true appearance, but their interest soon waned. "Bai Yu, master, will these individuals be accompanying us from now on?" "Bai Chen, indeed, they will be the first members of our sect. We shall first proceed to Tiando City to accept the shop my grandfather has bestowed upon me." Bai Yu, Shintu Mo, positioned at the front of the carriage, had overheard their conversation. He had passed Bai Chen's assessment and was now permitted to stay by his side. However, Shintu Mo had always been curious about Bai Yu's appearance, as he had yet to see her. Based on his conjecture, despite her melodious voice, she possessed a slight Adam's apple and a flat chest. Thus, he had assumed Bai Yu was a boy. Given Bai Chen's appearance, his curiosity about Bai Yu's true form only intensified, yet he regrettably had no opportunity to glimpse it. Due to their swift journey, Bai Chen and his companions soon arrived at Tiando City. Upon seeing the familiar cityscape, Bai Chen felt a sense of nostalgia. Had it not been for Douluo's abduction, he mused, he would likely be a noble by now. With these thoughts, Bai Chen's caravan passed through the inspection and entered the city. Before long, they reached the shop that Mi Tae had gifted to Bai Chen. Observing the bustling Mi pharmacy, Bai Chen disembarked slowly. The clan members within the pharmacy had already noted their arrival, weeks prior. They had heard that the young clan leader would be coming to accept the pharmacy soon. Upon spotting familiar faces among Bai Chen's entourage, a waiter rushed into the inner hall. "Shopkeeper, the young clan leader has arrived." Upon hearing the announcement, Mi Luo emerged from a room, flustered. "What? The young clan leader has arrived so soon? This is unexpected. The welcoming ceremony is not yet prepared." In his haste, Mi Luo rushed out just as Bai Chen and his companions entered, and he immediately recognized Bai Chen due to his distinguished demeanor. "Bai Chen, my apologies for your sudden arrival. It was our oversight. Please, come in." Acknowledging Mi Luo's words with a nod, Bai Chen and the others entered as the waitstaff hurriedly accommodated their carriage. Once inside, Mi Luo arranged lodging for Bai Chen and his party. "I apologize, young clan leader. This room may be somewhat rudimentary. I hope you will excuse it." Bai Chen shook his head. "It is quite satisfactory. You have worked hard. By the way, what is your name?" "I am Mi Luo. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call upon me." Bai Chen, understood. With that, Mi Luo departed, and Bai Chen stretched his neck, intending to rest for a while. The following day, he planned to seek out a Bing and assess her progress in Tiando City before embarking on his sect plans. That evening, a knock at the door stirred Bai Chen from his slumber. "Come in," he said. A graceful young woman entered. "Young master, my father requests your presence at the banquet." "Very well," Bai Chen replied, rising to follow her outside. As they walked, the young woman discreetly observed Bai Chen, intrigued by the masked young clan leader whose appearance remained a mystery. Before long, they arrived at the banquet venue. Bai Nuo, Mi Luo, and others were already present. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Mi Luo hurried over. "Young master Bai Chen, please take a seat." He gestured for Bai Chen to occupy the esteemed position at the head of the table. Bai Chen accepted without objection. Relieved that the Mi clan members were obedient and that Mi Luo had not attempted to undermine him, allowing him to inherit the shop with ease, free from any ostentation. Of course, even if Mi Luo had intended to challenge him, Bai Chen possessed the means to resolve it effortlessly. After all, Mi Luo's level was merely 61, while Bai Chen's strength was on par with the title Douluo, let alone a sole emperor of the same rank. Once seated, the banquet commenced swiftly. Mi Luo enthusiastically introduced the key figures within the pharmacy to Bai Chen. Young clan leader, allow me to introduce you to the current overseers of our pharmacy. Bai Chen, very well. Receiving Bai Chen's acknowledgement, Mi Luo began. This is Mi Lu, a level 53 agility attack type Soul King. He introduced the burly figure beside him. Bai Chen nodded, while Mi Lu greeted him. Greetings, young clan leader. I am Mi Lu. Mi Luo continued. This is Mi Da, a level 52 agility attack type Soul King. This is Mi Nair, a level 51 agility attack type Soul King. Lastly, this is Mi Ka, also a level 51 agility attack type Soul King. These four are the primary overseers aside from myself. Bai Chen, I understand. He then removed his mask, stating, I am Bai Chen. I trust you have all received the news. From now on, you will follow my lead. Having heard of the young clan leader's striking appearance years ago, coupled with the fact that he was male, Mi Luo and the others quickly processed the revelation. Rest assured, young clan leader, we will diligently adhere to your commands. Mi Luo asserted, casting a glance at his blushing daughter and sighing. If the young clan leader were a rogue, countless young women would be in jeopardy. Bai Chen, I hereby declare that the banquet has commenced. At his words, the gathering erupted in revelry, for Bai Chen had now become their new leader. Soon after, Mi Luo approached with a stack of documents. Young clan leader, here are the deeds, contracts, and account books for the pharmacy. Please review them. Upon hearing Mi Luo's words, Bai Chen accepted the account book, feeling an inexplicable weight in his hands. Mr. Mi Luo, is this our first meeting? Why do you place such trust in me? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Moreau promptly replied, as you are the young clan leader and a member of the Mi family, we shall always adhere to your directives. The clan leader has instructed us to assist you, and we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to that task. Bai Chen, taken aback by Moreau's response, found himself at a loss for words. The profound sense of identity and belonging that the members of the Mi family held was far beyond his expectations. Simultaneously, this sense of allegiance weighed heavily upon him, for he recognized the genuine trust they placed in him, and he could not afford to betray that trust lightly. After several moments of contemplation, Bai Chen finally spoke. I understand now. I apologize for my abruptness. I should not have posed such a question. Moreau reassured him. It's quite all right. The young clan leader will gradually acclimate. With that, Bai Chen began to relish the evening banquet, genuinely pleased to lead such a devoted group of individuals. Observing Mia surreptitiously watching Bai Chen, Moreau approached her and remarked, Ahem, if you like him. You should act upon it, otherwise, the opportunity may slip away. Mia's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing Moreau's words, and she retorted indignantly, Father, what are you saying? This is the first time I have encountered the young clan leader. How could I develop feelings for him simply because of his appearance? As she spoke, Mia cast a glance in Bai Chen's direction, who, having overheard her words, turned to meet her gaze for a brief moment before looking away. Mia gasped. Did he hear what I just said? Moreau nodded. You spoke rather loudly. He likely did. Mia lamented. Oh no. Following this brief interlude, Bai Chen felt no negativity lingering in the air. However, midway through the banquet, a clan member hurried to Moreau's side and whispered something in his ear, causing Moreau's expression to darken. With Bai Chen's keen hearing, he caught snippets of their hushed conversation. It seemed that, despite the pharmacy's outward prosperity, there were considerable challenges lurking beneath the surface. Resolving to fulfill his responsibilities as a leader, Bai Chen decided to assist them in resolving this predicament the following day before seeking out a Bing. He approached Moreau and inquired, What is the matter? Please share it with me. Startled by Bai Chen's sudden voice, Moreau felt no need to conceal the truth, for Bai Chen had now assumed the role of his superior. Chapter 199. The Pharmacy Ranking Battle. Milo. Young Master, the situation is as follows. In the city of Tiando, there exists an unwritten rule regarding pharmacies and their procurement process. Each year, there is a competition known as the Pharmacy Ranking Battle, which takes place at the source of goods in the Tiando Imperial City. Each pharmacy is permitted to send forth a single contestant, and the higher the rank they achieve in this competition, the more favorable the pricing and increased quantity of medicinal materials they can procure for the entire year. Upon hearing Milo's words, Bai Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had only heard fragments of this information previously, but Milo's recounting provided a clearer picture. Indeed, the Douluo continent is a world where strength reigns supreme. And even the procurement of goods at a pharmacy necessitates a contest of soul masters to determine pricing and supply. Bai Chen, Why do you appear so troubled? Have you encountered a problem? Milo, without hesitation, replied. The individual who was originally set to represent our shop has been assassinated. Bai Chen, assassinated? Milo, precisely. The contestant meant to represent our establishment was a formidable soul sage of level 73, capable of securing a commendable rank each year, which allowed us to benefit from discounts on our purchases, significantly reducing our expenses while simultaneously increasing our supply. However, now that he has been murdered, and with the competition just a week away, we find it challenging to enlist another soul sage in such a short time. Bai Chen, do you know who is responsible? Milo, if my suspicions are correct, it is likely our old rivals, the Lu Pharmacy. Their soul sage has always been slightly inferior in strength compared to ours. Bai Chen, I see. In that case, allow me to take the field this time. Upon hearing Bai Chen's assertion, Milo hesitated, glancing at Bai Chen's exceptionally youthful countenance. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Young master, may I ask how old you are this year? Bai Chen, I am 17. Upon learning Bai Chen's age, Milo rubbed his forehead. Although the young master had previously secured the championship in the continent-wide Elite Soul Master Academy competition while representing the Spirit Hall at over level 50. Only a few years had passed since then. Was it conceivable that Bai Chen could have advanced to the rank of Soul Emperor in such a short span? Milo believed that if Bai Chen had indeed achieved that level, he would certainly possess the strength to compete with a typical Soul Sage. But it was improbable for someone so young to have broken through to Soul Emperor status. Noticing Milo's expression of doubt, Bai Chen remained unperturbed and said, Milo, come with me. Milo, oh. With that, the two momentarily stepped away from the gathering and found a secluded spot. Bai Chen then instructed, Milo, prepare yourself. Though uncertain of what to prepare, Milo complied with Bai Chen's directive. Once Milo was ready, Bai Chen nodded, and an icy aura of lethal intent emanated from him. Initially calm, Milo suddenly felt an overwhelming murderous presence from Bai Chen. In that instant, he perceived not the gentle young master before him, but a monster, a being solely driven by slaughter. However, Bai Chen did not intend to intimidate Milo unduly. He swiftly retracted his domain of death and asked, How about now? Do you still believe I am unworthy to participate? After Bai Chen withdrew his aura, Milo sank weakly to the ground, gasping for breath. I understand now, esteemed young master. You shall represent our guild in the battle. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement and approached Milo, gently patting him on the shoulder. Are you all right? Milo affirmed, I am fine. Young master, just let me rest for a moment. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to the festivities and reveled throughout the night. By the end of the evening, Milo had finally grasped the extent of Bai Chen's power. He could only describe Bai Chen with two words, a monster. He now comprehended why Bai Chen had been bestowed with the title of the Son of God years ago. The strength he possessed was far beyond what someone of his age should have. The following day, Bai Chen left the pharmacy early in the morning. With the pharmacy ranking battle a week away, he had ample time to seek out a Bing and her companions. Arriving at the marketplace, Bai Chen casually approached a passerby. Excuse me, may I ask you a question? Initially displeased at being interrupted, the individual's demeanor shifted upon noticing the 2 silver coins in Bai Chen's hand. He instantly brightened. Of course. Please ask away. I love solving people's dilemmas. Thank you. Could you tell me where the Sacred Wolf Academy is located? The Sacred Wolf Academy, I believe I've heard of it. Let me think for a moment. Bai Chen remained patient. After a few seconds, the individual exclaimed, I remember. The Sacred Wolf Academy was established a few years ago, situated to the south of the Tiando City's Southgate perimeter. Do you see that building? It's 100 meters south of there. Bai Chen followed the direction indicated. I understand. Thank you. He then handed the 2 silver coins to the man. Ah, no need for thanks. Haha. After bidding farewell, Bai Chen headed in the direction pointed out. Before long, he arrived at the Sacred Wolf Academy, which appeared modest in size. Without hesitation, he walked inside. The guard at the entrance called out, Halt. Who are you, and why are you trespassing in the Sacred Wolf Academy? Bai Chen, unfazed, replied, Please inform your principal that an old friend has come to visit. Perhaps due to Bai Chen's aristocratic presence, the guard quickly accepted his words. Very well. Please wait a moment while I notify the principal. Before long, a Bing arrived, accompanied by a child who appeared to be merely in his early teens. Despite Bai Chen donning a mask, a Bing recognized him instantly, as she was bound to him by blood. Young master, a Bing exclaimed. The 2 guards exchanged astonished glances. What? Young master? The masked figure before them, who seemed so young, was indeed the principal's young master. Bai Chen, enough, a Bing. No need for such formalities. Show me around the academy. A Bing. Yes, young master. As they walked together, Bai Chen inquired, How many students do we have enrolled now? A Bing? A Bing replied, Master, we currently have 153 orphans under our care, all possessing innate soul power. However, Most of their levels range only from 1 to 3, with only 20% reaching level 4 and none at level 5. Yet, we do have one child whose innate soul power has attained level 7. Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction upon hearing A Bing's report. Despite the abundance of orphans in the Tiando city slums, to find over 100 children with soul power and care for them for so many years was indeed a remarkable feat. With this in mind, Bai Chen affectionately ruffled A Bing's hair. Thank you for your hard work, A Bing. Feeling the sensation on his head, A Bing blushed and said, no, it's not hard. This is what I ought to do. As they spoke, the two arrived at the academy's playground, where approximately half of the children were engaging in physical training. Bai Chen scanned the area and observed that most of the children had yet to break through the 10th level, which was to be expected given their low innate soul power. However, the majority had reached levels 8 or 9, indicating that they were diligently practicing and would likely soon surpass level 10. It was evident that, with continued effort, breaking through to become a soul master would not pose a significant challenge for these children. Director. Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice called out from behind Bai Chen and A Bing. They turned to find that the voice belonged to an ordinary-looking little boy. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Bai Chen was immediately captivated by him, for he bore the number 21 above his head. A Bing remarked, Master, this is the child with an innate soul power of 7. Now 10 years old, he has already reached level 21, and his martial soul is a healing type. The healing pearl, which is indeed an excellent martial soul. Upon hearing A Bing's words, Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. A Ching, noticing Bai Chen's extraordinary aura beside A Bing, was momentarily taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Who are you? Why are you standing next to Sister A Bing? A Bing was startled by the boy's words and immediately responded, A Chung, be quiet. This is the esteemed director, the true head of our academy. A Chung was left dumbfounded by A Bing's revelation. They had long heard that this academy did not belong to A Bing but rather to another individual and that she was merely assisting in its management. A Bing's willingness to help the orphans stemmed from that person's request. Every time A Bing spoke of Bai Chen, her eyes would shimmer with a yearning expression. And since then, he had been eagerly anticipating the chance to converse with her. Now that he had finally met Bai Chen, he had inadvertently shouted at him. In that moment, he was at a loss for words. However, Bai Chen was not upset and said, Your name is A Ching, correct? Yes, A Ching replied. Startled by Bai Chen's words, Bai Chen approached and gently ruffled A Ching's hair, saying, It's all right. I am not angry, so do not be afraid. Feeling the warmth emanating from Bai Chen, A Chung nodded in agreement. Chapter 200. Songqing peaked 2 hours later. Bai Chen, A Bing, A Chung, and several teachers were engaged in discussions within the office. Outside the office door, a throng of students from the academy had gathered, clearly eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary dean, as it was their first encounter with him. Noticing the commotion outside, A Bing felt a bit awkward and said, I'll ask them to leave. Bai Chen replied, It's all right. They are just children. Curiosity is perfectly normal. Let them watch. A Bing acquiesced. The group then discussed the current situation of the academy. After A Bing reported, Bai Chen expressed his satisfaction. The academy was faring better than he had anticipated. Initially, he had provided A Bing with only 10,000 gold soul coins, yet she had managed the academy efficiently. I have begun to establish a sect, Bai Chen announced. In due time, we can nurture some exceptionally talented children within it. A Bing responded affirmatively. Afterward, Bai Chen produced a gold coin card and handed it to A Bing, saying, This contains 50,000 gold soul coins. Use it to improve the students' meals and to expand the academy's facilities. Upon seeing the gold coin card, A Bing did not hesitate to accept it. After years of frugality, the initial sum had nearly been exhausted, and without additional funds, the academy's normal operations would face difficulties. A Ching, overhearing the mention of 50,000 gold soul coins, was utterly stunned. At his tender age, he had begun to grasp the concept of money. Orphans like him earned a little pocket money by assisting the academy with light tasks, which also helped subsidize its operations. Without the recent inclusion of civilian students, the academy would have already struggled to survive. Of course, for these civilian students, joining the Sacred Wolf sect was entirely voluntary. Those who wished to join were welcome, while those who did not were under no obligation, considering they had already paid tuition fees. However, the orphans brought in were expected to join the Sacred Wolf sect. For this place was not Blue Star, nor was Bai Chen engaged in charity. Those orphans under his care were expected to give back in return for his support. There was no room for escape after nurturing them. After discussing the academy's development, Bai Chen intended to stroll around the premises before departing. As he needed to assess the site for the sect's construction the following day, he was quite busy during this period. A Chung, show me around the academy, he requested. Yes, esteemed Dean, A Ching replied somewhat stiffly. Seeing his demeanor, Bai Chen chuckled. Don't be so tense. I'm not a soul beast. I won't eat you. Attain gradually relaxed upon hearing Bai Chen's comforting words and proceeded to give him a tour of the academy. Thanks to Bai Chen's approachable nature, the students regarded him very favorably. Later that evening, as Bai Chen prepared to leave, a Bing approached him. Master, are you planning to settle here permanently? Noticing a Bing's eager expression, Bai Chen nodded. If all goes well, after I handle matters in the Xingluai Empire, I shall establish my residence in the sect. I will inform you of its location when the time comes. It should not be far from the academy. A Bing felt satisfied with Bai Chen's response, realizing this would mean they would not have to endure long separations from him. The following day, Bai Chen awoke early. As today marked the day he would inspect the territory for the sect. Naturally, he needed to prepare well in advance. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, are you awake? Came Mia's voice from outside. I'm awake, Bai Chen replied. I'll place breakfast at the door. Okay. After a quick wash, Bai Chen retrieved the breakfast from the door, finished his meal, tidied his attire, and prepared to set out. He was no longer the same as before. He now had to lead a group of loyal clansmen. And thus, he needed to pay attention to his appearance. Arriving at the door, Bai Chen saw Mino and others with the prepared carriage. Let's depart. Yes, young master. They replied, and the group set off. Half a day later, at the foot of Tsangqing Peak. Young master, we have arrived, Mino said respectfully. Bai Chen dismounted the carriage, gazing at the steep mountain before him. Let us enter and see if this mountain is suitable as our sect's base. Understood. With that, the group of 10 entered the mountain. Not long after, Bai Chen sensed something approaching them. He glanced around and smiled. It seems we have some friends coming to greet us. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Mino and the others immediately fell into a defensive posture. Moments later, a pack of forest wolves surrounded the 10 of them. However, these wolves were relatively young, only around 1,000 years old, with the leader being merely 3,000 years old. They stared hungrily at Bai Chen and his companions, poised to strike. Just as Mino and the others prepared to take action, an idea suddenly struck Bai Chen. Hold your fire. Upon hearing Bai Chen, Mino and the others halted their movements. At that moment, the pack of forest wolves charged toward them. Observing this, Bai Chen could not allow himself to be at their mercy. Kill God domain. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of slaughter radiated outward, terrifying all the forest wolves, causing them to cower on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Although Bai Chen had not deliberately targeted his companions, they too sensed the dreadful energy emanating from him. Bai Chen then summoned Nian Gao to communicate with the wolves. Unlike humans, soul beasts possessed a different visual system, allowing them to perceive Nian Gao. Nian Gao convinced them to surrender and submit to me, and I shall spare their lives. Nian Gao nodded vigorously in response. It rushed to the wolf leader and communicated with it in a series of whines. Initially resistant, the wolf leader eventually understood Bai Chen's intent after he intensified his aura of slaughter. Seeing their compliance, Bai Chen gradually retracted his kill god domain. Once Bai Chen withdrew his aura, the forest wolves did not immediately regain their composure. Though they attempted to rise, their legs trembled too much to allow them to stand. Mino and the others were now drenched in cold sweat, as the terrifying pressure from Bai Chen was overwhelming. Bai Chen refrained from killing the forest wolves primarily because his sect was still too small. Slaying them would be a waste, considering their age of merely 1,000 years. The likelihood of obtaining soul bones from them was minimal, and their blood would not significantly aid Bai Chen in cultivating the heavenly demon body. At present, he required the blood of at least 10,000-year-old soul beasts for it to hold any value for him. Capturing the forest wolves would be far more beneficial than exterminating them. However, as the kill god domain was retracted, Bai Chen soon sensed that these wolves were not entirely submissive. Seeing this, Bai Chen smirked slightly. If they could be so easily subdued, it would indeed lack excitement. Let them witness something even more terrifying. Martial soul. Possession. With that, Bai Chen's wolf ears and tail manifested simultaneously, accompanied by 6 soul rings of purple and black that appeared around him. Unlike before, after the manifestation of the white dust's martial soul, the murderous aura was not as exaggerated as in the previous god of death domain. However, for this pack of forest wolves, it was far more terrifying than the previous killing intent. Fenrir, the most renowned beast in Norse mythology, possessed extraordinary strength. After breaking free from its chains, it devoured the sun and moon, consumed time and all things, and even killed the king of the gods, Odin. Such a formidable soul beast, even in its juvenile stage, was incomparable to ordinary wolf-type soul beasts. White Dust slowly approached the leader of the forest wolves and inquired, "Do you dare to defy?" Although the forest wolves could not comprehend human speech, they seemed to grasp White Dust's intent. As the leader lowered its forelegs to the ground in a gesture of submission. Following the leader's act of capitulation, the other forest wolves also prostrated themselves. Witnessing this spectacle, Mino and the others could hardly believe their eyes. Soul beasts were inherently ferocious. They had never considered the possibility of making them submit and serve. The scene before them was akin to a miracle. Subsequently, White Dust instructed the rice cake to lead the forest wolves. This pack consisted of approximately 30 wolves. And White Dust understood that his martial soul could only suppress wolf-type soul beasts. He could not exert control over other species. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. He envisioned a scenario where, should soul masters ambush his sect in the future, a horde of wolf-type soul beasts would charge at them. Gradually, as White Dust and his companions ventured deeper into the Sanqing Peak, they encountered an increasing number of soul beasts. Before long, they came across their first 10,000-year soul beast. The moment this ancient creature appeared, everyone immediately heightened their vigilance. It is essential to note that soul beasts are vastly superior to humans in terms of physical prowess. A soul king with a 10,000-year soul ring, unless endowed with exceptional talent, would find it exceedingly challenging to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, the crimson gold tiger before them was a soul beast that had reached the age of 30,000 years. Such a creature would pose a formidable challenge even to an ordinary soul sage. Among White Dust's group, the strongest, Mino, was only at level 56. And upon encountering the crimson gold tiger, they naturally felt a surge of anxiety. Mino commanded, "Everyone, brace yourselves. Protect the young master." The forest wolves, though fearful of the crimson gold tiger, were even more terrified of White Dust. Thus, they charged forward to encircle the tiger. Chapter 201, 70,000-year Super Soul Beast. The Emperor Poison Moth. Bai Chen suddenly declared, "Step back, allow me to handle this." Upon hearing his words, Mino and the others were momentarily stunned. Soon, they witnessed Bai Chen's martial soul manifesting. The 6 astonishing soul rings reappeared around him. Mino swallowed hard. Although this was not the first time he had seen this configuration, it still left him in awe. He could not fathom how a normal person could possess a purple first soul ring and a black fourth soul ring. Bai Chen's physical resilience seemed to surpass that of an ordinary soul master by a significant margin. Once Bai Chen's martial soul was activated, the crimson gold tiger, while not a wolf-type soul beast, could sense the terrifying aura emanating from him. Nevertheless, it did not retreat. After all, it was a 30,000-year soul beast, a veritable king amidst the creatures of Sanqing Peak, fearing only a few select beasts. Thus, bolstered by a mysterious confidence, it charged at Bai Chen. Roar. As the crimson gold tiger lunged, a dark light enveloped Bai Chen's claws. The 6th soul skill, Demon Goddess Spike. With a sickening sound, the claws pierced through the tiger's limbs, severing them instantly. Observing the tiger's plight, Bai Chen glanced at his right hand. It had been a long time since he had engaged in battle. Had his strength truly grown to such a degree? A 30,000-year soul beast could not withstand even a single strike from him. It was worth noting that he had not exerted his full power. That last blow had only utilized 70% of his strength and had not targeted any vital points, yet it had inflicted such grievous damage. Now, bereft of its limbs, even the formidable crimson gold tiger could no longer pose a threat. Blood gushed from its wounds, and its vitality visibly waned. Mino and the others stood aghast, their eyes devoid of luster. A 30,000-year soul beast had fallen to a single attack. Although Bai Chen had employed his 6th soul skill, the ease with which he had dispatched the creature left them doubting he had gone all out. However, they soon relaxed, grateful that Bai Chen was their leader. At such a tender age, he wielded such tremendous power. One could only imagine the terror he would unleash upon attaining the rank of title Douluo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 30,000-year soul beast, Crimson Gold Tiger. Reward, 50,000 points. After defeating the Crimson Gold Tiger, Bai Chen did not discover any soul bones on its body. He felt a tinge of regret, but understood it was merely a matter of luck. One could not expect to find soul bones every time. As he pondered this, Bai Chen utilized Giant Spirit S-Tail to absorb the remains of the Crimson Gold Tiger completely. Mino and the others observed in silence, numbed by the succession of shocks Bai Chen had delivered. "Let us proceed," Bai Chen commanded. Yes. With that, the 30,000-year forest wolves and Mino obediently followed behind Bai Chen. Sanqing Peak suddenly felt far less perilous, as if a veil of safety had descended upon it. As they advanced deeper into Sanqing Peak, they encountered numerous soul beasts along the way. However, most were merely 100 or 1,000-year beasts, posing no threat. The forest wolves alone were sufficient to scare them off. Half a day later, they reached the summit of Sanqing Peak. It was undeniable that the mountain was quite massive. Even with their speed, it took them a full day to ascend. Upon reaching the peak, Bai Chen gazed into the distance, noting that several dozen large mountains surrounded Sanqing Peak, each only slightly shorter. These mountains could serve as secondary peaks, forming natural pathways when linked with iron chains. Much like the Houghton sect, while such an endeavor might be fraught with danger, it would provide a natural barrier against invaders. As for the soul beasts on Sanqing Peak, Bai Chen could forcibly subdue the wolf-type beasts, while the others could be left for now, to be utilized when the disciples of the sect reached their bottlenecks in strength. Having confirmed his thoughts, Bai Chen glanced at the exhausted Mino and the others and said, "Everyone, let us take a break. After resting, we shall explore the surroundings for a suitable location to establish the sect's main hall." "Yes, young clan leader." Hearing their address, Bai Chen contemplated whether it was time for a change. However, he decided to hold off until the sect was officially established. Half an hour later, the group began surveying the terrain. Bai Chen wandered around, seeking a suitable spot. 15 minutes later, he arrived at a cliffside. Peering into the abyss below, he sensed something lurking beneath the surface. A thick mist obscured his view, and even with his keen eyesight, he could not discern what lay at the bottom. Yet, he felt an instinctual danger in descending. Thus, he hesitated, opting to remain above. The Douluo continent was vast, concealing countless dangers. It was entirely possible that 100,000 or even million-year soul beast dwelled within the depths of this cliff. Sensing the peril, he resolved against descending. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen decided to purchase a soul ring age-enhancing pill upon his return, aiming to elevate his sixth soul ring to 100,000 years. His current sixth soul ring had reached 93,500 years, just 6,500 years shy of the milestone. 13 mid-level age-enhancing pills would suffice. He could certainly afford them. Additionally, he planned to acquire some low-level age-enhancing pills to elevate his first 3 soul rings to the 10,000-year level, as his points were ample enough to facilitate these purchases. As for timing, once today's exploration concluded, he could enhance the ages of his soul rings. Just as Bai Chen contemplated this, a piercing scream echoed from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that enveloped him. Bai Chen sensed the source of the scream and the ensuing oppressive presence. This is bad. Something must have happened to Mino and the others. Gale. With that thought, a green light enveloped Bai Chen's right leg, and he sprinted towards the source of the disturbance. In a matter of seconds, he arrived at the scene, finally discerning the assailant that had attacked Mino and the others. A 70,000-year super soul beast, the Emperor Poison Moth. The Emperor Poison Moth and the Titan Giant Ape were of the same caliber. Even a 100-year-old Emperor Poison Moth could contend with a 10,000-year soul beast. It was born to reign as king among soul beasts. Bai Chen had not anticipated encountering such a terrifying creature on the seemingly insignificant Sanqing Peak. However, the Emperor Poison Moth differed from the Titan Giant Ape. The latter would instantly kill its opponents, whereas the Emperor Poison Moth relished in torturing its prey. It did not favor swift conclusions to battles, instead deriving pleasure from the torment of life, showcasing an unspeakable cruelty. Yet, Bai Chen felt a measure of relief at the Emperor Poison Moth's brutality, for his subordinates had merely sustained injuries, and none had perished. Had they encountered the Titan Giant Ape, they would likely have met their demise. "Bai Chen, step back, allow me to confront it." Upon hearing Bai Chen's command, Mino and the others hurriedly complied. Given their current strength, remaining by Bai Chen's side would only hinder him. It was best for them to withdraw. Upon witnessing the execution of orders by Minuo and his companions, Bai Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not the impulsive type. Had they insisted on remaining, it would have only served to distract Bai Chen. As he contemplated this, the Imperial Poison Moth, undeterred by their escape, was in no rush. Having recently indulged in a meal, it was not the slightest bit hungry. It had fortuitously encountered Minuo and his group, intending to use them as a postprandial entertainment, delighting in their slow demise. However, Bai Chen had now captured its attention. His aura eclipsed that of Minuo and his companions, and the prospect of tormenting a formidable adversary was far more enticing than that of a weaker one. Thus, the Imperial Poison Moth focused its gaze entirely on Bai Chen. Noticing the expression of the Imperial Poison Moth, Bai Chen felt a surge of displeasure. It had been a long time since any creature dared to regard him with such disdain. "Come forth, you impotent beast." Though the Imperial Poison Moth had existed for 70 millennia, it had acquired a modicum of intelligence over time and vaguely sensed Bai Chen's disdain, prompting it to erupt in fury. With a monstrous cry, it charged at Bai Chen. Observing this, a glint of excitement sparked in Bai Chen's eyes. Excellent! His first soul skill, Frenzy Assault, activated. Since the enhancement of this skill to a millennium level, its attributes had significantly improved. The initial 3 strikes of Frenzy Assault now tripled his attack power, and for the next half hour, all of Bai Chen's attributes, aside from soul power, would increase by 90%, with additional boosts of 50% to both strength and speed. Such an enhancement was truly extraordinary. And this was merely the initial skill of Bai Chen's repertoire. With a resounding impact, Bai Chen's fist collided with the wings of the Imperial Poison Moth, feeling as though he had struck an object of immense steel hardness, sending a jolt of pain through his hand. Nevertheless, the Imperial Poison Moth was also affected. Bai Chen's strength was formidable enough to force it back a considerable distance. It is worth noting that despite its 70 millennia of existence, the creature's power was nearly on par with that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, effectively making it equivalent to a rank 95 title Douluo. Bai Chen was well aware of the Imperial Poison Moth's capabilities. He merely wished to ascertain the extent of his own current strength. With the realization that Minuo and his companions had distanced themselves, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief, allowing him to unleash his full power without the fear of collateral damage. Chapter 202, Mutual Destruction. Bai Chen twisted his neck, fully aware that his martial spirit had ascended to the divine level, endowing him with extraordinary power. Even the mightiest soul beasts paled in comparison to his god-tier martial spirit. The Emperor Poison Moth regarded Bai Chen with an expression of caution. The strength he possessed exceeded the creature's expectations. If he underestimated Bai Chen, he could very well be slain. Shadow of Annihilation. Bai Chen unleashed his skeletal abilities, and a colossal wolf-headed specter materialized behind him. Due to the evolution of his martial spirit and the enhancement of his skeletal capabilities, this canine apparition was far more solid than before, resulting in a significant increase in his power. Domain of the Demon Wolf. Domain of the God of Death. In an instant, Bai Chen activated both domains, summoning 6 wolf spirits that encircled him, further augmenting his attributes. The murderous aura of the God of Death domain severely impeded the movements of the Emperor Poison Moth. However, the Emperor Poison Moth was no mere pushover. Chirp! A strange cry erupted from the Emperor Poison Moth, and its already massive form swelled even further. Observing this transformation, Bai Chen's expression turned grave. If he was not mistaken, this was the legendary shadow of the Emperor. The name Emperor Poison Moth was not merely a title. Its formidable toxicity and this very skill contributed immensely to its fearsome reputation. The shadow of the Emperor drastically enlarges the moth's physique, enhancing all attributes and resistances. It was said that a 100,000-year-old Emperor Poison Moth could unfurl its wings to obscure the sun. While this claim may be exaggerated, it was noted by Bai Dong that after utilizing this skill, the moth's wingspan could reach around 200 meters. For an ordinary human, 200 meters is unfathomable. If it were flying overhead, one would be deprived of sunlight and the sky, only seeing its shadow. Indeed, the notion of obscuring the heavens seemed quite reasonable. Though the Emperor Poison Moth did not attain the full 200 meters upon activating the shadow of the Emperor, it still reached a staggering length of 140 meters, rendering Bai Chen a mere speck in its presence. Meanwhile, Minuo and his companions, fleeing in haste, sensed the terrifying aura behind them. The forest wolves and Minuo's group turned to gaze upon the towering Emperor Poison Moth, feeling its suffocating presence even from a distance. The entire Songqing Peak soul beasts were paralyzed by the oppressive atmosphere, none daring to make a move. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Emperor Poison Moth emitted another bizarre cry, causing minds to waver. Third soul skill. Terrifying shriek. A piercing sound erupted from Bai Chen's direction. He too called upon his third soul skill to withstand the Emperor Poison Moth's strange cry. Then, with a powerful leap, Bai Chen soared into the air. With a swift flick of his 2 colossal tails, he pierced the moth and Appo's wings, securing himself before launching onto its back. Chirp! The Emperor Poison Moth screeched in fury. While the wound inflicted by Bai Chen was minor, it was the audacity of the attack that enraged it. As the sovereign of Songqing Peak, it had long been unscathed. And now, Bai Chen's assault provoked its wrath. In retaliation, the Emperor Poison Moth thrashed violently, sending Bai Chen tumbling from its immense force. Boom! Bai Chen felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, nearly meeting his demise. Yet, he was not one to be so easily vanquished. Regaining his footing atop the moth's wing, Bai Chen drew forth his venomous daggers and began to stab relentlessly. Chirp! The Emperor Poison Moth let out a pained wail. Despite its massive size, the effects of the 2 toxins coursed through its body at a sluggish pace. Yet the sensation of pain was undeniably real. It was akin to a lazy individual stubbing their little toe against a table corner. Though not gravely injurious, it was exceedingly uncomfortable. Realizing the slow pace of his attacks, Bai Chen seized the pufferfish poison dagger and thrust it violently into the Emperor Poison Moth's wing, refusing to withdraw it. Clutching the dagger, he charged forward. In the presence of the razor-sharp pufferfish dagger, the moth's iron-like armor felt as fragile as paper. In an instant, Bai Chen carved a vast gash into the moth's wing. However, the dagger's limited length of mere centimeters was insufficient to penetrate the moth's 2-meter-thick wings. Even after utilizing the shadow of the Emperor Poison Moth, thoroughly incensed, began to display sparkling particles upon its wings. Sensing the imminent danger, Bai Chen swiftly released his grip and plummeted toward the ground. If he was not mistaken, the Emperor Poison Moth was preparing to unleash one of its signature techniques, the Emperor's Poison Dust. As it activated this skill, the shimmering particles would soon begin to rain down toxic powder. This powder was a supercharged version of sulfuric acid. Contact with even a trace would lead to corrosive damage. Although Bai Chen possessed formidable poison resistance, he had no intention of confronting this attack head-on. Sure enough, mere moments later, as Bai Chen touched down, the Emperor Poison Moth's wings began to disperse vast amounts of poison dust. The trees on Songqing Peak withered at an observable rate upon contact, causing Bai Chen to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by the toxic cloud. The Emperor Poison Moth's poison dust attack consisted of 3 waves, and this was merely the first. The subsequent waves would be even more fearsome. However, now that Bai Chen understood the nature of the attack, he formulated a plan. In truth, the Emperor Poison Moth primarily relied on expansive attacks, which contained inherent blind spots. If one could move swiftly enough and discern the trajectory of the poison dust, evasion would be straightforward. Bai Chen effortlessly evaded all 3 waves of poison dust. Witnessing Bai Chen, resembling a mere insect, darting about beneath its gaze, the Emperor Poison Moth seethed with rage, yet felt powerless. Unless Bai Chen was to initiate an attack, the moth would struggle to make contact. Bai Chen understood that the Emperor Poison Moth could only utilize its poison dust attack once a day. After evading this instance, it would be rendered incapable of employing it again. Nonetheless, Bai Chen had no intention of pressing the attack further, as he realized that he could not kill the Emperor Poison Moth outright, nor could the moth subdue him. Continuing this confrontation would result in mutual destruction. Once Bai Chen sensed that Minuo and the others had sufficiently retreated, he too began to withdraw. He planned to return after elevating his 6th soul ring to 10,000 years, at which point he would possess not only an additional skill but also a significant enhancement in the power of his ghostly spear. At that moment, it should become feasible to significantly damage this creature's body. Otherwise, relying on the pufferfish toxin dagger would be an utter waste of time. Observing Bai Chen retreat, the Emperor Poison Moth stubbornly pursued him. Noticing this scene, Bai Chen furrowed his brow, acknowledging that a beast is still a beast. Although it possesses some intelligence, its understanding remains insufficient to grasp the current situation on the battlefield. Continuing their confrontation would yield no benefit to either party. With this thought in mind, Bai Chen resolved to teach this creature a lesson. 6th soul skill, Ghostly Goddess Stab. Just as the Emperor Poison Moth was about to make contact with Bai Chen, he unleashed the Ghostly Goddess Stab. Clang! In an instant, Bai Chen's attack pierced the creature's body. Splash! A substantial wound appeared on the Emperor Poison Moth, appearing quite horrific. However, Bai Chen realized that, based on the sensation from the strike, his attack had not penetrated deeply. It was merely a superficial injury. While a third of his soul power had genuinely dissipated, screech! The Emperor Poison Moth emitted a furious roar, and its eyes swiftly fired 2 beams of light directly at Bai Chen. Shadow Step. Although Bai Chen reacted promptly, his body was still inevitably grazed. Gazing at his charred arm, Bai Chen felt a surge of anger. Since this creature sought a life-and-death struggle, he would not back down. 5th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation. In an instant, Bai Chen's body swelled once more, reaching a towering height of 3.5 meters, appearing incredibly formidable. Yet, when compared to the Emperor Poison Moth in its royal shadow state, he still seemed diminutive. 6th soul skill, Ghostly Goddess Stab. After another enhancement, Bai Chen utilized the Ghostly Goddess Stab once again. This attack nearly drained all of Bai Chen's soul power, and the Emperor Poison Moth sensed the potency of this strike, immediately enveloping itself with its wings. Boom! Instantly, a large hole was blasted into the wings of the Emperor Poison Moth, along with a significant chunk of its flesh. Due to the enormity of the wound, the Emperor Poison Moth could not maintain its flight and began to descend slowly. Furthermore, due to its injuries, it was unable to sustain the royal shadow state. Void Tail. Shatter. Emperor's Eye. Both parties initiated their final attacks simultaneously. Bai Chen was pierced by the beams emitted from the Emperor Poison Moth's eyes, while the Void Tail penetrated through the wound of the Emperor Poison Moth. Chapter 203. The left leg bone of the Emperor Poison Moth. Although both parties were simultaneously pierced by each other's attacks, plunging into a state of near death, it was evident that Bai Chen's condition was somewhat better than that of the Emperor Poison Moth. This was attributed to the characteristics of the celestial demon body. Upon reaching the 4th tier, his physical prowess became astonishingly formidable. Even with his body severely injured, he could still move. Struggling to his feet, Bai Chen painstakingly retrieved a vial of medicine from his Songlong ring. It contained the Douluo pill given to him by Bi Dong. After consuming it previously, he understood its immense value. It was only taken in dire circumstances. Now, he had only 3 left. Without hesitation, Bai Chen swallowed all 3 Douluo pills at once. In this life and death moment, principles of martial virtue were cast aside. He needed every advantage he could muster. As the pills coursed through him, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. and the bleeding from his wounds ceased almost instantaneously, even restoring some of his soul power. While it was likely that Bai Chen could have triumphed over the Emperor Poison Moth without the pills, it was prudent to use them nonetheless. Despite its dire state, the Emperor Poison Moth was not incapacitated. Upon witnessing Bai Chen consume something, its aura suddenly surged, and fear flickered in its eyes. It realized that Bai Chen truly posed a lethal threat. Meanwhile, Minuo and the others, who had distanced themselves, noticed the enormous silhouette of the Emperor Poison Moth had vanished, leaving them puzzled. What could have happened? Had the young patriarch slain the Emperor Poison Moth? Or perhaps, they dared not voice their concerns further. Minuo uttered, "We can only pray that the young patriarch emerges victorious. Indeed, if he returns safely, I shall propose to Xiaoai. What does the young patriarch's safe return have to do with your proposal?" On the other side, Bai Chen, drenched in blood, approached the Emperor Poison Moth, wielding 2 daggers. The Emperor Poison Moth, hindered by its damaged wings, could only crawl away, aware that being caught would spell its doom. The likelihood of a soul beast ambushing them was virtually non-existent. The Emperor Poison Moth was the monarch of this mountain, and no other soul beast dared to approach its territory, knowing they would not survive a single encounter. As Bai Chen closed the distance, he thrust his dagger forcefully into the Emperor Poison Moth's body. Screech! The Emperor Poison Moth emitted a piercing wail, yet Bai Chen felt no sympathy, continuing to stab relentlessly. Simultaneously, the tail of the giant spirit relentlessly wreaked havoc upon its form. Half an hour later, Void Tail. This was Bai Chen's final opportunity to employ the Void Tail today. With a piercing thrust, the Void Tail penetrated the already battered head of the Emperor Poison Moth, shattering its brain, and at last, it succumbed to death. Soon after, a deep black soul ring materialized above its head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a 70,000-year super soul beast, the Emperor Poison Moth. You are rewarded with 500,000 points and 3 mysterious drops. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Bai Chen exhaled in relief. Finally, he had vanquished this foe. Moreover, the points rewarded were substantial, a worthy compensation. The system's point reward mechanism appeared to be influenced not only by the age of the soul beast but also by its quality. The higher the quality, the greater the reward. Subsequently, Bai Chen plunged the giant spirit's tail into the Emperor Poison Moth's body, fervently absorbing its energy. This was a super soul beast of 70,000 years. The energy it contained was unfathomably powerful. Gradually, Bai Chen's 2 tails, which had grown to 15 meters, expanded to 20 meters, and he sensed they were on the verge of splitting again. 2 hours later, Bai Chen's 2 tails divided into 4, each of varying size. Then, 2 of the thinner tails rejoined, forming 3 tails of equal length. Unlike before, these new tails not only increased in number and length, but also bore intricate patterns. He recognized these patterns as poison, an exceptionally terrifying mixed toxin, amalgamating poisons from the Emperor Poison Moth, and the fearsome wolf, among other soul beasts. Upon completely absorbing the essence, Bai Chen felt a surge in his soul power. Additionally, the Emperor Poison Moth had bestowed upon him a soul bone. Left leg bone of the Emperor Poison Moth years, 73,000 compatibility, 71% completeness, 99% upon observing the attributes of this soul bone. Bai Chen felt a twinge of excitement. Remarkably, the compatibility with this Emperor Poison Moth, which bore no resemblance to wolf-type soul beasts, reached 71%. Indeed, the quality of soul bones produced by formidable soul beasts was unparalleled. However, at present, Bai Chen had no intention of integrating the left leg bone. He would contemplate that later. With that in mind, he collected some materials from the Emperor Poison Moth's corpse before departing. The establishment of his sect would likely have to wait until he finished the medicinal shop ranking battle, as the perilous Sanqing Peak required protection for the construction personnel. His strongest subordinate, Moreau, appeared to be only in the 60s in terms of levels, leaving him with no suitable candidates. The search for talent needed to accelerate. Bai Chen changed into a fresh set of clothes, concealing his wounds, and as he descended the mountain, he encountered Minuo and the others. Their relief was palpable upon seeing him unharmed. "Young Patriarch, may I inquire about the fate of the Emperor Poison Moth?" Minuo asked, despite already suspecting the answer. After all, it was the legendary Emperor Poison Moth. "It is dead," Bai Chen replied. Upon hearing Bai Chen's calm demeanor, Minuo and the others felt anything but tranquil. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Bai Chen summoned the forest wolf pack and said, "You may return now. I shall seek you out upon my next visit." The forest wolves responded with a few mournful howls before departing. Back in Tiando City, Bai Chen returned to his room, feeling fatigued as he slumped into a chair. Thankfully, his reconnaissance mission had unveiled the presence of such a formidable soul beast atop Sanqing Peak. Had he led the construction team without that knowledge, the losses would have been catastrophic. After a brief rest, Bai Chen rose, boiled a bucket of water, and added some medicinal herbs. With his injuries, soaking in 3 or 4 medicinal baths should suffice for a complete recovery. Half an hour later, gazing at the steaming medicinal bath, Bai Chen leaped in without hesitation. He had grown accustomed to the scalding water. At this rate, he felt he might one day swim in lava. While soaking, Bai Chen utilized the 3 mysterious drops he had obtained earlier, curious about their potential. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful use of the mysterious drop. Reward, Battle Slave X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful use of the mysterious drop. Reward, Battle Slave X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful use of the mysterious drop. Reward, Battle Slave X1. Upon hearing the repetitive notification in his mind, Bai Chen was stunned. Had he truly drawn the same item 3 times? Battle Slave? It seems rather promising. Akin to blood slaves, merely possessing superior combat skills. Soon after, 3 armored figures emerged within the confines of Bai Chen's Songlong ring. Upon observing their appearance, Bai Chen noted that each stood approximately 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of latent menace. Their bodies, entirely enveloped in skin, rendered it impossible for Bai Chen to discern their true features. Were slaves, introduction. Originating from the vast realms, they are a race endowed with exceptional gifts and formidable strength. However, they exhibit certain intellectual deficiencies, and their appearance is exceedingly grotesque, leading to their classification as an evil race. Upon reading this introduction, Bai Chen proceeded to examine the attributes of the 3 individuals. War slave level, 51 martial soul, battle soul age, 20 cultivation aptitude, 25 gasping at the war slave's aptitude. Bai Chen marveled. This one war slave was nearly equivalent to a member of the Golden Generation. Furthermore, judging by their names, their combat prowess likely surpassed that of blood servants, eliminating the need for Bai Chen to invest effort in their training. Should he manage to summon more war slaves, the strength of his sect would undoubtedly flourish. However, he pondered the likelihood of their summoning rate, though he had drawn 3 this time. It was his inaugural encounter with war slaves. Previously, his draws had yielded only mundane items. Bai Chen released the 3 war slaves, who promptly knelt before him on one knee, declaring, "We pay our respects to our master. Battle 1, Battle 2, and Battle 3 are at your service." Remarkably, their names were numerical in nature. Bai Chen instructed, "For now, remain outside. I do not require your assistance at this moment." "Understood," replied the 3 towering giants, bowing as they exited Bai Chen and Appo's chamber. Subsequently, he began fervently purchasing Soul Ring longevity enhancement pills. In no time, his points balance dwindled significantly. He acquired a total of 13 intermediate Soul Ring longevity enhancement pills and 52 primary ones. With these acquisitions, he would be able to obtain a plethora of 10,000-year Soul Rings and a singular 100,000-year Soul Ring. Simultaneously, the conditions for evolving his magic wolf domain were met. Upon elevating its level to 70, the realm would undergo its evolution. Chapter 204, the 100,000-year Soul Ring. After completing his purchase, Bai Chen began to consume the pills one by one, gradually enhancing the lifespan of his soul rings. Hours later, the 6 soul rings surrounding him had all transformed into a deep black hue. Upon swallowing the final pill for enhancing the lifespan of his mid-level soul ring, Bai Chen's 6th soul ring shifted from an abyssal black to a vibrant blood red. His 6th soul ring had officially transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. Bai Chen's current soul ring configuration was as follows. Soul rings: 6, Raging Assault 10020, Black Moon Song Wolf Kill 10331, Fearful Shriek 11956, Shadow Wolf Killing Array 22760, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Transformation 52300, Godslayer's Stab 100000, a formidable combination of 5 black and 1 red, truly terrifying. The first 5 soul rings merely increased attributes, while Bai Chen's 6th soul ring not only significantly enhanced the power of Godslayer's Stab, but also added a new skill. However, this new skill was entirely contrary to Bai Chen's combat style. It was a healing ability. Merciful Shadow. When used, Bai Chen could instantly heal 50% of his injuries, consuming 5% of his soul power per usage, with a maximum of 2 uses per day. Undoubtedly, this skill proved exceptionally potent during battles. Should both parties be evenly matched and severely wounded, Bai Chen's Merciful Shadow could restore him to 50% health. Who could withstand such an advantage? After his absorption was complete, Bai Chen suddenly heard some commotion at the door. "What are you doing here? Why are you blocking the young master's door?" A somewhat flustered female voice echoed from outside. Recognizing the voice, Bai Chen immediately knew who it was. "Battle 1, Battle 2, Battle 3, do not be rude. Mia, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's voice, the 3 battle slaves retreated. Seeing this, Mia let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, while she appeared calm, Her heart raced at the sight of the towering 3-meter-tall armored giants. After all, she was merely a great soul master. Soon after, Bai Chen stepped out of the room and asked, "Mia, what's the matter?" Mia quickly nodded. "Lord Bai Chen, my father asked me to inform you that we need to register for the battle information at the Tiando royal family today. Every participant must be present." "I see. Shall we depart now?" Bai Chen inquired. Mia nodded. "My father is already waiting at the entrance. Please follow me." With that, she led Bai Chen to the shop's entrance. Once he boarded the carriage, they set off. Along the way, Bai Chen passed by the Demon Wolf clan but merely cast a glance without stopping. For he was well aware that his parents had relocated after his incident, more precisely to Notting City. He had seen them during his last visit to his grandfather. Although his grandfather and others still resided there, Bai Chen felt somewhat uneasy. The Demon Wolf clan was no longer of significant relevance to him. Before long, upon nearing the palace, the carriage came to a halt. Registration was not conducted within the palace itself, as it would be unseemly for a crowd of merchants to gather at the royal gates. "Young master, we have arrived," Mino announced. "Understood," Bai Chen replied. Disembarking from the carriage, numerous shops were already present, registering their participants. A quick glance around revealed at least a dozen soul saints and several soul emperors nearby. It appeared that the primary representatives of these pharmacies were at the soul saint level, with a few weaker individuals among them. Notably, the strongest among them had reached the soul Douluo rank. It was impressive that they could afford to employ a soul Douluo as their representative. Such a feat must have cost a fortune. Bai Chen couldn't help but marvel at the fierce competition among these businesses. Before long, Mino approached Bai Chen and remarked, "Young master, over there are the representatives from the Lu clan pharmacy." Upon hearing Mino's words, Bai Chen shifted his gaze and noticed that they were being observed in return. However, he quickly identified his target within the Lu clan's entourage. Among them were two individuals appearing to be in their 50s. One was a level 62, while the other was a level 72. If he were to guess, the former was likely the manager of the Lu clan pharmacy, while the latter was presumably their enforcer. Before long, the manager of the Lu clan pharmacy approached them. "Ah, if at ISNT manager Mino, I heard that your fighter was assassinated. How tragic. Is this your new competitor?" The Lu manager remarked, scrutinizing Bai Chen. Mino, unfazed by the taunt, was more concerned about Bai Chen's reaction. Seeing that Bai Chen remained composed, Mino felt relieved. Enough with the phony sympathy. We all know who orchestrated the incident. We've already found a suitable competitor. Let us see the results in a week. Mino retorted, as he was not one to engage in verbal sparring, preferring to let results speak for themselves. The Mino pharmacy had consistently outperformed the Lu clan, thanks not only to their success in competitions, but also Mino's influential connections. Despite the absence of Bai Chen this year, Mino believed they could still triumph over the Lu clan. Observing Mino's calm demeanor, the Lu manager felt a pang of anxiety. Why was it that their competitors were so unfazed? Soon, they reached the registration desk. Mino announced, "Mino Pharmacy registering, competitor, Xing, level 65 agility type Soul Emperor." Xing was Bai Chen's alias, as he was rumored to be deceased, thus he refrained from using his real name. He resolved to reveal his true identity only after reaching the Soul Saint rank. Mino's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it caught the attention of the Lu manager. After completing the registration, the Lu manager deliberately blocked their path. "Huh, I thought you might have some real skill. Just a Soul Emperor at level 65? Why not compete yourself? You could save some money for the pharmacy," he mocked, drawing laughter from those nearby. Mino regarded the Lu manager with an expression of bemusement, while the accompanying Soul Saint shot provocative looks at Bai Chen. Bai Chen, unfazed, decided against waiting for the competition to begin to teach them a lesson. It seemed the moment had come sooner than expected. With that thought, Bai Chen stepped forward. The Soul Saint, sensing an opportunity, advanced and began to channel his soul power, clearly intending to intimidate Bai Chen, god of death domain. Without warning, an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from Bai Chen. The Soul Saint felt as though he faced an unimaginable terror, instinctively taking a step back. However, he quickly regained his composure, feeling humiliated for being intimidated by a mere Soul Emperor. Raising his right hand, he prepared to teach Bai Chen a lesson. Lu Shi observed the scene with great interest. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to anyone, Bai Chen had made his move. "Ah!" The Soul Sage representing Lu Shi felt his left arm twisted and broken. Noticing the commotion, the guards of the Tiando Empire rushed over, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing? You cannot engage in private duels before the match begins." In response to the guards, Bai Chen hooked his arm around the opponent's shoulder, placing his hand on the back of his neck, and said, "Don't move if you wish to keep your life." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the Soul Sage immediately ceased his cries. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended that his strength was not on par with Bai Chen's. and though he endured the pain of his broken arm, he remained utterly silent. Bai Chen smiled and remarked, "We're merely having some fun, wouldn't you agree?" "Yes, yes." The soul sage forced a smile in reply. Observing that Bai Chen and his companion appeared to be unperturbed, the guards offered a few words of caution before departing. The instant they left, Bai Chen released his grip. Scram! Upon hearing Bai Chen's command, the soul sage hurriedly retreated into Lu Shi's pharmacy. The entire episode unfolded so swiftly that Lu Shi was oblivious to the events that transpired. He remained unaware that his cherished contestant had suffered the loss of an arm. "What's wrong, Guzheng?" Lu Shi inquired. "It's nothing. We can discuss it later," Guzheng replied. "All right." Lu Shi, not lacking in intelligence, noticed that Guzheng and Appo's demeanor was somewhat off. This was his prized asset, and if anything were to happen, the ranking this year could plummet significantly. Minuo quickly interjected. "Young master, are you all right?" Bai Chen shook his head and said, "I taught that fellow a lesson. If they don't change their contestant this year, they'll likely end up in last place." Minuo paused for a moment, grasping Bai Chen's implication that he had been quite ruthless. Observing Minuo's expression, Bai Chen added, "Stop pondering. We and Appo's VE registered. Let us head back." "Yes, young master." Half an hour later, within Lu Shi and Appo's pharmacy, Guzheng returned and suddenly began to convulse, followed by frothing at the mouth, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple, as though he had been poisoned. Chapter 205, the commencement of the ranking battle. Just moments ago, Bai Chen had not only shattered his opponent's bones but had also stealthily pierced him with his tail, allowing a trace of toxin to infiltrate his body. Although it was merely a minuscule amount, insufficient to spread throughout his system, it was certainly adequate to incapacitate the man's arm. "Guzheng, what has happened to you?" "Guzheng." Before long, the physician from their apothecary hurried over, and Lu Shi, with a face etched in worry, implored, "Zui, please check if he is injured." "Understood." With that, Zui began to pulse Lu Shi's wrist. This time, Lu Shi was genuinely anxious. After all, the costs incurred from hiring assassins for this ranking battle had drained their coffers significantly, nearly exhausting last year's profits and even leading to a minor loss. However, if they could strike a blow against the Mi apothecary, then all would be deemed worthwhile. Yet, if Guzheng were also injured and unable to participate in the competition, the losses for their shop would be considerable. Indeed, Lu Shi was not particularly concerned about Guzheng's well-being. His primary concern lay with his family's profits for the year. After a brief examination, Zui sighed. Lu Shi promptly inquired, "Zui, what is his condition?" "The prognosis is not optimistic," Zui replied. "However, it is not beyond remedy. If he follows the prescription I've provided and refrains from any strenuous activity for a year, he should recover sufficiently." Upon hearing Zui's words, Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback. A year. He would have to sustain this individual for a whole year, an impossibility. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Shi asked, "Doctor, is there any way for him to recover in a shorter time frame?" Zui contemplated for a moment before responding, "There is a method, but it would come at a great cost to his health. Although it could facilitate a swift recovery, the aftermath might endanger his life once the effects subside." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's eyes brightened. "What method?" "The ghost heart herb," Zui replied. In an instant, Lu Shi comprehended the potential peril for Guzheng. Utilizing the ghost heart herb would indeed be catastrophic. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Lu Shi resolved to proceed. "Zui, prepare the ghost heart herb." "Yes." With that, Zui went and make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Lu Shi contemplated dismissing Guzheng. To be honest, he had long wished to replace him, as Guzheng's abilities were rather lacking among soul saints. However, given Guzheng's peculiar temperament, replacing him could incite chaos within the apothecary, potentially harming his business. Thus, he saw this as an opportunity to eliminate him. A year would suffice to cultivate a new soul saint. On the other hand, Bai Chen was pleasantly surprised to hear the system announce a new mission. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Achieve a top 3 result in the apothecary ranking battle. Rewards will be determined based on your final ranking." "Another task? I wonder if this one will yield soul bones as a reward." Though the system's tasks generally posed no penalties for non-completion, Bai Chen still preferred to fulfill them, for completing them could grant opportunities for soul bone rewards. 5 days later, Bai Chen accompanied Mino and others to a mysterious arena. To be honest, this was Bai Chen's first visit, and had it not been for this ranking battle, he might never have set foot here. The Lu apothecary had also arrived, and as Bai Chen glanced towards their direction, he was taken aback to see Guzheng back on the field. Furrowing his brow, Bai Chen pondered how, absent any miraculous treasures, a soul saint would need at least a year to recuperate. Why was he here already? Moreover, despite his evident state of severe poisoning, he appeared remarkably spirited. There was, however, a faint, unpleasant odor emanating from him, almost imperceptible to the untrained nose. Bai Chen contemplated in his mind, trying to discern which herb could produce such an effect. Before long, he deduced the answer and cast a sympathetic glance at the soul saint, observing his exuberant demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had been sold out. Gradually, as all 69 merchant teams arrived, Bai Chen was astonished at the number of apothecaries from Tiando City participating in the competition. Yet, this was to be expected. The Tiando Empire surely housed more than just these apothecaries, with countless smaller ones lacking the qualifications to compete. Before long, the organizers appeared, and upon seeing the host, Bai Chen was stunned to realize it was Qian Rinxue. No, it should be Qian Rinxue masquerading as Xue Qinghe, as her true identity had yet to be revealed. Bai Chen had not anticipated this host. For reasons unknown, Qian Rinxue instinctively gazed towards Bai Chen's direction, having sensed a familiar aura emanating from there. Soon, her eyes fell upon the masked figure with white hair, Bai Chen. White hair. Perhaps I was mistaken, she mused, unaware that Bai Chen had transformed into the white-haired Star Eye. And the spirit hall had not conveyed any news to him. Noticing Qian Rinxue's gaze, Bai Chen politely nodded. Once she responded, he redirected his attention elsewhere. Shortly after, he recognized several familiar faces. Feng Xiaodian, Shui Wu, Shui Bing'e. What a coincidence. They were all old acquaintances, and it appeared their families owned apothecaries as well. This time, they were not participating as competitors, but rather representing their respective factions to make an appearance. Mino, noticing Bai Chen's gaze, asked, "Young master, what catches your eye?" Shaking his head, Bai Chen replied, "Just some old friends." "Oh, would you like me to introduce you?" Mino offered. Bai Chen declined, "No need. My current identity is not suitable for such greetings." Mino nodded in understanding. On stage, Qian Rinxue was reciting the oath. Given her status as a prince, everyone afforded her respect, and at least on the surface, they all appeared earnest. Soon, the oath concluded, and Qian Rinxue promptly declared, "The 35th apothecary ranking battle officially begins. Representatives, please come forth to draw lots." Hearing her words, Mino immediately advanced to draw lots. The rules of the apothecary ranking battle change annually, depending on the number of participating apothecaries. This year, with 69 teams, the previous top 3 would be vacated, allowing the remaining 66 teams to compete. The first round would eliminate 33 teams, with the advancing 33 joining the 33 that were vacated for the second round of eliminations. Subsequently, 18 teams would progress to the third round, and the remaining 9 would partake in a special competition. The final round would be announced once the last 9 teams were determined. It was a relatively straightforward format. Before long, Mino returned with the results of the draw. Bai Chen was taken aback to find that he had drawn Feng Xiaoyan's team. Oh dear, Feng Xiaoyan is in for a rough time. Upon realizing their opponent, Feng Xiaoyan and his team glanced towards the Mi apothecary, and upon spotting Bai Chen, Feng Xiaoyan intended to approach them for a greeting. Bai Chen recognized that Feng Xiaoyan was essentially a good person, albeit somewhat naive. It is indeed quite foolish to overlook the fact that this individual possesses an innate full soul power, coupled with a mutated martial soul, a rare prodigy. Yet this remarkable talent has significantly hindered his cultivation speed due to an obsession with studying the so-called Gale 36 strikes. Consequently, by the time of the continent-wide Elite Soul Master Academy competition, he was in his 20s and had not yet attained the 50th level. Fortunately, his foundational skills remain intact. If Feng Xiaoyan were to continue his diligent practice rather than diverting his energies towards researching techniques, he could still ascend to the rank of title Douluo. As Feng Xiaoyan approached their doorstep, he took the initiative to greet them. "Hello, I am Feng Xiaoyan from the Wind Wolf Apothecary. In the upcoming match, we will face each other, and I wanted to introduce myself in advance to ensure that we do not let the competition mar our camaraderie." Hearing Feng Xiaoyan's words, Bai Chen stepped forward and replied, "I am Shen Xing, the representative of the Mi Apothecary. I look forward to our encounter, Mr. Feng Xiaoyan." As Feng Xiaoyan observed the impersonation of Shen Xing by Bai Chen, a sense of familiarity washed over him, accompanied by an inexplicable aversion towards this individual. Despite not recognizing anyone by the name of Shen Xing, "Mr. Feng Xiaoyan, do you require anything from me?" he asked. "Oh no, nothing at all. My apologies. I recalled I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." With that, Feng Xiaoyan departed. The following day, Bai Chen arrived at the competition venue, preparing for battle. His match was scheduled for the third arena, the second contest. Having arrived early, he had some time to spare before his turn. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng had already taken to the stage for the first match. Finding himself at leisure, Bai Chen decided to observe this match, curious to see if his assumptions were indeed correct. In addition to Bai Chen, Qian Rinxue was also seated in the stands, attentively watching the ongoing battles, as it was her responsibility to oversee this event. Soon, all 4 arenas commenced their matches simultaneously. Bai Chen focused his gaze on the first arena, where Gu Zheng and his opponent activated their martial souls. Bai Chen noted that Gu Zheng's martial soul was a creature known as the White Elephant, yet a faint, indistinct black aura surrounded him.